in a fantastical realm, while others withdraw from engagements relying on prowess. I, by mere eloquence, achieve the impossible. My name is Wudao, and during my quest to reunite with my kin, I have awakened the extraordinary gift of persuasive speech. When the heat became unbearable, I casually remarked on the arrival of a torrential downpour, and lo, sweet rain descended. As the demon kings sought enlightenment, I whimsically spoke of transformations, and the demon king morphed into a dragon. Gradually, the human race bowed in reverence. Esteemed elder, you are a deity. The demon clan went into a frenzy. This master is our ancestor. Bestow upon me the true words of the great path. Internally, Wudao pondered, alas, I am but a humble mortal yearning for tranquility. Little did I know that with each person who attained enlightenment, my dantian would automatically harvest a surge of fiery essence. This divine fire would elevate my cultivation and refine my physical form. Everyone believed I was guiding them toward enlightenment. Nay, I was merely reaping the harvest. If the chives flourish, is it not a waste not to harvest them? As I witnessed my power soar, Wudao wiped away a tear. Indeed, it is delightful. Chapter 1. Was my tongue illuminated? I am Wudao, and this marks my second 18th year, for the first was struck by fortuitous fate. Then I traversed into this world akin to Eastern cultivation, once hailing from a prosperous family, betrothed to the affluent Sioux family of linen. Yet, misfortune befell, my family fell into decline, and my parents suffered calamity. Throughout, I have been under the care of the Sioux matriarch, Aunt May. Though the engagement remains, my Lee family has diminished, rendering the betrothal nearly void. Conversely, should I shamelessly seek this union, Aunt May would be quite willing. However, her husband and daughter may not share the same sentiment. This could potentially disrupt the harmony of their family, which Aunt May has so diligently maintained. Thus, I have resolved to personally annul this engagement. Aunt May's residence lies in Linen, a journey of 2 days, necessitating passage through Black Dragon Mountain. Wild beasts lurk within the forested paths. To arrive safely in Linen, I must find companions. Wudao approached a caravan of merchants bound for Linen, inquiring, Esteemed brothers, might you allow me to accompany you to Linen? I seek to visit my kin. The merchants turned to him, observing his tattered blue robe and coarse bag, yet recognizing the delicate appearance of a scholar, with an air of nobility about him. One among them seemed to know him and exclaimed with a grin, Ah, it is the fallen scion of the Li family. Wudao refrained from retorting, calmly meeting the gaze of the caravan leader, a kindly-faced man known as Brother Lei. Brother Lei beckoned. Since you are alone, come along with me. Wudao felt a surge of joy, ready to express his gratitude. Well, who would have thought you were still a young master? Yet you carry such a tattered pack, without even a servant? A lanky merchant named Li Ergu suddenly mocked Wudao's bag, grinning to reveal his yellowed teeth. Fellow, with your delicate frame, you'll surely be carried off by the mountain spirits. You are fortunate to have encountered us, but do not be a hindrance. Wudao chuckled awkwardly, clasping his fists. Thank you for your concern. He understood that the townsfolk often possessed a discerning eye for status and relished in showing off for recognition. That'd be why appeasing their egos, he hoped to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, upon witnessing his demeanor, they ceased their teasing. Thus, Wudao set forth with the merchants toward Linen. Under the scorching sun, along the rugged path of Black Dragon Mountain, Wudao walked steadily, his worn blue robe, clean despite its age, shouldering a half-worn coarse bag. Along the cracked yellow earth, the mountain wind whipped up dry dust, accompanied by an oppressive heat that struck him directly. Upon reaching the mountainside, he beheld a colossal, charred dead tree standing starkly by the path, its trunk marred by ghastly black scars. The tree twisted grotesquely, its bark peeling away in large patches, revealing a lifeless core. By the heavens, a century-old tree reduced to kindling, is this cursed weather claiming lives? My throat is parched. I have no water left. The merchants lamented, like fish gasping for air, sprawled on the scorching ground, panting heavily and cursing incessantly. Wudao, his throat dry and painful, leaned against the hard, charred trunk of the tree. It felt as though his throat was filled with burning gravel, each swallow bringing excruciating agony. His back was soaked with sweat, quickly evaporating, leaving only salt and stickiness on his garments. He lifted his gaze to the giant dead tree. Perhaps it once stood as a sheltering presence, providing shade for weary travelers and a home for birds. Now, a sense of shared despair, mingled with exhaustion and a refusal to succumb, quietly tightened around his heart. From prosperity to this desolation, where shall I go after annulling this engagement? What difference is there between me and this tree? Wudao's gaze fell upon the thickest, broken branch of the dead tree, the charred breakage chronicling a struggle for life, that a profound yearning for existence surged from the depths of his being inexplicably. He wished for the tree to revive, and, without control, his throat rasped. If only heavenly dew could fall, perhaps this deadwood might see spring again. This fallen young master is quite peculiar, unable to care for himself, yet feeling pity for a dead tree. Ergu, resting beside Wudao, could not suppress a laugh upon witnessing Wudao's sympathy for the deadwood. This cursed weather has been relentless. How could it possibly rain? Before he could finish, thunder rumbled ominously. Without warning, the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roared within the tumultuous mass. Moments later, icy raindrops fell like a hail of arrows, enveloping the earth in a white haze. By the heavens, it's truly raining. Ergu gaped in astonishment at the downpour. The merchants, equally dumbfounded, stared in disbelief. Did he just speak and it rained? Good heavens, has this tongue been blessed? Wudao's pupils contracted, startled by the sudden thunderstorm. By the heavens, I merely spoke in jest. Does fate truly align so perfectly? As the last word fell, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The rain cascaded down, washing over the charred trunk of the dead tree, emitting a sizzling sound. The lifeless, charred bark rapidly peeled away, dissolving. A vibrant green sprout, sharp as a sword, burst forth from beneath the charred bark. Not just a single shoot, but a cluster. Soon, it spread to the broken branches, giving rise to a pure white bud, swelling at an astonishing pace, blooming. Standing proudly amidst the torrential rain, the petals unfurled, exuding a faint yet unmistakable vitality. The deadwood had found spring, a miracle had descended. Is it blooming? Wudao instinctively raised his hand to rub his eyes, staring at the sprouting dead tree in a daze for several seconds before shaking his head and smiling. What a remarkable coincidence! Simultaneously, a flicker of weak black fire ignited within his dantian, warm tendrils coursing through his meridians. His lower abdomen felt a sudden warmth, as if flames were rising, but the icy rain cascading down his cheeks provided a tangible sensation that distracted him from the peculiar feeling in his abdomen. Wiping the rain from his face, Wudao spoke calmly to the merchant caravan. The rain is quite heavy, let us all seek shelter. With that, he took the lead, stepping forward with steady resolve, as if the miraculous event was but an ordinary sight along the road. Brother Lei, Ergu's mouth fell agape as he stared in astonishment at the scene before him, oblivious to the rainwater pouring in around him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and shook it at the merchant leader, Brother Lei, beside him. Brother Lei swallowed hard, both of them closest to Wudao. The soft sigh they had just heard was unmistakably clear. The mere fact that it was raining was astonishing enough, but the truly shocking revelation was that the withered tree had come to life. At that moment, he was stammering, looking as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide and fixed on the freshly bloomed white flower atop the gnarled wood. Don't shove me, is this really a ghost? Brother Lei, he's gone. Ergu's tongue stumbled, his eyes bulging in disbelief and horror. Brother Lei stared intently at Wudao's tall, yet enigmatic figure shrouded in rain, and with a mouthful of rainwater mixed with saliva, he suddenly slapped Ergu, who was still in a daze. What are you dawdling for? Follow him. Hurry up! His voice had taken on an odd pitch, and the other merchants, still in shock, were startled awake by his exclamation, quickly falling in line behind him. As the group's footsteps, heavy in the muddy terrain, were drowned out by the rain, a crunch echoed from the depths of the dense, shadowy woods by the roadside. A young girl with fluffy white cat ears peeked out from a tree branch, her eyes, pure and blue like sapphires, widened in surprise. Wow, the withered tree has bloomed. How impressive! Excitedly, she waved a half-eaten piece of dried fish with her short, stubby hands. Could this be what the Black Boss mentioned? A powerful figure of the human race? Yanzhu Fa Sui. Foolish cat. It's Yanzhu Fa Sui. Almost simultaneously, another pair of eyes, glowing a sinister green and laced with blood, emerged from the shadows of the woods beside her, their gaze narrowing ominously. The leaves trembled, revealing a black bear with a human face, its coarse fur concealing a visage twisted in terror, muscles twitching in sheer fright. Fa. What? The girl with cat ears tilted her head in confusion, inadvertently dropping the dried fish, which plopped onto the bear's face. The bear, unperturbed, furrowed its brow and fixated its flickering gaze on the figures along the mountain path, murmuring softly, "Why does that person exude no aura whatsoever? Could it be mere coincidence?" Rustle. The branches swayed ever so slightly, as two shadows, nearly indistinguishable from their surroundings, crept forward like startled yet greedy phantoms, stealthily trailing behind the merchant caravan under the heavy rain and the cover of the trees. Chapter 2. A sudden turn of events. The rain fell in torrents, and the merchant caravan hastily traversed the treacherous terrain of Black Dragon Mountain. Fortunately, nestled amid the rugged landscape was a dilapidated mountain deity temple. Phew, how fortunate to find this crumbling shrine to take refuge from the rain, otherwise I would be in quite a predicament, Wudao exclaimed as he entered the temple, hurriedly shedding his drenched garments to wring them out before seeking a dry corner to sit. The interior of the temple was relatively spacious, akin to a small courtyard, albeit shrouded in cobwebs. The stone statue that had once been venerated stood headless, while the roof boasted several fist-sized gaping holes through which the rain dripped incessantly. Adding to the oppressive chill, other merchants followed suit, and soon a fire was kindled within the temple. Wudao huddled beside the flames for warmth, yet curiously, he felt no heat. Instead, he grew increasingly cold, goosebumps rising on his skin. This cursed place feels rather sinister. Once the rain subsides, I shall make haste to linen, he mused. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged through his lower abdomen. Instinctively, Wudao glanced down and beheld a flicker of black flame, no larger than a thumb, dancing within him. What on earth is this? He stared, dumbfounded, at his belly, even reaching out to touch it, only to find his skin obstructing his view. This thing is inside me, Wudao gasped, and at that moment, he felt the warmth radiating from the black flame, as if his cold body were being roasted by a fire, gradually warming him and even augmenting his strength. Could this possibly be my golden finger? A glimmer of joy crossed Wudao's face, for as a seasoned surfer of the internet, he was well acquainted with the concept of a golden finger. However, after fiddling with it for a while, he remained uncertain about how to utilize the mysterious black flame, only realizing that it could provide warmth. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside, the wind howled mournfully, and the rain continued to pelt the dilapidated roof. Inside the temple, the flickering light of the fire cast eerie shadows on the faces of the merchants. One of them glanced at Wudao, eyes wide with awe. Young Master Li is truly extraordinary. It's as if his words have conjured the rain. He spoke of that withered tree blossoming, and lo and behold, it has indeed flourished. Wudao, barely opening his eyes to observe the others, chose instead to close them again, relishing the tranquility, too apathetic to offer explanations. His offhand remarks had unexpectedly aligned with the whims of fate, earning him a measure of reverence from his companions and sparing him much trouble, much to his delight. Suddenly, a robust shadow appeared at the temple entrance, a voice filled with urgency calling out, "I've been bitten by a snake. Does anyone know the antidote?" The merchants turned their attention, rising to their feet, with Lei Gu gripping a long knife behind him, while others brandished their weapons, bracing for potential danger. Yet, in the dim light, they could scarcely discern the figure at the door, only recognizing it as a tall silhouette. Upon seeing the merchants, the shadow expressed relief. "Oh, splendid. There are people here. Brothers, does anyone know the antidote for snake venom? Please, help me. I have 50 taels of silver. Whoever finds the antidote for me shall receive it." As he spoke, he bowed towards them, revealing a vague outline of a face, while a dark hand waved a silver ingot. Observing the shadowy figure's anxious plea and the indistinct outline of his face, the merchants, including Lei Gu, felt a wave of relief wash over them. So it's just a poor soul bitten by a snake. Had it not been for that face, I would have thought it was a bear. One merchant exclaimed. "You must admit, with that physique, he does resemble a black bear." Wudao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them, fixating on the figure at the door. To his astonishment, he discerned a pale, scholarly face. "What on earth? How has my vision suddenly improved?" he thought, bewildered, for the entrance was a good 10 meters away, and in such dim light, merely seeing an outline was impressive. Yet, he could clearly make out the details of the face. However, upon inspecting the man's neck, Wudao felt a chill run down his spine. The man's neck was entirely covered in dark, coarse hair. Following the hair downwards, he realized it continued all the way to the ankles, obscuring any trace of skin. Logically, a person with a fair, scholarly face should have a similarly unblemished neck. At the very least, it should be tanned a golden hue from the sun. It was utterly impossible for it to be entirely black and hairy. This could not be human. Pray tell, who might you be? Why do you venture alone upon the mountain? Despite suspecting the figure to be human, Lei Gu maintained his guard, politely inquiring about the stranger's identity. After years of traversing the mountains, he had encountered many bandits disguised as ordinary folk, and caution had become second nature. The newcomer hastily replied, I am Zhang Daogui from Xingshui town. I had intended to seek refuge with relatives in Linen, but the sudden downpour separated me from my companions, and I inadvertently got bitten by a viper. Brothers, does anyone know the antidote? Please save me. If I delay any longer, I shall succumb to the poison. As he spoke, his voice quavered, nearly bursting into tears, and he tossed the silver ingot towards the merchants. 50 taels of silver. How substantial. The lanky merchant, Li Ergu, sprang up like a spring, scrambling to retrieve the silver from the ground, fearful it might be snatched away. Seeing Li Ergu clutch the dazzling silver, Lei Gu and the others relaxed their vigilance, settling back down. Brother, do not fret. I know the antidote for snake venom. I shall guide you to it, Lei Gu said with a warm smile, rising to approach the door. The stranger repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Thank you. But Li Wudao, fixated on the figure at the door, felt his muscles tighten instinctively, his mouth parting slightly. Wait, don't go over there. Yet, before he could finish, a chilling sound pierced the air as Lei Gu was suddenly impaled through the chest by a massive, glimmering claw. In the next moment, the onlookers witnessed the shadow at the entrance open its maw wide, revealing elongated fangs, and with a swift motion, it severed Lei Ji's head from his body. The man unable to even utter a scream. Blood gushed forth, saturating the ground, the acrid scent of iron permeating the air. Lei Gu! Lei Gu! The merchants, who had been seated calmly, sprang to their feet, brandishing flaming sticks towards the door. In the flickering firelight, they finally beheld the horror at the entrance, a towering creature. Nearly 2 meters high, covered in coarse black fur, yet bearing a pale, scholarly face twisted in a grotesque snarl, its fangs protruding as it savaged Lei Ji's neck. The scene fell into a stunned silence. The merchants gaped in shock, unable to utter a sound. The crackling of the fire startled them back to reality. Run! It's a bare-faced demon. The bare-faced demon has devoured Lei Gu. Panic erupted among the merchants, who fell to the ground, faces ashen as they scrambled to retreat. Oh my heavens! It's a monster! Li Wudao's pupils dilated, his heart stalling as he rose from the ground, limbs icy cold, a chill running down his spine. His gaze remained fixated on the creature at the door, which was still feasting on Lei Gu, unable to tear himself away. The sound of the bare-faced demon chewing echoed ominously in the temple, accompanied by a gust of chilling wind that swept through the space. Bang! The temple door slammed shut against the supernatural wind. Thud! A half-eaten wild fruit suddenly rolled to Li Wudao's feet. The crowd, filled with terror, looked up, only to see 2 short legs swaying atop the broken statue. It was a girl of about 7 or 8, her cheeks puffed as she chewed on the fruit, her cat ears bobbing with every bite, her leaf-woven skirt splattered with mud, and her tail swaying playfully from side to side. Oh, you look so uncouth while eating. Black bear, she exclaimed, pointing at the bear with a human face, her mouth still smeared with pulp. Big Black said to be graceful. What does that mean again? The bear demon's ferocious gnawing abruptly froze. Yet, the girl seemed to have forgotten her earlier words, her sapphire-like cat eyes suddenly sparkling as they locked onto Li Wudao. Human! Human! You are a noble of the human race. With that, she leaped down from the 3-zhong high statue. Thud! She landed face first in front of Li Wudao, but promptly scrambled to her feet, excitedly tugging at his clothes. Human! Hee, I've made it. And there's another monster. Amidst the flickering light of the campfire, the crowd, now in a panic, trembled with fear in their wide eyes. One bear demon was terrifying enough, but now there was a cat demon as well. There would be no way out. If we don't want to die here, let us charge out together. Someone in the merchant caravan bellowed, and 5 burly men simultaneously rushed towards the temple door, weapons drawn. However, the bear, still feasting, merely raised a paw, emitting a faint green glow. In an instant, the 5 men were sent flying like kites with severed strings, blood spewing as they crashed to the ground, convulsing. Silence fell over the temple, the air thick with despair as all faces turned pale, frozen in place, save for the sound of bones being chewed. A deadlock. Despair enveloped the hearts of the crowd. Some could not help but stifle their cries, fearing the demons would set their sights on them. The temple was permeated with the stench of urine and the metallic tang of blood. It's over, Wudao thought, glancing at the girl clinging to his clothes. Her innocent and adorable visage contrasting sharply with the grim situation. His gaze lingered on the cat ears atop her head and the half-meter-long tail behind her. At that moment, his heart raced, thumping wildly, his heels gripping the floor tightly. This was a demon, and a shapeshifter at that. It seemed she had set her sights on him. What to do? Run? Wudao's anxious eyes darted to the convulsing forms of the 5 men not far away, and he instantly dismissed the thought of escape. As for fighting his way out, that was even less feasible. Was he truly going to die here? Preparing to embark on his third 18 years? Human. Noble of the human race, my name is Xianxiaaudiobooks. The girl suddenly released her grip on him, rummaging through her sleeve to pull out a piece of dried fish. Stuffing it into her mouth and mumbling with her cheeks full. Human, how does that black charcoal tree on the mountain bloom? She quickly produced another piece of dried fish, her ears flopping as she munched away, her demeanor utterly innocent and charming. Meanwhile, the bear demon, its massive bulk writhing, squeezed into the space. Blood still staining its mouth as it greedily scanned the crowd, letting out a low growl. Grr. It seemed displeased with the merchant's commotion, yet when its gaze met Wudao's, it appeared somewhat wary, retracting its head and ceasing its growl. Wudao was taken aback. These 2 demons did not charge at him to kill him, but instead inquired about the blooming deadwood. His mind raced, piecing together the events since their arrival. They had been focused on the others, never showing hostility towards him. Could it be that they mistook him for a powerful practitioner due to the changes on the mountain path? Were they seeking guidance? Perhaps if he could cleverly deceive them, he might survive. How could he impress this demon? Wudao took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and began to recall scenes from fantasy novels on Earth where characters outwitted demons. Moments later, an idea sparked, and his expression brightened, though it quickly settled into an inscrutable calm. The next second, he stood with his hands behind his back, a profound smile gracing his face. His gaze sweeping over the cat demon, Xianxiaaudiobooks. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom. Only when the heart does not perish can the path be born. The blooming of dead wood is merely a rebirth from death. His eyes were steady as a tranquil well, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Stay calm. Maintain composure. Wudao's outward demeanor was that of unshakable confidence, while internally, he was a bundle of nerves, his eyes fixed on the shape-shifting girl, fearful she might suddenly leap at him for his life. His enigmatic smile was marred by the tension in his muscles, his hands trembling behind his back. Yet one hand pressed firmly to suppress the shake, pinching himself discreetly. Do not reveal your fear. Do not let her pounce on you. Towards excrement and life? Xianxiaaudiobooks scratched her head in confusion. Wudao replied, what the hell does towards excrement mean? He gritted his teeth, maintaining his lofty demeanor as he explained. It means to be born from death. It speaks to the idea that only when one is on the brink of death can one truly comprehend the meaning of life. Just as an aging cat, nearing the end, learns to savor the pleasures of living, eating fish when hungry, sleeping when tired. Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes brightened slightly as she mimicked him. Towards death and life, towards death and life. Her cat ears perked up, and the surrounding demonic energy surged uncontrollably, bubbling and transforming from a muddled hue to a pure green, her aura visibly amplifying. But it soon stabilized. Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched her paws in excitement, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she grasped something profound from the phrase towards death and life, causing her power to surge. However, she was too naive to fully understand, merely grasping at the edges of the unknown that fueled her growth. Roar, foolish cat. You've broken through? Quickly, tell me how you did it. Hurry. The bear demon, drawn closer by Xianxiaaudiobooks' transformation, was taken aback, gripping her tail with an authoritative tone. Ugh. You're so annoying, go away. Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted irritably, raising her paw to swat at the bear. Bang. The bear demon, whose size dwarfed hers by 5 or 6 times, was sent flying as if it were made of tofu, crashing into and collapsing a wall of the temple. With a shriek, it scrambled to its feet. Cowering in a corner, peering at Xianxiaaudiobooks with a neck drawn in like a quail's egg, terrified. After all this, Xianxiaaudiobooks blushed, feeling bashful as she extended her paw, scratching her ear like a clumsy monk, then respectfully bowed to Wudao. Human, I didn't quite understand what you just said. Our big black told us that eating humans can enhance our powers. Is that what you do too? The merchants within the temple stared in disbelief at Xianxiaaudiobooks' actions, their despair replaced by utter astonishment, each one gaping at Wudao. He is a master. A master. How wonderful, we are saved. Master, save us. The merchants clamored, scrambling toward Wudao, their eyes filled with reverence and elation. Xianxiaaudiobooks, exasperated, shouted, You're so noisy, meow. The merchants froze in place, too frightened to even breathe. The traveling merchant Li Ergu swallowed hard, glancing at the bare-faced demon that had been knocked into the corner, and then at the kneeling cat demon. Gathering his courage, he crawled closer to Li Wudao's side. Esteemed master, please save us, he implored. Before Li Ergu could finish his plea, Li Wudao raised a hand to silence him. Then calmly turned his gaze to the kneeling cat demon, Xiao Lihua. Please, do tell me, she beseeched, bowing respectfully to Li Wudao. Her eyes sparkling with eagerness as her little tail wagged playfully behind her, reminiscent of a charming human girl. What do I know? Li Wudao thought, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her intense gaze, his back damp with sweat. Nevertheless, he tried to maintain an air of wisdom, forcing himself to speak in a deep voice. Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to all things. Humans are the essence of all things. When demons consume humans, they absorb this essence, thereby enhancing their cultivation. However, eating humans can cloud their spirits, as humans embody the myriad emotions and desires of the world. Consuming them leads to a tainting of the spirit, preventing demons from attuning to the heavens and thereby hindering their cultivation. Surely this will suffice to deceive her, he mused. Casting a glance at the cat demon before him, Xiao Lihua scratched her ear, pulling out a small dried fish which she promptly stuffed into her mouth. Shaking her head innocently, I don't understand. How can you not comprehend? Can't you just use your imagination? Li Wudao was momentarily taken aback. This shape-shifting demon was astonishingly dense. Yet, he dared not act rashly and continued, albeit with increasing frustration. Before chaos, the heavens were vast and indistinct, unseen by any. This too is incomprehensible to you? Still don't understand, she replied. Li Wudao nearly choked on his indignation. He had never encountered such an obtuse demon, akin to a slow-witted human child in need of constant guidance. How did you manage to shape-shift with such lack of insight? He thought. If this continues, I fear I shall be exposed. How do I help you if you don't understand? Xiao Lihua lamented, shaking her head. Yet her claws clung tightly to Li Wudao's leg in a display of adorability. Li Wudao's body tensed with alarm. If his disguise were to fail, it would spell disaster. He pondered briefly, then gently patted Xiao Lihua on the head, embodying the aura of a benevolent sage. If you cannot comprehend, simply take note of my words. Understanding will come in time. You have asked too many questions today, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lihua paused, her eyes sparkling with understanding as she nodded vigorously, releasing her grip on his leg. Yes, what you say makes sense. I will remember, and I will understand in time. She wiped her mouth, still sticky with fish remnants, and began to recite. The Great Path has 50. How many is that? 1, 2. She counted on her fingers while reciting, resembling a young child in kindergarten. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she rummaged through her belongings, producing a palm-sized, blood-red fruit, presenting it with both hands. This is the fruit of the Black Lord, for you. Ah, how thoughtful. Li Wudao accepted the fruit, maintaining his sage-like demeanor and nodding with a smile. This connection has been established. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Go now, little one. Thank you. Kind sir, you are a good person. Xiao Lihua beamed, waving goodbye to Li Wudao as she prepared to leave. He quickly called out, take that creature you brought with you. Xiao Lihua nodded, dragging the anxious bare-faced demon out of the dilapidated temple. With a sigh of relief, Li Wudao felt a surge of joy. Finally, they are gone. I must leave swiftly. However, a sudden warmth spread through his abdomen. Focusing his thoughts, he discovered a dense black flame had mysteriously manifested in his dantian. Reflecting on the earlier conversation that had caused the cat demon's power to surge, he wondered if this black flame had emerged in a similar fashion. Chapter 4. Absorbing the demon fruit. The demons are gone. We are saved. Esteemed master. Esteemed master. Lost in contemplation, Li Wudao was jolted back to reality by the merchant's exclamations. He stowed away the spiritual fruit gifted by Xiao Lihua and turned his gaze toward the merchants inside the temple. Their expressions were filled with admiration and relief from their near escape. Yet, as soon as Li Wudao looked their way, they instinctively shrank back, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads, their eyes brimming with awe. Thank you for saving us, esteemed master, they chorused. We are eternally grateful. Such is the nature of the immortals. They regard mortals as mere grass, unworthy of offense. They thought, their gratitude sincere. Rise, Li Wudao gestured dismissively. I was merely late in coming to your aid. I could not save your brother Lei. He sighed, a genuine lament escaping him. He thought highly of Lei, but regrettably lacked the strength to save him, having only frightened off the demon. Sometimes, even a good person's life is fraught with helplessness. Upon hearing this, the merchants exchanged sorrowful glances, their expressions tinged with unvoiced reproach, yet they dared not show it. Li Wudao understood that this was human nature. While they might not express gratitude, It was evident they were more fearful of him than of the demons. This was entirely due to his current facade of being a master. Had they known the truth of his charade, it could have led to calamity. Having exhausted my powers to deter the demons, we must descend the mountain now that the rain has eased, lest they return, in which case I cannot guarantee your safety. Wudao advised, his expression weary. After all, his identity was a fabrication. What difference did it make if he deceived them once or 100 times? Traveling alone down the mountain would be perilous, so it was wiser to allow this group to accompany him for mutual protection. Observing Wudao's demeanor, the merchants believed in his words, responding in unison, "What the esteemed master says is wise. We shall set forth at once." Ergo hurried to the temple entrance. Collecting what remained of Lei's head in his sack, his expression somber. "Brother Lei, your fate was unfortunate." Wudao, with keen perception, caught this exchange and shot a surprised glance at Ergo. Unexpectedly, this fellow possesses a sense of loyalty. Thus, the merchants began their descent alongside Wudao. Several hours later, they safely reached the foot of the mountain, only 10 miles from Linen, as dawn's light began to break on the horizon. The group settled on the ground to rest, and Wudao, feeling somewhat weak and parched, called out, "Does anyone have water to share?" "Master, I have water in my pouch. Please drink mine." Ergo was the first to respond, hastily offering his water pouch to Wudao. The other merchants, witnessing this, were quick to follow suit, scrambling to present their water pouches to Wudao, clamoring loudly, "Master, drink mine. Esteemed immortal, have some of mine. After you finish mine, I have flatbread for you to try." Watching the merchants vie for his attention, Wudao inwardly sighed, realizing, indeed, a master is truly revered by mortals. However, he also understood that their fervor likely masked ulterior motives. One does not offer freely without seeking something in return. He anticipated that soon they would seek to become his disciples or request talismans. If he had any genuine skills, he might manage to appease them. Yet, knowing he possessed none, he feared exposure would bring trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Wudao seized Ergo's water pouch and took a hearty swig before returning it. "Thank you," he expressed with a nonchalant tone, pausing momentarily as a frown creased his brow. "There is demonic energy approaching. You all should leave. I will attend to it." With that, he rose and exited the inn, making his way toward the nearby thicket. What? Demonic energy is drawing near? Does that mean a monster is coming? The traveling merchants shuddered at Wudao's words. Realizing he had departed, they dared not linger, hastily rising to flee toward Linen City. Along the way, the merchants sighed in lament. "Ah, that was truly a master. In our remote region, such a presence is a rare occurrence in a century. That master left in such haste, forgetting to ask for a talisman. What a pity. Indeed, I should not have been so timid. Masters are not like the aloof celestial beings of legend. They are quite approachable. I should have boldly sought to become a disciple. Who knows? I might have become a celestial being myself. What a shame, what a shame. What an opportunity lost. By the way, whose water pouch did that master just drink from? I've heard that items touched by celestial beings carry an aura that can suppress malevolence. Quickly, let us procure it to bask in its celestial energy." At this, Ergo hastily clutched his water pouch to his chest. "This is mine. It is the heirloom of the Li family. Anyone who dares to touch it will face my wrath." Not far away, nestled among a thicket of bamboo, Wudao quietly observed the departing merchants. Once they vanished from sight, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew! He retrieved a crimson fruit from within his robes, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. This fruit was gifted by a cat demon named Xiao Lihua, who claimed it was a spiritual fruit dropped by some dark overlord. While he was unaware of who this dark overlord was, the fruit was undeniably a spiritual one and would undoubtedly enhance his strength. What transformations might I undergo after consuming this spiritual fruit? Wudao mused, taking a cautious bite, wary of overindulgence. In his previous life, he had seen a foolish demon consume water from a small green vial, only to swell and perish in an instant. Now, as a mere mortal, he believed he could not withstand an excess of spiritual energy. Indeed, as the fruit's flesh entered his abdomen, a wave of pure warmth surged within him. Upon introspection, he discovered the black flames in his dantian scorching the fruit's essence, transforming it into a torrent of crimson energy that coursed through his body. Black stains began to surface on his skin, his limbs grew stronger, and his senses sharpened beyond their previous acuity, all without any discomfort. What a remarkable treasure! Wudao's expression brightened, and he immediately devoured half of the fruit's flesh. Instantly, a torrent of heat erupted within him, his bones cracking like popcorn, muscles tearing and reconstructing, and his blood surged like a river. The black stains on his skin multiplied, and after a moment, Wudao opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with vitality. His hearing had vastly improved, allowing him to discern the chirping of insects from 10 paces away. Every movement felt imbued with overwhelming power. He felt capable of obliterating a bull with a single punch. Amidst the cacophony of rushing water resonating in his ears, he stood and followed the sound. Soon discovering a small ditch nestled in the grass about 50 meters away, he washed himself there, the stains dissipating to reveal skin as white as jade, leaving women envious. Have I truly cleansed my essence? Wudao donned his clothing, his gaze sharp and focused. Though he could not fully comprehend the changes he had undergone, he was certain that he could now strike down a bull with a single blow, having gained such power from merely half a fruit. He wondered what heights he might reach if he consumed the entire thing. At the same time, he noticed that the two black flames within him had dwindled to one, growing weaker. Could it be that the black flames had consumed the spiritual fruit? Pondering this, Wudao pocketed the remaining half of the spiritual fruit, glancing at the sky before deciding to set off for Linen to cancel his engagement with Aunt May. There would be ample time for exploration later. Meanwhile, at Black Dragon Mountain, a surge of demonic energy filled the air. Chapter 5. The Sovereign of Black Dragon Mountain. At Black Dragon Mountain, the Black Dragon Pool lay shrouded in darkness, its depths unfathomable, as black as ink, resembling a frozen night. The banks were strewn with jagged rocks, void of any vegetation, permeated by an oppressive stillness and a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. In the midst of this silence, a colossal mountain seemed to be breathing. This mountain was a gigantic black serpent, its body coiled like the trunk of a millennia-old tree, the thickest part so massive that 10 men could scarcely encircle it. Its scales, each as large as a basin, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, imparting an impression of invincibility. Merely lying there, it emanated an overwhelming pressure, as though the very air around Black Dragon Pool had solidified in its presence. Its immense head rose slightly above the water, revealing a pair of golden, slit-like eyes, half open and half closed. The gaze was deep and frigid. Any ordinary demon that met this stare would likely collapse in terror. This was the sovereign of Black Dragon Mountain, Xianba, a terrifying serpent demon that had lived for 1,000 years. Could it be that I, Xianba, am destined to remain in this state for all eternity? A voice tinged with reluctance echoed from the serpent's maw, as its massive head bowed slightly, golden eyes fixated on the still waters of the pool, their light flickering uncertainly before settling into a resigned glow. In this domain of Black Dragon Mountain and its surrounding expanse, few could rival it. Yet, it had been 3 centuries since it had made any progress in its cultivation, stuck at a bottleneck. It had sought out other mountain overlords, scoured ancient ruins, and even risked venturing into human territories, but it found nothing. It yearned to grow stronger, to ascend to higher realms, yet the door to such enlightenment remained stubbornly shut. This sense of frustration and anxiety weighed heavily upon its heart, leaving Xianba feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Just as Xianba wallowed in boundless melancholy, a light-hearted voice, reminiscent of a child's song, accompanied by the sound of skipping footsteps, approached from afar. Tap, tap, tap. A small figure, adorned with fluffy cat ears and a bushy tail, resembling a human girl, merrily hopped along the path beside the pool. She held a bright red fruit in her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out, and her large eyes crescent-shaped, clearly in high spirits. It was none other than Xiao Lihua. Xianba cast a glance, a familiar fondness glimmering in his eyes. Xiao Lihua was a cat demon who had inadvertently consumed a transformation herb. Xianba, seeking a breakthrough, had trespassed into human territory and nearly met his demise, only to be saved by Xiao Lihua's spiritual fruit. Xianba was one to honor debts of gratitude. What could possibly be causing this little one such joy today? Xianba was just about to tease Xiao Lihua to lift his spirits when she began to mumble something indistinctly, as if reciting a newly learned phrase, infused with a hint of pride and naivete. The Tao is 50, the heavens are 49, and man is 1? Ugh, is that how it goes? Whatever. They say to memorize it first. There's no harm in that. Crunch. This fruit is truly sweet. Xiao Lihua's melodious voice rang out, jarringly cheerful against the backdrop of the Black Dragon Pool's silence. Yet, it was her muddled, somewhat foolish recitation that struck like a thunderbolt within Xianba's mind. The demonic energy within him surged as if awakened, and even the impenetrable barrier of his cultivation realm trembled slightly, revealing a sliver of golden light. In that instant, his demonic power began to swell. The barrier that had confined him for 300 years was finally loosening. The enormous serpent head of Xianba suddenly lifted. Its massive serpentine body tensed as if coiled like a mountain. Its golden vertical pupils abruptly constricted, then erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance. This luminescence was no longer the frigid majesty of authority, but rather an astonished and incredulous ecstasy. The barrier to enlightenment that had plagued it for 3 centuries. Only just now, had been loosened by a mere utterance from the little Li Hua, though it was but a sliver to Xuanba. It was akin to glimpsing a beacon of hope in the boundless darkness. It was the opportunity it had long pursued, yet never attained. The great Tao encompasses 50, the celestial transformations 49, and humanity eludes but one. The one that eludes signifies a glimmer of life. This phrase strikes at the very essence of the Tao. Could it be the true words of the Tao? Xuanba's voice trembled with a fervor unseen in millennia, its colossal head turning toward the bouncing little Li Hua. Its golden pupils fixated upon her, as if she were a rare treasure. Its immense form surged forth from the water, enveloped in a thick, dark aura that erupted into a cacophony, much like being ignited, sending ripples and waves through the pond. The sudden onslaught of this terrifying gaze and pressure rendered Li Hua rigid, causing the fruit in her mouth to tumble to the ground, her feline ears pressed flat against her head, fur bristling. Dazed, she lifted her gaze to meet those blazing golden eyes, realizing it was her master, and she instantly relaxed, reverting to her usual demeanor. Her tone laced with uncertainty. "Be Black Master? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yet Xuanba paid no heed to Li Hua's transformation. Its colossal serpent head trembled with excitement, murmuring to itself as if in a dream. The great Tao encompasses 50, the celestial transformations 49, humanity eludes but one. This phrase directly points to the essence of the Tao. Where did you hear this, Li Hua? Quickly tell me. Its vertical pupils flared with golden light, burning with fervor akin to a rising flame. Li Hua furrowed her brow slightly. Though she did not grasp why her master was so agitated, she understood that her master's affairs were her own concerns. Her round eyes twinkled as she innocently replied, "I met a handsome person on the mountain path yesterday with the bare-faced man. Master, let me tell you. That person was amazing. He said it would rain, and it rained." Li Hua's eyes sparkled with admiration, her tiny hands gesturing animatedly as she recounted the scene. This is a resonance with heaven and earth. Words manifest the law. Xuanba's pupils widened in astonishment, the golden light intensifying. Yes, words manifest the law. Li Hua nodded enthusiastically, continuing, "Moreover, that person said, withered wood meets spring, and the blackened, struck by lightning deadwood on the mountain path truly blossomed and came to life. Withered wood meets spring." Xuanba inhaled sharply, its pupils flickering with disbelief. This is the reversal of life and death, a peerless master. This little girl actually encountered such an extraordinary being, and she was not treated as an ordinary demon to be slain. Moreover, she was imparted with the supreme words of the Tao. Does this not imply that the peerless master harbors no animosity towards the demon race? If I, Xuanba, were to seek the Tao from this master, could it be? Xuanba's breath quickened. It seemed to glimpse an opportunity awaiting it. Leaning closer to little Li Hua, its eyes filled with hope and urgency. The heart of the demon raced uncontrollably. Suppressing its excitement, it lowered its voice, saying, "Li Hua, where is that master you encountered? Quickly tell me." "Senior?" Li Hua blinked innocently, bewildered. "The one who said it would rain," Xuanba hastily clarified. Upon hearing this, Li Hua's face lit up with understanding, and she nodded naturally. "He left." "He left?" Xuanba was taken aback, then quickly pressed on. "Where did he go? In which direction?" Li Hua tilted her head thoughtfully, then broke into a naive smile. I don't know. Once he went down the mountain, I couldn't see him anymore." Xuanba's gaze froze, its colossal form momentarily stilled, the excitement in its golden pupils solidifying instantly. It stared at Li Hua in disbelief, murmuring, "You don't know?" "Uh-huh." Li Hua shrugged nonchalantly, then pulled out a piece of dried fish and popped it into her mouth, as if the master had never been there, unperturbed by anything that might disrupt her snack. Hiss! Xuanba took a deep breath, its heart aching as it gazed upwards. That was a peerless master capable of manifesting words into reality, reversing life and death. Countless human cultivators would break their heads to meet such an existence, such a master, harboring no prejudice against the demon race, willing to impart the supreme words of the Tao to you, Li Hua, and you seem unbothered? You are a foolish pig." Xuanba opened its eyes, staring at Li Hua's adorably clueless expression, and took another deep breath. "Do not be angry. Remain composed. Maintain elegance." Li Hua had always been foolish. Yes, she had always been foolish. There was no need to be angry. Suppressing the fury within, Xuanba endeavored to maintain its calm, speaking in a steady and gentle tone. "Little fool, Li Hua, what else did that master, oh no, that immortal, say besides making the withered would meet spring?" As it spoke, Xuanba paused momentarily, its gaze tinged with a hint of persuasion and envious longing, inquiring, "Especially the words you just recited, every single one. Think carefully, tell me all. Not a single one should be omitted. Not a single word." Upon hearing this, Li Hua's brow furrowed. Her little face puffed out as her tiny hands clutched her ears. beginning to ponder earnestly. After a while, she opened her mouth with a hint of distress. The person said a lot. I didn't understand. Where should I start? Gulps of excitement escaped Xuanba as it tightened its massive form, all its demonic energy retracting, its vertical pupils fixated on Li Hua, softly saying, do not rush, take your time. Say them one by one. Li Hua pondered for a moment, her voice sweet and tender. The great Tao encompasses 50, the celestial transformations 49, humanity eludes but one. I remember this. Yes, what else? Xuanba urged, its voice barely containing its desire, trembling with excitement, yet deliberately restrained, fearful of interrupting Li Hua. Right. Li Hua's eyes suddenly brightened as she joyfully exclaimed, if the heart does not die, then the Tao does not arise. This tender voice resonated like the celestial sounds of the Tao in Xuanba's mind, sending waves of profound fluctuations coursing through it, leaving Xuanba momentarily entranced. The demonic energy surrounding Xuanba began to swell, and the barrier that had blocked its breakthrough cracked open, revealing a broader gap, golden lights spilling forth. In that instant, Xuanba felt an enigmatic message, as if grasping it would allow it to break through the barrier and ascend to a higher realm. The barrier was indeed loosening. It was truly the supreme words of the Tao. Xuanba opened its eyes, excitement coursing through its being. It believed that once it could hear the supreme words bestowed upon Li Hua by the peerless master, breaking through the barrier would be as effortless as drinking water. That barrier had been stuck for centuries. If it could comprehend even a fraction, it might just glimpse deeper thresholds. Haraha. With this thought in mind, Xuanba's dark scales flushed with excitement, yet it suppressed its elation, maintaining a yearning tone, coaxing Li Hua like a child. What else, little Li Hua? Please, continue. Let me think. Li Hua scratched her ear, a touch of distress creeping onto her face as she began to murmur. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. As soon as the words were uttered, a creaking sound resonated from within Xianba's body, as if drawn by an unseen force. A palm-sized crack suddenly materialized, only to halt with the pause of Xiao Li Hua. Xianba's eyes shimmered with golden light, an unprecedented longing surging within him as he impatiently inquired, what comes next? What follows after that? Xiao Li Hua, distressed, scratched her ear, her brows furrowing in despair, growing more agitated with each thought. Ultimately, she threw up her small hands, placing them on her tiny waist, exclaiming, alas, I spoke too much and did not remember. Did not remember? Xianba gasped in astonishment, his massive form abruptly rising. A tempest of demonic energy erupting forth, causing the waters of the pond to churn violently, shooting a column of water 10 zhang high. As the black dragon mountain trembled intensely, the excitement in his golden vertical pupils was instantly replaced by a blazing crimson fury. You. With an explosive sigh, Xianba, overwhelmed with rage, coughed up blood. Boss, don't die? Upon witnessing Xianba's bloodshed, Xiao Li Hua was taken aback. Her voice tinged with panic as her tiny hands anxiously fumbled through her pockets for fruit. Xiao Li Hua, you truly do not remember what follows. Xianba, undeterred by her concern, pressed on. Surprised that Xianba was still able to speak, Xiao Li Hua's expression brightened, her face beaming with joy. Black boss, you're not dead? That's wonderful. Answer me. Xianba growled in response. Startled, Xiao Li Hua pouted in grievance. You spoke so much. How could a little one like me possibly remember? Humph. You foolish creature. The greatest fool in the world. Xianba, in a fit of exasperation, lamented dramatically. That was the true word of the Tao, an unparalleled opportunity. A single word could drive 10,000 demons mad. A single phrase could alter the very heavens. How many mighty beings of the demon race have fought for eons to obtain a single phrase? How many human experts have toiled for millennia without a whisper of it? You foolish cat. The colossal serpent head trembled violently from rage, momentarily rendered speechless, before erupting into a roar that shattered the mountains. It truly infuriates me. What a waste. What a waste. As Xianba concluded his tirade, his fury manifested as internal injury. Blood spewed forth as he lamented, opportunity. A monumental opportunity. One that could change my life and even alter the entire structure of the demon race. And it was discarded like a whisper by this foolish cat. Oh, Xianba, feigning madness, nearly succumbed to the desire to eliminate her if not for the gratitude he felt towards Xiao Li Hua. Black boss, don't be upset. Xiao Li Hua, observing her boss's lamentation, adopted a dejected demeanor. We can just find the person again, right? With that, she produced a piece of fruit, biting into it with gusto, seemingly channeling her frustration into her appetite. Xianba paused at her words, and after a moment, bellowed to the surroundings. All little demons, heed my command. The cultivation of demonic beasts is fraught with hardship, and the true words of the Tao are nearly impossible to seek. Humans and demons have historically been at odds. Yet now a transcendent figure with no bias against our race is willing to impart wisdom. Such an opportunity shall not be missed. I will spare no effort to find this master. In an instant, the creatures and flora around Black Dragon Mountain scurried in search of news regarding a human. Meanwhile, Wudao remained oblivious to the upheaval occurring at Black Dragon Mountain, having already arrived at the gates of Linen City. Chapter 7. The Commotion at the City Gates. Once he entered the city, he would soon meet Aunt May, gazing at the towering city gates of linen. A smile graced Wudao's face as he relaxed and began to step forward. Just as he traversed through the surging crowd at the city gate, the ground suddenly shook violently. A tempestuous, chaotic, and terrifying aura, steeped in negative emotions, erupted among the throng. A middle-aged scholar clad in Confucian robes, his hair disheveled and eyes a hellish red, charged through the crowd, his visage twisted in fury as dark energy swirled around him. Those who approached were overtaken by crimson madness, clawing and biting, resembling a pack of rabid beasts, their cries and screams blending into a cacophony of chaos. The city guards dropped their weapons, clutching their heads in terror, swiftly turning on one another like frenzied dogs. What on earth? Why are they all acting as if they've been possessed by rabid dogs? Wudao, having just reached the city gates, was startled by the sudden turn of events, his expression shifting as he prepared to retreat. However, the black mist-enshrouded scholar had already appeared before him. As Wudao beheld the scholar's ghastly face, twisted like a malevolent spirit, and his eerie red-black eyes, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that this person is possessed by a ghost? In the next moment, a wave of dark energy emanated from the scholar, overwhelming Wudao with turmoil, his blood boiling, negative emotions surging, and his eyes beginning to glow red. Voices echoed relentlessly in his mind. Society has prospered, yet you toil like a beast by day and night. Why aren't you wealthier? Have you ever pondered why? Even after crossing over, you remain at the bottom, your future uncertain. Do you seek answers? Kill, destroy everyone, and obliterate this wretched world to unveil the truth. This is bad. This fellow's dark energy is clouding my mind. Could this be the demonic energy that causes one to lose their senses? In a moment of clarity, Wudao's expression changed drastically. He attempted to distance himself from the scholar, but the frenzied aura relentlessly encroached upon his mind, leaving him unable to escape. Calm down. I must remain composed. Driven by his survival instinct, Wudao recalled the Clear Heart Sutra he had once studied, instinctively focusing all his attention to recite aloud. With a heart as clear as ice, I am unperturbed by the heavens' collapse. Amidst the chaos, I remain steadfast, my spirit tranquil. As his voice resonated, the black flames within him began to dissipate. With each word he uttered, an inch of the dark flames in his dantian was consumed, and a translucent ripple spread across his being. His gaze grew clearer, and the tumultuous whispers in his mind began to fade. Gradually, the Clear Heart Sutra he recited seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. Though softly spoken, its clarity pierced through the cacophony of madness. From his center radiated a visible circle of luminous clarity. Those affected by the dark energy around him instantly regained consciousness, their expressions reflecting confusion. Meanwhile, the architect of the chaos, the scholar, abruptly halted his violent actions, a flicker of struggle and clarity passing through his crimson eyes. With a heart as clear as ice, I am unperturbed by the heavens' collapse. The resonance continued to echo in his ears, and he staggered before quickly regaining his balance. His frenzied movements came to an abrupt halt, his scarlet eyes fluctuating violently as the black mist receded like a tide. With clarity returning to his gaze, he looked at his familiar hands. Overwhelmed by profound fatigue and shock, am I restored? His name was xianxiaaudiobooks, the most gifted disciple of the only cultivation institution in Linen, the Far Journey Academy. Once recognized by the celestial gates, he had the opportunity to enter a true sect for cultivation, yet for reasons unknown, he had fallen into demonic madness, and even the academy's headmaster could not restore him, only managing to suppress him. That suppression lasted 50 years. He had aged and lost his chance to enter the celestial gates. He never imagined he would finally achieve clarity and return to normalcy. This day had been his fervent desire for half a century. With a heart as clear as ice, I am unperturbed by the heavens' collapse. Xianxiaaudiobooks turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a young man in a blue robe reciting fervently. To him, this appeared to be an ordinary mortal. However, it was not long before Xianxiaaudiobooks detected something amiss. The seemingly ordinary sound emanating from a mere mortal remarkably purified the residual demonic energy within him. Instantly, he was taken aback. This sound, it strikes at the very essence. It embodies the supreme truth of tranquility. Such exquisite subtlety, a return to simplicity. He cast another glance at Wudao, his eyes brimming with incredulous reverence. At that moment, The young man was enveloped in a luminous aura, and Song Wenjie could distinctly sense that it was this wondrous radiance that had saved him. This was a transcendent being of simplicity. He has rescued me. Overwhelmed with astonishment, tears streamed down his face. Just then, a series of panicked and urgent voices echoed through the city, like thunderclaps on a clear day. Hurry! Move faster! Elder Song Wenjie felt the surge of demonic influence intensifying. If they tarried, countless lives would be lost at the city gates. My academy cannot be held responsible for this. Yet, after Elder Song Wenjie succumbed to his demonic nature, his strength had drastically increased, rendering us incapable of subduing him. We can only wait for the principal to intervene. Enough talk. Let us hold him off until the principal arrives. 3 figures, their vitality swirling like smoke, charged fiercely to Song Wenjie's side, encircling him. They were indeed the elders of the academy. However, upon witnessing Song Wenjie's calm expression and clear eyes, save for the lingering dark energy around his shoulders, they were baffled. This was hardly the demeanor of someone possessed by demonic madness. They gaped in astonishment. Song Wenjie? You have regained your senses? How have you accomplished this? As they scrutinized Song Wenjie's transformation, their incredulity was palpable, clearly doubting the reality of the situation. Song Wenjie's condition had been the most challenging dilemma for the academy, one that no one could resolve. It seemed only a true master from a genuine cultivation sect could offer salvation. Upon hearing their words, Song Wenjie raised his head, his murky yet awakened eyes glancing at the 3 elders of the academy. Then, before their astonished gazes, he bowed deeply to Wudao, prostrating himself. Predecessor, please accept my gratitude for your life-restoring grace. The 3 elders from the academy were momentarily taken aback, and they followed the direction of Song Wenjie's bow. There, they beheld a young man, clad in a pale blue robe with a rough cloth satchel slung over his shoulder, standing with closed eyes, muttering incantations. He is bowing to a mere mortal. Confusion and disbelief etched their faces. No matter how capable a mortal might be, it was inconceivable that they could restore one lost to madness. Yet, in the next moment, the 3 witnessed an extraordinary transformation in the mortal. The luminous aura radiated from him like rippling water, directly purging the demonic energy from Song Wenjie's shoulders. Words manifest as law, cleansing the demonic energy. They exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide as saucers, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their hearts racing. Words manifest as law. A single phrase to quell the hard-ass demons. Who is this divine being? The leading elder, Zhou Ming, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing, even causing his jade crown to tilt. With a swiftness beyond his years, he adjusted his crown and approached Wudao with the warmest smile. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice brimming with excitement and flattery. Predecessor, your powers are boundless. You have intervened to save our academy's disciple. I, Zhou Ming, on behalf of all of Lin and Yuanqing Academy, am eternally grateful. We shall never forget this kindness. At that moment, Wudao was engrossed in unraveling why the tranquil heart technique could purify demonic energy and restore one's senses, scarcely paying attention to those around him. Once the black flames within his dantian were nearly expended, he discerned the truth. The efficacy of the tranquil heart technique was indeed due to that black flame. Oh, it appears this substance not only refines spiritual materials, but can also enhance other aspects, he mused. Just as he regained his focus, the 3 elders, their vitality swirling like smoke, nearly startled him out of his wits with their incessant references to him as predecessor. What is happening? I merely chanted a protective incantation by happenstance. These old men look so intimidating, like crazed lunatics. Could this be a new version, old Ning? Amidst his astonishment, Wudao noticed a pure white flame manifesting at his dantian. The moment this white flame appeared, he felt an unprecedented clarity and calm. Once again, he was struck with astonishment. A white flame? What distinguishes this white flame from the black one? Do they serve the same purpose? Predecessor, though you remain unassuming, your essence is truly divine. With a single utterance, you have saved our disciple from peril, Zhou Ming exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor, utterly enraptured. Eager to prostrate himself before Wudao, it seemed he had been mistaken for an unparalleled master, and Wudao, realizing the misunderstanding, cleared his throat, striving to maintain an air of composure. Ahem, it was merely a trivial effort, nothing to speak of. I take my leave. With that, Wudao disregarded Zhou Ming's fervent entreaties and strode purposefully toward the city, blending in with the throngs of citizens. He hastened to depart, appearing serene, yet his heart raced. Once he was a distance away, he broke into a swift run, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. This elder is truly unperturbed by fame, embodying the demeanor of a true recluse. Regrettably, I failed to converse with him. What a pity, Zhou Ming thought. bowing solemnly in the direction where Li Wudao had disappeared. Linen is fortunate to have such a master wandering its streets. This is a splendid opportunity to seek an audience with the principal. Chapter 8. Aunt May arrives outside the Su residence. Is this the home of the wealthiest family in Linen, the Su family? Indeed, they are affluent. Li Wudao gazed at the grand entrance of the Su residence from a distance of 10 meters, and despite being mentally prepared, a wave of emotion stirred within him. The two massive vermilion doors loomed high, standing over 2 zhang tall, adorned with an enormous plaque of golden silk nanmo. Intricately carved with the characters Su residence in a flamboyant style. Under the afternoon sun, it shimmered with undeniable opulence and majesty. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing stone lions. Their manes wild and fierce, glaring with wide-open eyes, as though silently proclaiming their master's identity and status. Since Aunt May's marriage, this was essentially Li Wudao's first visit to her new home. He tugged at his pale white collar, his old satchel worn and faded, his face slightly weary from the long journey. Though he stood tall and his eyes sparkled with clarity before the resplendent gates of the Su residence, he felt akin to a strayed dog by the roadside, dwarfed by the finely dressed servants and maids bustling in and out. Hey, have you heard? A legendary master from Black Dragon Mountain passed through, commanding the heavens to unleash rain and reviving withered trees. Evil forces retreated. Huh, your news is outdated. Do you not know that just half an hour ago, a demonic fiend that had been suppressed for 50 years by our Lin and Cultivation Academy, Xianxia Academy, emerged and wreaked havoc at the city gates? The citizens were in a frenzy, battling one another. The scene was utterly terrifying. What happened next? Hee. Then a remarkably youthful and unparalleled master intervened, restoring the demonic fiend to sanity with a single word, prompting it to kneel in gratitude. Quite admirable. Some speculate that the master who intervened at the city gates was the same as the one from Black Dragon Mountain. The gatekeeper of the Su residence was animatedly sharing the gossip. Though he was still some distance away, ever since consuming the spiritual fruit, Li Wudao's senses had sharpened immensely, allowing him to catch every word exchanged by the gatekeeper. Clearing his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed by the public admiration, Li Wudao rubbed his nose. He stepped forward, approaching the Su residence, but as he neared the grand entrance, he was abruptly blocked by the gatekeeper, adorned in brocade attire, who brandished a staff and glared at him, as if he had been poisoned, loudly rebuking. Who is this beggar? Do you think you can barge into the Su residence? Begone, begone, seek your alms elsewhere. Do not linger here and offend the esteemed. Can you bear the consequences of incurring their wrath? Li Wudao halted his steps, gazing calmly at the disdainful gatekeeper before him. Rather than displaying anger, he adjusted his collar with a serene demeanor and cast a composed glance over the 2 gatekeepers blocking his path. His voice, as melodious as pearls cascading upon a jade plate, resonated. Might I trouble you both to relay a message? I am Li Wudao, a descendant of the Li family from Wangyue town, here to pay my respects. I am a relative of the matriarch of the Su family and have journeyed from 100 miles away for this visit. Observing Li Wudao's dignified comportment, which belied his humble origins, the once menacing expressions of the 2 gatekeepers softened into reluctant civility. Yet, they refrained from turning to announce his arrival, instead responding with patience. If you claim to be a relative of the matriarch, then produce some token of proof. A token? Li Wudao was taken aback. What token could suffice? The only thing bestowed upon him by his beloved aunt was a marriage contract. Could such a thing serve as proof? Glancing at the 2 gatekeepers, he shook his head inwardly. After all, the Su family was the wealthiest in Linen. How could the daughter of such a prestigious family ever marry a mere roadside beggar? The disparity in status rendered it utterly implausible. If he were to present the marriage contract, they would likely dismiss him as a fraud. So, you possess nothing? The gatekeeper's once cordial demeanor morphed into a menacing glare as they perceived Li Wudao's hesitance to produce proof. Their elongated tones dripped with a chilling malice. Crack. The 2 gatekeepers flexed their fists, inching closer to Li Wudao with ill intent. Li Wudao retreated, hastily explaining, Gentlemen, please, I assure you, I am indeed a relative of the matriarch. If you would only inform her, she would surely come to meet me personally. Huh. The gatekeeper with slanted eyes scoffed, his copper ring blade glinting ominously as he laughed derisively. His companion, a burly man with a beard, crossed his arms, letting out a mocking chuckle. You think the matriarch would deign to meet with you? You have quite the inflated sense of self-worth, don't you? Do you think my brother and I are idle fools? The 2 gatekeepers seized Li Wudao by the arms, their voices icy. Last month, a limping old beggar claimed to be the matriarch's long-lost uncle, and the month before that, a delicate young man wept, declaring himself to be the matriarch's chosen suitor for her daughter. Do you want to guess what became of those individuals? Before he could respond, the bearded man grasped Li Wudao's collar, his rough hand brushing against his neck. Our matriarch is kind-hearted and has spared you punishment. But do not presume that the Su family lacks authority. My brother and I have guarded this gate for 8 years. We have seen all manners of scoundrels. There are at least 50, if not 100, deceitful rogues like you every month. With a sudden shove, he grinned maliciously at Wudao, who staggered backward. If we don't beat you to a pulp today, consider yourself fortunate. The gatekeeper with slanted eyes cracked his whip, the sound mingling with their laughter as it echoed in the entranceway. Shall we adhere to the old custom, brother? First, we cripple a leg. Then we send you off to the authorities? At that moment, a voice filled with urgency, concern, and a hint of authority emerged from within. How dare you? The voice, although not loud, cut through the gatekeeper's jeers with clarity. A woman of noble bearing, adorned in lavish silk garments, swiftly approached. She appeared to be in her 30s, well-preserved, with striking features, yet her expression bore evident anxiety and displeasure. Upon reaching the entrance, she cast a fierce glare at the gatekeepers, her piercing gaze draining the color from their faces, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads, their arrogance vanishing instantly. They instinctively bowed. We pay our respects, matriarch. Please, forgive our transgressions. However, the matriarch did not spare them another glance. Her attention shifted directly to Wudao, her fierce gaze transforming into boundless affection and concern. Wudao, my darling Wudao, you have finally arrived. She rushed forward, grasping his hands, examining him thoroughly, her eyes reddening slightly. You have grown thin. You must have suffered on your journey. Why did you not inform me of your arrival? You have been quite disobedient. Though her tone was stern, it was imbued with unmistakable warmth and care. Wudao stood momentarily dazed, gazing at her. His aunt, Xianxiadrama, had been deemed beautiful since his childhood. Even before her marriage, he had affectionately called her Aunt Beauty, a name that remained unchanged over the years. He had not anticipated that, after all these years, she would still show such heartfelt concern for him. A warmth spread through his heart, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, attempting to explain. Aunt Beauty, please do not be angry. The journey was not far. I merely took a stroll. Besides, I am now of an age where I must roam the world. This is merely a form of training. Xianxiadrama narrowed her eyes at him, tugging on his ear while scolding. You little rascal, have you grown brazen? Do you not know there are spirits in the mountains? How could you dare to venture alone? If some mountain spirit were to snatch you away and devour you, how would I live with that? How would I explain it to your mother? Aunt Beauty, please forgive me. I was wrong. I shall not do it again. Wudao quickly raised his hands in surrender, his eyes brimming with warmth. The two gatekeepers watched in shock, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They never imagined that the poor wretch they had dismissed as a beggar was, in fact, a relative of the matriarch, and so closely connected. Realizing their earlier behavior, they were struck with fear, their legs trembling as they dropped to their knees, bowing repeatedly. We are blind. We have offended a noble guest. We deserve death. Please, matriarch, spare us. Please, young master, have mercy. Xianxiadrama snorted disdainfully. Someone, take these blind fools away and feed them to the dogs. Her commanding tone radiated the authority of the Su family matriarch. Terrified, the gatekeepers turned pale, trembling as they clung to Wudao's legs, pleading for mercy. Young master, spare us. We are blind. We are blind. We beseech you to show kindness. Wudao gazed down at the gatekeepers, who were prostrating themselves in abject apology. His expression remained serene and unperturbed. He felt neither victorious nor offended, as if the brief commotion had merely brushed against his garments like a speck of dust. Xianxiadrama looked at him with a mix of inquiry and admiration, and then her gaze softened with deeper affection. She took Wudao's hand, leading him toward the Su residence. Good child, you possess such grace. Come, let us go inside. I have prepared a feast for you. Do not mind your uncles Su and Fire, they can wait. As they walked, she habitually retrieved several ancient copper coins and a small turtle shell from her sleeve, murmuring to herself, Wudao, just yesterday I cast your fortune. The signs foretold that the auspicious star would move, and a noble benefactor would soon arrive. See, has that not come to pass? Your arrival is indeed the herald of my destined benefactor. My divination revealed the celestial intricacies and foretold of your fate. To put it in your words, it is remarkably accurate. This time, do not leave. It would be best if you and Fire were to produce a fine grandson for me to dote upon. Chapter 9, The Betrothed. Dower. Your rare visit warrants a heartfelt conversation, and I, your aunt, must take this opportunity to discuss matters with you. Our family holds significant stature, and once you wed Fei, you shall assume the role of the head of the Su family, overseeing all our enterprises, both great and small. As Xianxiadrama enthusiastically guided Wudao through the affairs of the Su family, her demeanor was akin to that of a mother treating her own son. The warmth of her unreserved affection resonated within Wudao, especially precious in the wake of the Li family's decline. Yet, The disparity in status between the two families was vast, despite Aunt's boundless fondness for him and her desire for him to become her son-in-law. Would her husband and daughter acquiesce? Fei, your brother Wudao has arrived. Come over and catch up. It's been a decade since you last met. So take this chance to strengthen your bond. Yu Xueqing called out with an undeniable warmth, beckoning towards a corner of the grand hall. The hall was spacious and opulent, with Su Ming, the head of the Su family, seated in the main seat, clad in a resplendent yellow silk robe, his meticulously trimmed mustache exuding an air of affluence. Upon noticing Li Wudao, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly, offering a perfunctory smile. Ah, so it is Wudao. A rare visitor indeed. His tone was as bland as plain water, and after uttering this polite remark, he promptly turned his attention to a middle-aged gentleman beside him, dressed in a scholarly robe, sporting a refined demeanor, and resumed their interrupted conversation, as if Li Wudao were nothing more than an inconsequential wisp of air. Indeed, Li Wudao understood this dismissive treatment and shook his head inwardly. He stepped forward respectfully, bowing. Li Wudao pays his respects to uncle. He also offered a gesture of respect to the elegant guest, his manners impeccable. Su Ming merely grunted in acknowledgement, not even bothering to direct a glance his way. Meanwhile, Su Fei, summoned by her mother, was seated next to a similarly aged young woman, engaged in light-hearted banter with a strikingly handsome young man nearby, who bore a remarkable resemblance to the refined guest, clearly his son. Dressed in a flowing azure dress, Su Fei's beauty was accentuated, and one could faintly discern the allure her mother possessed in her youth. However, the moment she glanced at Li Wudao, her eyes reflected nothing but blatant indifference and a hint of disdain. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Fei reluctantly turned her face, her tone icy and laced with impatience. Oh, cousin Wudao has arrived? Please find yourself a seat. With that, she immediately turned back to the young man beside her, her expression brightening, and her voice adopting a playful lilt, as if her previous greeting had merely been a formality. Fei, Minggu, Yu Xueqing. Observing her husband's indifference and her daughter's blatant disregard for Li Wudao, felt her expression darken, her brows knitting together, her voice tinged with repressed fury. What is this attitude? Wudao is a guest. More importantly, he is family. Her admonition cast a palpable tension over the hall. The astute guest, realizing the shift in atmosphere, promptly set down his teacup, rising to address Su Ming with a smile. Brother Su, it appears there are pressing matters today. I shall not intrude upon your family gathering. We shall discuss this another time. He gestured for his son to leave with him. Su Ming's face flickered with embarrassment as he hastily rose to retain them. Brother Zhang. Young Master Zhang, please, stay a moment. Such family matters should not hinder our discourse. There is no need for you to insist. Uncle Su, the young man replied politely, casting a fleeting glance at Li Wudao, a subtle air of superiority evident in his demeanor. Father speaks true. Today is indeed not suitable for a visit. Sister Fei, let us converse another day. He offered Su Fei a warm smile, his charm evident, to which she eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Ultimately, the Zhang father and son took their leave, leaving behind a vast hall now occupied solely by Su Fei and her close friend, along with Li Wudao and Aunt Yu Xueqing, who stood in the center, while Su Ming sulkily poured himself tea. Yu Xueqing, her chest heaving with indignation, shot a fierce glare at Su Ming and Su Fei, suppressing her anger as she pulled Su Ming towards the kitchen. Minggu, come with me to the kitchen. I shall personally prepare a meal to welcome Wudao. Her tone brooked no dissent, clearly wishing to create space for the two young people. Though reluctant, Su Ming, under the weight of his wife's sharp gaze, had no choice but to follow, casting Li Wudao a look that seemed to say, take care of yourself. Now, only Li Wudao, Su Fei, and her schoolmate remained in the hall. The moment her parents departed, Su Fei's shyness vanished, replaced by a coldness and impatience directed at Li Wudao. Ignoring him entirely, she turned to her friend, speaking in a deliberately elevated tone filled with yearning. Sister Yuyan, have you heard? There has been a significant event at Black Dragon Mountain. Oh, what do you mean, Sister Fei? Wang Yuyan, not only a classmate, but also a close friend, readily engaged. Rumor has it that a peerless master was seen on the mountain path, whose words brought forth immediate rain from a clear sky. With a mere utterance of the dead would meet spring, a centuries-old tree, struck by lightning, instantly sprouted new buds and bloomed with ethereal flowers. This is true transcendence over lifeless matter, a reversal of yin and yang. One wonders what kind of extraordinary individual could achieve such feats. It is a pity that I could not bear witness to such a divine figure, Su Fei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her hands clasped over her heart in awe. And there's more. Just yesterday, at the gates of Linen City, the once promising talent, Song Wenjia, who had been suppressed for 50 years due to demonic possession, has escaped. And guess what? A mysterious master passed by, uttered a few incantations, and immediately dispelled his demonic energy, restoring him to clarity. Elders like Zhou Ming personally pursued him, and, upon witnessing this, immediately bowed in respect. The person who intervened is a veritable deity. With words of power, they quelled the demons. Most astonishingly, witnesses claimed this master appeared youthful and strikingly handsome. She recounted the tales of Linen with fervor, her tone brimming with admiration for power and longing for the extraordinary. With each utterance, her eyes would inadvertently glance towards Li Wudao, tinged with a hint of disdain. Li Wudao merely sat quietly, observing the floor, his expression unchanged, finding the discussions peculiar. How could the deeds he had unintentionally performed spread so swiftly? It had only been a short while since the city gate incident. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that Su Fei looked down upon him. Little did she know that the revered master she admired was none other than himself. Should his true identity be revealed in the future, he wondered what her reaction would be. As Su Fei finished her tale, her friend Wang Yuyan turned her gaze towards Li Wudao, curiosity and scrutiny mingling in her expression. Sister Fei, may I ask who this is? Su Fei seemed to have only just noticed Li Wudao, her face adopting an exaggeratedly dismissive smile, tinged with disdain as she introduced him. Oh, him? He is merely a distant relative my mother took in years ago, named Li Wudao. Yes, the one dressed rather simply. She deliberately emphasized relative and simple, establishing a clear boundary. His family, the Li family, was once respectable, but now, Su Fei shrugged, her unspoken implications clear. He has come seeking refuge with my mother. In a sudden shift, her tone became one of grievance and indignation. My mother truly baffles me. She made a betrothal arrangement with his family a decade ago, without even consulting my father or me. Alas, regarding my lifelong affair, she sighed heavily, as if burdened by an immense grievance. Such a thing exists. Wang Yuyan immediately displayed a sympathetic expression, shaking her head in agreement. Indeed, it was rather hasty. Encouraged by this support, Sophie became more fervent, casting a glance at Li Wudao, her eyes reflecting a condescending pity and determination. Li Wudao, you have seen it too. I am a student of the Linen Cultivation Academy, destined to embark upon the path of cultivation, pursuing immortality. My partner in life must also be a practitioner. At the very least, someone of the caliber of the esteemed figures from Black Dragon Mountain or the predecessors who guard the city gates. They must possess extraordinary capabilities that can bend the tides and command the laws of nature. Her tone was resolute, only to then transform into a profound despair. Alas, it is a pity that due to my mother's decree of engagement, I can only. Her voice faltered, her eyes reddening, as though shackled by this engagement to a fate worse than death. Wang Yuyan immediately protested on her behalf. Sister Fei is exceptionally gifted, with a boundless future ahead. How can this be, alas, truly a cruel twist of fate? Listening to Sophie's increasingly excessive self-deprecation and lamentation, the warmth in Li Wudao's heart, which had been kindled by Aunt Mei, extinguished completely. More than a decade ago, Aunt Mei had entrusted Sophie to him, having nurtured her like a sister. The changes since then had been staggering. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and gazed calmly at Sophie, his voice clear and steady. Interrupting her brewing sorrow, Cousin Sophie, he paused, directly expressing his intent. In fact, I have come to the Su residence today precisely for this engagement. Lost in her tragic fate, Sophie was momentarily stunned by Li Wudao's calm words, and then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she erupted. Engagement. Her voice shot up, filled with incredulity and scorn. Li Wudao, what do you mean? Do you still dare to dream of fulfilling that so-called engagement? Have you even looked at yourself? A destitute, impoverished relative, devoid of any assets, utterly incapable. You likely know nothing of cultivation, do you? On what grounds? Just because of the fated affections of your Li family? Or perhaps my mother's soft-heartedness towards you? Let me tell you, such foolish dreams. Don't even think about it. Daydreaming. My future partner is destined to be a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Certainly not someone like you. A mere ant in the mud. A pitiable wretch reliant on my mother's charity from a rural town. You, a toad, shall not aspire to feast upon swan meat. Her sharp words bombarded Li Wudao like a barrage of artillery, her delicate face flushed with agitation and anger, completely devoid of the innocence of a neighboring girl, leaving only naked ambition and spite. Beside her, Wang Yuyan appropriately displayed a look of disdain. Eager to watch the unfolding drama, Li Wudao silently regarded Sophie, his expression remaining unfazed, though a flicker of subtle mockery danced in his eyes. He did not argue, nor did he express anger. He merely awaited the final remnants of goodwill and hesitation towards the Su family to dissipate. After a prolonged silence, Li Wudao finally nodded faintly. I understand. Seeing Li Wudao refrain from further comment, Sophie assumed he had acquiesced to her words. Feeling exhausted, she ceased her tirade, her previously sullen face now brightening with a smile. "Children, prepare yourselves. Dinner is ready." At that moment, Aunt May entered the hall with a platter of dishes, warmly beckoning them, relieved to see the children in good spirits, seemingly unperturbed by any quarrel. Once the meal was served, the Su family of three, along with Wang Yuyan and Li Wudao, gathered around the dining table. "Dower, you must eat more. You can see you've grown so thin." Yu Xueqing immediately filled Li Wudao's bowl to the brim with meat. "Thank you, Aunt May." Li Wudao expressed his gratitude, touched, and began to eat heartily. "Good child. So obedient." Yu Xueqing beamed as she served dishes to her daughter Feier and her classmate. The atmosphere at the table was subtly charged. Yu Xueqing continued to serve Li Wudao, showering him with warmth and concern, her eyes brimming with maternal affection. Sophie, observing her mother's evident favoritism, pouted in discontent. Su Ming maintained a stoic expression, eating quietly as though Li Wudao were non-existent. Li Wudao quietly consumed the mountain of dishes before him, warmth and resolve coexisting within him. He cherished Aunt May's kindness in his heart, yet precisely because of this, he could not allow this forced marriage to become her burden or the catalyst for familial discord. As the meal drew to a close, Li Wudao set down his utensils, his movements steady, the gentle clinking sound breaking the silence at the table. He lifted his gaze, looking respectfully and clearly at Yu Xueqing. "Aunt May, I am full. Thank you for your hospitality. In truth, I came here primarily concerning the matter of my engagement to cousin Feier." Before he could finish, a delicate jade hand slammed down on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Sophie sprang to her feet, her pretty face contorted with fury, her eyes revealing unabashed wrath and disdain, pointing at Li Wudao. "Li Wudao, are you not done yet? Can't even a meal silence your incessant chatter? I have made myself abundantly clear. What right do you, a country bumpkin, have to dream of marrying me? Now you even wish to seize this opportunity at dinner to pressure me in front of my mother? Do you have no shame?" She was seething, her chest heaving as though deeply insulted. "Feier, sit down." Yu Xueqing's face turned ashen in an instant, her voice sharp and commanding. Su Ming also set down his chopsticks, his expression darkening completely, no longer concealing his disdain, his gaze like a knife piercing through to Li Wudao. "Xueqing, enough? You see it too. This brat is utterly undeterred. Feier is right. The Li family has long fallen from grace. He himself possesses nothing, knows naught of cultivation, merely a penniless wretch relying on your compassion. My daughter, the pride of the Linen Cultivation Academy, is destined for the immortal path. Her partner must be a peer among the elite, a phoenix among men. How could she possibly aspire to such a waste who cannot even sense spiritual energy? Minggu, Feier, how can you both say such things?" Yu Xueqing trembled with anger, unable to believe the words of her husband and daughter, her gaze filled with concern for Li Wudao. Witnessing Aunt May's fierce clash with her husband and daughter on his behalf, the last vestige of hesitation in Li Wudao vanished completely. He took a deep breath, slowly rising amidst Sophie's furious glare and Su Ming's contempt. He did not look at the Su father and daughter, but faced Yu Xueqing, bowing deeply, his back straight, his voice neither loud nor soft, but carrying an unusual clarity that instantly overshadowed all the clamor. "Aunt May, do not be angry." He raised his head, his face devoid of any anger or embarrassment from the insults, instead bearing an understanding calm. "What Aunt May and cousin Feier said is correct." His tone was placid, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. "I did not come here to force a marriage, nor to entangle myself." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the momentarily stunned Sophie and the furrowed brow of Su Ming, finally resting on Yu Xueqing's shocked and pained expression, and stated clearly, "I have come today to dissolve this engagement." What? Sophie's fury instantly froze, transforming into disbelief, as though she had not comprehended. Su Ming was also taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, followed by deeper skepticism. "Dower, what did you say?" Yu Xueqing was utterly bewildered. She had thought Li Wudao was here to propose. Not Li Wudao smiled gently, that smile imbued with gratitude towards Aunt May, and a hint of effortless understanding of worldly matters. "Aunt May has treated me with the affection of a mother, her kindness as profound as a mountain. I hold this gratitude dearly in my heart, a sentiment I shall never forget in this lifetime. For this very reason, I cannot allow the marriage contract, established by your good intentions in years past, to become a source of discord between you and your family. Nor can I permit my cousin Feifei to suffer even the slightest grievance due to me. In matters of marriage, mutual affection and social compatibility are essential. Feifei and I are fundamentally different in temperament and pursuits, and there exists not even a hint of affection between us. A fruit that is forcibly harvested is never sweet. It only breeds resentment, which is neither your desire nor mine." His words were articulated with clarity and dignity, presenting the reasons for the dissolution of the engagement with utmost integrity. He preserved Aunt May's honor and kindness, while also highlighting the disparities and incompatibility between himself and Su Fei, ultimately concluding with a desire not to compel the situation. Upon uttering these words, the dining hall fell into an eerie silence. Su Fei's mouth hung open, her face a mask of disdain and fury, momentarily at a loss for how to react. All her previous accusations and insults now felt like futile blows against a soft surface, utterly ridiculous and unnecessary. The other party had not clung desperately, but had instead proactively proposed the very dissolution of the engagement that she longed for. Su Ming looked at Li Wudao with astonishment. This young man had taken the initiative to call off the engagement. Moreover, he had articulated his reasoning impeccably, shouldering the responsibility himself while safeguarding the dignity of the Su family and considering the feelings of his wife. This demeanor and thoughtfulness seemed to diverge greatly from his preconceived notions of a fallen family. Yu Xueqing's eyes reddened with a mix of urgency and anger. Dao, you foolish child. What nonsense are you speaking? What grievances are you talking about? Aunt May, Li Wudao gently interjected, bowing deeply once more. I have made up my mind regarding this matter. I kindly ask for your understanding. I have already imposed upon you for long enough today, and I must take my leave. With that, he placed the marriage contract upon the table, refusing to meet the complex expressions of the Su father and daughter. He offered another respectful bow to Yu Xueqing and then turned with composure, striding steadily toward the exit. His upright figure appeared strikingly slender within the opulent hall, exuding an undeniable air of tranquility and determination. Dower, wait, where are you going? Yu Xueqing hastily rose, attempting to chase after him. Mother, let him go. Su Fei finally reacted, her eyes fixed on the marriage contract left upon the dining table. A wave of indescribable irritation and a sense of frustration at being outmaneuvered surging within her. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, since he is so considerate to withdraw from the engagement, why do you wish to keep him here? You have treated him well enough over the years. It is time to consider my feelings. Su Ming spoke in a solemn tone. Xueqing, if he wishes to leave, let him go. At least he possesses self-awareness. The marriage contract remains, and the troubling matter can be considered resolved. Yu Xueqing glared at her husband and daughter, then glanced at Li Wudao, who had already reached the door, stamping her foot in frustration. As Li Wudao stepped out of the Su residence, behind him lay the gilded cage, while before him stretched the street bathed in the glow of the setting sun. He exhaled softly, tranquility washing over his features. The warmth and coldness of human relationships are ever-changing. He murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips, imbued with a sense of relief and a firm conviction for the future. It was time to plan for himself. He lifted his feet and ventured into the alley, preparing to seek a place to settle. He was confident that, with the extraordinary capabilities of the mysterious flame within his dantian, he would be able to unveil the true visage of the world. The path of the celestial beings was not beyond his reach. Chapter 11. A surge in power. This location was serene, and the rent was affordable. It would suffice. In Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley, within a tranquil bamboo cottage, Li Wudao contentedly handed the rent to the landlord. Young man, full of vigor. It's good to live here. It's stable. The landlord, a lean middle-aged man, accepted the payment with a cheerful demeanor, eagerly handing the keys to Li Wudao before hastily departing, as if fearing that lingering too long would cause Li Wudao to reconsider. Observing the landlord's hurried retreat and the evasive glint in his eyes as he passed over the keys, Li Wudao felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Could there be something amiss with this house? Regardless, it was cheap and quiet, perfect for undisturbed living. He shook his head and began to tidy up the place. As night deepened, after finishing dinner, Li Wudao lay upon his bed. The bamboo cottage was peaceful, the moonlight filtering through the window and casting a soft glow upon his face, reflecting a serene countenance. At last, he had found a temporary home. Oh, and the white flame that had unexpectedly manifested at the city gate. It was time to investigate its properties. Recalling the newly emerged white flame, Li Wudao sat up. He closed his eyes and concentrated, allowing his consciousness to delve into his body. Soon, he beheld a strand of pure white flame quietly burning within the sea of qi in his dantian. What purpose does this flame serve? Can my consciousness engage with it? As this thought arose, Li Wudao cautiously attempted to touch the white flame within his dantian with his intent, withdrawing at the slightest hint of danger. However, the moment his consciousness made contact, the white flame seemed to awaken, flickering gently, a peculiar coolness coursing through him, invigorating his spirit. In an instant, his senses heightened. The rustling of bamboo leaves outside became astonishingly clear, even allowing him to discern the collision of individual leaves. He opened his eyes and gazed out the window. The trajectory of insects flitting 20 feet away in the night was as discernible as day. His hearing and vision had both enhanced. Li Wudao was taken aback. Yet this was not the end. Suddenly, he noticed countless pale blue lights manifesting in the air. In the next moment, those blue lights surged into his pores, transforming into a warm, flowing energy. At that instant, the white flame in his dantian enveloped this stream of warmth, traversing through mysterious pathways. Subsequently, a refreshing energy washed over his limbs and bones, invigorating him with newfound strength. Those blue specks were augmenting my power. Wudao suddenly comprehended, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Moreover, the more blue light he absorbed, the stronger his physical capabilities and senses became. This felt reminiscent of the protagonists in novels during their cultivation journeys. Could it be that the blue light drawn in by the white flame was spiritual energy, and that the pathways traversed were routes for absorbing and refining this spiritual energy? With this realization, Wudao was filled with elation. However, after absorbing for half an hour, a sensation of pressure surged through his meridians, making it increasingly difficult to draw in any more spiritual energy. Yet, his body emitted an intense desire, seemingly urging him to seek out more blue light energy. Was this the moment for a breakthrough in cultivation? With this thought, Wudao retrieved the half of the spiritual fruit he had left over and swallowed it whole. The pulp melted instantly in his mouth, transforming into an even purer stream of blue energy that surged through his limbs. Boom! A torrent of energy erupted within him. Hiss! Wudao let out a muffled groan as the veins on his forehead bulged, his skin turning a deep crimson, sweat evaporating around him. This energy was too overwhelming. If this continued, his body would burst before the blockage within could be cleared. In this critical moment, he recalled the earlier scene where the white flame guided the blue energy along a rhythmic path. As the explosive sensation surged within him once more, Wudao had no time for hesitation and could only act with desperation. Quickly, the turbulent energy within him seemed to be subdued, transforming into a seething tide of blood energy that surged forth, crashing against the obstructions within his meridians. Crack! The sound of invisible shackles shattering echoed within him. His bones resonated, his senses elevated once more, his body feeling light and transparent, brimming with explosive power. Roar! Above him, a shadow of a blood dragon formed from condensed vitality surged upward, baring its fangs and claws. In this fleeting moment, a peculiar force surged from Wudao's heart to his fingertips. Something was emerging. Instinctively, he twitched his fingers. Poof! A wisp of pale blue flame leapt to life at his fingertips. The instant the blue flame appeared, a chill permeated the air, causing it to shimmer and warp. Blue flames? Gazing at the flickering fire on his fingertip, Wudao was taken aback. This flame felt distinctly different from the white flame in his dantian. It exuded a refreshing coolness and seemed to respond to his will. Should I give it a try? Without hesitation, Wudao raised his hand and gently pointed towards the bed beneath him. Go! Whoosh! The blue flame instantly leapt from his hand and landed on the bed, spreading rapidly until it enveloped the entire surface like a net. Yet, the bed did not ignite, nor did it blacken. It remained unchanged, merely adorned with a delicate layer of blue light. This flame seems rather ineffective, doesn't it? It can't even burn the bed. Wudao poked the bed with his finger, feeling a chill akin to the flame's emanation. It appeared that this flame was merely a pretty but useless trinket. He thought sarcastically as he rose to his feet. Bang! The moment he stood, the once intact bed shattered into a pile of icy shards. Holy cow! Incredible! Wudao stood there, dumbfounded, a wave of elation surging within him. The power of this flame was beyond imagination. It would serve as his hidden card from now on. Suppressing his excitement, he wished to experiment further, but suddenly his legs felt weak, and a significant portion of his strength was drained, nearly causing him to stumble. Goodness! The consumption seems rather substantial. Steadying himself, he began to gasp for breath, a renewed sense of yearning coursing through his body. Wudao understood that this feeling was a craving for the blue light particles in the air. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mind to absorb the energy from the blue light particles. 3 full hours passed before the hunger within him dissipated, and Wudao emerged from his state of absorption. He glanced down at his dantian and realized that the white flame had completely extinguished, leaving only a trace of residual warmth. However, the blue flame would spring forth from his fingertips at the slightest thought. It appeared that entering this state of absorbing blue energy was thanks to the white flame. As Wudao stood up and casually clenched his fist, the air emitted a soft crackling sound. A previously unexperienced sense of fulfillment filled his limbs, dissipating the pent-up frustration from his time with the Su family, leaving only a warm flow of power at his command. At that moment, the dawn light began to break over the horizon. Morning already? Wudao was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how swiftly time had passed. Well, the bed is gone, so it's perfect timing to head into town to purchase a new one along with some daily necessities. With that thought, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, feeling invigorated. Chapter 12. The Market's Sudden Turn. Linen. The morning sun shone brightly, illuminating every early riser. The bustling morning market was alive with activity as the townsfolk ventured out to make their livings, vendors calling out their wares, steamed buns, fresh meat buns for sale, tofu. Oh my, I'm starving. The cacophony of the street was vibrant. Wudao, dressed simply in a blue robe, carrying an oil paper-wrapped package, walked through the market. His bright eyes sparkled, his sword-like brows accentuating his handsome face. Wow, sister, look at that striking young man. I wonder if he's good in bed. Uft, you shameless hussy. Is there no sense of decency in broad daylight? That handsome lad. If you're not envious, I certainly am. The married women and widows on the street drooled like hungry wolves, their words dripping with desire. Goodness, these women are even more lascivious than men. Wudao felt his face flush from the attention, quickly adopting a stern expression and hastening his steps to escape. Not far ahead, a sudden commotion erupted in the market. A towering wolf, 2 meters tall, with dark green scales, dripping fangs, and crimson eyes, was furiously lifting a vegetable vendor by the collar. Its gravelly voice thundered, "Old man, hurry up and tell me if you've seen a master coming down from Black Dragon Mountain. Someone who can make withered trees bloom anew. Speak quickly, or I shall tear you apart." "Why, young master, please spare me. I truly haven't seen the master you speak of," the old man stammered. His spirit shattered with fear as he shook his head in desperation. "Don't know, huh?" The wolf demon's claws glinted ominously, its massive eyes gleaming with a sinister green light, revealing its murderous intent. It bared its teeth and hoisted the old man higher into the air. "Then prepare to die." A talking wolf demon. Wudao's eyes widened in shock as he stood frozen in place, a chill creeping up his spine, his heart racing with alarm. This wolf demon was not only colossal but exuded a presence at least 10 times stronger than the human-faced bear demon from Black Dragon Mountain. One swipe from its paw could easily flatten a person. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf demon was preoccupied with the old vendor, Wudao swiftly lowered his body and stealthily moved behind a nearby stall, seeking refuge within the chaos of the crowd to slip away unnoticed. Though he had just enhanced his strength the previous night and awakened the remarkable blue flame, he was still a novice in the ways of cultivation and knew nothing of how strength was measured in this world. Who knew what kind of power this wolf demon possessed? Would it wield any sorcery? A single burst of blue flame might eliminate the threat. But what if he couldn't defeat it? That would spell his doom. This 2-meter-tall, talking wolf was not someone he could easily outrun, let alone fight. Wudao deemed it unwise to act recklessly. Fleeing was undoubtedly the best course of action. Just as he blended into the crowd, trying to sneak past the wolf demon, a subtle fragrance of spirit fruits wafted from his body. Although faint and typically imperceptible, the wolf demon's extraordinary sense of smell detected the unusual aroma amidst the throng. Sniff, sniff. The massive wolf demon suddenly perked up, its previously menacing gaze now brimming with excitement. This scent, it's the aroma of dragon blood fruit. Before descending the mountain, its king, the ruler of Black Dragon Mountain, Xuanba, had instructed, "Masters possess dragon blood fruit gifted by the little leaf flower. That fruit is a treasure that my king Xuanba has guarded for 300 years, rarely indulging in it. I even had a taste before coming down, and the flavor and benefits are still vivid in my memory." Now, that very aroma lingered before it. It couldn't be mistaken. The wolf demon turned, its beastly eyes locking onto a slender figure crouched low, attempting to sneak away. Though the figure appeared frail and delicate, the wolf demon felt an instinctive tension coursing through it. This individual was the master Xuanba spoke of, a celestial being capable of bending life and death to their will. Gulp. Realizing this, the wolf demon couldn't help but swallow hard, its massive body trembling with nervousness. The violent fury from a moment ago was instantly replaced with overwhelming fear and utmost reverence. Thud. A resounding crash echoed through the market as the wolf demon's knees slammed into the cobblestones like 2 colossal pillars, sending shockwaves through the ground, causing the surface to fracture like spiderwebs. The gigantic wolf head pounded the earth with a frenzied rhythm, the sound like war drums. Debris flew. The noise, steeped in anxiety and dread, reverberated throughout the market. "Master, please wait. I am the wolf General Langwei, serving under the great demon king Xuanba of Black Dragon Mountain. Sent to seek you." Unbeknownst to me, a figure of great stature stood nearby, and in my reckless audacity, I inadvertently offended the sacred presence. A crime deserving of 1,000 deaths. The creature resembled a human, bowing fervently while desperately twitching its nose, greedily and fearfully savoring the fragrant essence of the dragon's blood fruit, as if it sought to repeatedly confirm its identity. Silence reigned. The bustling marketplace was left with nothing but the thudding sound of the demon's kowtow and the wailing of terror. The populace stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, their eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the fearsome wolf demon that had nearly taken a life. At this moment, the demon king was prostrating before the dashing young gentleman who sought to escape, bowing as if he were pounding garlic, proclaiming himself deserving of death. How outrageous! They had come seeking me. Wudao halted abruptly at the sounds emanating from behind him. Slowly, he turned, and before him appeared a colossal wolf demon, desperately bowing, stripped of its former might and ferocity. Before him was merely a craven creature, trembling in a manner reminiscent of a human's anxiety. This creature regarded me as a revered figure. Wudao understood this well. His gaze remained tranquil, akin to a still pond, devoid of sorrow or joy. As he regarded the scene before him, his voice stern, echoing like the sudden clap of spring thunder. Impudent fiend, do you dare to harm others beneath the vast heavens? Do you not know your sins? Spare me, revered one. The wolf demon, frightened by these words, felt its pupils constrict and hastily prostrated itself, anxiously exclaiming, "Oh, revered one, I am but a humble creature following the orders of Lord Xuanba and Lady Xianxiaaudiobooks to seek you. It was only due to my lack of knowledge of your whereabouts that I resorted to this desperate method to draw you out. I had no intention of causing harm. I implore you to spare my life. So it was because of that little girl-like demon, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who sought me." Wudao now comprehended the reason for their pursuit. He instantly assumed a stern expression, letting out a cold snort. "Humph. Considering you have not yet committed heinous acts, and for the sake of Xianxiaaudiobooks, I shall spare your life. Now begone." "Thank you, revered one. Thank you for sparing my life. I shall return at once to report." The wolf demon, overjoyed, nodded its head vigorously like pounding garlic, then bent its body and rolled away amidst the awestruck crowd. Phew! Watching the obedient retreat of the wolf demon, Wudao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not that he was unwilling to slay demons, nor was it a surge of compassion that allowed the creature to depart. The crux of the matter lay in his fear of being unable to overpower it. A cornered rabbit may bite. A creature as imposing as this wolf demon could easily bring about his demise if he miscalculated. Thankfully, that fiend had departed. Divine being? That young gentleman. He is a revered figure whom even the demon king must bow to. An elderly man wailed in disbelief. Heavens! I was just jesting with a divine being? The woman who had previously uttered harsh words gasped, covering her mouth, her face flushed with both shame and fear. He is young Master Li from Qingshui Lane, who just this morning visited the market to purchase a bed. Little did we know he is a transcendent being. Recognizing Wudao's identity, the neighbors' voices quivered with excitement. The once panic-stricken crowd in the marketplace erupted into fervor. Countless gazes of reverence and fervor converged upon Wudao, and soon, the throng could not help but kneel en masse, collectively exclaiming, "We bow to the immortal sir. Immortal sir, have mercy." Wudao was instantly surrounded by a multitude. As the volume of their cries swelled, drawing people from all corners of Linen. Amidst the throng, a neighborly girl clad in a blue dress stared in astonishment at the immortal being worshipped at the center of the crowd. This girl was none other than Wang Yuyan, a classmate and close friend of Su Fei. He is the son-in-law of the Su family, Wudao. Oh my! What has Fei missed? She gasped, her face pale as a sheet, her scalp tingling as she fixated on the prostrated Wudao. She had never imagined that the fiancé Su Fei had scorned was, in fact, a revered figure causing the great demon to kneel. This was utterly astonishing. No, I must tell Su Fei about this. Wang Yuyan resolved, turning to frantically push her way through the crowd, racing towards the Su residence. In a corner at the back of the crowd, a gaunt middle-aged man gasped, his eyes rolling back, body trembling like a leaf, as he regarded Wudao with trepidation. Muttering to himself, "It's him, the guest who rented my haunted house yesterday. He is actually a divine being. Oh no, I swindled his money then. Will he know? I must refund him. No, I must compensate him." In a state of panic, he scrambled away from the crowd, using all limbs to escape. Chapter 13. The absurdity felt by the Su family father and daughter. Alas, surrounded now, I find myself in a predicament, gazing at the densely packed marketplace. Wudao was left in a state of exasperation, feeling trapped amidst the frenzied crowd. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat embarrassed. I merely stepped out to purchase a few items. How has this led to such a convoluted mess? Just as Wudao contemplated a means of extricating himself, two authoritative yet respectful voices rang out. "Junior Song Wenjia, Junior Zhoming, we are here at the behest of the Dean, respectfully inviting you to accompany us to the remote Journey Academy." As they spoke, the throng parted, creating a pathway, revealing two scholars clad in traditional garb, bowing respectfully to Wudao. One was Song Wenjia, who had previously encountered the demonic incident at the city gate, and the other was the elderly Zhou Ming, who sought to ingratiate himself. Observing this, the surrounding populace gasped once more. They are esteemed figures from the Remote Journey Academy. Such notable individuals show such deference to Lord Li. Remote Journey Academy? Li Wudao's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the newcomers. During his morning market visit, he had inquired about various matters and learned that Linen also possessed places for cultivation, namely the Remote Journey Academy. However, the academy had a high threshold. While it contained methods for cultivation, ordinary individuals had no opportunity to access it, and even some nobles lacked the qualifications. Li Wudao had been keen to learn about the cultivation scene in this realm, but had yet to find an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. At this moment, Zhou Ming stepped forward, clasping his hands in invitation, his voice clear. This place is chaotic. It may disturb your tranquility. The dean has prepared a quiet chamber and fine tea for you at the academy. Might you be inclined to grace us with your presence? As he spoke, Zhou Ming cast a nervous glance at Li Wudao. After all, they dared not insist should such a powerful figure decline. Having been blocked by the masses, Li Wudao saw no way to escape and was eager to understand the cultivation world. Thus, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He nodded nonchalantly. Very well, lead the way. Zhou Ming and Song Wenjie, who had not harbored high hopes of securing an audience, were momentarily taken aback by this affirmation. Convinced they were mistaken, upon realizing that Li Wudao had genuinely consented, their expressions brimmed with excitement. May we inquire your esteemed surname? There is no need for formalities. My surname is Li, my full name is Wudao. You may simply call me Li Wudao. How could we dare? They exclaimed, astonished and overjoyed that he would share his name so freely, perceiving him as a remarkably amiable figure. They immediately lowered their postures further, adopting even greater humility. Li Wudao, please follow us. Under the respectful guidance of the two, Li Wudao departed with poise. His simple blue robe appeared all the more profound and enigmatic in the eyes of the townsfolk. Meanwhile, the marketplace buzzed with excitement. The wolf demon descended from the mountain. The immortal Li of Qingshui Lane displayed his prowess, and news of the esteemed visitors from the Remote Journey Academy, along with the wolf demon's kowtow, spread like wildfire. At the Su residence, Su Fei was lamenting to her father, Su Ming. Father, Li Wudao left so nonchalantly yesterday. He must be feigning disinterest in the engagement. Perhaps with ulterior motives. You should send someone to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, I fear he will cling to me, and with my mother's soft-heartedness, she might take pity on him. What if he stirs up trouble again? How can our family find peace? Su Ming, holding a cup of hot tea, leisurely blew on its steam before responding. Fei, it is indeed a delightful surprise that he has left behind the marriage contract this time. However, your mother has been ignoring me the entire day. If I were to heed your advice, I fear that both of us might go half a year without tasting your mother's cooking, and the house would be as cold as ice, chilling to the bone. Yet, if I do not send someone, that rascal Li Wudao might return and cling to your mother, leading to the same unfortunate outcome. Su Ming set down his teacup, his expression thoughtful for a moment before he nodded. You make a valid point, but your mother is not one to be trifled with in this matter. Su Fei replied, let us offer him enough wealth for the rest of his life, ensuring he never dares to return to Linen. Otherwise, we might as well eliminate him. I believe that a pitiful soul without a home would know how to make the right choice. Once my mother learns he accepted the money to leave, she would not raise a fuss. Father, if you fear my mother's reproach, I could always claim that it was my doing. As she spoke, she paused. Her gaze filled with longing as she looked at Su Ming, wrapping her arms around his and playfully pressing. Father, please help me out. You wouldn't want your daughter to end up married to a wretched stray, would you? Su Ming's expression bore a hint of helplessness, yet he smiled indulgently. All right, no more pleading. I will acquiesce to your request. Wonderful. Thank you, Father. Su Fei exclaimed, her joy akin to that of a lark, twirling in delight. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Yuyan burst through the door, disheveled and wild-eyed, crying out, Fei, Uncle Su, Li Wudao. He. Both Su Fei and Su Ming's expressions shifted dramatically, fearing Li Wudao had brazenly gone to Yushu etching. Su Fei hurried forward to steady the breathless Wang Yuyan. Sister Wang, speak slowly. What has happened with Li Wudao? Did he cause a commotion at my mother's? Before Su Fei could finish her question, Wang Yuyan interjected. Li Wudao is an immortal. Just now at the marketplace, with a single word, he made the raucous monsters kneel and beg for mercy. As her words hung in the air, Su Fei's eyes widened in shock. Simultaneously, Su Ming, who had been seated, dropped his teacup with a crash, rising abruptly. Father and daughter spoke in unison. Impossible. How could they be unaware of Li Wudao's circumstances? A wretched stray, to put it bluntly, without Yu Shueqing's assistance, Li Wudao would hardly survive in his hometown. Moreover, they had visited the Li family numerous times over the years and had never heard of anyone of cultivation taking an interest in Li Wudao. How could he suddenly be elevated to the status of an immortal in their eyes? Wang Yuyan, sensing their disbelief, recounted the events at the marketplace in meticulous detail. Fei, Uncle Su, I know you may doubt me, but the entire marketplace witnessed it. Li Wudao truly made the monsters kneel, and as I left, many were still bowing before him. If we hurry, we might still catch a glimpse of him. At this, Su Fei and Su Ming's faces drained of color. Their eyes filled with profound astonishment and incredulity. Su Ming inhaled deeply and declared, Fei, let us go at once and ascertain whether this Li Wudao is indeed genuine. Chapter 14. The Unmasking. Li Wudao, accompanied by Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming, traversed through the southern outskirts of Linen and finally arrived at the Far Journey Academy. Nestled atop a hill surrounded by bamboo groves, the academy's architecture exuded a rustic charm, with flying eaves adorned with bronze bells that chimed melodiously in the breeze, creating a refreshing sound. The academy had but a few disciples, all clad in moon-white scholarly robes, moving in synchrony with an unspoken rhythm, their breaths deep and measured. The recitation of texts seemed to invigorate their vital energy, hinting at a unique cultivation method exclusive to the academy. Crossing the main hall, Li Wudao and his companions entered an antiquated study, where the faint sound of pages turning indicated the presence of someone inside. Elder Zhou Ming, the academy's law-giving elder, approached and gently knocked on the door. Director, Immortal Li has arrived. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle breeze wafted from the study, and the door creaked open. Inside, the walls were draped with plain patterned brocade, and the floor was covered with soft woolen carpets, soundlessly isolating the interior from the outside clamor. On a sandalwood table, a bronze incense burner emitted wisps of smoke, with several exquisite tea treats and a pot of warmed rice wine nearby. The mingling scents of ink and sandalwood created a refreshing atmosphere that invigorated the senses, suggesting extraordinary quality. Thick cushions adorned the low benches on either side, and an elderly man with a goatee rose to greet Li Wudao. This man had snow-white hair and a gaunt visage, dressed in a simple gray robe. Yet his jade crown was neatly bound, pristine and unblemished. As he walked, his steps were soundless, and his eyes, when opened and closed, seemed to harbor the flow of stars, revealing a gentle yet profound insight into all things. Though he appeared to be nearing the end of his days, the robust energy emanating from him was astonishing. The closer one approached, the more one felt enveloped by an invisible aura, rendering the air itself heavy. As if a formidable beast were looming nearby, Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming, stationed at the door, instinctively held their breath and bowed their heads. Li Wudao regarded the advancing elder with calm scrutiny, secretly alarmed. This old man is unfathomable, more formidable than that wolf demon. Steady yourself, do not reveal any flaws. At that moment, the director of the Far Journey Academy was also discreetly assessing Li Wudao, his mind filled with questions. Is this the renowned recluse who has been the talk of the town? So remarkably young? Moreover, he exudes no trace of spiritual energy. His aura was indistinguishable from that of a mortal, suggesting he had reached a state of return to simplicity, his presence deep and vast, yet subtly concealed. Truly a recluse of exceptional caliber. After a brief silence, the director of the Far Journey Academy broke the stillness. I am Zhang Shiming, the director of the Far Journey Academy, in Linen. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and it is a rare fortune to behold your esteemed presence today. Upon finishing his words, he bowed deeply, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. Faced with such flattery, Li Wudao felt a slight flush of embarrassment, yet he dared not be presumptuous. Considering the director was the head of the only cultivation academy in Linen, he quickly extended his hand to support Zhang Shiming's bent waist. Director Zhang, you honor me far too much. I, Li Wudao, am merely a wandering cultivator, unworthy of such reverence. Li Xianren, you are too modest. Your prowess at the Black Dragon Mountain, commanding the heavens to bring forth rain and reviving withered trees, is unprecedented. Zhang Shiming raised his head slowly, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Li Wudao. Outside the city gates, you awakened the enchanted disciple Song Wenjie, saving his life and restoring the academy's reputation. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth. Just moments ago, that fearsome wolf demon trembled before you, bowing in reverence. Your might resounds like thunder. I have long admired you. My, does this old fellow really need to flatter so excessively? I feel a bit lightheaded from all this praise. Listening to Zhang Shiming's vivid admiration, Li Wudao felt a surge of elation, almost as if he were soaring into the heavens. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Waving his hand with a nonchalant expression, Director Zhang, you overstate my abilities. The revival of the withered trees was merely a fortunate coincidence, and the incident at the city gates was due to Song's own resolute spirit. As for that wolf demon, perhaps it mistakenly regarded me as a figure of high stature, pure coincidence. Li Wudao spoke with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. However, the Academy's members, including Director Zhang Shiming, were momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with newfound respect. Li Xianren's humility is a model for us all. Ahem, even with Li Wudao's thick skin, he found it challenging to maintain composure under such flattery, resorting to a couple of dry coughs to alleviate the awkwardness. Goodness, do you all possess such vivid imaginations? I was on the verge of losing my composure. Indeed, it seems that deceiving others is not a skill everyone possesses. One must first cultivate a thick skin. Seniorly, I have prepared some tea and snacks for you. It is still early, and I presume you have yet to partake in your breakfast. Might I have the honor of your company? Zhang Shiming extended his hand, inviting Li Wudao to take a seat. Li Wudao had ventured out early to attend the morning market, initially intending to procure some food. However, after being harried by a wolf demon, he found himself quite famished and had no reason to decline. He responded with a cheerful smile, gesturing for Zhang to proceed. It would be my pleasure. Once seated, Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming did not depart, but instead stood like sentinels flanking Li Wudao, eagerly refilling his cup with tea and wine whenever it ran dry. Although Li Wudao initially wished to refuse their attentions, their enthusiasm proved irresistible, and he soon found himself relishing the experience. Observing Li Wudao's relaxed demeanor, Zhang Shiming inquired softly, "Seniorly, are you satisfied with the tea and snacks?" After savoring a piece of osmanthus cake, crisp and delightful, Li Wudao nodded in affirmation. "Delicious. This is perhaps the finest tea snack I have had in the past decade." This was a heartfelt sentiment, as the Li family had fallen on hard times in recent years, and he had subsisted on a meager diet, with only Aunt May's visits offering any indulgence. "I'm glad you enjoy it," Zhang Shiming replied with a knowing smile, his eyes shimmering with intensity as his slender fingers traced the intricate patterns of his sleeve. A deep sigh escaped him. "I, Zhang Shiming, have been attuned to the spiritual veins for 30 years, observing the stars and discerning the path. Yet my own destined path remains as elusive as a mirage, refusing to reveal its essence. I have been unable to break through to the blood ignition realm, stagnating at the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage." He paused, turning his gaze towards Li Wudao, filled with longing. "Senior, your understanding of the Dao is profound. Might you have any insights regarding our Academy's cultivation method, the Spirit Platform method, which seeks clarity of the Spirit Platform to reveal the true path?" Taken aback, Li Wudao blinked in confusion. "The Spirit Platform method? I have never encountered such a technique. I am unaware of it." At this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted subtly, their gazes filled with skepticism as they regarded Li Wudao. Zhang Shiming, astonished, pressed on, "Senior truly does not know? I was hoping to hear your esteemed thoughts. How would I know anything about it? I have no inkling. I don't even understand what you mean by meridian opening or blood ignition." Though internally frustrated, Li Wudao maintained an air of calm, shaking his head with sincerity. "I genuinely do not know." The room fell silent, the others regarding him with disbelief. As if to say, how could a hermit of such renown be ignorant of such minor arts? It seemed implausible. Yet, Li Wudao's demeanor suggested no deceit, prompting Zhang Shiming and the others to reconsider. Could it be that this senior Li is not the illustrious figure they believed him to be? Was their string of fortunate events merely coincidence? Chapter 15. The principal's overactive imagination. Li Wudao noticed the skeptical glances, yet remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile. "While I am unfamiliar with the Spirit Platform method, I happen to possess this unique fire. Might you recognize it, Principal?" With that, Li Wudao summoned a wisp of eerie blue flame at his fingertip. The flame flickered, and an icy stillness enveloped the study, the fragrant smoke from the furnace freezing into crystalline ice upon contact with the fire. Zhang Shiming, Song Wenjie, and Zhou Ming felt the chilling aura of the flame, their souls trembling as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, envisioning the terrifying spectacle of all things being frozen and obliterated. Their faces turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down, with Song Wenjie, the weakest among them, nearly collapsing. The three were struck by a paralyzing fear, the essence of death, the cold that freezes all. This was an unparalleled divine power. The more seasoned they were in their cultivation, the clearer the dread of the flame became. Observing the shocked expressions of the three core figures of the Academy, Li Wudao gained insight into the potency of this flame, realizing it posed a significant threat to them. He smiled, asking, "So, how do you find my flame?" Zhang Shiming bowed and clasped his fists, his voice trembling. "Senior, your powers are truly extraordinary. Such divine fire, imbued with unmatched might, is something I have never heard of nor witnessed before. It is awe-inspiring." As he finished, both Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming echoed his sentiments, expressing their astonishment, having never encountered nor heard of anything like it. In that moment, their doubts regarding Li Wudao's celestial identity were obliterated by the blue flame. Sighing in disappointment, Li Wudao felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that the esteemed Principal Zhang Shiming, with his vast experience, might provide insight into the origins of his flame or offer guidance on his cultivation. Yet, he found himself with no information at all. Nevertheless, without knowledge of the flame's origins, surely the Academy possessed cultivation methods. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to inquire about them. Taking a moment to compose himself and gazing earnestly at Zhang Shiming. Might your esteemed Academy have any cultivation methods? I am not particular about their grade, he asked casually, as though inquiring about wild herbs by the roadside. He paused, seemingly recalling something, and absent-mindedly gestured in the air. For instance, something akin to a single speck of dust filling the ocean, or a single blade of grass capable of severing the sun and moon, overturning the heavens and earth with a mere flick of the finger. Might such things exist? The instant his words fell, Zhang Shiming, poised to serve tea, froze mid-action. The warm cup cracking under the pressure of his grip, the pale blue tea spilling forth, soaking his sleeve without him noticing. Standing beside him, Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming felt as though they had been struck by an invisible hammer, both staggering slightly. Zhou Ming instinctively braced himself against the table, his fingers turning white from the strain, while Song Wenjie gasped, nearly colliding with a nearby bookshelf. The entire study seemed to freeze. The rustling of bamboo leaves outside and the fragrant smoke from the furnace fading into a suffocating silence. Li Wudao observed their reactions, saying nothing, merely leisurely swirling the tea in his cup, his gaze indifferent. Zhang Shiming's once amiable, wrinkled face drained of color, his pupils constricting as he fixated on Li Wudao's placid expression, searching for even a trace of jest. Yet, none was found. A speck of dust filling the ocean, a blade of grass severing the sun and moon, overturning the heavens with a flick of the finger. Zhang Shiming's mind echoed with Li Wudao's words, cold sweat pouring down his brow, pooling together and trickling down his pallid skin, staining his collar. His heart raced with boundless astonishment. This is not merely a cultivation method. This is the primordial power of creation, the supreme divine arts of ancient deities. For a mere casual remark from the senior, it was evident that our Academy's spirit platform method must seem like rubbish in his eyes. No wonder he was unfamiliar with it. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming stood there, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, his eyes bulging with sheer disbelief. Song Wenjie, pale as a ghost, trembled, unable to utter a sound, his rapid, chaotic breaths echoing in the study. Their minds were filled with the horrifying imagery of a speck of dust filling the ocean and a blade of grass severing the sun and moon. The methods spoken of by the senior were unheard of, unseen, unimaginable. What I have sought throughout my life is, in the eyes of my predecessors, mere trifles, mere nothingness. I fear I amount to less than a single hair. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they nodded in unison and took a deep breath. The profound silence in the room lingered for several breaths until the dean, Zhang Shiming, appeared to awaken from his stupor. It seemed as though all strength had been drained from him, his body slightly hunched, rendering the once proud figure, accustomed to high office, remarkably diminutive. He swallowed hard, his voice parched and hoarse to the extreme. Forgive me, esteemed predecessor. The words Academy seemed to tremble on his lips, as if uttering them was a source of unspeakable shame. We only possess a few rudimentary techniques for basic qi induction and physical refinement, mere trivial and superficial methods. He raised his gaze, his aged face flushed crimson, eyes filled with a profound sense of humiliation. Such simplistic methods might, alas, tarnish the esteemed predecessor's discerning eye. I am truly ashamed to speak of it. Upon finishing, he lowered his head, scarcely daring to lift it again. Even the flanking Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming bore expressions of shame, their faces flushed as they bowed their heads. Li Wudao observed the trio's mortified demeanor with a suppressed smile. Heh, look at you all. Can a single classic web novel not hold you in check? At last, I can seize the opportunity to glimpse the Academy's cultivation techniques. Though elementary, they are certainly better than none. Maintaining an impassive expression, Li Wudao naturally set down his teacup, lightly tapped the table, and casually remarked, "No need for concern. I am keen to delve into them. One must remember, the ocean does not disdain the trickling streams, and the stars do not forsake their faint glimmers." Li Wudao's earnest yet nonchalant demeanor, coupled with the phrase "keen to delve," imparted a deeper, almost profound significance to the dean's ears. "Indeed, your teachings are invaluable. We are humbled by our inferiority," the three elders responded, their faces aflame, bowing once more. After the formalities, Dean Zhang Shiming took the initiative. "Esteemed predecessor, I shall have someone deliver our humble techniques to your residence shortly." Hearing this, Li Wudao felt a secret thrill and inquired, "By the way, do you possess any other texts on cultivation? Any miscellaneous books will suffice." Zhang Shiming paused, momentarily perplexed by Li Wudao's motives. Yet he smiled and replied, "Indeed, I shall personally select a variety of texts for you, esteemed predecessor." How does that sound? Would it be too much of an imposition? Li Wudao felt a twinge of embarrassment at his good fortune. Not at all. It is our honor to assist you. Esteemed predecessor, Zhang Shiming insisted, shaking his head vigorously, his expression one of sincere privilege. Very well, I shall trouble you then, Li Wudao nodded. It is no trouble at all, Zhang Shiming replied with a hearty smile, then shyly asked, Esteemed predecessor, I am but a dullard, ensnared in the Lingtai realm for 30 years without a glimpse of the Dao. May I dare to inquire, what is the Dao? What is the law? Li Wudao inwardly rolled his eyes at the old man's cunning. Surely, there is no such thing as a free lunch. After a moment of contemplation, recalling the classics of his past life, an epiphany struck him. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward, feigning profundity, and solemnly declared, The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. He paused dramatically, then emphasized with a powerful voice, What is the Tao and the law? The Tao and the law are, naturally. The words rang out like thunder. Zhang Shiming was instantly struck as if by lightning, his eyes glazing over as he murmured repeatedly, The Tao and the law are natural. The Tao and the law are natural. I comprehend. I comprehend. Immediately, his aura surged violently, spiritual energy flooding into his body, his presence escalating exponentially. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from the Dean, far more potent than before, as the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth and rejuvenate him by decades. Enveloped in an aura as hard as armor, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 30 years shattered. Ha! Esteemed predecessor, I shall never forget this. The newly enlightened Zhang Shiming, invigorated, promptly bowed in gratitude to Li Wudao. Meanwhile, Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming trembled with excitement. Their gazes toward Li Wudao akin to that of a man beholding an unparalleled beauty, yet they dared not overstep. Dinzhong, you are too modest. It is your accumulated diligence that has led to this moment. My words were merely coincidental. All credit belongs to your own efforts, Li Wudao smiled, attributing the success entirely to Zhang Shiming. The Dean paused, then suddenly enlightened, nodded with a smile. Ah, I understand, I understand. A coincidence, indeed. At that moment, Li Wudao felt a subtle warmth in his abdomen. Upon introspection, he discovered that a pure and potent white Dao Fire had quietly ignited within his dantian. A barely perceptible smile of joy graced his lips. Another white flame has appeared. Suppressing his delight, Li Wudao engaged in light conversation with Zhang Shiming and the others about cultivation realms and amusing tales from the cultivation world. Both parties gleaned insights from the exchange, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. However, time always passes swiftly. Realizing that lingering any longer would lead to idle chatter, Li Wudao took the initiative to rise. I have greatly benefited from our discussions today. I am grateful and shall not impose further. Allow me to escort you, esteemed predecessor. Zhang Shiming offered, standing up. Song Wenjie and Zhou Ming hastily followed suit. Esteemed predecessor, I shall accompany you. Let me see you off. The Dean, preoccupied with his duties, was unable to attend to Li Wudao personally, prompting the two to seize the opportunity to escort him, ensuring they did not appear lacking in initiative. Observing the three competing to accompany him, Li Wudao shook his head in amused disbelief. Ultimately, all three escorted him to the academy's entrance. Coincidentally, Su Ming and Su Fei, led by Wang Yuyan, arrived at the academy's gates just as they were inquiring about Li Wudao's whereabouts. Chapter 16, Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Under Wang Yuyan's lead, the Su father and daughter arrived at the academy's entrance, half convinced and panting, only to find no sign of Li Wudao. Su Fei's delicate face grew anxious as she exclaimed, Father, should we not go inside and inquire? I am a disciple of the academy. I can easily find out if Li Wudao has been summoned in. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy vermilion doors of the academy creaked open, revealing several figures emerging. From a distance, they were indistinct, but their attire indicated they were academy instructors. The father and daughter moved closer with curiosity, and as the figures became clearer, Su Fei's pupils suddenly constricted. The foremost figure was none other than the esteemed elder Zhou Ming and the dean's disciple, Song Wenjie. These two held significant status within the academy, figures whom Su Fei would normally revere from afar. Yet at this moment, these two typically imposing authority figures appeared slightly hunched. Their faces adorned with a smile of a nature Su Fei had never encountered before, one bordering on obsequiousness, as they closely followed a young man, seemingly engaged in flattery. Su Fei's curious gaze turned toward them, her heart racing. The individual at the center was none other than the highly respected Dean Zhang Shiming. What kind of person could warrant the simultaneous audience of these three venerable figures? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Fei continued to observe. To her shock, the esteemed Dean Zhang, usually so dignified, was slightly leaning forward, his expression unreservedly cordial, conversing with the young man clad in a simple blue robe. Why does this figure strike me as familiar? Su Fei's gaze fixated on the back of the blue-robed youth, though she could not see his face as he conversed with the dean and the others. A growing sense of recognition stirred within her. Tall and slender, he bore a striking resemblance to the Li Wudao she had cast aside as worthless. Su Fei shook her head, resolutely dismissing the thought. No, it cannot be. Surely, I am mistaken. How could a mere rural wretch like Li Wudao command such reverence from the esteemed dean? He must surely be a scion of some prominent family or a figure of remarkable cultivation. At that moment, the figure clad in blue seemed to have concluded a conversation with the dean, casually turning his head to cast a fleeting glance outside the gate. The morning light fell perfectly upon his striking profile, accentuating his sword-like brows and starry eyes, with a high nose and a hint of aloofness gracing his lips. Li Wudao. Su Fei froze abruptly, the silk handkerchief she had been using to wipe her sweat slipping from her fingers and falling to the ground. This visage belonged to none other than the Li Wudao she had scorned and derided just the day before. It was truly him. How could this be? As she scrutinized the face of the young man in blue, the color drained from Su Fei's cheeks, her delicate lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. She desperately tried to convince herself that she was mistaken, yet the truth was undeniable. He was indeed Li Wudao. When Su Ming discerned that the figure personally seen off by the dean of the Far Journey Academy was none other than Li Wudao, familiarity struck him like a bolt of divine thunder, rendering his eyes as wide as saucers and his mouth agape, able to fit a duck egg within. He stood there, utterly dazed. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of regret engulfed him, and he smote his thigh in frustration. Alas, how could I have been so blind to this son-in-law? Since ingesting the spiritual fruit, Li Wudao had become acutely perceptive and was already aware of the arrival of the Su father and daughter. He paid them little mind, merely casting a nonchalant glance their way before returning his gaze, calm and unwavering, as if regarding strangers. Dean Zhang Shiming, ever astute, instantly noted the momentary shift in Li Wudao's gaze. A flicker of realization sparked within him, and his ingratiating smile widened. Believing he had discovered an acquaintance of Li's, a splendid opportunity for him to ingratiate himself. Hastily following the direction of Li Wudao's gaze, he donned a perfectly measured inquiring smile and spoke with utmost respect. Li Xianbei, have you encountered an old friend? To which Li Wudao, without even bothering to turn his head, casually waved his hand and replied in a tone devoid of emotion, just unrelated passers-by. Oh, I had thought them to be acquaintances of yours. Dean Zhang Shiming's smile extinguished like a candle doused in icy water, instantly retracting into a facade of disdain as he regarded the Su father and daughter, his expression shifting from eager inquiry to palpable annoyance. How vexatious it was to have entertained false hopes. Under the dean's scrutinizing gaze, the Su father and daughter instinctively staggered a few steps forward, forcing smiles onto their faces as they bowed deeply. We are disciples of the academy. Su Fei greets Dean Zhang, and I have also met Elder Zhou and Elder Song. Su Ming of the Lin and Su family has also met Dean Zhang and the two elders. Dean Zhang Shiming merely grunted in acknowledgement, his gaze not lingering on them for even a moment before he resumed his genial demeanor, addressing Li Wudao. Xianbei, may you travel safely. I shall seek your guidance another day. His tone dripped with humility, contrasting starkly with his treatment of the Su family. Thank you, we shall converse next time. Li Wudao replied with indifference, rising slowly to depart. Dean Zhang Shiming watched him leave until the figure vanished at the end of the mountain path, his smile evaporating in an instant, replaced by the dignified authority befitting the head of the academy. He turned without a word, striding through the academy's gates, his gaze no longer even glancing at the Su father and daughter. Just as the vermilion doors were on the verge of closing, a chilling voice, laden with an unmistakable warning, pierced through the gap. Zhou Ming, relay my edict. No disciple of this academy is to disturb Li Xianbei's tranquility or face expulsion. Yes. Rest assured, Dean, Zhou Ming and Song Wenjie replied before turning to face the Su family, but only to issue a terse warning. No disciple of our academy may take it upon themselves to intrude upon the peace of Xianbei. Do you understand? His voice sharpened, akin to an icy dagger. We shall heed this. Su Fei trembled as she nodded in agreement. Su Ming, too, bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of the two elders. Zhou Ming and Song Wenjie promptly took their leave. The Su father and daughter stood outside the tightly shut doors like abandoned statues, their expressions a vivid tableau of distress. Su Fei's face paled, twisted in an expression of unwillingness. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her voice rising in pitch. Father, this is all a lie. It must be false. What is Li Wudao to deserve such treatment? He must have employed some vile sorcery to deceive the dean. I refuse to believe it. I will never believe he is a master. Su Ming's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a mix of greed and scheming swirling within. Fei. I too find it hard to accept this as truth. Yet, the dean personally bowed in farewell. This cannot be feigned. Could it be that we are truly mistaken? Pausing. Su Ming's gaze ignited with a glimmer of ambition as he turned to Su Fei. Fei, though Wudao may have fallen on hard times, given our family's ties to his, perhaps we should reconsider. Father, please, do not speak. Su Fei interjected vehemently, her frustration boiling over. How could her father, who had been so dismissive, now seek reconciliation? Did he think so little of her? She refused to believe in Wudao's capabilities. For a moment, the atmosphere between father and daughter became palpably awkward. At that juncture, a putrid chill enveloped the entire hall, a foreboding presence descending upon them. Su Ming? I hear you are acquainted with that Master Li. Where is he? Tell me, and I may spare your family, came a voice as cold as death, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual pressure that caused both Su father and daughter to cough up blood, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 17, A Storm Approaches. The color drained from the Su family's faces, terror etched in their features as they lifted their gazes. Within the hall stood an enigmatic figure clad in black robes. With an aura so frigid that it rendered them breathless, their spirits sinking like stones into the depths of a lake. This was a practitioner, an overwhelmingly powerful practitioner, an entity that the Su family could neither offend nor resist. Su Ming swallowed the blood that threatened to rise, steeling himself as he clasped his hands before the black-robed figure. Esteemed one, my family has no connection to the person you seek. I implore you, grant us mercy. Oh, is that so? The figure cloaked in black chuckled with a hint of amusement. I have heard whispers that the celebrated adept causing quite a stir in the city paid a visit to your Su family not long ago. And now you claim it bears no significance? Do you take me for a fool? As he scoffed, the oppressive aura enveloping the hall intensified, causing Su Ming's complexion to drain of color and beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, his daughter Su Fei, under the weight of the terrifying pressure, interjected, Immortal, esteemed one. That Wudao is merely a destitute country bumpkin, a fallen noble who sought refuge with my Su family. He has survived solely through our support, and I have never seen him taken in as a disciple by any practitioner, nor have I witnessed any cultivation on his part. The rumors of a withered tree sprouting anew must surely be mere coincidence. And as for that wolf demon kneeling, the two elders from the distant academy had already arrived. It is likely they sensed their presence, and the wolf demon mistook it for the aura emitted by Wudao, hence its groveling. I am convinced that Wudao is nothing but a charlatan masquerading as a master. The true adept must be someone else entirely. If you do not believe me, he resides in a dilapidated courtyard at the end of Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley in the southern part of the city. I shall take you there at once, and the truth shall be revealed. Ah, so that is the case. A mere country lad who stumbled upon a stroke of luck, having heard a few phrases imbued with profound meaning from some obscure corner, has managed to ruin my painstakingly cultivated heart-corroding demon seed. His voice was tinged with a mixture of pain and rage. That xianxia lad possesses considerable talent and was on the verge of maturation, only to be awakened by his words, causing my 50 efforts to go to waste. Curse him. Upon hearing this, Su Fei's eyes brimmed with venomous resentment. Wudao has thwarted this man's grand ambitions. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, uneasily gazing at the cloaked figure while inwardly lamenting the dire situation. Heart-corroding demon seed? Absorbing one's talents? This person is a malevolent cultivator. Malevolent cultivators are notorious for their disregard for rules and their cruel methods. Being targeted by one could lead to dire consequences. Despite his overwhelming fear, he dared not show it, silently praying that this malevolent cultivator would spare the Su family. At that moment, Su Fei, battling the tumult within her, wore a sickly excited and expectant expression as she spoke. Esteemed one, such a miscreant who disrupts your grand designs deserves to be eradicated. I, a mere girl, am willing to lead you there, to witness his downfall with my own eyes. She could not fathom how Wudao, whom she deemed a pitiful wretch, could transform into an exalted being beyond her reach. She was eager to see Wudao reveal his true nature. The black-clad figure cast a cold and calculating gaze upon Su Fei, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile. Oh, how perceptive of you. Lead the way. Su Ming opened his mouth to protest his daughter's reckless enthusiasm, but upon encountering the chilling glare of the cloaked figure, he swallowed his words. His mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. Perhaps it was for the best that Fei went. If Wudao truly was a master, the cloaked figure would surely meet his doom. Fei could potentially claim she was coerced, thus extricating herself from the threat of the malevolent cultivator. Conversely, if Wudao were a fraud, then it would be fortuitous to eliminate him through the hands of the malevolent cultivator. Regardless, he needed to remain in the residence to keep his wife, Xianxiaaudiobooks, calm. With her presence, they would have a path forward. Meanwhile, at Black Dragon Mountain, my lord, this humble soldier, Lang Wei, has fulfilled his mission. I have succeeded. A massive wolf demon raced through the forest, brimming with excitement as it sprinted toward the direction of Black Dragon Pool. Its triumphant voice echoed throughout Black Dragon Mountain. As it neared the Black Dragon Pool, a tremendous splash erupted, sending water soaring several feet high as a colossal serpent, as large as a mountain, emerged from the depths. Its golden, slit-like eyes radiated a fiery brilliance, fixating intently on the wolf demon, as it spoke with an exhilarated tremor. Lang Wei, what news do you bring? As the dreadful demon energy cascaded down like a tidal wave, the 2-meter-tall wolf demon appeared minuscule before the enormous serpent, trembling as it prostrated itself on the ground. I report to you, my lord. I have found the unparalleled master. The gigantic serpent paused for a heartbeat, and after a moment, it erupted with fervent praise. Excellent. Excellent. Lang Wei, you have done well. For this, I shall reward you with a dragon blood fruit. In a fit of ecstatic energy, the demonic aura surged uncontrollably, causing the entire Black Dragon Pool to tremble violently. My lord, maintain your composure. Composure, the wolf demon urged, its eyelids twitching in fear. Hearing this, Xianba chuckled, taking a deep breath to quell its excitement, striving to maintain an air of elegance as it gazed at the wolf demon. Lang Wei, quickly tell me the exact location of the master. The wolf demon hastily complied, and upon hearing the details, Xianba's heart swelled with joy. Bursting into laughter like a child, ha, I am destined for greatness. As it laughed, it returned to the depths of the pool to gather treasures from its lair. This is my first encounter with an elder. I must prepare adequately to demonstrate my sincerity, Xianba mused, consuming all the treasures it had hoarded over the millennium. Once all preparations were complete, Xianba resurfaced, instructing the wolf demon, the dragon blood fruit is located at the back mountain. Go fetch it from that foolish Xiao Li while he sleeps. Should you dare take more than instructed, you know the consequences. The wolf demon, elated, bowed repeatedly in gratitude before dashing toward the back mountain. Xianba merely smiled faintly. Then, resembling a mountain itself, it sped toward the direction of Linen City. Eyes ablaze with impatient fervor. Elder, I, Xianba, am coming. Shortly thereafter, the skies above Linen City underwent a dramatic transformation. The once clear sky rapidly darkened as ominous clouds gathered, not rain clouds, but an oppressive miasma of demonic energy. The clouds churned ominously, faint echoes of thunderous beast roars reverberating through the air. A chilling demonic wind swept in from outside the city, causing the banners at the city gates to flap wildly. While the soldiers on watch turned pale, their legs trembling. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast broke through the clouds, revealing a terrifying serpent nearly 100 feet long. Its body cloaked in dark, icy scales. Its full form remained obscured, its massive frame barely visible amidst the clouds, radiating an unparalleled aura of pressure. Its molten gold vertical pupils scanned the city below with an indifferent gaze, while the demonic energy it emanated coalesced into a pitch-black tide, beginning to seep into the city. The gigantic serpent's head shifted slightly, its molten gold eyes locking onto the direction of Qing Shui Alley. Its massive body stirring the winds and clouds as it moved deliberately toward its target. Wherever it passed, the demonic winds howled and the energy surged, causing the ordinary citizens within the city to cower in terror within their homes. The soldiers guarding the city, pale as ghosts, collapsed to the ground, stammering in fear. Demon King, a serpent demon as large as a mountain. My heavens, how did it enter the city? Its target seems to be the southern side. We're doomed. Catastrophe is upon us. Chapter 18. Xianba makes his entrance. In Qing Shui Alley, Wudao was tidying up the dining table in his rented courtyard. Today had proven fruitful. He had intended to return after purchasing a bed, but unexpectedly had the opportunity to visit the academy and glean some preliminary knowledge about cultivation. He also learned from casual conversation about the first 4 realms of cultivation: Blood Chi Realm, Meridian Opening Realm, Blood Ignition Realm, and Dharma Aspect. However, he was unaware of the subsequent realms and did not dare to inquire further, fearing his ignorance might be revealed. He wondered when the academy head would deliver the books to him, feeling a bit restless as he sat on the stool, eager to delve into the texts on cultivation to bolster his foundational knowledge and avoid any embarrassing blunders. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. Finally, Wudao's expression brightened with excitement as he sprang to his feet to open the door. A lean middle-aged man, visibly agitated, stood outside the door. It was the landlord. Is there something amiss, esteemed landlord? Li Wudao inquired with a note of skepticism. The emaciated landlord rushed in, his face ashen, tears streaming down his cheeks, and immediately prostrated himself, holding aloft a heavy pouch of coins. "Oh, merciful deity! I am but a foolish mortal who failed to recognize greatness. I have wronged you before. This is tenfold, no, 20-fold rent. Please accept my humble apology. I beseech you, spare my life." The landlord kowtowed fervently, his mind replaying the image of the demon king begging for mercy before Li Wudao in the bustling market. Li Wudao was utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Why is the landlord kneeling before me? Observing the landlord's terrified demeanor, he could not help but inquire, "Might I ask what has caused such distress?" As the landlord, pale and trembling, rummaged through his garments and produced a deed, placing it at Li Wudao's feet, he cried out, "Oh, venerable deity, I lack the discernment to allow you to rent this cursed dwelling. Here is the deed to the property. I implore your forgiveness." Li Wudao was still trying to comprehend the situation when the landlord, having bloodied his forehead from his relentless kowtowing, continued in desperation. Sensing the urgency, Li Wudao waved his hand, saying, "Enough. Rise, I forgive you." "Thank you, kind deity," the landlord exclaimed, relief washing over him as he sprang to his feet and dashed out. "Wait, your deed." Li Wudao attempted to clarify the matter, but the landlord had already fled in haste. Stunned, Li Wudao chuckled to himself. "I not only incurred no expense for the rental, but received 20-fold in return. Is it possible I have even acquired another property? Who would dare believe such a thing?" No sooner had the landlord departed and Li Wudao shut the door than a gentle, polite knocking echoed from outside. "Senior? Senior?" It was Dean Zhang arriving. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Wudao's eyes brightened, and he promptly opened the door. There stood Zhang Shiming, the dean of the academy, wearing an expression of almost obsequious respect, followed closely by Song Wanjia, who was visibly excited and carrying a bamboo box on his back. Zhang Shiming clasped his hands in greeting, bowing deeply. "Esteemed senior, I have brought the books as requested. I hope I have not interrupted your meditative pursuits." As he spoke, he gestured for Song Wanjia to set down the bamboo box. Song Wanjia eagerly complied and introduced, "Benefactor, this is the great wilderness tome, and let us discuss further inside. You both have worked hard." Li Wudao joyfully invited them in. However, just as he turned, a thunderous crash resounded. The already dilapidated gate of the courtyard, along with half the wall, was obliterated by a sinister, violent stream of blood-red energy, scattering wood and stone in all directions. The expressions of Li Wudao and the others changed dramatically as they spun around. Through the swirling dust, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged, surrounded by howling, distorted specters of vengeful spirits, their gaze fixated like the depths of a cold abyss upon Li Wudao. "You wretched brat, you have squandered a century of my hard work. Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence to quench my hatred." Behind him, Sophie observed with a mix of resentment, anticipation, and fear. "Be careful. This individual is an evil practitioner. His power rivals my own," Zhang Shiming warned, his expression darkening with apprehension. The black-robed figure cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Shiming and Song Wanjia, sneering, "Zhang Shiming, you truly are a fool, deceived by a mere mortal. Groveling like this, it's a disgrace to all cultivators. How dare you?" Zhang Shiming retorted, incensed at the affront to Li Wudao. Recognizing it as an opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty and valor, he thought, "If I do not act, how can I face my senior and seek guidance in cultivation?" The question of whether he could defeat the black-robed figure was of no concern to him, with Li Wudao present. He believed his senior would not allow him to come to harm. Perhaps he might even earn Li Wudao's favor. "Wanjia, take the books inside for the senior. I shall confront this wicked practitioner," Zhang Shiming commanded, propelling himself forward with a determined stance, unleashing his magical prowess against the black-robed figure. His demeanor exuded confidence, as if he were invincible. "Humph, seeking death." The black-robed figure scoffed, his robes billowing as crimson energy surged around him. He retaliated with a swift strike, unleashing a formidable blood claw. "How powerful! This is bad." Zhang Shiming's heart sank as he sensed the overwhelming might of the black-robed figure. He glanced back at Li Wudao, his eyes filled with desperation, thinking, "Surely, my senior will not stand idly by while I face this peril." However, Zhang Shiming was mistaken. Li Wudao showed no intention of intervening. With a sickening sound, Zhang Shiming was struck down, blood gushing forth, his magical artifact crying out as it shattered. He was flung back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Bewildered, he gazed at Li Wudao, who remained motionless, unable to comprehend. How could this be? Is the senior testing me? But this trial is far too deadly. If Li Wudao had known, he would have cried out in his heart, "I'm sorry, you overestimate yourself. I can only watch you fall." as I am utterly powerless. Master. Seeing Zhang Shiming grievously wounded, Song Wanjia was consumed by fury, recklessly charging forward, only to be sent tumbling to the ground by the black-robed figure's kick, blood spilling from his mouth. Observing the fallen master and disciple, the black-robed figure erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha! The illustrious dean of the Far Travel Academy? Merely a pile of dirt. Cease your arrogance. Zhang Shiming, spitting dark blood, gazed at Li Wudao with admiration. Esteemed senior, my cultivation is inadequate, and I am no match for him. I have brought shame upon you. It seems I must trouble you to intervene personally. Hearing this, the black-robed figure's gaze sharpened, locking onto Li Wudao with a mocking grin. Come now, let me witness the power of this charlatan. His tone dripped with arrogance, clearly dismissing Li Wudao as inconsequential. Li Wudao's heart sank further, panic rising within him. This is the end. The dean and his disciple could not withstand a single attack. This evil practitioner is far too strong. What can I possibly do? Must I truly engage in a battle to the death with this fiend? Quietly summoning every ounce of strength within him, he ignited the blue flame of his essence, taking a barely perceptible deep breath to quell his racing heart and the impulse to flee. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, he pressed his left hand against his wrist, knuckles whitening, feigning calm while casting a sorrowful glance at the black-robed figure. I have not taken a life in many years. Cultivation is arduous. Why seek your own demise? You are consumed by malice, rooted deeply in darkness. If you relinquish your malevolence, there may still be a chance for redemption. Should you remain obstinate, you will face annihilation, your essence and spirit forever extinguished. His voice remained steady, imbued with an air of invincibility and a reluctance to kill. While he appeared profound and inscrutable, internally he was in a state of utter panic. Get out of here already. Why are you waiting for me to unleash my ultimate move? Please, just leave. I beg you. I am utterly inept at magic. Unmoved, the black-robed figure's laughter grew more derisive and frenzied. Ha ha, even at death's door, you dare to feign bravado? I shall ensure your utter annihilation. He harbored no belief that Li Wudao posed any genuine threat, dismissing it as mere bluster. His blood surged once more, coalescing into an even more grotesque and terrifying demonic claw, which, accompanied by a soul-rending shriek, lunged fiercely toward the crown of Li Wudao's head. Die, you wretch. Outside the door, Sophie witnessed the dismal defeat of the dean and others, and the sight of Li Wudao merely posturing without daring to strike intensified the venom in her gaze, mingled with a warped sense of satisfaction. Humph, he is indeed a fraud, just a pretender. His true colors are unveiled now. Don't blame me. You should not have come to Linen, and I should not have entangled myself with the Su family. As the demonic claw loomed ominously, the chilling breath of death permeated the air. All eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Li Wudao. Zhang Shiming's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Sophie reveled in schadenfreude, while Song Wenjia was engulfed by trepidation. Damn it. I'm done for. With no way to retreat, and sensing the dire situation, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Li Wudao's eyes. He disregarded everything and summoned the fire of his dantian, the faint ice-blue halo suddenly flaring to life. Just as the claw was within a mere 3 feet of Li Wudao, an overwhelming demonic aura seized the entire courtyard, solidifying the very fabric of space. The black-robed man's claw, the roiling blood energy, the splattered dust, and even the droplets of blood coughed up by Zhang Shiming and his disciple were all suspended in midair. A roar erupted. An unprecedented, terrifying demonic might cascaded down like the Milky Way from the heavens. In an instant, it shattered the menacing claw. A cold, domineering voice resonated throughout the skies of Linen. Impudent. Dare to offend a master. Following that, a colossal creature, its length unfathomable, seemed to emerge from the mountains, its massive head obscuring a considerable portion of Linen. Its molten gold vertical pupils, akin to 2 frigid suns, swiftly locked onto the minuscule, dust-like figure of the black-robed man below. The serene courtyard was instantly illuminated, bathed in golden radiance. The black-robed man stiffly raised his head, the malevolent grin and murderous intent on his face morphing into the most primal and grotesque form of terror. He felt like a feeble candle in a tempest, trembling all over, stammering, "Be Black Dragon Mountain Sovereign. And no, spare my life. I had no knowledge of his connection to you, my lord." His voice twisted, suffused with an incredible despair. Boom. A terrifying demonic aura crashed down upon the black-robed man like a tsunami. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, mingled with fragments of his innards, as his flesh and blood were gruesomely absorbed into the bluestone floor, unable to extricate himself. Who says I am not afraid? Li Wudao discovered a colossal entity had suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon looking up, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart nearly stopping in fright. What in the world is that? A serpent the size of a mountain, All present gaped in shock, their eyes glued to the sky, paralyzed by the sight of the gigantic serpentine body, their faces as pale as parchment. At that moment, the black-robed man shrieked in desperation, "My lord, Li Senior, spare me. I am merely a messenger. It was Bai Jia. Bai Mang compelled me to act. 50 years ago. It was Bai Mang who coveted Song Wenjia's ascension token, and I needed Song Wenjia's frenzied blood. We conspired to lead Song Wenjia into madness and steal his ascension token. Now Bai Mang has long since joined the true cultivation sect, the 10,000 sword sect, for 50 years. If you kill me, Bai Mang will learn of this breach. At that time, a decree will be issued to eradicate me in the name of collusion with the demon race. You will be faced with true sect cultivators, not the ragtag assembly of the traveling academy. Please, think carefully." Beside him, Song Wenjia was suddenly taken aback. "What? So it was you and Bai Mang who led me astray?" He had never anticipated that the mastermind behind his 50-year ordeal of being neither human nor ghost was Bai Mang. Bai Mang was his dear friend, the first to whom he had relayed the news upon acquiring the ascension token. He had never imagined that the one to betray him would be. In that instant, a complex hatred surged within Song Wenjia. In the sky, Xianba's molten gold vertical pupils flashed with extreme disdain. He could hardly be bothered to glance at the black-robed man. Instead, he slightly turned his fearsome serpent head toward Li Wudao, exhibiting utmost respect, conveying his thoughts with sincerity. "Rest assured, Senior, I shall dispose of this trash immediately, lest it disturb your tranquility." Then, Xianba turned his gaze upon the terror-stricken black-robed man, his voice as frigid as millennial-old ice. "Puff. A frog at the bottom of a well. The 10,000 sword sect is nothing but a trifling matter, mere ants unworthy of a master's attention. Do not speak of Bai Mang. Even if the sect master of the 10,000 sword sect or a powerful being from the human sacred land were to arrive, they would be no more than a clucking hen or a barking dog in your eyes, easily extinguished with a wave of your hand. What are you to threaten a master with such trifles? Die." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Xianba denied the black-robed man any chance to respond. A golden light shot forth from his molten gold vertical pupils. Sizzle. Without any earth-shattering collision, the black-robed man's body ignited silently, and with a gust of wind, he was reduced to ash, leaving only a blood-red jade pendant to tumble to the ground. Not a trace of his lingering soul remained. As if he had never existed in this world. Li Wudao's pupils abruptly constricted. Panic washed over him as he stared at the spot where the black-robed man had been obliterated by the golden light. It took him a moment to regain his composure. "Damn, this serpent demon is a bottomless pit. Don't drag me into your boasting. Who said I am unafraid? The 10,000 sword sect. A genuine sect. I can barely comprehend the blood energy and meridian opening. What do you mean easily extinguished? You may have dispatched him with ease, but this calamity will undoubtedly fall upon my shoulders." Li Wudao felt darkness clouding his vision. His blood surged, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This inexplicable scapegoating, and with a true cultivation sect at that. Who knows what ancient monsters lurk within? Damn it, why couldn't that foolish serpent have just imprisoned him for life? After vanquishing the black-robed man, Xianba's colossal serpentine form that had blotted out the sky swiftly contracted, transforming into an exquisitely condensed stream of dark energy, landing in the courtyard. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in black scaled armor, tall and imposing, with a stern and dignified countenance, emerged. He did not immediately regard those around him, but quickly conjured a crystal mirror with his demonic power, hastily smoothing out non-existent disheveled hair. Once satisfied with his appearance, he stepped forward to kneel before Li Wudao, bowing deeply until his forehead nearly touched the cold ground at Li Wudao's feet, his voice trembling with fervent reverence. "I, Xianba, the Demon King of Black Dragon Mountain, humbly greet you, Senior. Your abilities span the heavens and the earth. The little demon under your guidance, Xiao Li Hua, has benefited immensely from your insights, and Xianba has come to express his gratitude. I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your aid. It is an affront for you to be disturbed by such lowly ants. I deserve the gravest punishment. Please, Senior, show mercy." Li Wudao took a deep breath, suppressing the panic within, and maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze steady upon the kneeling Demon King, listening to Xianba's grandiloquent declarations with a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Damn, if I weren't afraid of you, I'd be boiling you into a soup right now." Yet, under the nearly palpable fervor of Xianba's gaze, he could only steel himself. Repressing the urge to bleed and the impulse to strangle Xianba, he endeavored to uphold an air of inscrutable composure, as if everything were well within his control, and softly nodded, emitting a sound of indifference. You are quite considerate." Xianba, overwhelmed with joy as if granted a pardon, bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful for your mercy, esteemed Senior." He then rose with utmost respect, positioning himself a respectful half-step behind Li Wudao, bowing slightly in deference. His icy gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the assembly, emanating a warning that felt as tangible as a chilling blade of ice, plunging all present into a profound abyss. Their very souls trembling in dread. Zhang Ximing, struggling to lift his head, stared blankly at Xianba, who resembled a loyal sentinel, then glanced at Li Wudao. The thought of the nonchalant expression and the mere grunt from Li Wudao left his mind in a haze, buzzing with confusion as he gasped for breath. How could such an unparalleled demon king be subdued by Li Wudao? This was a serpent demon whose size rivaled a mountain, and it had taken on human form. What, in truth, was Li Wudao's prowess? Zhang Ximing dared not ponder further, his admiration for Li Wudao's extraordinary identity deepening. Should anyone dare to question Li Wudao in the future, he, Zhang Ximing, would be the first to intervene. However, losing too much blood, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the courtyard, Su Fei's face was devoid of color, her spirit seemingly absent as she stared blankly at Li Wudao. She had personally witnessed a colossal serpent transform before Li Wudao, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. What had transpired with Li Wudao? Why had he suddenly become so enigmatic, so despair-inducing? She no longer cared about the fate of the black-robed figure. Her body trembled violently as waves of regret surged within her. It was she who had callously severed her engagement to such an omnipotent fiancé, one capable of making even a formidable demon bow in submission. She was blind to his worth and now bore the consequences of her folly. I am such a fool. She laughed vacantly, her mind unraveling as she collapsed like a rag doll on the ground. Li Wudao noticed Su Fei's transformation, but merely cast a cursory glance before returning his focus to the others in the courtyard. Song Wenjie, take your master back to recuperate. We shall discuss matters once he is healed. Yes, esteemed senior, Song Wenjie replied, nodding as he escorted Zhang Ximing back to the academy. Li Wudao then turned to return to his quarters, leaving behind a casual remark. Xianba, you may enter with me. Xianba's expression lit up with joy as he eagerly retrieved the red jade from the ground and hurried to follow. Only Su Fei remained, her spirit adrift. Slumped outside the courtyard. With a foolish smile, she managed to rise, swaying as she vanished into the misty alley. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Ming was ingratiatingly apologizing to Yu Xueqing. Xueqing, please forgive me. What did you do wrong? You did nothing wrong. It is I who erred, Yu Xueqing retorted. Her back turned as she shrugged off her husband's hand resting on her shoulder. The news of Li Wudao's visit to annul the engagement had spread through the Su family, with many blaming her for investing the family's resources in cultivating an outsider, only to have him wed the Su family's eldest daughter and inherit their lineage. The direct descendants of the Su family had collectively petitioned the family patriarch to revoke her status as matriarch. Now, she was merely Su Ming's wife. No longer the esteemed matriarch of the Su family, her status diminished. Moreover, her husband had not stood up for her during the ordeal, which was the source of Yu Xueqing's utmost ire. As she sensed her wife's lingering anger, Su Ming, with a sheepish grin, approached her. Xueqing, please do not be upset. It was my fault for not defending you. I was only considering our daughter Feifei. If I had intervened, I too might have lost my status as the Su family's head, and Feifei would have suffered for it. I hope you can understand my concerns. Just as Yu Xueqing was about to rebuke her husband, a disheveled figure suddenly stormed into the main hall. It was Su Fei, having just returned from the misty alley. With her hair unkempt and a lost look in her eyes, she walked straight past her arguing parents without uttering a word, heading to her room. Feifei, what troubles you? Why do you appear so distraught? Upon seeing her daughter's strange demeanor, Yu Xueqing rushed forward to embrace her, concern etched on her face. Mother. Su Fei was enveloped in her mother's warm embrace, and the feelings of grievance and guilt surged within her, causing her to clutch tightly at her mother's garments. Sobbing like a child, Su Ming, observing his daughter in such a disheveled state, noted that she bore no visible injuries and that the black-robed figure was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could it be that the black-robed figure had met his demise at Li Wudao's hands? He hurried to his daughter's side, anxiety written across his face. Feifei, what became of the black-robed sorcerer? Su Fei glanced at her father, then murmured in a dazed tone, he is dead, slain by the enormous serpent demon of Black Dragon Mountain. What? Su Ming was taken aback. The black-robed sorcerer had not been killed by Li Wudao, but rather by the legendary serpent demon that had existed for a millennium. Did this mean Li Wudao was not the extraordinary figure he was believed to be? With a heart full of doubt, he pressed on. Killed by the serpent demon? But you took that sorcerer to find Li Wudao, did you not? How could you encounter the serpent demon? Did you not seek out Li Wudao? Su Fei nodded, then shook her head. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. But then Su Fei's voice broke through again. Father, The serpent that killed the black-robed man is Li Wudao's subordinate. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. His voice trembling, what? The demon king of Black Dragon Mountain is actually Li Wudao's subordinate. He had never imagined that Li Wudao had subdued the legendary serpent demon of Black Dragon Mountain. This revelation implied that Li Wudao was not only a genuine master, but also an exceptionally powerful one. As the son-in-law of the Su family, did this not make Su Ming the father-in-law of a transcendent being? Would the Su family not ascend to greatness? Filled with excitement, Su Ming suddenly recalled how he and his daughter had forced Li Wudao to annul the engagement. Now, he realized that they had severed their ties with someone of such extraordinary caliber. His joy dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of regret. What foolishness have I committed? Su Ming lamented, striking his thigh in frustration, his insides churning with remorse. What? Fei, you actually took the sorcerer to find Dao? Yu Xiuqing, having caught snippets of the conversation between her husband and daughter, was instantly unsettled by the mention of the sorcerer. You two have truly disappointed me. Dao is such a wonderful young man. If you were dissatisfied with the marriage, that would be one thing, but to bring a sorcerer to him. If anything happens to Dao, I, Yu Xiuqing, will sever all ties with you. Yu Xiuqing trembled with rage as she scolded her husband and daughter, then stormed out toward the misty alley, her face etched with worry and her eyes glistening with anxiety. Xiuqing, wait for me. Let me explain. As he witnessed his wife leave in a fury, Su Ming attempted to stop her and clarify the situation, hoping to find a way to mend their relationship with Li Wudao. However, his wife was too flustered to listen, solely focused on Li Wudao's safety as she rushed away. Su Ming could only escort his daughter back to her room before hastily pursuing Yu Xiuqing. In the misty alley, at the pavilion within the courtyard, Xianba stood respectfully waiting, while Li Wudao, with his back turned to Xianba, stood tall in a flowing azure robe, exuding an ethereal grace. Xianba gazed in admiration, utterly captivated. Truly, this is a master of the highest caliber, whose every gesture exudes an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being. Meanwhile, Li Wudao, seated in the pavilion, appeared remarkably composed, yet his heart raced with trepidation. This is no ordinary serpent demon, but one that has transformed into a creature as colossal as a mountain, far more formidable than the diminutive Li Hua. Should I fail to appease it, I might very well become its next meal. How can I maintain my composure? Senior, this is but a humble offering from the minor demon Xianba. I hope you will graciously accept it. Xianba, adopting a serpentine posture, bowed low to the ground. He inhaled deeply, producing a low, resonant hum from his throat. As his mouth slightly parted, a swirling cloud of black mist emerged, as if imbued with life, hovering delicately in the air above the pavilion. As the mist dissipated, it revealed the treasures within. The first item was a solid crystal essence, about the size of a fist, entirely transparent and pure white. Within it, a white liquid seemed to flow and swirl, emanating a potent energy. The moment this crystal appeared, the flora in the courtyard appeared to flourish as if nourished by an invisible force, transforming into an even more vibrant green at an observable rate. The second item resembled a miniature crimson dragon, its skin adorned with delicate, natural scales. The fruit exuded a commanding and enticing sweetness, and merely inhaling its aroma invigorated the spirit and stirred the blood. Additionally, there were nearly 10 spirit fruits of various sizes, each radiating ethereal resonance and fragrant allure. Xianba cautiously employed the highest courtesy of his serpent kin, using his nostrils to gently push these offerings toward the stone table at Li Wudao's feet. His movements so delicate as if to avoid disturbing the air itself. Senior, this is the spiritual essence condensed from the ley lines of Black Dragon Mountain, containing the very vitality of the earth. Consuming it could cleanse the marrow and extend one's life for 1,000 years, while also nourishing the soul. This one is the blood bodhi, birthed from the essence of the fallen black dragon of Black Dragon Mountain. It bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. The minor demon has fortuitously obtained this single grape, which can refine bloodlines and facilitate a transformation of the flesh, proving immensely beneficial for physical cultivation. The minor demon's dwelling is but barren, and I have exhausted all that I possess. I offer these meager items, and I beseech you, senior, do not disdain them. As Xianba spoke, he nervously lifted his gaze to Li Wudao, fearing that his humble gifts would not meet the high standards of such a master. Li Wudao turned, hands clasped behind his back, and the corner of his eye caught the radiant treasures upon the stone table, each shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. His heart raced uncontrollably. My goodness! The essence of the ley lines, the blood bodhi birthed from dragon blood, and the fruits, of sizes rivaling those gifted by Li Hua. These are no mere trifles. Surely, this serpent demon must have emptied its lair. Just one of these items could incite a frenzy among the cultivators outside. Steady yourself, Li Wudao. You must remain composed. These items are perilously tempting. If I accept his offerings but fail to fulfill his demands, I may find myself as his after-dinner treat. Confronted with treasures that could drive any cultivator to madness, Li Wudao swallowed hard. Suppressing his desires and striving to maintain an air of tranquility as his gaze casually swept over the celestial materials before him, as if their overwhelming energy and allure were no more than common objects. Could it be that these items are too trivial for the senior's discerning eye? As he observed Li Wudao's indifferent demeanor, Xianba felt the weight of pressure intensifying within him. "Ah, you little demon," Li Wudao said, maintaining an impassive gaze upon Xianba, then letting out a vague chuckle that sent Xianba's heart racing with dread and regret. It seemed the elder looked down upon his offerings. What a blunder, what a blunder. I should have prepared better. Suddenly, Li Wudao smiled. Your intentions may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. With those words, Li Wudao's gaze deepened, as if he could penetrate the very essence of Xianba's soul. Behind his back, his hands trembled. At this, Xianba shuddered, hastily bowing his head and stammering, "Senior, please, do not be angry. I assure you, I harbor no deceit. I merely, Li Wudao's heart surged with joy. Indeed, this serpent demon firmly believes in my unparalleled status. The forthcoming deception will be far simpler. Maintain your poise. Do not panic. I am an unrivaled master." Li Wudao inhaled discreetly and spoke nonchalantly. "Speak. What is it that you seek? Today, I find myself with a moment of leisure and a pleasant disposition. I may be inclined to hear your request." Xianba was momentarily taken aback, as if he had heard the sound of celestial music. Could it be that the senior has acquiesced to my request? His previously anxious demeanor was instantly replaced by overwhelming elation. He slapped himself to confirm the reality of the moment before trembling with excitement, his voice quavering with emotion. "Senior, I, the minor demon, have been stuck at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm for over 3 centuries, with no path to breakthrough in sight. I implore you, Senior, please guide me through this maze. I, Xianba, am willing to serve you in any way." Upon finishing, Xianba lifted his head, his eyes brimming with expectation as he gazed at Li Wudao. In response, Li Wudao was momentarily lost in thought. So, this great serpent demon is seeking a breakthrough due to a stagnation in its realm. However, I am uncertain how to assist you in achieving this breakthrough. Li Wudao furrowed his brow in contemplation before inquiring, "How do you usually cultivate?" I, the minor demon, awakened my intelligence after inadvertently swallowing a dragon pearl in the Black Dragon Pond. I typically rely on consuming humans, demons, and spiritual beings to enhance my cultivation. Xianba replied without hesitation. So, this creature has progressed merely by devouring others. Given its massive form, how many humans must it consume? What distinguishes it from a malevolent cultivator? Li Wudao regarded Xianba with a hint of unease, maintaining an outward calm while internally strategizing how to navigate this situation. He recalled the Taoist philosophies of purity and naturalness from his past life, along with the tale of abandoning the sword to become a Buddha. And as he contemplated the concept of spirituality, a vague framework began to take shape in his mind. Why not attempt to explain the idea of spiritual obscurity to this creature? With this thought, he sighed softly and began, "Humans are the essence of all beings, inherently close to the way of heaven, naturally capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe for cultivation. To consume humans is to devour the energy of the heavens and earth, bypassing the process of spiritual absorption. Though such a method may elevate one's cultivation, the energy obtained in this manner ultimately has its limits. Once those limits are reached, no further progress can be made. This is because the energy contained within humans is not derived from one's own cultivation. Moreover, humans possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. Consuming them leads to a muddled state of being, obscuring one's spirituality. The higher one's cultivation, the more diminished their spirituality becomes, thus preventing access to the threshold of breakthrough. So that is how it is. Xianba's eyes widened as if he had been enlightened, murmuring in astonishment. No wonder the minor demon has been unable to find spiritual energy despite following human cultivation techniques. It was because my spirituality has been obscured. No wonder I have been unable to glimpse the higher realms. Xianba inhaled deeply, respectfully kneeling before Li Wudao and earnestly bowing. Is there a remedy for my plight? Upon finishing, a wave of apprehension washed over Xianba. Over the years, many demon figures had asserted that once spirituality is lost, there is nearly no hope for recovery. Should I fail to resolve this, my life as a demon would come to an end. Of course, Li Wudao almost blurted out, but he caught himself, transforming it into a long sigh. His gaze turned profound as he looked at Xianba, while internally, he felt a surge of anxiety. Can I successfully deceive this creature? He then spoke slowly. The obscurity of spirituality is not without resolution. It lies in the principle of returning to simplicity. The enormous serpentine eyes of Xuanba suddenly narrowed. Holding his breath, as if afraid to miss a single word, Wudao strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, his azure robe fluttering slightly, while the white essence of Dao within his dantian quietly surged forth. His voice resonated with a profound, soul-piercing power. Observe the way of heaven, grasp the actions of heaven. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Dao, and the Dao follows nature. All things return to their roots. Ignorance of the eternal leads to reckless calamity. These few succinct phrases struck like thunder in the deep recesses of Xuanba's soul. Observe the way of heaven, grasp the actions of heaven. The Dao follows nature, returning to tranquility, reviving the spirit. Knowing the eternal brings clarity. Each word acted as a key, forcefully penetrating the 3-century-old barrier of his spirit, long obstructed by bloodlust and malice. The heavy, rusted barrier, seemingly fused with the mountains, now emitted a groaning creak under the weight of its burden. Xuanba's body trembled violently, not in pain, but in a profound resonance and ecstasy. He felt the accumulated filth, malice, and resentment, coiled within his demon core, meridians, flesh, and even his soul, beginning to dissolve and disintegrate rapidly, akin to the melting of winter snow in spring. Under the cleansing power of these profound words, the blockage in his spiritual gateway was loosening. It was breaking free. The gateway was indeed loosening. 300 years. 300 years. Ha! Xuanba could no longer contain himself, unleashing a thunderous roar toward the heavens, filled with boundless joy. The violent and ferocious demonic energy that once surrounded him visibly transformed into a purer form after this roar. Wudao's gaze fell upon Xuanba, initially intending to test the waters with a few cryptic words before switching tactics if necessary, but he unexpectedly struck gold. There could be no pause. He was acutely aware of the importance of seizing the moment, fearing that any halt might expose him. Thus, his eyes gleamed like lightning as he continued to utter the true words, this time directly targeting the very essence of Xuanba's bloodline and the potential for his transformation, between the wood and the wild goose. There should be the transformation of dragon and serpent. Buzz. This time, the impact of the true words was no longer a mere key. It directly activated the dormant dragon pearl within Xuanba, long swallowed in a millennium of silence. The dragon pearl seemed to come alive, radiating with brilliant golden light. Xuanba was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "The dragon pearl, dormant for 1,000 years. It stirs. The dragon pearl stirs. Between the wood and the wild goose, the transformation of dragon and serpent. The path to dragon transformation. This is the direct route to becoming a dragon." Xuanba repeated in a daze, nearly driven to madness by excitement, his eyes bursting forth with unprecedented golden light. The bottleneck that had plagued him for countless years was shattered in that moment, and the elder had directly opened for him the legendary door to dragon transformation. Becoming a dragon. This was an aspiration unimaginable for every serpent demon and flood dragon. It was not merely a matter of desire. Now, the elder had imparted to him the path of dragon transformation. The allure of becoming a dragon was enough to set his blood ablaze and send tremors through his very soul. Roar! Xuanba let out a low growl, and a large bulge visibly formed on his forehead, his human form becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The accumulated demonic power of a millennium erupted violently, and his body began to undergo a transformation into its true demonic form. "Li, Senior, I also brought you a copy of the Great Wilderness Chronicles." At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks, clutching a copy of the Great Wilderness Chronicles, entered the small courtyard. As he raised his head, he was instantly struck dumb, his mouth agape. Words caught in his throat. Chapter 22, Beautiful Anne arrives. Xianxiaaudiobooks stared in terror at the pavilion in the courtyard, where the serpent demon, now transformed into a man, had a bulging head, and dark scales faintly appeared on his face, emitting low growls. That sound was no longer the hissing of a serpent, but resonated with a dragon's roar that sent shivers through one's soul. A dragoness roar? Could it be that he was about to transform into a flood dragon? An absurd notion flickered in Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. The Great Wilderness Chronicles documented various extraordinary creatures and tales from the cultivation world. Although the flood dragon may not be a true dragon, it possessed a hint of draconic bloodline to be considered a flood dragon. No matter how powerful a serpent demon, without the blood of a true dragon, it could never transform into a flood dragon unless it consumed one. But could a serpent overpower a flood dragon? In the next moment, a terrifying and pure demonic energy erupted from Xuanba, causing Xianxiaaudiobooks, standing at the entrance, to spit blood from his mouth, as if his internal organs had been displaced. He gazed in horror at the transforming Xuanba in the pavilion, witnessing an unforgettable miracle. Xuanba's skin began to shed, replaced by a new layer of gleaming black-golden scales. And the fearsome demonic energy rising from his back formed a dragon-like shadow with horns on its head and claws beneath its belly. That shadow stood proudly, roaring with an ancient and regal might. Beneath that sound, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt his very soul bowing in submission to the dragon image, as if confronted by a true dragon. As the dragon shadow took form, a vortex of wind appeared above the courtyard. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth spontaneously gathered into a rapidly swirling, pitch-black vortex. Within the center of the vortex, muffled thunder rolled ominously. Several silver-white lightning snakes darted frantically within the swirling clouds, crackling with a piercing sound. Centered around Xianxiaaudiobooks, a visibly powerful demonic energy vortex formed, with violent demonic power continuously erupting around him. He seemed unable to contain the changes within, and with a roar, he leapt into the clouds. An unimaginably colossal serpent shadow suddenly manifested in the clouds, nearly obscuring the sky above Linen. Through the clouds, one could vaguely see the shimmering scales of the shadow flashing with a cold metallic sheen, exuding a terrifying power capable of crushing all. Boom! Thunder erupted within the clouds. Roar! Accompanied by another roar interwoven with pain and exhilaration, the massive serpent shadow rapidly contracted and coalesced, intertwining with the thunder. In the next moment, the heavy clouds at an altitude of 10,000 feet were violently torn apart by an overwhelming force. A majestic, elongated shadow of a black flood dragon, adorned with horns and claws, revealed its grand head. Roar! A sound that could shatter gold and stone, imbued with the joy of rebirth and endless majesty, echoed across the heavens, reverberating through every corner of Linen, like the roar of thunder, causing countless hearts to tremble as they looked up in awe. What is that? In the academy, Dean Zhang shimming abruptly flung open the window, gazing at the fleeting majestic silhouette in the sky. Then sharply turned his gaze towards the direction of Qingshui Alley, his expression changing dramatically, filled with incredulity and profound reverence. A flood dragon? There's actually a flood dragon above Linen. The flood dragon shadow in the sky lasted only a fleeting moment before transforming into a streak of black light, precisely landing back in the small courtyard of Qingshui Alley, as if the earlier spectacle above Linen had never occurred, leaving no trace to capture. As the light dissipated, Xianxiaaudiobooks' form reappeared in the courtyard. He still resembled a middle-aged man, but on either side of his forehead sprouted a pair of small, yet translucent black horns. His aura was now harmoniously restrained, yet it had deepened and expanded tenfold compared to before. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt the thin dragon blood, long dormant deep within his veins, fully awakened and surging forth. The dragon pearl within him perfectly fused with his demon core, emanating a faint dragon aura, while the profound trajectory of the dragon transformation gate was clearly imprinted upon his soul. This was a pivotal moment concerning his potential to transform into a dragon in the future. His face radiated with unrestrained joy and boundless gratitude as he suddenly knelt before Wudao, bowing deeply with his forehead touching the ground. His voice trembling with excitement, Xianxiaaudiobooks expresses profound thanks for your grace in granting me a second life. The path of the dragon has been revealed to me. All thanks to your enlightening guidance. Your great kindness, I shall never forget for eternity. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks stood at the courtyard entrance, unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the series of miraculous events that had rendered him momentarily blank. He had witnessed the earth-shattering transformation of Xianxiaaudiobooks into a dragon. All of this was the result of Wudao's guidance. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the dragon horn on Xianxiaaudiobooks' forehead, feeling an aura as deep as the abyss and an unparalleled majesty. Everything he thought he knew was utterly shattered. His entire being trembled with extreme excitement and reverence as he looked at the ethereal figure in a flowing azure robe standing in the pavilion. His eyes filled with boundless fervor and faith. Not only does Wudao possess the ability to speak the law, but he can also enlighten great demons, transforming them into dragons on the spot. Such prowess is truly celestial. I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, am incredibly fortunate to witness such a miracle. With a sigh of relief, Wudao observed Xianxiaaudiobooks' successful transformation into a dragon. Finally, it has come to fruition. A serendipitous stroke of luck. He gazed calmly at the now transformed Xianxiaaudiobooks, his voice serene and detached, as if elucidating the fundamental truths of the universe. The dragon form is established, and the path is beginning to unfold. Yet, while scales may change, the essence remains unaltered. Should the spirit platform become dusty, the dragon gate is merely an illusion. After a slight pause, his gaze seemed to penetrate Xianxiaaudiobooks' future. Transformation into a dragon is not the end. Witnessing the dragon in the field still has its challenges. A proud dragon may harbor regrets. Abundance cannot last forever. Take heed and act wisely. Xuanba trembled violently. The few words from the elder not only illuminated the fundamental risks following his transformation, but also unveiled the arduous and precarious path to becoming a true dragon. This insight was far more precious than mere breakthrough. The opportunity bestowed upon him was monumental. He was at a loss for how to express his gratitude, and once again, he bowed deeply, his voice imbued with utmost seriousness. Xuanba shall faithfully abide by the elder's teachings and will never forget. A sudden surge of pure black Dao Fire ignited within Li Wudao's dantian, resonating joyfully through his very cells. Li Wudao was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with delight. Another one. He turned his gaze towards the entrance of the courtyard, where Song Wenjie stood, frozen in disbelief, and nodded slightly. Song, my friend. Awakened from his stupor, Song Wenjie shivered slightly. Not only had he witnessed the miraculous transformation into a dragon, but Li Wudao's words, steeped in profound wisdom, reverberated in his consciousness like the ringing of morning bells and evening drums. He felt the long-standing bottleneck within him subtly loosening. Suppressing the urge to sit and meditate immediately, he took a deep breath and respectfully presented the Great Wilderness Chronicles. Junior has brought this book. Today, witnessing the elder's miraculous enlightenment is a rare fortune. I shall take my leave for now and return another day to hear the elder's teachings. With a deep bow, he almost held his breath as he cautiously exited the small courtyard. What a clever fellow. Li Wudao smiled gently as he watched Song Wenjie's retreating figure. His gaze swept across the courtyard, littered with fallen leaves and fine dust. Casually waving his sleeve, he remarked, "Since this matter is settled, let tranquility return." Upon hearing this, Xuanba immediately comprehended and replied respectfully, "Xuanba shall heed the edict." Without any visible action, a gentle breeze imbued with the essence of newborn dragon power swept through the courtyard. Wherever it passed, the fallen leaves and dust were completely purified and absorbed, and soon Xuanba stood dutifully with hands at his sides, like the most loyal of attendants. Just then, a voice rang out, Dower, are you all right? My child, you must not be harmed." Yu Xueqing's voice, filled with endless worry and a hint of a sob, echoed at the alley's entrance as her disheveled figure stumbled into view, rushing in heedlessly. The calm expression on Li Wudao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and concern. Instinctively, he hurried forward, his tone laced with urgency. "Aunt May? What happened? Who has wronged you? Come in and sit down." Nearby, Xuanba's eyes, imbued with dragon might, narrowed sharply. A storm of confusion surged within him. What sort of existence is this mortal woman that she could so unsettle the elder? Daring not to speculate further, Xuanba held his breath, afraid to disturb this remarkable figure who could evoke such anxiety in the elder. "Dower, I heard that Fei brought a wicked cultivator to find you. You weren't hurt, were you?" Yu Xueqing, upon seeing Li Wudao, disregarded everything else and immediately began to check him over. Her face etched with fear as she continued to inquire about his well-being. Li Wudao stared blankly at the anxious figure of Aunt May before him and suddenly realized that her tears were shed out of concern for him. A warm wave of maternal love surged within him, and a tender smile graced his face. "Aunt May, I'm fine. The wicked cultivator was driven away long ago." As he spoke, he raised his hand, revealing his uninjured elbow as a gesture of reassurance. "Thank goodness you're unharmed. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Yu Xueqing, seeing that Li Wudao was indeed unhurt, finally broke into a smile, wiping her eyes. She adjusted his collar and then scrutinized the small courtyard with concern. The courtyard was modest and rather shabby. Even the doors showed signs of damage. With winter approaching, how could this place offer any protection against the cold? Thinking of Li Wudao living alone in such conditions, her heart ached with guilt and compassion. Entering Li Wudao's bedroom, she discovered that the bed was merely covered with a thin mat, and the old windows offered no protection against the wind or mosquitoes. As autumn loomed, how could anyone endure living here? This child truly does not take care of himself. He should rent a better place. If money is tight, he can always ask me for it. Anger simmering within her, she exited the room and approached Li Wudao, grabbing his ear without a word. "Dower, how can you live in such a place alone? What will you do if you fall ill? What if you go hungry?" Though Yu Xueqing appeared quite angry, each word was imbued with deep affection. Li Wudao bowed his head, smiling sheepishly, like a well-behaved junior. "Aunt May, you are right. I have caused you worry. It hurts. Please be gentle." Xuanba, observing the scene, felt his eyes nearly pop out in disbelief as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Hiss! This lady dares to treat the elder in such a manner, grabbing his ear. And the elder is so compliant? Could she be a senior from his sect? An exceptional being in seclusion? After Li Wudao's repeated apologies, Yu Xueqing finally relented, saying, "By the way, Dower, I heard that a transcendent being has arrived in Linen. Fei and her father, along with her classmates." say that you are that transcendent being who commands the beasts to bow in submission. Is it true? Wudao couldn't help but chuckle, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor as he clasped his hands behind his back. Aunt May, at this point, I will not conceal the truth from you. Indeed, the transcendent being who commands the beasts to bow is none other than myself. You silly child, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Xueqing, witnessing Wudao's demeanor, assumed he was joking and did not take him seriously. Having watched him grow up, she could read him like a book. The moment he squatted, she would know if he was unwell or not. I'm not joking, Aunt May. Look, this is my new subordinate. A transformed great demon capable of blowing away a person in one breath. Noticing Aunt May's disbelief, Wudao found it amusing and pointed towards Xuanba standing nearby. Xianba's understanding was profound as he turned his attention to a solitary fallen leaf outside the courtyard, blowing gently yet earnestly upon it. The leaf remained utterly still. Scratching his head, he looked at Yu Xueqing with an innocent expression, saying, Madam, this little demon has done his utmost. Yu Xueqing, observing Wudao's exaggerated demeanor and Xianba's earnestness, felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. This child, to make me smile? He even sought someone to put on a performance? This stout fellow appears rather sincere, accompanying Dower in his antics. Alas, Dower has always had a penchant for reading those fantastical tales of deities and spirits. That habit has yet to change. She playfully poked Wudao's forehead with her finger, reproaching him, You ought to learn something more sensible. With such intentions, why not find a proper bride for your aunt? By the way, Aunt May, I have some fruits here that can enhance beauty and preserve youth, making one as radiant as an unmarried maiden. Wudao recalled the items Xianba had gifted him, promptly selecting a few spiritual fruits to hand to Aunt May. Dower, is this true? Can it really be as miraculous as you say? Yu Xueqing asked, examining the few resplendent and fragrant fruits in her hand. Though skeptical about their ability to restore youth, she was nonetheless intrigued by their appearance. Indeed, these are treasures I had someone procure from deep within the mountains. It takes hundreds of years to yield just a few, Wudao boasted, wearing an expression that suggested she had struck gold. All right, my Dower is truly filial. Your aunt is fortunate. Yu Xueqing smiled indulgently, considering it a child's innocent gesture. She picked up a dragon blood fruit, as translucent as red jade, and took a gentle bite. How sweet. The fruit melted in her mouth, releasing an indescribable sweetness and warm flow that instantly filled her mouth, spreading through her limbs. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, her recent worries dissipating, and her complexion radiating with vibrancy as the fine lines at the corners of her eyes subtly vanished, her skin gleaming with a jade-like luster under the sunlight. Unbeknownst to her, she was simply relishing the taste of the fruit, which brightened her mood. As she savored the fruit, she habitually pulled out a small cloth pouch from her bosom and unceremoniously stuffed it into Wudao's hands. Dower, your aunt was in a rush. Take this bit of silver to buy some warm bedding to ward off the chill. I'll bring more for you tomorrow. Xianba, witnessing the silver coins, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Silver? A person of extraordinary means, and Madam actually uses this to gift to him? Wudao, holding the warm silver that still bore Aunt May's warmth, felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that refusing it would only cause her worry. He accepted it gratefully, saying, Thank you, Aunt May. After a round of pleasantries, Aunt May repeatedly reminded Wudao to take care of himself, promising to take him to enjoy some comforts in a few days. However, the thought of her daughter and husband looking down on Dower filled Yu Xueqing with concern. Suddenly struck by an idea, she joyfully grasped Wudao's hand, her eyes reflecting a plea and a hint of desperation. Dower, on the 8th of August. Accompany your aunt to the Zhao family in Lingnan. The venerable Zhao patriarch will be celebrating his 200th birthday, and notable figures from 1,000 miles around will be in attendance. Your aunt, risking her reputation, intends to secure a good marriage for you. I've inquired about the Zhao family's young ladies. Their character and beauty are exceptional, far better than enduring the disdain from the Su family. The last part was laced with deep concern and resoluteness. Wudao, understanding that Aunt May was plotting a path for him, could not bear to reject such heavy affection and nodded in agreement. All right, Aunt May, I will heed your wishes. Such a good child, so obedient. Aunt May joyfully ruffled his hair before leaving the Qing Shui alley in high spirits. Since her daughter Fei and husband looked down upon Dower, she resolved to find Dower a wealthy heiress. She believed that with Dower's looks and character, marrying a Zhao family young lady would pose no issue. If necessary, she would even risk her own reputation to find Dower a suitable bride. Watching Aunt May's departing figure, Wudao smiled warmly. A child cherished by his mother is like a treasure. He instructed Xianba to move the spiritual essence and other items into the house, and to allow himself to rest undisturbed. Only then did Wudao approach the bookshelf. His gaze swept over titles such as Chronicles of the Great Wasteland, Fundamental Techniques of Qi Refining, and Overview of the Cultivation Realm. As he rubbed his brow and chuckled to himself, words manifest as laws. Enlightening the dragon? Stumbling into the role of a sage. It is time to discern whether this world is one where a golden pill is swallowed and my fate lies in my own hands, or whether it is one where, as a seed, I can extinguish the stars with a mere gesture. Chapter 24. A Preliminary Understanding of Worldview. Xianxiadrama? Su Ming, panting heavily and supporting himself on his knees, shouted towards Qin Shui. However, he did not catch sight of Xianxiadrama, likely having already entered Li Wudao's courtyard. Aware that his relationship with Li Wudao had yet to mend, he knew that approaching recklessly would only breed disdain. The best course of action was to wait for his wife, Xianxiadrama, to mediate between them. Never mind. I'll wait for Xianxiadrama to come out and think of a better plan. As Su Ming caught his breath, he noticed a graceful figure emerging from Qin Shui alley. Is that Xianxiadrama? Just a slight turn of his head left him momentarily stunned. The young woman stepping out from Qin Shui alley was remarkably youthful and beautiful, resembling an unmarried maiden of 18. However, her features were strikingly identical to those of his wife in her youth. It could be said that she was a replica. Yet, his wife was nearing 40, while this girl bore the visage of his spouse before their marriage. How uncanny. Could it be that Xianxiadrama bore a child with another? Watching the youthful beauty, Su Ming's mind was beset by suspicions of betrayal, and a surge of anger welled within him. As a prominent figure in linen, how could his wife dare to betray him? This was an unspeakable humiliation. Stop right there. Who is your mother? Su Ming demanded darkly, blocking the young woman's path. Xianxiadrama, taken aback, stared at her suddenly irate husband. Minggu, are you blind? You can't even recognize me? Hearing that familiar voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, incredulity washing over him. You are Xianxiadrama? That voice was too familiar, unmistakably belonging to his wife, Xianxiadrama. However, as her closest companion, he could not possibly mistake her appearance. The young woman before him seemed too youthful. Her age simply did not match that of Xianxiadrama. Xianxiadrama, realizing her husband did not recognize her and was even suspicious, became enraged. Fine. Su Ming, you can't even recognize me. Upon hearing the voice of his beloved wife emerge from the young woman before him, coupled with the deeply ingrained gestures, Su Ming finally confirmed that the girl before him was indeed his wife. He quickly seized her indignant hand. Xianxiadrama, how did you suddenly become so youthful? I almost didn't recognize you. I became younger and you didn't recognize me? Xianxiadrama retorted, momentarily stunned. Su Ming quickly urged her to look in a mirror. Oh wow, I've actually become younger, just like I was before I married you. Seeing her reflection, Xianxiadrama excitedly cupped her cheeks, filled with exhilaration. The desire for beauty is an innate trait of women, and the fear of aging is a concern for every woman. Even the beautiful Xianxiadrama was no exception. Xianxiadrama, can you tell me how you suddenly became so youthful? Su Ming seized the opportunity to inquire. Xianxiadrama paused, nonchalantly producing a fruit and taking a bite. Dower gave me a fruit, and I became younger. What? Upon hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. His gaze intensely fixated on the half-eaten spiritual fruit in Xianxiadrama's hand. The fruit shimmered with a myriad of colors, exuding an enchanting fragrance, appearing to him far more precious than all the treasures amassed by the Su family combined. A celestial fruit. It was undoubtedly a celestial fruit. Xianxiadrama's standing in Li Wudao's heart must be irreplaceable. This was an extraordinary opportunity for the Su family. His eyes burned with fervor as he stared at the fruit in Xianxiadrama's grasp, swallowing hard. Xianxiadrama, may I have a taste? Xianxiadrama's expression turned cold as she replied indifferently. How can you have the audacity to drive my family away, yet now seek to partake? Xianxiadrama, I. Su Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xianxiadrama showed him no mercy, instead joyfully savoring the fruit as she returned home, completely disregarding her husband, who trailed behind her like a shadow, pleading. Upon returning to the Su residence, Xianxiadrama was no longer the matriarch and had no need to manage the family's affairs. She relished the leisure time, preparing to rest well and make some delicious food for Dower the next day. Just then, Su Fei, hearing the commotion, stepped out and was struck dumb at the sight of her youthful mother. Mother? What is it, Fei Fei? Xianxiadrama instinctively responded, her voice still gentle. The familiar tone confirmed Su Fei's recognition of her mother, yet the shocking visual contrast left her mind in a haze. How? It is a fruit given by Li Wudao, Su Ming interjected, his tone laden with complexity. Upon hearing this, Su Fei felt as if struck by lightning. Gazing at her mother's youthful visage, she recalled her previous disdain and machinations against Li Wudao, and an overwhelming sense of regret and shame engulfed her, draining the color from her face. Her lips trembled, yet no words escaped her. Noticing her reaction, Su Ming hastily nudged his daughter, whispering, Fei Fei. Dao is truly a prodigy among men, 1 in a million. You harbor feelings for him, do you not? If you nod in agreement, your mother and I will do everything in our power to help you win him back. As he spoke, he fervently gestured. Su Fei's body quivered, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. The disparity in power and miracles, highlighted by the fact that Li Wudao could command the formidable Xuanba, shattered her remnants of pride. Under her father's eager gaze, she nodded with a heavy heart, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Xianxiaaudiobooks. Look, Fei Fei is willing. Su Ming exclaimed, elated beyond measure. Yu Xianxiaaudiobooks observed her daughter's expression of shame and regret, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of compassion and a resigned understanding of the situation. She sighed, her tone leaving no room for debate. This matter cannot be rushed. Dao is resolute. Approaching him now would only deepen his aversion. Once his anger has subsided, I will seek an opportunity to broach the subject. With that, she disregarded the father and daughter, heading straight to her room. She felt the gentle warmth still coursing through her, invigorating her spirit. Even the withered branches on the windowsill seemed to exude vitality. In the small room of Qing Shui Lane, Li Wudao closed the final volume of Records of the Curious, rubbing his brow with a peculiar expression. Blood Qi, opening meridians, burning blood, Dharma forms, supreme celestial? This path of cultivation sounds akin to a fantastical journey towards bodily sanctification. Yet what do my modest abilities of transforming a serpent into a flood dragon and having my words manifest as spells amount to? He couldn't help but scoff, then turned his attention inward to his dantian. The few strands of quietly burning black and white Dao Fire remained enigmatic. The basic Qi refining technique states that to reach the opening meridian realm, one must connect 3 spiritual veins for Qi to enter the body. However, I have only awakened my blood Qi at its peak, and have yet to complete the opening of my meridians. How can this blue primal fire freeze things into shards? It seems entirely different from the fire of blood Qi recorded in the texts. He shook his head, pushing aside his doubts. Never mind. The journey must be taken step by step. My immediate goal is clear: to open the remaining 2 spiritual veins and formally enter the opening meridian realm. I must at least possess the foundational strength for self-preservation and cannot rely solely on deception for survival. His gaze grew resolute as he sat cross-legged, grasping the basic Qi refining technique. He focused his mind on his dantian, attempting to guide the newly acquired, pure black Dao Fire, derived from the Xuanba, towards the blockage in his second spiritual vein. Outside the window, the transformed Xuanba stood as the quietest of sentinels, shrouded in the night, its reverent gaze never leaving the small abode. The realms of cultivation are classified as follows: blood Qi, opening meridians, burning blood, Dharma forms, cave heavens, divine fire, true unity, saint kings, and celestials, comprising 9 grand realms. Each realm is further divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak for minor stages. As the black Dao Fire within his dantian began to flicker, Li Wudao's mind sharpened, aligning with the operation of the basic Qi refining technique. In an instant, a spiritual wind surged within the room, neither too strong nor too weak, all swirling around Li Wudao. Streams of blue light coalesced into gaseous forms, rushing in from all directions, flooding into his being. It is time to open the spiritual veins. Li Wudao attempted to harness the blue spiritual energy to impact the meridians. Buzz. The spiritual energy within him began to whirl rapidly, his veins feeling as if they were being struck by an electric drill. A wave of pressure enveloping his entire body. The pain intensified with each passing moment. Yet, the spiritual veins remained obstructed, evidently lacking in energy. Black flames, lend me your strength. Li Wudao gritted his teeth, concentrating his will to command the black flames in his dantian. In an instant, the black flames surged forth, releasing pure, mysterious power into the spiritual energy that was assaulting the meridians. As the essence of the black Dao Fire mingled with the torrent of spiritual energy, the obstructed barriers of the spiritual veins cracked under the strain, reminiscent of thin ice breaking in early spring, accompanied by a sharp, resounding snap. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy, tenfold more powerful than before, erupted, breaking through the shackles. His second spiritual vein was now unblocked. Li Wudao let out a muffled groan. The intense pressure quickly replaced by an overwhelming sensation of comfort and vitality. His bones crackled like popcorn, as if being hammered repeatedly by an unseen force, becoming increasingly resilient and dense. A faint golden glow pulsed beneath his skin. He could clearly perceive the long breaths of the Xuanba outside the courtyard, the distant sound of the watchman's clapper at the alley entrance, and the world around him was rendered in exquisite detail, even the trajectory of dust falling in the darkness. A formless sensation akin to invisible antennae emerged in his mind, allowing him to vaguely sense the subtle currents of energy within a 10-foot radius. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, creating a slight explosion of air, the power surging through his arms, making him confident that he could easily tear apart tigers and leopards at this moment. This was the strength of the opening meridian realm. Wudao felt invigorated, yet did not cease, for his body was now crying out for spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he seized the blood bodhi offered by the xuanba and swallowed it whole. The blood bodhi dissolved the moment it touched his tongue, exuding an intense heat as the profound essence of the earth erupted, cleansing his limbs and bones. Within Wudao, it felt as though rivers were surging. His blood qi flowed like a torrent, radiating terrifying heat and vitality. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum, pumping boundless strength throughout his being. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual veins within him were successively opened. After 36 resounding echoes, 36 brand new spiritual veins manifested within him. Boom. A massive vortex of spiritual power suddenly enveloped Wudao. Almost immediately, his blood qi swelled like a flood, the surface of his skin fracturing in a web-like pattern of blazing golden cracks, blood flowing like lava, and the temperature in the small room soared. A strand of pure black flame emerged in his abdomen, fervently igniting the surrounding blood qi and the vortex of spiritual energy. In an instant, Wudao was engulfed in flames, fervently integrating the surrounding spiritual energy and black flames into his flesh and blood. His foundation had been honed to an astonishing level, far surpassing that of his peers. The sheer quantity and quality of his vital energy were nothing short of terrifying. Even the heat emanating from his breath resembled flames, igniting sparks in the air around him. He had ascended to the blood ignition realm. This was the realm attained after opening the meridians. The blood ignition realm. Wudao opened his eyes, his skin radiating heat with fissures formed during the breakthrough. Yet those cracks began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. With each breath, waves of surging vital energy coursed through him. This sensation was exhilarating. He felt capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. The blood bodhi, nurtured by the essence of the black dragon's blood, was indeed formidable, propelling him from the pinnacle of vital energy directly into the early stages of the blood ignition realm. Wudao exhaled a torrent of fiery, impure energy, his eyes glinting with intensity. At that moment, the pure black flames in his dantian, which he had only recently acquired, were nearly depleted. It seemed that the recent breakthrough had consumed much of it. Clearly, his significant increase in strength was not solely due to the blood bodhi. The black Dao flames played an indispensable role as well. Nevertheless, with this newfound strength, Wudao felt a surge of confidence in his ability to protect himself. Without a moment's pause, he immediately took out the 3 tomes gifted by the dean, refining techniques, ghostly steps, and heavenly mechanisms. As he eagerly turned the pages, Wudao immersed himself fully in comprehending the knowledge contained within. The remaining pure white Dao flames within him suddenly began to pulse energetically, integrating into his sea of consciousness. As he continued to peruse the cultivation texts, the once obscure symbols transformed into a clear stream of profound truths flowing seamlessly through his mind. The intricate techniques of refining, the elusive movements of the ghostly steps, and the esoteric principles of the heavenly mechanisms were instantaneously deconstructed, understood, and reconstructed under the illumination of the white Dao flames, replaying vividly in his mind. Countless ingenious variations, deeper applications, and even unrecorded flaws and optimization directions in the texts naturally surfaced. This was a process of analysis. The white flames were analyzing these cultivation techniques. Wudao was taken aback, overwhelmed with joy. The once cryptic arts of the ghostly steps and heavenly mechanisms became remarkably straightforward. Merely visualizing the scenes in his mind felt as if he had practiced them 1,000 times. These white flames not only possessed unique enhancements, but also had this remarkable analytical function. It was truly wonderful. Rising to his feet, he practiced the principles of the ghostly steps, his steps subtly shifting. The white Dao flames circulated through his meridians, rendering his body weightless as he transformed into flickering shadows, leaving elusive traces in the small room. Even as a beginner, he had grasped 1/3 of its essence. The more he practiced, the more he became immersed in it. In just half a month, with the assistance of the extraordinary white Dao flames, he had mastered all 3 techniques to the pinnacle of his current capabilities, achieving a state of perfection in the furnace. All that remained was practical experience and a deeper cultivation foundation. However, he found himself unable to test his results with the refining techniques due to a lack of materials. Knowledge gained from books felt inadequate. True mastery in the art of refinement required hands-on practice. Wudao looked at the refining techniques in his hands, excitement bubbling within him. He assessed the materials previously gifted by Xianba and found them woefully insufficient. A skilled artisan cannot work without the proper tools. He pushed open the door and gazed at Xianba, who stood guard like a rock. Xianba, do you have any instructions? Xianba immediately bowed, his demeanor respectful. This humble one wishes to refine a few small items for practice, but is lacking some basic materials. Wudao spoke with a calm tone. I would appreciate your assistance in gathering them. Quality is not a concern, but I wonder if you would be willing to make the trip? Rest assured, senior. Xianba shall not disappoint. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xianba's eyes. Serving the senior was an opportunity he had long desired. He solemnly accepted the task. This humble one will leave swiftly and return promptly. With that, he transformed into an inconspicuous shadow, silently vanishing into the night, heading straight for the Black Dragon Mountain. Upon hearing this, Wudao suddenly recalled something and called out to the night sky. Remember, acquire materials justly. Do not resort to forceful means, lest it disrupt your cultivation. Watching Xianba disappear into the distance, Wudao rubbed his chin, contemplating the arrival of materials. Next, he awaited Xianba's return to commence the refinement. At present, there remained one exceedingly unique technique he had yet to learn. Wudao flipped his palm, revealing a tome titled Borrowing Techniques. This technique disregarded boundaries and could directly harness the power of the heavens and earth. According to the text, as long as one could borrow, even those in the blood realm could defeat those in the Dharma realm. However, it came with a significant drawback. The physical body must withstand the borrowed power, or one might perish before the opponent even struck. Wudao hesitated as he glanced at his abdomen, where only a small fragment of the white flames remained. He wondered if it would be sufficient to comprehend this technique. At that moment, a familiar voice called from the courtyard gate. Dao? Aunt May? Wudao snapped back to reality. What could Aunt May want at this late hour? Chapter 26. Borrowing Techniques. Aunt May, what brings you here at such a late hour? Wudao opened the door and inquired with concern as he saw Aunt May standing outside. Dao, the Mid-Autumn Festival is upon us. Come home with me for dinner. Later, I'll accompany you to pay respects to our ancestors, Aunt May cheerfully said, patting his shoulder. Thinking of the inevitable encounter with Su Fei and Su Ming at the Su family home, Wudao felt reluctant to engage with them again and immediately shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Aunt May, but I will not be going to the Su family. Dao, Aunt May looked up and asked softly, are you still upset with Fei and your uncle? No, Wudao replied, shaking his head. Those trivial matters are hardly worth my concern. Since that's the case, let us go home and enjoy a nice meal together, Aunt May said happily, attempting to pull Wudao along. However, he remained as immovable as a stone pillar. Aunt May turned back, puzzled. Dao, pausing, she bit her lip and said, I know Fei and your uncle have wronged you, but we are family. Please do not hold any grudges. I hope for everyone's well-being. We can always sit down and discuss things. Gazing into Aunt May's sincere eyes, Wudao fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Aunt May, some people and some matters cannot be reconciled. After all, we walk different paths and cannot collaborate. But rest assured, you will always hold a special place in my heart. I will forever be your child. Dao, Yu Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, her lips parting. But before she could speak, Wudao smiled as he supported her arm, saying, Aunt May, let me escort you home. It's late. Yu Xueqing sighed in resignation and nodded. At the Su family residence, the main hall was laden with a feast. Su Ming and Su Fei anxiously awaited by the door. Su Ming dressed in approachable casual attire, while Su Fei donned a flowing white dress with light makeup, exuding breathtaking beauty. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they hoped to use this opportunity for Yu Xueqing to invite Wudao over, allowing everyone to chat and strengthen familial bonds. However, as time dragged on without any sign of Yu Xueqing's return, father and daughter grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that she couldn't persuade him? Creak. The door swung open, and a figure entered, wearing a somewhat dejected expression. Xueqing, why have you returned alone? Where is Dao? Su Ming inquired, rising from his seat as he noticed his wife had come back alone. Dao does not wish to come, Yu Xueqing said weakly. At the banquet table, Sophie, upon hearing this, discreetly pressed her lips together, her hands clenching tightly within her sleeves. Not wish to come? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Xueqing, does he still refuse to forgive me and Fei? No, Yu Xueqing replied, casting a glance at her husband and daughter, her expression troubled. Dao forgave you long ago. He simply does not wish to spend time with you for the moment. On the 8th of next month, it is the birthday of the elder of the Zhao family in Lingnan, and Dao has agreed to accompany us. He has now returned home to pay respects to his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's face brightened instantly. So that's the case. It appears this child still harbors some grievances and will need time to heal. Xianxiaaudiobooks, I must trouble you a bit more regarding Dower. Let us eat. The dishes are nearly cold, Su Ming said, warmly gesturing for his wife to take her seat. Although Li Wudao did not attend, the fact that he agreed to accompany them to the Su family in Lingnan indicated that he was still willing to acknowledge him as his uncle. This was a crucial signal for the Su family. Mother, do try my homemade sweet and sour ribs, Sophie interjected. Upon hearing that Li Wudao was willing to join them in Lingnan, the tight fist in her sleeves gradually relaxed, a sense of relief and excitement washing over her. She transformed from her previous despondency, dutifully serving dishes to Yu Xianxiaaudiobooks with vivacity. Oh, Fei cooked personally? Then I must savor this. Yu Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed. Though as she observed her husband and daughter's unusual enthusiasm, a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. She understood Dower's temperament and character. Without her, he would likely never set foot in the Su family again. Meanwhile, outside Linen City, Li Wudao was walking alone along the path. He was taken aback to realize that the Zhongyuan festival had arrived so quickly. Time truly flew. He wandered along the path, lost in thought. After walking a distance, he shook his head and took out the borrowing technique from his pocket. Instead of dwelling on those thoughts, he decided to take advantage of the tranquility outside the city, surrounded by lush flora, to practice this technique. Standing on the hillside beside the official road, the night breeze swept across the desolate wilderness, rustling the grass and trees. He held his breath and focused, as the last remnants of white Dao Fire within his dantian suddenly surged and merged into his consciousness. Under the illumination of the white Dao Fire, the first level of borrowing technique was instantly deciphered, and then began to demonstrate the process in his mind. First level of borrowing technique. With my spirit, I connect to the souls of all things. With my true intent, I borrow the creations of nature. As the incantation was invoked, a humming sound resonated. The entire mountain wilderness seemed to come alive. The ground beneath him pulsed with tremors, and the ancient trees swayed without wind, their branches and leaves dancing as if in worship. Countless brilliant blue lights, as dazzling as a galaxy, surged from every blade of grass and every leaf, all rushing toward him. It was as if the entire realm was temporarily lending its strength to him. Come! Li Wudao cupped his palm, and the starlight surged like rivers flowing into the ocean, madly pouring into his grasp. A sharp intake of breath. The terrifying torrent of energy surged into his body. His muscles instantly swelled to the brink of bursting, veins bulging like dragons, while his bones emitted cracking sounds under the unbearable strain. Tiny beads of blood seeped from his skin's pores, then, under the healing power of his blood-burning state, evaporated into a mist of blood. The luminous sphere coalescing in his palm was as intense as a miniature sun, and the released energy bent and scorched the surrounding grass and trees. This power was astonishing. Gazing at the small sun in his palm, Li Wudao's pupils constricted. This energy felt as if it belonged to him, ready to be commanded. Yet, in the next moment, Li Wudao was horrified to discover that he could not control it at all. The white Dao Fire within him had been completely depleted, and his physical body was on the verge of collapse. Disperse! Quickly disperse! He screamed as he desperately waved his hand. The luminous sphere in his palm flickered violently, ultimately bursting into a shower of starlight that scattered across the wilderness. With a cough, the overwhelming power caused Li Wudao's blood to surge, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath. Phew, I almost exploded. This borrowing technique is simply monstrous, though it does come at a cost. He exhaled, still feeling the lingering fear. Just then, a rustle. Two bloodied figures burst forth from the dense forest beside the official road. Ahead, a man in a brocade robe, his left arm severed at the shoulder and the wound charred, screamed in agony, "Quick! Seek aid in Linen City." Behind him, a one-eyed man in a black robe, grinning maliciously, swung his blade, unleashing a blood-red blade aura that cleaved through the earth, aimed directly at the brocade-clad man's back. "Zhangyu, hand over the legacy jade." Before the blade aura could reach him, the foul wind it carried left Li Wudao breathless. Zhangyu was knocked to the ground by the force of the blood-red backlash, his clothes torn to shreds, blood spilling from his mouth as he slid along the ground, finally coming to a stop at Li Wudao's feet. Coughing, Zhangyu gasped for breath, his energy waning, despair evident in his eyes. Li Wudao sensed movement beside him and abruptly looked up, his heart tightening at the sight of the man coughing up blood before him. Oh no! Could it be I've stumbled upon a scene of pursuit? He cautiously raised his head and scanned his surroundings, only to find his heart leap into his throat. A black-robed figure, wielding a blade, was slowly approaching him, exuding an aura of blood and vitality that surged like smoke, the sound of his rolling energy akin to thunder. This is a mid-stage blood-burning practitioner. Li Wudao's pupils constricted, and he quickly crouched down, stealthily moving towards the nearby thicket. Clang! A blade aura of blood energy suddenly blocked his path. Friend, where do you think you're going? Chapter 27. Too small? Is this big enough? Wudao awkwardly evaded the strike, wearing a smile that suggested he meant no harm. Well, my good fellow, I am merely a passerby on my way home to pay respects to my ancestors. Why not pretend you haven't seen me? Oh, going home to pay respects? The one-eyed black-robed man revealed an understanding smile. I almost forgot today is the Zhongyuan festival. It seems you're quite the filial person. Rest assured, I, Maida, have the utmost appreciation for those with filial piety. Wudao instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, rising to leave. He certainly did not wish to be unwittingly entangled in a bloody confrontation. Thankfully, this one-eyed man was amiable. Clang. However, just as Wudao lifted his foot, the one-eyed black-robed man suddenly lunged forward with his blade. Wudao dared not underestimate the threat, his figure transforming into a shadow as he narrowly evaded the strike. Boom. The blade missed, cleaving the ground and creating a half-meter-wide chasm, stones flying in all directions as the wind of blood energy remained unyielding. Huh. Not bad to evade my strike. The one-eyed black-robed man chuckled in surprise, raising his blade once more, poised before him. Damn it. Didn't you just say I should be at ease? Why the sudden attack? Wudao shot a glare at the one-eyed man. The reason I suggested you be at ease is that I, Maida, have a kind heart and wish to send you down to reunite with your family, sparing you the trip. The one-eyed black-robed man smiled warmly, his blood energy surging around his blade. What the hell is wrong with you? Wudao couldn't help but curse under his breath. Heh, thank you for the compliment, but to die at the hands of me, the mad blade Maida, is a blessing for you. Wudao frowned upon hearing this, looking at the murderous intent emanating from the one-eyed man, and advised, I have no desire to fight. You are the one seeking death. Don't blame me later. This statement left the one-eyed black-robed man momentarily stunned, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Before he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha, kid, why don't you go and ask around about my name? Mad Blade Maida? What a bold claim. In his view, aside from a capable individual at the Far Travel Academy, who else in Linen could withstand a single strike from him? The boy before him appeared unstable, emanating a scent of blood, suggesting he had sustained injuries. Did you think that narrowly escaping from my blade would grant you the audacity to act so brazenly? How foolish. Observing the severely wounded Zhang Yu on the ground, he clutched his chest and cautioned, Brother, this one-eyed dragon is the infamous Mad Blade of Lingnan, a notorious villain whose cultivation has long surpassed the mid-stage of blood ignition for decades. I advise you to swiftly retreat to Linen. Perhaps with the aid of a few from the remote travel academy, you might stand a chance. Otherwise, it seems there will be no easy resolution. Wudao sighed and shook his head, his right hand slightly raised as a flicker of blue flame abruptly danced at his fingertips. Ha! The one-eyed dragon chuckled at the sight of the flame, unable to contain his laughter. Boy, do you plan to incinerate me with that pea-sized flame? Is that not a tad disrespectful? Too small. Wudao shot a cold glance at the minuscule blue flame at his fingertip and replied ominously. Then allow me to show you something grander. Flora and fauna of the mountains, heed my command come. Buzzing filled the air as the once quiet wilderness erupted into brilliance. Countless blue orbs ascended from the thickets and foliage, like rivers converging into the sea, or armies rallying in homage, surging into the tiny blue flame at his fingertip. The flames suddenly swelled, transforming into a sphere the size of a human head, emanating a ghostly blue radiance akin to an icy soul. Its core burned with a blinding white heat, while the edges flowed with a deep blue that seemed to freeze all life. Crackling sounds echoed as a terrifying chill, void of vitality, radiated from the sphere, expanding violently outward. Wherever it passed, stones and vegetation were coated with a layer of frost. The earth beneath hardened, forming a thin crust of blue ice crystals. Even the blood-red blade aura unleashed by the Mad Blade moments ago was instantly frozen midair, resembling a grotesque ice sculpture. Hiss! The malevolent grin faded from Mad Blade Maida's face as his eye widened in terror, the depths of his pupil reflecting the destructive blue flame. Filled with unprecedented horror and dread, he felt his once proud mid-stage blood ignition energy wavering like a candle flickering in the wind before this soul-freezing chill. His grip on the blade trembled uncontrollably, frost forming upon the hilt. What is this power? His voice quivered with an uncontainable tremor, the previous bravado completely evaporating, leaving only bone-deep fear. Now, do you find me respectful enough? Wudao's voice was devoid of emotion, his fingers slowly rotating the ghostly blue flame, locking onto Maida. He appeared as steady as a mountain, yet internally he was frantically lamenting, Good heavens, this is even more potent than when I lost control earlier. Please don't explode in my hand. Spare me. Senior, please spare me. Maida could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his voice tinged with a sob. I am a fool. blind to your greatness. I beseech you, show mercy and spare my wretched life." He pounded his forehead against the ground like a pestle, ice shards coating his head and face, heedless of the cold. Li Wudao's gaze remained indifferent. The icy sun at his fingertip pulsating with cold light, unwavering. "Spare you? On what grounds should I?" Maida seemed to grasp at a lifeline, speaking in a frantic rush. "Senior, look at that boy." He suddenly pointed to the trembling and shocked Xianyu nearby. "He possesses a piece of the treasured inheritance jade. It was left by the martial god Lu Tianya of Qingzhou 3,000 years ago before he ascended." Maida's voice, laced with excitement and fear, grew sharp. "Legend has it that it seals the entirety of the martial god Lu's life teachings, allowing one to refine their body without the need for innate talent. If one finds the site of the inheritance, they can uncover the ultimate secret to becoming a physical saint." His eyes sparkled with a frenzied mix of greed and desperation. "With it, I can dominate Qingzhou, commanding all in the blink of an eye." Noticing a flicker of interest in Li Wudao's gaze, he quickly added, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Senior, this xiang has only one piece. The location of the other piece is known only to me. If you grant me my life, I will immediately reveal the whereabouts of the other inheritance jade and the secret method to unlock it. Only when the two pieces are united can the complete inheritance be attained. Otherwise, with just one piece, it cannot be found." Li Wudao paused, a wave of suspicion washing over him. The inheritance of a martial god. It sounds impressive, but you, one-eyed dragon, seem far from trustworthy. Who knows if you are weaving tales? Observing the sycophantic yet cunning expression on Maida's face, Li Wudao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The blue flame at his fingertip did not diminish but flared even hotter. "Speak to my blue flame, then no." Despair enveloped Maida. His one eye filled with sheer terror as he attempted to spring into action, only to find his blood seemingly frozen, his movements as sluggish as if trapped in quicksand. Li Wudao offered him no opportunity, having lost interest in further discourse. He flicked his finger towards Maida, gently releasing a spell. Whoosh! The human head-sized blue flame transformed into a beam of deathly light that froze time as it silently shot towards Maida. Its speed appeared slow, yet evasion was impossible. Maida could only emit a distorted scream of despair before being utterly engulfed by the ghostly blue beam. There was no cataclysmic explosion. He was simply encased in ice. Within the icy tomb, Maida maintained an expression of sheer horror and a posture of struggle, only to shatter into countless ice shards at the breath of the wind, dissolving into the air. The wilderness fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of melting ice. Madblade Maida is dead. Xianyu slumped against the icy ground, his body chilled, teeth chattering from both the cold and fear. He gazed at the fragmented remains of Madblade Maida scattered like ice shards, and then at the figure in the blue robe who had retracted his finger, overwhelmed by boundless awe and terror. "As senior," Xianyu started, nearly tumbling forward to Li Wudao, disregarding the pain of his frostbitten limbs, his trembling hands extracting an ancient, warm jade pendant, faintly inscribed with mysterious patterns, holding it high above his head, his voice choked with gratitude. "I am Xianyu, eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. This is the inheritance jade that the vile thief spoke of. I wish to present it to you, hoping you will graciously accept it. I implore you, grant me my life." The jade pendant, illuminated by the ghostly blue light, emitted a soft glow. In that instant, Li Wudao felt a sudden surge of warmth from a piece of jade in his possession, the one left by Xianba after he vanquished the black-cloaked figure. Now radiating light, seemingly resonating. Li Wudao observed the jade pendant, then glanced at the trembling Xianyu, a thought crossing his mind. Could these two pieces be a pair? Maintaining an outward calm, even with a hint of indifference, he waved his hand, and the pendant was ensnared by a wave of blood energy, soaring into his palm. The jade felt warm to the touch, an ancient and profound martial will subtly emanating from it. The inheritance of a martial god that does not require innate talent to refine. It sounds promising. Li Wudao placed the two pieces together. This fellow could reach Linen. I can't be bothered with him. Best to leave soon, lest more trouble arises. He cast a brief glance at Xianyu, whose aura still held some vitality, muttering softly, then turned away, his blue robe billowing as he vanished into the vast night and the lingering chill. Only Xianyu, who had narrowly escaped disaster, remained in place, gasping for breath. I never anticipated that such an extraordinary master would pass through Linen. Otherwise, I fear I might not return to the Zhao family today. With the old master's birthday approaching, and having lost the precious jade of the martial god legacy that cost me dearly, I worry my standing as a son-in-law will plummet upon my return to the Zhao family. Alas, I shall first return home and take things one step at a time. With great effort, Xianyu lifted his severely injured body and made his way back to Linen. Chapter 28. The gluttonous little Li Hua. A week later. Knock. Knock. Li Wudao, who was tidying up the courtyard, heard the sound of knocking and set down his broom, rising to open the door. Who is it? Hee. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a petite girl, nearly a meter tall, with her hair tied in a bun, standing outside with a bag slung over her shoulder. Her head tilted to one side, two fluffy ears twitching atop her head, and a round face radiating with innocent joy. Little Li Hua, what brings you here? Li Wudao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the little girl. Hee, it's me. Little Li Hua grinned, revealing her bright white teeth. She was delighted that someone still remembered her. The black boss said he needed to stabilize his realm, so I was sent to deliver something to you. With a childlike innocence, she set down her bag and rummaged through it with her short, chubby hands. One by one, various materials were pulled out: scales, mysterious iron, star sand, and even bear paws. All items Li Wudao required. He smiled and gently patted little Li Hua's head. You've worked hard, little one. No, I haven't. Little Li Hua shook her head, but suddenly her stomach let out a loud growl. She froze for a moment, instinctively feeling around in her dress woven from leaves, only to find nothing after a prolonged search. Gurgle, gurgle, her round little belly continued to protest. She looked up at Li Wudao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she offered him an awkward smile. Have you not eaten anything? Let me take you for a delicious meal, Li Wudao said with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling her little head. It felt as soft and comforting as petting a cat. Really? Little Li Hua's big eyes sparkled with excitement, saliva practically dripping from her mouth at the thought of food. Of course it's true, Li Wudao nodded, chuckling. But you must hide your ears and tail. Otherwise, you might frighten people and we won't be able to eat. Little Li Hua nodded eagerly. Before long, she wrapped her tail around her waist, concealing it beneath her grass dress, and tucked her ears away into her hair. Am I good to go now? Yes. Let us bring the items inside, and then we shall leave, Li Wudao replied. It seemed that little Li Hua was indistinguishable from a human girl now. After bringing the materials into the house, Li Wudao led little Li Hua to a noodle stall outside Xianxiaaudiobooks alley. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were fewer passers-by, allowing the stall owner, Lu Laosan, a rare moment of leisure to untie his son. Young Masterly, today we have spicy chicken noodles. I made them according to your recipe. Would you like to try a bowl? Lu Laosan called out enthusiastically as he spotted Li Wudao passing by. Oh, is that so? Li Wudao paused, eager to try. Then give me 2 bowls to taste. Certainly, young Masterly. Just a moment, Lu Laosan replied warmly, quickly readying his son before heading to prepare the noodles. Ever since Li Wudao had taken residence in Xianxiaaudiobooks alley, the neighbors had come to know that people from the academy frequently visited him. They were more than willing to offer assistance. Despite the rumors circulating that Li Wudao was a master, there was no need for pretense. Li Wudao was amiable and easy to get along with. The neighbors gradually felt no pressure in his presence, only a familiar camaraderie. Little one, please sit down, don't just stand there, Li Wudao said as he took a seat, noticing little Li Hua standing awkwardly beside him. He gestured for her to join him. Thank you, little Li Hua exclaimed joyfully, scampering up onto the stool. The black boss had told her on the way down that without permission from people, she could only stand and couldn't eat. Now that she had been given permission to sit, she was overjoyed. Seated, she grasped 2 chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was her first time eating human food. Suddenly, little Li Hua noticed a man bound to a wooden post not far from the stall, gnawing at his ropes. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she innocently asked Li Wudao, "Why is that old man tying up that guy?" Little Li Hua's unfiltered question caught Lu Laosan's attention, and he smiled bitterly, his expression darkening. Please forgive this young lady. He is not a bad person. He is my son, Lu Laosan's boy. He suffered from a cold in his childhood that left him with a fever that damaged his mind. With my old partner gone early, I had no choice but to tie him up to prevent him from disturbing our guests while they dine. Oh, I see. Little Li Hua nodded, understanding. Li Wudao merely cast a calm glance at Lu Laosan's son and sighed. He is indeed a pitiful soul. What is a pitiful soul? Little Li Hua asked, tilting her head in confusion. Li Wudao was taken aback, questioning her in return. You don't know? I don't. Then why did you say oh just now? Little Li Hua giggled innocently. Because you said I could note things down if I didn't understand, so I did. Is that so? Li Wudao was momentarily speechless. It seemed this little one, despite being a spirit, knew very little about the world. Indeed, he finally nodded helplessly. The spicy chicken noodles arrived shortly after, with Lu Laosan bringing them over. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests. The aroma wafted through the air, and little Li Hua took a deep breath, her mouth watering as she gazed at the bowls placed before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she tossed aside her chopsticks and reached for the noodles with her small hands. Wait, you can't use your hands. Use your chopsticks. Li Wudao swiftly caught her hand, guiding her on how to use the chopsticks properly. Yum, this is so delicious. Little Li Hua exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she took her first bite, emitting an adorable sound of delight as her little ears peeked out from her hair. Seeing this, Li Wudao quickly urged her to be cautious. Little one, take it easy. If you scare the stall owner, it could cause trouble. Understanding, she complied, but her eating manners were far from graceful. The tiny girl, in her eagerness, lifted the bowl to her mouth and began pouring the noodles directly inside, wiping her mouth in satisfaction as she set the bowl down. I want more, she declared. Old Lu, bring me 2 more bowls. More? Can you really eat that much? One till you get a stomachache? Lu Laosan observed the pile of empty bowls on the table and glanced at the little girl's small belly, incredulous. In his eyes, it seemed impossible for such a tiny stomach to hold 10 bowls of noodles. All right, time to settle the bill. Li Wudao, fearing that if they continued, someone might notice something amiss, placed 20 copper coins on the table and quickly took little Li Hua away. The little one appeared reluctant to leave, her eyes filled with disappointment as she felt unsatisfied. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Wudao was about to send little Li Hua back to the mountain when suddenly the door was pushed open. Dower, Annie has come to see you. Guess what delicious treats Annie has brought today? Aunt May entered the courtyard, joyfully carrying a food box. Upon seeing a small girl clad in garments fashioned from weeds beside Li Wudao, she was momentarily taken aback. Dower, is this little girl your illegitimate child? Her gaze inquired of Li Wudao, as her mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Dower had called off his engagement with Fei Fei because he had already sired a child with another woman? My dear Dower, how could you conceal such a significant matter from your aunt, even to the extent of raising a child? Chapter 29. The Remnant of the Martial God? Observing the dismayed expression on Mei Yi's face, Li Wudao sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. Aunt May, where are your thoughts wandering? I am but a bachelor. How could I father a child? Then where did she come from? Aunt May pointed at the little girl, Li Huahua, inquiringly. Li Wudao casually fabricated a tale. I found her a few days ago while returning home to pay respects to my ancestors. Seeing her pitiable state, I decided to take her in. I see, Aunt May replied, her concerns alleviated. She turned her gaze to the small Li Huahua. The girl, around 7 or 8 years old, was dressed entirely in clothes woven from forest debris. Instantly, a wave of maternal affection surged within her, prompting her to approach Li Huahua tenderly. Such a poor child, you must have endured much hardship. Come, Aunt has food for you. As she comforted Li Huahua, Aunt May opened a food box filled with delicious roasted chicken, braised pork, and sweet and sour ribs. The moment the box was opened, a rich aroma wafted forth, tantalizing the senses. Aunt May, Li Wudao exclaimed, startled as he saw Aunt May drawing near to Li Huahua. He instinctively reached out to pull her away. Li Huahua is a demon. Although she may seem innocent, she is not a creature that an ordinary person can withstand. Having never encountered Aunt May before, and being a wildcat demon, Li Huahua could easily go into defense mode when approached by strangers. If she inadvertently harmed Aunt May, it would be a grave mistake. However, as Li Wudao raised his hand, he noticed that Li Huahua was utterly entranced by the food in the box, her eyes wide and drooling uncontrollably. Gone was any trace of wildness or ferocity. She resembled nothing more than a gluttonous little pig. Can I eat, human? Li Huahua inquired, her desire evident. But she hesitated to move without Li Wudao's permission, instead looking at him with imploring eyes. Seeing this, Aunt May kindly placed the food before Li Huahua. Child, eat. If it's not enough, Aunt will prepare more for you. Li Huahua remained still, her eyes still pleadingly fixed on Li Wudao. Go ahead, eat, he gestured, indicating she could. With Aunt May's encouragement, how could he refuse? Meow, Li Huahua exclaimed excitedly, then began to devour the food voraciously. The sight of such a pitiful child, reduced to a mewling cat due to hunger, made Aunt May's maternal instincts surge. She gently stroked Li Huahua's head. Eat slowly, dear. If you need more, Aunt will provide. There will always be food. With a mouth full, Li Huahua merely smiled sweetly at Aunt May, unable to articulate her gratitude. Take your time, child, don't rush, Aunt May said, her heart aching as she felt the rough fabric of Li Huahua's makeshift clothing. Once you're full, Aunt will make you a new outfit. Li Huahua, unaccustomed to such warmth, felt a comforting glow within her heart and gently nuzzled Aunt May's hand. Watching this tender interaction, Li Wudao opened his mouth, tempted to say, Aunt May, she is actually a cat. However, fearing that disclosing the truth might frighten Aunt May, he ultimately decided to remain silent. Dower, look at how starved this child is. Are you not feeding her? Aunt May reproached, noticing that Li Huahua had licked the plate clean. Li Wudao hastily waved his hands. Aunt May, I would never mistreat a child. It's just that she has a hearty appetite. Regardless of that, she must be well fed. If you lack funds, do inform me. Aunt May lamented, stroking Li Huahua's head. She then tossed a pouch of silver and rose to leave the courtyard, claiming she would go to buy some clothes. Once Aunt May departed, Li Wudao turned to Li Huahua. Little one, you've eaten your fill. It's time to return to the mountains. I senti it? Li Huahua, still savoring the remnants of the meal, licked her tongue longingly and gazed at Li Wudao with big, pleading eyes. Mimicking human behavior, she clumsily knelt down. Her little face contorted with emotion, and in a whimpering tone pleaded, Human, please let me stay. I want to eat Annie's food. I promise I will be very good and obedient. I can guard the door. I want to eat much, so please don't send me away, okay? Her tail involuntarily popped out, nervously wagging behind her. Observing the pitiable sight of this little creature, Li Wudao felt a headache coming on as he rubbed his brow. This foolish cat, was it really necessary to beg for food? However, having her around would indeed facilitate communication with Xianba, which could be beneficial. Sighing, he acquiesced after a moment of contemplation, albeit with a stern facade to tease her. You can stay, but there are rules. First, keep your ears and tail hidden. Second, listen to Aunt May and me. Third, study diligently. Fourth, do not frighten others or eat people. Can you comply? Li Huawan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. I can be the most obedient. I promise. Her excitement nearly made her bounce, and her ears threatened to pop out, causing her to hastily cover them. Chuckling softly, Li Wudao shook his head and returned indoors. Inside, the atmosphere was serene. Items such as xiantai, stardust, and a small amount of Xianba's blood were neatly arranged on the table alongside warm jade and tianling wood beads. He moved the table next to the prepared alchemical furnace in the backyard. Gazing at the materials, Li Wudao took a deep breath. A glimmer of confidence and anticipation flashing in his eyes. The steps of the refining technique had been thoroughly dissected by the white Dao Fire, etched in his mind. He was now ready to practice. Although the Dao Fire was no longer at his disposal, the theoretical knowledge should suffice. With that thought, he deftly summoned the meager spiritual energy within him to envelop the warm jade and placed it into the alchemical furnace. As the flames surged, he concentrated intently on regulating the temperature, the essence of the refining technique vividly emerging in his mind. Impurities transformed into azure smoke. The jade fluid shimmered and coalesced into orbs, and the entire process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. Now came the most crucial step. Engraving the runes, he held his breath, focusing his mind with utmost concentration, carefully guiding the furnace's flames to make minute adjustments according to the engraved trajectory in his mind. Buzz, the jade orb quivered, silver patterns faintly appearing, and a soothing aura of tranquility instantly spread, sweeping away the slight agitation he had felt while concentrating on the refinement. It's done. Li Wudao's eyes brightened as he reached out, summoning the smooth, calm heart orb into his palm, a refreshing chill seeping into his being. According to the records of the refining technique, this calm heart orb had the power to cure ailments and dispel curses. The results seemed quite promising. After the Dao Fire had dissected the refining technique, using it became astonishingly simple. Next, he decided to test the spirit blood bracelet, hoping to build upon his success. He recalled its capabilities, automatically defending against fatal injuries, while also promoting longevity and enhancing vitality. Perhaps he could craft one for Aunt May. He selected xiantai as the primary material and infused it with a small amount of stardust, ultimately adding Xianba's blood into the alchemical furnace. Following the refining method, after 2 hours, the furnace emitted a muffled thud. Bang! Immediately thereafter, a bracelet adorned with blood-red patterns soared out. Li Wudao raised his hand to catch it, discovering that the bracelet's surface shimmered with a dark light, and within, gentle defensive rune patterns glimmered. Upon careful observation, one can discern a subtle, yet imperceptible pressure emanating from the hidden dragon within. As it brushes against the arm, one can feel the vitality being nourished, a sensation akin to the effects described in the refining technique. Admittedly, its design is rather unadorned. He muttered to himself, I wonder if Aunt May will appreciate this. He picked up 2 freshly crafted magical artifacts, admiring them in his hands when Aunt May suddenly returned, carrying several new outfits for little girls. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the spirit blood bracelet. Oh, Dower, this bracelet is truly exquisite. Where did you acquire it? Li Wudao, seizing the opportunity, approached Aunt May. His tone earnest. Aunt, this isn't something I purchased. I've learned a bit of craftsmanship and attempted to make it myself. I present it to you as a token of gratitude for your unwavering care. Really? Aunt May exclaimed, her surprise and emotion evident as she gazed at Li Wudao. You crafted this yourself? How remarkable. Without hesitation, she took the bracelet and adorned her wrist, examining it from various angles, her affection palpable. It fits perfectly. It's beautiful. Aunt truly adores it. You are so thoughtful, Dawa. Nearby, little Li Hua, upon seeing Aunt May's arrival, initially anticipated a delightful treat and scampered over to her like a beggar cat. However, The moment she observed Aunt May donning the bracelet, her expression abruptly froze. As a creature of the supernatural, she possessed an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations of bloodline energy. She distinctly sensed a terrifying protective aura emanating from the bracelet, one that instinctively sent shivers down her spine, akin to the presence of a formidable overlord. Meow. Her cat-like eyes widened, and her mouth parted slightly. Could it be that the formidable overlord had found refuge within Auntie's bracelet? Unaware of Li Hua's strange reaction, Aunt May joyfully gestured with the bracelet. Only later recalling her original purpose, she retrieved the new clothes to fit Li Hua, filling the courtyard with warmth and laughter. Once Aunt May departed, thoroughly satisfied, Li Wudao tidied up the remnants of his crafting session and picked up the tranquil pearl to examine. This pearl should yield satisfactory results. I'll keep it as a reserve. Suddenly, he remembered the 2 jade pendants he had obtained from the Zhao family's son-in-law and the man in the black cloak. He promptly reached into his robe and produced the 2 blood-red jades. Upon contact, the moment the 2 blood-red pendants met, they emitted a soft hum. The formerly cold jades instantly became searing hot, their surfaces aligning perfectly, as if they were always meant to be one. Just as Li Wudao placed them on the table, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The seemingly chaotic patterns on the surface of the pendants suddenly illuminated with a blinding crimson light. The radiance intertwined, swiftly coalescing above the pendants into a vague silhouette of a blood-colored figure, towering nearly a foot high, exuding an overwhelming martial aura. The apparition lingered for but a moment. Yet Li Wudao felt as though he witnessed a warrior striding across mountains and rivers, his vitality soaring as if to rend the very heavens. Thud! Li Wudao felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A tightness gripped his chest, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance, his complexion paling instantly. Gasping, he stared at the table, his heart racing. The blood-colored silhouette had vanished. The 2 pendants had not fully merged into one, yet their contact points were tightly intertwined, their patterns woven together, forming a singular entity. They clung together like magnets, emanating a more gentle luster than before. Although that peculiar fluctuation had temporarily subsided, the fusion continued unabated. Li Wudao gingerly lifted the interconnected pendants. They felt warm to the touch, and their weight seemed to have increased. He attempted to pry them apart, but found them utterly immovable. Infusing them with spiritual energy? Instantly. It was as if a stone cast into the sea, yielding no response. Could it truly be the legacy of a martial deity? Had the one-eyed dragon not deceived him? Li Wudao rubbed the pendants thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. Yet this aura was undeniably fierce. What was that silhouette earlier? A remnant of a martial deity? He grasped the fused pendants, feeling the unknown power within, his gaze drifting afar, his brow slightly knit. Ultimately, whether this is genuine seems to hinge on the complete fusion of these objects before I can uncover the truth within the jades. 3 days later, in the courtyard of Qing Shui Alley, the sound of a child reciting lessons echoed early in the morning. The human spider, by nature, is good. It is at the beginning of humanity, not a spider. I understand. Human spider. Little Li Hua earnestly nodded as she recited. Ah, this is quite tiresome, Li Wudao remarked, pressing his forehead in mild frustration. Over the past 3 days, little Li Hua, this glutton, had only managed to recognize 6 characters. Teaching her is exceedingly difficult. She always found ways to exasperate him. Thankfully, she wasn't his own child. Otherwise, he would have surely resorted to swatting her bottom. Can we have breakfast now? After a brief study session, little Li Hua eagerly pulled a porcelain bowl from her clothing. Li Wudao's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. You must copy the human spider. By nature is good 50 times before you can eat. All right, she replied, glancing at Li Wudao's stern face, shrinking her head in trepidation as she cautiously took out a brush to copy on the rice paper, murmuring to herself, 50 times. Once I finish, Annie will be here, and I can have delicious food. Just then, a knock echoed from the courtyard door. Knock, knock. Senior Li, this junior, xianxiaaudiobooks, has come to visit. I hope I am not disturbing you. Someone had arrived. Little Li Hua, delighted, sprang from her seat, hoping to take advantage of opening the door to slack off. Sit down and write your characters. You aren't allowed to eat until you finish. Li Wudao shot her a glare before rising to open the door. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by xianxiafans, who stood outside, holding a half-meter-tall tree. Li Wudao smiled and asked, Is the academy not busy, Daoist? What brings you to my humble abode? The academy has my master and elder Zhou Ming present, so I find myself with nothing to do. A few days ago, I heard Senior Li mention wanting a tree for that cat demon to sharpen its claws, so I took the liberty of bringing a tree along. I hope it is the one you seek, xianxiafans explained modestly. Haha, it is indeed useful. Please, Daoist, come in for a cup of tea. Li Wudao warmly invited. This is a favor I could not have hoped for. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, flattered, and then moved the tree into the courtyard. He had deliberately come here hoping for a stroke of luck, desiring to establish familiarity with Li Wudao. Being invited in for tea would be the best outcome. After planting the tree a short distance from the pavilion, Xianxiaaudiobooks settled down to rest, only to notice little Li Hua inside the pavilion, diligently copying characters. However, her handwriting was so crooked it resembled chicken scratch, rendering him unable to recognize her. Senior, this little one is of the demon clan and can comprehend through thought. Why not let her learn quickly instead of painstakingly writing? Xianxiaaudiobooks could not contain his curiosity and voiced his thoughts. In his view, it was a waste of time. Yet he believed such a remarkable figure as Senior Li must have deeper intentions behind his methods. Li Wudao paused at his words. Was there truly such a method? How embarrassing this made him feel ahem to maintain his image as a lofty individual. Li Wudao cleared his throat and explained, while your suggestion may save time. This little one is a demon, inherently mischievous and impatient. Such a method is unsuitable, allowing her to learn through writing, while literacy is one aspect. The more crucial aim is to help her cultivate patience and tranquility. Oh, I see. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in understanding. Then, with a respectful demeanor, clasped his hands in salute towards Li Wudao. Senior Li is truly thoughtful. I admire you. Haha, Song Daoist, you flatter me, Li Wudao replied with a calm smile. Though inwardly feeling quite awkward. Admire what, really? I'm just inept in using such methods. However, these individuals are indeed easy to deceive. Song Daoyu, after a long journey, took a moment to quench his thirst with a cup of tea, which Li Wudao personally poured and presented before Xianxiaaudiobooks. Startled, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. To think that Senior Li held such esteem for me. With hands trembling in reverence, Xianxiaaudiobooks accepted the teacup, clearly unaccustomed to being recognized by such a distinguished figure. Li Wudao, oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling in Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind, simply observed his overly animated demeanor and, with a smile, redirected the conversation. By the way, Song Daoyu, what kind of tree have you planted for me? Without even taking a sip of his tea, Xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly replied, in response to your inquiry, Senior, this tree is a Bodhi tree. Its leaves can be brewed into tea, possessing the ability to clear the mind. The seeds it bears after flowering can strengthen one's body when consumed by mortals. Oh, so it is a Bodhi tree, Li Wudao exclaimed. Momentarily surprised as he rose from his seat, he stepped toward the freshly planted Bodhi tree, his gaze fixed upon the sapling standing half a meter tall. The bark was gray, smooth, and slightly ridged. Although still in its juvenile state, numerous fine aerial roots were sprouting from the trunk. So, this is the Bodhi tree. Li Wudao mused, admiring the vibrant green leaves and the exuberant vitality of the sapling before him. Words of Zen wisdom he had heard in his past life floated to the forefront of his mind, and with a hint of sentiment and appreciation, he softly recited, one flower, one world, one tree, one Bodhi, one wood, one fleeting life, one grass, one paradise. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a peculiar rhythm, echoing clearly throughout the courtyard. Sitting in the pavilion, Xianxiaaudiobooks held the teacup with reverence, prepared to savor the tea bestowed upon him by Senior Li. But upon hearing the first line of the Zen verse, he was jolted upright. Buzz. It was as if he heard a gentle chime from the depths of his soul, and the ethereal energies of the surrounding world began to surge silently, like a tide, towards the modest Bodhi tree with each word spoken by Senior Li. This was not a violent consumption, but rather a gentle, nurturing infiltration. What is this? Xianxiaaudiobooks' pupils dilated, and the teacup in his hands clattered onto the stone table, spilling its contents without him even noticing. He stood abruptly, fixated on the direction of the Bodhi tree, his face a mask of incredulity. As Li Wudao continued to recite, one leaf, one Tathagata, one grain, one paradise, one space, one pure land. The half-meter-tall Bodhi sapling began to grow frantically before Xianxiaaudiobooks' astonished gaze. The trunk visibly shot upwards, thickening. The gray bark transformed into a texture reminiscent of jade, glimmering with a subtle radiance, while the tiny aerial roots swiftly descended and anchored themselves into the soil, growing robust and sturdy. The once vibrant green leaves now bore a faint golden halo along their edges. A distinctly clear sense of joy emanated from the Bodhi tree, like a warm stream, radiating unreservedly throughout the courtyard. When Li Wudao uttered the final line, one smile, one earthly bond, one thought, one tranquility. The now towering 2-meter Bodhi tree's branches and leaves stirred without the slightest breeze, producing a melodious sound akin to a multitude of wind chimes ringing in harmony. The tree spirit was enveloped in a soft golden glow, akin to the brilliance of stars, which swiftly receded, merging into the trunk. The golden light harbored pure spiritual energy, This tree has awakened. Xianxiafanans felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, rendered immobile. His lips quivered, yet he could not utter a single word, merely staring in awe at the Bodhi tree outside the courtyard. His heart was filled with profound shock. The spoken word manifests the law, enlightening living beings. One thought becomes spirit. I have been fortunate enough to witness this moment. The overwhelming impact left his mind blank, leaving only boundless reverence for Wudao. Meanwhile, the small girl, Xianxiaaudiobooks, seated on a stone bench, had long since ceased writing, her mouth agape, her eyes wide as saucers. A trail of drool pooling on the paper unnoticed. She felt the pure spiritual energy emanating from the Bodhi tree, suffused with a warmth and comfort that enveloped her very soul. Meow meow, she instinctively exclaimed, gazing at the tall figure in the azure robe before the Bodhi tree with unbridled admiration. The tree has become sentient. The person, so remarkable, 1,000 times more impressive than the Black Boss. The Black Boss was right. Humans are indeed capable of anything. In an instant, Wudao's image in her mind soared to unimaginable heights. Having completed the recitation, Wudao was immersed in contemplation of the Buddhist wisdom from his past life. Suddenly, he sensed a dimming of light before his eyes, and the sound of rustling leaves reached his ears. He snapped back to reality. Before him stood the 2-meter-tall Bodhi tree, its entire figure like jade, branches and leaves shimmering, exuding a mighty and pure aura. Turning to glance back, he found Xianxiafanans still frozen with the teacup in hand, while Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Wudao was taken aback. His gaze returned to the Bodhi tree, blinking in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. How has this tree grown so large? Goodness, I merely recited a few lines of verse. Has this tree been injected with steroids? A sense of absurdity and immense shock rendered him momentarily speechless, his face betraying genuine, pure astonishment and a hint of bewilderment. Just as Wudao was grappling with his astonishment, the newly awakened essence of the Bodhi tree appeared to sense the presence and confusion of its enlightener. Its stout trunk bent slightly, as if bowing in respect. Countless cascading green aerial roots gently brushed against the ground, resembling devout followers in supplication. Staring at the Bodhi tree that bowed before him, Wudao was utterly flabbergasted. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his nose, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, ultimately managing to utter a dry rise. The Bodhi tree obediently retracted its branches and leaves. Goodness, this is extraordinary. Wudao was stupefied, outwardly maintaining composure while inwardly bombarding himself with thoughts. Has my mouth truly been blessed? Chapter 31, The Banquet Dispute. At that moment, a warmth surged within Wudao's abdomen, and a black flame suddenly ignited. Upon sensing this change, his heart leaped with joy. A black flame has been generated. After enduring numerous experiences along his journey, Wudao began to grasp the pattern behind the manifestation of this unique flame within his dantian. Whenever he inspired comprehension in a creature, a black flame would emerge. The purpose of this black flame was clear: to assist in refining and absorbing spiritual matter, enhancing his physical form, and elevating his cultivation. Conversely, whenever he inspired insight in a human, a white flame would manifest. The function of this white flame was equally evident. It would automatically protect its master, and additionally, it could decipher cultivation methods, aiding in his understanding. Before long, the others in the courtyard began to regain their senses. After a brief exchange, Xianxiafanans took his leave. The courtyard fell into tranquility, save for Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was scolded for her lack of focus in writing, nursing her head in pain. Until the arrival of Mei, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to have found her savior, clinging to her without letting go. Under Mei's protection, Wudao found himself at a loss. Thus, his days were filled with cultivation and teaching Xianxiaaudiobooks to read. Unbeknownst to him, a month swiftly passed. On the 8th day of the 8th month, with autumn's crispness in the air, Wudao relished a rare moment of leisure in the pavilion, sipping tea, feeling the gentle breeze, and inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the Bodhi tree, enjoying an exquisite sense of ease. Having consumed my water, and upon maturing, the fruits of my labor shall belong to me. Do not forget this, for today, the diligent Xianxiaaudiobooks, with her little bottom in the air, is watering the Bodhi tree. As she tends to the tree, she murmurs her hopes in anticipation. The Bodhi tree, seemingly aware of her intentions, takes the watering can from her hands and waters itself, while disdainfully pushing Xianxiaaudiobooks away with its branches, forbidding her from getting too close. Infuriated, Xianxiaaudiobooks sticks out her tongue at the tree. Meanwhile, Wudao remains unfazed, his attention captivated by a pair of blood-red jade pendants on the stone table. After a month of fusion, the pendants have melded completely, their essence growing increasingly extraordinary. Yet, they do not exhibit the purported legacy of the mortal martial deity, Lu Tianya. Instead, they continuously absorb the spiritual energy from the surroundings, seemingly awaiting a saturation point before revealing any reaction. One wonders just how much spiritual energy these jades must absorb to unveil their secrets. Li Wudao's curious gaze lingers on the crimson jade. Dao, Dao. At that moment, a warm voice from outside the door calls out, belonging to Aunt May. With the Zhao family's birthday celebration approaching, Li Wudao conceals the jade pendants within his garments and rises to open the door. Dower, the birthday of the venerable elder of the Lingnan Zhao family is imminent. We must set off. Aunt May smiles radiantly as she adjusts Li Wudao's collar with the tenderness of a caring mother. Very well, let us go. Li Wudao nods in agreement. Aunt May then peeks into the courtyard and calls, Xiaohua, would you like to accompany Auntie? Yes, yes. Where are we going? Having been dismissed by the Bodhi tree, Xianxiaaudiobooks beams with joy at Aunt May's call and rushes over. However, Li Wudao interjects, his expression stern, you cannot go. You must stay home to guard the house. Auntie. Xianxiaaudiobooks clings to Aunt May's leg, her eyes pleading as she seeks support to counter Li Wudao's authoritative stance. Aunt May's heart softens at the sight, yet before she can respond, Li Wudao shakes his head, interrupting, Aunt May. It is inappropriate to bring Xiaohua to the chaotic birthday gathering of the Lingnan Zhao family. As a demon, her presence among the many cultivators attending could lead to disastrous consequences should her identity be discovered. Aunt May contemplates this, and after a brief moment, she reluctantly declines Xiaohua's request, saying, My dear, you must stay home and look after the house. Auntie will bring you some delicious roasted chicken when I return. Xianxiaaudiobooks, initially unwilling to comply, longs to accompany Aunt May for the promised delicacies. Yet, under Li Wudao's unyielding gaze, she can only nod in reluctant agreement. Okay. Xiaohua will guard the house well, but Auntie must not forget the roasted chicken. Of course, my sweet Xiaohua. How could I ever forget? Aunt May affectionately ruffles the little girl's hair before departing with Li Wudao, leaving Xiaohua gazing after them with a sense of longing. As they ascend into the carriage, Li Wudao suddenly recalls something and turns back to remind, Xiaohua, remember to water the tree at home, and do not engage in any fighting. Understand? Got it, people. She replies. The carriage belonging to the Su family transports Li Wudao and Aunt May toward the Lingnan Zhao family. Li Wudao does not encounter Su Fei and Su Ming, as Aunt May explains that they have gone ahead to meet her close friend from the Shui family, a longtime collaborator of the Su family. As the carriage enters the territory of Lingnan, the Zhao manor comes into view. Although the Zhao family is said to be a declining lineage of cultivators, its foundation remains robust. The expansive estate, nestled against mountains and water, features pavilions and towers that shimmer with ethereal light. The large stone beasts at the entrance, though ancient, exude an air of formidable presence. The arriving carriages are opulent, with attendants aplenty, all exuding the demeanor of extraordinary cultivators or nobles. Dower, I have prepared a new outfit for you. Change into it before you descend from the carriage. I will wait for you below. Aunt May instructs before gracefully alighting from the carriage. Understood. Aunt May, Li Wudao responds with a hint of resignation, complying with her request. He dons the moon-white robe meticulously prepared by Aunt May and then disembarks, standing tall with striking features. His expression bears a trace of serene indifference shaped by life's experiences. His tranquil demeanor starkly contrasts with the haughty, sycophantic, and restless guests surrounding him. Notably, his profound gaze, calm and unwavering, seems capable of penetrating the depths of human hearts. Ah, Sister Shui, look at that young man. He is exceptionally handsome. Indeed, he does not resemble an ordinary mortal. Which family does he hail from? Look, the woman before that gentleman in white is stunning. She bears an uncanny resemblance to the young Yu Xueqing. The entrance of Li Wudao and Yu Xueqing immediately attracts the attention of numerous young ladies and aspiring cultivators. Their whispers filled with curiosity and admiration. Su Ming and Su Fei, engaged in conversation with the Shui family, notice Li Wudao stepping out of the carriage. A flicker of complexity and awe crosses Su Fei's face, while Su Ming's eyes light up. A broad smile spreading across his countenance. It is our esteemed nephew Wudao and Xueqing. Fei, look, your mother and your cousin have arrived. Su Ming strides forward, his voice booming with intentional warmth, emphasizing their familial connection. Li Wudao, maintaining a calm demeanor, nods slightly to Su Ming, his tone gentle yet reserved. Greetings, uncle. He then turns to Su Fei, addressing her with equal politeness. Cousin Fei. Su Ming, overwhelmed with joy, thinks to himself, he called me uncle, and referred to Fei as cousin. The previous awkwardness regarding the annulled engagement has been resolved. The Su family is on the brink of ascendance. In that moment, Su Ming stands a little taller, his smile broader than ever. A sigh of relief escapes Su Fei, who, with a hint of modesty and barely perceptible delight, slightly bows her head and greets, "Cousin Wudao." At this juncture, members of the Shui family also approach, their curiosity piqued as they regard Li Wudao. Observing his extraordinary demeanor and his closeness to Su Ming and his daughter, their attitude becomes increasingly amiable. Madame Shui, upon realizing that the youthful Yu Xueqing is her dear friend, exclaims with fervor as she clutches Aunt Mei's arm, "Sister Xueqing, after half a year apart, how have you suddenly become decades younger, resembling an unwed maiden? Have you come across some miraculous elixir? Please introduce me to it." Aunt Mei responds with a smile, attributing her transformation to the benevolence of a high being. After a few rounds of pleasantries, the group enters the grand main hall of the Zhao Manor. As the elder, Aunt Mei is naturally ushered to take her seat among the main family and the circle of noble ladies. Before departing, she takes Li Wudao's hand and reminds Su Fei, "Fei Fei, take good care of your cousin. Bring him over to sit with the younger crowd and help him make some friends." "Understood, mother. Rest assured, I will look after cousin Wudao," Su Fei assures. Subsequently, Su Fei guides Li Wudao to a beautifully arranged banquet in a side hall, where many from the Zhao family's collateral branches, affiliated families, and secular noble youths like the Su and Shui families have gathered. Each person is adorned in splendid attire, their spiritual presence varying, all being cultivators of a level below the late stage of the opening grain. As Li Wudao and Su Fei enter, several individuals are already seated at the banquet, engaging in lively discussions centered around cultivation, sect experiences, and the forthcoming birthday offerings. Most of these individuals are familiar to Su Fei. Upon seeing Su Fei approach with an unfamiliar young man, one curious acquaintance cannot help but inquire, "Su Fei, who is this young gentleman? I have not seen him around here before." With a gentle smile, Su Fei introduces him. "This is my cousin, Li Wudao." As her words conclude, a lavishly dressed young man with an arrogant demeanor begins to scrutinize Li Wudao. Noticing Li Wudao's restrained aura, he dismisses him as merely handsome, yet lacking in substance. With an air of superiority, the man inquired, "Oh, brotherly, your face is unfamiliar. I am Wang Bo, a scion of the Wang family from Lingnan. May I ask where you have honed your skills, or which illustrious family you hail from?" Li Wudao calmly took a seat, offering a slight smile and responding in a composed tone, "Young Master Wang, you flatter me. I am merely a rustic wanderer, here to attend the birthday celebration of old Master Zhao alongside my aunt and cousin, merely seeking to broaden my horizons." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes narrowed with disdain, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "I see." With that, he dismissed Li Wudao and turned back to engage in boisterous conversation with others. The remaining young men and women lost interest, perceiving Li Wudao as nothing more than a provincial relative tagging along with the Su family to partake in the feast. Their occasional glances laced with a sense of aloofness and subtle superiority. Su Fei furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a pang of embarrassment but refraining from further comment, hoping merely for the banquet to commence swiftly. At that moment, a finely dressed gentleman, his face marred by worry, traversed the side hall. As he raised his gaze, he caught sight of Li Wudao's countenance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "It is he, the exalted figure who rescued me in linen." In his moment of distraction, the gentleman was inadvertently collided into by a woman in palace attire who followed closely behind him. She looked up, puzzled, and queried, "My husband? Why are you lost in thought? The celebration for the old master is about to begin. We must hurry, or else we shall be squeezed by your elder brother." This distinguished gentleman was none other than Zhang Yu, the son-in-law of the Zhao family. At the sound of his wife's urging, Zhang Yu was too preoccupied to pay attention. His mind was consumed with memories of the formidable figure who had effortlessly vanquished the bandits during his perilous encounter in linen. "My husband?" The woman in palace attire called out repeatedly as Zhang Yu remained silent, finally snapping back to reality. He grasped her shoulders with a serious expression. "Wife, you go ahead and pay your respects. I have something of utmost importance to attend to." "My husband? What could possibly be more important than paying respects to the old master at this critical juncture?" "I shall explain later. Just trust me and go ahead," Zhang Yu insisted gravely, patting her shoulder. Understanding her husband's character, the woman ceased her inquiries and made her way out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, his excitement bubbling over, paced anxiously. How should I approach this exalted figure? Should I prepare a gift? Would that be too abrupt? At that moment, in the main hall, Mei Yi and several other respectable ladies were seated together. As they observed the remarkable demeanor of the young man at the distant table, Mei Yi's admiration grew. Unable to restrain herself, she praised, "Sister Shui, Madame Wang, Madame Lu, do look at my dower. He possesses a striking appearance and a commendable temperament, so composed. Although he is currently in seclusion, his future prospects are undeniably bright." Mei Yi enthusiastically gestured towards Li Wudao. "If your daughters are still unbetrothed, perhaps you might consider him? I regard dower as a son, His character is absolutely reliable. The ladies addressed turned their gazes towards Li Wudao, and though they acknowledged his remarkable presence, their interest waned upon hearing Mei mention his seclusion, indicating he was an unassociated wanderer. Thus, their initial intrigue swiftly transformed into polite dismissal. "Oh dear, Madame Su. You jest. Your nephew is indeed handsome, but matters of marriage must rely on fate. My daughter has high standards and a wild disposition. She might not be suitable for your nephew." Just as the noble women were deflecting, a sharp voice pierced through, laden with unmistakable mockery. "Oh, I wondered who was playing matchmaker. It turns out to be Madame Su." The women turned to see a richly dressed, exquisitely adorned yet undeniably sharp-featured middle-aged lady approach, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful and haughty young woman. Upon sighting this newcomer, Mei Yi's expression darkened with concern. "It is her, Madame Wang." The Wang family was a bitter rival of the Su family, and this visit likely intended to cast a shadow over the occasion. As Mei Yi fretted, Madame Wang approached, her gaze scanning Mei Yi with palpable jealousy before deliberately casting a glance at Li Wudao in the corner of the side hall. A malicious smile creeping across her lips. "Madame Su, this son of yours, Tiske, appears to possess some semblance of charm." However, she elongated her tone, raising her voice to ensure all nearby could hear. "He is merely a fallen scion, a country bumpkin with no mastery in the arts. How dare you bring him to the Zhao family's birthday celebration? To think he would aspire to associate with us noble ladies?" Wang Qian, her daughter, stifled a laugh. Her eyes filled with contempt. At this, a hush fell over the hall, all eyes of the noble women fixated on Mei Yi, who paled in anger. "Madame Wang, how dare you look down upon my Dao?" Before Mei Yi could finish, Madame Wang interjected with scorn. "Your dower? I heard you only bore a daughter for the Su family. When did you acquire a son? Could it be that Madame Su has been unfaithful?" Fuming, Mei Yi's face turned crimson as she rose. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Wang Bo and the other young men caught wind of the commotion, their eyes glancing knowingly at Li Wudao, filled with amusement and deeper disdain. Su Fei's face flushed with rage, her teeth clenched, while Su Ming's countenance turned ashen. A mix of shock and fury evident. The assembled guests, all of notable standing, regarded Li Wudao with peculiar expressions upon hearing Madame Wang's words. Chapter 32, Ominous Omens. Li Wudao had intended to accompany Mei Yi quietly through the affair before departing. Thus, since entering the banquet, he had diminished his presence. But upon hearing the accusation of infidelity directed at Mei Yi, an invisible, chilling aura emanated from him, sending a shiver through the corner of the side hall. As if the very temperature had dropped. Setting down his cup, Li Wudao stood and approached Madame Wang, his deep-set eyes now sharp as blades. Coldly fixing on her. "What did you just say?" His voice, though not raised, cut through the cacophony with clarity, imbued with a chilling intensity. Madame Wang felt a shudder at his icy gaze and words, akin to being scrutinized by a wrathful tiger. Yet, recalling that she was a guest of the Zhao family and the esteemed matron of the Wang family, she thought, surely this country bumpkin from the Su family would not dare to challenge her in front of so many witnesses. Resolute, she declared with brazen arrogance. "I said Madame Su has been unfaithful. What of it? Preposterous." Li Wudao's expression darkened as he covertly summoned his spiritual energy to control Madame Wang's hand. Slap, slap, slap. Madame Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as her own hands struck her face uncontrollably. Terror gripped her as she cried out, "Bastard! What have you done to me? Why can't I control my hands?" With a stoic demeanor, Li Wudao replied coldly, "Which mad dog has escaped its leash to bite? Someone, quickly, help! The Su family's bastard is using sorcery against me. Where are the Zhao family?" Madame Wang's voice was tinged with panic. "The Su family has sent someone to attack. Hurry, expel this sorcerer." Madame Wang's daughter, Wang Qian, echoed her cries, "Help! Someone! There's an assassin attacking the esteemed guests of the Zhao family. Who dares to wreak havoc at my Zhao family's banquet?" Just then, a commanding voice boomed through the hall. Following this, a distinguished young man attired in fine garments emerged from the side hall. In the journey of life, one may possess an exquisite and refined countenance, and yet, at just over 20 years of age, there exists an air of noble tranquility in one's gaze. This is none other than Zhao's esteemed son-in-law, Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu approached, the lady of the Wang family and her daughter swiftly transformed their panic into a sense of triumph. With a venomous glare, Lady Wang pointed at Zhang Yu and exclaimed to Li Wudao, "Illegitimate child, the esteemed son-in-law of the Zhao family, Zhang Yu, is here. Should you dare to wreak havoc here, you and everyone from the Su family shall meet your doom." Li Wudao followed the direction of Lady Wang's finger and was taken aback to recognize the person who had saved him on the day of the Zhongyuan festival. A sardonic smile crept onto his face, but his eyes were cold and forbidding. Observing Li Wudao's unexpected bravado, Lady Wang's sense of superiority swelled further. An illegitimate child remains an illegitimate child, unaware of who the Zhao family's son-in-law is. Once he arrives, we shall see if you still have the gall to smile. Silence. How dare you show such disrespect to the master? A voice, laden with fury and authority, rang out. Zhang Yu, parting the crowd, approached with a grim expression, his steps both hurried and steady. With a resounding slap, he struck Lady Wang, sending her spinning like a top. Zhang Yu, do you not recognize me? I am the matriarch of the Wang family. We drank together during our last collaboration. Lady Wang exclaimed, bewildered, as she held her face in disbelief. The Wang family, although not directly allied with the Zhao family, had a position superior to that of the Su family. Zhang Yu, being a prominent figure, should have afforded her some semblance of respect. How could he strike her without cause? Who do you think you are, barking orders? Zhang Yu, showing no mercy, had his mind racing as he noted Li Wudao's icy demeanor and the palpable tension in the air. This was a master capable of extinguishing the most ferocious of foes with a mere flick of his hand. If his wrath were to fall upon the Zhao family, given their current state, they would scarcely withstand it. With trepidation, he rushed before Li Wudao, halting 3 paces away, bowing deeply until his waist nearly formed a right angle. His voice trembling with uncontainable fear. Master, I beg your forgiveness for my tardiness. It is my fault that this rabble has disturbed you. I am deserving of death. Please, spare me. The room fell into a profound silence, all eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Zhang Yu. They recognized him as the esteemed son-in-law of the Zhao family, the most trusted son-in-law of the venerable Zhao patriarch, a figure of immense significance within the Zhao clan. At that moment, he was bowing deeply to a youth whom Lady Wang had just derided as an illegitimate child and a lowly being, referring to him as master and humbly introducing himself as a younger generation. Dao. Aunt May's handkerchief slipped from her grasp, her mouth agape. Eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon Li Wudao, as if seeing for the first time the child she had watched grow. This was the Zhao family's son-in-law, a figure whose status and identity surpassed that of any family or faction present. Did he truly know her, Dao? Living in the countryside, when had he ever encountered such a personage? When did you become so formidable? She whispered, gripping Li Wudao's arm tightly. Do not fret, Aunt May. We have merely met once before. Li Wudao reassured her with a gentle smile, before turning to Zhang Yu, who was still bowed in respect, and said calmly, You may rise. I am not one for rigid formalities. Thank you for your leniency, master. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and humbly inquired, How should I deal with these individuals? Without even glancing at Lady Wang, Li Wudao waved his hand dismissively. Handle it as you see fit. I have no desire for complications. With that, he took Aunt May's hand and walked towards Su Ming and Su Fei. In that moment, the color drained from Lady Wang's face, as though doused with a bucket of ice water, while Wang Bo in the side hall was so frightened he nearly collapsed. The realization of the gravity of their situation struck them. They had inadvertently provoked an unimaginable force. As Zhang Yu observed Li Wudao's departure, the humility on his face transformed into an icy demeanor, his gaze turning as sharp as a blade directed at Lady Wang. With the authority befitting a leader of the Zhao clan, he declared, Wang Lu clan, you, in my Zhao family's banquet, have spoken ill of our esteemed guests, casting vile slanders. Such actions disregard propriety and show contempt for my Zhao family. Guards, immediately expel the Wang family from the estate to prevent them from tarnishing the patriarch's banquet and sullyfying our grounds. No, Master Zhang, this is a misunderstanding. Lady Wang attempted to argue, but Zhao's servants swiftly silenced her and her daughter Wang Qian, dragging the struggling and screaming pair away like a pair of lifeless dogs, stripping them of all dignity. Zhang Yu straightened, no longer casting a glance at the pale-faced mother and daughter of the Wang family, and issued a stern command. Proclaim my edict. The Wang family of Lingnan has failed to educate their daughters, their family virtue in disarray, and they have insulted my Zhao family's esteemed guests, showing disdain for our authority. Henceforth, all ties between the Zhao family and the Wang family are severed. Any who align themselves with the Wang family must weigh their friendship with my Zhao family carefully. This decision is to be reported to the patriarch without delay. The pronouncement sealed the fate of the Wang family, causing an uproar among the guests present. However, the commotion was short-lived. The Zhao patriarch has arrived. The butler's resonant voice rang out, like a calming balm, swiftly quelling the murmurs of the crowd. The atmosphere, once stirred by the earlier drama, was immediately subdued by the formidable presence of a family steeped in centuries of tradition. A venerable elder, clad in a dark red robe adorned with auspicious patterns, entered the main hall, his hair and beard white, yet his spirit vibrant, flanked by several elders whose auras were as deep as the abyss. His countenance was kind, a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes, weathered by time, sparkled with a keen light. As the patriarch stepped into the hall, he surveyed the room with habitual scrutiny. May the patriarch enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. After a brief silence, a thunderous chorus of congratulations erupted, marking the formal commencement of the banquet. All guests are welcome. Please, partake in the festivities. The patriarch smiled, nodding graciously and gesturing to the assembled guests. Wait, there is something amiss with the Zhao family. In the corner, Wudao, seated next to Aunt May, furrowed his brow, fixating on the Zhao patriarch, for he discerned a dense black aura surrounding him. This was the art of divination, allowing one to perceive another's fortunes. The black aura signified ill fortune, and more troublingly, Wudao observed that nearly every member of the Zhao family bore this ominous presence. Chapter 33, The Curse Unleashed. This black aura was not merely the essence of death. It resembled countless small, writhing black maggots, entwined around the patriarch and the core members of his clan, incessantly gnawing at their fortunes and vitality. It strikingly resembled the curses chronicled in the annals of the cultivation world. I must ascertain the nature of this predicament, Wudao resolved, secretly activating his divination technique. His vital energy and spiritual power began to deplete, and he gradually glimpsed the source of the black aura, a curse deeply rooted in their very bloodline, voraciously consuming their life force. Wudao's heart quaked slightly. What a sinister curse! Whom had the Zhao family offended? Yet, ultimately, what concern was it of mine? He continued to delve deeper, seeking guidance on how to unravel this enigma. In the next moment, the divination technique revealed to him a singular image enveloped in a radiant light. It was the tranquil heart pearl. The tranquil heart pearl? Wudao was taken aback, never anticipating that an artifact he had casually crafted would prove effective against the curse. Just then, the banquet transitioned into the gift-giving segment. Qingfeng Temple presented a 100-year-old, soul-nourishing jade. The jade, warm in hue and radiant in aura, capable of nurturing the spirit and aiding cultivation, evoked gasps of admiration throughout the hall, prompting a nod of approval from the Zhao patriarch. The Qian family of Lingnan presented the exquisite 9-turned Linglong pagoda. This magnificent structure, comprised of 9 intricately crafted layers, glimmered with radiant colors and had the ability to gather spiritual energy, serving as an invaluable aid for cultivation. The onlookers gasped in admiration. Aunt May and her husband, Su Ming, wore smiles of delight as they presented their meticulously prepared gifts, a millennium-old blood coral and a purple-gold warm jade ruby. This was a carefully orchestrated offering from the Su family, including the esteemed Elder Su, in hopes of establishing a connection with the Zhao family during the birthday celebration of Elder Zhao. However, Zhao Chong, the direct descendant of the Zhao family responsible for receiving gifts, glanced dismissively at Aunt May and Su Ming without a second thought. With a casual flick of his jade ruler, he scoffed. The Su family of linen? Is this all they can muster? Millennium blood coral? Mediocre quality, with scant spiritual energy. Purple gold warm jade? Mere trinkets of the mundane. Does this even belong in the Zhao family treasury? Take it away. His derisive comments resonated throughout the hall, eliciting a chorus of low laughter from the guests. Ha ha ha. Does the Linen Su family truly believe that a millennium of cultivation can stand alongside the secular? Su Ming's face flushed crimson, resembling a pig's liver, while Su Fei bowed her head in shame and anger. Aunt May felt equally humiliated. Though the Su family was the wealthiest in linen, they had only recently ventured into the realm of cultivation, lacking the profound heritage that the established families possessed, rendering them insignificant in the eyes of the esteemed lineages. Observing Aunt May's discomfort, Wudao furrowed his brow and rose, stepping forward to the gift platform amidst the gazes of the assembly. He retrieved a gently glowing calming pearl from his bosom and presented it. For Aunt Xueqing of the Su family, I humbly offer this pearl to Elder Zhao. This item, known as the calming pearl, is a simple trinket crafted in leisure, capable of calming the heart and dispelling impurities. May Elder Zhao's longevity surpass that of the southern mountains. Zhao Chong cast a glance at the unassuming, lackluster pearl, and his disdain only deepened. Another worthless trinket? Is the Su family truly out of options? Attempting to dupe my grandfather with such lowly merchandise? He carelessly snatched the calming pearl from Wudao's hand, sensing but a faint coolness emanating from it. Though it possessed some artifact-like qualities, it was unworthy as a birthday offering for his grandfather. Without a second glance, he tossed it to a nearby steward, Old Zhou. Take this and see if there's a corner in the storeroom to stow it away. Wudao's expression remained inscrutable, a hint of a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. The Zhao family's reputation as a millennium-old cultivation lineage seemed rather unimpressive. Choosing not to engage further, he turned to lead Aunt May away. Let us depart, he said, and as he did, Su Ming's expression shifted from hope to despair. When Zhao Chong disdainfully discarded Wudao's offering to a servant, Su Ming's gaze towards Li Wudao bore a trace of reproach. He believed that with Li Wudao's capability to subdue the millennium-old demon of Black Dragon Mountain, he ought to have presented something more impressive, rather than a mere embarrassment. Clearly, he did not wish to assist the Su family. The notion that the Zhao family lacked discernment and could not recognize the pearl's value never crossed his mind. For they were a lineage of millennium-old cultivators. Even in their current decline, their vision was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, who had been observing Li Wudao intently, hurriedly pursued him into the corridor. Sir, please, a moment. He wore a broad smile, rubbing his hands together, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Please, do not take offense. That scoundrel Zhao Chong is blind to the treasures before him. Is there any chance, sir, that you possess another of those precious pearls? I would be willing to offer everything I have for just one. Li Wudao paused at his words, turning back with a knowing smile. Oh, you desire that trivial pearl? Alas, the young master of the Zhao family finds it beneath him. He tossed it aside for a servant to carry. I, too, possess but this single piece. Zhang Yu's complexion flushed crimson with embarrassment, yet he remained undeterred. Sir, I implore you to reconsider. Or, if you require any materials, I shall procure them immediately. Your Zhao family son-in-law is quite commendable, Li Wudao replied, shaking his head. There is no more, only this one. If you wish for it, you may request it from your servant. Left with no hope, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and reverently produced an ancient jade pendant, intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns. Sir, this is a treasured heirloom of my Zhao family, rumored to be connected to a reclusive sect. I am but a simpleton, unable to fathom its significance, and I humbly beseech you to examine it. I hope you can offer guidance. As he spoke, Zhang Yu also presented a spirit stone as a token of gratitude. Li Wudao accepted the jade pendant, his gaze fixed upon its surface. Quietly channeling spiritual energy, a surge of black Dao Fire surged from his dantian, leaping from his fingertips into the jade. Instantly, a glimmer of white light flickered in his eyes, and the pendant radiated with ethereal brilliance, enveloped in swirling mist, transforming into something extraordinary. Even Su Ming noticed this transformation, while Zhang Yu held his breath in suspense. In a brief moment, a phantom of a mountain gate materialized amidst the mist surrounding the pendant, with the words Dao Sect inscribed upon its plaque in ancient characters. Li Wudao's heart stirred, and he murmured in realization, so it is the Dao Sect. Zhang Yu's handsome face tightened, his long fingers clenched in excitement. He clearly recognized the mountain gate depicted on the pendant, particularly the two characters Dao Sect. This revelation meant that the jade, passed down through generations of the Zhao family, was indeed linked to the hidden sect. What a monumental opportunity. Suddenly, Zhang Yu recalled a moment when Elder Zhao, inebriated, had chuckled to himself while holding the jade pendant. My Zhao family has cultivated for a millennium, cursed by our own for the elusive opportunity contained within this worthless jade. Is it truly worth it? Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, he was not aware of the secrets concealed within, for he was merely a son-in-law of the Zhao family, not of the direct bloodline. Had it not been for the elder's drunken revelations, he would remain oblivious to these matters. Now, however, everything seemed to be true. The hidden sect? Li Wudao too was curious to see what the hidden sect looked like, but the jade appeared to be bound to the bloodline of the Zhao family, rendering it unusable by outsiders. Even this Zhao family son-in-law would not suffice. Realizing this, Li Wudao returned the jade pendant to Zhang Yu. As Zhang Yu received the pendant, he wiped it carefully with parched lips and gazed respectfully at Li Wudao. May I inquire, sir, where this hidden sect might be found? How can one seek it out? At that moment, Zhao Chong happened to approach, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh? What scheme is my brother-in-law concocting now? Zhang Yu eagerly relayed the revelation of the ancestral jade secret to his brother-in-law, excitedly sharing the momentous news. However, before he could finish, Zhao Chong interrupted him, casting a cold glare at Li Wudao. Oh? You failed to present a gift and now attempt to deceive my brother-in-law with your farcical antics? What audacity! He then shot a glare at Zhang Yu, admonishing, Brother-in-law, do not take offense, but that ancestral jade has been examined for nearly a millennium, yielding no real insights. It is but a fleeting rumor. How can you still believe in its authenticity? Do not let charlatans deceive you and tarnish the Zhao family's reputation. Brother, this gentleman is different. Trust me just this once. Zhang Yu implored, anxious that his brother-in-law might offend someone of great stature. Zhao Chong, however, remained skeptical, retorting with derision, what makes him different? If he has the skill, let this worthless jade reveal its true essence. Li Wudao merely smiled faintly at Zhao Chong's words, seemingly amused by the absurdity of it all. He chose not to engage further, addressing Zhang Yu. I have said all that needs to be said. Belief is yours to decide. Farewell. With that, he departed gracefully, accompanied by the anxious and perplexed Aunt May. Please, sir. Wait. Zhang Yu called out, filled with urgency and frustration. He instinctively believed in Wudao, yet his brother-in-law's skepticism left him without tangible evidence to counter. With the jade now returned to its ordinary state, he could only watch helplessly as Wudao exited. The birthday banquet continued, with cups clinking and laughter echoing. Yet, Elder Zhao's countenance appeared increasingly ashen, his spirit visibly waning. Suddenly, in the corner, a cup held by a distant descendant of the Zhao family crashed to the ground. He clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, as dark tendrils seemed to writhe beneath his skin. This bizarre occurrence spread like a plague, with one Zhao family member after another, whether collateral or direct lineage, emitting piercing cries of despair. The previously intangible black mist surrounding them abruptly solidified, transforming into a multitude of twisted, writhing shadows resembling grotesque black insects, ravenously gnawing at the flesh and essence of their hosts. Those being consumed writhed in excruciating torment, their skin visibly shriveling, their eyes ablaze with madness. The grand banquet hall, once a realm of celebration, descended into a nightmarish hell. The cacophony of screams, wails, and the clattering of overturned tables filled the air. The black mist emanating from the elder Zhao was the thickest, and the shadows coalescing around him were the most enormous and grotesque. His hair stood on end as he struggled to muster his energy in resistance. But it was evident that he was at his limits, curling up on the ground like a helpless shrimp, emitting pained howls. Grandfather, Grandpa, hold on. The curse has manifested. Save grandfather first. Chapter 34, Regret Beyond Reach. Quickly summoned Taoist Qingfeng. Someone shouted urgently. In no time, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a green robe and with graying temples rushed into the banquet hall in a frenzy. It was none other than Taoist Qingfeng, a distinguished guest of the Zhao family. He promptly rushed to the side of Elder Zhao, grasping the latter's pulse, his expression shifting dramatically. The curse attacks the heart. Taoist Qingfeng, please, lend your aid to save my grandfather. Zhao Chong, suppressing the pain of the curse, knelt respectfully before Taoist Qingfeng. The Taoist was a senior elder from the Shanyang sect atop Shenyang Mountain, his strength having long surpassed the late stages of blood refinement. At this moment, only this practitioner from Shenyang Mountain had the capability to save them. Taoist Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Chong and remarked, your grandfather and I are close friends. Rest assured, I shall not stand idly by. With that, Taoist Qingfeng immediately summoned his talisman, attempting to suppress the curse. Empowered by his formidable vitality, the talisman radiated with brilliance, causing the black mist enveloping Elder Zhao to begin retracting, slowing its spread. However, the black mist surged violently, overwhelming the talisman, dimming its light, and even shattering it. Taoist Qingfeng himself was struck by a backlash, spitting blood and staggering backward, his complexion pale. Blood condensation talisman. He gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood to forge a genuine talisman, hoping to suppress the curse with 10 years of his lifespan. Bang! Yet that talisman was instantly shattered by the black mist. Taoist Qingfeng's face turned ashen, his energy plummeting, and he ultimately cried out in despair. It's futile. This curse has penetrated to the marrow, intertwined with the Zhao bloodline. It cannot be resolved by human means. Old Zhao, I cannot hold on any longer. What? The members of the Zhao family turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Despite being a prestigious lineage with a millennium of cultivation, commanding respect across Lingnan, the Zhao family was already waning, relying solely on Elder Zhao, a practitioner of the late blood refinement stage, to maintain their status. Without him, the Zhao family would face predation from the wolves and tigers. Grandfather, hang in there. Taoist Qingfeng, please, think of another way. The Zhao family is willing to give everything. Zhao Chong, unwilling to believe that his immensely powerful grandfather could perish, frantically implored Taoist Qingfeng. Sighing, Taoist Qingfeng appeared helpless. The curse upon your Zhao family is such that the higher the cultivation, the stronger the curse's power. At this moment, it is already bound to old Zhao's very life force, beyond what I can contend with. Upon hearing this, the other family members fell into utter despair, their cries of anguish resonating through the chaos. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Yu could not accept that Elder Zhao might perish just like that. Elder Zhao could not fall. There must be a way. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he broke through the throng in a frenzy, rushing toward the steward who had received the gifts earlier. With bloodshot eyes, he screamed, the pearl. Where's that pearl? Bring it to me. Quickly. Sir, sir. The steward, taken aback, dropped the pearl he held, which clattered to the ground. There's hope. There's hope. Zhang Yu disregarded all decorum, diving to the floor to grasp the pearl tightly, his eyes brimming with excitement. He hurriedly rose and placed the pearl upon Elder Zhao. In the next moment, the tranquil pearl sensed the curse's malevolence and erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent glow. This luminous radiance enveloped the anguished elder Zhao like a tangible beam of light. Where the brilliance spread, the grotesque black mist that had tormented Elder Zhao dissipated with a sinister hissing sound, visibly melting away. Elder Zhao's agonized cries ceased abruptly, his contorted expression swiftly relaxing. Though still weak and feeble, the terrifying sensation of being ravenously consumed vanished, leaving only a faint black mist retreating into his body. This miraculous scene left everyone dumbfounded, their desperate cries transforming into gasps of astonishment. What is this? Daoist Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the pearl radiating pure light. His lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ignoring decorum, he staggered forward to grasp the tranquil pearl, feeling a pure, boundless essence that seemed capable of purging all worldly filth. His eyes bulged as his voice trembled uncontrollably. The Dao rhythm is divine. A magical artifact imbued with supreme purifying power. Who is the hidden master behind this? His expression was fervent as he clutched Zhang Yu's hand, pressing for answers. Zhang Sir, please, tell this old Taoist. Zhang Yu gazed at the temporarily stable elder Zhao, his heart a tumult of emotions, and replied with bitterness. Taoist. This pearl was gifted to elder Zhao by a gentleman accompanying the Su family from Linen. At this moment, under the suppression of the tranquil pearl, elder Zhao barely regained a semblance of consciousness, weakly opening his eyes. His first words were not about his own well-being, but rather, he clutched Zhang Yu's hand tightly. His voice hoarse yet urgent. Did that gentleman who gifted this treasure leave? Zhang Yu nodded, shame washing over him. Yes, grandfather. That gentleman, upon presenting the pearl, was interrupted by my older brother. He glanced at Zhao Chong, whose face was ashen, leaving the sentence incomplete, but the implication clear. Then, steeling himself, he spoke with a tone of reverence and trepidation. Before that gentleman departed, I had the audacity to request him to examine our Zhao family's ancestral jade. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao and the elder members of the Zhao family suddenly focused, their breaths held in anticipation. Zhang Yu continued. The gentleman merely glanced at it and declared that the jade was a talisman of the reclusive sect. I intended to inquire further, but was interrupted by my elder brother, Zhao Chong, who dismissed the gentleman as a charlatan. The gentleman then departed without a word. Coughing violently, Elder Zhao pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Chong, his anger boiling over. You wretched spawn. You wretched spawn. My Zhao family's 1,000-year opportunity has been squandered by your hand. The gazes of the Zhao family elders toward Zhao Chong were filled with the fury of a clan betrayed. A fiery-tempered elder rushed forward and delivered a harsh kick to the crumpled Zhao Chong. You squanderer. I'll beat the life out of you, you blind fool. Zhao Chong's face turned ashen, utterly collapsing, unable to utter any pleas for mercy. Silence. Elder Zhao strained to maintain his composure, summoning every ounce of strength to decree with conviction. Listen. From this moment forth, Zhang Yu shall act with the authority of the family head. The Zhao family's resources and personnel shall be at his disposal. Anyone who defies this shall be cast out from the family. Furthermore, spare no expense to find that gentleman. Apologize. Seek assistance. Whatever conditions he may stipulate, the Zhao family shall comply without question. Zhao Chong, stripped of his direct lineage status, must personally seek forgiveness from that esteemed gentleman once he is located. Lastly, seal the news. As for today's events, particularly those concerning the gentleman, any whisper of disclosure will be met with merciless retribution. Yes, your excellency shall comply. Zhang Yu bowed in obedience, his fist clenched under the sleeve, brimming with fervor. Suddenly, he sensed the tranquil orb in his hand dimming slowly, the power suppressing the dark energy within the old master depleting. His expression shifted. This is dire. The orb's strength wanes. The suppression may not endure. Old Master Zhao also felt the dark energy within him stirring once more, feeble yet insistent, urging, haste. The Zhao family's fate hinges entirely upon you. Zhang Yu knelt solemnly. Grandfather, rest assured, I will not betray your trust, even if it means shattering into pieces. I will implore the gentleman to reconsider. Rising thereafter, his gaze resolute as iron. Under the starry night, he hastened towards the Su family in Linen. Meanwhile, at the Su family's council chamber, a heavy atmosphere rendered the air nearly suffocating. Su Ming lowered his head, recounting the miscalculations at the Zhao family's birthday banquet, where the Su family failed to forge a connection with the Zhao family. Bang! Old Master Su's frail hand struck the armrest of the Wang Wali chair with a thunderous clap, causing the candles in the hall to flicker. His murky yet piercing gaze fixed intently upon the figure of Yu Xueqing at the lower end of the table, igniting an inferno of fury and disappointment within him. Yu Xueqing, the aged voice, laden with ire, echoed like thunder. You have been married into the Su family for 20 years. I have turned a blind eye to your management of domestic affairs. Yet you dare to be so reckless. He seethed, his chest heaving violently, shaking a trembling finger at Yu Xiuqing, the birthday of the old master of the Zhao family. That was an opportunity for the Su family, procured through the expenditure of immense goodwill and wealth. A pivotal moment for the Su family to step into the realm of cultivation, awaited by all. But you, instead, chose to bring that unworthy child of your past, presenting that ludicrous orb that incited the Zhao family's displeasure. You have undone the Su family's efforts. A century of planning, obliterated in an instant. What punishment do you deserve? Each word struck Yu Xiuqing's heart like icy daggers. The gazes of the other elders and managers in the hall ranged from indifference to mockery, or even schadenfreude, converging upon her, leaving her feeling as though she stood naked in a frozen wasteland. Yu Xiuqing's complexion turned ashen, her delicate frame swayed slightly. Yet she defiantly straightened her back. She did not glance at her furious father-in-law nor acknowledge the piercing stares surrounding her. Instead, the hand at her side clenched the hem of her garment tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palm. This matter had nothing to do with Dao. It was simply that the Su family lacked the depth to catch the Zhao family's eye. What grand plans of the Su family? Her Dao was merely the child she cherished. She had taken him along, never intending to exploit him. She only wished for him to see more of the world. Perhaps to find a favorable match. A sense of grievance, anger, and profound disappointment in the Su family's blatant utilitarianism intertwined within her, causing her heart to ache unbearably. Father. Su Ming observed his wife's pale visage, wishing to soothe her, for after all, Xiuqing was the key to binding Li Wudao, this esteemed figure. Even if Li Wudao did not genuinely assist the Su family during the Zhao family's birthday, his worth was still significant. However, he was met with a fierce glare from Old Master Su that silenced him. Be quiet. Old Master Su inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, his gaze frostily delivering a verdict. Yu Xiuqing, your refusal to heed counsel has resulted in grave losses for the family. From this day forth, your authority over the internal treasury is revoked. Your monthly allowance shall be halved. Without my permission, you are forbidden from stepping outside the Su residence, and you are strictly prohibited from any further dealings with that Li Wudao. Should you dare defy this? His gaze swept over Yu Xiuqing. Icy dread emanating from him. Do not blame me for being ruthless. I will cast you out of the Su family. The words cast out of the Su family landed like a final, crushing blow upon Yu Xiuqing's heart. Silence enveloped the hall. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, yet refusing to fall. She gazed at her imposing father-in-law, her husband, who sat in stunned silence, and the faces of her uncles, who reveled in her misfortune. A wave of unprecedented sorrow and determination surged within her. Father-in-law, she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately, she merely bit her lip fiercely, swallowing her words. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of everyone present, she suddenly turned, wordlessly striding out of the stifling council chamber. The sound of her footsteps echoed hurriedly in the empty corridor, soon vanishing into the blinding light outside. Xiuqing. Su Ming sought to retain her, but he was halted by Old Master Su. Let her go. The hall fell into a heavy silence. All present anxiously regarded the still fuming Old Master Su. Chapter 35. The Presumptuous Su Ming. The next morning, as the dawn broke bright and the autumn breeze was brisk, the despondent Yu Xiuqing had not slept a wink. Sitting by the window lost in thought. Due to her father-in-law's fury, she had fallen from grace within the Su family. A night passed without seeing her husband's figure, nor had her daughter Fei come to pay her respects. The household maids had not come to summon her for breakfast either. Would the Su family seek to trouble Dao? A sudden tightness gripped Yu Xiuqing's heart. Yet now, she dared not approach Dao, for her father-in-law had spoken. If she went, it might not only do no good for Dao, but could also strengthen the Su family's resolve to pursue him. After much hesitation, she informed the steward and quietly left the Su residence, heading to the temple on the outskirts of the city, where she earnestly lit incense. May the Bodhisattva bless and protect my Dao from illness and disaster, ensuring his safety. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Su family, Old Master Su sat in the grand chair awaiting his daughters-in-law for the tea ceremony. But noticing Yu Xiuqing's absence, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Su Ming, where is your wife? Su Ming, feeling somewhat apprehensive, replied, Father, the steward says that Xiuqing has gone to the temple on the outskirts of the city to pray for blessings. Humph, wretched creature. Old Master Su, upon hearing this, angrily smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground, utterly lawless. How dare she disregard my words? The young members of the Su family in the hall were rendered silent, not daring to breathe, fearing to invoke Old Master Su's ire. Master, a grave matter. The steward abruptly rushed in, panic-stricken. Old Master Su's expression remained calm, his gaze slightly narrowed. What is so alarming? The The steward quickly bowed, reporting to Old Master. There is someone outside claiming to be the son-in-law of the Zhao family from Lingnan. What? Old Master Su, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, his countenance anxious as he hurried into the room. Quickly, prepare to meet our esteemed guests. As he opened the grand door of the Su residence, he found a group of travelers standing outside, weary but dignified, the leader adorned with a jade pendant inscribed with the character Zhao. Old Master Su quickly approached with a flattering smile. I am Su Wooding of the Su family, honored to meet you esteemed guests. Zhang Yu, having traveled day and night, had gathered all pertinent information about the Su family along the way. Upon seeing the person who opened the door, he instantly recognized him as Old Master Su. He quickly cupped his hands in greeting. I am Zhang Yu, son-in-law of the Zhao family, honored to meet Old Master Su. Old Master Su was unaware of Zhang Yu's intentions, yet considering that the latter was the son-in-law of the Zhao family from Lingnan. Coupled with the Su family's conduct at Zhao's birthday celebration the previous day, a sense of unease crept into his heart, fearing that Zhang might be there to seek retribution. The astute and calculating elder immediately adopted a humble demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. Might I inquire, young Master Zhang, what brings you to our humble abode? Upon hearing the inquiry, the already anxious Zhang Yu responded without hesitation. Quick, lead me to the young gentleman who accompanied the Su family to our Zhao family's birthday feast and presented the precious pearl. He continued, urgency lacing his voice. The Zhao family is in dire need of assistance. As Zhang Yu spoke, he gestured for his companions to present a generous gift. Since Old Master Su had not attended the Zhao family celebration, he was at a loss as to whom Zhang sought, and thus turned to his son, Su Ming. Understanding the situation, Su Ming promptly replied, Pray tell, young Master Zhang, are you referring to my nephew Li Wudao? To clarify further, he added, the young man in white who presented the precious pearl at the Zhao family banquet. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Yu's excitement was palpable as he nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, that's him. However, Su Ming, uncertain of Zhang Yu's intentions, expressed his concern. He does not reside here. I wonder what business you have with him. I can relay your message. Realizing Su Ming's implication, Zhang Yu wasted no time in revealing the dire situation. Had it not been for Mr. Li's gift of the calming pearl, Old Master Zhao would have already. Uncle Su, please, take me to see Mr. Li. The fate of the Zhao family hangs in the balance. What? Su Ming was taken aback upon learning that it was Li Wudao's calming pearl that had saved Old Master Zhao. A wave of ecstasy surged through him. The pearl is indeed effective. It is a treasure. Li Wudao does not refuse assistance to the Su family. Rather, it was the Zhao family that failed to recognize his worth at that time. I had mistakenly judged him. He must still hold affection for Xueqing. He even regards me as his uncle. Now that the Zhao family's son-in-law had personally come seeking help, Su Ming realized that if he handled this matter properly, not only could the Su family forge a connection with the Zhao family, but they could also compel the Zhao family to owe the Su family a significant favor. The rise of the Su family could commence today. Suppressing his elation, Su Ming confidently declared, Rest assured, young Master Zhang, that boy Wudao has been under my watch since childhood. He listens most attentively to me, his uncle. You can count on me for this matter. He then added, however, the Su family wishes to discuss some collaborative ventures with the Zhao family. Zhang Yu nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to address Su Ming with respect. Uncle Su, as long as we can secure Mr. Li's presence, the Zhao family will acquiesce to any request you may have. He paused, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. However, should we miss this crucial opportunity, or if there is any deceit, do not expect the Zhao family to be merciful. Hearing Zhang refer to him as Uncle Su, Su Ming beamed with confidence. Fear not, my dear nephew. This matter is in my capable hands. Then I shall trouble you. Uncle Su, Zhang Yu replied. With a sense of pride, Su Ming stood and led the way towards Qing Shui Alley, confident that Li Wudao would not deny the request of his uncle. Little did he know, Li Wudao had not granted him any favor. It was solely due to the connection with his beloved aunt, Yu Xueqing. In the small courtyard of Qing Shui Alley, the sun shone warmly, and the atmosphere was tranquil. Li Wudao was savoring a delicious roast chicken wrapped in oiled paper while playfully teasing the little creature, Xiao Lihua. The latter gazed longingly at the chicken, drooling almost, her tail wagging with excitement. Can I eat this delicious roast chicken all by myself? That is not entirely out of the question. But you must recite the 3-character classic for me first, Li Wudao replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Since returning from the Zhao family's birthday, he had noticed that his beloved aunt had lost the usual authority she held in front of the Su family's servants. He speculated whether she was not well regarded in the Su household. Xiao Lihua, however, sighed dramatically as if lamenting her fate. There are so many characters. I can't remember them all. Can I eat first and recite later? Of course. Yay, yay, Xiao Lihua exclaimed joyfully, then took the roast chicken, devouring it greedily. Her face smeared with grease, radiating happiness. Once Xiao Lihua finished her feast, Li Wudao began to collect his dues. Now that you're full, it's time to recite your lines. Recite? What lines? I, Xiao Lihua, don't know. I'm just a little girl. She feigned ignorance, turning her back to Li Wudao as if she had not agreed to anything. Li Wudao's eyes twitched at her antics. And just as he was about to reprimand the little rascal, he suddenly paused, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the tightly shut door of the courtyard. Stating calmly, Xiao Lihua, go check at the door. If it's someone from the Su family, tell them I am not available. Okay. Although Xiao Lihua was lazy, it was only regarding reading and writing. In all other matters, she complied with whatever Li Wudao instructed. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Su Ming had brought Zhang Yu to a halt. Adjusting his attire with an air of elder authority and confidence, he called out, Young Master Wudao, your uncle has brought a distinguished guest to see you. Open the door. Chapter 36, The Gatekeeper of the Great Demon Sect. With a sense of accomplishment, Su Ming straightened his collar, while Zhang Yu stood beside him, his expression filled with respect and anticipation. The door creaked open. A small girl, exquisitely cute with a round face, stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, boldly questioning, What is your surname? Who are you here to see? Upon seeing the little girl at the door, Zhang Yu thought she must be Li Wudao's attendant and was about to respectfully state his purpose. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of demonic energy emanating from her, causing his heart to constrict in alarm. Could it be that there was a demon residing in Mr. Li's courtyard? Cautiously, he peered inside, and to his astonishment, he spotted a tail poking out from behind the little girl, scratching itself. This attendant was a demon. Zhang Yu's pupils dilated, fixating on the girl at the door. Although she appeared to be an innocent human child, the tail behind her radiated a potent demonic aura, something Zhang Yu, with his training, could not misinterpret. This meant that the attendant was a shape-shifting demon beast. Gasping inwardly, Zhang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. As a core member of a cultivating family, he understood all too well what shape-shifting entailed. After all, only those of the great demon realm could achieve such transformation. This meant that the seemingly harmless little girl before him was a formidable great demon. The great demon realm. It was crucial to note that the entire Zhao family combined could not summon a cultivator of the great demon realm. Zhang Yu, faced with this seemingly innocuous child, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to his knees, cold sweat soaking his back as he inwardly screamed. A shape-shifting great demon as a gatekeeper? Just who is this Mr. Li? Zhang Yu, unable to ascertain the true nature of Xiao Lihua, mistakenly believed her to be a shape-shifting demon, yet his heart raced with excitement. If only he could persuade Mr. Li to intervene, the Zhao family's curse would surely be resolved. Upon hearing the little girl's authoritative question, Su Ming chuckled. Little one, you must be the child that Wudao has taken in. I am Su Ming of the Su family. Leave immediately. You are not welcome here. Xiao Lihua interrupted, her tone dismissive as she attempted to shoo him away. How dare a mere gatekeeper speak to him in such a manner? Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. He possessed no cultivation and had not realized that Xiao Lihua was a demon, merely perceiving her as a little maid. Assuming an air of authority as an uncle, he frowned and rebuked. Who do you think you are, little girl? You lack manners. I am the uncle of your master, the head of the Su family. A distinguished guest has arrived. Do hurry and inform your master to come and greet us. Xiao Lihua was merely following instructions given to her. How dare this man raise his voice at her? Her small face darkened, and the demonic energy around her surged ominously. Roar! A voice imbued with a demonic resonance erupted from the child, and in that moment, she could no longer contain her supernatural power. Two fluffy pointed ears suddenly sprouted from her head, while a sinuous cat tail shot up behind her, bristling with energy. The once innocent cat-like eyes transformed in an instant, becoming cold and slitted, shimmering with a terrifying golden glow. Su Ming was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of dread, as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. Upon witnessing the ears atop Xiao Lihua's head and the spiky tail behind her, he was instantly paralyzed with fear. A demon, a monster? His complexion turned as pale as paper, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word, consumed by boundless terror. Zhang Yu, upon realizing that Su Ming had provoked a shape-shifting demon, was struck with a profound pallor. Under the immense pressure and fear, he fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold stone slab, his voice breaking under the weight of his terror. Predecessor, please quell your wrath. I am but a humble Zhang Yu, who meant no offense. I beseech your forgiveness. Xiao Lihua cast a frigid glance over the crumpled Su Ming and the prostrate Zhang Yu, her tail flicking irritably, conjuring a gust of demonic wind. Begone, I said, no one of the surname Su shall be seen. Should you dare to prattle further, I shall devour you." With a disgusted wrinkling of her small nose, she turned away from the pitiful scene and with a bang, slammed the courtyard door shut. Thus, Su Ming and Zhang Yu remained outside, one trembling in supplication, the other sprawled on the ground. Inside, Li Wudao remained blissfully unaware, leisurely pouring tea, indifferent to the events transpiring outside the door. The courtyard was enveloped in a heavy silence. Once Xiao Lihua's demonic aura dissipated, Zhang Yu finally managed to regain a semblance of composure, albeit with great difficulty. He gazed at Su Ming, who lay helpless on the ground, and recalled how close he had come to being harmed by this fool masquerading as Mr. Li, not to mention the precarious situation of old Master Zhao. In an instant, his anger flared to its peak. Zhang Yu's face turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead as he seized the prostrate Su Ming. His eyes filled with a murderous intensity. Well done, Su family. What audacity to toy with me. You nearly caused me to offend a venerable expert. You, Su family, are bold indeed. From this moment forth, the Zhao family shall sever all ties with the Linen Su family. Any enterprises affiliated with the Su family shall become targets for our Zhao family suppression. He forcefully hurled Su Ming to the ground, as one would discard a bag of refuse, and swiftly departed. Only then did Su Ming, gradually regaining his senses from the fright of the demon, remember Zhang Yu's wrath before he left, and his expression morphed into one of alarm. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the Su residence. At the Su estate, old Master Su sat radiantly in the main seat, surrounded by the core members of the Su family, with the Zhao family as their ally. The Su family was on the brink of a grand ascent, thriving vibrantly. They merely awaited the return of Su Ming and the Zhao family's son-in-law to officially take flight. Just then, the steward burst into the room, his face ashen, shouting, "Old Master, a grave matter has arisen. The Zhao family has reneged. They have terminated all collaborations with the Su family and plan to besiege us." "What did you say?" The once jubilant old Master Su suddenly sat up straight. Su Fei turned pale with fear, and the entire Su family descended into chaos. They could not comprehend how the discussions with the Zhao family had turned so abruptly. "Steward, is this news reliable?" Old Master Su steadied himself and asked in a deep voice. "Father, this is dire." Just then, Su Ming stumbled into the hall in disarray. Upon seeing Su Ming, old Master Su hurriedly inquired, "Mingyu, why have you returned alone? Where is the Zhao family's son-in-law?" Su Ming, hearing the question, lost all composure. "Father, Li Wudao showed no regard for our Su family, and the Zhao family's son-in-law mistakenly believes I deceived him and intends to hold our Su family accountable." "What?" Old Master Su felt darkness encroach upon him, nearly fainting as he staggered back into his chair. The Su family members displayed faces of despair. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered, as an elder queried, "Could it be a misunderstanding? Is Zhang's anger merely in jest? Should we wait for him to cool down before seeking forgiveness?" Boom. Just as the Su family clung to their last shred of hope, several formidable presences descended upon the Su estate's hall. Zhao family cultivators, led by Zhang Yu's trusted aide, burst through the door, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the room, silencing all cries. The leading cultivator from the Zhao family glanced coldly at the Su family members and declared, "By the command of the son-in-law, the Su family has deceived the Zhao family and offended a revered expert. Henceforth, all enterprises of the Su family shall be sealed. The members of the Su family are confined to the estate. Anyone daring to resist or disclose today's events shall be met with death without mercy." Faced with the oppressive might of the Zhao family cultivators, the Su family members turned ashen, rendered mute with fear. Even old Master Su slumped in his chair, utterly despondent. The Su family was doomed. Chapter 37. The Distressed Beauty Ant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was not present at the Su family estate. He knew that directly seeking an audience with the esteemed Li in Xianxiaaudiobooks alley was futile, yet he dared not leave easily. After all, such a remarkable individual was elusive. Should he depart, finding them again would likely be as improbable as grass growing 3 feet high over Zhao's grave. Thus, he resolved that only by locating someone closely connected to Li could he remedy the situation. He opted for the most naive, yet potentially effective approach, to personally guard the entrance of Xianxiaaudiobooks alley, steadfastly watching the door of the protagonist's courtyard, awaiting the appearance of the one person who could save him. Time ticked away, and Zhang Yu's eyes grew weary from the vigil. Just then, a youthful figure, dressed as a woman, appeared at the alley's entrance. It was Yu Xueqing, who had just returned from the temple, holding a peace charm with great care. Her heart filled with thoughts. With this peace charm, Dower shall be safe henceforth. A motherly smile adorned her face as she walked naturally into Xianxiaaudiobooks alley, heading toward Li Wudao's courtyard. Zhang Yu, who had been anxiously waiting, felt a spark of hope as he observed the woman approaching the esteemed courtyard. As the courtyard door opened, Li Wudao emerged, accompanied by Xiao Lihua. Li Laozu has personally come to greet her. Who is this woman? Zhang Yu's heart raced with astonishment as he continued to observe. In the next moment, Zhang Yu was left utterly speechless. The once unfathomable and imposing Mr. Li now bore a pure, childlike smile of joy. Li Wudao hastened toward the beautiful aunt, his tone affectionate and even tinged with childlike clumsiness. Auntie, you've come. Oh, what delightful treasure do you have in your hand? The beautiful aunt smiled as she handed the peace charm to the protagonist. This is a peace charm I prayed for. May it ensure my dower's safety. Li Wudao gazed at her in a daze, his heart warmed by maternal affection. He tenderly tucked the charm into his embrace, revealing a blissful smile. Thank you, Annie. You are so kind to me. You are as good as my mother. I am truly blessed in this life. Come in. I just brewed the tea you love. Zhang Yu, watching from the shadows, internally screamed, Mr. Li treats this woman with the utmost reverence, as if she were his own mother. If only I could engage this lady, the Zhao family's crisis could be resolved. He suppressed the urge to rush forward and patiently awaited the right moment. Finally, when Yu Xueqing, under Li Wudao's warm send-off, exited Qingshui Alley, Zhang Yu stealthily followed her back to the Su family estate. Upon nearing the Su residence, Yu Xueqing immediately sensed an unusual silence. Even the gatekeeper was absent. She furrowed her delicate brows and rose to step into the Su family courtyard. Upon entering, she immediately sensed an atmosphere thick with hostility, compounded by the presence of numerous armed strangers, none of whom were familiar faces from the Su family. A sudden pang of unease gripped her heart. Ignoring all caution, she dashed into the residence, only to collide with a scene in the main hall that was rife with tension and despair. A group of fierce and menacing cultivators had cornered the members of the Su family, who were all wearied with hopelessness, wailing in anguish. She spotted her father-in-law, anxiously pleading for mercy, while her husband, Su Ming, frantically shielded their daughter, Fei Fei. As the sounds of lamentation echoed within the estate, her complexion paled instantly. Her first thought was that the Su family had provoked someone they could not afford to offend. Suppressing her fear, she charged toward the surrounding cultivators, shouting, Stop! Who are you? Why are you besieging the Su family? The Su family members turned at the sound of her voice, seeing Yu Xueqing grasping at hope like a drowning person clutching a piece of driftwood. The elder Su Ming, and Su Fei immediately erupted into cries for help. Xueqing. Li Wudao refuses to assist the Su family, leading to the Zhao family's wrath. Only you can save us. As soon as the words left their lips, Zhang Yu's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. He first cast a cold glance at the terrified Su family members, then his gaze fell upon Yu Xueqing. Ignoring the Su family and the tense standoff, he swiftly approached Yu Xueqing and bowed deeply to the woman whom Mr. Li regarded as his mother. Expressing utmost respect, Madam Su, I am Zhang Yu, the son-in-law of the Zhao family, and I have awaited your presence. The siege upon the Su family was born of desperation. I implore your forgiveness. My actions are solely to beseech you to save the lives of my Zhao family elders. This scene was profoundly shocking, leaving the Su family utterly dumbfounded. The Zhao family's son-in-law, who held their lives in his hands, was showing such deference to Yu Xueqing, the once powerful matriarch of the Su family, and even begging her. Instantly, the elder Su and the others understood. Yu Xueqing and her nephew were the true pillars of the Su family. Their previous actions had been nothing short of foolish. Zhang Yu paid no mind to the Su family's thoughts. He quickly explained the situation to Yu Xueqing. Madam Su, this plight is the result of the Su family's own misdeeds. They deceived me and offended Mr. Li, nearly causing a catastrophe. Were it not for your regard, the Zhao family would have. He shifted his tone, lowering his voice and brimming with supplication. Now, the life of my Zhao family elder hangs by a thread, and only Mr. Li Wudao can save him. I humbly beseech you, madam, to allow me to meet Mr. Li. The survival of the Zhao family rests entirely on your decision. Afterward, the Zhao family will offer ample recompense and extend our apologies to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Yu Xueqing's mind whirled in confusion. To save the Zhao family elder? The Zhao family, a 1,000-year-old lineage, seeks his aid? She felt slightly dizzy, her legs weak beneath her, almost unable to stand. Instinctively, she grasped the door frame beside her. The cool touch helped her regain some composure. A myriad of memories flashed through her mind. The clumsy yet obedient Li Wudao from her childhood, the calmness in his eyes when he was belittled by the Su family, his gentle smile when gifting her the spirit blood bracelet, and the increasingly prevalent rumors of the remarkable figures in Qingshui Alley. All these fragments exploded in her mind like thunder. Could it be that those rumors were true? An indescribable shock and absurdity surged within her heart. She gazed at the nearly obsequious figure of Zhang Yu, the Zhao family's son-in-law, and then at her Su family relatives behind her, who were utterly despondent and placing all their hopes upon her. The immense weight of information and pressure left her feeling tumultuous. She took a deep breath to steady herself before addressing Zhang Yu. I can take you to meet Dao. But, Mr. Zhang, could you first have these people withdraw? To spare the elderly and children any fright? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes ignited with overwhelming joy. He understood that the matter was settled. He immediately bowed deeply to Yu Xueqing, nearly bending to the ground. Thank you, madam. Your kindness will never be forgotten by Zhang Yu and the Zhao family. We will abide by your every command. He then pivoted sharply and commanded his subordinates. Did you not hear Madame Su's orders? Release them at once. Withdraw from the Su residence and await further instructions outside. As she watched the Zhao family's cultivators retreat in an instant, and the Su family members, who had narrowly escaped calamity, Yu Xueqing's gaze was a lang of emotions. She turned her attention to the outside. Her voice low yet clear enough for everyone to hear. I will do my utmost to bring the Zhao family's son-in-law to meet Dao. But Su family members, please remember, whether Dao is willing to assist the Zhao family is his decision, unrelated to me or the Su family. You must take responsibility for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately bowed deeply once again, his tone exceedingly earnest. Rest assured, Madame Su, regardless of the outcome, it is the Zhao family's fortune, and we shall not harbor any resentment. The matter concerning the Su family shall be put to rest. Yu Xueqing chose not to reply further. She merely nodded slightly and turned away, no longer looking at the familiar yet strange faces in the hall as she headed straight for the exit. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, casting down upon her somewhat fragile silhouette, her thoughts in disarray. Dao, how many secrets are you still keeping from me? Chapter 38. The appearance of the martial god inheritance. In Qingshui Alley, outside Li Wudao's small courtyard, Yu Xueqing brought Zhang Yu to a halt at the doorway. She raised her hand and gently knocked. Dao? Before long, the courtyard door creaked open. Li Wudao emerged, and upon seeing Zhang Yu behind the beautiful aunt, he instantly understood the situation, but his gaze remained fixed solely on the beautiful aunt, his smile warm as ever. Aunt, you have come. Please, come inside. It's quite windy out here. He paid no heed to the Zhao family's son-in-law, causing Zhang Yu to stand respectfully with his head bowed and hands at his sides. Not daring to breathe loudly, Yu Xueqing did not enter immediately. Instead, she lingered at the threshold, her gaze complex as she scrutinized Li Wudao. Dao, are you truly the remarkable figure spoken of in the rumors? She stood silently at the door, and the alley seemed to fall into an instant hush, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Aunt, noticing her dazed expression, Li Wudao couldn't help but wave his hand. Yu Xueqing took a deep breath, her voice gentle as she inquired. Dao, look into my eyes and tell me honestly, is the esteemed figure from Qingshui Alley, whom everyone is talking about, you? At her words, Li Wudao's smile slightly faded, yet his gaze remained clear and gentle as he met her eyes, showing no sign of evasion. Aunt. At that moment, Xiao Lihua peeked out from behind Li Wudao's leg, and upon hearing remarkable figure, she immediately puffed out her little chest proudly, eager to share. Of course. He's amazing. He brought the dead wood of Black Dragon Mountain back to life, with just a word. As they say in books, it's called the deadwood flowers in spring. And the Black Bandit was also transformed into a dragon by him. He is incredibly powerful. The little girl, innocent and unreserved, simply wanted to share what she knew with her beautiful aunt. The deadwood blooms in spring, and the dragon transformation. Yu Xueqing's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this, her body swaying slightly as her hand instinctively grasped the door frame. Did Dao truly accomplish such miraculous feats? She looked at Li Wudao as if seeking confirmation. Li Wudao, with a mix of helplessness and fondness, ruffled Xiao Lihua's hair, then turned to Yu Xueqing, nodding earnestly. Yes, aunt, what Xiao Lihua said is true. Upon receiving this affirmation, Yu Xueqing's tense body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. A bittersweet smile graced her face. So it is all true. She then reproachfully chided. Dao, since you are that remarkable figure, why have you kept it from me all along? Do you treat me as an outsider? Upon the utterance of those words, Li Wudao swiftly stepped forward, naturally grasping Aunt May's hand, playfully shaking it, as if he were a mischievous child. Aunt May, this is unjust. I have long proclaimed myself a person of great wisdom. It is you who chose not to believe. Reflect upon it. Does it not hold some truth? Yu Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, memories flashing in her mind of her daughter Sophie's dissatisfaction with Dao after their engagement was called off, and her subsequent intention to confront him, during which she had casually asked if he was indeed a person of great prowess. He had seemingly, with a smile, nodded in affirmation, yet at that time, she had dismissed it entirely. It dawned on her that Dao had indeed spoken the truth long ago. Her disbelief had been her own folly, and she shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Noticing Aunt May's unease, fearing she might overthink the situation, Li Wudao tightened his grip on her hand, his voice warm and resolute. Fear not, Aunt May. Whether I am the ordinary Li Wudao or some exalted sage in the eyes of others, before you, I shall always remain that boy in need of your care and concern. This will never change. His words struck deeply at the tenderest part of Yu Xiuqing's heart. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reciprocated his grip, a smile of relief and maternal affection blossoming upon her face. It is I who have been foolish. Sage or demon, you are still my Dayer, and I accept you as my own. Auntie, just as the two were sharing their sentiments. Xiao Lihua clung to Yu Xiuqing's leg, gazing up with wide, shimmering eyes, drool trickling down. Auntie, you didn't bring me any delicious roast chicken today? Aunt May, hearing this, looked down with a fond smile. Oh dear, I was in such a rush that I forgot to buy some. How about I bring you double next time? As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to pat Xiao Lihua's head. However, her fingers encountered a soft, furry mass that moved, reminiscent of cat ears. Cat ears. Yu Xiuqing's movements instantly froze, her blood seemingly congealing. A primal fear of the supernatural seized her heart, her complexion paling as her body trembled uncontrollably. Wishing to retract her hand, but finding herself paralyzed, Xiao Lihua immediately sensed Aunt May's rigidity and fear, her big eyes filled with anxiety and hurt as she whispered, Auntie, what is wrong? Do you not like Xiao Lihua anymore? She instinctively attempted to withdraw her head. Li Wudao, aware of Aunt May's realization regarding Xiao Lihua's peculiarities, spoke up at the opportune moment, his tone steady and soothing. Aunt May, do not be afraid. Xiao Lihua is indeed a spirit, yet her heart is as pure as a blank slate. She would never harm you. Just look at how fond she is of you. She clings to you far more than she does to me. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiuqing glanced at Xiao Lihua, noticing the child's tearful eyes filled with longing and insecurity, a reflection of a child yearning for maternal love. It occurred to her that despite being a spirit, this little one lacked maternal affection. As her fear ebbed away like a receding tide, it was replaced by a profound sense of compassion and maternal warmth. She took a deep breath, suppressing the last remnants of her instinctual tremors, and instead, gently and resolutely caressed Xiao Lihua's furry head, her voice imbued with tender affection. Silly child, how could Annie ever dislike you? She pulled Xiao Lihua into her embrace, resting her chin atop the little one's head. You are so well-behaved and adorable. Auntie cherishes you immensely. Rest assured, Auntie will always love you, and there will be plenty of roast chicken. Feeling the warmth of Aunt May's embrace and the tenderness of her affection, Xiao Lihua's anxieties dissipated in an instant. She joyfully snuggled into Aunt May's arms, her little face blossoming into a radiant smile. Auntie is so wonderful. Xiao Lihua loves Annie the most. The lively cat tail behind her stood upright, swaying joyfully from side to side, creating a small whirlwind in its wake. Nearby, Zhang Yu watched in awe, his respect for Yu Xiuqing, the matriarch of the Su family, reaching its zenith. Here was a woman whose mere presence could endear a transformed spirit. Once Yu Xiuqing had calmed Xiao Lihua, she remembered the pressing matter at hand, and with a hint of embarrassment, turned to Li Wudao, saying, Dayer, this young master from the Zhao family has come to me seeking help. His elder has fallen victim to a grave curse, and their life hangs in the balance. He claims only you possess the ability to save them. Li Wudao regarded Aunt May with gentle eyes, replying, Aunt May, since you have spoken, I shall do my utmost. With that, for the first time, he looked earnestly at Zhang Yu, speaking in a nonchalant tone, you are not as insufferable as the Zhao family. For Aunt May's sake, I shall assist you this once. Thank you, Mr. Li. I am immensely grateful, Zhang Yu exclaimed, dropping to his knees with his forehead touching the ground, then urgently imploring. Mr. Li, the curse afflicting my family is on the verge of eruption, and the calming beads you provided are about to lose their effect. My grandfather's life is at stake. I beseech you to save him. I am merely offering my assistance once. Whether the curse can be lifted remains uncertain. Li Wudao replied indifferently. He himself was only at the early stages of blood ignition, capable of crafting calming beads to suppress curses, but lacking the assurance to dispel one. The only thing he could do was use the heavenly mechanism technique to deduce a solution. I understand. Zhang Yu nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. Li Wudao ceased his speech, slightly closing his eyes, his fingers seemingly aimlessly gesturing in front of him as the energy around him surged, the heavenly mechanism technique silently in operation. In the small courtyard, the air stirred without wind, rippling visibly. Li Wudao was enveloped in a haze, appearing as though he radiated starlight. A resonant hum echoed. Li Wudao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with brilliance. In the next moment, the energy emanating from him rapidly dissipated, coalescing into a luminous screen that materialized before the assembled crowd. Upon the screen, a chilling black curse roared, soon suppressed by the ethereal silhouette of a mountain shrouded in mist, ultimately crystallizing. From within the depths of the mountain, several ancient, ethereal points of light emerged. These lights amalgamated to reveal several grand characters: Imperial Sage Realm, Dao Sect. The luminous screen lasted but 3 breaths before dissipating like a fleeting illusion. Wudao furrowed his brow and spoke. The source of the Zhao family's curse lies within their bloodline. Only the Dao sect can provide a remedy. Zhang Yu's excitement caused him to clench his fists beneath his sleeves, his face flushed with fervor. Li, Senior, with your unparalleled power. The clues to dispelling the curse have now been laid bare, especially the characters Imperial Sage Realm, Dao Sect. I see them clearly. I believe that as long as we find the location of the Dao Sect, the Zhao family's curse can be utterly eradicated. Daer truly possesses extraordinary abilities, Yu Xueqing thought. Utterly entranced by this remarkable display, her mouth agape as she struggled to regain her composure. Li Senior. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, cautiously regarding Wudao. His throat dry as he inquired, might you know where the Imperial Sage Realm is? Is it the location of the reclusive Dao Sect? Zhang Yu's question was indeed critical. Yet regrettably, he had posed it to the wrong person. I have never been there myself. If you ask me, who should I ask? Wudao, wishing to maintain the enigma of his sage identity, could only respond ambiguously. I have heard that the emperor attained enlightenment at Chaoge, which is in the northern part of Qingzhou. Thus, the Imperial Sage Realm should be in that direction. As for how to locate it, that is for you to determine. I have said all I can. With that, Wudao dismissed Zhang Yu, having never been there himself. Whatever he said would be less effective than allowing Zhang Yu and the Zhao family to seek it out on their own. If they found the right place, they would surely be grateful to him. In the event of failing to locate a place, it is indeed their own predicament. I, Wudao, as a sage, primarily advocate the principle of non-attachment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu engraved the scenes and names of locations displayed on the luminous screen into his mind with fervor. Trembling with excitement as he bowed repeatedly to the protagonist and Yu Xueqing, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. My gratitude to Madame Su is immeasurable. I, as a junior, shall forever remember the Zhao family's debt of gratitude." He was not one to lack discernment. It was clear that this venerable Li had subtly conveyed the answer to him, seemingly cautious, perhaps fearing that revealing the location of the hidden sect would invite trouble. Hence his deliberate wording. It seems that Elder Li had done his utmost. If Zhang Yu remained ungrateful, he would be the epitome of folly. I have a modest token of appreciation. I hope Elder Li will graciously accept it. He respectfully presented a storage pouch as a token of thanks. Wudao merely cast a casual glance and waved his hand dismissively. You may go. Elder Li, take care, Madame Su. Zhang Yu rose, offering another deep bow before retreating with great excitement. Carefully departing with a heart full of reverence and admiration, the Black Dragon Mountain's Millennium Demon King transformed into a flood dragon, a withered tree meeting spring. The great demon sect's disciple, a mere word restoring clarity to those who have succumbed to darkness. Truly, Mr. Li is a divine being. These tales from Linen must be reported back to my clan at once. After Zhang Yu's departure, Wudao shed the guise of a sage. He noticed that Aunt Mei was still in a state of shock, savoring the revelations, and he chuckled as he nudged her gently. Aunt Mei, do not dawdle. Come in for some tea. I have recently acquired some exquisite leaves. Aunt Mei felt overwhelmed by the multitude of unfathomable matters she had encountered that day. Her mind was buzzing, and she needed time to digest it all, so she did not linger long and returned to the Su family. After seeing Aunt Mei off, Wudao returned to his quiet chamber. Just as he closed the door, an intense warmth and a powerful surge of energy radiated from his bosom. It was the jade. He reached into his robe and retrieved the 2 pieces of jade that had perfectly fused together. At this moment, the jade was no longer crimson but rather translucent, suffused with spiritual energy. A deep, resonant hum echoed as the jade levitated in midair. Blinding golden light erupted from within, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were day. An unfamiliar message surged into Wudao's mind. My name is Lu Tianya. Since childhood, my meridians have been unremarkable, rendering me unable to cultivate spiritual power. Born into poverty, I endured relentless bullying, and the world mocked and humiliated me. Yet I refused to yield, aspiring to ascend to the heights of the extraordinary. After enduring countless hardships, I stumbled upon the legacy of martial arts. 10 years of bloodshed, a century of transformation. Clad in my determination, I became unparalleled in martial prowess. However, the righteous cultivators, with their self-righteous demeanor, regarded me with disdain, like weeds by the roadside, coveting my martial arts secrets. I, a great talent, was ultimately overwhelmed and perished in their ambush. I refuse to let the martial path be obscured. I leave this legacy for future generations. As Wudao absorbed this information, his heart trembled profoundly. The extraordinary past of the mortal martial god Lu Tianya was unexpectedly rich, a pure martial genius without meridians, only to be targeted and ultimately fall victim to the righteous sects. Yet, why did you not offer a warning, my friend? And why leave the legacy without any hints? How will future generations uncover it? Just as Li Wudao sighed in contemplation, the jade suddenly erupted with terrifying martial intent. Boom. In the next moment, that martial intent directly shattered the jade. Subsequently, the martial intent coalesced into a vision of mountains and rivers, ultimately converging at a single point. Goodness. This is the site of Lu Tianya's demise. Li Wudao instantly realized. This displayed a map route. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tianya had constructed such a map using martial intent to prevent the righteous sects from seizing his legacy. What a prodigy. Li Wudao hastily committed the map route to memory, his eyes gleaming with intensity, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. The martial arts legacy that the mortal martial god takes pride in? Let me see what it truly entails. Chapter 39. The Great Demon Seeks Recommendation. In Lingnan, the Zhao residence. The Zhao family members, having survived the curse's outbreak, gathered with pallid faces. The elderly patriarch sat in a grand chair, coughing weakly. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive, with every member of the Zhao family, including the patriarch, gazing expectantly at the entrance. They awaited the son-in-law, Zhang. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps shattered the silence of the hall as Zhang rushed in, weary but unable to contain his excitement. Upon entering, he immediately bowed respectfully to the patriarch seated at the head. Grandfather, there is hope. I have found a solution. No sooner had he spoken than the previously lethargic patriarch, with half-closed eyes, suddenly opened them a fraction, his frail fingers trembling slightly, emitting a hoarse and urgent sound from his throat. The other elders of the Zhao family hurriedly gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Seeing that the patriarch was not in a position to rise, Zhang quickly stepped forward, grasping the old patriarch's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Grandfather, Zhang has not failed in his duty. I received guidance from an esteemed elder. The root of the Zhao family's curse lies within our bloodline, and only the hidden sect's Taoist lineage can resolve it. Boom. Zhang Yu's words resonated like thunder, silencing the hall. Moments later, the Zhao family members erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic shouts. Wonderful. The curse that has plagued the Zhao family for a millennium finally has a remedy. Cough, cough. The patriarch's body trembled violently, and a spark of life ignited in his eyes. He struggled to sit up, repeatedly praising. Excellent, excellent. You have done well. I never imagined that our Zhao family's ancestral jade would truly be connected to the hidden sect. The long-suppressed despair of the patriarch instantaneously metamorphosed into fervent hope. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and gravely inquired. Where is this hidden sect? How do we gain entry? Upon hearing this, Zhang promptly replied. In response, Grandfather, the hidden sect is located within the human emperor's sacred realm. The human emperor's sacred realm? The patriarch, along with the Zhao family members, was left utterly bewildered. They racked their brains, but could not fathom the location of the human emperor's sacred realm. The patriarch pressed further. Where exactly is this human emperor's sacred realm? Elderly did not specify. Zhang sighed helplessly. He only mentioned that the Taoist sect is in the human emperor's sacred realm, situated within the borders of Qingzhou. The rest we must discover ourselves. Upon hearing this, the previously exuberant Zhao family members suddenly fell silent, their expressions turning stiff and somewhat dejected. The patriarch glanced at the elders, and after a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and commanded. From this moment forth, the entire clan is under lockdown. All high-ranking members should prepare offerings to accompany me to Luofeng Slope. Grandfather, do you mean to seek the great demon at Luofeng Slope? Before the patriarch could finish his sentence, Zhang grasped the intention and tentatively interjected. Indeed. The patriarch nodded. At this juncture, we have no choice but to seek the one at Luofeng Slope. The Zhao family can no longer afford to delay. Every cultivator in the Lingnan region knows of the dominion held at Luofeng Slope by the great demon, the Azure Bird. This demon possesses formidable strength but does not kill indiscriminately. Rather, it adheres to a set of rules. Providing satisfactory offerings can elicit its assistance. 3 days later, in the deep of night, at Luofeng Slope. Deep within Luofeng Slope, ancient phoenix trees towered majestically. Moonlight filtered through the dense branches, casting twinkling starlight, while the surroundings were utterly devoid of any sound from beasts or insects. The greater the silence, the more the Zhao family members felt a growing sense of dread. With a mixture of reverence and trepidation, they arrived at a bronze-forged altar. Stop, this is it. Elder Zhao raised his hand in a gesture of command, his voice calm, yet subdued, as if fearing to disturb some dreadful entity. The moment his voice fell, The Zhao clan members behind him halted their carts beside the altar. Almost 100 hands pushed forth 4 or 5 dozen carts, each laden with offerings. There were exquisite spiritual wines, ethereal fruits, and an array of roasted cattle, sheep, and pigs. Additionally, garments and adornments belonging to human women sparkled enticingly. Patriarch, Patriarch, it is now up to you. The clan elders of the Zhao family turned their gaze towards Zhang Yu, entrusting him with the solemn duty. Zhang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he was merely a son-in-law of the Zhao family, while the individuals addressing him were core elders of the clan. Being referred to in such a manner felt presumptuous. And he quickly replied, "Esteemed uncles, I am but a temporary stand-in for the patriarch. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me son-in-law. Enough of these trivialities. I say you are the patriarch, so accept it with grace," Elder Zhao commanded, waving his hand dismissively. All is prepared. Now humbly request the presence of the great phoenix." With Elder Zhao's words ringing in his ears, Zhang Yu no longer hesitated. He approached the altar to offer incense and pour wine, proclaiming, "From the Zhao family of Lingnan, we come tonight to pay homage to the great phoenix. Bearing fine wines and delicacies, we beseech the great phoenix to grace us with your presence." As the sandalwood smoke rose and the wine spilled onto the ground, a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Zhang Yu recited, "I do not partake of bird flesh, for I am not a fool. I must don attire, for I am the beautiful phoenix." As his off-key recitation echoed through the mountains and forests, the serenity of Luofeng slope was abruptly disrupted. A piercing cry, both melodious and laden with infinite authority, resonated from the depths of Luofeng slope, shattering the stillness of the night. In an instant, a tempest arose, with winds howling and dust swirling. The moonlight above was suddenly obscured, revealing a colossal bird, its wings spanning the sky and feathers shimmering with a moonlit azure glow, gracefully descending upon the ancient sycamore tree beside the altar. Its size was staggering, towering at 10 zhang. Its azure eyes, akin to 2 cold moons, surveyed the scene below. And as its gaze swept across, the air seemed to freeze. Its talons effortlessly shattered the sturdy branches of the ancient tree, surrounded by a tangible azure whirlwind. The overwhelming aura of this terrifying creature rendered Zhang Yu and the Zhao clan cultivators prostrate on the ground, akin to ants before a primordial behemoth. The colossal bird perched atop the ancient sycamore tree regarded the throng below the altar, its tone frosty. "So it is the Zhao family of Lingnan. Where is Zhao Daba? It seems he perished in the curse's eruption. Indeed, only Zhao Daba possessed the strength to reach the 4th realm, while the others are mere wastrels, unlikely to be obliterated by the curse." At this pronouncement, the previously anxious Zhao clan members flushed crimson, yet dared not retort. Not because of the great phoenix's formidable power, but because what it spoke was the unvarnished truth. Zhao Daba was the most gifted and powerful ancestor of the Zhao family in a millennium. Having succumbed to the curse's eruption, only those with inadequate talent and feeble cultivation would escape the curse's wrath. In that moment, the Zhao family found themselves in a quandary, unable to speak or remain silent, enveloped in extreme awkwardness, unfazed by their thoughts. The great phoenix merely turned its gaze to the tributes and began to speak in human tongue. "The offerings are acceptable. Now speak, what is it that you seek?" Its voice was cold, grand, and resonated throughout the entire mountain forest. Only then did Zhang Yu awaken from the oppressive aura, suppressing his inner fear as he bowed deeply before the great phoenix. "Great phoenix, I am Zhang Yu, the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Our ancestral divine jade has ties to the hidden sect, yet we know not its whereabouts. We humbly seek the great phoenix's guidance." Upon hearing this, the enormous azure head of the bird suddenly lowered, its moon-like eyes fixing incredulously upon Zhang Yu. "You know that the jade originates from the Dao sect? Raise your head, let me see your bird form." Zhang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The great demon of Luofeng slope seemed far from accommodating. Nevertheless, he dared not defy it, and reluctantly lifted his head. The great phoenix scrutinized him, and with a tone of suspicion, remarked, "Your appearance clearly indicates you are not of the Zhao bloodline. It is impossible for you to know the jade's secrets. Speak honestly. How did you come to know it belongs to the Dao sect? Have you encountered some exalted being? Speak falsely, and I shall shatter your very essence." Such a crude bird, Zhang Yu thought, feeling quite displeased. Yet, recalling the adept he had encountered in Xianxiaaudiobooks lane of linen, he inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "Great phoenix, you are not mistaken. I indeed met an exalted being." As soon as those words left his lips, the great phoenix's breath quickened, and its gaze ignited with fervor. Zhang Yu continued, "The esteemed being who guided me is surnamed Li, residing in Xianxiaaudiobooks lane of linen. This hidden sect was activated by him, revealing the ancestral divine jade of the Zhao family, and he indicated that the curse stems from our bloodline. Only the Dao sect can unravel it. Upon hearing this, the great phoenix's azure eyes flickered with intense light, its massive form subtly adjusting as it exclaimed in astonishment. That jade possesses formidable restrictions. Only those of the Zhao bloodline can perceive its essence. Even I have been unable to glimpse its secrets, yet this exalted being can directly activate it. Truly unfathomable. Feeling a sense of admiration from the great phoenix, Zhang Yu's expression mirrored his aspirations as he continued. Indeed, the esteemed Li is renowned in linen. With but a single utterance, he summoned torrential rains, revitalizing the desolate woods of Highlang Mountain, defying life and death. The great phoenix trembled, nearly exclaiming, "Words manifest into reality." Reversing the natural order, Zhang Yu pressed on. When Elder Li entered Linen, he encountered a cultivator who had succumbed to demonic influence, his malevolence overwhelming. With but a few words, akin to the ringing of morning bells and evening drums, he dispelled the dark affliction and restored clarity to the spirit. The great phoenix held its breath, directly confronting the heart's demons, cleansing the soul. This must be a terrifying existence that has mastered the true words of the Tao. Zhang Yu's voice rang out again. What is even more astonishing is that it is said a serpent demon, trapped for a millennium at the threshold, found itself at a deadlock. It journeyed to Linen, only to receive Elder Li's golden guidance, shedding its serpentine form and successfully transforming into a dragon. It glimpsed the unparalleled path of the demon. This account was relayed by the doorkeeper of Elder Li's residence, a transformed great demon. Hiss! The great phoenix gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing of the serpent demon's transformation into a dragon, it became utterly unsettled. Its colossal form quivered, and its vast azure wings folded tightly, enveloped in a rich azure light. In mere moments, the azure glow dissipated. A tall maiden, clad in a flowing azure feather gown, her beauty striking and ethereal, adorned with a single azure plume mark upon her brow, stood barefoot atop the sycamore tree. Her aura remained vast, yet she exuded the grace of a cultured lady. She gracefully descended from the sycamore, bare feet landing upon the altar, her starry eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yu. Her voice, clear yet trembling with uncontainable excitement and fervor, echoed the transformation of the serpent demon into a dragon. That esteemed human, he would be willing to enlighten my kind. As a member of the demon race, she understood better than anyone the immense value of such enlightenment. It was the dawn of breaking free from shackles. Only those who perceive the true path can comprehend it. Such an exalted being is an opportunity rarely encountered, even among the foremost human cultivators. Moreover, the age-old enmity between humans and demons renders this exalted being's lack of prejudice truly remarkable. The bluebird strode purposefully to Zhang Yu's side, her tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Zhang Yu, do you speak the truth?" Zhang Yu, with a solemn bow, replied, "I, as a junior of the Zhao family, stake our millennial-old reputation and my very life on the veracity of my words. If you doubt me, a cursory investigation will confirm my claims. All I ask of you, esteemed one, is to guide my Zhao family to the location of the Dao sect." Upon hearing this, the bluebird inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner excitement as she regained a measure of composure, though her gaze remained fervent. "I do not know the precise location of the Dao sect, but I am aware of how to activate its summoning method. I can provide you with that knowledge." With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a jade pendant adorned with intricate patterns appeared in the air. "However, I have one condition." Her eyes sparkled with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon Zhang Yu. "I require you to introduce me to this Mr. Li. I seek an opportunity to pay my respects to a senior." Zhang Yu hesitated at her request, uncertain whether Mr. Li would permit such an introduction and fearful of offending him. Yet, if he did not acquiesce, the Zhao family's curse would remain unbroken, leading only to a slow demise for both him and his kin. Sensing Zhang Yu's reluctance, the bluebird added, "Rest assured, I shall not leave you empty-handed. If you successfully introduce me, I am willing to protect your Zhao family for a century." With a glimmering finger, she conjured a feather imbued with ethereal power. "This feather shall serve as a token. If I can receive enlightenment from the senior and break through my constraints, our agreement will be solidified. Your Zhao family may infuse this feather with spiritual energy, and I shall sense it." Her sincerity was palpable, and the Zhao family members surrounding them were flushed with excitement, eager to respond on Zhang Yu's behalf. After all, she was the master of Luofeng Slope. With her promise in place, how could the Zhao family fail to prosper? At that moment, Zhang Yu's heart raced, suppressing his exhilaration as he respectfully accepted the feather. "Thank you for your generosity. I shall exert every effort to find an opportunity for your introduction. Please await my news with patience." The bluebird nodded. "I understand. I shall entrust the next steps to you. Await good tidings." She cast a lingering glance at Zhang Yu before transforming into a streak of azure light. soaring into the night sky, leaving behind a faint glow and a crowd of Zhao family members still in shock. The bluebird wished to personally visit the esteemed figure Zhang Yu had mentioned, yet she was unsure of his temperament and thus hesitated to act too abruptly, choosing instead to probe his attitude through this indirect method. The initial impression was crucial, determining whether she could garner the guidance she sought. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu clutched the feather tightly, feeling the unique power it contained, and his heart steadied. He turned to the elder Zhao. Grandfather, the Zhao family has found hope. You have worked hard. The elder Zhao patted Zhang Yu's shoulder with a look of relief. It is no trouble. This is your duty. Zhang Yu replied with determination. Grandfather, we now possess the method to summon the reclusive sect. All we need to do is locate the person in the Emperor's sacred realm associated with the Dao sect. I leave the search to you, as I must immediately return to Linen to forge this favorable connection for the Bluebird and seek an audience with Senior Li. Very well, go. Zhang Yu mounted his horse and galloped toward Linen like an arrow released from a bowstring. Chapter 40. Setting off in search of heritage. Mr. Li, I am coming. In Linen, at the noodle shop run by old Lu, business was brisk that early morning. Li Wudao sat at a table with Xiao Lihua and Song Wenjie. Having spent considerable time in Linen, it was often Song Wenjie who assisted Li Wudao, and he seized the opportunity to treat him to a meal. As they ate, Song Wenjie reminisced. I, Song Wenjie, have always been reclusive, spending my childhood in the academy with few friends. Later, during my travels, I befriended Bai Mang of the Bai family, and we became sworn brothers. I once believed he was my closest companion. Yet I never anticipated that he would harm me for the Ascension Order of the 10,000 Swords sect, plunging me into madness for 50 years, neither human nor ghost. During my time of madness, my family was secretly slaughtered by his henchmen. I am filled with hatred. I despise my inability to discern character. I seek revenge. To settle this enmity, the elders of the academy declared that he had lost his mind, that such actions were tantamount to courting death. Indeed, I am growing older, my talents waning, while Bai Mang has been with the 10,000 Swords sect for 50 years. Coupled with his innate gifts, he has likely ascended to become a great practitioner, one of those exalted figures in the sect. How can I compete with him? His voice brimmed with frustration and despair. As he spoke, he lost his appetite, fixating intensely on Li Wudao. Senior, do you think I should embark on that foolish endeavor? Li Wudao set down his chopsticks. His gaze calm, yet penetrating, as if reading the depths of the human heart. He chuckled softly. Life is unpredictable, like a large intestine encasing a small one. Then, his tone shifted to one of grave conviction. However, you are the protagonist of your own fate. If you do not try, how will you know that the Song Wenjie of today cannot one day stand upon the 10,000 Swords sect and trample Bai Mang beneath his feet? As the saying goes, without madness, there is no living. As long as one lives without regrets, that is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Song Wenjie felt as though struck by lightning. His body trembling violently, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, with veins of crimson coursing through the whites of his eyes. He muttered repeatedly, without madness, there is no living. In the next instant, a tempestuous, chaotic yet life-affirming force erupted uncontrollably from within him. It was a power that seemed to awaken from the depths of his bloodline. What is happening to this esteemed figure of the academy? Is he about to succumb to madness once more? In the noodle shop, dishes rattled. Chairs and tables moved of their own accord, and ordinary patrons turned pale with fear, hastily retreating. Even old Lu, the shopkeeper, stood aghast, forgetting the noodles he was preparing. Li Wudao observed Song Wenjie with an unfazed expression as an aura of faint crimson swirled around him. His hair stood on end, and he emitted low, instinctive growls, entering a state of profound enlightenment, oblivious to his surroundings. Li Wudao extracted a hint of blood energy from Song Wenjie, calculating with his fingers, and soon realized it was the awakening of Song Wenjie's frenzied bloodline. Understanding the cause, Li Wudao calmly addressed the bewildered old Lu. There is no need for concern. Master Lu, and esteemed patrons, Elder Song from the academy is merely in a state of enlightenment, not succumbing to madness. In due time, he will awaken on his own. During this period, please do not disturb him. With Li Wudao's assurance, the surrounding patrons breathed a collective sigh of relief. For a practitioner in a frenzy could spell disaster for ordinary folk, leaving them defenseless. Master Lu, please bring the bill. Li Wudao called to the now slightly relieved old Lu, preparing to leave. However, when he reached into his pocket, he found it empty, having forgotten his money. Old Lu, ever astute, quickly deduced that Li Wudao had no silver on him and chuckled. Mr. Li, have you forgotten your money? Oh, I must have been in a hurry when I left, Li Wudao replied awkwardly, scratching his nose. No worries, Mr. Li. You frequent my humble noodle shop often. And without your guidance, my business would not thrive. This meal is on me, old Lu generously offered. He recognized that Li Wudao was a notable figure in the city, and though he had never witnessed his skills firsthand, his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person. To treat Mr. Li to a meal was a privilege. This simply cannot be. It is not easy for you to support your family, so let us do this. I shall keep a tab and settle it next time. Li Wudao insisted, refusing the offer. He then departed with Xiao Lihua from the noodle shop. The following day, in the small courtyard of Xianxia Lane, the kitchen was filled with fragrant smoke as Aunt May busied herself with cooking, the aroma wafting through the air. Li Wudao sat at a stone table in the courtyard, patiently teaching Xiao Lihua how to hold a brush and write, as sunlight poured down, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Your name is Xianxiaaudiobooks. What do you see in your drawing? Braised chicken feet? Whenever Li Wudao guides Xianxiaaudiobooks in her writing, he often casts his gaze toward the sky outside the courtyard, his expression somewhat distracted. Mei Yi, who was just bringing dishes from the kitchen, noticed Li Wudao's preoccupation and, with a caring demeanor, inquired, Dao, is something troubling you? I have observed you lost in thought these past few days. Upon hearing Mei Yi's voice, Li Wudao set down his brush, turned towards her, and replied gently, Mei Yi, I must leave linen for a while to attend to some urgent matters. I have been contemplating how to convey this to you. Mei Yi, concerned, asked, How long will you be gone? At least a month or two, but the duration is uncertain, he responded. Mei Yi paused in her task of ladling soup, a flicker of profound reluctance flashing in her eyes, quickly replaced by understanding and support. She placed the steaming soup before Li Wudao and forced a smile, saying, Go ahead. A man's ambitions lie beyond the confines of home. You are now grown and should venture forth. I will prepare extra provisions for you. Do not worry about the house and Xianxiaaudiobooks, I will look after them. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had been scribbling aimlessly, dropped her brush with a clatter, the ink smudging across the page. She suddenly rushed over, grasping Li Wudao's pant leg, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. Is it because you find Xianxiaaudiobooks too foolish? That my writing is poor, that you wish to leave? I promise I will write diligently from now on. Please don't go. Seeing the reluctance and dependence in Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes, Li Wudao's heart softened. He knelt down, wiped her tears, and spoke softly, It is not because you are foolish. There are important matters that I must attend to. Noticing her continued sobbing, he smiled gently and extended his pinky. How about this? Let us make a pact. When you have learned to write Xianxiaaudiobooks, I will return. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded vigorously, wrapping her pinky around his, her voice tremulous yet resolute. Pinky swear, no changing the rules. I will learn quickly. You must keep your word. With that, she broke free and dashed back to her desk. Her little face set in determination as she began to write with utmost seriousness. Time in such warmth always passes swiftly, and soon dusk descended. After dinner, Li Wudao, Mei Yi, and Xianxiaaudiobooks sat under the shade of the Bodhi tree, seeking respite from the heat. He gazed at the graceful canopy of the tree and mused. If only I could possess the extraordinary abilities of the Bodhi patriarch from the journey to the west. That night, the humble Bodhi tree by the stone pavilion began to tremble, its roots stretching upward, branches unfurling rapidly as the essence of heaven and earth coalesced at its tips, transforming into Bodhi seeds. As the first light of dawn broke, the fragrance of the seeds wafted far and wide, an aroma seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Enveloping the entire Xianxia Lane, residents of all ages awoke to find their spirits refreshed, years of minor ailments dissipating as if by magic. Young scholars, rising early to study, felt a remarkable clarity of mind, retaining everything they read. All were drawn to seek the source of this wondrous scent, quickly discovering it emanated from the courtyard of a certain esteemed figure in linen. In a flurry, households in Xianxia Lane lit incense and offered tributes to the high practitioner. The master has manifested. The master bestows blessings. Meanwhile, in that very courtyard, Li Wudao, awakened by the fragrant allure, donned the travel bag he had prepared in advance, ready to embark on his quest to seek the legacy of the martial god, Lu Tianya. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see that the Bodhi tree had doubled in size, its branches laden with glistening, round Bodhi fruits, radiating a soft jade glow and a rich spiritual light. The fragrance was indeed emanating from these fruits. Li Wudao stood in astonishment for a moment, then smiled, realizing the Bodhi seeds had formed. If only their effects were as beneficial as the legendary fruits of life. He plucked 5 fruits, pondering their potential powers. The Bodhi tree seemed to possess a unique sentience, and after securing the freshly picked fruits, he cast a glance at the still sleeping Xianxiaaudiobooks in the other room, then quietly slipped away from the courtyard. As he walked away, a melodious tune accompanied his disappearing figure, singing, Step by step, I tread the devil's path. Chapter 41, A Missed Opportunity. By the time the sun had risen, Xianxiaaudiobooks leisurely stretched, slowly opening her eyes. Xianxiaaudiobooks, open the door. Annie has brought you some delicacies. Her ears perked up as she heard a faint call from outside the courtyard. Auntie is here. There are treats. Joyfully, she jumped out of bed, barefoot, clad only in her belly band, and rushed to open the door. As Mei entered, she handed the food box to Xianxiaaudiobooks and then called out towards Li Wudao's room. Dao. Receiving no response, a hint of sadness crossed her face. It seems Dao has already left. He's gone. Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had been shoving food into her mouth, suddenly halted, her appetite vanishing. Just as both of them were feeling disheartened, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped them. Both Mei and Xianxiaaudiobooks turned in unison, their eyes widening in surprise. They soon realized that the Bodhi tree in the courtyard was laden with Bodhi seeds. This sight astonished them greatly. How could the tree, which had only been planted for a few months, bear fruit? Wasn't it said to take 7 or 8 years? It must be the work of Dao. Mei thought, deeply inhaling the fragrant air, trying to calm her astonishment. The tree has actually borne fruit. Once she regained her composure, Xianxiaaudiobooks clapped her hands in admiration, leaping to the top of the Bodhi tree and curiously plucking a Bodhi fruit to pop into her mouth, which dissolved instantly. Boom! A surge of pure, gentle, yet powerful energy erupted within her, enveloping her in a shimmering white light, her aura visibly ascending. She leaped in delight. Wow! This is so delicious. I feel like I've become stronger. Yay! Excitedly, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly gathered a handful of fruits, but was playfully restrained by a vine from the Bodhi tree, which brought her back down to the ground. Stingy. She shot a glare at the tree before turning back towards Mei, casually handing her 4 fruits. Auntie, you eat some. These fruits are wonderful. You are such a good girl, always remembering Annie when there's something to eat. It's not in vain that I have raised you, Mei said with a smile as she accepted the fruits. She tasted one, and an immediate wave of refreshing energy coursed through her body, feeling as if blue specks of light were entering her, enhancing her strength. Though uncertain of its nature, she was content that it posed no harm. She tucked away the remaining 3 Bodhi seeds and looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Let us go. Come to play at home. Upon arriving at the Su family residence, the members were startled upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks, thinking her a demon, their faces paling in fear. After Mei explained, they finally relaxed. Mei retrieved a Bodhi seed from her pocket and handed it to her daughter, Su Fei. This is from the tree in Dao's courtyard. You should try it. Su Fei, initially indifferent, assumed it was an ordinary spiritual fruit and casually consumed it. However, as soon as she swallowed, her expression changed drastically. A mystical coolness surged through her meridians and dantian. The obstacles that had previously hindered her cultivation now seemed to vanish, and her internal spiritual energy erupted, breaking through barriers with ease. Realizing this was a golden opportunity for advancement, she quickly settled into a meditative position. In the next moment, her internal spiritual energy surged. Pop! The sound of her breakthrough echoed within her, and not only that, she found the once obscure techniques now crystal clear. It appears that her understanding has indeed grown. She opened her eyes, a blend of ecstasy and disbelief washing over her. Mother, what is this divine fruit? I do not know. Aunt Mei replied with a calm shake of her head. It is simply the fruit born of a tree cultivated by the Dao. Upon hearing this, Sophie ceased her inquiries, for she comprehended the implications. Gulping, the elderly Su patriarch and others nearby witnessed Sophie's breakthrough, their eyes glistening with emotion as they instinctively swallowed hard. Su Ming gazed longingly at Aunt Mei. Xiuqing, are there more of these fruits? Might I have a taste? Aunt Mei glanced at her husband and father-in-law's eager expressions. Rather than refuse, she handed them the 2 remaining fruits she possessed. After all, this was her family, having consumed the fruit. Both the elderly Su patriarch and Su Ming appeared to rejuvenate a decade in age. Elated by the benefits, they lavished praise upon Aunt Mei, declaring her the head of the Su family henceforth. Aunt Mei did not acquiesce but instead took little Lihua for a stroll, and after dining, returned Lihua to Qingshui Alley. On their way back, they happened to pass by Lu Laosan's noodle stall. Auntie, please wait for me. Little Lihua recalled Li Wudao's earlier suggestion to share and settle debts, and with a skip, she hopped over to the noodle shop. She presented the fruits to Lu Laosan. Uncle, I forgot to bring money last time, so these 2 fruits are for my noodle bill. With that, she turned and dashed away. Lu Laosan, watching the crystalline fruits in his hand, smiled benevolently, thinking them merely attractive fruits. He casually placed them on the bench beside his simple-minded son, continuing to attend to his customers. Meanwhile, Lu Laosan's dim-witted son, eyeing the fruits tantalizingly close, began to drool and seized one to bite into. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, boom, a faint, imperceptible light surged from the crown of his head. His previously muddled, vacant gaze transformed at a visible rate into clarity and vitality. After a moment, he glanced around, then at his filthy hands, his expression lighting up with joy. He had recovered. He looked up, eager to share this wonderful news with his father, Lu Laosan, only to find the elderly man, drenched in sweat, laboring to cook noodles for customers. A pang of sympathy struck him, and he hurriedly untied the ropes binding him, rising to approach Lu Laosan from behind, suddenly exclaiming, his voice hoarse yet distinctly clear, "Father, allow me to help you serve the noodles." Lu Laosan turned at the sound, and upon seeing his son's clear eyes, hearing the long-lost term father, he dropped the bowl of noodles with a crash. Trembling, tears streaming down his face, he rushed forward to embrace his son, wailing, "My child, you are well. You recognize your father." In that instant, the surrounding patrons were struck by the miraculous occurrence, clamoring for explanations. When Lu Laosan's son revealed that he had eaten a fruit, the crowd grasped the answer. Divine fruit. Surely, it was the miraculous fruit from Xianxiaaudiobooks alley that had cured Lu's fool. Swiftly, news of Lu Laosan's son being healed spread like wildfire throughout the city. Countless individuals flocked to Xianxiaaudiobooks alley, eager to obtain the fruit or catch a glimpse of the extraordinary figure, and the name of Li, the immortal of Xianxiaaudiobooks alley, became widely renowned. Days later, Zhang Yufeng, weary from travel, arrived in Linen. As he entered the city, he heard the astonishing rumors of the divine fruit that cured foolishness, leaving him utterly astounded. The capabilities of Senior Li are beyond comprehension. Zhang Yufeng marveled, hastily making his way to Xianxiaaudiobooks alley. Upon arrival, he found the gate firmly shut. Eagerly, he knocked. "Senior Li? I am Zhang Yufeng, intruding unannounced. Might you be willing to see me?" Little Li Hua opened the door, recognizing him. Her small face stern. "He has left, off to attend to important matters." "Senior is not here?" Zhang Yufeng felt as if struck, his face paling. He pressed on urgently. "Might you tell me where Senior Li is gone? When will he return? I beseech you, little Li Hua, enlighten me." Flattered by being called Great One, little Li Hua's ears perked up, and she responded, "I do not know. He did not say." Hearing this, Zhang Yufeng's countenance shifted dramatically, stepping back in dismay, pounding his chest in despair. "I have arrived too late. Heaven, how will I find Senior? I cannot return empty-handed after promising to help Qingyao." Chapter 42. Is there a ride to share? Will you join? Despite numerous inquiries, Zhang Yufeng gleaned no clues. Unwilling to return empty-handed, he lifted his gaze to scan the courtyard, finding no trace of Li Wudao, only a Bodhi tree laden with abundant fruit. Sniffing the air, he caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance that instantly invigorated him, awakening his senses. Suddenly, he pondered, could this be the fabled tree bearing the divine fruit? Recalling the tales of the fruit that cured foolishness, his mind raced. Although he could not fulfill Qingyao's request, if he could procure a fruit from this divine tree, perhaps Qingyao would still assist the Zhao family. Resolute, Zhang Yufeng donned his most respectful smile, producing his most treasured possession, presenting it with both hands, nearly pleading. "Oh, esteemed little Li Hua, I beseech you to grant me a Bodhi divine fruit. I am willing to pay any price. This is but a token of appreciation." Observing Zhang Yufeng's respectful demeanor and the dazzling item he offered, which seemed to be quite valuable, she couldn't help but lick her lips, contemplating how much delicious food such wealth could buy. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the smallest Bodhi fruit from her pocket. "Here, take this." Without waiting for Zhang Yufeng's agreement, she thrust the fruit into his hands and swiftly seized the offering he had presented. In a seamless motion, she turned and closed the door, leaving Zhang Yufeng in stunned silence. Gazing at the shut door, he had initially felt anxious that little Li Hua might refuse him, yet he never anticipated her generosity. Trembling hands cradled the fruit as tears of joy welled in his eyes. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed little Li Hua. Thank you for your kindness. I am eternally grateful." He carefully stored the Bodhi fruit and hastened back to Luofeng Slope. A week later, at Luofeng Slope, Qingyao had been watching the direction of Linen from the parasol tree, her heart filled with nervous anticipation. Soon, a swift figure appeared at the entrance of Luofeng Slope. It was Zhang Yufeng, returning in haste. "He has returned." Qingyao transformed into human form, descending from the tree with excitement etched on her face. Upon his arrival, Zhang Yufeng immediately knelt, his expression filled with remorse as he clasped his fists. "Esteemed Qingyao, I apologize, I arrived late. Senior Li has left Linen, his whereabouts unknown." Qingyao's brows furrowed in displeasure. Observing her displeasure, Zhang Yufeng quickly presented the Bodhi fruit. "Please, esteemed Qingyao, do not be angry. Although I could not meet Senior Li, I have procured this fruit. It is from the divine tree in his courtyard, imbued with unparalleled Dao essence. I implore you to taste it." Originally perturbed, Qingyao felt the fruit's pure, vast, and enigmatic aura. Her gaze sharpening as she solemnly accepted it. She carefully took a bite, and a wave of profound clarity washed over her. "This fruit has thrust me into a state of enlightenment." Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. and she quickly consumed the remaining fruit, shutting her eyes as she entered a mysterious state of realization. Boom. In an instant, centered around her, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, forming a colossal vortex of energy. Azure flames erupted around her, transforming into the majestic silhouette of a giant Qingyuan, emitting a clear, transcendent cry that pierced the clouds. Furthermore, the azure feather mark on her brow gleamed brightly, like the blazing sun. A thunderous roar reminiscent of a rushing river echoed within her, shattering the long stagnant bottleneck like fragile ice. A terrifying aura began to erupt from her being, demonic energy swirling skyward, shrouding the sun in ominous clouds. Zhang Yu and the accompanying members of the Zhao clan were compelled to kneel on the ground, overwhelmed by the celestial phenomenon. Their hearts filled with dread. The great Qingmiao is about to break through. Could it be a consequence of the fruit offered by Zhang Yu? Just as the terrifying energy surrounding Qingmiao was on the verge of a complete explosion, her face illuminated with joy and enlightenment. However, in the next moment, the profound essence of the Bodhi fruit had been entirely consumed. A crack echoed within her, as if something had shattered, and the soaring azure flames and ethereal visage of the Qingyuan abruptly faltered, swiftly receding like a tide. The bottleneck within her that was on the verge of rupture sealed once more, even more resilient than before, and the terrifying aura surrounding her vanished like a mirage. Qingmiao's eyes flew open, first filled with confusion, then transforming into sheer astonishment, ultimately morphing into overwhelming, heart-wrenching regret. No. A piercing, anguished wail echoed across Luofeng slope. She clutched the remnants of the fruit pit tightly, her knuckles whitening, trembling all over, abandoned any semblance of the dignified demon lord of Luofeng slope, and turned to Zhang Yu, screaming, "Just a little more, just a tiny bit more of that epiphany. I was so close to breaking through." Her eyes, filled with desperation and madness, fixed upon Zhang Yu as she questioned him. "Zhang Yu, when will that esteemed elder return?" Under the fervent, almost frenzied gaze of Qingmiao, Zhang Yu instinctively trembled, yet he replied truthfully, "The whereabouts of such a distinguished elder are not known to someone like me." Damn it all. Qingmiao instantly struck her chest in despair, filled with regret, and began to frantically pull at her hair, shouting, "It's all my fault. I was too foolish. I was too cautious." She suddenly turned her gaze towards Linen, her eyes brimming with endless unwillingness and regret. In front of the esteemed elder, with opportunity at hand, I let fear cause me to miss it. Such an opportunity will not come again. If only I had gone personally, even at the risk of offending the elder. I would not have squandered such a chance. After this, how long will it take to encounter the elder again? 100 years? 1,000 years? I fear there may be none in this lifetime. By the time she finished speaking, her voice heavy with profound desolation and despair, her figure transformed into a dim azure light, vanishing into the depths of Luofeng slope, leaving behind only the echoes of her poignant regret and the stunned onlookers. Meanwhile, on a mountain path, Wudao lay leisurely with his hands behind his head, a blade of wild grass clutched in his mouth, strolling at a relaxed pace. He had left Linen a week ago, heading towards the teleportation array in Qinghe town. Only through this array could he reach the place where the martial god, Lu Tianya, had fallen. Otherwise, he would have to traverse the territory of the demon clan in a deadly forest. This path was shorter, but Wudao knew that if he took the shortcut with his small stature, he would likely meet a gruesome end. There are no shortcuts in life, much like traveling. When lacking strength, taking a shortcut can easily lead one to become a stepping stone for others. Just then, a warm, burning sensation suddenly arose in his dantian, prompting him to look inward. To his surprise, a new black flame had appeared out of thin air in his dantian. Wudao was momentarily taken aback. "I remember I've been on the road for days without encountering anyone, nor have I uttered any classic phrases from my past life. Where did this newly arrived black flame come from? Never mind where it came from. Having it is a good thing." He shook his head and continued on his way, in good spirits. With the emergence of this black flame, combined with the one from the Bodhi tree, he now possessed 2 black flames, a valuable asset for enhancing his strength, which he intended to utilize wisely. Just then, a grand carriage sped towards him from behind. This opulent carriage was as lavish as a mansion, drawn by 2 towering Qinglin horses, entirely covered in shimmering scales that resembled armor, exuding an imposing presence. Qinglin horses were a type of spirit beast, typically only affordable to noble families. "Wow, a Qinglin horse!" Wudao exclaimed in astonishment. He had only read about such spirit beasts in cultivation records, but seeing one in person was far more magnificent than described in books. Almost as soon as he spoke, the luxurious carriage halted before him, and a melodious voice emerged from within. "Esteemed friend, where are you headed? If you don't mind, you may ride with us." Chapter 43. experimenting with explosive techniques. Following that, a delicate jade hand lifted the luxurious carriage's curtain, revealing a face as round and smooth as a goose's egg. The girl's skin was as white as exquisite warm jade, her features exquisitely painted as if crafted by a master artist. With a delicate nose and cherry lips that exuded an air of calm nobility, a gentle smile graced her lips, though a hint of subtle worry flickered in her clear eyes. Miss, a nearby maid, with her hair styled in twin buns and sharp eyes, tugged at her sleeve, lowering her voice in urgent tones, clearly disapproving. Look at him, disheveled and plain. He clearly hails from some remote corner, a pitiful wandering cultivator. In these wild mountains. Who knows if he is good or bad? You, a woman of high stature, why bother? Xiao Chui, speak cautiously. The girl, addressed as Miss, furrowed her brows slightly, gently interrupting the maid. Her gaze turned to Li Wudao, her voice soft yet firm. Look at him, walking alone in this desolate place. With no village in sight. This area is close to the Black River Valley, where strange creatures often emerge. What if he encounters danger? Is it not worth our compassion? As cultivators, we should harbor goodwill. It's merely a small act of kindness. She smiled warmly, her voice as clear as pearls falling onto a jade plate. Looking at Li Wudao and continuing, esteemed friend, are you heading forward? This place is rather perilous. If you do not mind our humble carriage, you may ride with us. Her tone was sincere, devoid of any hint of condescension, purely born of goodwill. Upon hearing this, Li Wudao raised his eyes to the speaking young lady. The clear kindness in her eyes sharply contrasted with the maid's unabashed disdain. He understood that she was likely a sheltered young lady from a noble family, innocent and pure-hearted. As for the maid's disparaging remarks about the disheveled wanderer, he paid them no mind. After all, it was quite normal to look travel-worn on the road. However, her warning about the place being unsafe reminded him of the benefits of conserving his energy. As a young man, why walk when he could ride? Saving some energy was certainly advantageous. Li Wudao brushed off the non-existent dust from his robes, boarded the carriage, and wore a friendly smile as he cupped his hands towards the young lady. Then, I shall trouble you, young lady. I am Li Wudao. I am Ruotsili. The girl replied crisply and decisively. Inside the carriage were others, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in fine attire, clearly the offspring of noble families. Besides a coachman and a guard at the peak of the Qi opening stage, the others inside were all at the mid-stage of Qi opening. They noticed Li Wudao's shabby clothing and sensed the sparse energy emanating from him, revealing expressions of disdain. Some even whispered scornfully, I wonder where this wandering cultivator came from, so bold to walk this road through the Black River Valley alone. Li Wudao's keen senses caught every word, yet he remained unfazed, casually pulling out a Bodhi fruit from his pocket and offering it to Ruotsili. A small token of appreciation, meant to invigorate and alleviate fatigue. I hope Miss Ruo does not take offense. Ruotsili cast a glance at the fruit, which was crystalline and fragrant, an extraordinary sight, yet devoid of any ethereal aura. It seemed merely a rare mundane item. She graciously accepted the Bodhi fruit, offering a faint smile. Thank you, kind sir. She did not consume it, choosing instead to stow it away, and soon engaged in conversation with the others in the carriage. Li Wudao understood that she had accepted it out of politeness, likely regarding the fruit with indifference. However, he refrained from commenting or reclaiming it. After all, he could not afford to be a free rider, and given that Miss Ruo was generous, poised, and approachable, it was not a bad gesture to consider the fruit as a fare. Seated near the door, Li Wudao found himself at a loss for conversation with the other occupants of the carriage. Thus he busied himself with practicing his techniques. Reflecting on the limited skills he had acquired, courtesy of the Far Journey Academy, he possessed only the basic 5 elements technique, with his sole offensive ability being the fireball technique. Yet, the fireball's power was rather average, far inferior to his own innate blue flames. He contemplated enhancing the spell. When flames rapidly churn in an enclosed space, they tend to explode with astonishing destructive force. If further compressed, both temperature and explosive power could surge dramatically, resulting in a shock wave-like detonation, releasing energy in a concentrated outburst. If he could manipulate the blue flames in such a manner, would it not be akin to the Rasengan from the world of ninjas? With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, Li Wudao extended his hand, beginning to experiment. However, each attempt to compress and accelerate the flames led to failure, as he could not quite grasp the critical point. Each explosion resulted in a diminutive, muffled pop akin to a flatulent sound. The series of failures drew the attention of the others in the carriage. One individual, unable to suppress a chuckle, remarked, This fireball technique is quite unique. It's almost akin to the sound of flatulence. This comment incited a wave of laughter throughout the carriage. Li Wudao, undeterred by the humor at his expense, merely returned an honest, bashful smile. I am but a humble country practitioner. My apologies for the amusement. Ah, just as I suspected. A true countryside practitioner, chimed in a man named Zhao Feng. Beside him, a stoic young master, Ma Yinglong, regarded Li Wudao with an air of arrogance. I hail from the esteemed Ma family, specializing in fire techniques. I possess a superior fireball technique. Should you wish to pay homage, I could impart it for your self-defense. Upon hearing this, Li Wudao glanced at Ma Yinglong, who bore no trace of disdain or mockery in his eyes. Though his demeanor was cold, it was evident that he meant well, albeit with a naturally proud disposition. However, Li Wudao felt no need for such instruction, as he was on the brink of mastering the timing of his explosions. He clasped his hands in response to Ma Yinglong. I appreciate the goodwill, but I must decline. Humph. You are ungrateful, Ma Yinglong huffed, turning his head away in disdain. The other occupants of the carriage exchanged glances of regret, one lamenting, Hey, this countryside practitioner truly lacks discernment. Brother Ma is a rare genius from the Ma family, whose fire techniques are renowned for their lethality. Countless seek his guidance, and you, sir, are simply foolish. Another chimed in, Brother Ma, let us not waste our time on this practitioner. Why not share your teachings with me instead? I won't complain. Li Wudao remained unfazed, continuing to refine his fire techniques. Nearly 2 hours later, he finally managed to control the high-speed swirling blue flames with ease, shaping them into a sphere. Oh, it's finally accomplished. I shall name this technique Blue Wave Ball. He exhaled, relief washing over him. At that moment, a captivating conversation arose within the carriage. A woman named Xianxia spoke with palpable trepidation. I've heard that the malevolent figure known as the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator possesses cunning methods, ever-changing and adept at concealment, skilled in illusion and corpse refinement. He preys upon children with special bloodlines to concoct blood essence demon pills. Wherever he appears, rivers run red with blood. To this day, no one has seen his true form, let alone captured him alive. The atmosphere shifted. Concern etched on the faces of the others. Zhao Feng, attempting to suppress his fear, declared, Humph. Should he dare invade the territory of our Xianxiang sect, he shall find no return. As Li Wudao listened, he realized that the occupants of the carriage were all distinguished disciples from prominent cultivation families, all aspiring to join the Xianxiang sect. Yet, the mention of the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator was new to him, prompting his curiosity. If one were to encounter such a fiend, what countermeasures exist? The others paused, glancing at Li Wudao, with Zhao Feng regarding him as if he were simple-minded. Countermeasures? Several elders of the Xianxiang sect have already fallen to him. With your meager cultivation, it's best to end your own life swiftly, lest you suffer the fate of having your soul extracted and your essence refined, doomed to eternal damnation. Xianxia interjected. Indeed, it would be dreadful to find oneself in such a fate. Li Wudao chuckled lightly, unconcerned, choosing silence. After all, he had no desire to engage in futile discussions. The carriage sped forth, soon passing through a shadowy valley. Suddenly, a foul wind surged. The air thickened with demonic energy as a massive crimson-eyed magic-striped tiger sprang forth. Oh no, it's the mountain lord of Black River Valley. How could we be so unfortunate to encounter it? I've heard this mountain lord is at the peak of the blood-burning realm. What are we to do? As the tiger demon's form loomed before them, the occupants of the carriage turned pale with fear. With a thunderous roar, the crimson-eyed magic-striped tiger lunged forward, and in an instant, the spirit beast carriage was overturned. The guards suffered devastating casualties. Zhao Feng, Xianxia, and others unleashed their magical treasures, but their efforts were akin to mere tickling as the tigers swept through their defenses, sending them reeling and bleeding. It's over. We're going to die here. I haven't even joined the Xianxiang sect yet. I don't want to die? Despair enveloped their hearts. The tiger's blood-red eyes locked onto the most tender and delectable prey among them, Ruat. Delicious blood food, pure spiritual essence. I shall have you assist me in breaking through. The beast's coarse and greedy roar reverberated, causing pain in their eardrums. Its colossal claws, capable of rending steel, surged forward with a foul wind, slicing through the air toward the paralyzed Ruat. The speed was astonishing. No, Ruat emitted a desperate wail, tears streaming down her face, her delicate form frozen in terror, her eyes glistening with helplessness as she sought aid from the other cultivation families. How she longed for someone to save her. Zhao Feng, Xianxia, and the others were already paralyzed by fear, tightly shutting their eyes, as if they could foresee the gruesome fate that awaited them. In this moment of peril, as life and death hung in the balance, a figure rose calmly. Enough. Li Wudao's voice, though not loud, carried a hint of impatience at being disturbed. Yet, those two simple words resonated with an overwhelming authority, exploding within the tiger's frenzied mind. The massive claw, poised to strike, halted just inches above Ruat head. The immense form of the crimson-eyed magic-striped tiger trembled, its ferocious gaze betraying a flicker of human-like astonishment. "You fool! If you seek death, do not drag us down with you." Zhao Feng, still reeling from the brink of death, was consumed by terror and rage, his features contorted as he pointed an accusing finger at Li Wudao. His voice cracking with fear. "Kneel. Bow and plead for the Mountain Lord's mercy, you fool." Sunya screamed in terror. "Madman. He is going to get us all killed." Li Wudao's actions instantaneously captured the attention of the crimson-eyed demon tiger, which sensed its authority being challenged. With a furious glare directed at Li Wudao, it growled, "Human. Very well, I accept your challenge." The flicker of uncertainty in the demon's eyes was swiftly engulfed by a tide of wrath. It forsook the nearby Ruotsili. Lunging toward Li Wudao with ferocious intent, its gaping maw dripping with foul, viscous saliva, eager to rend apart this audacious ant that dared to defy its supremacy. Li Wudao's expression hardened. Obstinate fool. He raised his right hand, and the azure flame coalesced into the blue wave pearl, emanating a deep, ominous hum instead of a mere thud. The temperature around him plummeted, the air crystallizing into icy shards. With a flick of his finger, he commanded, "Go." The ethereal blue orb transformed into a swift streak of death, piercing with unerring precision into the demon tiger's ravenous maw, which was filled with the stench of blood and insatiable destruction. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A bone-chilling blast surged forth. Under the horrified gaze of onlookers, the once mighty crimson-eyed demon tiger, its colossal form akin to being cast into an ancient glacier, began to freeze visibly from its menacing head, crystallizing inch by inch, before silently disintegrating into a flurry of flickering azure ice crystals, not even a scream escaping its lips. The aftermath was relentless. The blue streak of light, undeterred, crashed into the towering rock face behind the tiger, creating a massive, mirror-like ice cavity that reverberated through the valley. The cold wind howled, lifting the shimmering blue crystal dust into the air, resembling a dreamlike, yet lethal snowfall. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Feng's face contorted in horror, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets, his mouth agape and gasping for breath. He had just moments ago spoken so disrespectfully to such a formidable being. What was the difference between that and courting death? The once aloof and proud nobleman, Ma Yinglong, felt an overwhelming shame wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the earth. He had audaciously demanded that such a powerhouse kneel and submit. A grave miscalculation akin to flaunting one's bravado before a revered ancestor. All his arrogance and superiority were shattered in that moment. Crushed beneath the weight of the azure light of annihilation, he longed to find a crevice to hide in, wishing to faint on the spot. How terrifying! Sunya was akin to a hen with its neck grasped, her screams lodged in her throat, trembling uncontrollably in the grip of sheer terror. Curling into a ball and daring not to look at Li Wudao again, Ruotsili stood in a daze, breath held, her tear-streaked face reflecting despair that had already been overwhelmed by the scene before her, which shattered her understanding and transcended imagination. The might of the blue wave pearl surpassed all expectations. Li Wudao, surprised by the formidable power of the blue wave pearl, wore an expression of unexpected delight. With an air of nonchalance, he turned to the still-stunned Ruotsili, casually clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. His demeanor unperturbed as if commenting on the pleasant weather. "Thank you, Miss Ruo, for the company. The path is clear. I take my leave." Before his words had fully settled in the air, he shifted subtly, his figure dissolving into the wind like a wraith, as if he had never existed. The chilling wind, a remnant of the ice flames, continued to stir the icy dust, producing a delicate sound. In the valley, only the stunned and weakened onlookers remained, alongside a vast, gaping ice cavity emanating an eerie coldness, enveloped in a deathly silence. Who is he? After an indeterminate length of time, a young nobleman finally broke the suffocating stillness with a voice laden with reverence and dread. Ruotsili gazed in the direction where Li Wudao had vanished, her heart pounding. Clutching the Bodhi fruit tightly, sensing it was somehow transformed, a smile of relief gracing her face. Could it be that good deeds are rewarded? Chapter 45, Qinghe Town. 3 days later, in the domain of the Sun Yang sect, Qinghe Town basked under the autumn sun, its stone-paved roads gleaming with a cold light. While the river breeze stirred the half-dried grass, the spiritual energy so thin it felt intangible. A figure clad in a green robe tread lightly upon the stones, his steps as gentle as a whispering breeze. Sunlight cascaded over his hair, flowing along his garments, illuminating his brow with a luster that surpassed even the autumn sun above. This figure was none other than Li Wudao. To reach the fabled land of the fallen god of war, Lu Tianya, one must pass through the teleportation array located in Qinghe Town, Otherwise, one would need to fly for a month. However, Li Wudao was not capable of flight, lacking any knowledge of aerial techniques. Inquiring about the location of the teleportation array had lifted his spirits as he meandered into the bustling town along the stone path. The town was lively, bustling with the essence of life. Yet, after a short distance, Li Wudao halted abruptly. Ahead, at the archway of a stone bridge, a group of unruly children from the town hurled stones at a simple, honest youth who stood tall and robust, seemingly impervious to their onslaught. Hit him, beat him to a pulp, make him stop denying us rides. The youth, with his back turned to the oncoming storm of children, resembled a slab of green stone. Motionless and steadfast, the stone struck his back and arms, producing dull thuds. He merely flinched slightly, instinctively shielding his neck with his broad palm, his expression devoid of emotion. Brows furrowed lightly, his gaze cast downward, lips pressed into a firm line, caught between enduring and not knowing how to evade. Despite his broad shoulders capable of bearing great burdens, he stood there like an ancient locust tree being shaken by mischievous children, hesitant even to raise his hands in defense. The more he tolerated, the more the children pressed their advantage, continuing even after drawing blood from his forehead. Whose children are these? If no one is going to intervene, I might as well take them and sell them. Li Wudao could no longer bear to watch and shouted coldly. Instantly, the children scattered in fright, leaving behind their snot and shoes. The youth seized the opportunity to escape, looking up with a simple, honest bow towards Li Wudao. My name is Shurtu. Thank you, benefactor. He bore a kind countenance, though his eyes sparkled with intelligence, not foolishness. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Wudao inquired. You are clearly stronger than them. Why do you allow them to bully you? Shurtu scratched his head with an endearing smile. Benefactor, my mother said we are all villagers and should support one another. They are just children, unaware of their actions. I am tough-skinned. It doesn't hurt, so it's no trouble. Li Wudao sighed in resignation. Truly a rock-headed fellow. Shurtu merely chuckled, scratching his head and revealing a broad grin. Well, I shan't concern myself with that. By the way, Shurtu, I would like to inquire about something. Ask away, benefactor. I will certainly tell you everything I know. Where is the teleportation array in Xianxia town? Can you take me there? Upon hearing Li Wudao's request, Shurtu patted his chest confidently. Fear not, benefactor. No one knows Xianxia town better than I, Shurtu. This matter is in my hands. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, benefactor, my mother is still unwell and is waiting for me to return and prepare a meal to reassure her. May I go home first, and then come back to guide you? What a filial person, Li Wudao nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you home. There is no rush in finding the teleportation array. Under the guidance of Shurtu, Li Wudao arrived at a dilapidated yet tidy little cottage. Mother, I have returned. Inside the modest abode, a frail woman with yellowed skin and a face etched with wrinkles lay upon a simple bed. Upon hearing Shida's call, she exerted herself to sit up, her gaze falling upon the young gentleman who had entered behind him, and her curiosity compelled her to inquire, My child? Who is this young master? Mother, this is my benefactor, Shurtu quickly explained. Learning that Li Wudao had aided her son, the woman immediately struggled to rise from her bed. Warmly greeting Li Wudao, Thank you, kind benefactor, for rescuing my son, Shurtu. The Shurs are eternally grateful. The weight of life had long bent her back, and she bowed deeply in gratitude. Madam, you are too gracious. I have done nothing of merit. Please, do rise, Li Wudao insisted, hastily supporting Shurshur. She would not relent until Li Wudao had accepted her gratitude. It was only when Li Wudao expressed his thirst and requested some water that she agreed, urging, Shurtu, hurry and fetch some water for our benefactor. Madam, it is but a trifling matter. I can manage myself. Please, sit, Li Wudao replied. What sort of host would allow a benefactor to serve themselves? Shurshur insisted, pressing him to take a seat on a stool. Your presence, kind benefactor, is a blessing upon our humble home. I have prepared some meals. They shall be ready shortly. I hope you do not mind their simplicity. Far from it. It is my fortune to partake of your meals. How could I ever find them lacking? Li Wudao responded with utmost sincerity. With that, Shurshur turned to the kitchen. Not long after, Shurtu returned with water and mentioned that his mother was unwell and that he would assist her. Li Wudao, of course, did not impede him but found himself somewhat bored sitting alone, particularly as the kitchen remained quiet. He rose to wander around the Shur's home, discovering it to be rather empty, save for an old hen made of cloth. When he reached the kitchen, however, he found no sign of Shurshur and Shurtu, only an empty rice jar, with even the thieving old woman having succumbed to hunger amidst it. How dreadfully impoverished, Li Wudao murmured in astonishment, returning to the humble hall. Moments later, Shurshur and Shurtu entered from outside. She stooped and withered, clutching a cloth bag hidden behind her back. She hurriedly shielded her body, forcing a smile at Li Wudao. Kind benefactor, Please remain seated. The food will be ready shortly. Li Wudao felt a lump in his throat, but refrained from voicing his awareness that she had gone to borrow rice. He silently nodded and took a seat. The mother and son retreated to the kitchen. Soon, a frantic flapping sound pierced the air from the courtyard. Li Wudao's fingers trembled, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. The last remaining laying hen of the Shurs was no more. The meal is ready. I apologize for the wait, Xianxia said, bringing forth a steaming bowl of chicken and a pot of congee half an hour later. As the steaming chicken was placed on the table, Li Wudao caught sight of dried bloodstains on Xianxia's sleeve. Emotion welled within him. Her earnest hospitality felt burdensome, and he found himself unworthy of such a meal. Suddenly, he retrieved a lustrous Bodhi fruit from his robes and gently pushed it toward her. Madam, this fruit may alleviate your ailments. Xianxia's eyes widened at the translucent, fragrant fruit, and she hesitated, wiping her hands on her tattered garments before daring to accept it, her voice trembling. But, benefactor, this is far too precious. A life such as mine does not deserve such a gift. You must keep it. If you refuse, I shall find it impossible to eat this meal. Li Wudao declared firmly. Trembling, Xianxia accepted the fruit and suddenly broke it open, placing the larger half into Xianxia's palm. Mother only needs a small portion, my child. Save the rest for yourself. Xianxia clutched the half-fruit, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After the meal, Xianxia consumed half of the Bodhi fruit and then retired to rest. Outside the Shur's front door, Xianxia cast several worried glances back toward the bedroom while tightening his grip on the half-fruit he held. Suppressing his emotions, he led Li Wudao to the Taoist temple in Qinghe town. Benefactor, the teleportation array is located just behind the Xianxiang sect's recruitment ground. Today is a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Xianxiang sect to recruit disciples. Xianxia continued eagerly, pointing at a few figures in the temple, particularly an elder with a flowing beard and a kind expression. If only I could be chosen, I would be able to cure my mother. Sunlight bathed Xianxia's honest yet hopeful face, and in his bright eyes, the elder's gentle smile reflected pure and untainted. Observing Xianxia's naive trustfulness, Li Wudao followed his gaze and glimpsed the smiling elder on the high platform. However, at that moment, a flicker of black Dao Fire within Li Wudao's dantian stirred unexpectedly, as if disturbed by something, sending a chilling and repugnant shiver through him. He hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 46. The Xianxiang sect intervenes. I am Elder Song Ming of the Xianxiang sect. Today, we are accepting disciples. Anyone with the requisite talent may directly become a disciple of our sect. The kind elder, with his flowing hair and beard, rose to announce the rules with an air of authority. Furthermore, this Xianxiang Sutra is our supreme celestial method. Whoever can cultivate this sutra shall become my personal disciple. At this proclamation, an uproar of excitement erupted from the crowd. Elder Song began to personally explain the Xianxiang Sutra. His voice resonated like an enchanting melody, compelling those who heard it to follow along in their cultivation, creating an atmosphere of fervor. After listening to a few verses of the so-called Xianxiang Sutra, Li Wudao felt it was grossly simplistic. Even a slight attempt to circulate it within himself prompted an instinctual rejection from the Dao Fire within him. The more he tried, the more he felt a surge of agitation. Li Wudao's brow furrowed in discontent. Something is amiss. Is this truly a righteous method? Why does it feel somewhat sinister? However, considering that this Qinghe town was under the jurisdiction of the Xianxiang sect, practically beneath their very noses, he thought it unlikely anyone would dare impersonate them. Perhaps it is best to locate the teleportation array first. He glanced back at Xianxia, who was listening intently. After a moment's thought, he leaned in to quietly advise Xianxia. Xianxia, I believe this celestial method may not be suitable for you. I shall seek out the teleportation array. Be cautious. Xianxia gazed at him in confusion. Benefactor, you are not going to learn this celestial method? This is the supreme celestial method of Xianxiang. So many people yearn for it. Moreover, an esteemed elder from Xianxiang is personally explaining it. There may not be another opportunity for years. I shall not pursue it, Li Wudao replied, disregarding Xianxia's pleas as he made his way towards the town's teleportation point. Upon reaching the vicinity of the teleportation point behind the temple, the black Dao Fire within his dantian surged violently. A sinister, chaotic aura wafted through the air, causing Li Wudao to frown. What an overwhelming presence of dark energy. It is as disquieting as something demonic. Following the source of this dark energy, he realized it originated from the Xianxiang sect's recruitment area, and he froze momentarily. This is bad. There is something wrong there. Xianxia. He immediately activated his ghost shadow step, retracing his steps with astonishing speed. Within mere moments, he burst back into the temple, only to find the once majestic facade had vanished, revealing a ground littered with eerie white bones. The individuals who had come to pay their respects were now vacant-eyed and dazed, like lambs awaiting slaughter, bound in place by invisible forces. In the center, a massive blood pool simmered, exuding a foul stench. The once ethereal elder of the Xiangyang sect, Song Ming, now emanated a menacing aura. His form engulfed in swirling black mist, with the anguished wails of vengeful spirits trailing behind him, an unmistakable embodiment of dark cultivation. At this moment, he stood before a stone-faced figure, eyes ablaze with fervor and devoid of resistance. A skeletal, emaciated claw, wrapped in obsidian shadows, seized the figure by the throat as Song Ming sneered. What a heart of unwavering sincerity, perfectly ripe for plucking. Come forth. With a swift motion, his other hand transformed into a blade, plunging towards the figure's heart. As the stone figure neared the brink of death, Wudao felt a tightening in his chest. Memories flooding his mind of the kindness shown by the stone matron during a time of need, alongside the simple, honest smile of the stone figure. An instant surge of rage and murderous intent filled his being. Halt! Audacious dark cultivator! How dare you impersonate the Xiangyang sect to harm others? Wudao's voice boomed, infused with the essence of Dao Fire, shaking the very foundation of the infernal abyss. The reverberations dispersed, and the thralls of confusion surrounding the onlookers shattered, giving way to terror-filled screams as they beheld the hellish scene before them. A woman was the first to emit a heart-wrenching scream, frantically clutching her equally stunned child. A ghost. It's a ghost. Someone pointed at the floating bones in the blood pool, their trousers instantly soaked with fear. The immortal. The immortal is a monster. More recognized the elder cloaked in black mist, and despair escalated into anguished cries. The crowd erupted into chaos, akin to a disturbed anthill. As fear spread like a contagion, their gazes turned toward Wudao, glimmers of desperation and reverence intermingling in their eyes, as if he were their last hope. Nature of the mountains and fields, lend me your true essence. Wudao, not daring to be presumptuous, directly sought the aid of the surrounding flora. In an instant, the vegetation of Qinghe town burst forth with spiritual light, converging in his palms. He did not cease there, but rapidly coalesced a rapidly spinning fireball, formed of azure flames. Blue wave pill. Go. He hurled the chilling orb, which roared forth like an enraged dragon, directly aimed at the dark cultivator. Boom. The malevolent claw that sought to pierce the stone figure's heart, along with the entire arm, was instantly encased in frost, shattering into icy fragments. The violent aftermath of the cold force slammed into the dark cultivator's chest, sending him hurtling away like a rag doll. Blood spewing forth as the black mist surrounding him dissipated, fracturing like glass. In a critical moment, the dark cultivator severed half of his own chest to evade a fatal blow, gazing at Wudao with a countenance of utter horror. Who are you? How dare you thwart the grand designs of the Thousand Illusions dark cultivator? His fury was palpable, and though his body lay mangled, the black mist billowed forth like a storm, countless vengeful spirits escaping to obscure the skies above Qinghe town, seemingly gathering for a terrifying technique. The stone figure, having narrowly escaped, staggered and collapsed to the ground, the remnants of dark fingerprints staining his neck. Bewildered, he touched his unscathed chest, and then glanced at the severed, frozen arm of the dark cultivator before his gaze settled on the silhouette, clad in azure robes that shielded him. Is it you, benefactor? The stone figure's voice quavered, his body trembling as the enormity of his survival washed over him, tears mingling with the blood on his forehead. It is you again who saved me. My life. He struggled to rise and offer his gratitude, but his legs betrayed him, leaving him unable to move. Clutching desperately at Wudao's clothing as though it were a lifeline. This is the Thousand Illusions dark cultivator. Wudao had no time for consolation. Alarms blared in his mind as he sensed the depth of the dark cultivator's power, preparing for a hasty retreat. Yet, in the next moment, the Thousand Illusions dark cultivator's body erupted into dozens of indistinguishable blood shadows, shrieking as they fled in all directions, leaving only a furious echo. You little brat. You have ruined my grand scheme. You shall pay dearly. Wudao was taken aback. What the hell? I thought he was going to unleash some grand technique. Instead, he just runs away. Damn, are these dark cultivators really this cautious? I can't fly, I can't catch up. No, this dark cultivator is elusive and unpredictable. Daring to impersonate the Xiangyang sect, being targeted by such a foe is disconcerting. Taking a deep breath, Wudao infused his voice with spiritual energy, laced with a thread of Dao Fire, and thundered into the heavens, the power of his words resonating with celestial might. Humph. Audacious Thousand Illusions dark cultivator. You dare to impersonate the Xiangyang sect, slaughtering innocents and refining them into pills. Has the Xiangyang sect become blind and deaf? Or are you in league with these vile demons? Our domain has been reduced to a den of evil, and countless citizens have suffered, yet you remain idle. If not for my presence today, this entire town would have fallen victim to your insatiable hunger. After delivering his thunderous rebuke, Wudao discreetly assessed the direction of the Xianxiang sect. With such a commotion, surely the sect's disciples have heard this. They should hurry and come to clean up this mess. Before long, a group of cultivators from the Xianxiang sect soared in on swords, several pursuing the fleeing dark cultivator. The remaining 5 landed around Wudao, encircling him, clad in matching robes adorned with the characters of Xianxiang. The leader's aura surged as he surveyed the grisly scene of bones and blood, his face turning a shade of ashen fury. He immediately drew his sword, pointing it at Wudao. You audacious demon! How dare you commit evil beneath the very eyes of the Xianxiang sect? You shall not be spared. Wudao's expression darkened at the words. Are you fools? How can you not ask the surrounding citizens who the true dark cultivator is? It is no wonder that someone dares to impersonate the Xianxiang sect under your noses. The disciples of Xianxiang Mountain changed their expressions, hesitating to act while they sought confirmation from the terrified crowd. Upon receiving validation, their faces flushed with shame, unable to meet Wudao's gaze. The leader, Xiaoyu, went pale, the citizens' lamentations and the hellish scene before him striking him like a slap. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, knuckles widening. Ultimately, shame and anger overpowered his reason. He could not admit to the negligence of the Xianxiang sect, nor could he allow a loose cultivator to undermine the sect's dignity. Silence! He barked, interrupting the citizens' cries. The tip of his sword once more directed at Wudao, his voice a mix of fury and trepidation. You sow discord with your vile words. How do we know you are not in collusion with that demon to tarnish the name of the Xianxiang sect? This chaos could very well be your doing. A trap laid amidst the turmoil. Disciples, seize this scoundrel and bring him back for interrogation. The 4 disciples hesitated, but under Xiaoyu's fierce glare, they steeled themselves and closed in, their swords flickering uncertainly. Wudao's expression grew cold. He had not expected a disciple of a righteous sect to exhibit such behavior. Just as they were about to strike, a voice resonant with spiritual energy rang out. Halt! Before the words had fully dissipated, a streak of azure light sliced through the air, arriving before them. Clang! Xiaoyu's sword shattered in an instant. The broken blade grazed his cheek, drawing forth a line of blood. A figure, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, surged forth. The one who had just returned from the Zhao family of Lingnan, Daoist Qingfeng. His robes billowed without wind, hair and beard dancing wildly. The usual serene demeanor was replaced by an expression of thunderous rage. Chapter 47. A visit to the Xianxiang sect. Upon returning from Lingnan, Daoist Qingfeng had intended to report the matter of the esteemed figure from Linen to the sect's higher-ups. However, as he passed through this location, his eyes fell upon Wudao, surrounded and beleaguered. The moment he recognized that face, memories of the cherished portrait of the esteemed figure from Linen, gifted with countless admonitions, intertwined with Wudao's visage. It is he, the one who enlightened the great demon. The very same Li Qianpei whom the great demon of Lefengpo yearns to seek enlightenment from. What he witnessed in Lingnan struck him like a bucket of ice water, instantly awakening him and bringing immense pressure. The disciples of the Xianxiang sect had audaciously provoked a revered figure with their impertinence. If this reckless act, born of their ignorance, were to offend such a profound elder, what calamity would befall the Xianxiang sect? Daoist Qingfeng dared not contemplate the consequences. Cold sweat quickly soaked his inner garments. Yet he forced himself to steady his mind, fully aware that immediate rectification was imperative. It was then that he rushed over, desperate to avert disaster. Daoist Qingfeng? This scoundrel is colluding with malevolent cultivators, impersonating our Xianxiang sect to commit misdeeds. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoyu, pointing at Wudao, furrowed his brow in confusion as he glared at Daoist Qingfeng. Though Xiaoyu's strength was comparable to that of Daoist Qingfeng, the latter held a higher status, belonging to the generation of the sect master's disciples, making him not someone Zhao could offend. Colluding with malevolent cultivators? How dare you speak so? Daoist Qingfeng, upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, was so shocked that his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He advanced and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Xiaoyu's face. In the midst of everyone's astonished gazes, he turned to the remaining disciples and delivered 2 powerful slaps imbued with spiritual energy. You bunch of scoundrels, with eyes yet blind. How dare you disrespect elderly? Hurry and kneel to apologize. The disciples were left dazed, clutching their faces, staring at their elder who was defending this wandering cultivator, referring to him as an elder. However, amidst their bewilderment, Daoist Qingfeng turned to Wudao and deeply bowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Elderly, I, the outer elder of the Xianxiang sect, Qingfeng, have failed in my duties. My foolish disciples have offended you, and I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. I humbly apologize on behalf of the Xianxiang sect. As he bowed, The portrait he had been holding slipped from his grasp, unfurling to reveal a figure identical to Li Wudao. Daoist Qingfeng caught a glimpse and hurriedly picked it up, gently brushing off the dust. He then presented the portrait with both hands, facing Li Wudao, his tone shifting to one of reverence mixed with a hint of emotion. "Elder, please forgive me. This was gifted to me by Zhang Yu of the Zhao family in Lingnan. I have long admired your likeness, and to behold your true form today is indeed a stroke of fortune." At this revelation, the eyes of the Xianxiang disciples widened, their faces paling in terror. While they were unaware of Li Wudao's true identity, they understood the stature and integrity of Elder Qingfeng. For him to show such deference, referring to himself as a junior, indicated that regardless of strength, Li Wudao's status was beyond their reach. Instantly, they fell to their knees. "We, the ignorant juniors, have offended the elder. We beseech your forgiveness." Although Zhao Yu looked down upon Elder Qingfeng's strength, he was not foolish. Realizing that someone so respected by Qingfeng was not to be trifled with, he hastily knelt and bowed his head. "I was ignorant and have offended the elder. I hope for your mercy." The once lofty disciples of the Xianxiang sect knelt in succession, and this scene plunged the surroundings into a profound silence. The townsfolk of Qinghe were utterly dumbfounded. Here was an elder of the Xianxiang sect, publicly chastising his own disciples for the sake of this young man, and showing him such reverence? Who was this person? It turns out that Elder Qingfeng had visited the Zhao family and acquired my portrait from Zhang Yu. No wonder he recognized me. Li Wudao thought as he gazed down at the portrait, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Since I am regarded as a figure of distinction in Elder Qingfeng's eyes, I must not lose my composure. He maintained an air of nonchalance, waving his hand as he spoke. "Let it be. The ignorant shall not be punished. However, your sect must indeed rectify its internal conduct to avoid tarnishing its reputation." Upon hearing these words, Daoist Qingfeng felt his taut nerves relax, as if a bowstring had been suddenly released. He remained in a bowing position, but his shoulders visibly relaxed, his previously furrowed brow unfurling, and the beads of sweat that had been trickling down his forehead seemed to cease. His aged face bore an expression of unbounded joy and excitement as he bowed once more. "Elder, your magnanimity overwhelms me. It is my Xianxiang sect that has erred, lacking in discipline and oversight. I shall report this incident to the sect master and ensure a strict investigation, cleaning up our ranks to uphold our sect's honor." He paused, a sincere fervor illuminating his features. "Elder, your righteous intervention has unveiled the wicked, saving the citizens of Qinghe from peril, and preserving the reputation of our Xianxiang sect from unwarranted slander. This kindness will be forever etched in our hearts." With a boldness that surprised even himself, he continued, "I humbly request that you honor us with your presence at the Xianxiang sect for a brief respite, allowing us to extend our hospitality and express our gratitude in person." Li Wudao had initially thought that with the Xianxiang sect handling the aftermath, the matter would conclude there. However, upon hearing Daoist Qingfeng's invitation, he felt a stirring in his heart, mainly because he realized his own magical abilities were limited, particularly lacking in flight techniques, which would hinder his escape and pursuit in the future. After a moment's contemplation, he casually replied, "I appreciate the invitation, but I am rather interested in some of your sect's techniques. Might it be possible for me to borrow some materials?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Daoist Qingfeng's eyes, his joy intensifying. This was the kind of opportunity that even the Qing bird could not secure. He had initially planned to be polite and leave it at that, never daring to dream that this esteemed elder would be willing to visit. "Your words are too gracious. To have the esteemed elder show interest in our sect's techniques is a tremendous honor. While our collection may not be exhaustive, it possesses a certain depth. If the elder wishes to peruse it, I would be immensely honored. However, our sect's texts are fundamental to our organization, and I must first seek the sect master's permission. Please, if the elder would kindly step to the Xianxiang sect for a brief rest, we can proceed accordingly." Li Wudao could hardly let this opportunity slip by. He promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Then I shall trouble Elder Qingfeng. I thank you in advance." "Elder is too kind," Daoist Qingfeng exclaimed, astonished by the esteem with which Li Wudao treated him. Having finalized their arrangement, Li Wudao was in no hurry to depart from Qinghe. He turned to Shitu and said, "Thank you for guiding me today. It saved me a great deal of time." Shitu scratched his head with a simple smile, saying, "You flatter me, benefactor. It is I who should be thanking you. Without you, I might have met my end." Looking at Shitu's innocent and hearty demeanor, Li Wudao found himself drawn to such genuine individuals, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, recalling Shitu's character, he knew he could easily be taken advantage of in such a place. Before departing, he kindly advised, "Shitu, if the opportunity arises, do read more. It will be beneficial for you." With that, Li Wudao produced a copy of basic cultivation techniques from his robe and handed it to Shitu. "Not a fool." Shirtu understood this was a chance bestowed upon him by his benefactor, and he hurriedly knelt to accept it. Seeing this, Li Wudao then turned and followed Daoist Qingfeng toward Shenyang Mountain. Upon entering his home, Shirtu was greeted not by the sight of his ailing mother, frail and bedridden, but by a vibrant woman tending to the garden beside the fence, her hair, once gray and brittle, now shimmering with a hint of luster. The deep-set wrinkles on her face seemed to have softened significantly, and a healthy flush brightened her complexion, while her previously murky eyes sparkled with clarity, even discerning the smallest of stitches. "Mother, you are well." Shirtu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Was this truly the mother who had been tortured by illness to the brink of death? She appeared a decade younger. Putting down her hoe, she approached and grasped her son's hand, her eyes filled with an indescribable gratitude and reverence. "My dear child, your mother is well, utterly well. It is a blessing. The immortal fruit bestowed by our benefactor, Li, has cured me." Her voice trembled with excitement, and after consuming just a small portion, I awoke from slumber. And all my pains, aches, and weakness vanished, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Even my failing eyesight has improved. My child, our benefactor is no ordinary person. Truly, a living deity descended to relieve suffering. You must forever remember the immense grace and virtue of Li. Never forget for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Shirtu was momentarily stunned. No wonder our benefactor could suppress the evil cultivator and cause the esteemed figures of Shenyang sect to bow in reverence. It appears our benefactor surpasses even them in prowess. Ah, the fruit gifted by our benefactor remains half uneaten. Suddenly, Shirtu recalled the half of the translucent, warm Bodhi seed nestled in his embrace. He gingerly brought it forth, his fingertips trembling with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the half-fruit into his mouth. It melted upon contact, transforming into a warm, soothing current that surged through his limbs, accompanied by a refreshing essence that rushed toward his mind. Boom! Shirtu's body crackled with the sound of his bones as an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his muscles. More astonishingly, he felt his mind clearer than ever before. Thoughts that had eluded him in the past now surfaced with remarkable clarity, orderly and distinct. Instinctively, he clenched his fist, producing a subtle explosive sound in the air. His strength had increased tenfold. Shirtu's eyes sparkled with delight. The augmentation of his power filled him with joy, and he would no longer fear encountering ferocious tigers while hunting in the mountains. Life was about to improve. Simultaneously, the words of Li Wudao echoed in his mind as he departed. "Read more. It will benefit you." Without delay, Shirtu informed his mother and approached the only tattered book in their home, solemnly extracting the thickest volume, the worn cover of Chronicles of Qingzhou. In the past, he had regarded such texts as incomprehensible and tedious. However, upon opening the pages once more, those once daunting words and the historical struggles of figures now appeared remarkably clear and understandable. Shirtu read voraciously, his gaze focused and bright, his fingers gently gliding over the pages. As dusk fell unnoticed, his enthralled expression transformed from innocence to one of newfound clarity, as if wisdom had suddenly dawned upon him. Upon entering the house, Shir's mother beamed with pride at the sight of her son engrossed in reading. "My child has begun to study. How wonderful! Perhaps he will become a top scholar and bring honor to our family." Meanwhile, a wisp of white flame floated from Shirtu, soaring toward the heavens. Chapter 48. Reunion with Ruat Sili. At Shenyang sect, in the departure pavilion. "Elder, please rest here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Thank you for your kindness." Elder Qingfeng rose to leave the courtyard, while Li Wudao strolled leisurely within the garden. This Shenyang sect truly lived up to its reputation as a legitimate sect. Even the courtyard was adorned with a spirit-gathering array, perpetually drawing in spiritual energy. The flora and streams in the courtyard were continuously nourished by this energy, making even a sip far superior to that found in distant academies. Indeed, a proper sect could not be compared to the scattered cultivation of rogue practitioners. One could only wonder what status this Shenyang sect held in the realm of cultivation. After a leisurely stroll, Li Wudao returned to the departure pavilion and sat down. Just as he settled, a sudden warmth surged within him, and upon sensing it, he discovered a white flame had appeared in his dantian, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How curious. I have done nothing to invoke this flame. Where did it come from? Outside the courtyard, a tall young woman approached the entrance. Her demeanor tense as she carried a tray of tea. This maiden's skin was as white as exquisite jade, her features delicately crafted like fine art. With a delicate nose and cherry lips, indeed, it was Ruat Sili, adorned in the attire of an outer disciple of Shenyang sect. The confidence of the young lady from the Ruat family was replaced by a child's anxiousness, due to her limited talent. She had not been accepted as a disciple by the elders or the peak masters, and thus could only begin as an outer disciple. Should she refuse? She would have to return to the Ruo family. However, returning to her family would render her value null, given her fate. She would be relegated to a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. Yet she did not wish to succumb to such a fate and gritted her teeth to remain. Not long after becoming an outer disciple, she was instructed by the elder to serve as esteemed guests of Xianyang sect at the departure pavilion. The elder had sternly warned her that she must comply with any requests from the guests. Should she offend them, not only would she suffer the consequences, but her family would also be implicated. Thus, Ruo Tsili approached with trepidation, believing herself to be quite attractive. Many men desired her, and even upon entering Xianyang sect, she had already attracted the attention of several inner disciples. Who knows if the esteemed guest is a lecherous fiend? If he desires her, she dares not resist. If the guest is young and handsome, she might not mind as much. After all, it would not be a loss to share a taste of heavenly fruit. However, if he is old, ugly, and a perverted lecher, she truly does not know how to handle it. Balancing the heavy Zetan tea tray, Ruo Tsili's fingertips were icy. Trembling slightly, each step feeling as though she tread upon cotton, her heart pounding as if it might burst from her chest. The ghastly thoughts of lecherous old men swirled in her mind, nearly suffocating her. She could even feel the fabric of her back dampened by cold sweat. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her voice to prevent it from shaking excessively. Elder? Come to serve on behalf of the elder. The voice from within the pavilion was gentle and clear. Come in. Ruo Tsili froze. That voice, it sounded so familiar. Like that of the wandering cultivator who gave her a ride? No. Impossible. Surely. She was merely overly anxious and misheard. She quickly shook her head to dispel the unrealistic notion, holding her breath as she lowered her head and stepped into the courtyard. The departure pavilion was within reach. Ruo Tsili averted her gaze, only daring to catch a glimpse of the figure seated on the stone bench. Just as she placed the tea tray upon the stone table, preparing to retreat and bow, the person in the pavilion turned to face her. The sunlight outlined a refined and gentle profile, adorned with a hint of relaxed amusement. Boom. Ruo Tsili felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went blank in an instant. The hand that held the empty tea tray suddenly loosened. Clang. The expensive Zetan tea tray crashed to the stone floor, producing a jarring sound. Yet she remained oblivious, her wide, autumn water-like eyes fixed on Li Wudao, her cherry lips parting, unable to utter a single word. Li Gongzi, is it truly you? Her voice was hoarse and tight, filled with immense astonishment. Li Wudao gazed at the flustered maiden, momentarily taken aback. He recognized Ruo Tsili, but had not anticipated such a coincidence. A flicker of understanding and warmth crossed his eyes. Miss Ruo, it seems our fates are intertwined. No need to panic. Please take a seat. He gestured toward the stone bench across from him, his tone as calm as if greeting an old friend. Ruo Tsili, as if awakening from a dream, glanced at the fragments of the tea tray on the ground, her delicate face flushing crimson. She hurriedly crouched to gather the pieces. I apologize. Elder, no, Li Gongzi. I was too careless. I'll clean this up at once. There's no harm. It's merely a tea tray. Li Wudao raised his hand in a gentle gesture, a soft force supporting her. But I see you are clad in the attire of Xianyang sect. May I inquire about this? Ruo Tsili was lifted by the unseen force, her heart racing anew. He was indeed unfathomable. Upon hearing the inquiry, a faint blush lingered on her cheeks, tinged with a hint of bitterness and helplessness. She softly recounted her predicament. Li Wudao, upon finishing her tale, smiled gently. Ah, I see. No wonder you were so anxious outside. You feared I might be a lecherous fiend. With a hearty laugh, he added, Li Gongzi. If Kylie had her heart laid bare before him, her ears flushed with shame, and she instinctively stamped her foot, casting him a reproachful glance. This look, devoid of her earlier fear and restraint, instead bore a touch of familiarity and innocence, unbeknownst even to herself. Following this playful banter, the tension in her heart finally dissipated entirely. She exhaled a long sigh, her face illuminating with the first genuine smile since arriving at the Xianyang sect. Please do not jest with me, good sir. To encounter you again within the Xianyang sect is indeed a stroke of fortune for Kylie. Her voice regained its former clarity, imbued with sincere relief and a subtle hint of reliance. At the Puryang Hall of the Xianyang sect, Elder Qingfeng excitedly reported the news. The sect master, El Chun, trembled slightly, his pure white robe billowing without wind, revealing the tumult within. He exclaimed, the words manifest the law, illuminating the dragon. A spirit fruit has led the azure bird to enlightenment. Elder Qingfeng, if your words bear truth, this individual's cultivation must have reached a realm beyond our comprehension. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fixated on Elder Qingfeng. How could such a person suddenly come to our Xianyang sect? Elder Qingfeng bowed deeply, his tone resolute. Master, please see clearly. I stake my life on this. There is no falsehood here. When the serpent demon transformed into a dragon, its roar echoed throughout Linen. The might of the dragon is undeniable. The Zhao family of Lingnan witnessed the azure bird's enlightenment, and all of Lingnan's practitioners sensed it. As for that Bodhi fruit, though I have not seen it, it is certainly not a fabrication. Moreover, that senior exudes an aura of Dao that is both profound and boundless, reminiscent of the legendary return to simplicity. In their presence, I felt as insignificant as dust. Such an aura cannot be feigned. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a brief silence, soon followed by a flurry of murmurs. The master of the precept's peak, a stern elderly man, spoke in a deep voice. Though Elder Qingfeng's words are compelling, such a person is unpredictable. Their sudden appearance within our sect, coinciding with the turmoil caused by the heretics, seems too fortuitous. In agreement, the master of the Pill Peak, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, added, "Your words hold merit. Yet Elder Qingfeng vouches with his life, and the phenomena he describes all have traces to follow. If we were to miss this opportunity, it would be a great regret for our sect. Perhaps we should treat them with courtesy while observing discreetly?" At this moment, an elder spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. From Elder Qingfeng's demeanor, he does not appear to be deceitful. The method of manifesting the law and enlightening the dragon is not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. This person may be a reclusive old master. Befriending them could yield more benefits than drawbacks. However, we must ascertain whether they harbor any ill intentions towards our sect. Elchen paced thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, as the words of those present echoed in his mind. Elder Qingfeng is cautious, and his life pledge is significant. His observations are likely true. If such a master could forge a benevolent bond with us, it might resolve the difficulties of our Xiangyang scripture and even bring immense opportunities. Yet, if they possess ulterior motives or are a heretic in disguise, inviting calamity into our midst would yield dire consequences. Our Xiangyang sect has a legacy spanning a millennium. He halted, casting his gaze over the assembly, ultimately resting on Qingfeng, his eyes sharp. Elder Qingfeng, what is your assessment of this individual's attitude towards our sect? Is there any hint of malice? Elder Qingfeng promptly replied. In response to the sect master, the elder possesses a grand demeanor and a broad mind. In Qinghe town, my disciples, in their ignorance, offended them, yet the elder forgave us, embodying the principle of the unknowing are not to be blamed. Their disposition towards our sect appears devoid of malice, leaning instead towards a serene detachment. Elchen nodded slightly, his heart settling somewhat. He took a deep breath, making a decisive resolution. Esteemed elders and fellow disciples, the matter concerning this individual is of great importance. We must not be negligent and lose this opportunity, yet we must also guard against potential danger. I propose we place the remnants of the Xiangyang scripture in a prominent spot within the scripture repository for their perusal. He paused, meeting the mixed expressions of curiosity and understanding from the assembly, and elaborated. This scripture forms the foundation of our sect, yet for 3 centuries, no one has been able to break through to the realm beyond. Moreover, those who forcefully cultivate it suffer severe foundational damage, giving rise to inner demons, ultimately leading to regression in both cultivation and spirit. This is our sect's highest secret. If this person is truly, as Elder Qingfeng claims, a peerless master, they will undoubtedly perceive the flaws of this scripture at a glance, perhaps scoffing at it, or even offer a solution. This serves as one test. Should they be a mere name without substance, seeking to pilfer our supreme method, they would be courting death. This would save us the trouble of verification. This serves as a second test. This strategy offers both offense and defense. What do you all think? The hall fell silent once more. The master of the precept's peak pondered. This approach is indeed feasible. We could use it to our advantage, or as a means of drawing forth the truth. However, we must ensure that what we place is indeed the fatal remnant. The master of the Pill Peak nodded. The sect master's considerations are thorough. This method can verify without revealing our intentions, thus avoiding direct conflict. The elder spoke slowly. Yet, remember, regardless of the outcome, we must maintain complete decorum and not exhibit the slightest negligence. Should they truly be a master, even a hint of disrespect could invite disaster. The assembly nodded in agreement. No dissent remaining. El Chen's eyes gleamed with resolve. Excellent. In that case, Elder Qingfeng, accompany us to the Li Pavilion to meet this esteemed Elder Li. Chapter 49. The Perils of Dao Fire. At the Li Pavilion, Elder Qingfeng announced, Sect Master, Elder Li is waiting inside. As they approached, Kai Li, upon hearing the commotion, quickly rose, anxious that the sect elders might perceive her as neglectful of their esteemed guest. Li Wudao nodded in acknowledgement and slowly stood, gazing towards the main entrance of the courtyard. He observed Elder Qingfeng leading a group of individuals, each exuding an ethereal presence. the foremost figure. With hair as white as snow and clad in a pure white robe, radiated an aura of profound stability, concealing any sign of their true prowess. Sectmaster. This is the elderly I mentioned, Elder Qingfeng introduced, his face beaming with joy. El Chun, upon hearing this, gazed at Li Wudao with astonishment. To him, this individual appeared far too youthful, entirely unlike the legendary peerless master he had envisioned. Not only El Chun, but also the core leaders of the Xianxiang sect who followed behind shared similar sentiments. Yet, considering Elder Qingfeng's unwavering assurance and the tales of the master's miraculous deeds, coupled with the serene demeanor emanating from Li Wudao, whose cultivation aura was shrouded by an enigmatic energy that would incinerate any probing intent, he remained an enigma. Perhaps this person has achieved a state of return to simplicity, El Chun thought, taking a deep breath, unwilling to show any signs of disrespect. He bowed slightly. I am El Chun, the current sect master of the Xianxiang sect, honored to meet Elder Li. The accompanying elders and peak masters also bowed in greeting. Li Wudao did not respond immediately, instead casting a calm gaze over the assembly before him. So this is the sect master of the Xianxiang sect? And the various peak masters? I cannot sense their cultivation fluctuations. They must be realms beyond the blood-burning stage. Yet, such a grand reception for my arrival. Could it be that Elder Qingfeng has exaggerated my reputation? Alas, I merely came to surreptitiously study some techniques, or rather, to draw inspiration from them. What a calamity it would be if I were to be discovered. Contemplating this, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped Li Wudao's heart. His feet felt somewhat unsteady, yet he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, nonchalantly waving his hand at Lu Chun. Master Lu, you are too courteous. I am but Li Wudao, a mere wanderer, unworthy of such grand gestures. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt a stir in his heart. Such amiability could only signify a venerable expert. You are too humble, esteemed senior, he replied, bowing with greater respect. As my junior, Qingfeng, as mentioned, you wish to peruse our sect's sacred texts. Might I inquire as to which specific type of knowledge you seek? Li Wudao replied coolly. Anything is acceptable, though I would prefer techniques pertaining to flight. Lu Chun nodded, then gestured for Li Wudao to follow him. Please accompany me to the scripture repository. Thank you for your assistance, Li Wudao replied as they arrived at the entrance of the repository. Lu Chun warmly declared, the accumulated knowledge of our Xianxiang sect over a millennium resides within. Feel free to explore, esteemed senior. We shall not intrude upon your studies. Much obliged to your esteemed sect, Li Wudao acknowledged with a nod before stepping inside the repository. Master, what do you make of this person? Have you discerned anything of his background? One of the peak masters inquired of Lu Chun once Li Wudao had fully entered the repository. Lu Chun shook his head. I cannot ascertain anything. Inside the scripture repository, as soon as Li Wudao entered, he was greeted by a lang of scents, aged parchment, spiritual wood, and a faint aura of restrictions. The interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with rows of jade slips and books suspended within luminous screens. Meticulously categorized, a truly magnificent sight. Indeed, this is the hallmark of a legitimate sect. Their heritage is profound, Li Wudao silently praised. Yet he remained steadfast in his objective, flight techniques, flight techniques. With unwavering focus, he began to rummage through the shelves, swiftly discovering a section dedicated to aerial techniques. Titles such as Flowing Cloud Step, Sword Control Technique, and 5 Elements Escape Art caught his eye, all sounding quite impressive. He picked up several volumes to peruse. And the nascent white flame in his dantian flickered softly, its cool radiance merging seamlessly with his consciousness. In an instant, the characters of the techniques he had examined began to autonomously evolve and manifest their pathways under the illumination of the flame. However, just as he was about to rejoice, the evolution faltered upon encountering sections that had been altered. What is happening? Li Wudao mused with curiosity, only to witness the white flame suddenly erupt from within him, igniting the shelves around him. Within mere breaths, a significant portion of the repository was engulfed in flames, devouring half of the sacred texts. By the heavens! How could the flame have done this? Li Wudao exclaimed, utterly aghast. I came to learn, not to meet my demise. Staring at the desolate shelves, he was left speechless. Was this flame afflicted? Why did it not consume everything? It left behind half. Enough of this. I must quickly find a flight technique, he thought, urgency propelling him to search through the remaining shelves for a means of escape. Moments later, he stumbled upon a volume titled Stepping on the Sun. The name was quite formidable, and he decided, this one will suffice. Without a second thought, he tucked it into his robes. After all, so many had already been incinerated. This one would hardly matter. He resolved to flee post-haste, intending to make amends with the Xianxiang sect later. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to an independent luminous barrier nearby. Within it floated a golden scroll, inscribed with 3 characters that emanated a profound aura, Xianxiang scripture. Adjacent to it was a line of smaller text, the foundation of the sect, handle with care. The notion of a foundational scripture piqued Li Wudao's curiosity. Initially, he had only come to borrow knowledge from Taoist Qing Feng, yet having inadvertently set fire to their texts, he felt compelled to investigate further. Perhaps if he mastered it, he could present it, and they would overlook past grievances, even inviting him into their fold. After all, many tales suggest that few possess the prowess to wield a sect's ultimate techniques, and mastering such would signify a bond with the sect. With this thought in mind, he reached out to touch the luminous barrier. As his palm made contact, a black flame erupted, melting through the barrier, allowing him to retrieve the Xianxiang scripture. The moment his consciousness delved into the scripture, a tempestuous, searing aura surged through him, as if seeking to incinerate all in its path. The white flame within his dantian erupted into unprecedented brilliance. Empowered by the flame, the operational pathways of the Xianxiang scripture transformed from mere text into a series of unique meridians manifesting within him. Li Wudao attempted to follow these newly formed pathways, and in an instant, an overwhelming force of blazing solar energy erupted from his dantian, rampaging through the meridians, forcibly expanding them, bestowing a sense of power, yet simultaneously inflicting searing pain, tearing apart everything in its wake. His blood surged violently. However, at several critical junctures, the solar energy was abruptly redirected, forming perilous whirlpools of energy that wreaked havoc on his meridians, siphoning away his vitality. By the heavens, this technique is flawed. Li Wudao's complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was hardly a foundational scripture. It threatened to deplete his very life force. He would either fall into madness or ruin his foundation. It felt as though it had been maliciously tampered with, designed to lead practitioners to their demise. What should I do? It seems I cannot halt this. Just as Li Wudao was engulfed in terror, the white flame within his dantian began to rapidly diminish, transforming into an ethereal white energy that surged into his meridians. This energy began to guide the chaotic solar energy, soothing it and reversing its tumultuous flow. The crisis was averted in an instant, transforming into a propelling force. Li Wudao understood that the white flame was rectifying the Xianxiang scripture. He refrained from obstructing the flame's guidance, instead yielding to its influence. Soon, the searing sensation dissipated, replaced by a gentle yet invigorating warmth, akin to the nurturing embrace of midday sun. Simultaneously, a passage that was not recorded in the Xianxiang scripture emerged in Li Wudao's mind. The Xianxiang is to yin, the utmost yin and utmost yang. He endeavored to comprehend these characters, and in the next moment, they sprang to life, evolving within him to form new meridians that interconnected with the previous ones, creating a seamless cycle. It was as if the original cultivation pathway of the Xianxiang scripture was meant to unfold this way. This is the Xianxiang scripture refined and evolved by the white flame? Li Wudao contemplated. Perhaps I should give it a try? If it fails, I can always withdraw. After all, the white flame has not yet been exhausted. He cautiously guided a thread of spiritual energy within him, operating it according to the new pathways delineated by the flame. Buzz. That thread of spiritual energy instantaneously transformed into pure solar energy, akin to a lively golden-red fish swimming through the meridians. Wherever it passed, there was no pain, only a delightful tingling sensation. Even more remarkably, as sunlight streamed through the repository's skylight and bathed his body, his meridians required no conscious effort to channel the spiritual energy. They automatically absorbed the radiance, transforming it into solar energy that circulated within him, fortifying his physique. The sunlight can assist in cultivation? Li Wudao's heart leapt with joy, emboldening him to amplify the flow of spiritual energy. Boom. It felt as if a dam had burst within him, merging his spiritual energy with the newly birthed solar energy into one. Under the catalyzing effect of the sunlight, his blood surged with thunderous resonance. Golden red streams of light flickered beneath his skin. Crack. The bottleneck of the mid-stage of the blood-burning realm shattered like thin paper. His aura swiftly stabilized and expanded. A surge of power, far more refined, concentrated, and brimming with vitality than before, coursed through my body ceaselessly. Am I truly on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of blood burning? Moreover, this technique is astonishing. Simply basking in the sun enhances my cultivation. Li Wudao forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, hastily ceasing his practice, fearful that the commotion might attract the attention of those outside. He distinctly sensed that as long as he remained in sunlight, his body would autonomously generate the essence of the red sun, operating according to the cultivation path of the Xianxiang classic. Well then, given the circumstances, I ought to make my escape post-haste. He swiftly annotated the Xianxiang classic. adding a complete cycle of the cultivation meridians. After completing these tasks, he returned the Xianxiang classic to its original place, then resolutely turned and strode out of the scripture pavilion. Time to slip away. I hope I am not caught red-handed. Chapter 50. The Astonishing Lu Chun. Seniorly. As Li Wudao emerged from the scripture pavilion, he discovered Lu Chun, the sect master of Xianxiang sect, along with several high-ranking officials, had been waiting outside for quite some time. The thought that he had incinerated a significant portion of the texts within the pavilion made his heart race, causing him to lose focus in response to their calls. Is something amiss with the senior? The perceptive Lu Chun suppressed his doubts and forced a smile, inquiring, "Did you glean anything beneficial from our sect's texts? How do you feel?" His words concealed a subtle probing. "Feelings? Not good at all. I have burned through the books." Li Wudao maintained a calm expression and replied, "It is acceptable. Reading is always advantageous." However, he swiftly shifted his tone, casting a glance at the assembled crowd. "Imbued with an understanding that we all comprehend. Yet, the Xianxiang classic contains numerous flaws, particularly in its foundational methods, posing considerable risks. I urge the disciples of your esteemed sect to practice with caution." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun and several peak masters furrowed their brows, a flicker of skepticism and even disdain flashing in their eyes, as they internally scoffed. "Humph, truly a pretentious individual. Our sect's texts have been preserved for millennia. How dare you, an outsider, speak on them, especially to dare critique the Xianxiang classic? The Xianxiang classic is but a fragment." And Lu Chun felt displeasure stir within him at Li Wudao's words. This was the very foundation that upheld the prestige of Xianxiang sect. Though he began to question Li Wudao's expertise, his expression remained composed, and he politely clasped his hands. "Senior's insights are invaluable. I shall take them to heart. A modest banquet has been prepared. I hope you will grace us with your presence." Having burned down half of the scripture pavilion, Li Wudao wished only to depart swiftly. If he were discovered, there would be no opportunity to escape. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he stood up unambiguously. Seeing this, the Taoist Qingfeng hurriedly stepped forward to detain him. "Seniorly, please wait. Is it that the girl from the pavilion is lacking in skill, failing to serve you adequately?" He gestured towards Ruat Sili, who stood respectfully nearby, awaiting her cue. "Of course not. It is because I have burned your scripture pavilion," was a thought Li Wudao dared not voice. He paused, deliberately looking at Ruat Sili with a gentle gaze and a tone tinged with approval. "Not at all. Miss Ruat is gracious and polite, with a keen mind, quite commendable. It so happens that I have some affinity with Miss Ruat. We crossed paths in the Black River Valley. However, I am presently burdened with urgent matters and cannot linger. Farewell, everyone. I hope to meet again." With that, he did not tarry, executing the ghostly shadow step, his figure flickering before vanishing along the mountain path. Time to make a swift exit. If I am discovered, there will be no escape. As soon as Li Wudao departed, the smile on Lu Chun's face instantly vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor and an air of composure that seemed to see through all. The master of the discipline peak snorted derisively. "Umph. Such haste to leave suggests he can no longer maintain his facade. I shall see whether the Xianxiang classic has been tampered with." The master of the Danding peak shook his head with a sigh. What a pity for junior brother Qingfeng's commendation. He is merely a fraud with lofty ambitions, daring to speak of our sect's legacy, the Xianxiang classic. Lu Chun, however, showed little interest. He waved his hand dismissively. There's no point in further discussion. A visit to the scripture pavilion will reveal whether he is truly a person of substance. As for the Xianxiang classic, if he dares to practice it secretly, he will only bring about his own demise. With that, he took the lead, striding into the scripture pavilion. The others followed closely behind, and soon, Lu Chun led them to push open the grand doors of the pavilion. Yet, upon glimpsing the interior, Lu Chun and the high-ranking officials of the Xianxiang sect were left utterly dumbfounded. What was once a repository of countless precious techniques now stood with only half remaining, the other half reduced to charred, blackened bookshelves. In other words, the scripture pavilion had been set ablaze. Damn that scoundrel! How could he burn down our sect's scripture pavilion? The expressions of the peak masters turned furious, their spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. Gazing at the desolate bookshelves of the scripture pavilion, Lu Chun's face darkened considerably. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. The tomes housed within were the culmination of generations of effort and sacrifice by the Xianxiang sect. Now, with half destroyed, it was akin to obliterating the very foundation of the sect. How could this happen? The Taoist Qingfeng, pale-faced, knelt down, unable to believe the devastation wrought upon the scripture pavilion. Not only had he failed to procure benefits for the sect, but he had also jeopardized its very foundation. The individual he had invited was now the bane of the sect. He knelt before Lu Chun, his head bowed, overwhelmed with remorse. Master brother, I am sorry. I have become the sect's sinner. The peak masters exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fury directed at the Taoist Qing Feng, ready to hold him accountable. Yet, Lu Chun suddenly interjected, wait, something is amiss. The peak masters and elders turned their gazes. What is amiss? Lu Chun pointed to the spot where the Xianxiang classic had been housed. Look, the Xianxiang classic has been tampered with. It remains untouched by fire. If the person intended to burn down our scripture pavilion, why did they not incinerate it entirely? Why only half? The crowd furrowed their brows at his reasoning. That makes sense, but why only half? Lu Chun did not respond, but stepped forward to retrieve the Xianxiang classic. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he noticed new annotations adorning the opening scroll. The yang is but the yin, the utmost yin and utmost yang. When curved, it is whole. When distorted, it is straight. When hollow, it is full. When torn, it is new. When scarce, it gains. When abundant, it confuses. To think they dared to privately amend our sect's Xianxiang classic and even complete the subsequent sections. One must admit, they possess remarkable audacity. The master of the discipline peak scoffed derisively at the alterations made to the foundational technique. The elders of the sect also wore expressions of disdain. However, sect master Lu Chun scrutinized the modified Xianxiang classic, unable to suppress his frown. The alterations to the cultivation path appear to be minor. They might indeed be feasible. Driven by a strong desire to uncover the truth, he casually activated the Xianxiang classic according to the new route. In the next moment, whoosh, a pure, refined essence of the red sun abruptly radiated around him. The smirk on Lu Chun's face froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth agape. His grip on the scroll tightening. This is impossible. The purity and power of the red sun essence have increased by at least 40%. The flow of spiritual energy is now several times smoother. The consumption has decreased by 30%. What? The surrounding peak masters and elders were instantly rendered immobile, their eyes fixed on the red sun essence emanating from Lu Chun. Chapter 51. The Grief of Xianxiang Sect. The cold smirk on the master of the discipline peak completely vanished. The whisk in the hands of the master of the Dan Ding peak clattered to the ground. The most senior elder's murky old eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying brilliance. El Chen's heart raced with fervor, leaving no room for hesitation as he promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling all his energy into the revised Xianxiang scripture. As the saying goes, curved gathers, and concave fills. He softly recited the annotations, guiding the spiritual energy along its new trajectory. A thunderous roar erupted, seemingly originating from the depths of his soul. It was not destruction, but rather the shattering of shackles, a celestial melody resonating with the opening of the gateway to the profound. A beam of light, as solid as reality and resplendent as the sun, surged forth, breaking through El Chen's crown and instantly piercing the ceiling of the scripture repository, reaching into the heavens. Above the Xianxiang sect, the expanse of clouds was dyed a brilliant crimson gold. An overwhelming pressure akin to the might of the sea descended upon the world, sending tremors through the hearts of all disciples within the sect. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth transformed into a visible, chaotic vortex, wildly pouring into the scripture repository. At the vortex's center, a faint ethereal shadow of a celestial realm flickered with brilliance. El Chen's aura erupted like a slumbering volcano, soaring with unprecedented intensity, shattering the barriers of the early stage of the celestial realm. The boundless spiritual pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, cascading in layers, engulfing all directions. One wave higher than the last. The celestial realm. The master of the discipline peak cried out in disbelief, his voice trembling. The curse of our Xianxiang sect for 300 years has been broken. It has truly been broken. He trembled all over, nearly losing his balance from the overwhelming excitement. The master of the alchemy peak's eyes widened in astonishment, her chest heaving violently. Her voice tinged with fervent devotion, a divine miracle. Those annotations, that pathway, are the celestial avenue. That elder is an unparalleled master. She gazed at the terrifying transformation in El Chun, her eyes filled with an indescribable reverence. The elder, already in tears, prostrated himself towards the direction of the breakthrough. Like the most devout of followers, his voice hoarse and strained. The ancestral master has manifested. The revival of our Xianxiang sect is within sight. It is within sight. The commotion caused by El Chen's breakthrough spread rapidly throughout the Xianxiang sect. No matter where one was, everyone was stirred by the celestial phenomena and the terrifying pressure. Rushing out of their abodes to gaze in the direction of the scripture repository, their faces etched with shock and bewilderment. What is happening? It's the scripture repository. What an overwhelming pressure. Who has broken through? Could it be the sect master? The sect master has broken through. A celestial phenomenon has descended, a portent of good fortune. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Wudao, practicing the step into the sun flying technique, suddenly felt a warmth in his dantian. A surge of unprecedented, pure white Dao Fire erupted. Its intensity far surpassed any previous experience. Wudao was momentarily stunned, pondering, could this be the result of the revised Xianxiang scripture? It seems so. However, this white Dao Fire is exceptionally pure. It appears that something significant is occurring at the Xianxiang sect. Inside the scripture repository of the Xianxiang sect, Elchin slowly opened his eyes, his divine light receding. Yet the excitement and reverence in his gaze threatened to overflow. He sensed the vast power coursing through him, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. His voice trembling with barely contained emotion. That elder has achieved a profound understanding. Not only has he corrected the errors in our sect's teachings and perfected the Xianxiang scripture, but he has also concealed the true meaning of the Tao within the annotations. He surveyed the crowd, still immersed in shock, and declared with unwavering certainty, "This grace is heavier than Mount Tai." Just then, the old headmaster in charge of guarding the scripture repository seemed to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "Wait, could the texts that the elder burned all have been problematic?" He immediately dashed towards the bookshelf, his trembling hands rapidly flipping through the unaffected texts. Moments later, he abruptly raised his head, his face devoid of color, his voice hoarse with dread. "Sect Master, Masters of the Peaks." The burned texts were all those that had been secretly altered, practices that could lead to hidden dangers or even madness after cultivation. The elder was purging harm for our sect. A thunderous silence enveloped the crowd as the old headmaster's words struck like lightning. The masters of the discipline and alchemy peaks turned pale instantly, their faces flushed with realization. They recalled the disciples whose cultivation had inexplicably regressed, whose foundations had been damaged. Even those who had gone mad. The root of the problem lay here. They had previously harbored doubts about the elder's integrity. Ashamed. We were truly blind to the brilliance before us. With a narrow-minded perspective, we judged the sage's intentions. The master of the discipline peak was overwhelmed with shame. Quickly, El Chun rose abruptly, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency and regret. "Follow me to seek out the elder. Such a great favor must be met with a heartfelt thank you in person. Hurry." The core leaders, as if ignited by flames, hastened out of the scripture repository. Outside the scripture repository, without the elder's command, Ruo Cai dared not leave, still waiting. Yet, a sudden celestial phenomenon arose above the repository, and the terrifying pressure descended, causing Ruo Cai's face to pale, trembling as she collapsed to the ground. "Elderly, elderly." As El Chun and the others emerged from the scripture repository, they called out loudly. However, there was no response, nor any sight of Wudao, which left El Chun and the experts in a state of panic and despair. At that moment, Taoist Qingfeng spotted Ruo Cai and recalled Wudao's parting words. "If the young lady is gentle and courteous, with a clever mind, she is quite admirable." Suddenly inspired, he shouted excitedly, "Master, brothers and sisters, it's her, Ruo Cai. That elder mentioned having met this girl before she entered the sect in Heihe Valley. This girl has a connection with the elder." The elder specifically praised her gentle demeanor and clever mind. The elder's words are golden. How could an ordinary person catch the eye of such a sage? This girl must possess extraordinary potential. Moreover, she has a bond with the elder. She is surely favored by the elder. With a rush, the masters of the peaks, filled with fervent hope and regret, focused their intense gazes on Ruo Cai, as if she were a spotlighted figure. Ruo Cai felt as though she were stripped bare under the glaring lights, her body stiffening and her mind going blank. "Little girl, join my discipline peak." The master of the discipline peak reacted the fastest, stepping forward in a flash, wearing the most amiable smile he could muster, reaching out to assist her. "Get away, you shameless old man. The little sister is innately gifted and should join my alchemy peak." The master of the alchemy peak, with furrowed brows, stood tall, directly pushing aside the master of the discipline peak and seizing Ruo Cai's hand, his voice dripping with gentleness. "Sister, I will ensure you have endless resources." "Nonsense. Come to my sword peak. The rune peak is your true home." The other elders erupted into chaos, their faces flushed and voices raised as they crowded around, shoving and pulling each other, spitting arguments, their usual ethereal demeanor vanishing as they nearly resorted to fighting over her. What has gotten into these peak masters? Ruo Cai was bewildered by this spectacle. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Each of these individuals was a figure she would have to break her head to even see. Her face flushed crimson. Feeling utterly helpless as she gazed at the fervent elders, and recalling her humble status alongside the unfathomable figure of Wudao, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Gritting her teeth, She carefully retrieved the shriveled, dull Bodhi fruit from her personal storage bag. She held it out to Chun, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Sect Master. Disciple wishes to join the Sect Master's fold. This object was bestowed upon me by Elder Leon that day. I have cherished it all this time. Today, I present it to you as a token of my apprenticeship. Please, Master, graciously accept. The air fell into a sudden silence. All arguments ceased. Every gaze fixed intently on the inconspicuous, shriveled fruit. Chapter 52, The Dragon-Slaying Bridge. Lu Chun had initially paid little heed to the withered fruit. But upon learning it was a gift from Senior Li, his demeanor instantly became solemn. As he accepted the fruit, its weight was slightly heavier than anticipated, and it exuded an inexplicable, gentle essence of the Tao. Tentatively, he took a small bite. Buzz. The fruit dissolved upon contact. An unimaginable wave of cool Tao essence surged through Lu Chen's limbs and bones, directly flooding his sea of consciousness. In that very moment, he found himself immersed in an enigmatic state. Within this state, he discovered the ethereal shadows of the Tao he had encountered when he first broke through to the cave realm. And the process of constructing these shadows gradually became lucid and comprehensible. Even more astonishingly, the insights regarding the new pathways of the Shangyang canon and the annotations of the Tao Te Ching in his sea of consciousness ignited like a beacon, leading to a sudden clarity. The previously vague barriers he had faced during his breakthrough now appeared strikingly clear. Boom. A more intense resonance of the Tao erupted from his entire being than before. Although he hadn't transcended to a higher realm, he firmly stood at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the cave realm. He even brushed against the embryonic form of the cave's divine powers. This was enlightenment. I have entered a state of enlightenment that is rarely encountered in a millennium. He suppressed his inner excitement and involuntarily sat cross-legged, plunging into an even deeper level of realization. Radiant light once again enveloped his head, and his aura grew increasingly formidable and enduring. Observing Lu Chun in this state of enlightenment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The elder's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. The sect leader, he has actually entered the legendary state of enlightenment that is so elusive. All because of a single fruit gifted by a senior. It's infuriating, and I am utterly envious. This is a divine fruit capable of inducing enlightenment. Someone, hoarse with excitement, suddenly shouted. Instantly, all the elders' eyes turned red. They gazed at Ruo Tsai with the intensity of starving wolves spotting a priceless treasure, their breaths heavy with anticipation. My dear girl, such a good girl. Do you have more? I would trade my entire life as collection for one. I shall protect your Tao for 100 years. The head of the disciplined peak had eyes ablaze with desire, disregarding his image of rectitude. Good sister, don't listen to him. Give it to your elder sister. I shall become your close sister from now on. In a heartbeat, Ruo Tsai was encircled like a frightened little rabbit, overwhelmed and helpless. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Everyone, step aside. A roar infused with the pressure of the cave realm erupted like thunder. And Lu Chun, who had just emerged from his brief moment of enlightenment, abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that pushed the surrounding elders back several steps. He stepped forward, resembling a lion protecting its cub, shielding the bewildered Ruo Tsai firmly behind him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with undeniable authority. This is my disciple's opportunity. You shall remain silent. He turned to Ruo Tsai, who was still in a daze yet filled with hope, his face softening with unprecedented kindness and importance. His voice resonating throughout the space. Ruo Tsai, heed my command. Disciple, I am here. Ruo Tsai hastily knelt. From this day forth, you shall be my sole direct disciple. Lu Chun, esteemed in status, equivalent to the sect's protective elders. Should you not bow to the peak lord, you shall enjoy the offerings of core elders. Thank you, Master. Ruo Tsai's voice trembled with excitement as she bowed deeply. She had ascended to the heavens in an instant. All of this, merely due to a chance encounter. Lu Chun personally assisted her to her feet, his gaze sweeping over the still envious elders. And he declared with unwavering resolve, I hereby proclaim the edict of our sect leader. First, Li Wudao of Qing Shui Ali and Lin and is a benefactor of our Shangyang sect for generations. His name shall be enshrined beside the ancestor hall. Second, an effigy of the senior shall be erected in the sect's Taoist temple to be worshipped by all disciples. Third, all disciples of the Shangyang sect, regardless of their whereabouts, upon encountering the presence of Senior Li, must pay their respects as if to a deity. Those who disobey shall be expelled from the sect. These three edicts struck like thunderclaps, swiftly echoing throughout the Shangyang sect. Ruo Tsai, the timid girl who sought to escape being a mere tool for family alliances, had risen to prominence. becoming the brightest jewel of the Xianyang sect. Though the elders felt a pang of reluctance, they could do nothing but bow in submission under the weight of their leader's authority and the awe-inspiring divine fruit. We shall abide by the sect leader's edict. Their gazes towards Ruod Sili were filled with a complex mixture of reverence and envy. 2 days later, the Dragon-Slaying Bridge. The Dragon-Slaying Bridge was a stone bridge of azure hue, adorned with carvings of severed dragon motifs, glimmering ominously at the edges. Beneath it flowed a dark river, its waves crashing against the shore, laden with a sense of ominous energy. The bridge was crowded with cultivators, their varied robes and magical artifacts shimmering together. All fixated on the swirling white mist in the middle of the bridge, their discussions tinged with urgency. Amidst the clamor was an inexplicable tension, as if everyone were awaiting something, their glances frequently darting towards the void consumed by mist at the bridge's end. Wudao had just stepped out from the faint light of the teleportation array in Qinghe town, clad in a new black robe, the hem dusted with stardust from another realm. He glanced at the severed dragon motifs on the bridge railing and turned his gaze through the crowd. Spotting a gray-robed cultivator with twin swords strapped to his back, who was tiptoeing to peer into the bridge's center, Wudao approached and gently tapped the man's shoulder. Fellow Taoist, he clasped his hands, his fingertips pausing slightly as he fabricated a name. I am Xianxian, newly arrived here. And seeing the crowd of cultivators on this bridge, I am curious as to what opportunity we await. The gray-robed cultivator abruptly turned around. His initial impatience softened upon noticing the cloud patterns embroidered on Wudao's robe, especially seeing the peachwood sword tassels peeking from his sleeve. His eyes brightening as he spoke with newfound warmth. Ah, it is Brother Shun. You have indeed asked the right person. To be honest, there is a great opportunity beneath this bridge. Oh, Wudao immediately inquired with curiosity. What opportunity? The man cleared his throat, his face brimming with pride as he explained. To be frank, there lies a spiritual sword in the black waters beneath this bridge. A sword that has slain a true dragon and birthed a spirit. A sword that has slain a true dragon. Wudao was taken aback, then puzzled. Such a precious spiritual sword. Why is no one striving to claim this treasure? Especially one that has birthed a spirit and slain a true dragon. The man, sensing Wudao's confusion, paused, sighing. Brother Shun, you do not understand. This sword has already been claimed by someone. We cultivators are merely here to witness that person's attempt to retrieve it. Wudao, now even more baffled, asked, shouldn't the spiritual sword in the river be an unclaimed treasure? Shouldn't the capable seize it? The man was about to explain further when a sudden commotion erupted around them. He yelled out, that fellow has emerged. Will he succeed in claiming the sword this time? Chapter 53, The Little Sword King. Following the noise, Wudao turned to see a white rainbow streak through the crowd and land steadily at the center of the dragon-slaying bridge. The newcomer wore a white robe, standing tall like a sword, exuding an innate arrogance with a sharp glint in his eyes. He stood with arms crossed, his vitality bubbling, coalescing into mysterious golden symbols that encircled him, shimmering brilliantly. Not only that, but a sharp sword aura surged from within him, reminiscent of flowing rivers, its momentum both imposing and enduring. Hiss, the sword intent of Yi Jingyun has coalesced into the imagery of rivers, more terrifying than half a year ago. Among the blood-burning realm, those who can manifest sword intent are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Such talent truly befits the title of Little Sword King. This spiritual sword, dormant for a century, is likely to be stirred today by Yi Jingyun. On both banks of the river, countless cultivators gasped in awe, envy, and reverence, their voices rising and falling in a chorus. Clearly, they were all captivated by the imposing aura of the youth whose sword intent erupted on the bridge. Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly and, in a hushed tone, inquired of the enthusiastic loose cultivator beside him, my friend. The individual on the bridge seems to possess quite an imposing presence, does he not? The eager cultivator immediately perked up, lowering his voice yet unable to conceal his excitement. Not just imposing, that is none other than the Little Sword King, Yi Jingyun. At the late stage of the blood-burning realm, his sword intent flows like rivers. He once severed a river with a single sword strike, slaying a formidable half-step Dharma manifestation demon. Even the geniuses of the 10,000 sword sect pale in comparison to him. It is said that he is a disciple of a hidden sect. Today marks his 99th visit to claim this sword. Judging by his aura, he is determined to succeed. Oh, it has already been 99 times? Wudao's interest deepened. On the bridge, Yi Jingyun appeared to revel in the attention of the crowd. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the riverbank like a flash of lightning, a reserved yet undeniably proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a voice that was not loud, yet resonated clearly in every ear, he proclaimed, esteemed friends, Today marks my 99th ascent to this bridge to claim this masterless sword. He deliberately emphasized the number 99 and the notion of a masterless sword, laced with a hint of barely perceptible self-deprecation and an even greater confidence. My sword intent has taken on the form of rivers. I believe I am now far superior to my former self. I shall soon commune with the spirit sword. And as the sword energy surges, I kindly ask all of you to step back to avoid being harmed by my sword intent. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable commanding authority. Though he claimed concern for the innocent, the disdainful look in his eyes clearly conveyed a sense of superiority over the mere mortals below. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively retreated. Under the watchful eyes of many, Yi Jingyun's expression grew solemn as he formed intricate hand seals, weaving a profound array to lock the river beneath him while chanting incantations. Golden runes surrounded him, glowing brightly, merging with the river-like sword intent to form an exquisitely condensed golden sword aura that cautiously probed the riverbed. Simultaneously, he uttered enigmatic sword language, seeking to awaken a resonance with the sword spirit. Buzzing, the sword energy erupted, resonating with a deep hum. Intrigued, Wudao watched intently. But as he observed Yi Jingyun's cautious and almost pleading demeanor, coupled with the fact that this was his 99th attempt, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Isn't it said that spirit swords possess their own will and choose their masters?" The way he acts, it looks more like he's beseeching his ancestors. If this continues, I fear his chances of success are slim. Chill. The enthusiastic cultivator beside him turned pale with fright, clamping a hand tightly over Wudao's mouth, trembling as he warned in a hushed tone, "Oh, my ancestors, tread carefully. That is the little sword king, an invincible being in the blood-burning realm. If he hears you, we'll be in grave trouble." Before he could finish, a sudden explosion erupted from the previously tranquil spot of the spirit's sword at the riverbed, releasing a terrifying sword intent that resisted fiercely. Accompanied by a hint of dragon breath and an undercurrent of fury, it surged directly to the lake's surface. Puff! The golden sword aura that Yi Jingyun had coalesced shattered like fragile glass in an instant. He let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale as his body staggered violently, retreating 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. Simultaneously, the runes surrounding him and the river-like sword intent flickered and dimmed, as if blown out by a gale, dissipating completely. This signified a failure in claiming the sword. Moreover, it had been met with the spirit sword's active counterattack. Silence enveloped the crowd. Oh! Yi Jingyun's complexion shifted from white to green, then to black in quick succession. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Wudao and the terrified, enthusiastic cultivator beside him. Who was it that spoke and distracted me, causing this injury?" Yi Jingyun's voice chilled the air, laced with towering rage and murderous intent. All eyes turned to Wudao in an instant. Expressions filled with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude swept across the crowd as they hurriedly averted their gazes, fearful of being misinterpreted as the source of Yi Jingyun's ire. Yet more than that, they looked upon Wudao with mocking disdain. In their eyes, he was merely an unremarkable loose cultivator daring to speak ill of the little sword king. Did he truly believe the cultivators present were deaf and could not hear? Was he not simply courting death? "It's over. Brother, your crow's mouth has doomed us." The enthusiastic cultivator's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face ashen as he began to wail in despair. Amidst the suffocating tension, however, Wudao remained unfazed, whistling nonchalantly and not even glancing at Yi Jingyun. Internally, he cursed. What the hell? He's blaming me for his failure to claim the sword? How absurd. Is he truly so inept that he seeks to lay the blame on me? And this is the so-called little sword king? Seeing that Wudao remained silent, Yi Jingyun, renowned as the little sword king, naturally would not take the initiative to strike, for bullying a loose cultivator would be a disgrace he could not afford. He merely snorted coldly. "I shall overlook your unintentional mistake this time, and grant you mercy. Take heed of your words." Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators hurriedly showered Yi Jingyun with compliments. "The little sword king possesses a broad mind. He is an exemplar for us all." Yi Jingyun basked in their praises, his head held high, reveling in the adulation. The embarrassment of his failed attempt to claim the sword had long since faded, replaced by a sense of vain satisfaction. Wudao, disinterested in such ostentation, gently patted the bewildered, enthusiastic cultivator on the shoulder as a gesture of reassurance, then curiously called out, "My friend, since the little sword king has failed to claim the sword, may we take a turn and try?" Though his voice was soft, the presence of cultivators ensured that his words resonated, causing all to turn and gaze at him as if he were a fool. Chapter 54. The divine sword acknowledges its master. The scene fell into utter silence. After a brief moment, uproarious laughter erupted. "What did he just say? He wishes to try? Did I hear incorrectly?" A loose cultivator without even a hint of sword energy dares to claim the spirit sword? Where did this naive youth come from? If the little sword king, a figure of such renown, cannot claim this divine weapon, how does he presume to utter such words? Is he not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Observing his demeanor, it seemed he was not from the area, likely a newcomer. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness, commendable courage. The loose cultivators regarded Li Wudao with the same amusement one might reserve for a circus monkey. Yi Jingyun looked on from the bridge with a cold, mocking expression. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his voice laced with derision. Good, good, good. It has been 200 years since I have encountered such audacious loose cultivators. Abruptly ceasing his laughter, his gaze fell upon Li Wudao, as if he were a deity looking down upon mere mortals. Since you possess such confidence, I shall grant you this opportunity. The spirit sword has slumbered in this river for centuries. He surveyed the crowd, his voice rising imperiously. All of you, each and every one, whoever dares to step forth, unafraid of being crushed by the spirit sword's backlash and facing certain death, may come and try. As for the matter of the spirit sword acknowledging its master, Yi Jingyun's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his gaze fixated on Li Wudao, as if regarding a mere insect. My sword intent has failed for 200 years. Do you think you rabble are worthy to touch a divine weapon? If any of you can even cause the spirit sword to stir, I shall write my name. Yi Jingyun, backward. I will not go back on my word. Yi Jingyun's arrogant proclamation trampled upon all others, and rather than inciting outrage, it rendered the loose cultivators mute. Heads bowed in shame. With a sense of exasperation, Li Wudao lamented inwardly, what audacity to swagger around after failing to seize this sword from the river 99 times. Truly deserving of a beating. Yet, his exterior remained composed. To the astonishment of many cultivators watching, he began to walk deliberately towards the dragon-slaying bridge. One must not be shackled by the gaze of others. It is merely an experiment with no loss involved. Should I succeed, I would acquire a divine weapon free of charge. If not, I can simply turn away, he thought, maintaining a serene expression as he took each steady step. As Li Wudao approached the center of the bridge, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their breaths held as they anticipated his impending folly. Upon reaching the bridge's midpoint, he paused. He did not glance at Yi Jingyun, nor did he perform any hand seals, recite incantations, or exude any sword intent or aura. Instead, he stood casually with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the seemingly tranquil surface of the river. The river wind stirred his hair, revealing his forehead. As he softly uttered, "Step back." Such pretentiousness, Yi Jingyun sneered, crossing his arms with an air of disdain in his eyes. At that moment, Li Wudao spoke again. Without a sword in hand, yet with a sword in my heart, his voice was not loud, carrying a tone of casual languor, as if conversing with an old friend. He paused, as if in contemplation or reminiscence, and suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he exclaimed, "Sword, come." In a thunderous roar, a pure white Dao Fire within Li Wudao's dantian ignited as if triggered by some unseen force. An ineffable and profound Dao rhythm seamlessly infused into his voice. The river surged violently, unleashing tumultuous waves. The previously placid waters erupted into towering surges. With a resounding clang, a clear and piercing sword cry erupted from the riverbed, reverberating through the heavens. The sound was imbued with an indescribable thrill and joy. How is this possible? The spectators' pupils dilated in disbelief as they fixed their gaze upon the river. In the next instant, a blood-red glimmer surged forth, akin to a dragon breaking free from its confinement, propelled by the essence of a true dragon and a fearsome sword intent, shattering the bonds of the water. Ignoring any residual restraints set by Yi Jingyun, it barreled forth, effortlessly dismantling the barriers as though they were mere paper. The blood-red light, like a fleeting comet, swiftly reached Li Wudao's side, transforming into a sword of deep azure, radiating a crimson glow. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, this spirit sword, exuding unparalleled sword might, playfully circled around Li Wudao's upright figure, joyfully dancing in the air and emitting a series of delighted humming sounds. The sword's hilt affectionately brushed against Li Wudao's palm, akin to a kitten seeking affection. On the dragon-slaying bridge, Li Wudao blinked, standing with hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of feigned innocence, utterly calm. Yet, within, he was aflame with excitement. I merely intended to test the waters. Yet I did not anticipate that the Dao Fire within my dantian, coupled with my blessed words, would yield such miraculous results. Meanwhile, Yi Jingyun, who had been eagerly awaiting a spectacle, was now utterly stupefied, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body rigid. The pride of the little sword king seemed shattered in that moment. The sword he had sought for 200 years had been claimed by this seemingly unremarkable cultivator. Lacking sword intent, whose cultivation was leagues beneath his own. All it took was a single phrase, "Sword come," to earn the spirit sword's favor. No, that was an opportunity one have guarded for 200 years. Yi Jingyun's fury ignited, his face darkening with jealousy. "You thief! That sword is my destiny. How dare you seize it? Return my sword." He drew his sword, pointing it at Li Wudao, an aura of impending conflict crackling in the air. The surrounding cultivators gasped, retreating in alarm. Li Wudao, taken aback, furrowed his brow at the reaction. Is he enraged out of embarrassment? Unfazed, he retorted, "Friend Yi, this spirit sword is a thing without an owner. You claim it as yours? Call it twice. Let us see if it responds to you." Chapter 55, The Test of Truth. Unfazed by the public challenge, Yi Jingyun boldly declared, "This spirit sword was procured for me after great effort by my master. I know everything about it, including its name and the identity of the last wielder." His confidence soared. He believed that, aside from himself and his master, no one else knew the origins of this spirit sword. He called out loudly to the sword, "Dust Heart, do you remember Xianxiaaudiobooks?" Attempting to invoke the name of the previous sword master to elicit a response from the sword, thereby reclaiming his ownership. At his utterance, the spirit sword, which had been joyfully circling around Li Wudao, suddenly quivered, as if stirred by a recollection, freezing midair. Then, it began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant hum. "Look! The spirit sword is moving." It truly responded to the little sword king. Could it really belong to him? The crowd buzzed with astonishment at the sword's peculiar reaction. Li Wudao's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be that the sword really acknowledged that fellow he had just guaranteed before so many cultivators? Could he allow this opportunity to slip away? Yet, upon witnessing the spirit sword's reaction, Yi Jingyun's previous displeasure evaporated, replaced by triumphant laughter. "Ha! Did you see? The spirit sword responded to me." He paused, casting a knowing glance at Li Wudao. "Now, can you return the sword to me?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Wudao, their gazes filled with anticipation, curiosity, and intrigue. Under the scrutiny of many, Li Wudao, having spoken first, could not retract his words. He coldly replied, "Come and take it." With a triumphant grin, Yi Jingyun stepped confidently towards Li Wudao, stopping just 3 paces away. He beckoned the spirit sword with a flourish. "Dust Heart, come here." The spirit sword responded with a sharp hum, echoing through the air. "Come." Yi Jingyun's face lit up with elation, his heart racing. "Ha! My master was right. As long as I mention the former sword master, Dust Heart must respond. The dragon-slaying sword shall soon be mine." Ha! Yet, in the next moment, slap. The quivering spirit sword suddenly flipped, delivering a fierce strike across Yi Jingyun's face. Smack! A powerful dragon breath erupted from the sword's body, instantly causing Yi Jingyun's cheek to swell with blood, and he was sent crashing into the river below the bridge like a toppled onion. With a resounding splash, water erupted around him. Li Wudao blinked in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. "Xianxian, why are you attacking me? I am your master. Do you not remember Xianxiaaudiobooks?" Yi Jingyun emerged from the river, disregarding the blood in his mouth as he shouted at the spirit sword, as the crowd watched in astonishment. No sooner had Yi Jingyun finished speaking than the spirit sword flew to the surface of the river, striking him on the head repeatedly, as if playing whack-a-mole. As Yi Jingyun ducked beneath the water, the more he yelled, the fiercer the spirit sword struck. Before long, he was left battered and bloodied, his face swollen and terrified as he cried out, You, don't come any closer." Ha ha ha. Li Wudao found it utterly amusing. He anticipated that things would become so farcical. It seemed that if this continued, the little sword king would be beaten to death by the spirit sword. Li Wudao hastily waved to the sword. "Xianxian, come back." Buzz. The spirit sword transformed into a streak of light and flew into Li Wudao's hand. Gazing at the sword's ethereal blue body, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, gently caressing the blade. "So your name is Xianxian. In the vast world, a heart as pure as dust. What a splendid name." Buzzing with joy, the sword vibrated in response. "From now on, accompany me as we refine our hearts amidst the mundane," Li Wudao declared, sheathing the sword on his back and preparing to leave. "Halt!" Yi Jingyun, having appeared out of nowhere, blocked Li Wudao's path, his expression darkening. "I, Yi Jingyun, a disciple of the Dao sect, dare you to take away the spirit sword without considering the consequences. Xianxian is a sword that has slain true dragons, a treasure of extraordinary worth. There is no other like it in all of Qingzhou." Faced with this situation, Yi Jingyun had no choice but to reveal his identity to prevent the divine weapon, which he had guarded for 200 years, from falling into others' hands. "The Dao sect?" Li Wudao replied, scrutinizing Yi Jingyun with curiosity. "Are you referring to the Dao sect of the human emperor's sacred realm, the reclusive sect?" Yi Jingyun was initially taken aback that Li Wudao knew of the Dao sect's origins, but then elation surged within him. Good. Knowing means you will fear. He puffed out his chest, the arrogance befitting a disciple of a reclusive sect almost bursting from his swollen visage. Humph. Since you are aware of my Dao sect's reputation, why not quickly return the divine sword Qingxin to me with both hands? Out of consideration for your ignorance, I may spare your life. His tone was haughty, as if bestowing a favor. Hee. Li Wudao chuckled at this. How amusing. This sword has lain dormant by the dragon-slaying bridge for hundreds of years. A thing without a master. In your 200 years of guarding it, did you ever earn its favor? He cast a glance at Yi Jingyun's suddenly reddened, pig-like face, his tone abruptly turning cold like a chilling wind. You yourself declared, and all the world can bear witness. This sword has no master. Who can make it respond? I, Yi Jingyun, shall write my name backward. Now the spirit sword acknowledged me as its master, following my will. And yet you not only fail to uphold your promise, but also dare to act against me. Yi Jingyun? Li Wudao stepped forward, an invisible pressure causing Yi Jingyun to instinctively take half a step back. He pointed at the dragon-slaying bridge beneath them, asserting, this is the domain of the sword pavilion. When did it become yours, Dao sect? Or do you imply? His gaze pierced through Yi Jingyun's heart. As a disciple of the Dao sect, were your previous oaths mere empty words? You are outrageous. Puff. Yi Jingyun was so enraged by this heart-piercing remark that blood surged within him, his swollen face turning a deep shade of purple. Suddenly, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li Wudao, unable to utter a single retort. After all, he had no solid arguments to stand on. Ha ha ha. Suppressed laughter began to ripple through the crowd of onlookers. Yi Jingyun felt a burning shame on his face, a pain far worse than being struck by the sword. A good dog does not block the way. Li Wudao, indifferent, turned to leave. The sword on his back emitted a clear, melodious hum, as if echoing its master's sentiments. However, Yi Jingyun, blushing with rage, gritted his teeth and obstructed his path. You cannot leave. If you wish to go, you must leave the sword behind. Without reservation. He unleashed the full extent of his late-stage blood-burning cultivation, seemingly intent on forcibly retaining it. Li Wudao furrowed his brows, recalling Yi Jingyun's extraordinary identity, and with a sardonic smile, called out to the heavens. If I let this go on unchecked, do not blame me for bullying the younger generation. Li Wudao had initially intended to test whether Yi Jingyun had a protector present to avoid being at a disadvantage, but as soon as he spoke, someone indeed responded. You scoundrel! Cease at once. A voice imbued with immense authority and profound disappointment thundered, like a clap of thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. At the instant the voice rang out, the world seemed to fall silent. The sound waves churned the river, and the river wind howled, causing the garments of those present to flutter fiercely. Chapter 56. The Dao sect's imagination. As the voice faded, the clouds in the sky rippled like water. And soon a middle-aged man clad in a black and white cloud robe, wearing a sword hairpin, emerged from within, landing steadily beside Yi Jingyun. Li Wudao had intended to bluff, thinking that without a protector, he could simply take the sword and flee. To his astonishment, he had actually drawn one out. The man emanated a terrifying aura of cultivation. Even his mere presence left Li Wudao breathless, and he instinctively tightened his nerves, thoroughly shocked by the manner in which this middle-aged man had arrived. Especially the sharp, sword-like pressure emanating from him sent chills down Li Wudao's spine. Simultaneously, the newcomer scrutinized Li Wudao with a piercing gaze, as if attempting to discern even the innermost layers of his being. However, the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. The more he scrutinized, the more alarm bells rang within him. Strange, this person's aura is elusive. He appears ethereal and untainted, yet I sense no sign of anything extraordinary. He seems like an ordinary blood-burning cultivator. Yet, as his divine sense brushed against Li Wudao's body, it sank like a cow into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Those capable of such prowess were typically formidable cultivators, so why did this individual exhibit no remarkable anomalies? Had he misjudged? It seemed this person was by no means ordinary. The inability to discern him only heightened the newcomer's certainty of Li Wudao's exceptional nature. If Li Wudao were to know, he would find it both amusing and exasperating. It was not that he desired to conceal any astonishing anomalies. It was merely that he was too weak to possess them. He maintained a stoic expression, locking eyes with the newcomer, striving to project an air of superiority, unwilling to appear inferior. Internally, however, he was in a frenzy. Stay calm. Do not panic. I am an unparalleled master. I must not falter in my imposing presence. For a moment, the two engaged in a silent standoff, neither willing to speak first, as if searching for each other's weaknesses. Just then, upon seeing the middle-aged man, Yi Jingyun appeared to have found his anchor, instantly emboldened. With a face full of joy, he pointed at Li Wudao and shouted, "Master, this person has stolen the spirit sword that I have guarded for 200 years. He does not even regard my Dao sect. Master, you must stand up for me. We cannot allow the divine sword to be taken away." Facing Yi Jingyun's unreasonable childlike complaint, Li Wudao felt no fear, for internally he was already in a state of panic. After all, he had no protector to call upon. "I am a master. I must remain composed." His countenance remained serene, steadfast as an old dog. As he regarded Yi Jingyun with an expression tinged with the exasperation one might reserve for a child. With a sigh, he remarked, "Look at you. Where is the semblance of a sword cultivator?" As he spoke, his gaze bore directly into Yi Jingyun's. A sword cultivator without a sword ceases to be a sword cultivator. To lose heart over a mere sword, to weep and wail, to spread rumors like a mad dog, such a sword cultivator will forever remain far from the threshold of the sword path. Even if you were bestowed with the world's finest divine sword, with your disposition, you would amount to nothing more than refuse. Inferior to a wild dog by the roadside, each word he uttered pierced Yi Jingyun's heart, rendering his complexion pale. Do you even understand what it means to be a true sword cultivator? At this juncture, Li Wudao paused momentarily. Allow me to impart upon you outsiders a profound shock of the sword path. He surreptitiously summoned the pure, white Dao Fire from his dantian, instantly enveloping himself in a layer of enigmatic Dao resonance, and continued, "Remember this." His voice suddenly escalated, resonating like a thunderclap. "I am the sword, and the sword is me. Only by comprehending this realm can one glimpse the true essence of the sword path, rather than fixating on a single sword." His voice transcended the mundane. Now imbued with Dao resonance under the augmentation of the white Dao Fire, akin to the celestial edicts of the heavenly Dao, reverberating with deafening clarity. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of countless swords ringing, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surrounding cultivators trembled with excitement, as if they had heard the supreme sound of enlightenment. Yi Jingyun's master furrowed his brow at first, sensing Li Wudao's arrogance. However, as he perceived the Dao resonance enveloping the profound words, his pupils dilated in shock, and upon witnessing the scene of myriad swords resonating in unison, he found himself rooted in place. For as the Dao-imbued words washed over him, the dormant sword essence within him surged to life, the sword energy wildly circulating, and the sword intent clamoring to emerge. "I am the sword, and the sword is me." Those 8 words descended like the arrival of a sword deity, instantly illuminating the dormant sword path seed within him, causing it to take root and sprout. Countless true meanings of the sword path gushed forth like a spiritual spring, penetrating deep into his mind. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and uncontrolled sword energy surged forth from him, blooming and retracting like a blue lotus. An aura more profound, harmonious, and powerful than before began to rise from him. To his astonishment, a blue lotus pedestal formed behind him, coalescing from sword intent. This blue lotus pedestal then contracted, transforming into a point of light that merged into his dantian. This was the blue lotus sword embryo. "I have successfully condensed the blue lotus sword embryo." He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the floating blue lotus pedestal in his dantian. The emergence of the blue lotus sword embryo signified the potential to construct the blue lotus celestial realm. It even hinted at the possibility of understanding the coveted sword domain that sword cultivators dream of. This was an unparalleled means of sword path enlightenment. This person has directly enlightened himself here. "Senior, I kneel in gratitude for your guidance." Mo Sheng, overwhelmed by the moment, bowed deeply before Li Wudao. "I was blind and disrespectful. I beseech your forgiveness." Mo Sheng's expression was one of utmost reverence as he paid his respects to Li Wudao. Yet, he felt it insufficient. He turned to Yi Jingyun, whose face had turned pale from the shock of the sword lotus pedestal, and with a wave of his hand, urged him to kneel alongside him. "Senior, your every word is a precious gem, resonating like the evening drum and morning bell, awakening those lost in dreams. My foolish apprentice is insufferably ignorant, low in temperament, disrespecting you and tainting your pure hearing. It is truly my failure as a mentor, deserving of death. I implore your mercy. This is a jade slip I obtained from an ancient secret realm, containing an unfathomable ancient sword path killing technique. I hope you will accept it." Mo Sheng unhesitatingly produced an ancient jade slip from his robe, holding it aloft with both hands, presenting it to Li Wudao with utmost sincerity, even tinged with supplication. Seeing Mo Sheng, a master from a hidden sect, revere him so highly startled Li Wudao. "Wow. My words enhanced by the Dao Fire seem to exceed my expectations. Have I perhaps overdone it? Perhaps I should make a hasty exit, however. This jade slip contained a killing technique that even this esteemed individual could not fathom. How formidable could it be? Wudao maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, as if accepting a trivial item, casually stowing it in his sleeve, then regarding Mo Sheng with a look of mentorship. Well, ignorance is no fault. If only your disciple possessed half your resolve, what a waste of talent. As he spoke, Wudao suddenly turned, hands clasped behind his back, his steps measured and deliberate, slowly departing, leaving behind the ethereal echoes of his Dao voice. On the path of the sword, one does not cultivate the sword, but the heart. For the one with heart, a sword is not in hand. A grain of sand can fill the sea. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Mo Sheng trembled violently, as if struck by thunder. The sword essence, which had just calmed, surged once more, the ethereal sound entering his mind. Manifesting as an omnipotent figure, he could fill the sea with a grain of sand and sever the sun, moon, and stars with a blade of grass, unmatched in power. Gasping, Mo Sheng inhaled deeply, his eyes fixated on Wudao's receding silhouette, a fervent light igniting within them. Senior is imparting to me the ultimate true understanding of the sword path. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he bowed deeply once more to Wudao. Your guidance is akin to rebirth. Mo Sheng shall never forget. Chapter 57, The Sword Demon. After departing from the dragon-slaying bridge, Wudao continued towards the site of the fall of the martial god, Xianxia. Suddenly, he halted, staring blankly at his dantian. Only 2 strands of black Dao Fire remained, and the pure white Dao Fire had vanished. What the heck? How did my white Dao Fire run out? This meant that those few words about the sword path had completely expended the white Dao Fire. He felt a twinge of regret, but then reconsidered. Though I have lost a strand of white Dao Fire, acquiring an ancient killing technique, Jade Slip, is not a loss. He retrieved the ancient Jade Slip, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized it. Let me see what this killing technique entails. Drawing upon his previous experience with the ancestral jade of the Zhao family, Wudao activated the black flames within his dantian. The black flames emerged from his fingertips, then surged into the jade slip. The jade slip trembled, and in an instant, a sword intent from the depths of hell surged forth, attempting to obstruct the black flames. Yet, the black flames were akin to a merciless beast, devouring the terrifying sword intent in one bite. In that moment, the jade slip shuddered, buzzing. The sound of swords echoed from the jade slip, instantly fracturing Wudao's palm. Blood streaming forth, yet all was absorbed by the jade slip. Subsequently, the spiritual energy of the world began to slowly converge into the jade slip. The amount was minimal, almost imperceptible. As this unfolded, ancient sword patterns began to coalesce on the jade slip's surface. Though incomplete, they were gradually being filled in. Could it be that the sword imprint patterns must fully coalesce on their own before I can receive the jade slip's information? Wudao pondered thoughtfully at the jade slip, which was transforming in his palm. He attempted to probe his consciousness into the slip, but was met with a force that repelled him. At that moment, his dantian suddenly warmed, and Wudao snapped back to focus. He beheld a strand of pure white Dao Fire slowly manifesting. Could it be that the individual from the Dao sect had experienced an epiphany? A surge of joy washed over him as he realized this was indeed the case. A jade slip poised on the brink of liberation, a flicker of white flame. What a delightful stroke of fortune. Today luck is decidedly on my side, mused Wudao. His spirits buoyed as he hummed a little tune while continuing on his journey. Who knows whose heart it is, a solitary wanderer 2 days hence, at Swordwall Cliff. This place, littered with broken swords, is dominated by towering peaks that stand like blades, with the most striking being a perilous high cliff, reminiscent of a sword wall. Upon this wall rests a high platform shrouded in the essence of a sword, accompanied by an inscription that queries the heart. Wudao ambled up to the platform, observing the sword cultivators both above and below him, their expressions ranging from solemn to exhilarated, and to those who appeared defeated and despondent, all of which piqued his interest. The cultivators were engaged in hushed discussions, their voices a constant murmur. This heart query platform is exceedingly challenging. The heart demon illusion of the sword demon is utterly harrowing. Indeed, to endure even a single incense stick's worth of time is considered a mark of genius. I've heard that those who succeed can experience a surge in their comprehension of the sword path, and those who break through can obtain the seed of swordsmanship, a key to enlightenment in the sword domain. Heart demon illusion? Wudao felt a surge of curiosity and glanced around, spotting a young man with flowing white hair clad in a black robe adorned with cloud patterns. This individual leaned against the cliff wall, despondently sipping wine, seemingly indifferent to the conversations swirling around him. Brother, isn't it rather dull to drink alone? Without much forethought, Wudao approached the white-haired man, offering a jade vial he had somehow acquired. The white-haired man glanced up at Li Wudao and, without hesitation, accepted the vial and took a swig. Oh, sweet. Ha. Li Wudao grinned widely. I am Shindaoling. Since you've indulged in my wine, may I inquire about something without overstepping? Chibai, the white-haired man replied, tossing the wine bottle back. Ask away. Li Wudao pointed towards the heart query platform and inquired. Chi brother, what is the story behind these sword cultivators and this heart demon illusion? At the mention of this, Chi Bai's gaze fell slightly, and after taking a swig of strong liquor, he began to recount. 1,000 years ago, upon hearing Chi Bai's narrative, Li Wudao's expression turned to one of realization. I understand now. So, it was the sword demon by Qi, a prodigy of swordsmanship, the pinnacle of Qingzhou's sword path, who possessed a legacy of sword arts and unparalleled combat prowess. He fell in love with a saintess of the Fox clan. But due to the rift between humans and demons, his own master, swayed by a scoundrel, used morality and justice to compel him into self-destruction. Ultimately, both his master and his pregnant wife perished before his eyes. How foolish was this sword demon? As Li Wudao ruminated on this, he suddenly halted, mentally chiding, damn. Why does this have a distinctly female-oriented flavor? Could it be that this is all mere fabrication? Chi Bai stiffened at these words, staring incredulously at Li Wudao. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Noticing Chi Bai's peculiar gaze, Li Wudao countered. With a self-deprecating smile, Chi Bai replied, yes, you are correct. The sword demon is indeed a fool who couldn't even protect his loved ones. What a strange fellow, Li Wudao thought, wondering if the man had perhaps drunk too much. Considering the rewards of the heart query platform, he spoke up. By the way, Chi brother, I heard you mention that this heart demon illusion was left by the sword demon. Anyone stepping onto the heart query platform will find themselves in a situation akin to that of the sword demon, with equal power. Wouldn't that make it easy to break? Why has no one succeeded in shattering this heart demon illusion? Easy to break? Chi Bai chuckled and shook his head, sensing Li Wudao's jest. Seeing Chi Bai's disbelief, Li Wudao, with a friendly disposition, casually suggested, brother, you also practice swordsmanship, do you not? Why not give it a try? If you choose to go, heed my words, you shall surely break this heart query platform. His tone was light, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Although his voice was not loud, the assembly of adept cultivators caught every word, and the lively atmosphere at Swordwall Cliff suddenly froze, followed by an eruption of chaos. Impudent! Who dares to disrespect the sword demon? A swordsman with flowing black hair stepped forward, his gaze piercing like lightning as he fixed his stare on Li Wudao, his imposing presence emanating the pinnacle of sword intent. Surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. It's the little sword demon, Xiao Li, the most talented prodigy in swordsmanship over the past century, a devoted admirer of the sword demon. That brat dares to slander the sword demon. He's done for. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the vicinity turned to Li Wudao, eager to witness how he would fare in the face of impending doom. Xiao Li's gaze bore into Li Wudao. Who are you? Whose disciple are you? What level of cultivation do you possess that you dare to speak such reckless words about the heart demon illusion set by the sword demon? Li Wudao responded calmly. An unknown wanderer, merely a martial artist. His words prompted a chorus of laughter from the surrounding sword cultivators. A martial artist? Ha ha ha. A mere martial artist dares to comment on the sword path? How absurd. He has probably never even touched a sword. Who does he think he is to discuss the heart query platform created by the sword demon? If you have the ability, why not step up and shatter it for us to see? Don't just talk the talk. But isn't the sword demon's cultivation level 1 of rampant slaughter? If one possesses the same strength as the sword demon within the heart demon illusion, couldn't one simply subdue him and take him away, then gradually persuade him? As for others, a single strike would suffice to save the master and protect the wife and child. Wouldn't that break the heart demon? Li Wudao puzzled over why these individuals could not see such a straightforward solution. Was it that sword cultivators had become too immersed in their roles? Shaking his head, he remarked, I am not a sword cultivator. What need have I to break it? The assembly of sword cultivators scoffed at Li Wudao's words, sneering. A martial artist is indeed just all talk, a coward at heart. Indeed, aside from brute strength, he possessed little else of value. Li Wudao paid little heed to their disdain, instead focusing on the dejected Chi Bai, and suddenly felt a surge of compassion. Chi brother, you seem to resonate with me. Would you trust me and ascend the platform to give it a try? I promise you will break this heart demon illusion. Upon hearing that Li Wudao himself would not participate but rather encourage another, the surrounding cultivators displayed expressions of scorn and derision. Ha ha. You won't even dare to go yourself. Only a fool would believe your nonsense. Li Wudao, however, remained undeterred, confidently meeting Chi Bai's gaze. Chi brother, trust me. Once you step onto the platform, if anyone in the illusion angers you, simply strike them down. This heart demon illusion will surely be shattered. I only suggested this because I find you agreeable, otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Qi Bai remained silent, yet his steady gaze met Li Wudao's. He perceived an unparalleled confidence radiating from him, a confidence that could only arise from certainty. His heart stirred slightly. He was Bai Qi. The unresolved knot from years past had accumulated within him, and if he did not unravel this heart knot, he feared what would happen when the heart demon erupted completely. After a moment of contemplation, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Foolish martial artist, save your breath. No one will be foolish enough to believe your empty promises. Yet, before the laughter could dissipate, Bai Qi suddenly stood, resolutely striding towards the heart query platform. What? The scene fell into an incredulous silence as all eyes turned to Bai Qi, astonished at his decision. Could it be? This sword cultivator has lost his mind? He truly believes that a martial artist's mere words can help him break the heart demon illusion and obtain the sword seed? Is he not afraid of being influenced by the heart demon, suffering a setback in his Dao heart, and halting his progress? Shaoli wore a cold smirk. Fool. One misstep in the heart demon illusion could lead to the emergence of a true heart demon as Bai Qi ascended the heart query platform amidst the derision and skepticism of the onlookers. A brilliant light erupted from the platform. In a fleeting moment, Bai Qi was ensnared within an illusion, reliving the pivotal moments of his past. On stage, his visage contorted. Surrounded by a maelstrom of demonic energy, the sword aura spiraled uncontrollably, emitting anguished roars, his breath a tempest of chaos. As if he were on the brink of succumbing to madness. The entire heart-questioning platform quaked violently. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, hastily retreating. This is bad. He is about to lose control. The backlash from the heart-questioning platform is far more severe than anyone before. Retreat quickly. Beware of being caught in the crossfire. Shaoli's expression shifted in alarm. Witnessing Qi Bai's imminent descent into madness, Li Wudao furrowed his brow, pondering. This brother's resolve is far too fragile. Is it not enough to slay those who displease him? Why has he succumbed to madness so swiftly? He sighed inwardly, realizing he had called upon this man, and could not allow harm to befall him. Li Wudao subtly infused a strand of white Dao Fire into his voice, grounding himself as he bellowed towards Bai Qi on the platform. Brother Qi, awaken. Why do you resemble that foolish sword demon? Within this illusion, you are the pinnacle of swordsmanship, unmatched in Qingzhou. What need is there to differentiate between righteousness and demonic forces? Your words are the truth. Whoever you deem a demon shall be a demon. Should anyone dare to chatter, simply sever them. Do not waver. The voice, imbued with Dao Fire, resonated like a resounding bell, piercing through the fog of the illusion and striking at Bai Qi's ensnared spirit. On the heart-questioning platform, Bai Qi's figure shuddered violently. The swirling demonic energy was instantly dispersed by an unseen hand. The confusion and agony faded from his eyes, replaced by unprecedented clarity and sharpness. Indeed, I, Bai Qi, am the leader of Qingzhou's sword path. My sword's light shines cold across 14 states. Who can slay me? Had I, in my past, severed that loquacious infatuate with a single stroke, quelled the multitude of ugliness, and departed with my wife and children, perhaps my master would not have perished, and my family would have been preserved. What trite notions of righteousness and demonic forces. They are mere trifles in the face of absolute strength. I was mistaken. I was mistaken. A sudden enlightenment surged within his heart, a sensation of unprecedented lucidity washing away all shadows and the heavy shackles that had bound him for a millennium. At that moment, with a resounding crack, they shattered. A terrifying sword intent, imbued with a sense of unparalleled supremacy, erupted skyward. Boom. The heart-questioning platform emitted a sound of imminent collapse, its brilliance fracturing inch by inch. Following this, a resplendent column of sword light surged into the heavens, stirring the winds and illuminating the entire sword cliff. The heart demon's illusion was utterly obliterated. Bai Qi stood upon the shattered heart-questioning platform, his attire billowing, his gaze profound as the starry sky, a hint of relief and exhilaration gracing his lips. With his heart's knots resolved, his realm seemed to subtly shift. He disregarded the astonished and dazed gazes of the crowd and strode directly to Li Wudao. Reverently, he produced a seed of swordsmanship, radiant yet containing the profound mysteries of the sword path, and presented it to Li Wudao with both hands. I thank you, brother, for your enlightening words that pierced through my barriers. This is a seed of swordsmanship obtained from my breakthrough, containing a glimmer of the true essence of the sword domain. A token of my gratitude. I implore you to accept it. Li Wudao regarded the seed with intrigue and casually accepted it. Thank you. He tucked it into his robe, then produced a Bodhi seed, offering it back. Brother Qi, I possess no treasures to gift you, only this fruit. I hope you do not find it lacking. Bai Qi was taken aback upon hearing this, receiving the Bodhi seed and bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! What are you saying, Brother Shin? How could I possibly disdain it? Their light-hearted conversation rendered the entire arena silent. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. All sword cultivators, including Xiao Li, stood agape, mouths agog. The heart demon's illusion, truly shattered? That martial man, with a single word, broke it? How could this be? How could this be? They could scarcely believe that the heart demon's illusion, which had instilled fear in countless sword cultivators, had been shattered so effortlessly. Then, a wave of profound regret and envy erupted from the crowd. Heavens! A seed of swordsmanship. That white-haired fool, he truly obtained it. Had I known, I would have heeded that martial man's words and tried as well. Alas, how enviable. The surrounding clamor grew incessant, and Wudao recognized that soon the news of the heart demon's illusion being shattered would spread, inevitably bringing about complications. He promptly clasped his hands in salute to Bai Qi. Brother Qi, I have matters to attend to until we meet again. Brother Shun, 1,000 cups are few for a kindred spirit. Our meeting is long overdue. Bai Qi lamented, producing a white jade bottle filled with wine, personally pouring a drink for Wudao. This cup is my farewell to you. Ha ha ha, splendid. Cheers. Wudao, unreserved, raised his cup and downed the drink. As the saying goes, in this life, it is rare to encounter a congenial friend. However, as the wine slid down his throat, Wudao felt an extraordinarily pure energy coursing through his limbs, enhancing his meridians, body, vitality, and sinews at a frenzied pace under the wine's influence. The effects were far superior to the blood bodhi bestowed by Xianba from Black Dragon Mountain. It seemed that this Brother Qi was indeed remarkable. Merely a cup of wine could yield boundless benefits. Wudao gazed at the white-haired man before him in astonishment. Brother Qi, may we meet again by fate. Take care. With a fist salute, Wudao strode away, his cultivation realm subtly reaching the late stages of blood ignition. Concurrently, a robust pure white Dao Fire was born within his dantian. I have even gained Dao Fire? This journey was not in vain. He chuckled, intoxicated. Turning to continue towards his final destination, the fallen domain of the martial god, Xianxia, the city of 10,000 demons. Watching Wudao's departing figure, Bai Qi bit into the Bodhi seed. As the fruit entered his mouth, a stream of clear Dao rhythms surged into his mind. The insight he had not encountered for a millennium began to faintly emerge. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Qi's eyes as he pulled himself from the state of enlightenment. Gazing at Wudao with a look of profound understanding, Brother Shun is not as simple as he appears. It was not until Wudao's figure vanished completely that the cultivators surrounding Sword Cliff regained their senses. Buzzing. Suddenly, several sharp beams of sword light sliced through the sky, descending upon Sword Cliff. At the forefront was an elder with a deep aura, followed by a multitude of white-clad swordsmen, each radiating formidable energy and terrifying sword intent, causing the gathered cultivators to tremble involuntarily. Their chests bore the inscription of the Sword Pavilion, exuding a vigorous might. It is the cultivators of the Sword Pavilion. What brings them here? The onlookers exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the attire of the newcomers. After all, this was the most formidable group in Qingzhou. Yet in the next moment, the elder leading the Sword Pavilion disregarded everyone and approached Qi Bai directly. Under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, along with the elders and disciples of the Sword Pavilion, they all bowed in unison before Qi Bai, their voices booming and resounding across the cliff. We welcome the Pavilion Master from seclusion. Congratulations to the Pavilion Master for overcoming the heart demon and ascending the heights of swordsmanship once more. Boom. Time seemed to freeze. All the sword cultivators who had mocked Wudao were struck as if by an invisible thunderbolt, their minds blank. Pavilion Master? This white-haired sword cultivator is, in fact, the true sword demon, the pinnacle of Qingzhou swordsmanship. The heart-questioning platform was established by him, and the one who just broke through was himself. So, the martial man who enlightened him was the sword demon. Beneath the heart-questioning platform, Xiao Li's eyes bulged in disbelief, his complexion shifting from red to white, then to green, ultimately turning a deep shade of purple. His body trembled violently, his treasured sword clattering to the ground, unnoticed. He fixated intently on Bai Qi's figure, his gaze brimming with profound terror. The idol he revered had, astonishingly, been enlightened by a warrior he had vehemently ridiculed. The sheer contrast left him wishing he could burrow into the very ground beneath him. Hiss. The arena fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy sounds of labored breaths and the frantic beating of hearts. All the cultivators who had witnessed Bai Qi shatter his inner demons turned to gaze in the direction where Wudao had vanished, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Chapter 59, Entangled in Pursuit. Wanyao City, a dominion ruled by the demon race. served as the largest trading hub for both human and demon cultivators. Here, notions of righteousness and malevolence held no sway. Only the exchange of interests prevailed. Those residing in Wanyao City need only adhere to its regulations to live in peace. So this is Wanyao City? Quite impressive. Wudao paused outside the city gates, observing the diverse array of demons and shape-shifting beasts streaming into the city, and couldn't help but marvel. He lifted his foot to enter the city when he was suddenly blocked by 2 demon guards stationed at the gate. Halt! What is your purpose here? I am but a humble fortune teller seeking to enter the city to offer my services and earn some spirit stones, Wudao hastily replied, presenting the pass he had procured for 10 spirit stones. You a fortune teller? The 2 demon guards flanked him, scrutinizing him closely. The more intimidating, bald guard spoke. Recently, some have used the guise of trade to commit theft. The city lord has ordered us to scrutinize every human cultivator entering the city. You claim to be a fortune teller? Then tell me, why has my younger sister been so distracted lately? She seems disinterested even in the company of human male cultivators. Upon hearing this, Wudao turned his gaze to the guard's left side, where a woman, transformed from a zombie, stood. Her? Wudao pointed at the bearded zombie woman and inquired. Yes, that's her, the bald guard affirmed. Without hesitation, Wudao initiated the heavenly mechanism technique. Under its influence, a mystical light coalesced into a vision within his mind. The image revealed the zombie woman clad in attire, blushing as she embraced the bald guard, followed by a flurry of pixelated obscurity. Wudao was momentarily stunned. This zombie woman harbored feelings for the bald guard. What's wrong? Have you figured it out? Don't just stand there, speak. The bald guard barked. Unable to contain his impatience, Wudao hesitated, glancing at the bald guard, and finally managed to stammer, I can see it. Then say it. Stop dawdling. What is wrong with my sister? The bald guard demanded loudly. With utmost caution, Wudao responded, she likes you. What? The bald guard stood dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the zombie woman. The zombie woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, murmuring, Brother Chong, I'm sorry, Why didn't you tell me sooner? The bald guard suddenly interjected. The zombie woman was taken aback, slowly raising her gaze to meet his tender eyes. Biting her silver teeth, she hesitantly confessed, Brother Chong, I'm actually a male. I know. Everyone present fell into a stupor upon hearing this revelation. As the bald guard's face flushed with shyness, and he bashfully murmured, I am willing to take the lead. With that, the 2 clasped each other's hands with fervor, their expressions brimming with affection. Wudao stumbled back, nearly struck down by lightning, his hairpin askew. What on earth? Has the wind from Chengdu blown into the cultivation world? In his astonishment, he hurriedly entered the city. Upon reaching a bustling marketplace populated predominantly by human cultivators, he finally halted to adjust his robes, holding a piece of canvas aloft. Fortune-telling, if it proves inaccurate, payment is required. The location of the fallen martial god Lu Tianya lay within the spirit blood pool, yet Wudao was oblivious to its precise whereabouts in Wanyao City. Even with the heavenly mechanism technique, a force obscured his divination, rendering it impossible. Moreover, in this realm ruled by demons, human cultivators wandering carelessly risked being hunted down without a trace. For the sake of prudence, he resolved to utilize fortune-telling to inquire about the location of the spirit blood pool. Halt! Seize that little human fatso. She has stolen treasures from the city lord's manor. A series of furious roars imbued with potent demonic energy erupted from the far end of the street, causing shockwaves through the crowd. Wudao turned to see a plump girl, roughly 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, resembling a small panda, clad in tattered gray clothing, darting through the throngs like a nimble meatball. Her face was smeared with dirt, her hair disheveled, yet her round eyes were filled with both terror and cunning. In pursuit behind her were 5 or 6 demon guards clad in standard armor, their expressions fierce, led by a wolf demon whose fangs protruded menacingly. Half of its form transformed into human shape. Wudao's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What audacity! Who dares to provoke the guards of the city lord's manor? Avoiding trouble is paramount. He quickly stowed away the canvas, spinning around without hesitation, his gaze scanning the vicinity until it landed on a relatively upscale tavern emanating demonic energy. With determination, he dashed towards it, hoping to find a corner or private room to evade the chaos. However, just as he crossed the threshold, whoosh, a diminutive figure zipped past him at an angle, nearly brushing against his leg, and slipped beneath a large 8 immortals table. It was none other than the plump girl being pursued by the guards. Crouched beneath the tablecloth, she clutched Wudao's pant leg with both hands, lifting her dust-covered yet endearing round face, her large eyes brimming with tears as she implored in a barely audible whisper. Daoist, please save me. I beg you. Those demons, they slaughtered my entire family. They stole my ancestral treasure. Now they want to take me to serve as a furnace for the old city lord. I'm only 15. Whoa. They make me line up to serve them every day, forcing me to bear their offspring. They are so cruel. So terrifying. Li Wudao's body stiffened, cursing inwardly. Damn. What a stroke of bad luck. I can't even escape this. He looked down at the tear-streaked, round face beneath the table. Feeling the tremors transmitted through his pant leg, his brow furrowing in concern. He didn't wish to court trouble. Yet witnessing this young girl's pitiful plight made it hard to turn a blind eye, leading him to hesitate. Taoist, I implore you. I can perform the silent concealment technique. As long as you don't reveal my presence, they will never find me. I swear I want to implicate you. Please, give me a chance. Seizing upon Li Wudao's indecision, the plump girl quickly revealed her trump card. In an instant, she formed hand seals with both hands, chanting incantations. The next moment, her dusty garments transformed, blending seamlessly with the tablecloth and the shadows of the floor. Her very essence dissipating like a droplet in the ocean, utterly vanishing without a trace. Li Wudao was taken aback, astonished. The silent concealment technique? It truly conceals all traces. The demon guards are almost upon us. There's no time to push her out now, and it would only arouse further suspicion. As a fellow human, alas. I implore you to lend a hand. With this thought in mind, Li Wudao took a deep breath, instantly donning the calm demeanor characteristic of a fortune teller. He softly cautioned, conceal yourself. Remain silent. Chapter 60, The Enchantress? Almost simultaneously, the wolf demon captain, accompanied by several demon soldiers, stormed into the inn of demonic aroma with great ferocity. Innkeeper, have you seen a plump little human run in here? The wolf demon's fierce gaze swept across the room, his booming voice causing dust to cascade from the beams above. A palpable silence enveloped the inn, with the patrons rendered mute, akin to frozen deer. Li Wudao felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained an exterior as composed as a seasoned sage. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, seemingly oblivious to the uproar at the entrance. The innkeeper hastily nodded and bowed. Lord Wolf. I did not notice. I was busy counting the accounts. The wolf demon's sharp gaze scrutinized every table and corner, his nose sniffing the air, confirming the absence of any anomalies. Irritated, he growled. Search thoroughly. That fat pig must be lurking nearby. The demon soldiers began to ransack the inn with brutish fervor, interrogating patrons. The table where Li Wudao sat was roughly upturned by one soldier, who checked beneath the tablecloth. However, it revealed nothing but emptiness, prompting the soldier to curse as he moved on. Damn it, that fat pig has escaped again. Let us search elsewhere. Li Wudao felt a quiet sigh of relief within, exclaiming inwardly, phew, that was close. This girl indeed possesses some skill. It was only when the outside commotion subsided completely that Li Wudao gently tapped the table. It's safe now, you may come out. The shadows beneath the table twisted, and the chubby girl re-emerged, dusting herself off. She flashed Li Wudao a radiant, yet somewhat sycophantic smile. Thank you, esteemed Taoist, for saving my life. You are truly a benevolent soul, a living deity. However, her excessive girth made her squinty eyes seem rather peculiar when she smiled. Li Wudao waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough with the flattery. I am Xianxian, a fortune teller. By the way, I have a question for you. Are you well acquainted with Wanyao City? The chubby girl's eyes twinkled as she patted her chest confidently. Familiar. More than familiar. What do you wish to know, Taoist? There is not a corner of Wanyao City I am unaware of. My name is I mean Yanqingcheng. Yanqingcheng? With your appearance, you bear no resemblance to such beauty. You lack the grace to be called Qingcheng, Li Wudao remarked curiously, scrutinizing the chubby girl. I seek information about a place called the Spirit Blood Pool. Have you heard of it, my dear? Upon hearing the term Spirit Blood Pool, the girl's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of wariness and surprise flashing in her eyes, quickly masked by her grin. The Spirit Blood Pool? Oh, you've come to the right person, Taoist. I know that place well. It's located in the northern part of the city, deep within the territory of the Golden Lion clan. It is their forbidden ground, heavily guarded. Ordinary folk cannot enter. Gurgling sounds erupted from her stomach as she spoke, evidently famished. The chubby girl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she clutched her belly, casting a pitiful glance at Li Wudao. Taoist. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Li Wudao found her predicament amusing. Waiter, he called out, gesturing for the young attendant, bring forth several signature dishes, along with a fine wine. Turning to Lu Hongyan, he added, please, have a seat. We can eat while conversing. The dishes soon graced the table, and the chubby girl's eyes gleamed with delight. Disregarding all decorum, she transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the food with great enthusiasm while continuing to elaborate on the might of the Golden Lion clan and the difficulty of entering their territory. attempting to dissuade Li Wudao from his intentions. Li Wudao savored his meal at a leisurely pace, occasionally inquiring about details, all the while silently calculating how to infiltrate the Lion Clan's domain. Once they had nearly finished, the chubby girl let out a satisfied burp. Burp. Thank you for your hospitality, Taoist. Your kindness shall never be forgotten by Yen Qingqing. Rising with great solemnity, she bowed deeply to Li Wudao. It was a mere trifle, he replied, also standing to settle the bill. However, as he turned towards the counter, reaching for the pouch at his waist, the chubby girl's eyes glinted mischievously. With lightning speed, her plump hand deftly swiped the pouch from Li Wudao's side. The act was executed with such subtlety that it went unnoticed. After securing her prize, she retreated a couple of steps, bowing once more, Taoist, until we meet again. Then, like a startled rabbit, she darted out of the inn. Upon completing his payment, Li Wudao instinctively patted the spot where he kept his valuables, only to discover it was empty. His expression shifted abruptly. He had been robbed. The pouch contained spirit stones and his last remaining Bodhi seed. Realization dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Well, it seems that being a good Samaritan has its costs. Shaking his head in resignation, he mused that, thankfully, no other valuable items had been lost. He would just have to consider it a meal for a greedy wildcat. At least he had acquired the location of the spirit blood pool. Standing at the entrance of the inn, he gazed at the bustling yet perilous streets of Wanyao City, his eyes drifting towards the western part of the city, his brow furrowing slightly. The territory of the Golden Lion clan. The heavily guarded forbidden ground known as the spirit blood pool. He needed to devise a plan to gain entry. Where to begin? In the midst of his pondering, snippets of conversation from the inn reached his ears, causing his ears to perk up. Have you heard? The Golden Lion King's young son failed to transform and was beaten by a cultivator of the law manifestation realm, losing his demon core. What? Such a significant event has gone unnoticed? I'm not sure, but I heard that the Golden Lion clan has remained silent regarding the matter. And the cultivator who acted has faced no repercussions. That is impossible. This is Wanyao City. Who would dare challenge the Golden Lion clan, apart from the city lord? Moreover, considering the protective nature of the Golden Lion clan, if the demon core was taken in the morning, the human cultivator's head would be hanging at the city gate. I heard that the Golden Lion King's seclusion went awry, and fearing retribution from enemies, he has chosen to remain indifferent. Just yesterday, I heard that the Golden Lion clan dispatched someone to invite a powerful cultivator from the Wanjian sect. I wonder what they are planning. Let us not spread this around. Hearing this, Li Wudao's eyes glimmered with intrigue, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. I can leverage the young son of the Golden Lion King. Chapter 61, secured. The following morning, in the alley of Tongluan in Wanyao City, a robust yet listless golden lion ambled along, its head drooping and spirit waning. Its coat, once resplendent in golden hues, now appeared dull and lifeless, with an old, gnarled scar from a sword adding to its air of melancholy. Trailing half a step behind it was a middle-aged woman clad in golden armor, exuding an air of competence. Her brow furrowed with concern. Young master, the head of the family has instructed you to return with me. He will find a way to resolve the transformation issue. The golden lion, without lifting its head, replied, Manager Chiu, there is no need for further persuasion. The demon core has been retrieved. In Wanyao City, no petty thief would dare to act against the Golden Lion clan openly. I simply wish to be alone. With that, it quickened its pace, seemingly eager to shake off the weight of concern and pressure trailing behind it. In the depths of the alley, at the corner, Li Wudao held his breath, poised like a crouching cheetah. To precisely encounter the young scion of the Golden Lion King, he had expended considerable effort to gather information, ultimately pinpointing this secluded path and the exact moment. The success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. With an inward incantation, he activated the heavenly mechanism divination, eyes gently closing as the white Dao Fire flickered subtly in his dantian, augmenting the power of his divination. In an instant, Li Wudao discerned a bloodline shackled within the young lion. Like a leech, it lay in wait around its realm of thresholds. This blood not being innate, but rather an external entity, greedily siphoning the demon's power to nourish itself. The more the lion cultivated, the stronger the blood became. The tighter the shackles. It was akin to an immortal parasite. So this is the root cause. Enlightenment dawned upon Li Wudao, a gleam of clarity flashing in his eyes. For a demon to transform, these thresholds must be unsealed. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Yet how to resolve this bloodline? Li Wudao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hastily rummaged in his robes, and soon a jade pendant materialized. This pendant contained a powerful essence of martial arts, the very one left by the martial god Lu Tianya. Upon careful sensing, Li Wudao discovered that the martial intent within the pendant far exceeded that of the lion's internal bloodline. Moreover, a subtle resonance occurred between the two martial intents, as if the essence within the jade could extract the bloodline from the lion. Indeed, they shared a common origin. The martial god Lu Xianxia, the spirit blood pool, the golden lion's forbidden grounds, everything was connected. Li Wudao swiftly stowed the pendant away. Adjusting his attire, he felt a surge of confidence, holding the heavenly mechanism's divination. Omniscient and all-seeing, stepping out from the corner. Knowledge of the celestial and the terrestrial, nothing is beyond my grasp. There is no distinction between man and demon. Those with fate shall be guided. Just then, the young golden lion approached the corner. Hearing the commotion, it lifted its dulled gaze to scan Li Wudao. Perceiving him as a feeble human cultivator, a flicker of disdain and irritation crossed its eyes before it lowered its head and continued on its way. Observing the lion's indifference, Li Wudao maintained his composure and proclaimed, 1,000 years for a single divination, a divination awaiting a millennium, only guiding those with fate, do not force the unworthy. Those words, only guiding those with fate, do not force the unworthy, struck the lion's heart like an incessant itch. Its massive form abruptly halted, lifting its head suddenly. The once dull golden eyes now fixated on Li Wudao, particularly the 8 characters on the white sail of the heavenly mechanism's divination, proclaiming omniscience. A hint of anticipation flickered in its gaze, leading it to tentatively inquire, "Is it true, sir, as claimed on the sign? All-knowing, all-understanding?" "Certainly." Li Wudao's eyes gently closed, a celestial-like smile gracing his lips. "What you seek is indeed the path of transformation." Boom. Gu Cheng felt as if struck by lightning. The massive lion's body quaked violently. Transformation. This was precisely what he yearned for yet could not attain. The other party had not only articulated his deepest desire, but had done so without preamble. The golden lion immediately knelt, beseeching, "I, Gu Cheng of the Golden Lion clan, pay my respects to you, sir. Please guide me, no matter the conditions. My Golden Lion clan shall offer unwavering support." At last, the words I awaited. Li Wudao's heart swelled with joy. "Young master, tread carefully." The ever-watchful steward, Xiao, suddenly interjected, her voice sharp as she swiftly positioned herself between Gu Cheng and Li Wudao. Glimmering in golden armor, the demonic power of the Dharma mirror radiated unabashedly. Exuding a formidable aura, her gaze sharp as a blade, aimed directly at Li Wudao. "Pray tell, who are you?" "The secrets of my Golden Lion clan are not for an unknown human cultivator to speculate upon. Do not think mere words can sway my young master." In the face of Qiu's fierce demeanor and inquiries, Li Wudao remained unperturbed, not even raising his eyelids. He merely caressed the jade slip in his hand, the smile on his lips deepening. "Sway." He chuckled lightly, his gaze transcending Qiu, landing squarely on Gu Cheng. Each word resonating like a hammer striking an anvil. "Your inability to transform is not due to insufficient talent, nor a lack of effort. Nor is it merely a matter of timing. It is because within you resides a domineering and unparalleled martial bloodline that does not belong to you. This blood, pure and potent, ravenous as a glutton, consumes your demon power to amplify itself. It is like a chasm, locking your thresholds. The more you cultivate, the stronger it becomes. The tighter the shackles. Every member of the Golden Lion clan that has ventured to that location is likely ensnared." Hiss. As Li Wudao's words fell, 2 sharp intakes of breath echoed simultaneously. Gu Cheng's colossal lion head shot up, golden pupils narrowing to pinpricks, filled with unparalleled shock. This was the secret that the Golden Lion clan had guarded for millennia. Apart from a few elders and his father, no more than 10 knew of it. How could this person articulate it so accurately? Who was this person? Could it be the heavenly mechanism divination? Beside them, Qiu was similarly struck as if by a thunderclap, her icy demeanor replaced with utter astonishment. The chaotic energy of her demonic essence betrayed her shock. For this seemingly inconspicuous and frail cultivator had directly unveiled the deepest secret of the Golden Lion clan. Even the clan leader was ensnared in this plight. This had transcended mere intelligence gathering. It was akin to omniscience. "Why you?" Qiu stammered, pointing at Li Wudao, her finger trembling, momentarily at a loss for coherent speech. Her gaze shifted from extreme wariness to reverent awe before the enigmatic presence of Li Wudao. Gu Cheng's shock was even more profound. If before he was grasping at straws in despair, this diviner now stood before him as an unfathomable paragon. All his doubts evaporated, replaced by boundless hope. He suddenly broke free from Qiu's obstruction, his massive frame once more bowing deeply, his voice imbued with unprecedented sincerity and excitement. "You are indeed a divine being. Gu Cheng, in my ignorance, dared to question you earlier. Please forgive my transgressions. I earnestly beseech you, grant me guidance, assist my Golden Lion clan in breaking these shackles." The Golden Lion clan shall forever remember your great kindness, and we shall fight for you. Xiao, observing her fervent young master and the enigmatic diviner enveloped in mystery, found her initial shock and reverence overwhelming all doubts. Taking a deep breath, she reined in her imposing aura and, with utmost seriousness, bowed deeply to Wudao. Her demeanor profoundly humble, respected elder, possessing boundless powers and insight into the celestial mechanisms. I am Qiu Yun, steward of the inner court of the Golden Lion clan. I previously acted with offense. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I beseech you to honor us with your presence at our humble abode. The clan leader shall certainly extend a warm welcome. Wudao regarded the anxious yet sincere pair before him, his heart brimming with delight. This is assuredly settled. The spirit blood pool, I am on my way. Maintaining an expression of serene nonchalance, he addressed the exuberant Gu Cheng and the reverent Xiao. Very well. Since fate has brought us together, I shall accompany you. Lead the way. Chapter 62, Meeting the Lion King. Territory of the Golden Lion Clan. Lion King's Hall. A middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden robe sat upon an obsidian throne. His square face bore the gravitas of one accustomed to wielding power, and an aura of turbulent vitality emanated from him, reverberating like thunder, instilling fear in those who beheld him. He was known as Good, the current patriarch of the Golden Lion clan. At this moment, the veins on his imposing face throbbed, his brow furrowed, and his complexion paled as beads of sweat cascaded down, as if he were enduring immense suffering, his very essence in utter disarray. When will the Taoist from the Sword of 10,000 Swords arrive? Good's lips twitched in pain as he spoke with great difficulty. Below, an elderly man in gray hastily clasped his hands in greeting. Patriarch, young Master Gu, by has sent word that he will arrive today. Upon hearing this, Good's brow slightly unfurled, and he wearily closed his eyes, his heart laden with apprehension. The Sword of 10,000 Swords was not a benevolent entity in seeking their assistance. The Golden Lion clan would likely pay a price beyond their capacity to bear, were it not for the peculiar and tyrannical force within him that relentlessly siphoned away his vitality. He would have preferred to have no dealings with the Sword of 10,000 Swords. In the midst of this oppressive silence, a voice filled with excitement and hope thundered from outside the hall. Father! Father! Tremendous news! Accompanied by hurried footsteps, Gu Cheng, a massive golden lion, nearly burst through the hall doors, followed closely by butler Qiu, who also bore an unmistakable fervor on his face. Chenger, upon seeing his son, a flicker of tenderness crossed Good's eyes as he struggled to rise. Patriarch, butler Qiu promptly bowed, his voice quivering with anticipation. Without pausing to catch his breath, Gu Cheng brought his massive lion head close to his father's, his golden eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. Father, I have encountered a true master of the world. He can resolve your plight. He can lift our clan's blood curse. Moreover, he asks for nothing in return. What? Good's eyes widened in shock. The expression of authority on his face swiftly replaced by astonishment and instinctive skepticism. After all, the tyrannical force within him had plagued him for years, and the entire demon city, including the city lord, Gao Feng, had been powerless against it. Even many human sects had been rendered helpless. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to seeking the Sword of 10,000 Swords. Now, someone claimed they could resolve this issue, and, crucially, without recompense. This prompted Good, the Lion King, to harbor doubts. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chenger, surely you have not been deceived. His voice turned suddenly stern, exuding the pressure of a Lion King directed at Gu Cheng and butler Qiu. Father, I assure you, it is absolutely true. Gu Cheng, frantic, pawed the ground, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction and zeal. That master saw through the root of my inability to transform at a glance. He even revealed our family's greatest secret. He said the source of it all lies within the spirit blood pool. Chenger, the master you speak of truly discerned that our clan's troubles stem from the spirit blood pool? Good remained somewhat incredulous. After all, the spirit blood pool was the Golden Lion clan's secret of rebirth, yet it was accompanied by the torment of that strange and tyrannical force. This matter was known only to the upper echelons of the clan, and for someone to perceive it was indeed astonishing. Noticing his father's skepticism, Gu Cheng hastily added, Father, if you doubt me, you can ask butler Qiu. She would not deceive you. Upon hearing this, Good turned his stern gaze towards the middle-aged woman beside him. Qiu, is what Chenger says true? Butler Qiu bowed deeply, her tone imbued with unprecedented reverence. Patriarch, young master speaks nothing but the truth. That master has an insight into the heavenly mysteries. With just a glance, he unveiled all our clan's secrets. Boom. It was as though thunder crashed within Good's mind. All of it. Not only had he identified the existence of the blood curse, but also pinpointed its origin, even seeing through the condition of the Lion King himself. An indescribable sense of shock and chill instantaneously enveloped him, rendering even the seasoned Lion King Good's scalp to prickle. Had he truly encountered a master? Drawing in a deep breath, he forced down the tumultuous emotions within him, his eyes radiating intensity. Where is that master now? Just outside the hall. Gucheng replied eagerly. Quickly, summon him. No, I shall go greet him myself. Good rose abruptly, suppressing the excruciating pain and weakness within, striding toward the hall's exterior with unsteady steps, entirely devoid of the Lion King's usual composure. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must grasp at any flicker of hope. Upon reaching outside, he beheld a young man dressed in a modest blue Taoist robe, quietly surveying the surrounding architecture, his aura ethereal and transcendent. Father, that Taoist in the blue robe is the master I spoke of, Gucheng said, hastily introducing Good to the figure. Good turned his gaze upon the individual, noting that he was exceedingly youthful, and the fluctuations of his aura were nearly imperceptible. Though he could sense little, his instinct warned him that this person was alarmingly weak, so weak that he could be extinguished with a mere breath. Too young, Good thought, as his brow furrowed tighter. He found no trace of disdain or contempt in the young man's demeanor, which only deepened his suspicions. Moreover, human cultivators typically held disdain for demonkind, and even when trading, that condescension was hard to conceal. This individual exhibited none of the superiority expected of human cultivators. It felt disingenuous. Good instinctively felt disappointment. Lamenting internally, Cheng'er is still too young, desperately grasping at straws. I am the king of the Golden Lion clan, Good. Good's expression remained placid, yet a hint of coldness lingered in his gaze. I have heard my child say that you discerned the root of his failure to transform at a glance. Such abilities pique my curiosity. Perhaps you could unveil my own issues? He paused momentarily, then added, this is the Demon City. While we possess the necessary permits, should anyone dare to deceive the Golden Lion clan, those permits will hold no value. He elongated his final words, imbued with an ominous undertone. In the face of the Lion King's declaration, Wudao understood well that this was a show of force. If he said nothing, he would not depart today. However, he was well prepared and untroubled. He maintained a calm demeanor, smiling lightly. Is the Lion King doubting me? He chuckled lightly, then suddenly initiated his divination technique. With the flames of the Tao enhancing his abilities, the internal condition of the Lion King was fully revealed to him. Within Good's body resided a peculiar and tyrannical force that incessantly consumed his vitality and strength. Upon hearing this, Good's pupils constricted sharply, his heart shaken to its core. All correct. Wudao observed Good's reaction, continuing, this peculiar and tyrannical force contains a powerful martial intent, and anyone from the Lion King's lineage who has entered the spirit blood pool is unable to escape its grasp. At this revelation, Good was lost in a cacophony of thoughts, the previous composure and authority he had maintained evaporating entirely. The secrets of his clan had been laid bare by this individual. And taking a deep breath, he spoke with courtesy while still retaining a wariness of distance, clasping his hands. Sir, your ability to uncover my clan's secrets is indeed remarkable. But may I inquire about the solution? Finally, the bait had been taken. Wudao inwardly chuckled, his expression unruffled as he replied, a solution certainly exists. But I must personally visit the spirit blood pool to eradicate this issue entirely. It depends on whether the Lion King is willing to allow a human such as myself to enter. Enter the spirit blood pool. Upon hearing this, Good's face instantly reflected profound struggle and hesitation. The spirit blood pool stands as an absolute forbidden zone for the Golden Lion clan, serving as the very source of their power. Allowing an enigmatic figure from the human race to enter poses an immense risk. Just as Good hesitated, a cold snort, imbued with overwhelming sword intent and palpable disdain, erupted like thunder from the heavens above the Lion King's palace. Humph! Such audacity! A mere whelp, barely out of infancy, dares to claim he can unravel a millennial-old blood curse. Accompanying the voice, a piercing azure sword light cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a deafening shriek, crashing down upon the square before the palace. As the sword light dissipated, it revealed a middle-aged man clad in the robes of the 10,000 Swords sect. His countenance haughty, with an ancient long sword slung across his back. It was none other than the dignified Taoist from the 10,000 Swords sect, who had hastened to the scene. Chapter 63, Regret. Gazing at the suddenly appeared elder, who immediately exuded an air of superiority, Wudao felt a surge of annoyance. Why were the people from the 10,000 Swords sect so insufferable? Were it not for his own insufficient cultivation preventing him from besting this arrogant figure, he would have knocked him down a peg. Maintaining a stoic expression, he regarded the dignified Taoist without a word. It was essential to play the role of a sage, to remain composed. If he were to engage in a verbal skirmish with this elder from the 10,000 Swords sect, it would only diminish his stature and raise suspicions. Noticing Li Wudao's silence, the dignified Taoist let out a cold snort and demanded, "Brat, which sect do you belong to?" "None," Li Wudao replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so you are a rogue cultivator." The Taoist's face contorted with contempt upon hearing this, and he derided, "A mere mountain hermit dares to deceive the Golden Lion clan? You possess quite the gall." Seeing the atmosphere souring, Guda's face stiffened. He had no desire to offend someone capable of uncovering his family's secrets. He immediately forced a smile, attempting to mediate the situation. "Esteemed Taoist, this individual is a high-ranking figure from the 10,000 Swords sect, the dignified Taoist. Do not take his words to heart." Before Li Wudao could respond, the dignified Taoist deliberately interrupted Guda, raising his voice to assert his superiority. "Guda, why bother listening to the nonsensical ramblings of this mountain hermit? My 10,000 Swords sect's pure spirit technique is designed to counter curses and malevolent forces. If you assist me in locating the descendants of the Liu family and the legacy of the martial god, I guarantee that I will eliminate any threats for you and your young master." As for him, the Taoist suddenly turned his gaze toward Li Wudao, a sneer curling his lips. "Brat, if you know what is good for you, you will make yourself scarce. This is not a place for you to prance about and deceive. As long as I am here, Guda will not permit your trickery, otherwise, I wouldn't need to remain." With that, his gaze shifted back to Guda, an inscrutable smile playing on his lips. The Lion King Guda halted. Lips pressed together. The dignified Taoist was forcing him to make a choice. Guda glanced at Li Wudao, then at the expectant dignified Taoist, and could only coldly wave his hand at Li Wudao. "Young Taoist, please leave. My Golden Lion clan does not welcome you." Upon hearing this, Li Wudao cast a sidelong glance at the dignified Taoist before returning his gaze to Guda, offering a kind reminder. "Lion King, the energy within you harbors the ancient essence of martial truth. It cannot be dispelled by external forces. Should you attempt to forcibly eliminate it," he paused, articulating each word deliberately, "you will suffer a backlash, your foundation will be damaged, and even your bloodline power may be completely depleted. Consider it wisely." With that, Li Wudao turned away, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette and a foreboding prophecy. Upon the utterance of these words, the dignified Taoist scoffed derisively, bursting into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha, preposterous. A charlatan's scare tactics. Guda, did you see that? This is the trickery of a wandering swindler. When caught, he resorts to threats to instill fear. You are aware of the standing of my 10,000 Swords sect, are you not? A mere blood curse is nothing to fear." Guda's brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and dread. The young Taoist's words had pierced his heart like a thorn, evoking a profound sense of unease. Yet, observing the dignified Taoist's unwavering confidence and promises, he was confronted with a stark choice. One was the head of a prominent sect, the 10,000 Swords sect, while the other was a rogue cultivator without a clan. The decision was painfully clear. He dared not gamble. With a forced smile, he humbly addressed the dignified Taoist. "Your insights are invaluable, esteemed Taoist. I nearly fell prey to a swindler. I shall rely on you henceforth, and once the task is accomplished, I shall honor your requests without hesitation." Dad. Seeing the esteemed figure being dismissed, Gu Cheng's face was etched with anxiety as he looked at his father, only to be silenced by a glare from Guda. He could only gaze longingly in the direction where Li Wudao had departed, filled with disappointment and concern. With a respectful smile, Guda turned to the dignified Taoist. "Shall we proceed inside the palace?" "No need. We shall stay right here." The dignified Taoist waved his hand, brimming with vigor as he invoked the pure spirit technique. "Break!" he shouted. In an instant, brilliance erupted from his brow, releasing a radiant azure light that surged into Guda's body. This azure light enveloped the strange, domineering blood energy within Guda, gradually severing its insidious grasp on his vitality. At that moment, Guda began to feel a sense of relief, elation blooming within him as he placed great hope in the dignified Taoist. However, as the azure light sought to forcibly expel the strange, domineering blood energy, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The previously tranquil blood energy within Guda erupted violently, akin to a furious primal beast awakened from slumber. A torrent of crimson vitality, infused with a terrifying martial truth, erupted from Guda's 7 orifices and pores. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing explosive shockwaves. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying spiritual pressure explosions emanated from within Guda, visible blood, holes appearing in his chest. His anguished screams echoed, as his once mighty form visibly withered and aged. His golden mane lost its luster, turning gray and desiccated as his abundant life force was ravenously devoured. The entire Lion King's palace trembled. The dignified Taoist, positioned at the forefront, suddenly changed countenance. The pure spirit technique he had so proudly wielded crumbled like paper. The backlash surged through the connection of the spell, brutally crashing into his body. Puff! He spewed forth blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His breath dwindling to a mere whisper, veins shattered as he collapsed to the ground. The pride that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by boundless terror and disbelief. No, this is impossible. How could this be? The Lion King Wudao wailed in agony, acutely aware of the life and power rapidly draining from him. Death encroaching ever closer. In his mind, the words Wudao had left him before departing echoed ominously. The ancient essence must not be dispelled. Should external forces be used to forcefully eliminate it, backlash will ensue, foundations will be damaged, and bloodline power may be completely depleted. Damn it, how foolish I am. How could I not trust the young Taoist, and instead believe this incompetent fool from the 10,000 Swords sect? An overwhelming wave of regret, sharp as a venomous serpent, coursed through Wudao's heart. His eyes burned crimson as he clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward the barely conscious, dignified Taoist. This is all you're doing. You scoundrel. You wretch. You have betrayed me. Enraged, the Lion King unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. With a resounding crash, the dignified Taoist was hurled against the wall like a cannonball, bones shattering, falling into unconsciousness. Dad, what has happened to you? Gu Cheng and the steward rushed forward, their faces pale with concern, supporting Wudao. Wudao struggled to suppress the turmoil within, shouting, "Quick, Gu Cheng, at any cost, find that little Taoist and kneel. We must bring him back on our knees. Hurry." His voice was laden with despair and an unprecedented terror. Gu Cheng witnessed the horrific plight of his father, his heart shattered. "Father, hold on. You must endure." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the door, frantically searching for Wudao. Chapter 64, Lord of the 10,000 Demons. The Lord's Manor. The dungeon. Will you speak? Will you speak? Yen Qingcheng, battered and bruised, was bound to an iron pillar, while two demon soldiers mercilessly lashed her ample form with whips. The sound echoed sharply. Is she still unwilling to confess? At that moment, a deep, hoarse voice, imbued with a chilling aura, suddenly resonated within the dungeon. Upon hearing this voice, the two demon soldiers immediately ceased their punishment, respectfully turning to kneel on one knee. "We salute you, Lord." Before them stood a man clad in a black fur robe, whose cuffs revealed tufts of gray fur. His face was well-proportioned, with prominent brow bones and deep-set eyes of a light brown hue, which, when fixed upon someone, resembled a wild dog fixating on its prey. His ears were pointed, twitching slightly, with soft hair dangling from the tips. This man was none other than the Lord of 10,000 Demons, Gao Feng. Gao Feng cast a detached glance at the bound Yen Qingcheng and coldly inquired, "How is her condition?" "Reporting to you, my lord. We have beaten this fat pig for 3 days and nights, yet she refuses to utter a word," the two demon soldiers hurriedly replied. Gao Feng's brow furrowed in discontent. "Continue to beat her until she speaks." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers complied, picking up the whips, ready to unleash their torment on Yen Qingcheng once more. Panic washed over Yen Qingcheng, and she cried out, "Stop hitting me. Why don't you ask me something? If you don't ask, how can I know what to say?" Gao Feng paused, casting a peculiar glance at the demon soldiers. "You've beaten her for 3 days and nights without asking a single question?" The soldiers were taken aback, awkwardly scratching the back of their heads. "Apologies, my lord. We forgot to ask. We were too busy beating her." Gao Feng was left speechless. Relatives on duty are truly troublesome. I cannot scold them. I shall handle this myself. Stepping forward, Gao Feng approached Yen Qingcheng, gripping her neck with one hand. "Now speak. Where have you hidden the dragon pearl? Otherwise, you shall die." The icy malevolence emanating from him rendered the denizens of the dungeon pale, trembling as they prostrated themselves on the ground. With her breath constricted, Yen Qingcheng's face turned a ghastly purple, resembling a pig's head after a brutal beating. Yet, she remained unperturbed, a glint of cunning in her eyes. With a faint voice, she struggled to articulate, "There was a Taoist who coveted my beauty. When he failed to win my affection, he bore a grudge and stole the dragon pearl, trampling me fiercely before he left. I am innocent, Wu." Clang. Upon hearing her words, the two demon soldiers stumbled and fell to the ground in disbelief. "You, this fat pig. That Taoist would have such a heavy taste to desire your beauty?" Enraged, Yen Qingcheng retorted, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. How dare you deny my allure?" Gao Feng's eye twitched violently, angering him further. "With a figure like yours, you think anyone would covet your beauty? Do you take me for a fool? Speak the truth." Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Gao Feng, Yen Qingcheng's face paled, and she dared not be cheeky any longer. "It was a diviner named Xianxiafans who stole the dragon pearl. He even injured me. This fruit is his." She painfully retrieved the stolen spirit stone and Bodhi seed, hoping to lend credence to her claims. Gao Feng detected a faint masculine vitality emanating from the fruit, which was weak yet unmistakable, and he sneered, "A nameless diviner. A mere fruit, and you think to deceive me?" With a swift motion, Gao Feng snatched the Bodhi seed, intending to crush Yin Qingcheng, but as he grasped it, an extraordinarily pure Dao aura and life essence surged forth, instinctively signaling its uniqueness. Gao Feng paused, cautiously taking a small bite. Boom! An unimaginable Dao aura flooded into his consciousness. In an instant, a terrifying demon energy erupted from his body, and behind him, the ethereal image of a celestial dog devouring the moon emerged. As this image materialized, his aura surged, becoming overwhelming. Soon, he could distinctly sense the power of celestial dog eating the moon enveloping him. This was a sudden comprehension of celestial powers. Gao Feng stood transfixed, feeling the seismic changes within him and the unprecedented strength coursing through his veins, his expression transforming from disdain and shock to unbridled ecstasy. Divine fruit. This is truly a supreme, divine fruit. He trembled with excitement, his gaze fixated on the remaining Bodhi fruit as if it were a rare treasure. Drawing a deep breath, his greedy gaze returned to Yin Qingcheng. "You stole this divine object from that Taoist, did you not?" "Yes, yes." Faced with Gao Feng's undeniable greedy stare, Yin Qingcheng eagerly nodded. Gao Feng pressed on. "What is the Taoist's cultivation level?" "On par with me, perhaps in the later stages of blood burning," she replied. "How could a mere blood-burning stage waste possess such a divine object? He must have visited some celestial realm. There must be earth-shattering secrets about him. Quickly, take me to him." At once, Gao Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, seizing Yin Qingcheng, his eyes ablaze with fervor and greed. Yin Qingcheng's eyes darted, her mind racing with schemes, as she weakly stated, "My lord, that Taoist went to the Golden Lion King's residence after we parted." "The Lion King, Wudao?" Gao Feng's brow furrowed as he lifted Yin Qingcheng. "Let us go." The two transformed into a furious whirlwind, charging towards the stronghold of the Golden Lion clan. Chapter 65, Ruining My Good Fortune. "My lord, that Taoist is exceptionally cunning, with remarkable speed. If he sees you following me, he will undoubtedly flee at once. To assist you in capturing him more effectively, I shall enter first. Since I have stolen his possessions, he despises me and will surely come to attack. At that moment, you can strike and subdue him. Even if the Lion King has objections, you will have just cause. What do you think?" Outside the gates of the Golden Lion clan territory, Yin Qingcheng fixed her gaze intently on Gao Feng as she finished speaking. Gao Feng pondered for a moment. Considering that this was the Lion King's family, and that the Taoist possessed extraordinary encounters, if he acted too rashly, the Lion King would surely notice, making it difficult to capture the target. After a moment's thought, Gao Feng nodded. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Upon receiving Gao Feng's consent, Yin Qingcheng's expression brightened, and she hurried into the Lion King's territory. Not long after, she adeptly blended in with her superior stealth techniques and infiltrated the Lion King's hall. The Golden Lion clan was the most powerful demon faction aside from the Lord's Manor. If she wished to survive, she could only hide within the Spirit Blood Pool, a place forbidden to the Lion clan, where even the Lord would be besieged by the entire Lion clan. "This is the plan," Yin Qingcheng resolved, beginning her search for an opportunity to enter the Spirit Blood Pool. After wandering for a while, she arrived within the confines of the Lion King's hall. Merging seamlessly with the palace, she discovered that the grand and imposing Lion King's hall housed only two individuals. One was the renowned clan elder of the Golden Lion clan, while the other lay injured and in pain on the Lion King's throne, his breath weak and vitality waning. "What has happened?" "The Lion King is gravely injured," Yin Qingcheng mused curiously. Just then, the individual on the throne spoke up. "Elder, I had previously neglected that diviner. Young Chung left in a rush without bringing a gift. Fearing I would be unable to summon him, I may need to trouble you to make another trip." "Yes, clan head," the elder, referred to as such, rose to take his leave. "May I inquire if the Lion King is seeking the company of an exceptionally handsome young diviner? He clutches a canvas of celestial wisdom, possessing knowledge that transcends the ordinary." Suddenly, Yin Qingcheng makes her entrance. "Who are you? Have you encountered the young Taoist?" The Lion King, Wudao, casts a wary glance, his eyes brimming with suspicion. How could he have failed to notice the intrusion of a human cultivator while he was injured? Yin Qingcheng chuckles softly. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I am acquainted with the young Taoist you speak of. His name is Shen Qingshan, and we share a close rapport." This was her opportune moment to depart from Wanyao City, a gamble she was willing to take. Wudao's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions playing across his face. "The young Taoist is enigmatic. Many in the city have encountered him. What proof do you offer that you know him well?" Faced with skepticism, Yin Qingsheng remained unperturbed. Xianxiafan wishes to enter the Lingxua pool. Does that not serve as proof? Upon hearing the mention of the Lingxua pool, Guda froze momentarily, then, with elation, struggled to rise and greet her. Ah, so you are a friend of the young Taoist. I beg your pardon. May I inquire your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Yin Qingsheng. She smiled. I am Yin Qingsheng, here to request a small favor from the Lion King. Pausing for effect, she continued, rest assured, I will not impose upon you without recompense. Afterward, I will personally ensure that Xianxiafan pays you a visit. My friend possesses considerable abilities, and his temperament is equally formidable. Should he be offended, it would be difficult to invite him again. Guda, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. He had encountered countless individuals, and those with true prowess often bore equally immense pride, particularly the elusive cultivators, whose tempers could be as unpredictable as they were powerful. After weighing the pros and cons, Guda finally spoke. Might I inquire what you desire from me, Lady Yin? His gaze remained locked onto her, praying she would not make exorbitant demands. Oh, nothing too demanding. Merely a Tiandun talisman and 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. I wish to prepare a surprise for Xianxiafan. Yin Qingsheng replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Guda exhaled a breath of relief upon hearing her request, promptly retrieving a talisman and a pouch of spirit stones from his storage device, presenting them with both hands. Please, take a look, Lady Yin. To Guda, the Tiandun talisman, used primarily for escape, and 1,000 spirit stones were trivial matters. If such a small price could secure her assistance, it would be a tremendous gain. Yin Qingsheng accepted without hesitation, examining the Tiandun talisman closely. Lion King, how far can this talisman carry one? What level of cultivator would be able to catch up? Guda, brimming with pride, thumped his chest and declared, Lady Yin, this talisman was procured from the Wanjian sect. It can travel 100,000 miles. Even a peak Dongtian cultivator would find it impossible to pursue. Ah, that is rather impressive, Yin Qingsheng remarked. Guda, sensing an opening, pressed on, regarding Xianxiafan. To this, Yin Qingsheng merely smiled slightly before shattering the Tiandun talisman. Thank you, Lion King. As for Xianxiafan, I cannot summon him, but I can certainly summon the city lord for you. Until we meet again. With that, the talisman transformed into a streak of light, enveloping Yin Qingsheng's figure and vanishing. Guda was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? You wretched person! You dare to play me for a fool! At that instant, Gaofeng sensed Yin Qingsheng's aura dissipate and stormed in, only to discover that the Tiandun talisman provided by the Lion King had allowed her escape. Enraged, he felt his demonic power surge uncontrollably, shaking the very foundations of the Lion King's palace. His glare fixed on Guda, he vented his wrath. You have ruined my plans. Guda, you are courting death. The overwhelming pressure of a peak early Dongtian cultivator bore down mercilessly upon the weakened Lion King. Guda, already grievously injured by the blood curse, now faced the additional weight of Dongtian pressure, his face draining of color as despair enveloped him. Just then, Gaofeng transformed into a gust of demonic wind, barreling out of Wanyao City, leaving behind a chilling threat. Guda, should the person escape, I will return to annihilate your Golden Lion clan. What now? The recently regained breath of the Lion King Guda faded, his countenance pale with trepidation. The family curse had yet to be resolved, and now he had unknowingly offended the city lord, Gaofeng. Chapter 66. Entering the Lingxua pool. Meanwhile, at the Yochi Tavern, Wudao sat leisurely, sipping tea. He anticipated that Guda would soon face retribution and would undoubtedly come seeking his assistance. For now, all he needed to do was wait. The longer he prolonged the situation, the greater his leverage would become. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as warmth radiated from his dantian. Upon closer inspection, he discovered yet another flicker of black flame. A delightful surprise. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to utilize this black Dao Fire to enhance his cultivation. With a pleased expression, he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, his gaze falling upon a jade slip emitting a glimmer of sword intent, resting quietly beside his chopsticks. The slip bore a flickering sword imprint, nearly complete, with just one corner remaining to be filled. At this rate, it might take only 3 more days to finish it. What kind of lethal technique lay within? Wudao regarded the jade slip with anticipation. At that moment, the tavern keeper approached, his face darkened. Dear guest, you have been dining here for an entire night. When will you settle your bill? The keeper was a rabbit demon in human form, possessing cultivation at the Fa Xiang level, affiliated with the Golden Lion clan. Given that Wudao had ordered every high-grade spiritual fruit and spiritual meat on the menu, the bill would easily exceed 10,000 spirit stones. The keeper, initially hopeful for a sizable transaction, grew increasingly anxious as Li Wudao consumed everything without making payment, leading him to suspect the guest intended to dine and dash. Li Wudao chuckled. Fear not, the person has already arrived outside and will be entering shortly. Bang! The tavern keeper slammed the table in anger, his patience wearing thin. I see now. You intend to eat for free. Have you any idea who backs Yochi Tavern? Here they come. Unfazed by the furious keeper, Li Wudao merely raised a hand to point towards the entrance. The keeper turned to see the Lion King's young son, accompanied by the steward, rushing into the tavern with urgency. This was the young master. The keeper's eyes brightened with joy as he hastily knelt. I, a humble servant, greet the young master. Bang! However, the exalted young master paid him no heed. Instead, he slid to his knees before the Taoist who had dined without payment, respectfully pressing his forehead to the floor. Gu Cheng pays respects to Senior Shun. Qiu Yun also greets you, esteemed elder. Witnessing this scene, the keeper's heart nearly stopped, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he stammered. Yet, Li Wudao offered no response. Instead, savoring his tea leisurely, Gu Cheng and the steward, drenched in cold sweat, understood the gravity of their situation but dared not lift their heads while the elder remained silent. Otherwise, they would lose their chance. After a cup of tea had passed, noting that Gu Cheng and the steward remained kneeling with impeccable demeanor, Li Wudao finally spoke. All right, rise. Your presence here indicates that something has happened to the Lion King. Esteemed elder possesses incredible foresight. This young demon has come to request your assistance in returning home. My father was blind to the matter. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Gu Cheng quickly apologized, clarifying their intent. Li Wudao chuckled. Do you think a mere apology will suffice to persuade me to lend my aid? His tone was casual, yet it intensified the pressure on Gu Cheng. With a palpable sense of trepidation, he presented his cherished treasure with both hands. Senior, this is a mystical mirror obtained from a battlefield, impervious to water and fire. Remarkably solid. Even my father cannot breach it. I wonder if it meets your satisfaction? Li Wudao gazed at the mirror, observing an ancient artifact inscribed with intricate patterns. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet when he probed it with his inner flame, the flame was unexpectedly repelled. It was indeed a treasure. Li Wudao's heart brimmed with certainty, his esteem for the mirror soaring, yet his demeanor remained composed as he spoke. Insufficient. Gu Cheng was taken aback, a hint of urgency flickering across his face. At that moment, Li Wudao raised a hand, pointing at Gu Cheng. I require your demon core as well. If you are amenable, I shall set forth immediately. If not, kindly take your leave. At these words, a silence enveloped the tavern. All present, be they demon kin or human cultivators, stared at Li Wudao in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a human dared to so brazenly demand the demon core of the Lion King's son. Especially in the city of 10,000 demons where the demon race held sway. Those of different races harbored different intentions, Li Wudao recalled. Determined to prepare an escape route lest the Lion King's clan renege after his entry into the blood spirit pool. Gu Cheng hesitated, but upon recalling his father Gu Da and the dire straits of his family, he realized that without resolution, the Golden Lion clan would soon be devoured by rival forces. Gritting his teeth, he produced the demon core. Very well. I agree, Senior. I implore you to honor your promise. Li Wudao grasped the demon core firmly, stowing away the jade slip on the table, a glimmer of assurance flickering in his eyes as he proclaimed, lead the way. Upon arriving at the Lion King's palace, Gu Da, despite his injuries, approached with palpable excitement and bowed deeply. Young Taoist, Senior Shun, I apologize for my earlier lack of discernment. Li Wudao waved his hand expressionlessly. Enough, your son has already rendered his apologies. Gu Da glanced at his son Gu Cheng, receiving a nod of affirmation. And with renewed fervor, he bowed again towards Li Wudao. Senior Shun, when shall you assist me in dispelling this blood curse afflicting me? Why the haste? Li Wudao remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Da. He would not be so foolish as to act immediately, responding with an air of nonchalance, to resolve your blood curse. I must first enter the blood spirit pool and investigate. Gu Da's previously enthusiastic demeanor faltered, yet he maintained a strained smile. I see now that I was too hasty. You speak wisely. Pray, allow me to escort you. Thus, under Gu Da's guidance, Li Wudao entered the forbidden grounds of the Golden Lion clan, the entrance to the blood spirit pool. The place was shrouded in darkness, flanked by columns made from half-buried lion bones, aflame with crimson fire. The ground beneath was slick with dark, sanguine ichor. A fierce, menacing aura surged forth, accompanied by low growls, while the totem pillars, adorned with golden lion engravings, glared with blood crystal eyes, exuding an oppressive pressure. Remain outside and await my instruction. No one is to enter without my permission. Should anything go awry, do not expect my assistance, Li Wudao declared, stepping inside. He left the Lion King, his son, and several core members of the Lion clan waiting at the entrance. As Li Wudao's figure vanished entirely, one elder could no longer contain himself. "Chief, shall we simply wait here?" Guda's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded. "Quickly, have someone investigate this Taoist's background. Ensure they bring a portrait. If he lacks support, entering our clan's forbidden grounds, yes." Someone promptly acknowledged. "Father, what about that distinguished Taoist from the 10,000 Swords sect?" Gu Cheng interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Guda replied, "Bring him here. He may prove useful later." Chapter 67. A Surge of Power. Li Wudao stood at the pool's edge, despite his prior preparations. He was nonetheless struck by the scene before him. The blood spirit pool spanned hundreds of feet, its edges lined with slick black stones smeared with dark red stains. The blood within the pool was thick, resembling molten red wax, occasionally bubbling to the surface with a muffled sound. Countless colossal lion corpses floated in the sanguine depths, their skulls larger than houses, with shattered bones as thick as pillars, all soaked in the crimson liquid. The stench of blood was so potent it felt as though it could solidify, while an aura of ferocity swirled ominously around. Li Wudao felt as if he were being skinned alive. Even with his steely resolve, he could not suppress a gasp. How many powerful beings must have been devoured? The Golden Lion clan had undoubtedly claimed countless lives. As he marveled at the sight, his inheritance jade suddenly trembled, as if beckoned, soaring into the air above the blood pool. Then, an extraordinary event unfolded. The entire blood spirit pool convulsed violently, resembling a magma lake disturbed by a massive stone. The water swirled into a vortex, at its center erupting an ancient, domineering, and pure martial will. A single drop of deep red, luminous blood rocketed forth from the depths of the whirlpool, precisely embedding itself within the jade pendant. In the next instant, the pendant radiated with bloodlight. And amidst the endless crimson glow, a blurred yet towering blood-colored figure gradually coalesced. The figure's features were indistinct, yet its stature stood tall and imposing, emanating a dominating martial intent that seemed to suppress the very heavens. Slowly, it opened its eyes, the gaze like scarlet lightning locking onto Li Wudao at the shore. It spoke, "I am Lu Tianya. Those of future generations who managed to reach this place and awaken my primordial blood, you possess the qualification to receive this inheritance." The voice carried an unyielding authority, devoid of tenderness, only resolute. "My inheritance is called the body as the way. Do not cultivate external artifacts. Do not rely on heaven and earth, but instead refine yourself, with your body as the furnace and blood as the fire, forging an unparalleled body of the Tao. This pool is the site of my demise, accumulated over millennia. The essence blood of powerful beings shall be wholly infused into you. Refine it. You may undergo a rebirth, ascending to the first level of the body as the way, dominant blood." However, the voice of Lu Tianya suddenly turned severe. "Should your body be frail, and your will unsteady, unable to bear this, then I shall take possession and battle the heavens once more." Before Li Wudao could process the words, the entire blood spirit pool erupted in fury. The massive blood-red vortex expanded violently, generating an irresistible, terrifying suction that instantly drew Li Wudao into its center. Upon entering the blood pool, Li Wudao was immediately assailed by a ferocious wave of blood energy, his flesh tearing under the onslaught, unleashing a haunting howl. This blood, infused with endless malevolence and violent martial intent, surged forth like a myriad of frenzied beasts, assailing his every pore, orifice, even his mouth and ears. His skin was rapidly eroded away, revealing the vibrant red muscle beneath. Bones cracked under the pressure, veins felt as though molten iron were poured into them, burning and contorting. Even the remnants of countless fallen beasts and cultivators in this place assaulted his consciousness, inflicting soul-rending agony. At that moment, Lu Tianya's voice echoed once more in his ears. "Nourish blood with blood, make blood your path." Upon hearing these words, Li Wudao recognized them as the cultivation mantra of the martial inheritance. He hastily channeled the white flame from his dantian for comprehension. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within his dantian, a strand of white flame rapidly consumed half of its essence, and shortly thereafter, Lu Tianya's words began to simplify, morphing into something Li Wudao could grasp. He dared not hesitate, immediately following the guidance to refine. Buzz. In an instant, a profound martial intent emanated from his corporeal form, initiating the absorption of the essence and blood energy from the pool beneath him. Yet, his physical vessel, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this sanguine essence and chaotic remnants, proved too fragile, succumbing to disintegration before it could fully harness the power. Just as he stood on the precipice of collapse, the three dormant black flames within him erupted with unprecedented brilliance. They voraciously consumed the torrential blood energy, martial truths, and lingering sentiments that surged into his being. Swiftly refining and purifying these forces, they ultimately melded into the sinews and bones of Li Wudao. With the aid of the black flames, Li Wudao's shattered body and wounded soul began to mend and rejuvenate at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Drawing strength from blood and utilizing blood as a path, an indomitable roar resonated from the depths of his soul. His aura surged dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. His body transformed into the epicenter of a colossal energy tempest, greedily siphoning every essence from the blood pool. With each explosive sound akin to thunder, his dantian expanded violently. A crimson solar shadow began to materialize behind him. Bathed in its light, a terrifying wave of blood-red energy hissed and crackled like an erupting geyser. The embryonic form of his divine manifestation was solidifying continuously. His corporeal form underwent a metamorphosis, no longer corroded. His skin was instead tempered in the blood, radiating an extraordinary luster akin to jade. His musculature became streamlined and perfect, imbued with explosive power, and even as he remained enveloped in blood, a crimson energy perpetually erupted from him. Whoosh, 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 harsh, terrifying. As his momentum escalated and solidified, the water level of the blood pool visibly diminished, growing thin and dim, while the crimson sun behind him gradually merged into his being. Buzz! A beam of light erupted from Li Wudao, soaring into the heavens and painting the skies above Wanyao City a brilliant red, continually emanating an overwhelming and fearsome martial intent. This extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of powerful beings throughout Wanyao City. Meanwhile, on the snow-capped trails of Taibai Mountain, a youth clad in a black robe with white hair suddenly halted, his gaze snapping towards the direction of Wanyao City, exclaiming, "Such pure martial truth. Does Qingzhou possess such a martial artist? It seems I have underestimated the cultivators of Qingzhou." With that, the white-haired youth transformed into a streak of sword light, cleaving through the heavens. Outside the Ling blood pool, the Lion King Good and others, witnessing the sudden upheaval in the sky, were momentarily stunned. Why has the blood pool suddenly erupted with such intense martial intent? Could it be that Taoist Shun has encountered something? Chief, the blood pool cannot be left unattended. Should we investigate? All the core members of the Lion clan turned their gazes toward Good. Good remained silent, his brow furrowed, as the tormenting energy within him gradually waned. Have you noticed that the mysterious energy within our bloodline is weakening? He suddenly inquired. The numerous high-ranking clan members who had visited the blood pool were taken aback, nodding in unison. What is happening? That cursed blood energy has truly begun to diminish. After a moment of contemplation, Good remarked, perhaps it is related to the recent upheaval in the blood pool. Then, Chief, shall we proceed inside? Good raised a hand. Wait. At this rate, Taoist Shun should be emerging soon. We must not jeopardize this crucial matter. Meanwhile, above the Ling blood pool, the already hazy figure of Lu Tianya grew even more tenuous, as if it might dissipate at any moment. He gazed at the transformed and formidable Li Wudao, a hint of relief and satisfaction flickering in his authoritative gaze. In the future, martial artists. His voice became exceedingly faint, intermittent, yet imbued with a sense of entrustment. I, a descendant of the Lu family, should I still exist in this world, may I implore your guidance, 1 or 2. Remember, the righteous path is not to be trusted, nor the divine. Before his words could fully escape, the figure vanished entirely, dissolving into specks of blood-red starlight that fused into the floating jade pendant. The pendant's brilliance dimmed, then fell into Li Wudao's hand with a soft thud. It felt warm to the touch, as if infused with boundless power and responsibility. The initial stage of the divine manifestation. Li Wudao abruptly opened his eyes, grasping the jade pendant, feeling an unprecedented surge of might within him, his gaze radiating brilliance. Chapter 68. The Jade Slip's Lethal Technique. The commotion surrounding the martial inheritance was so immense that it would not be long before it was discovered as the site of the mortal martial god Lu Tianya's demise. Li Wudao gazed at the still lingering martial intent in the sky, his expression turning grave. The joy of his newfound strength was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of crisis. He could distinctly sense several formidable presences from Wanyao City approaching this area, like searchlights sweeping through the night. To make matters worse, the flames in his dantian had already consumed 2 strands of black flame and 1 strand of white flame, leaving him with but 1 black flame and 1 white flame. He was nearly out of cards to play. He had to leave Wanyao City before those prying eyes arrived. Li Wudao's expression shifted, and he prepared to depart when he suddenly recalled a lethal technique hidden within the jade slip. An idea sparked in his mind as he reached into his robe, revealing a jade slip resting in his palm, its sword imprint now fully restored. Let me see what lethal technique lies within this jade slip, Li Wudao thought. directing his consciousness into the slip. Buzz. The moment his mind touched the jade slip, an unparalleled sword imprint, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, surged along his consciousness into his sea of awareness. The imprint detonated within his mind, transforming into two imposing golden characters radiating celestial authority and a sense of extinction. Sword resolve. These two words hovered in the void of his awareness, aglow with golden light. Each stroke seemed to be composed of countless minute sword energies, perpetually flowing and exuding a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all existence. In an instant, this overwhelming sensation enveloped Li Wudao's entire soul, causing him to feel a piercing pain within. Simultaneously, a voice filled with confidence and grandeur echoed in his mind, akin to the ringing of a sword. Once the sword resolve is unleashed, all shall be annihilated. This is not merely a technique, but a path. Harnessing the forces of the universe, gathering the dual energies of yin and yang, the sword of life and death. Limitless strength entails boundless might, its only flaw being its sheer perfection. As the voice resonated, the word sword resolve abruptly disintegrated, morphing into two exquisitely animated golden figures, each wielding an ethereal sword of light, performing an intricate and inscrutable sword dance in the void of his awareness. Their movements appeared slow and deliberate, yet contained the capacity to tear through space, enveloping the dual energies of black and white. Each swing of their swords heralded the arrival of life and death. What a splendid sword technique! Li Wudao's spirit shook violently, instantly captivated by this profound sword maneuver. However, the intricacies of its execution and the generation of the dual energies were so enigmatic that he felt dizzy and unable to comprehend it. Akin to a primary school student confronted with a masterpiece of theoretical physics, his mind abuzz with questions. I can only rely on the flames to decipher this. Li Wudao shook his head, striving to steady his thoughts, and without hesitation, he summoned the last remaining white flame from his dantian. Whoosh! The white flame, upon receiving guidance, enveloped the two golden figures. In the next moment, a transformation occurred. The confusion dissipated. The traces of the golden figures' dance were unraveled, becoming straightforward and easily comprehensible. As simple as 1 + 1. They were then unreservedly absorbed by Li Wudao. A surge of profound enlightenment flooded into Li Wudao's mind, and almost instinctively, he began to operate according to the simplified trajectory. Sword resolve, condense. Li Wudao intoned inwardly. Within the dantian, the remaining flicker of dim black Dao Fire seemed to be stirred, gently swaying. In an instant, the immense spiritual power and vitality within him were forcibly intertwined and compressed. As if by an invisible hand, guided by the sword resolution method, they rapidly fused into black and white energies. These dual energies, akin to sword shadows, hovered in the palm, no larger than a fingertip, yet imbued with the essence of life and death's obliteration, as if they could annihilate everything at any moment. Success! A brilliant light burst forth from Li Wudao's eyes. Though this was merely the initial manifestation of the technique, he undeniably sensed the profound essence of obliteration within the sword intent, and this essence could accumulate with the infusion of power. Could it truly be as the sea of consciousness suggested? Boundless strength yields boundless might? With this thought, Li Wudao's heart soared with joy. He possessed the borrowing law, enabling him to draw strength from the mountains and woods. The extent of this borrowing depended entirely on the physical body's capacity. If he continuously activated borrowing law to accumulate strength and channel it into sword resolution, wouldn't he essentially become a walking nuclear weapon? Now he had yet another trump card. At this moment, the ethereal white Dao Fire in his dantian had been nearly depleted, leaving only a flickering strand of black Dao Fire. It was time to exit. Otherwise, the Lion King would make his entrance. Li Wudao dissipated the black and white energies and rose from the spirit blood pool, feeling refreshed. The members of the ancient Good clan, who had been waiting at the entrance, were taken aback upon seeing Li Wudao emerge, their expressions shifting dramatically, pupils constricting. The Taoist Shun has changed. Such powerful vitality. All the members of the Golden Lion clan felt a surge of alertness, gazing at the figure of the green-robed Taoist as if confronting a fierce beast brimming with vitality, not one bit weaker than their own beastly forms, and perhaps even stronger. Could it be that the commotion just now signified some great fortune gained by this Taoist from the blood pool? The senior members of the Lion clan exchanged knowing glances, silently signaling the Lion King good. Good, understanding their unspoken communication, approached Li Wudao with warmth, inquiring, Senior Shun, what was that commotion just now? Li Wudao discerned the question behind his inquiry and, naturally, would not foolishly divulge the truth. He merely waved his hand impassively. It was nothing. Merely the breaking of the source of the blood curse within the pool, which led to the eruption of martial intent. So it was. The members of the Lion clan realized this, and yet skepticism lingered in their eyes. Good quickly pressed on. Senior Shun, since you have entered the spirit blood pool, what do you perceive regarding our clan's blood curse? Rest assured, this humble Taoist shall not go back on my word, Li Wudao replied with a smile. Producing the martial deity's inheritance jade and directing it towards Good and the others. In the next moment, a surge of vitality infused with martial intent erupted from within them, all being absorbed by the jade. The blood curse was instantly lifted, and as it was undone, the power sealed within Good and the others erupted violently, their auras soaring as the sounds of their realms breaking through echoed. Crack, crack, ha! That cursed blood curse has finally been broken. Upon sensing the changes within, Good and the others were filled with unrestrained joy. With the curse lifted, it was time to depart. Farewell, everyone, Li Wudao declared, making his way out without hesitation. At this moment, the core members of the Lion clan revealed fierce expressions, their demonic aura surging. Seeing this, Good hastily intervened to stop them. Elder, what is the meaning of this? That Taoist must have gained some fortune in the blood pool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly become so powerful. A clan member questioned in confusion. Good furrowed his brow, explaining, this Taoist harbors an eerie power that sends shivers down my spine, and given my still unhealed wounds, it is prudent not to act recklessly without absolute certainty. Are we to just let him go? Good raised an eyebrow. Certainly not. We will send someone to follow him, while the rest of you come with me to investigate the blood pool. With that, Good seized the unconscious windy Taoist and charged into the blood pool. Chapter 69, Joint Forces. Upon entering, they found the vast blood pool utterly empty, all the potent essence having vanished, leaving only countless bones exuding powerful auras. Witnessing this scene, Good and the others were left dumbfounded. Their home was gone. Their foundation had been stripped bare. This was the very essence that allowed the Golden Lion clan to stand firm in the city of 10,000 beasts. Cursed be it. It must have been that Taoist's doing. No wonder he became exponentially stronger. He cannot be allowed to leave. He has ruined our clan's foundation. Enraged, the core members of the clan erupted with murderous intent. Good was equally furious and was about to lead his clan back in retaliation. Suddenly, the previously unconscious windy Taoist awoke, glaring furiously at Good as he opened his eyes. Good, you dare lay a hand on me. Do you believe the 10,000 sword sect, will not obliterate your Golden Lion clan? However, before he could finish his tirade, windy Taoist halted abruptly, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of formidable vitality. Within that vitality lay a pure essence of martial intent. Such purity of martial intent. Where could it have come from? He turned and suddenly spotted a desiccated pool filled with the lingering aura of slaughtering spirits, and around it, an exceedingly pure martial intent. Finally, his gaze landed at the center of the pool, where lay a golden skeletal figure. The bones radiated an aura that could unsettle the heart. This is windy Taoist's eyes sparkled with insight, as if a realization dawned upon him. He quickly retrieved a mirror from his robes, and upon reflecting it upon the bones, an imposing figure of flesh and blood appeared within the mirror. Gazing at the visage in the mirror, windy Taoist gasped in astonishment. Martial deity, Lu Tianya. Ha! I have found him. I have discovered the fallen martial deity, Lu Tianya, from 3 millennia ago. His martial legacy shall belong to my 10,000 sword sect. Unable to contain himself, windy Taoist laughed wildly, his face flushed, completely forgetting his earlier indignation. Beside him, Good murmured quietly, windy Taoist. Are you saying the skeletal remains in this pool belong to the renowned martial deity, Lu Tianya of Qingzhou? Windy Taoist turned, brimming with pride. Indeed, it is he. Upon hearing this, the blood pool fell into a profound silence. Good and the clan members displayed expressions of shock. No one had anticipated that the foremost martial artist of Qingzhou, who had dominated 3 millennia ago, had perished right within their blood pool. Thus, it appeared that the blood curse within their clan stemmed from Lu Tianya. Wait. Good's pupils constricted sharply. The peculiar phenomena invoked by Taoist Shen earlier must be the rumored martial deity's legacy? Connecting this with the transformations he observed as Taoist Shen departed, Good's heart sank. The martial deity's legacy had been seized by that Taoist. He had not come to resolve the blood curse at all. He sought the martial deity's legacy within the blood pool. Observing the astonished expressions on Good and the others, windy Taoist felt an unprecedented elation, declaring, Good, you have done well, finding Lu Tianya's remains for my 10,000 sword sect. We shall remember your great contribution. And once we obtain the martial deity's legacy, we will surely aid your Golden Lion clan in dominating the city of 10,000 beasts. At Good's words, he snapped back to reality, his expression darkening as he glared at windy Taoist. It is too late. The martial deity's legacy was snatched away just moments ago. What? Windy Taoist's countenance darkened with fury, urgently gripping Good's collar, demanding, Quick, tell me, Who took the legacy? Good's eyes flickered as he transmitted an image of Li Wudao through divine thought to Windy Taoist. Upon receiving it, Windy Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into outrage. It was him. A mere yellow-haired brat dares to seize the opportunity of my 10,000 sword sect. He seeks death. As he spoke, the Wind-style Taoist prepared to leap forward to eliminate Li Wudao. Suddenly, Guda interjected, "Wait, Taoist Wind. That priest is no longer the same as before. And with the inheritance of the martial god, you may not be his match. To be safe, perhaps you should notify the Wanjian sect?" Upon hearing this, the Wind-style Taoist paused, contemplating for a moment before finally retrieving a communication talisman and igniting it. "Martial brother, the inheritance of the martial god, Lu Xianxia, has been located, but it has been seized by thieves. I implore you to come to my aid swiftly." As the paper burned to ashes, the Wind-style Taoist turned to the Lion King and commanded, "Guda, if you wish to dominate the myriad demon city, then serve my Wanjian sect and accompany me to eliminate that thief who has stolen the inheritance." However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in horror. A razor-sharp claw pierced through his chest from behind and crushed his heart. In disbelief, the Wind-style Taoist turned his head. "Guda, you need not go," Guda sneered, casually discarding the Wind-style Taoist's lifeless body into a pool of blood. The other high-ranking members of the Lion clan were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, their faces paling as they gazed at Guda. "Clan leader, this is madness. He is from the Wanjian sect. We cannot afford to offend him." "Humph," Guda scoffed, "I did not kill him. It was that priest who took the martial god inheritance that did. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing these words, the previously panicked clan members suddenly reacted, praising him in unison. "What a brilliant strategy, clan leader. This is a masterful play of using another's blade to kill." With renewed vigor, Guda commanded, "Let us pursue that priest and ensure he does not escape the myriad demon city." He waved his hand, leading his kin out of the Lingyue pool. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura of the heavenly realm descended abruptly. Following this, a chilling voice filled with fury echoed from above, "Guda, you have thwarted my grand scheme. Come out and face your demise." Feeling the overwhelming intent to kill, Guda and his companions immediately looked up. They beheld a massive dog demon, resembling a small mountain, hovering in midair. Its robust limbs were like colossal pillars, with wide paws covered in spiky black fur. Its head was fearsome, with sharp fangs glistening in its gaping maw, and its eyes, the size of copper bells, burned with raging fury, emanating a terrifying aura. "The city lord." Guda gasped in shock as he recognized the approaching demon. The city lord had undoubtedly come for the earlier incident. With such overwhelming murderous intent, he had little hope of survival given his current injuries. As Guda's mind raced, he quickly devised a way to resolve the crisis and called out with fervor to the towering dog demon, "City lord, let us resolve this misunderstanding. I am willing to offer a great gift that could elevate us further, even granting us a glimpse into the supreme realm." Suspended in midair, the towering figure momentarily hesitated, its cold vertical pupils revealing a mix of greed and skepticism. "A great gift? Guda, are you trying to deceive me as death approaches you? What could possibly outweigh the foundation of your Golden Lion clan and your own life?" With pressure mounting, Guda responded, "The inheritance of the martial god, Lu Xianxia from 3,000 years ago." "What?" The demon's pupils constricted sharply, and the swirling demonic energy around it stilled. "The martial god Lu Xianxia." This name reverberated throughout Qingzhou. It belonged to the legendary figure who, with a mortal body, tempered himself to the utmost, wielding power comparable to ancient gods and demons. The value of his inheritance was beyond measure. In an instant, the towering figure could no longer maintain its suspended state, transforming into a solid black-robed figure that descended like a specter before Guda. The overwhelming pressure of the heavenly realm bore down mercilessly on Guda, leaving him pale and gasping. From a position of dominance, with an undeniable killing intent, the demon declared, "Guda, you best not be jesting with me. Where is the martial god inheritance? If you utter a single falsehood, I shall annihilate your Golden Lion clan today." Guda, feeling his bones creak under the pressure and his blood surging, managed to lift his head, his eyes flashing with resentment and fear, trembling as he spoke. "I would never dare. The inheritance lies in the hands of a fortune-telling priest named Xianxiafans. He just seized it from my clan's forbidden area, the Lingyue pool. The extraordinary phenomenon witnessed is the testament." "Xianxiafans, the fortune-telling priest?" Guda's words struck a chord, and the towering figure's mind raced, recalling Yin Qingqing's words and the miraculous Bodhi fruit that had enlightened him. An indescribable greed surged, overwhelming all reason. It is him. So it was he, possessing the Bodhi divine fruit and now the martial god inheritance. This child indeed harbors a tremendous secret. The killing intent in the demon's eyes transformed into intense greed as he fixed his gaze on Guda, stating resolutely, "Very well. I shall join forces with you to eliminate Xianxiashan. The inheritance of the martial god can be shared, but Xianxiashan must be captured alive. His life and all his secrets belong to me." Guda cursed the demon's avarice inwardly, yet he recognized he had no choice. He keenly sensed that the demon's interest in Xianxiashan far exceeded the promise of shared inheritance, igniting his curiosity further, though he dared not inquire more. He could only muster a sycophantic smile and responded, "As you say, City Lord." "Humph." The towering figure coldly snorted, proclaiming to the entirety of Myriad Demon City, "By the order of the City Lord, the city is to be sealed. Command all gatekeepers to activate the city as protective array. Entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Those who defy this order shall be executed." His words, laden with terrifying demonic power, swiftly echoed throughout every corner of Myriad Demon City. "Let us go." With a wave of his sleeve, the demon summoned a gust of demonic wind, whisking Guda away toward the direction where Wudao had departed. Chapter 70. A Reunion with Bai Qi. Having not gone far, the towering figure suddenly halted, his expression darkening as he turned to question Guda. "Guda, that priest is merely at the late stage of blood burning. With your half-step heavenly realm cultivation, even if injured, you could easily subdue him. Why did you not take action yourself, instead waiting for me to arrive? Is there an extraordinary background behind that young man? Do you seek to use a blade to kill?" Faced with this inquiry, Guda quickly raised his hands in defense. "City Lord, how could I dare to betray you? That priest has acquired the martial god inheritance, causing his cultivation to soar. What that inheritance entails, I cannot ascertain, which is why I refrained from acting recklessly. As for the priest's identity, I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and we will have results shortly." No sooner had Guda finished speaking than a flying eagle landed on his shoulder, and the eagle spoke, reporting to the clan leader. "The individual you seek hails from Linen County, near Black Dragon Mountain in southern Qingzhou. He is unaffiliated and has connections with the serpent demon of Black Dragon Mountain. It is rumored that he possesses a divine tree, with fruits capable of transforming fools and purifying the spirit." Upon hearing this, Guda breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the towering figure, saying, "City Lord, did you hear that? That priest is a rogue cultivator without any backing. Merely fortunate. Now do you believe me?" The towering figure furrowed his brow. "No backing? Just a rogue cultivator? Are you certain that a late-stage blood-burning human rogue would dare to venture alone into Myriad Demon City? Does he not fear for his life?" "That I cannot say," Guda replied. "However, I can assure you that he possesses no backing and is indeed weak in cultivation." "Oh." The towering figure cast a skeptical glance. Guda continued, "City Lord, consider this. That fellow, with merely the cultivation of the blood-burning stage, dared to come to Myriad Demon City because he learned of the exact location of the martial god inheritance. The allure of the martial god inheritance is so great that anyone would dare to take risks. If he had any backing, why not directly enter my clan's forbidden area, the Lingxua pool? Instead, he chose to deceive. This serves as ample proof that he lacks support, and even if he did, he would not stand as my equal." Gao Feng nodded at this, yet remained somewhat cautious. "That being said, I still believe this venture is rather perilous. What if that young man possesses formidable backing, but simply chooses to remain hidden?" Upon hearing this, Guda immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, City Lord. If that Taoist truly has support, I shall eat dirt. The opportunity for the inheritance of the martial god must not be missed. If the 10,000 Swords sect and other factions become aware, we would have nothing left." With this instigation from the Lion King, greed swiftly eclipsed rationality in Gao Feng's eyes, and he resolved, "Indeed, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. City Lord, my informants say that the Taoist is at the East City Gate." Guda reminded him. With that, Gao Feng transformed into a gust of demonic wind, racing towards the city gate. Meanwhile, at the East City Gate, as the heavy gate loomed ever closer, Wudao quietly let out a sigh of relief. "I am about to escape." Suddenly, a dark red demonic energy shield erupted into the sky, resembling a massive inverted blood bowl, sealing off the entirety of the 10,000 Beast City. By order of the City Lord, the entire city is under lockdown. No entry or exit permitted. Those who breach the gates shall be executed without mercy. The furious roar of the city's demon general thundered like a clap of thunder. Boom. The city gate slammed shut with a resounding crash. Wudao's pupils constricted as he could not help but utter a curse. The action was far too swift. He instantly comprehended that this sudden lockdown was undoubtedly aimed at him. The anomaly of the blood spirit pool had revealed everything. The only way to escape was to break through immediately. Before he could make a move, a chill-inducing killing intent locked onto him. "At last, I have found you." A cold voice echoed as two colossal demonic presences descended like mountains. In an instant, the entire East City Gate area was firmly ensnared, as if the very space had frozen. Wudao felt as though he bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, each breath becoming an arduous task, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Moments later, two ominous figures suffused with demonic energy landed before Wudao. It was none other than Guda and Gaofeng. This is it, Guda and an even more terrifying demon. That aura must belong to an ancient creature from the cave heaven. A wave of icy dread washed over Wudao, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He had no doubt that should he make even the slightest move, he would be torn to shreds by these two powers. I cannot remain idle. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all fear as a flicker of madness ignited in Wudao's eyes. Forest and flora, assist me, he roared silently within, disregarding everything as he fully activated the borrowing law. In that instant, the entire 10,000 beast city's flora quivered as if awakened from slumber. The wild grasses in the cracks of the streets swayed wildly, emanating faint blue spiritual light. The ancient trees in the courtyards rustled, their vibrant life essence rushing towards the east of the city. Countless natural spiritual energies, as if summoned by an emperor, silently converged towards the ensnared Wudao. At this moment, Wudao was channeling energy through the borrowing law, forcefully converting it into the black and white energies required for the sword resolution. He needed time. The more time he had, the stronger his power would be. This was his chance to break free. However, as this immense external force surged in, his physical body began to reach its limits. His bones cracked, and waves of tearing sensations coursed through him. His meridians were stretched by the raging torrent of energy, akin to a water pipe on the verge of bursting, with excruciating pain piercing through him. Cracks spread across his skin like a spider's web. Not enough. Just a bit more, faster. Wudao gritted his teeth through the pain, his heart racing with urgency. He could sense that the power he was channeling through the sword resolution was still insufficient to contend with the two formidable demons before him. He needed more time to gather strength. But Guda and Gaofeng's grinning, avaricious faces were drawing closer. Gaofeng raised his claw, the demonic energy surging forth, coalescing into a massive claw aimed at Wudao. This is bad. The accumulation of energy is still lacking. As he beheld the terrifying claw of demonic energy approaching, Wudao's expression darkened. Just at that critical moment, the city gate suddenly exploded into fragments. Boom. Following that, a terrifying sword intent enveloped the entire 10,000 beast city. Even the claw of demonic energy aimed at Wudao was swept away by the sword intent, disintegrating into dust. Oh, Brother Shun is here too? What a coincidence. A hearty laugh resonated from the city gate. The sound was not loud, yet it overshadowed the chaos of the city, eclipsing the fearsome pressure from the two demon kings. In an instant, Guda and Gaofeng, who were charging forward with thunderous momentum, froze as if struck by a binding spell, their expressions shifting from ravenous greed to sheer horror. All within the demon city, including the demon race, were gripped by profound fear, their gazes involuntarily drawn towards the dust-laden city gate. As the dust settled, a tall figure clad in a flowing black robe, with hair as white as snow, stood there with an air of quiet dignity. He was not particularly tall, yet he appeared to be the very center of the universe. He casually surveyed the alarmed Guda and Gaofeng below, as if regarding mere ants. As their eyes met that gaze, Gaofeng and Guda turned pale, their mouths trembling as they stuttered. The Sword Demon, by Qi. Chapter 71. Borrowing a knife to kill? Hearing the terrified exclamations from the two demon kings, Wudao was momentarily taken aback. Qi by Qi, the Sword Demon. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at the white-haired man. You are the Sword Demon? Oh, my identity has been exposed. Bai Qi scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Brother Shun, I truly did not mean to keep it from you. How about this? I shall punish myself with 3 cups. No, 3 jars. What do you say? His eyes twinkled mischievously as he added. Besides, little brother, I doubt your name is truly what it seems. The Sword Demon, referring to him as little brother. Boom. Gaofeng and Guda felt as though they had been struck by a bolt of celestial lightning, their bodies stiffening, blood running cold. The thought of pursuing the brother of the Sword Demon was instantly crushed by overwhelming fear. The Sword Demon, the unparalleled fiend who had silenced the righteous of Qingzhou. This Taoist was actually on brotherly terms with him. Hiss. Gaofeng gasped, his heart in turmoil. The realization that he had followed Guda's lead to hunt down the brother of the Sword Demon sent shivers down his spine. He mechanically turned his head to Guda, seizing him by the throat, and angrily transmitted. You bastard. Is this what you call having no support? What is the Sword Demon? I had no idea he was on brotherly terms with the Sword Demon. Guda made no effort to resist, paralyzed by fear and losing control of his body. You bastard, you've doomed me. Gaofeng seethed, wishing he could strangle Guda on the spot. To be related to the sword demon as an equal, this Taoist's identity must be monumental. It's over. The 10,000 Beast City is likely doomed to become a graveyard for all demons. Both Guda and Gaofeng felt the despair in each other's hearts. Frozen in place, unable to move, Wudao felt as though a massive stone had crashed down in his heart, joy surging within him. Yet his expression remained calm. Brother Bai, your insight certainly does not reflect your true name. Haha, we're even now? Bai Qi laughed heartily, his figure darting like a specter, a large hand casually resting on Wudao's shoulder. The speed was so rapid that Wudao could hardly perceive it. He felt a sudden weight akin to a mountain on his shoulder, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Little brother, as Bai Qi's hand settled on his shoulder. His eyes sparkled with intensity, as if he had discovered an extraordinary treasure, a surge of battle intent erupting. Your physique is intriguing. Shall we have a duel? He sensed within Wudao's body two exceedingly pure essences of intent. One was the previously erupted martial truth, while the other was the annihilating sword intent. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a presence, and his heart stirred with a longing to engage in a friendly spar. Upon hearing this, Wudao's face twitched, nearly losing his composure. Spar with you, the sword demon? Are you out of your mind? You, who can shatter the grand formation of the demon city with a mere sword aura, expect me to risk my life for a duel? If you strike me with a sword, wouldn't I be reduced to mere cells? Ahem, brother Bai, let us postpone the matter of sparring for another time. He forced himself to maintain his composure, his gaze like cold lightning sweeping towards Gaofeng and Gud. You two have followed me all this way. Is there something amiss? These words instantly sent chills down the spines of the two demons. Bai Qi also glanced over, spotting the two monsters, and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, what wild dogs and lions have wandered here? Do you wish to exchange a few moves? Thud, thud. Gaofeng and Gud were instantly terrified, kneeling on the ground, their heads bobbing as they begged for mercy. Lord Sword Demon, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. There are thieves in the city. We were merely conducting a routine patrol. Absolutely no offense intended. Finished your inspection? Bai Qi replied, barely lifting his eyelids, his tone nonchalant yet as chilling as a gust from the depths of the abyss. Yes. Yes. We're done. We're done. Why aren't you leaving yet? Bai Qi's lips curled into a dangerously sardonic smile. Do you wish for me to escort you too? That gaze, with sword light flickering, felt as though he was looking at two bothersome insects. Leave. We're leaving. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Gaofeng and Gud, as if granted a reprieve from death, scurried away in a panic, leaving behind a city full of stunned onlookers. Bai Qi, unfazed, turned to Wudao with a radiant smile. The bothersome creatures are gone. Will you now disclose your true name? With the two demons fleeing, Wudao felt the pressure lift dramatically. He hastily clasped his hands towards Bai Qi. Brother Bai, my true name is Wudao. Wudao? An intriguing name. Bai Qi mused, an inexplicable smile appearing, though the fire of battle still flickered in his eyes. Shall we not engage in a spar? Brother Bai, the mountains are high and the waters long. There will be other days. I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Farewell. Before he could finish his words, Wudao transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the city's outskirts without a backward glance. Bai Qi shook his head in amusement, choosing not to pursue him. With a flash of sword light, he vanished into the horizon. Moments later, having confirmed that the two formidable figures had departed, Gaofeng and Gud dared to stealthily return. Gazing in the direction Wudao had fled, Gud's eyes were a tumult of resentment and greed as he lowered his voice. City Lord. The sword demon did not follow him. Should we take a risk? Are you blind, leaping off a cliff? Gaofeng retorted without courtesy, delivering a punch to Gud's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Do you want to die and drag me down with you? You dare to touch the sword demon's brother. Boom. At that moment, a voice filled with boundless murderous intent erupted, accompanied by a terrifying pressure akin to a mid-stage celestial realm, reverberating through the demon city. Who dares to kill my disciple? The elegant Taoist? Show yourself. The next instant, a green sword light descended from the heavens, embodying the terrifying power of a mid-stage celestial realm. As it approached, Gud and Gaofeng's expressions changed in unison, a mid-stage celestial realm powerhouse. Then, as the green light dissipated, an ageless Taoist with white hair emerged, his head crowned with a green blade, murderous intent emanating like a palpable force. On his chest, 3 glaring golden characters embroidered, 10,000 sword sect. In his arms, he held the icy corpse of the elegant Taoist, a powerhouse from the 10,000 sword sect. Gaofeng's eyelids twitched as he recognized the embroidery on the chest and the corpse he clutched. The 10,000 sword sect had lost a member on his territory. As the city lord, he could not bear the consequences. Before he could speak, Gud's eyes glinted with a sinister scheme as he suddenly collapsed to the ground. His voice filled with a feigned sorrow. This little demon, Gud, pays respects to the true master of the 10,000 Swords sect. I know who killed your disciple. Who? The ageless Taoist fixed his gaze on Good, his killing intent surging forth as he demanded, "Speak, and I shall spare your life." Suppressing his fear, Good summoned his demonic power, quickly sketching Li Wudao's clear visage in the air. It was him, the one who stole Lu Tianya's legacy. He is the one who killed the elegant Taoist. He just fled south, his aura still lingering. Please, master, avenge the elegant Taoist. Good, good, good. You killed my disciple and stole the martial legacy of the 10,000 Swords sect. If I do not kill you, I, Tian Yunzi, shall not be human. The ageless Taoist's fury ignited. Boom. He instantly transformed into a green sword rainbow, shooting skyward with a murderous intent destined to obliterate everything, hurtling towards the south. Watching the terrifying sword light vanish, Gaofeng's expression was a complex mixture as he glanced at the rising Good. You old dog, do you wish to use someone else's blade? Wiping the demonic blood from his lips, Good revealed a sinister smile. It was the 10,000 Swords sect that killed him. The sword demon will seek vengeance, and the 10,000 Swords sect will confront it. City Lord, do you not wish to see who will ultimately obtain the legacy and the true master from the 10,000 Swords sect? The opportunities hidden beneath this tumultuous sea. In that moment, the greed in Gaofeng's eyes overshadowed his fear as he grinned. Let us go. We cannot miss this grand spectacle. To the south of the demon city, amidst the vast mountains, Li Wudao landed atop a solitary peak, his chest heaving. He was not merely traveling. He was fervently channeling borrowed power from the surrounding flora and fauna to gather energy. For he was acutely aware that the legacy of the martial god within him was bound to be exposed. Although the sword demon had appeared to exert some deterrence, he could not guarantee that there wouldn't be those willing to take risks. To be on the safe side, he must continue accumulating energy for the sword revelation. At this moment, the black and white energies his body could endure had reached their limit, his limbs and bones aching unbearably, hinting at the trend of weapon dissolution. No. Even the first layer of the martial legacy's physical domination cannot withstand this power. I must find something else to bear it, otherwise, I will have to release it. As Li Wudao panted to himself, the divine weapon dust hard on his back, which had remained dormant, seemed to respond and emitted a resonant hum. Right. I almost forgot I have a weapon. Li Wudao's eyes brightened as he swiftly retrieved the divine weapon dust heart, infusing the black and white energies within him into the sword's body. Sizzle. Visible streams of gray-white and pitch-black energy immediately entwined around the sword's body, causing the originally restrained dust heart to erupt with a disquieting wave of destructive energy. The pressure within him sharply diminished, and Li Wudao exhaled deeply. With the divine weapon to bear the weight, not only could it alleviate the burden on his body, but he could also continue to gather power. However, at that moment, boom, a terrifying sword intent descended like an invisible shackle of immense weight, abruptly enveloping the mountaintop where Li Wudao stood. The air became thick and viscous, as if leaden, and the flora and fauna froze in place. A voice, laced with boundless killing intent, resonated from above him. As if it had emerged from the depths of hell, young one, prepare to pay with your life. Chapter 72, Sword Revelation. Where does this pure martial intent emanate from? Surrender the martial legacy of Lu Tianya. Tian Yunzi looked down from his lofty position, his gaze as cold as a millennia of ice. Hand over Lu Tianya's martial heritage, and I shall leave you intact. Otherwise, I shall obliterate both your form and spirit. As his words faded, the azure longsword above Tian Yunzi's head underwent a sudden transformation. In an instant, it soared to a height of 100 zhang. Resembling a mountain suspended above, obscuring the clouds and blocking the sun, its sword energy immensely terrifying. The azure longsword radiated brilliance, its sword aura stirring the winds and clouds, pressing the mountains below into a diminished state. Damned, this fellow is even more formidable than anticipated. Gazing at the gigantic sword hovering above, Li Wudao's expression darkened. Simultaneously, he secretly summoned all his strength to gather power without reservation. The cultivator of the 10,000 Swords sect before him was extraordinarily powerful, almost the strongest he had encountered aside from Bai Qi. Caution was imperative. In an instant, the flora of the undulating mountains surged forth, rapidly coalescing spiritual energy into Li Wudao's body. Crack, crack. His body began to disintegrate under the strain of this overwhelming force. Not enough. Even upon realizing the disintegration of his flesh, Li Wudao did not halt, continuing to amass strength. At this moment, the last flicker of black flame in his dantian erupted violently. As the black Dao Fire was consumed, the disintegrating body began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. Li Wudao sensed this peculiar change, his heart resolute. He continued to amplify his power, determined to strike down his foe. Thus, his body disintegrated while simultaneously repairing itself. The black Dao Fire in his dantian shrank from large to merely a flicker. To yield or not to yield. Seeing Li Wudao's in action, Tian Yunzi's brow furrowed, and he forcefully pressed down with his palm. The 100 zhang azure giant sword, bearing the terrifying might to pierce the heavens and suppress all, plummeted towards Li Wudao atop the solitary peak. Boom. Instantly, the ground beneath Li Wudao sank, and vegetation shattered. All fell silent. The obliterating giant sword loomed just 3 inches above Li Wudao's head. Though it had yet to descend further, it was perilously close. In contrast, Li Wudao maintained a steadfast countenance. The secret arts of borrowing law within him had reached their zenith. The mountains beneath him emitted a low, mournful wail, and an inexhaustible flow of spiritual essence surged into his body. Crack, crack, crack. His resilient, blood-drenched physique emitted anguished cries under the unbearable burden. The surface of his skin cracked like a fragile porcelain, while his bones twisted in a painful lament, as if on the verge of complete disintegration. Almost there. Li Wudao's eyes blazed red, ignoring the soul-rending agony, with only one thought in his mind: gather power. Maximum accumulation. He sensed clearly that the black flame in his dantian still had one last push left. Behind the mountain peak, Gouda and Gao Feng cowered behind a massive boulder, too fearful to breathe. The city lord. Gouda's soul trembled, fixated on the azure giant sword that obscured the sky. This move of Tian Yunzi seems to be the ultimate killing strike of the 10,000 sword sect, heaven from the clouds. Its might is utterly terrifying. With this strike, not only that brat, but this entire 100-mile mountain range would be reduced to dust. He is finished. Absolutely finished. Gao Feng's throat was parched, swallowing hard. Yet his eyes shone with a morbid thrill, so powerful. Is this the terrifying aspect of a sword cultivator? I wonder if that brat has any trump cards. I can't help but feel anxious. That brat's cultivation fluctuation only indicates he is at the initial stage of the Dharma manifestation, vastly inferior to Tian Yunzi. Plus, that sword move is absurdly overpowered. How could I possibly fathom what that brat has up his sleeve to survive? Unless he has a guardian by his side. Once this thought escaped, Gouda and Gao Feng exchanged glances, both revealing the same glimmer of hope. Unyielding. I shall search his soul myself. Seeing Li Wudao's reluctance to surrender, Tian Yunzi's patience wore thin. Die for me, he bellowed, pointing like a sword, forcefully pressing down. At that moment, sword unleash. Li Wudao's expression hardened, abruptly raising the dust heart, sword heavenward. The power amassed to its peak exploded with a roar that tore through the firmament. No elaborate techniques, no intricate transformations. Only the most pure, primordial, and violent obliteration. Buzz. A sword aura interwoven in black and white erupted from the tip of the dust heart sword, carrying a terrifying sword wave. It was silent and stealthy, wherever it passed. Space crumbled like fragile glass, leaving behind a wave of annihilation. Boom. The black and white sword aura collided fiercely with the 100 zhang azure giant sword. Bang. That overwhelming force, capable of subduing the netherworld, was reduced to nothingness upon encountering the obliterating sword wave, not even creating a ripple of resistance. What? No. Tian Yunzi's eyes widened, his derisive grin freezing into an expression of boundless horror and disbelief. His proud, killing move, his vast cultivation at the mid-stage of the cave heaven, appeared as fragile as paper before this inconspicuous sword wave. Impossible. This is illogical. No. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Tian Yunzi panicked, hastily attempting to flee. Yet it was too late. The obliterating sword wave seemed to imprison the very space he occupied, rendering him immobile. Swish. With a soft sound, Tian Yunzi remained suspended in midair, his expression frozen in abject terror. The gale of sword energy swept past, instantly dissolving into blood mist. Mid-stage of the cave heaven, the true practitioner of the 10,000 sword sect, Tian Yunzi, obliterated in both form and spirit. Boom. The sword wave detonated. The shockwave radiated from the mountain peak where Li Wudao stood, flattening the surrounding mountains and creating a circular void. On the mountain peak behind, Gouda and Gao Feng were hurled backward, fleeing from the range of the sword wave. They landed safely in a dense forest, both collapsing like two heaps of boneless mush, their knees crashing heavily against the rocks, their entire bodies going limp and trembling violently. Their teeth clattered together, producing a frantic chattering sound. Seconds, it's over, a mid-stage cave heaven sword cultivator. Gouda's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets. His mind buzzing. We just attempted to lay our hands on him, while Gao Feng, pale as a ghost, felt warmth spreading from his pants. The proud lord of 10,000 Demon City, utterly terrified to the point of losing control. A mid-stage cave heaven sword cultivator. A ruthless killer. Even in a battle of the same realm, Gao Feng would not dare to confront that strike heaven from the clouds. Yet, that sword demon's brother not only faced it head-on, but obliterated Tian Yunzi in an instant. The horrifying image of Tian Yunzi disintegrating in an instant lingered in Gao Feng's mind. Breathe, too terrifying. This fellow had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Gasping for air, he silently thanked the heavens for not striking during the 10,000 demons city. Had he done so, the irreparable fate would have been his. In this moment, his fear of Li Wudao surged to its apex, penetrating to the very marrow. Cough. Li Wudao felt a sweetness in his throat, coughing violently as he struggled to maintain his precarious stance. His internal power had been entirely drained. His meridians threatening to rupture, the minuscule black Dao Fire in his dantian extinguished. A surge of reverse blood welled in his throat. Yet he stifled it with all his might, only a thin line of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was as frigid as a 1,000-year-old icy pond. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his eyes piercing like two tangible swords, scanning the surrounding peaks. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable chill, rang out. Have you seen enough? Show yourselves. Otherwise, the next strike shall be aimed at you. At this moment, utterly drained of strength and in a state of vulnerability, Li Wudao could not guarantee that there weren't any lurking adversaries. He could only maintain his imposing demeanor and interrogate with a hint of trepidation. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in the ears of Wudao and Gao Feng. The two demons froze in place, overwhelmed by an icy dread. Please spare us, Senior. Have mercy. They stammered, their voices trembling. Do not be angry, Senior. We beseech you for mercy. Fearful and disoriented, they had no place to hide. They immediately scurried out from behind the rocks, nearly crawling to the edge of the chasm beneath Li Wudao, prostrating themselves like garlic being pounded. We are blind little demons. We dared not gaze upon Senior Shun. We deserve 1,000 deaths. We implore you for mercy. Wudao's voice quivered with a sobbing tone, his words tumbling over one another. Senior, we are willing to offer our entire fortunes. Just please spare our lives. Gao Feng, utterly terrified, was in a frantic state. Hastily producing his storage ring, every pouch at his waist, and even the protective jade pendant hanging around his neck, presenting them all with trembling hands held high above his head. Wudao, as if awakening from a dream, hastily followed suit, unhesitatingly offering several life-saving magical artifacts he had kept close. A myriad of radiant demon cores, spiritual herbs, rare ores, and even a few pieces of primal materials infused with formidable demonic energy were surrendered. Li Wudao, his expression inscrutable, realized that he had indeed been stalked by an old adversary. Suppressing the tumultuous blood and excruciating pain coursing through his veins, he swept his hand, conjuring a force that instantly drew all the treasures into his possession with lightning speed, showcasing the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Should there be a next time? His icy gaze swept across the trembling duo. You shall be condemned to eternal reincarnation. Before his words faded, Li Wudao stomped down fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the solitary peak beneath him exploded. A blood-red sun erupted at his feet, lifting him as it transformed into a streak of flickering light, burning with a dim golden flame. Ascending slowly into the sky, standing atop the crimson sun, Li Wudao faced the wind, exuding an air of unparalleled supremacy. In his wake, he left behind ripples of expanding space and waves of scorching heat, as if the luminous flow had instantaneously rent the air, vanishing into the southern horizon. Only after Li Wudao's figure had completely disappeared did Wudao and Gao Feng feel as though every ounce of strength had been drained from their bodies. They collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their gazes vacant, filled solely with the boundless terror of having survived a calamity and a profound reverence. Shun, Xianxiaaudiobooks, Wudao murmured, staring blankly in the direction Li Wudao had vanished. At this moment, the name had become as untouchable as the sword demon by Qi in his heart, a terrifying existence comparable to the sword demon. A week later, a carriage slowly entered Tianxia City. The driver, while carefully steering, inquired with caution from the carriage's compartment. Young Master Shun, we have arrived at Tianxia City. A spirit stone flew out of the window, followed by a slightly weak cough. Find me the best physician. That spirit stone shall be your reward. Chapter 73. Ghost Doctor? A true ghost doctor. Young Master Shun, the finest doctor in Tianxia City, the ghost doctor, resides right here, outside the Jishir Hall. The driver left Li Wudao at the entrance and departed. Coughing, Li Wudao covered his mouth, his throat burning with pain, blood mingling with saliva as it dripped between his fingers. Forcibly utilizing borrowed power to cross borders and slay enemies had nearly led to his demise, leaving his meridians damaged. Spiritual energy obstructed, rendering him unable to invoke his cultivation. He could only rely on the strength of his martial body. He vowed never to act so recklessly again. It was truly perilous. After catching his breath, Li Wudao pushed the door and entered the Jishir hall. The hall was modest, merely an old courtyard of roughly 200 square meters. The pathways were lined with shelves brimming with herbs. Arriving early, Li Wudao encountered no other patients and soon made his way into the inner chamber. Inside, there was only a diagnosis table made of redwood, and the shelves behind were devoid of any medicine, save for a few books. Gazing at the empty table, Li Wudao rapped his fingers lightly 3 times. "Hello, is there a doctor present? Is anyone here to see patients?" His voice echoed, and soon the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind the table. "Coming, coming." A voice with a Hunan accent followed, and a young woman with twin ponytails, dressed in an apron, appeared at the table, holding a handful of green beans. She had a round face, willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a fair complexion, giving off an impression of diligent and frugal beauty. "May I ask if the esteemed ghost doctor is not present?" Li Wudao inquired, noting that the woman's attire did not resemble that of a physician. The young woman directly took a seat at the diagnosis table, saying, "I am Xuang, the ghost doctor you speak of." Li Wudao was taken aback. This girl looked nothing like a doctor. Xuang glanced at Li Wudao's skeptical expression and promptly stated, "Speak up. What seems to be the trouble?" Coughing again, Li Wudao felt a tickle in his throat and could not help but cough once more. No longer questioning her identity, he truthfully explained his predicament. "I am Xianxiafan. My meridians are damaged, and I cannot utilize spiritual energy. I wish to know if there is any way to remedy this." "Meridians damaged?" Xuang looked at him with curiosity, then gestured for him to sit down. Her delicate hand rested on his wrist, and her brows soon knitted together. "What is the matter? Does the ghost doctor have a solution?" Li Wudao inquired, concern creeping into his voice at the sight of her frowning brow. Xuang lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression grave. "Your meridians are ruptured and tangled, shrouded in deathly energy. Ordinary methods will not suffice." "Ordinary methods will not suffice?" Li Wudao was taken aback, then pressed on, "What methods can treat it?" In response, Xuang opened a small side door and pulled Li Wudao inside. "You sit here. I'll look up some information for you." "Thank you, ghost doctor." Li Wudao nodded in gratitude. "It's no trouble. Just remember to pay," Xuang replied, not looking back as she went to retrieve a book from the back. However, before long, patients began to trickle into the Jishir hall. "Doctor, I need to see a physician." Upon seeing patients arriving, Li Wudao called out, "Ghost doctor, there are patients here." Just as his words fell, Xuang emerged holding a book, thrusting it into Li Wudao's hands. "There are patients. You handle it for me." "But I cannot treat patients." "If you cannot, just follow the instructions in the book I gave you. Remember, they must be seen. Whether they get better or not is irrelevant. You must not reduce my fee, or I will not assist you." Listening to Xuang's imperious declaration, Li Wudao could only brace himself and take on the role of the doctor. As patients approached the diagnosis table, the first one stepped forward, routinely placing 10 coins on the table, and, with a helpless expression, spoke, "Doctor, I cannot find a wife. What should I do?" Li Wudao was left utterly speechless at this inquiry. Not being able to find a wife? Can that even be considered an ailment? "Doctor? Doctor? Speak to me. Can it be treated? If not, return my money." The patient, a robust young man with a powerful voice, demanded, reaching to reclaim the coins from the table. "Doctor." Xuang had explicitly instructed that upon arrival, one must be examined. Otherwise, no assistance would be rendered. Li Wudao was keenly aware of this directive and promptly stowed away his money, nodding vigorously. "Can you examine me? How can I resolve this issue?" The young man, visibly impatient, urged him on. With a sense of trepidation, Li Wudao reluctantly opened the tome provided by Xuang, its cover boldly proclaiming its ability to cure all ailments. Upon turning to the first page, he encountered a diagnosis. A man's inability to find a wife is due to an overly rigid gender role. Next. What nonsense is this? Is this even feasible? Li Wudao's heart raced as he glanced at the robust young man before him, a sense of unease creeping in. Will stating such a thing to the patient not provoke violence? This new doctor, is he competent? Why does Dr. Xuang always recruit these inept individuals? As Li Wudao hesitated to speak, the young man grew increasingly impatient. Regardless, it's Dr. Xuang's instruction to follow the book. So I won't bear the blame if anything goes awry, Li Wudao thought, and thus, he boldly declared, as a grown man, "Have you considered that your inability to find a wife might stem from an overly rigid gender role?" Huh. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he paused for a moment, causing Li Wudao to brace himself, fearing an impending assault. Yet, in the next instant, realization dawned upon the young man. Indeed, if I can't find a wife, perhaps I should seek a man instead. If I intimidate those men, they'll assist me, the young man exclaimed, fervently grasping Li Wudao's hand in gratitude. "Divine healer. Thank you. Ahem, you're welcome." Li Wudao nearly choked, hastily waving his hands. Ha ha ha, man. Hurry and find me a wife, or I shall intimidate you all. The young man exclaimed excitedly and dashed away. Is this truly permissible? Li Wudao stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the medical book that professed to cure all ailments. Just then, another patient approached in an orderly fashion, placing 10 coins on the table. Doctor, I cannot conceive. How can this be treated? Unable to contain his instinctive reaction, Li Wudao glanced up, only to be taken aback. The patient before him was a burly man. A man? What on earth is this? How can a man be seeking to conceive? The patient shook his head. No, I simply cannot. Li Wudao felt his scalp tingle. What kind of bizarre patients am I dealing with? Under the patient's expectant gaze, he was compelled to delve deeper into the comprehensive guide. The second page read, a man's inability to conceive? It must be due to ulterior motives. After all, ulterior motives are still motives. Next. Is this nonsensical drivel even credible? Li Wudao's eyelids twitched as he addressed the patient. Might it not be that you cannot conceive because you harbor ulterior motives, which are invisible to the living? Yes. How could I not see this? The living cannot perceive ulterior motives. Divine healer. Before he could finish, the patient leapt up and enveloped Li Wudao in a bear hug, leaving with a satisfied grin. Ha! I'm carrying an ulterior motive. Li Wudao, watching the man depart, raised the book once more in disbelief. What is this? A cure-all? Could this be the work of a ghostly healer? Just as Li Wudao was lost in confusion, several imposing cultivators burst into the room, declaring, clear the area. Where is the ghostly healer? My young master is unwell. Li Wudao looked up to see a group of martial artists forcefully shoving patients against the walls, forming an intimidating corridor. Soon after, a young man clad in a brilliant yellow robe entered, exuding an air of confidence, hands clasped behind his back, radiating vitality. It was him, the vice master of Lingbao Pavilion, Yang Gandan. How shameless can he be? He comes here daily. The patients who had been assaulted by the martial artists looked at the young man in yellow with fervent curiosity, only to be brutally shoved against the wall, their innards strewn about in a cruel display. Li Wudao was taken aback, astonished at the tyrannical behavior of this young master's entourage, who showed no regard for the patients. Yet, in a miraculous twist, the injured patients began to reassemble their dismembered bodies, casually standing by to observe. What are these people? Not human. Li Wudao's pupils dilated in shock, realizing the strangeness of those around him. The young master, upon noticing the unfamiliar figure at the diagnosis table, suddenly halted, a look of wariness and apprehension crossing his face. He scrutinized Li Wudao with the intensity reserved for a foe and approached with a stern expression, inquiring, who are you? What are you doing in Dr. Shuang's space? It appeared that this young man was quite familiar with Dr. Shuang, and his gaze towards Li Wudao bore the weight of rivalry. Unsure of the young man's intentions, but sensing his arrogance, Li Wudao deemed it prudent to tread carefully. He replied earnestly, I am here for treatment. Dr. Shuang has gone to find a remedy and asked me to hold the fort. Ah, so that's the case. Yang Gandan sighed in relief, the frostiness of his demeanor thawing into warmth as he regarded Li Wudao with newfound friendliness. A fellow patient. What a pleasure. May I inquire your name? Were you injured while practicing? Li Wudao noticed the subtle shift in Yang Gandan's attitude and was filled with curiosity, instinctively asking, I see you are quite close to Dr. Shuang. Might you be? Yang Gandan puffed out his chest proudly. I am Dr. Shuang's devoted admirer. Li Wudao was momentarily taken aback. Is he really so unabashed? He couldn't help but inquire, how long have you been in this role? Have there been any developments? Have you held hands or anything? Yang Gandan blushed slightly, but his gaze remained resolute. Holding hands? Not yet. I have only been at it for 16 years. I believe that sincerity will eventually yield results. Li Wudao nearly choked at this revelation, his expression a mix of incredulity and sympathy as he patted Yang Gandan's shoulder. My friend, your approach as an admirer leaves much to be desired. Oh, do you have any expert advice? Yang Gandan perked up at the suggestion. Just then, a thunderous voice, imbued with formidable martial intent, resonated through the room. Heavenly River martial artist, Su Shuai, seeks an audience with the ghostly healer. Under the weight of this proclamation, the interior fell silent, the patients trembling in fear as they hastily reattached their bodies. It was him, the very person who was about to seek counsel from Li Wudao. Yang Gandan's enthusiasm and thirst for knowledge vanished, replaced by sheer dread as he instinctively retreated, his eyes wide with reverence. Suddenly, the inner door burst open, and Dr. Shuang emerged, arms laden with books, her pale face reflecting her alarm. Oh no, Su, the martial fanatic has arrived? No sooner had she spoken than a burly man, resembling a mountain in stature, with a resolute countenance and an aura as fierce as a furnace, strode into the clinic. His eyes, sharp as lightning, scanned the room before settling on Shuang, to whom he inclined his head with undeniable authority. I have heard tales of the ghostly healer's divine skills. I, Su, am afflicted with a chronic ailment and have come to seek your expertise. I hope you can extend me some courtesy." At this, Shuang'er's round face grew anxious. Her expression strained as she stammered, "Su, Senior, I will do my utmost to assist." She anxiously cast a glance at Su Shuai, attempting to gauge his condition. However, the disparity in their cultivation was far too great. She could only perceive his aura, vast as the ocean yet tinged with an ineffable sense of stagnation and chaos, rendering her completely at a loss. Observing this scene, Li Wudao, a bearer of the martial god's legacy and exceptionally sensitive to martial energies, instinctively detected the discordant notes and underlying frailty within Su Shuai's aura the instant he unleashed his oppressive presence and spoke. He pondered inwardly. This fellow undoubtedly possesses the cultivation of the celestial realm, yet there are several points of stagnation in his energy flow. Though his vitality appears grand and overwhelming, it lacks sustaining power, and beneath the surface, there are cracks in his foundation. Strangely, his martial intent is scattered, resembling a hodgepodge rather than a cohesive whole. No wonder he suffers from chronic afflictions. This is not merely an ailment, but a deviation from the path. Li Wudao scrutinized Su Shuai for a moment before discreetly nudging Yang Gandang, who stood beside him, and in a hushed tone inquired, "Who is this martial man? Why does everyone seem to hold him in such awe?" Upon hearing this, Yang Gandang glanced at Su Shuai, noticing his lack of reaction, and then replied quietly, "The foremost martial artist of Tianna City. He is incredibly strong." The foremost martial artist of Tianna City? Li Wudao understood immediately. Although this individual's martial intent was disordered, his cultivation level was undeniably formidable. He was no ordinary character. "Senior Su, my cultivation is insufficient to discern your abilities," Dui said, her forehead glistening with sweat as she spoke nervously, fearing to provoke Su Shuai, the preeminent martial artist of Tianna. Upon hearing her words, Su Shuai's brow furrowed slightly, and the tension in the hall became palpable. As the stalemate persisted, Dui, unable to formulate a treatment plan for herself, felt a sense of urgency. Li Wudao frowned and attempted to speak softly. "Martial man. What does it mean to be a martial man?" A martial man cultivates a singular breath, a singular intent. When thoughts are chaotic, like 100 rivers flowing without a sea to contain them, how can one's foundation remain steadfast? If the intent is not pure, how can strength coalesce? What? Su Shuai felt as if a bell had rung in his mind. Each seemingly casual word spoken by Li Wudao struck precisely at the greatest obstacle on his martial path. A conundrum even he had failed to clarify. Chaotic thoughts, impure intent. How could strength coalesce? Su Shuai murmured these phrases repeatedly to himself. Since embarking on the martial path, he had sought to grow stronger by learning everything, almost anything that promised strength. His years of pursuit of eclecticism, in an attempt to amalgamate the strengths of various schools, had led him to a state of muddled core intent. A light dawned upon him. He understood that the other was pointing this out to him. Yet, he still felt a degree of confusion regarding his own martial path. With trembling excitement, he bowed deeply to Li Wudao, saying, "I am Su Shuai, a junior in the martial arts. I have endeavored to learn from the strengths of 100 schools throughout my life, aspiring to reach the celestial realm. Yet, I remain shrouded in the mist of my path, unable to progress for many years. I humbly beseech you, Senior, to offer your guidance." The sudden bow of respect from Su Shuai, the foremost martial artist of Tianna City, left everyone in the hall dumbfounded. They could hardly comprehend what was occurring. This was a man whose reputation was forged through countless battles. Yet, he was bowing to a young, frail individual. Dui, and Yang Gandang stared wide-eyed at Li Wudao, utterly astonished. Chapter 75. I am not suitable. Li Wudao paid no heed to the astonished gazes of Dui, and the others, calmly regarding Su Shuai, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Despite Su Shuai's far superior cultivation, his humble desire for knowledge was indeed a rarity. "Let us see if I can enlighten him to a moment of awakening," he thought. And with this in mind, Li Wudao nodded slightly and said, "Both have practiced martial arts for a millennium. One has devoted a millennium to perfecting a single technique. The other, like yourself, has learned from a multitude of schools. Which would you choose to battle against?" Su Shuai's eyes widened in surprise, and his mind sharpened with clarity, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Indeed, both are facing the same opponent. One has walked a single path to its utmost limit, while the other has traversed every path. Who can travel farther is self-evident. Seeing the astonishment on Su Shuai's face, Li Wudao's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Adding fuel to the fire. To specialize is to refine is to transmit. To be eclectic is to lack precision, and without precision, there is no transmission. One cannot have both fish and bear paw. Boom. Li Wudao's words resonated like a clarion call, shaking Su Shuai to his core. In an instant, a thunderous echo of martial intent surged within him. The conundrum that had plagued him for years, which had caused his foundation to tremble and his martial path to feel insubstantial, was at that moment clearly articulated. The once fiery and overwhelming yet somewhat muddled aura surrounding him was as if untangled by an invisible hand, refined. The chaotic intent rapidly dissipated, leaving behind a pure and indomitable will of the fist. Under the dominion of this pure intent, all his internal strength swiftly converged into unity, coalescing into an image of martial intent. Boom! Su Shuai erupted with an aura far stronger and more solid than before, breaking through the shackles that had confined him for years as if they were mere paper. The air in the hall became a tempest, the intent of his fist soaring to the heavens. Had he not instinctively reined it in, the entire building would have been uprooted. A breakthrough, and he had also forged a martial intent. Su Shuai suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining forth, filled with unparalleled astonishment. His gaze was suffused with joy and profound reverence. As he looked at Li Wudao, there was no trace of the arrogance befitting a celestial realm expert, only the sincerity and gratitude one would show to a master. He solemnly performed a deep bow, akin to a disciple honoring his teacher, his voice quivering with emotion. Senior, your guidance has pointed me towards the true path. Su Shuai, having squandered half his life in ignorance, is eternally grateful to have received your enlightenment today, allowing me to glimpse the true essence of martial arts. Please accept my bow. Faced with such a grand gesture, Li Wudao remained composed, casually waving his hand. Enough. It was but a small effort on my part, no need for such formality. Everything seemed to unfold as if it was a matter of course. Upon seeing this, Su Shuai's admiration deepened, and he marveled inwardly. This truly is a transcendent being. Though he appears frail, he possesses an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. A mere utterance from him has resolved my lifelong confusion and aided me in breaking through. I, Su Shuai, am indeed fortunate to encounter such a remarkable figure. Dai's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene, her mind reeling. The books in her hands fell to the ground with a thud. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Senior Suyu, you still call young Master Shan senior? What in the world? Beside her, Yang Gondang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How is this possible? I must still be dreaming. What had he just witnessed? The strongest cultivator in Tianhe City, the celestial realm martial artist, was bowing to a sickly companion who had just been discussing the nuances of servitude with him. The immense shock left Yang Gondang's mind in a state of blankness, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Li Wudao was filled with boundless fear and absurdity. He thought in horror, did I just discuss how to be subservient with someone who has enlightened a celestial realm expert? Meanwhile, the other patients in the hall seemed frozen in place, their gazes toward Li Wudao, filled with an indescribable blend of terror and reverence. At that moment, Su Shuai rose, his demeanor exceedingly humble, and addressed Li Wudao with deep respect. The kindness of your guidance, senior, will forever be etched in my memory. Should you require anything, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. He paused momentarily before gently cupping his hands in respect towards the still petrified Shuang'er. Dr. Shuang'er, I sincerely apologize for my previous disturbances. I hope you can forgive me. With my esteemed predecessor present, I dare not trouble you further. At that moment, a sudden warmth surged through Li Wudao's dantian, and a pure white flame erupted forth. A fleeting glimpse of joy crossed his calm demeanor. At last, the Dao Fire has manifested. It seems my verbal prowess remains intact. Suppressing his elation, he maintained an outwardly tranquil facade and waved his hand casually. It is but a trifling effort. Your foundation is still fragile. You must focus on solidifying it. Depart now, and remember not to be greedy, for otherwise, you shall end up with nothing. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Su Shuai respectfully bowed again and carefully exited the Jishir Hall, even taking the time to straighten the doorframe that had been dislodged by the force of the breakthrough. With Su Shuai's departure, the Jishir Hall fell into a hushed silence. Shuang'er suddenly snapped back to reality, gazing at the scattered books on the floor and then at the nonchalant Li Wudao, before shrieking and lunging toward the books. Oh no, my books. They are all scattered. Young Master Shun, you startled me. I'm not well, my mind is clouded, and I have no remedies left. You must compensate me. Observing the frenzied Shuang'er, Li Wudao helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. All right, I will compensate you. As long as you can focus on finding me a remedy, any compensation can be discussed. Chapter 76. The mountain pig cannot digest fine grain. Young Master Shun, to resolve your issue, we require the Red Lotus Karma Fire, which is found in the Ghost City. You must venture there yourself to retrieve it. There is a paper shop in the east of the city, They possess means to guide you into the ghost city. After exiting the Jishur Hall, Wudao found himself mulling over Xianxia's words. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the eastern part of the city. At the paper shop. According to Dr. Xianxia's instructions, living beings cannot enter the ghost city. Only those from specialized shops like the paper store can find a way in. The individuals who traverse the Yin paths are born on the lunar calendar, inherently possessing weak yang energy and brief lifespans. They cannot walk under the sun for extended periods, as they require significant replenishment of yang energy. The martial intent of warriors can bolster their yang energy, allowing them to bask in sunlight and offering greater protection against the specters that haunt the Yin paths. The more powerful the martial intent, the more effective the protection. With this in mind, Wudao looked up and surveyed the eerie alley before him. The sign of Lin's paper shop was quite antiquated, exuding an aura of Yin energy that wafted through the air. A chilling wind swept through the entrance, and the paper figures and horses within appeared ominously lifelike, causing even the frail to shudder as they passed by. Knock, knock. Wudao gently rapped on the door. Who is it? Came an impatient voice from within, followed by the creaking of the shop door as a young man, wearing a yellow hat made of talisman paper peeked out. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in funeral garments, with a thin frame, a pallid complexion, and dark circles under his eyes that rivaled those of a panda. Upon seeing Wudao, he lazily assessed him. Are you here to purchase incense or paper figures? I wish to enter the ghost city, Wudao stated directly. The young man in the funeral garments paused in surprise, scrutinizing Wudao. Who referred you here? Cough, cough. Wudao feigned a cough before nodding. The ghost doctor from Jishur Hall. That peculiar doctor. The young man's expression momentarily faltered before quickly returning to normal. He waved at Wudao. In that case, come inside. With that, the young man led Wudao further into the shop. Before long, Wudao encountered the true proprietor of the paper shop. An elderly man clad in a green Taoist robe, sporting a handlebar mustache and devoid of eyebrows, stood before him. His complexion was as pale as a corpse, his eyes a ghastly green, and he emanated a heavy aura of Yin energy. As soon as the young man entered, he called out without a hint of respect, Old Lin, someone wants to enter the ghost city. Zhao, I am your master. Do you not possess any semblance of a disciple's demeanor? The man referred to as Old Lin fumed, glaring at the young man. Yes, master. Someone wishes to enter the ghost city, Zhao replied. Old Lin then nodded with a look of satisfaction before apathetically scrutinizing Wudao. I am Lin Du, the owner of this paper shop, the only Yin path practitioner in Tiana City. Do you understand the rules for entering the ghost city? Wudao nodded. I understand. I must present something satisfactory to you. Lin Du eyed Wudao's sickly appearance with contempt and scoffed. Entering the ghost city is a perilous endeavor. Only the pure martial intent of a cave-dwelling expert can ensure our safety. You, a mere sickly wretch, possess such intent? If I do, I will present it immediately. If not, I shall not waste your time, Wudao replied calmly. Martial intent of the cave-dwelling realm? Give me a moment, he added. With that, he nonchalantly searched for a brush within the shop, dipped it in ink, and prepared to inscribe characters on a piece of paper before Lin Du and his apprentice. Holding the martial legacy of Lu Tianya, he was not lacking in martial intent. As long as he infused the true essence of martial arts into the inscription, it would suffice, merely a trivial matter. Wait, Lin Du suddenly interrupted. You are not intending to inscribe your martial intent onto the paper, are you? Is that not acceptable? Wudao countered, momentarily halting his actions. Did you not say that the martial intent of the cave-dwelling realm suffices? Who set the requirements? There are no specific requirements. Then can I not write it myself? Wudao retorted, dismissing Lin Du and his apprentice. He focused his mind, recalling the martial legacy of the god of war, Lu Tianya, and summoned a thread of Dao Fire. As the brush tip touched the rice paper, the ordinary ink surprisingly emanated a faint golden-red glow, akin to molten gold. As his brush danced, although the characters appeared skewed, each stroke resonated with a subtle yet profound hum that seemed to penetrate the very marrow of the air. The minuscule dust particles upon the table stirred and trembled, rising without a breeze. The long-standing chill within the shop writhed and receded as if it had encountered its nemesis. Even the shadows of the paper figures and horses in the corners flickered wildly in the candlelight, as though gripped by fear. Approaching the area where Wudao was writing, one could even sense a warmth dissipating the icy chill. Observing this peculiar spectacle and the earnest writing of Wudao, Zhao could not help but whisper to Lin Du, Master, he seems a bit unusual. Does he truly possess cave-dwelling realm martial prowess? Lin Du cast a derisive glance, snorting with disdain. Just frivolous showmanship. That fledgling from the blood ignition realm is merely playing with a trifling display of blood energy to fool the uninitiated. He is nothing of the cave-dwelling realm. I fear his martial intent pales in comparison to your mid-blood ignition level nonsense. Zhao Ergu was momentarily taken aback and then asked in confusion, if he is not, Master, why allow him to write? Is that not a waste of paper? Just wait. At that moment, Li Wudao concluded his inscription. The 4 characters, martial motion transcending the universe, materialized instantly. As the last stroke fell, the glow of the martial essence suddenly coalesced, merging into the characters, which seemed to come alive, exuding an indescribable weight and dominance. A vague yet blazing image of a crimson sun flickered across the paper, releasing an invisible wave of heat that pushed the surrounding dust aside in a burst. Zhao Ergu, taken aback by the sudden warmth and the dispersing dust, rubbed his eyes and then glanced at the crooked characters, sneering, "Tsh, what a charade. The writing looks as if a dog crawled across it. And martial motion transcending the universe. The name may be grand, but it is utterly useless. Not a hint of martial intense dominance. What is this?" He disdainfully tugged at Lin Du's sleeve. "Master, this is hardly fit for wiping one's backside. Boss Lin, are you satisfied with this calligraphy?" Li Wudao confidently handed over the completed work to Lin Du, fully believing that the essence of his martial god, combined with a touch of white Dao Fire, would undoubtedly render it even more formidable. There was no reason for Boss Lin to reject him. However, Lin Du impatiently waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. "Begone." The martial intent of the cave heavens is resplendent as the blazing sun, unparalleled in its might. How could a mere warm breeze and dust compare? Quickly hand over the paper money for this calligraphy. Are you trying to fool me with this rubbish? Don't waste my time. If you keep lingering, believe me, I'll toss you out to feed the little ghosts on the road to the underworld. Li Wudao was taken aback. He had clearly invested great effort into imbuing his work with martial intent. It couldn't possibly be inferior to that of the cave heavens. Why was this boss rejecting it? Could it be that he failed to recognize its value? Contemplating this, Li Wudao spoke up. "Boss Lin, please do not rush. Take another careful look. Though my martial intent may seem unremarkable, it is by no means inferior to that of the cave heavens, perhaps even surpassing it. Begone. You're wasting my time." The boss disdainfully shoved Li Wudao out the door, even casting the calligraphy aside with a loud thud, for the sake of the ghost doctor. "Just leave, or else I want to be polite." Gazing at the closed shop door, Li Wudao shook his head and chuckled. This is akin to someone who has eaten too many prepackaged meals failing to recognize the value of freshly stir-fried dishes. "Oh, the handwriting is too ugly. Whoever picks it up can have it. After all, I can write this anytime." With that, Li Wudao turned to leave the alley. He decided to visit the medical clinic to inquire about Shuang'er and the residence of the foremost martial artist in Tianhe. He believed that with a bit of face-saving, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. As he walked away, the door of the paper shop creaked open. Zhao Ergu, glancing around and finding no sign of Li Wudao, picked up the discarded calligraphy from the ground, wiping off the dirt with a grin, though it's a bit shabby. "The martial intent inscribed here is undeniably superior to mine. I'll take it to the ghost market tonight. Perhaps I can con some gullible fool into parting with their money." Chapter 77. The sky is falling. In the dead of night, at the ghost market of Tianhe City, the dim lights flickered precariously beneath the chilling winds. Shadows flitted through the market, some wearing wide-brimmed hats, others with long hair cascading down their shoulders, adorned in glimmering jewels. Yet many bore no shadows at all. Within the ghost market, a street lined with stalls offered a plethora of trinkets, a dazzling array yet steeped in an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, Zhao Ergu set up a shabby stall in a corner of the ghost market, brandishing a piece of calligraphy and shouting enthusiastically, "Come one, come all. Behold the unparalleled martial arts calligraphy, containing supreme martial intent. Acquiring it can fortify your body and spirit, intimidating myriad ghosts. Don't miss out. Once this village is passed, this shop will be gone. Spend your money wisely and take home the essence of martial arts." This proclamation immediately attracted passers-by in the ghost market. Some looked on with curiosity, while others wore expressions of disdain. "Huh. Zhao Ergu is back to swindle people at the ghost market again. I wonder which unfortunate soul will fall for his tricks this time." At that moment, a tall and imposing figure navigated through the ghost market. Clad in a blue robe with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, his countenance was resolute and handsome, exuding an air of confidence. His aura was vibrant and full of life, and he strode with the grace of a dragon or tiger, commanding respect. His name was Lu Lian, a prized disciple of the esteemed Su Shuai. Recently, due to his master's enlightenment and rapid cultivation progress, he was granted a rare day off. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Lian intended to explore the ghost market, hoping to uncover some treasures. Just then, a loud call caught his attention, prompting him to follow the sound. He soon spotted a sinister-looking individual hawking wares. With just a glance at the man's demeanor and aura, Lu Lian discerned This is someone who walks the path of the underworld. His gaze shifted downward, landing on Zhao Erge's stall, where he discovered a single piece of calligraphy inscribed with 4 crooked characters. Martial moves the universe. Boom. Lu Lian's mind was suddenly engulfed in a buzz. For reasons unknown, he found himself captivated, fixating intently on the 4 characters. Business was booming for Zhao Erge. Recognizing Lu Lian's attire and the occasional bursts of scorching yang energy emanating from him, he deduced that the man was a martial artist and, judging by his expression, seemed genuinely intrigued by the calligraphy. Are you interested in this piece? Zhao Erge ventured to inquire. Without hesitation, Lu Lian reached for the calligraphy. How much for this? I'll take it. Zhao Erge's heart soared at the sight of this Na'vi newcomer, evidently a first-time visitor to the ghost market. With a proud flourish, he blocked Lu Lian's hand, claiming the calligraphy for himself and exclaiming, "Good eye, my friend. You have chosen a piece of extraordinary lineage." Lu Lian's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the compliment. Zhao Erge noted his reaction and decided to exploit it further. Raising his voice, this calligraphy was left by a venerable ancestor of martial arts, containing unparalleled martial intent. If one can comprehend even a fraction, as the inscription states, martial moves the universe, they could dominate an era. Even if one lacks the aptitude to grasp its essence, merely contemplating it daily can strengthen both body and spirit. Were it not for my desire to leave the underworld business, I would never part with this piece. As Zhao Erge regaled him with his embellishments, Lu Lian felt a surge of excitement, finding the phrase martial moves the universe quite imposing. He also sensed a faint warmth emanating from the characters, though something seemed to obscure its true nature, suggesting it was extraordinary. He began to believe Zhao Erge's claims, excitement bubbling within him. Boss, is it truly capable of fortifying body and spirit? Absolutely. No deception here. How many spirit stones? I'll buy it. 10,000 spirit stones. No haggling. Seeing Lu Lian's eagerness, Zhao Erge was confident he wouldn't back down and decided to ask for a hefty sum, knowing he could negotiate later. However, before he could say more, Lu Lian slammed his hand down, tossing a hefty storage bag of spirit stones directly at Zhao Erge. 10,000 it is. Now take your spirit stones and give me the calligraphy. Zhao Erge was momentarily stunned by the storage bag hitting him, quickly opening it to discover a mountain of spirit stones inside. It was far more than 10,000. Yet Lu Lian paid him no mind, seizing the calligraphy and departing the ghost market with an elated expression. Ha! What a treasure. I must hurry back to show my master. Once Lu Lian disappeared from sight, Zhao Erge finally came to his senses, staring at the heavy storage bag in his hands, filled with regret as he slapped his thigh. Oh no, I undersold it. That fellow was a golden goose. Just then, a nearby stall owner, donned in a wide-brimmed hat with ghostly blue flames flickering in his eyes, patted Zhao Erge on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, you're incredible. You dared to swindle the foremost martial artist of Tianhe, Su Shuai's disciple. That takes guts, like a little cow drunk on wine. Impressive. What? Zhao Erge's face turned as pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring down his back. You mean that young man was Su Wuqi's disciple? Surrounding stall owners turned to gaze at him, their expressions revealing disbelief. You didn't know? Well, it makes sense. You haven't been to the ghost market in nearly 3 months, so it's understandable. This realization struck Zhao Erge like a thunderbolt, his face contorted in despair as he hastily packed up his stall, frantically rushing back to the paper shop. Chapter 78. I can no longer bear this burden. At the Su residence, within the tranquil chambers, Su Shuai was sharing drinks with his friend, Xiaotsong. After years apart, Su had only grown more impressive, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Across from Su Shuai stood a robust man clad in a white robe, his countenance exuding an air of authority. This individual cast no shadow under the illumination, and an aura of malevolence enveloped him. Ha! Indeed, I cannot hide anything from you, Brother Xiao, Su Shuai exclaimed with joviality, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Upon hearing this, Xiaotsong's eyes narrowed with curiosity as he inquired, Brother Su, might you share the details? Have you encountered some extraordinary fortune? Su Shuai gently swirled his wine glass, teasingly withholding information. Brother Xiao, have you heard about the recent happenings in Tianhe City? Xiaotsong pondered for a moment before replying, There haven't been any significant events lately, have there? Oh, I recall that someone mentioned a martial arts master had arrived in the city just yesterday. At this revelation, a spring-like smile blossomed on Su Shuai's face. Xiaotsong's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Could it be that you have met the renowned martial arts master in the city, Brother Su? Indeed. Su Shuai's smile widened further. It is that very master who enlightened me, dispelling the fog that had clouded my heart for years, allowing me to grasp the true essence of martial arts and discover my own path. Ah! Xiaotsong gasped in awe, his expression filled with envy. Brother Su, you are truly fortunate. Unlike me, whose fate has led me to become a ghost cultivator, unable to transcend. Xiaocong had reached the initial stage of the cave heaven realm in his ghostly pursuits. He understood the immense value of encountering someone capable of guiding a martial artist at the cave heaven level towards enlightenment and the true essence of martial arts. Such a figure is undoubtedly a martial arts master of unparalleled caliber. Furthermore, to be willing to provide guidance to a rogue cultivator is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Alas, had he encountered such a mentor earlier, he might not have found himself in his current predicament as a ghost cultivator. I wonder if this martial arts elder has any perspective on ghost cultivators? Xiaocong voiced his yearning thoughts, just as Su Shuai was about to respond. Lu Lian burst in with exuberance, clutching a calligraphy scroll. Master, Senior Xiao, today, I have discovered a treasure of martial arts in the ghost market. It contains supreme martial intent. Su Shuai and Xiaocong exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glimmering with indulgence and affection as they regarded Lu Lian. Su Shuai, with a benevolent smile, inquired, "Oh, let me see, my disciple." Xiaocong chimed in. "One can find true treasures in the ghost market? How was I unaware of this?" "Young lad, you must have been deceived." "Master, I am not a fool. This is indeed a genuine treasure." Lu Lian retorted defensively, handing over the scroll to Su Shuai. The ghost market was established by Su Shuai and his friend Xiaocong, intended as a place for nearby rogue cultivators and well-meaning ghost cultivators to engage in cultivation and trade. The clientele of the ghost market typically consisted of lowly cultivators or those with dubious backgrounds, while reputable sect members would never deign to visit. Thus, the likelihood of encountering a genuine treasure was slim. "Young one, your straightforward nature may leave you vulnerable to deception. Be cautious." Su Shuai remarked nonchalantly as he accepted the scroll, gradually unfurling it. He intended to teach his prideful disciple a lesson to be more astute in the future. However, as he unrolled the scroll, the words martial movement transcending the cosmos fully revealed themselves in the quiet room. In an instant, an ethereal martial intent surged forth, accompanied by an invisible wave of heat. Su Shuai and Xiaocong exchanged a glance, both silently nodding in agreement. There is indeed something here. Without hesitation, Su Shuai summoned his own martial intent to converge upon the four characters. The next moment, an overwhelming and domineering martial essence erupted forth, as if it could rend the heavens apart. The air in the quiet room distorted, and teacups shattered with a resounding crack. A radiant silhouette of a blazing sun materialized above the four characters, emanating a searing heat. Immediately following this, the martial intent surged forth, coalescing into a towering figure of a man, whose head was crowned with the blazing sun, embodying the essence of martial movement transcending the cosmos. It was a sight to behold. "Ah!" Xiaocong cried out, as if scorched by the sun, his ghostly form quivering violently, dark energy billowing forth. Unable to contain his astonishment. "This is the embodiment of supreme martial will," he exclaimed, for a ghost cultivator of his level. This revelation was both perilous and a potential panacea, should he comprehend it deeply over time. His ghostly form could be refined to the point of becoming as resilient as diamond, thus rendering him impervious to sunlight. This martial intent, it truly embodies the essence of martial movement transcending the cosmos. Su Shuai trembled with excitement, his eyes blazing with fervor. He sensed not only the immense martial essence, but also a familiar yet transcendent solar imagery. This martial will is unparalleled. It contains the ultimate truths of the universe, far surpassing my own. This must be the legacy of a martial arts master who has ascended to divine heights. Su Shuai's breath quickened as he grasped Lu Lian tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. "Lianer, tell me, from whom did you acquire this treasure?" Startled by his master's sudden fervor, Lu Lian stammered, Master. It was sold to me by a fellow who traverses the path of the dead in the ghost market." "The path of the dead?" Su Shuai echoed in realization. "Could it be from the paper shop in the eastern part of the city? Let us go." "Master, I am preparing to return home to visit my family, but I shall return in due time. If anyone inquires about me, just inform them that I am not present." Zhao Ergu, recently returned from the ghost market, greeted Lin Du, who was busily crafting paper under the flickering oil lamp. He hurried back to his room to gather his belongings. Has Zhao Ergu suddenly become sensible? How did he learn to follow the rules? Lin Du was taken aback, his expression filled with surprise. Yet, sensing nothing amiss, he shrugged it off. Well, it's good that he has finally come to his senses. That's a positive change. As time passed, the oil lamp flickered under the weight of dark energy, casting wisps of smoke. Lin Du continued his leisurely task of crafting paper, deftly twisting hemp ropes, soon producing several paper figures clad only in loincloths. As he worked, he muttered, "People are truly bizarre. They don't enjoy life while alive and still cling to these absurdities after death." The descendants of those ghostly entities are no better, failing to honor their living kin, yet scrambling to prepare these things after passing. Do they truly believe that love persists even in death? Suddenly, the paper shop shook violently. What is happening? Where did that noise come from? Lin Du exclaimed, startled as he quickly rose to open the door. The moment he swung the door open, he was met with the stern visage of Su Shuai, whose piercing gaze felt like fire. Su Wuchu, esteemed elder. Lin Du stammered, instinctively shivering at the intensity of that gaze. He noticed a towering man devoid of a shadow standing behind Su Shuai, cloaked in a swirling dark aura, resembling a ghost. Just sensing his presence plunged Lin Du into a state of dread. Having traversed the path of the dead for years, he was acutely sensitive to dark energy and instantly grasped the situation. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Xiao Tsong. You are not human. Not only was he not human, but the intensity of the dark energy emanating from him was nearly on par with Su Shuai, the foremost martial artist of Tianhe. This indicated that the figure must also be a ghost cultivator at the cave heaven level. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was not here to conduct business. Lin Du dared not pursue that thought further and involuntarily swallowed hard. Elder Su, your esteemed presence in my humble abode, what brings you here? Su Shuai fixed a fierce gaze upon Lu Lian and inquired, Disciple, did he sell you that scroll? Not at all. Lu Lian shook his head. The scroll? Lin Du's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Could it be that Zhao Ergu has taken that sickly fellow's scroll to swindle someone in the ghost market? With this thought, Lin Du cast a worried glance at Su Shuai. Su Shuai narrowed his eyes and commanded, Bring out your disciple. My apprentice, Lu Lian, spent 10,000 spirit stones in the ghost market to purchase a calligraphy scroll from him. I have matters to discuss with him. Crack. Lin Du felt a sudden jolt of shock. 10,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ergo had swindled Su Wuqi's disciple out of 10,000 spirit stones with that calligraphy scroll. It was over. It was finished. Lin Du trembled, his complexion paling as he staggered back a step. He had known that Zhao Ergo, that scoundrel, would not change his ways without cause. It turned out he had committed an egregious offense. Zhao Ergo, get out here this instant. Lin Du stormed towards Zhao Ergo's room, fury blazing in his heart. He had already taken the blame for his disciple numerous times. This time, the burden was too great. His old bones could hardly bear it. Chapter 79, The Weeping Master and Disciple. In the back room of the paper shop, Zhao Ergo prayed fervently, Master, if you survive this calamity, please bless your disciple with safety. If you should perish, I shall burn extra offerings of spirit stones and large incense sticks for you each Qingming festival. After packing his belongings, he lit an incense stick in the front courtyard, muttering incantations as he prayed. Zhao Ergo, I'm heated with anger. Lin Du barged in, delivering a kick to Zhao Ergo's abdomen, cursing him vehemently. You wretched disciple. You dare to deceive even the disciple of the esteemed Wu Qi, and you swindled 10,000 spirit stones. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Master, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, please. Zhao Ergo cried out in a desperate plea. Lin Du showed no sign of stopping. His anger was reaching a boiling point. Swindling 3 to 5 spirit stones from casual cultivators was one thing, but now he had dared to deceive the disciple of the foremost martial artist in Tianhe, and to start with a sum of 10,000 spirit stones. Such audacity. What would he do now that Su Wuqi had come knocking? Boom. 2 immensely powerful presences suddenly descended upon the back room, a terrifying martial pressure enveloping the surroundings. Lin Du and his disciple were so frightened that their souls nearly fled their bodies, collapsing to the ground. Lin Du hastily turned to Su Shuai, bowing deeply. Su Senior, please spare us. Ghostly Cultivator Senior, please show mercy. The fault lies with my poor guidance and my ignorant disciple who has offended your esteemed pupil. We will return the spirit stones tenfold. Su Shuai, who had just caught up, spoke in a deep voice. Spirit stones? Who wants your spirit stones? Lin Du and his disciple exchanged puzzled glances, blinking in confusion. Su Senior, you did not come to reclaim the spirit stones? Then what is your purpose? The scroll is a true martial treasure. It embodies supreme truths. Only a transcendent master of martial arts can inscribe such a thing. I have come merely to inquire about the origin of this treasure. Su Shuai explained the situation. What? Lin Du and his disciple stared at each other in shock. Zhao Ergo, sensing that they were not here to accuse him, felt a wave of relief wash over him and pointed to a corner, saying, That scroll was written by a frail person yesterday. He wished to use his useless martial intent to fool us, wanting us to take him into the ghost city. We simply chased that person away like refuse. Lin Du added, Su Senior, the martial intent in that scroll is utterly mundane, barely existent, akin to trash. How could it possibly be a martial treasure? Surely you must be mistaken. Mundane? Trash? Su Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. He listened intently, and confirmed that the master and disciple duo were indeed referring to trash. Humph. Open your eyes and behold. This is the so-called trash. He snorted dismissively and directly dismantled the concealed mechanism of the martial intent within the scroll. Boom. Instantly, the 4 large characters inscribed on the scroll, "Martial motion transcends the universe," erupted with a pure and terrifying martial intent. Within this martial intent, an ethereal figure of a martial artist crowned by the red sun appeared, each of his strikes resonating with the essence of martial motion. Lin Du and Zhao Ergo were merely illuminated by its radiance, and in an instant, felt as if they were bathed in sunlight, the lingering dark energy that had drained their vitality dissipating significantly. They felt invigorated. This is truly martial motion transcends the universe, and it contains manifestations of martial intent. Lin Du and his disciple gaped in astonishment, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Their minds echoed with a singular thought. That frail person who came by during the day was a transcendent master of martial arts. We treated a treasure and a revered elder as garbage and chased him away. Zhao Ergo was left in sheer shock, collapsing to the ground. Humph. Blind and ignorant. Su Shuai coldly remarked, his voice deepening. Speak. Where is that transcendent master of martial arts? We don't know, Lin Du stammered, his spirit shaken as he continued. We only know that the person was introduced by the ghostly physician. The ghostly physician, Shuang Er? Su Shuai's eyes sharpened as he caught on to something, inquiring, did that esteemed elder appear frail, but possess an extraordinary aura, youthful and handsome? Lin Du and his disciple nodded fervently. Yes. Su Shuai took a deep breath, his tone filled with reverence. Indeed, that esteemed elder. Yesterday at the Jishir Hall, with just a few words, he unveiled the martial path obstacles I had faced my entire life, allowing me to break through to the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm and condense my true fist intent. Boom. At these words, Lin Du and his disciple were utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes nearly bulged out. They stared at Su Shuai, the foremost martial artist in Tianhe, stammering, a master of cave heaven? The person we chased away was such an extraordinary figure. A wave of immense regret washed over them, and Lin Du cried out, ah, the boundless opportunity of my paper shop. If only I had seized this chance, I would no longer fear weakness or longevity issues while traversing the underworld. I could have lived and cultivated like a normal person under the sun. How could I have been so blind? Damn it all, Lin Du lamented, raising his hand to slap Zhao Ergo across the face, his heart heavy with sorrow. Zhao Ergo, bewildered, widened his eyes. Master, why are you regretting hitting me? The only response was another forceful slap. Don't ask, just cry. Zhao Ergo. Hiss. Meanwhile, Xiaotsong, overhearing Su Shuai's words, gasped in shock. He looked at Su Shuai with eyes filled with envy and astonishment. He never imagined that the calligraphy scroll's author was the very same one who had enlightened his friend. Master, which esteemed elder enlightened you? Lu Lian gazed at his master Su Shuai in astonishment. At that moment, he finally understood why his master had suddenly seemed so joyous and his strength had soared. It was all due to that rumored transcendent master of martial arts in the city. Now that the identity of the master was revealed, Su Shuai no longer felt the need to linger. He gestured to his disciple and friend. Now that we know who that esteemed elder is, we can return. We shall have the opportunity to pay our respects another day. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Du suddenly crawled to Su Shuai's feet, crying out, Su Senior. We will not sell that scroll. We shall buy it back at 10 times the price. No, we'll sell everything to buy it back. Please. Humph. Su Shuai snorted coldly, shaking off Lin Du from his leg, clutching the scroll protectively to his chest. The deal is done. It cannot be undone. This is the calligraphy of a revered elder, and my Tianhe Su family shall cherish it for generations. You should take care of yourselves. Having said that, Su Shuai, along with Xiaotsong and Lu Lian, transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Heavens above, only the desperate cries and lamentations of Lin Du and his disciple remained in the shop. A treasure, an unparalleled opportunity. We cast it away as garbage and even chased away the revered elder. Woe is us. The acquisition of Zhao Ergo. It is all your fault for not stopping me. I cherish your warmth. Master, please do not strike. Zhao Ergo cringed and fled, exclaiming, that senior is intending to enter the ghost city. We can pay a visit to apologize. There is still a chance for redemption. Lin Du paused, his expression transforming into one of exuberance. Indeed, how did I not think of that? He excitedly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Ergo across the face. Master. Zhao Ergo stood in bewilderment, covering his face. What are you staring at? Hurry up and prepare. Tomorrow we shall go to Jishir Tang to apologize to that esteemed senior. Chapter 8. Qing Chi Sect. The following day, at Jishir Tang, Wudao, just awakening, stretched languidly. Ah, how delightful. He sat up like a carp leaping from the water and glanced out the window. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows, creating an ambience of tranquility. To his surprise, he had slept until noon. What bliss! As Wudao got out of bed to wash his face, he opened the door to find a table outside, adorned with a steaming bowl of noodles and 2 fried eggs. He exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't expect Miss Xianxiaaudiobooks to be so thoughtful, preparing food for me. He eagerly began to devour the noodles. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering wood echoed from the front yard, followed by a vehement argument and a surge of formidable spiritual energy emanating from the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm. What is happening? Wudao furrowed his brow, finishing the last of his noodles and hastily rushing to investigate. Upon arriving in the front yard, he beheld a throng of unfamiliar cultivators surrounding Xianxiadrama. Xianxiaaudiobooks was bound by ropes, her face swollen with redness and marked by a handprint, her eyes slightly reddened. On the ground lay several men of strength, including Xianxiadrama, battered and bruised. A middle-aged man, high cheekboned with sunken eyes and a pointed chin, arrogantly stood upon Xianxiadrama's chest. He bent slightly, disdainfully slapping Xianxiadrama's face, declaring, Yang, mind your own business. Just continue being the young master of Ling Bao Gu. Otherwise, should any unfortunate incident occur, it will not concern our Xianxia sect. Ha! The man scoffed at Xianxiadrama, turning away to approach Xianxiaaudiobooks. Huangwei, you have the audacity to come at me. Xianxiadrama, filled with righteous fury, attempted to intervene but was met with a kick that sent him flying. Useless. Wudao quickly rushed to catch Xianxiadrama, inquiring, Brother Yang, what is going on? Xianxiadrama looked up, relief washing over his anxious face upon seeing Wudao. Brother Shun, they want to capture Xianxiaaudiobooks to use as a furnace. Please, you must save her. What? Wudao exclaimed in shock, immediately setting Xianxiadrama down. He stepped forward with the swiftness of a ghost, shielding Xianxiaaudiobooks and snapping the ropes with a decisive motion. Such speed. Huangwei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed it, sensing Wudao's feeble spiritual energy. He sneered. Ah, just a sickly martial artist of the blood-burning realm? You dare meddle in the affairs of Xianxia sect? Wudao turned, his gaze icy. Who are you? Why do you seek to capture Dr. Xianxiaaudiobooks? Although she had provided him with healing methods and mentioned the need for red lotus fire, he remained ignorant of the specifics. Should Xianxiaaudiobooks be taken, what would he do? Furthermore, she had only charged him 10 coins for her services, providing lodging and breakfast. No matter how indifferent he was, he could not simply stand by. Huangwei regarded Wudao with haughty disdain. Listen here, boy. This young lady is coveted by our young master as a furnace. I advise you to mind your own business, lest you lose your life. Do you understand? As he spoke, Huangwei unleashed the pressure of his mid-stage law manifestation, attempting to intimidate Wudao while simultaneously clawing at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Disregarding Wudao standing in the way, Wudao's expression darkened. He did not evade or retreat. Just as Huangwei's claw was about to reach Xianxiaaudiobooks, he struck with lightning speed, gripping Huangwei's wrist with an iron-like grip. Silence enveloped the courtyard. All the unfamiliar cultivators surrounding Xianxiadrama turned their gazes in disbelief toward Wudao. What? Huangwei squinted at the hand that had seized him. What sect do you belong to? Recognizing Wudao's identity, he hesitated, realizing this sickly figure dared to intervene, suspecting he might come from an extraordinary background. Wudao frowned. I belong to no sect. None. Huangwei's face fell momentarily before shifting to fury. A rogue cultivator. Do you even know how many lives you possess? Do you realize this Tianhe city is the territory of which sect? With that, Huangwei struck at Wudao's head with the intent to kill. Wudao's expression hardened as he retaliated, driving his elbow upward. Boom. The terrifying physical strength of a martial artist in the early stages of law manifestation erupted, sending Huangwei reeling, his face turning pale and blood spewing from his mouth. As he was propelled backward like a cannonball, the doors of Xianxiadrama collapsed under the force. Dust filled the air, debris scattered, and the courtyard fell into eerie silence. The cultivators of Xianxia sect stood frozen, their expressions of malice abruptly transforming into sheer astonishment. They gazed at Huangwei, who lay amidst the rubble, and then back at Wudao with terror in their eyes. Huang Xixiao. Someone finally reacted, rushing to dig Huangwei from the debris, panic-stricken as they administered a life-saving pill. Coughing, Huangwei managed to survive. His gaze toward Wudao shifted dramatically, as if beholding a humanoid demon. Incredible. No fluctuations of spiritual energy. Just pure physical strength nearly ended me. Where did this rogue come from? So formidable. Boy, you will regret this. For daring to thwart my young master's endeavors, you are doomed. No one in Qingzhou can save you. With one last threat, Huangwei fled on his sword, accompanied by his fellow cultivators, in a hasty retreat. Wudao did not pursue them. He could not utilize his spiritual energy. and relying solely on his physical strength made long-distance travel perilous. Brother Shun, you must leave quickly. They are from Qingqi sect and will surely not let you go. Suddenly, he heard Shuang-er's voice filled with guilt and concern. Turning to face her, Li Wudao replied calmly, "Is Qingqi sect truly that powerful? Can your Tianhe's foremost martial artists stand against them?" "No." Shuang-er shook her head. Qingqi sect is renowned alongside Wanjian men, the strongest sect in Qingzhou. Senior Su is simply no match for them. Hence, Brother Shun, you must flee quickly. It is my fault for dragging you into this. Li Wudao fell silent upon hearing her words. As a solitary figure, he certainly could not provoke such a colossal entity as Qingqi sect. However, if Shuang-er were captured before he discovered a new method of recovery, he would be rendered helpless. Brother Shun, you must leave. Their young master desires to capture me as a furnace. I will be fine. I won't die. Shuang-er's voice trailed off, filled with helplessness. Li Wudao pressed his lips together, suddenly struck by an idea. How does the Sword Pavilion compare to Qingqi sect? Naturally, the Sword Pavilion is superior. With the Sword Demon present, unless the sects of Qingzhou unite, no single sect can match the Sword Pavilion. Shuang-er replied without hesitation. Li Wudao paused, then smiled as he patted Shuang-er's shoulder. Do not worry. I shall pay a visit to the Sword Pavilion. As the words fell, Li Wudao turned and returned to his chamber, preparing to tidy up before seeking assistance from Su Shuai to keep an eye on things. Meanwhile, he intended to visit the Sword Pavilion. Surely, the Sword Demon would extend some courtesy to him, considering he had lent a hand once before. Observing Li Wudao's retreating figure, Shuang-er murmured in confusion. Could it be that Brother Shin knows someone from the Sword Pavilion? Chapter 81, Preparations. At dusk, in the Su residence, inner courtyard, Xiaocang was impatiently rubbing his hands together. Su brother, the sky has darkened. When shall we pay a visit to that esteemed elder? There's no rush. Lianer has yet to awaken from her contemplation. Let's wait a bit longer, Su Shuai replied, casting a glance at Lu Lian, who was in deep meditation under the martial dynamic scroll. Then casually lifted a cup of warm tea to his lips. Hearing this, Xiaocang anxiously paced back and forth, lacking the inclination to drink tea. Su brother. The profound martial intent left by the elder is vast and boundless. It is not something one can easily comprehend. Little Lu may take some time to awaken. Why don't we set off to visit the elder first? Haha, Xiao brother, you're rather anxious. Whatever happened to your usually steadfast demeanor? Su Shuai chuckled, amused by his friend's uncharacteristic state. Xiaocang shot him an exasperated glance. Su brother, you have received guidance from the elder and glimpsed the path of martial arts. I have not. Besides, such a transcendent figure rarely shows themselves. If we do not seize this opportunity, once the elder departs, I shan't even have a chance to seek their counsel. Ha. Su Shuai joyfully set down his teacup. You make a valid point, my friend. At that moment, a voice imbued with a profound martial essence resonated from outside the residence. I am Shun Qingshan, seeking an audience with Taoist Su. Su Shuai was momentarily taken aback, then sprang to his feet. The elder has arrived. A rare excitement illuminated his features, a flush of enthusiasm coloring his previously pallid complexion. Xiaocang, unfamiliar with Li Wudao, inquired with curiosity, Su brother, who is it that has arrived to elicit such excitement from you? Could it be, indeed, it is the esteemed elder of unparalleled martial prowess? Su Shuai nodded, beaming with delight. What? Xiaocang stood frozen in surprise, his body trembling as he stammered. The elder is here. That esteemed elder has arrived. I must tidy myself. Su brother, please tell me if my appearance would offend the elder's eyes. Observing his friend's flustered state, Su Shuai shook his head with a smile. What image does a ghost cultivator like you have? Enough dilly-dallying. Let us go out and welcome the elder. Should we neglect them, we would be in grave trouble. Yes, you are correct. Outside the residence, Li Wudao awaited silently, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. Given his voice, Su Shuai, with his profound cultivation, should have sensed him immediately. It had been several seconds without a response. Could it be that they were not home? Creak. Just then, the gate of Su's residence swung open with a surge of vitality, followed by an exuberant voice exclaiming, Ha, esteemed elder, your presence graces my humble abode. I am honored. Su Shuai emerged, accompanied by a robust man exuding a chilling aura, both faces alight with excitement. They quickly performed a respectful bow. I am Su Shuai, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. I am Xiaocang, paying my respects to the esteemed elder. The robust man echoed Su Shuai's salutation. Li Wudao raised a hand to assist them. Rise. I have come to request your assistance, Taoist Su. Upon hearing this, the two stood up, and Su Shuai, with curiosity, clasped his hands in salute. It is a privilege to be of service to the esteemed elder. What task does the elder wish for me to undertake? Li Wudao did not hesitate, stating plainly, it is as follows. Dr. Shuang'er has rendered me a great favor. And now the young master of the Qingqi sect seeks to capture her as a furnace. I cannot take action myself, so I wish to find a friend to help. During my absence, I worry that the Qingqi sect may send someone, and Shuang'er will be left unguarded. I would like to trouble you, Taoist Su, to keep an eye on her and delay any potential threats. Would you be willing to assist? The Qingqi sect. Upon hearing Li Wudao's words, both Su Shuai and Xiao Tsong displayed expressions of shock. Xiao Tsong's eyes, in particular, betrayed a flicker of trepidation. However, Su Shuai immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured, esteemed elder, my brother Xiao Tsong and I will do our utmost to protect Miss Shuang'er until the elders return. We shall not allow a single hair on her head to be harmed. They would have to tread over our dead bodies first. Xiao Tsong, witnessing his good friend's unwavering commitment, trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Seeing Su Shuai's generous offer, Li Wudao felt a measure of relief wash over him. He nodded gratefully to Su Shuai. Then I shall trouble you both. Not at all, esteemed elder. It is our fortune to serve you. Su Shuai humbly bowed, his sincerity unmistakable. Meanwhile, Xiao Tsong remained momentarily stunned, failing to react. He quickly elbowed Su Shuai, his eyes wildly signaling him to return the courtesy. Though panic lingered in his heart, Xiao Tsong hastened to comply. I am Xiao Tsong. It is an honor to serve the esteemed elder. Xiao Daoist. I will leave you in Su Daoist's capable hands. I have matters to attend to and shall not linger. Li Wudao politely cupped his fists in farewell to the two. Su Shuai promptly bowed, inviting, esteemed elder, will you not sit for a moment? Allow us to extend our hospitality. No, time is of the essence. We shall discuss it upon my return. Li Wudao waved his hand, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night sky. Farewell, esteemed elder. Su Shuai respectfully bowed in the direction of Li Wudao's departure. Once Li Wudao's presence had completely dissipated, he slowly rose. At the same time, the calm and excitement that had adorned Xiao Tsong's face vanished entirely, replaced by sheer terror. He grasped Su Shuai's shoulder and exclaimed, Su brother, have you lost your senses? The Qingqi sect is a colossal entity, comparable to the Wanjian sect. For us two wandering cultivators to oppose them is akin to courting death. Why did you so fervently promise the elder? Are you not afraid they will obliterate us? In response to his friend's concerns, Su Shuai maintained a confident demeanor, smiling. Xiao brother, you are mistaken. Although the Qingqi sect and Wanjian sect reign supreme in Qingzhou, we are but insignificant fish in their eyes. However, we are acting on behalf of the elder. With the elder present, what do we have to fear? Would a figure of such martial prowess allow us to be slain by the Qingqi sect? That would be a slap in the elder's face. Xiao Tsong still harbored some apprehension, but the elder mentioned it was inconvenient for him to intervene. Might that imply? Foolish. Su Shuai lightly tapped his friend's head in frustration. The elder merely stated it was inconvenient, not that he cannot intervene. Did he not seek help from friends? What sort of individuals could possibly befriend someone of his caliber? Have you even considered that? Furthermore, do you not wish to seek the elder's guidance? This is an unparalleled opportunity. Seize it, and you need not fear the elder will not enlighten you. Oh, indeed. How could I have overlooked this? It is truly thanks to your foresight, Su brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tsong's panic dissolved, replaced by eager anticipation for the forthcoming extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 82. The Black and White Twin Swords. Outside Tianhe City, Li Wudao had just taken a few steps when suddenly, a beam of sword light streaked overhead. He looked up to see a figure clad in black robes with white hair, gracefully floating in the air, surrounded by a tempest of sword energy. It was none other than Bai Qi. Bai brother. Li Wudao was troubled by the need to seek out Bai Qi on Mount Taibai when, unexpectedly, Bai Qi appeared before him, prompting an immediate surge of joy as he waved towards the sky. Bai Qi, equally surprised by this encounter, landed gracefully and greeted, Brother Li. How have you been? What brings you here, Brother Bai? Li Wudao casually inquired. Bai Qi smiled lightly. There's something sinister emerging from Fuda Mountain, and I intend to suppress it to avoid future complications. Pausing, he suddenly countered, You seem rather hurried, Brother Li. Where are you off to? I was on my way to Jiangu to find you, and fortune smiled upon me to encounter you here, Li Wudao replied. Curiosity flickered across Bai Qi's face. You came specifically to find me? Is there something amiss? Li Wudao nodded. I have incurred the wrath of the Qingqi sect, and here I have no allies. Save for you. Oh, the Qingqi sect? A trivial matter, Bai Qi interjected, tossing Li Wudao a piece of sword jade. Rest assured, should the Qingqi sect trouble you, crush the jade, and I shall arrive post-haste. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. We shall spar another time. With that, Bai Qi transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring through the heavens. Watching him depart in haste, Li Wudao couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Qi is quite straightforward. With the matter of locating someone resolved, Li Wudao stowed the sword jade and turned to retrace his steps. Outside the Jishir Hall, as Li Wudao returned and had yet to enter, Lin Du and Zhao Ergu, upon spotting him, scrambled over with great urgency. They fell to their knees before him, their heads bowing fervently like pounding garlic. Senior, I, a mere wretch, failed to recognize your greatness. I wronged you yesterday, a sin worthy of death. I beseech you, grant me the chance to atone. Zhao Ergu clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly. Senior, my eyes are lowly. I implore your magnanimity. My master and I are willing to escort you through the underworld, braving fire and water, to guide you into the ghost city. We seek only to quell your wrath. Li Wudao regarded the two, who were weeping profusely, taken aback for a moment before asking, what prompted this sudden change of heart? Weren't you unwilling? At his words, Lin Du and his disciples' expressions shifted, and they hastily slapped their own faces. Senior, please, after you departed yesterday, the esteemed Su Shuai graced our humble abode, pointing out the extraordinary nature of your calligraphy, allowing us a glimpse of your profound martial insights. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Wudao's countenance shifted to one of understanding, and he glanced at the two, saying, since you both are willing to assist, I shall not impose. As for your remuneration, seeing that Li Wudao bore no grudge, Lin Du and his disciple were overjoyed, as if granted amnesty, and dared not mention compensation further. Lin Du hastily waved his hands. Senior, there is no need for remuneration. We are more than willing to serve you. Li Wudao waved his hand dismissively. Very well, if that is the case. When shall we enter the ghost city? Lin Du replied eagerly. On the 7th day of the 7th month next year, when the ghost gate opens, we may enter the ghost city. The 7th of July, you say? Li Wudao murmured. Then I shall trouble you both at that time. No trouble at all. Then I shall take my leave now. You both take care, Li Wudao said, pushing open the door to the Jishir Hall. Lin Du and his disciple stood outside, joyfully bidding him farewell. Meanwhile, within the Qingqi sect, in a grand hall brimming with spiritual energy, Huang Wei knelt tremblingly before the young man with delicate features and fair skin, reporting to the young sect master. The furnace cauldron you saw was seized by a martial brute. I have failed in my duty. I request punishment. Before Huang Wei, the young man languidly toyed with 2 black beads, his aura profound and his demeanor serene, exuding an air of approachability. Huang Wei, did you not inform him whose territory it is? He inquired slowly while manipulating the beads. I did, but that martial brute disregarded my words entirely, and I was no match for him. I have brought shame upon you, Huang Wei explained, his head bowed cautiously. Enough with the excuses. The young man waved his hand dismissively. Heibai Xuanjian, I require you to retrieve the furnace cauldron. If anyone obstructs you, eliminate them. Understood, young sect master. From the rear of the palace emerged 2 figures surrounded by sword energy, who clasped fists in respect to the young man, before transforming into beams of sword light. Flying out of the hall. 3 days later, in Tianhe City, at the Su residence. Su Xiong, I heard that Senior Shun has gone to the outskirts of the city today to seek the entrance to the ghost city. Should we not keep an eye on Jishir Hall? Xiaotsong voiced his concern. Su Shuai was about to respond when a terrifying surge of sword energy suddenly enveloped the entire Su residence, causing both Su Shuai and Xiaotsong to change their expressions dramatically. Not good. The visitors bear ill intent. As the words left his lips, 2 beams of sword light descended from the sky, cleaving through the Su residence. In an instant, 2 ghostly figures appeared within the estate. Who goes there? Su Shuai bellowed, bracing himself for confrontation. Buzz. Yet before he could even discern their forms, one of them pierced through his shoulder with a sword, inflicting severe injury. As he struggled to rise, he looked up to see 2 elderly twins, one dark-skinned and the other fair, their expressions menacing as they confronted him. He couldn't help but exclaim, Qingqi sect's Heibai Xuanjian. Oh, you even recognize the identities of my brothers? The dark-skinned one remarked with surprise. Since you know of our names, you may die? With that, Heibai Xuanjian raised their swords, ready to slay Su Shuai. At that moment, both Su Shuai and his loyal companion Xiaotsong were severely injured, proving no match for their foes. As the assailants prepared to strike, Su Shuai hastily invoked his connections. Do you know for whom I work? Should you kill me, I fear the Qingqi sect will not be able to shield you. Heibai Xuanjian halted at this, their gazes turning stern as they scrutinized Su Shuai. For whom do you serve? Su Shuai took a breath to steady himself before answering. A venerable martial expert, who disapproves of the Qingqi sect's predatory actions. He saved the ghost doctor and tasked me with safeguarding him. A martial expert? Humph. Upon hearing Su Shuai's words, Heibai Xuanjian erupted into laughter. Since the fall of Lu Tianya 3,000 years ago, there have been but a handful of martial brutes in Qingzhou. Where is this martial expert of yours? Merely a weakling seeking the ghost doctor's aid, and you dare speak of martial prowess? Preposterous. Bring forth your benefactor. my brother, and I shall slay him." Seeing Senior Shun being disparaged outright, Su Shuai's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "You too. This world is vast, and Qingzhou is not solely governed by the Qingqi sect. I advise you to choose your words wisely, lest you lose your heads." Humph. Heibai Xuanjian dismissed him with contempt. If a true martial expert emerged from Qingzhou, how could there be no news of him? Do not mistake us for fools. Realizing their disbelief, Su Shuai pointed towards the calligraphy scroll within the room. "Whether it is true or false, you may see for yourselves." Heibai Xuanjian followed Su Shuai's gesture, spotting a calligraphy scroll. The 4 characters Wudong Qianquan burst forth with an overwhelming and pure martial intent. Boom. Though it did not actively attack, the sheer weight and purity of the moment seemed capable of suppressing all else, causing Heibai Xuanjian's hair to stand on end, their internal sword energy momentarily stagnating. Heibai Xuanjian exchanged glances, their expressions stunned, their pupils contracting. This martial intent cannot be feigned. He speaks the truth. Su Shuai observed their reaction closely, a confident smirk playing upon his lips. The senior is right outside the entrance of the ghost city. Distinguish the truth from the falsehood. Killing me is easy, but provoking the senior may be beyond the capabilities of the Qingqi sect. The black and white twin swords exchanged a glance, their contempt slightly diminished. Yet the command of the young sect master and their own pride compelled them to resist retreating. The black sword coldly declared, "Humph, pretending to be a deity. Let us venture outside the city. If there truly is a divine being, my brother, and I shall naturally withdraw. If it is merely a facade." The white sword, with a hint of malice, added, "Then we shall slay that senior, massacre the Su family, and seize the furnace." The duo transformed into 2 streaks of piercing sword light, one black and one white, slicing through the air towards the entrance of the ghost city outside Tiana City. Chapter 83, The Ghost King by Jiner. 200 miles north of Tiana City lies Dafu Village. A woman clad in a red gown, her hair disheveled and barefoot, leaned against an ancient locust tree, gasping for breath. Her oval face, adorned with delicate brows and eyes like shimmering water, radiated the gentle essence of a woman from the Jiangnan waterways. At this moment, a grievous sword wound, deep enough to reveal bone, festered at her waist, releasing a constant stream of dark energy. Ghost King by Jiner. You have already fallen victim to the soul-locking curse. You have half an hour remaining. Unless you absorb sufficient yang energy to dispel the curse, you shall be at the mercy of mortals. A stooped figure with a goat-like beard and youthful features, a Taoist priest, stood before the red-clad woman, blood continuously trickling from his mouth. His eyes radiated murderous intent, and a triumphant smile adorned his face. Behind him lay a ravine, within which lay dozens of cultivators clad in the attire of the 10,000 Sword sect, their bodies emaciated and eyes filled with dark, ghostly energy, evidently all having perished in battle. Cough. You despicable creature of the 10,000 Sword sect. How did you come to know that I was afflicted by the soul-locking curse? Bai Jiner glared at the old Taoist with a pale, grim face, her eyes brimming with fierce light. As the ruler of the ghost city, her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of divine fire, dominating her realm. Having condensed her Azura ghost body, unafraid of sunlight, able to walk the world in broad daylight like an ordinary person. However, as a being not of this world, her presence in the Yang realm would subject her to the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, limiting her power to half of its potential. Yet, under the influence of the soul-locking curse, she needed to absorb Yang energy to relieve its constraints, lest her powers dissipate. Thus, she secretly ventured out of the ghost city each year in search of Yang energy. But aside from her most trusted confidants, no one should have known. How did this guest elder of the 10,000 Sword sect come to know? Upon realizing this, a sense of disbelief and foreboding washed over Bai Jiner. Ha! I shall tell you the truth. It was your sworn brother who informed me. Do you think the 10,000 Sword sect would dare to risk capturing you otherwise? The old Taoist, Ji Taimei, beamed with satisfaction. In half an hour, you will obediently enter the 10,000 Sword sect's spirit sail as a tool spirit. Ji Taimei, a guest elder of the 10,000 Sword sect, had reached the mid-stage of divine fire cultivation. He was tasked with capturing the Ghost King Bai Jiner, and upon completing this mission, he would receive the True One pill to break through to the next realm, achieving the status of a True One. It truly is him. How detestable. Bai Jiner clenched her fists in fury upon hearing Ji Taimei's words. She never expected that the person she regarded as a brother would betray her. Bai Jiner, hand over the Ghost King seal, and I shall make your end more merciful. Otherwise, once the soul-locking curse fully erupts, I shall drain your Yin essence, humiliate you, and then refine you into a tool spirit. Ji Taimei sneered wickedly. You wretched thing, how dare you? Bai Jiner erupted with fury, forcibly channeling the ghostly power within her, directly piercing her claw through Ji Taimei's heart. Cough. You. Ji Taimei's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that the Ghost King would risk her very soul at this critical juncture to launch a counterattack. Bang! Ji Taimei, depleted of strength, collapsed to the ground. Though Bai Jiner had clawed a hole in his chest, he managed to shift his heart in time, evading a fatal blow and remaining alive. In stark contrast, an eerie golden light of runes erupted from Bai Jiner's body, which then surged into her, causing the ghostly energy around her to vanish completely. She seemed drained, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Bai Jiner, you forced the use of your ghostly power. The soul-locking curse has prematurely erupted, and now you are no different from me. Just wait. As soon as any human cultivators pass by, you shall meet your end. Ji Taimei, lying on the ground and still coughing blood, wore an expression of utter delight while gazing at Bai Jiner, who was succumbing to the curse. Is the entrance to the ghost city around here? Why can't I find it? Suddenly, a suspicious male voice approached from afar. Someone is coming. It is a human cultivator. Bai Jiner, you are doomed. Ji Taimei shouted with wild excitement upon hearing the commotion. Bai Jiner's face became shrouded in despair. Someone. A voice of surprise echoed, as a figure in a green robe hurriedly approached. The newcomer was none other than Wudao, who had come in search of the ghost city entrance upon Lin Du's instructions. Young man, quickly, capture that woman. She is a man-eating demon. Upon seeing Wudao's ethereal demeanor, Ji Taimei shouted joyfully, this must be a righteous cultivator. He is our salvation. The Ghost King cannot escape. Wudao turned upon hearing the shout, only to discover two figures lying in the grass. The one calling out was severely injured, but his heartbeat was strong and steady. Clearly a cultivator. The other was a strikingly beautiful woman in red. Seeing Wudao glance her way, Bai Jiner implored weakly, young sir, do not heed the words of this vile thief. He is not a good person. He wishes to capture me and refine me into a tool spirit. My family was killed by him while trying to protect me. You seem like a valiant warrior. I am the princess of the Yu Kingdom. If you save me, I shall bestow upon you the esteemed martial arts of my kingdom, as well as 10,000 spirit stones and treasures. As she spoke, Bai Jiner's gaze shifted to the bracelet at her waist. Sir, the bracelet at my waist is a spatial treasure, containing many spirit stones and magical artifacts. You may inspect it at your leisure. Seeing this scene, Ji Taimei immediately shouted at Wudao, young man, do not believe her lies. I am a mighty being of divine fire. I am gravely injured from battling with this demon. If you assist me in capturing her, once I recover, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. Wudao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He scrutinized the old Taoist, unable to discern his cultivation level. But the injuries were genuine. As for the woman in red, he could not ascertain her nature, but she appeared like an ordinary girl. However, the deep wound at her waist confirmed to him that she was not a ghost. In his understanding, ghosts lacked physical forms, and even if their bodies remained intact, they could not appear in sunlight, unless they were of the rare breed of ghost cultivators who transcended the laws of creation. Yet, such beings would surely radiate immense ghostly energy, and any injury would cause them to exude ghostly aura, which was absent in this red-clad woman. It was evident that the old Taoist was lying. I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. Farewell. Wudao, unable to grasp the situation, chose not to intervene recklessly and turned to leave. Seeing Wudao's reluctance to meddle, a smile crept upon Bai Jiner's face. Hee, wretched creature. You are grievously injured and have no one to aid you. I shall see whether you bleed out first or I regain my strength. Upon hearing this, Ji Taimei became anxious. Although Bai Jiner's powers were thoroughly suppressed, her injuries were not severe. If she regained her strength, she could easily kill him with a stone. If she were to escape and report his failure, he would not escape unscathed. In a moment of desperation, he commanded Wudao, halt. I am Ji Taimei, esteemed divine fire elder of the 10,000 Sword sect. If you refuse to heed my words and do not bind this woman, you shall face my wrath when I regain my strength. However, should you comply, not only will I grant you a fortuitous encounter, but I shall also accept you as my disciple. Consider your choice carefully. Upon hearing these words, Wudao abruptly halted, turning to gaze intently at Ji Taimei. You claim to be a member of the Wanjian sect? Indeed, that is correct. Now, hurry and follow my instructions, Ji Taimei urged, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph as Wudao turned to face her. This wandering cultivator, upon hearing the prestigious name of the Wanjian sect, had evidently been swayed. As anticipated, a look of surprise emerged on Wudao's face. An odd smile crept into his heart. The followers of the Wanjian sect were currently hunting the inheritor of Lu Tianya's legacy, and he had slain their members. Now, encountering this old codger from the Wanjian sect, would they let him go? He was even threatening him. Chapter 84, A Fateful Fall. Old Senior, I am here to assist you, Wudao declared. a fervent smile adorning his face as he stepped toward Ji Taimei. Not good. Bai Jiner's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Without a second thought, she shouted, "Young master, although the Wanjian sect is a righteous sect, their deeds are no less nefarious than those of the demonic path. They capture people to refine medicines, collaborate with the demon race, seize others' foundations, and even worship evil deities." At these words, Wudao paused, casting a skeptical glance towards Bai Jiner. "Young master, if you do not believe me, I can swear to the heavens." Bai Jiner implored urgently. Ji Taimei, perceiving the unfolding situation, felt a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. He urged Wudao, "Do not listen to this vile, witch's deceptive words. The Wanjian sect is a renowned righteous sect in Qingzhou, on par with the Qingqi sect. How could it possibly engage in the demonic acts she describes? Do not be swayed. Assist me in capturing this evil witch. Otherwise, once she regains her strength, neither of us shall escape." Wudao, upon hearing this, sneered inwardly. The Qingqi sect, a prominent righteous faction, was known to capture people as furnaces. How much better could the Wanjian sect be, being of equal stature? Maintaining a faade of obedience, he helped Ji Taimei to his feet. "Rest assured, old senior. I am here to assist you." "Excellent. A resolute young man. You are a promising disciple of the path, and with you in the righteous realm, the future is bright." Ji Taimei exclaimed, filled with excitement and praise. He instructed Wudao, "Quickly, take me to capture this evil witch before it is too late." "Understood." Wudao nodded and then hoisted Ji Taimei onto his shoulder. Although Ji Taimei felt perplexed, he could not discern anything amiss. He merely perceived the young man before him as honest and simple-minded. This is it. Am I truly destined to fall into the clutches of the Wanjian sect? Bai Jiner thought in despair as she watched Wudao approach with Ji Taimei in tow. Gloating at Bai Jiner's evident hopelessness, Ji Taimei reveled in his triumph. "Ha ha. Bai Jiner, you cannot escape now. The reward of a true elixir is within my grasp." However, in the next moment, Wudao's figure suddenly flickered like a specter as he leapt into the air, single-handedly lifting Ji Taimei. Realizing something was amiss, Ji Taimei tightened his mind and exclaimed, "Young man, take me to capture that evil witch." "What are you trying to do?" "Hee." Wudao grinned. "Old senior, I am here to assist you." With that, he forcefully hurled Ji Taimei toward a communal cesspool in Dung Village. Swish. "No, no, you scoundrel. How dare you harm me?" Ji Taimei shrieked as he plummeted toward the approaching cesspool, his face turning pale with realization. Bang! He fell into the 30-square-meter cesspool like a headfirst dive, landing amidst the filth, causing a splatter of excrement to explode forth. Consumed by filth, Bai Jiner stared in shock at Ji Taimei in the cesspool, utterly bewildered. The revered elder of the Wanjian sect had met his end in such a manner? What an utterly humiliating demise. Turning to Wudao, she felt a shiver of apprehension. This seemingly honest young man harbored such cunning. Would he toss her into the filth as well? At that moment, the black and white twin swords arrived, suppressing their presence as they landed on a concealed high ground near the entrance of the ghost city. Sensing commotion ahead, they swiftly concealed themselves and crept closer to the edge of the battlefield. Before long, they beheld a young man clad in a green robe, his complexion pallid and sickly. It was evident that he was the same individual described by Su Shuai as a martial artist of divine insight. The black sword could not suppress a sneer. "Humph. This is the martial artist of divine insight that Su Shuai spoke of? It appears to be just this unremarkable sickly fellow." The white sword also wore a look of disdain. It seems Su Shuai was indeed blowing smoke. But wait, what is this? Before he could finish, they watched as the seemingly ordinary, sickly man hoisted someone into the air. Recognizing the figure he carried, the black sword furrowed his brow. "Brother, I feel like I have seen the person he is carrying somewhere before." The white sword nodded in agreement. "Yes, it does seem familiar." Both brothers focused intently on the figure in Wudao's grasp, and as he raised the person with one hand, Ji Taimei's features were fully revealed to the black and white twin swords. Indeed, it is the Wanjian sect's elder, the revered of divine fire, Ji Taimei. The eyes of the black and white twin swords widened in shock as they simultaneously uttered his name. Then, they beheld the horrifying injuries adorning Ji Taimei's body, their minds reeling. The black sword swallowed hard. "Brother, could it be that Ji Taimei was defeated by him?" The white sword hesitated, shaking his head. "That seems unlikely. I heard Ji Taimei was pursuing the Ghost King, so theoretically, the Ghost King should— Brother, look at the ground." The black sword suddenly pointed at the figure in red on the ground. As the black and white twin swords focused their gaze upon seeing Bai Jiner's face, they instantly froze in disbelief. "It's the Ghost King, Bai Jiner. Could it be?" A terrifying thought surfaced in their minds when, at that moment, they heard a loud shout, "I am here to assist you." Then they witnessed Wudao unceremoniously toss Ji Taimei, the elder of the Wanjian sect, directly into the cesspool. alive and suffocated by excrement. The air grew eerily silent. Time seemed to stand still. The black and white twin swords were collectively petrified. Their mouths agape as they beheld Xianxia's vitality rapidly fading in the cesspool, stammering, "Xianxia, he is dead." Their pupils contracted, and their hairs stood on end. The esteemed elder of the Wanjian sect, a revered figure of the divine fire realm, had been cast into a cesspool and suffocated to death. Could anyone believe this? Yet, it was something both brothers had witnessed with their own eyes. The black sword exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Xianxia is dead, utterly dead." The white sword's complexion paled, his voice trembling with unease. He was able to kill Xianxia without a scratch and even captured the Ghost King, which means his power. Divine insight in martial arts. At this realization, both brothers involuntarily shuddered. What Su Shuai had said was not a lie. This was indeed a martial artist of divine insight who had returned to the essence of martial arts. The principles inscribed on the scroll were merely the tip of the iceberg. Exchanging glances, the black and white twin swords could see the astonishment and trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. "Brother?" The task from the young master. The black sword stammered. "Task? Furnaces? To hell with that. Offending such an existence, even 10 lives would not suffice." The white sword declared, turning to flee without a second thought, fearing a moment's delay would seal their fate. Mission accomplished. Wudao approached the weakened Baijiner, who looked at the handsome young man before her with a racing heart. "Young master," before she could finish her words, she fainted due to her injuries and exhaustion. Upon witnessing Baijiner collapse, Wudao paused momentarily, deciding it would be best to take her back for a thorough interrogation. If she proved uncooperative, a whip would be at the ready. Chapter 85. "Please, young master, show me mercy." In the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, suffused with abundant spiritual energy, the black and white twin swords trembled as they knelt on the ground. Reporting to the young sect master, "I am incompetent. The one who obstructed us has already attained divine mastery in martial arts, and has even killed the esteemed Xianxia of the 10,000 Swords sect." The young sect master, who had always maintained his composure, suddenly sprang to his feet, unconsciously crushing the orb in his hand into powder. He had not anticipated that the one thwarting his plans was a master of divine martial arts. Furthermore, they had slain a revered figure from the 10,000 Swords sect. Such a formidable opponent should not be trifled with. After weighing the pros and cons, the young sect master commanded the twin swords, "Disseminate the order. From this moment forth, no one from the Xianxia sect is to set foot in Tianhe City. And by the way, send Huang Wei's head over." "Yes." The twin swords bowed and withdrew. In Tianhe City, at the Jishir Hall, Wudao had just returned with Baijiner slung across his back. Upon seeing Baijiner, Shuang'er, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "Shengu, weren't you supposed to be out searching for ghosts? And what about the bride you brought back?" "She was found outside, and moreover, she is not my bride." Wudao replied as he gently laid Baijiner down. "Shuang'er, please check on her condition." Shuang'er felt Baijiner's pulse, her eyes widening in shock. "Oh my, she has no heartbeat, no pulse, and no blood. Shengu, your bride, she's dead?" Wudao, exasperated, retorted, "I told you. She is not my bride, and she is not dead. How is that possible? She has no heartbeat or pulse." Shuang'er questioned, perplexed. Wudao pointed to Baijiner's injury at her waist. "I simply do not understand what is happening, which is why I brought her to you." After further examination, Shuang'er was even more astonished. "Shengu, not only does she lack a heartbeat, but she also has no blood. If you say she is not dead, could she be a ghost bride?" Wudao pondered, recalling the words of the elder from the 10,000 Swords sect he had dispatched. Doubt crept in. Could this woman truly be a ghost? Yet, she bore injuries. Logically, there should be ghostly energy dissipating from her. Just then, Baijiner stirred, noticing Wudao's peculiar gaze, and nervously recoiled. "Young master, thank you for saving me. What a shock. She is truly alive." Shuang'er, witnessing Baijiner awaken and speak, instinctively tightened her grip and jumped back in fright. Wudao fixed a stern gaze upon Baijiner. "Speak truthfully. What is the matter with you? Why do you lack a heartbeat and blood yet appear as a normal person? If you dare to lie, I shall eliminate you where you stand." "Please, young master. I am not a villain," Baijiner whimpered, her face paling at Wudao's words. She had seen with her own eyes how he had dispatched the elder from the 10,000 Swords sect in the filth. As a frail woman, she could very well perish in such a situation. If word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. "How am I to know whether you are good or evil?" Wudao's expression darkened. "Now, tell me, are you human or ghost? What is the condition of your body? My patience is limited." Baijiner hesitated, contemplating the precariousness of her situation. She could not afford to reveal her identity as a ghost cultivator, fearing this man might indiscriminately slay any ghost he encountered. Yet, failing to clarify her circumstances might also lead to her demise. After a moment of internal struggle, Bijiner suddenly had an idea. Young master, please calm your anger. I am under the soul-locking curse of the 10,000 Swords sect. This curse seals my life force and can only be dispelled by the power of Yang. If you do not believe me, you can check my dantian. Wudao, skeptical, placed his hand on Bijiner's abdomen. To his astonishment, he discovered a peculiar golden talisman embedded within her major meridians and organs, seemingly fused into her flesh. His expression shifted to one of surprise. Bijiner had never been so close to a man before, and her cheeks flushed slightly. However, seeing Wudao's reaction, she felt a surge of hope. Young master, I did not deceive you, did I? Now will you believe me? Wudao replied. If this curse is indeed at play, I shall invoke my Yang energy to assist you. Thank you, young master. Bijiner exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with joy. As long as he was willing to channel Yang energy into her, she could weaken the soul-locking curse's power and regain some of her ghostly strength. Once the suppression wore off at night, she would have the chance to escape and gradually dispel the curse. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. At that moment, Wudao summoned his powerful Yang energy and directed it into the talisman. The talisman flickered with light, seemingly under pressure. However, a faint ghostly energy suddenly escaped uncontrollably. Wudao abruptly withdrew his hand. Ghostly energy. You are a ghost. That talisman is a seal. He had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless, delicate woman was not alive. Clearly, she was a ghost. Moreover, she was a ghost unafraid of sunlight. The soul-locking curse within her was likely sealing her powers. If the seal were to be broken, how terrifying would this female ghost become? Wudao could hardly bear to imagine the danger. Bijiner's complexion paled. Young master, please allow me to explain. Although I am a ghost cultivator, I have never harmed anyone. Wudao remained silent, simply binding her. Since you are not an evil spirit, I shall perform a rite of passage for you, so you may be reborn. What? Bijiner's face turned frantic. Young master, please don't. We can negotiate. Whatever you desire, I can help you with. She feared being sent to the afterlife, as the methods of the Buddhist sect were too damaging to her spirit, making it difficult to recover. She never imagined this gentleman would possess the ability to perform such rites. There's no need for negotiation. My heart is kind. I shall perform this rite for free and ensure you are reborn, Wudao replied, shaking his head as he sat before Bijiner, his brow furrowed. Ghosts typically linger in the world due to lingering resentment, and ghost cultivators were no exception. Simply slaying a ghost was ineffective. One must dispel the grievances within their heart. In his previous life, he had heard that Buddhist scriptures could purify such resentment, but during his reading of novels, he was only familiar with physical rites of passage. This situation, devoid of animosity, felt somewhat inappropriate to commence in such a manner. The Taoist classics ran parallel to the Buddhist teachings, and it seemed reasonable to assume that Taoist texts could also purify resentment. If that failed, he could always resort to physical methods. He realized he did not remember many Taoist texts. Which one should he try? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He decided to begin with the Yin Fu Jing. With a newfound determination, Wudao closed his eyes, focusing his spirit as he began to chant. Observe the way of heaven, grasp the form of heaven. The way of nature is tranquil, thus the myriad beings are born. The way of heaven and earth permeates, hence Yin and Yang prevail. And with the interplay of Yin and Yang, transformations ensue. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The white Taoist fire within Wudao danced naturally. With the enhancement of the fire, his voice transformed from gentle to thunderous, each word resonating powerfully and piercing through the soul. The air in the Jishur hall shivered, and the medicinal cabinets emitted a low hum. Bijiner's mind suddenly buzzed with a cacophony of thoughts. The anticipated pain of purification had not arrived. Instead, what surged into her soul was the vast and pure essence of the great Tao. At that moment, the soul-locking curse shattered like ice in the fiery sun, fracturing and vanishing into nothingness. With the restraints lifted, a tremendous ghostly power surged back. Under the cleansing influence of the Tao's true meaning, Bijiner experienced a profound enlightenment. The oppressive aura that had troubled her at the pinnacle of her spiritual fire began to escalate, and mysterious runes flickered around her, warping the very fabric of space. The ghostly energy enveloping her was as pure as obsidian, faintly brushing against the threshold of true transcendence. What in the world is this? Is this transcendence? Why do I feel as though she is ascending? Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing Bijiner's transformation, cowered in a corner, trembling with fear. In contrast, Bijiner's heart soared with uncontainable joy. She gazed at Wudao with eyes brimming with unparalleled shock and greed, yearning to possess this opportunity for herself. This was not mere transcendence. This was an unparalleled enlightenment. This gentleman had, under the guise of transcendence, bestowed upon her a monumental chance. If she were to remain by the gentleman's side, receiving his transcendence daily. How delightful that existence would be. Just then, she sensed Li Wudao stirring, and hastily suppressed the changes around her, instantly reverting to her former state. Indeed, Li Wudao opened his eyes, looking at Bai Jiner with a puzzled expression. Transcendence ineffective? Grievances unresolved? Brother Shun, Shuang'er began to warn, but was silenced by a warning glare from Bai Jiner. Then, Bai Jiner donned a tearful and devoutly repentant expression, fervently clutching Li Wudao's sleeve. My lord, your teachings are profound. The grievances within me have diminished significantly, yet a trace of attachment remains. I humbly beseech you to grant me a few more instances of transcendence. I vow to transform my ways and repay your great kindness in my next life. With that, she hurriedly lowered her head, a faint blush creeping across her face. Li Wudao scrutinized her with suspicion, but due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he could discern no flaws in her demeanor and thus took her words at face value. The attachment remains? Very well. I shall assist you with a few more instances of transcendence. No sooner had he spoken than a cry for help echoed from outside. Shuang'er, help me. Chapter 86. Lu Hongyan arrives. Upon hearing the cry, Li Wudao furrowed his brow. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. Brother Shun, it's my good friend. Let me check. Shuang'er said, pointing towards the door with a tone of familiarity. Li Wudao, without a second thought, nodded. Go ahead. If trouble arises, you may call for me at any time. Brother Shun, take care of yourself, Shuang'er said, casting a furtive glance at Bai Jiner before quickly darting outside. What is she running away for? Li Wudao murmured, observing Shuang'er's unusual behavior. Bai Jiner quickly interjected. My lord, let us not linger. Time is of the essence. Nightfall approaches. Please perform transcendence for me first. Outside the Jishur Hall, as soon as Shuang'er opened the door, she was confronted by a round, chubby girl, pale and trembling. The newcomer was none other than Yan Qingqing. Shuang'er gasped in surprise upon seeing her. Lu Hongyan, have you been reckless again and gotten into trouble? Yan Qingqing was merely a pseudonym. Her real name was Lu Hongyan. She and Shuang'er shared a bond akin to life and death, and their deep understanding allowed Shuang'er to immediately sense something was amiss. Shuang'er, you must help me this time. I'm being hunted down. If you don't assist me, I'm finished. Lu Hongyan babbled, clutching Shuang'er's hand in desperation. Shuang'er, upon hearing this, turned without a glance and attempted to shut the door on Lu Hongyan. However, Lu Hongyan seized Shuang'er's hand, lamenting, Shuang'er, how can you be so heartless? Don't you remember how I once dug my bones to save you when we were children? Shuang'er's face darkened. How can you still have the audacity to mention that? You've caused so much trouble since then. If it weren't for my decent medical skills and connections, I don't know how many times I'd have been cut to pieces. I warned you not to meddle in affairs, but why do you never listen? Hee. Lu Hongyan scratched her head innocently. Shuang'er, I had no choice in this matter. Before she could finish, the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the sky into darkness. Suddenly, a multitude of cold, ominous auras approached the Jishur Hall. Fat pig, dare to steal my soul-severing mountain's spirit pearl. You're courting death. A dark, bloodthirsty voice suddenly echoed from the shadows behind Lu Hongyan. Both Lu Hongyan and Shuang'er turned their heads in unison. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, pairs of ghostly blue flames ignited, accompanied by figures shrouded in ominous energy, surrounding them in a dense throng. Shuang'er's eyes widened in terror. She gripped Lu Hongyan's shoulders and shook her frantically. What have you done outside? How did you attract so many ghost cultivators? Lu Hongyan's complexion paled as she stammered. I didn't do anything. Just borrowed their ghost general's spirit pearl. At her words, Shuang'er froze in place. Soul-Severing Mountain was home to the highest concentration of ghost cultivators aside from the ghost city. And the ghost general there was rumored to have been a peak ghost cultivator over 3,000 years ago. But who knew how monstrous they had become since then? Her close friend Lu Hongyan had the audacity to steal from the ghost general. If the Qingxi sect did not intervene, the ghost general could easily decimate Tianna City. I apologize for the disturbance, honorable ghost lords. I have no connections with this fat pig. The grievances are with her alone. Please do not mistake the innocent for the guilty. Shuang'er bowed deeply to the throng of dense ghost cultivators outside, then quickly turned to flee back home. Lu Hongyan, with her higher cultivation and remarkable agility, clung to Shuang'er's leg. Shuang'er, you can't just stand by and watch me die. I'll truly perish here. With my mere peak cultivation, what can I do to save you, Lu Hongyan? For the sake of our sisterhood, please spare me. Shuang'er pleaded, trying to shake her off. Lu Hongyan refused to let go, insisting, Shuang, I've heard that a formidable expert in martial arts has arrived in Tianhe and helped you drive away that troublesome figure from the Qingxi sect. Please, just ask him to save me. Upon hearing this, Shuang'er's mind immediately conjured the imposing figure of Brother Shun, filling her with a sense of security. Yet she suddenly recalled the woman who was with Brother Shen at home. Xianxia's expression turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. That woman had exuded a ghostly aura far more terrifying than these specters outside. Returning to seek Brother Shen's help? If that woman emerged, no one would survive. No, no. Xianxia shook her head vigorously in refusal. Who dares to steal my spirit pearl? Truly audacious. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness, followed by a path clearing among the throng of ghost cultivators. A towering figure, clad in armor and riding a ghostly steed, advanced toward the entrance of the Jishur Hall. His imposing stature and rugged features bore a deep claw mark across his nose, and the ghostly energy radiating from him twisted like dark clouds, obscuring vision. As he appeared, the temperature around them plummeted, and the surrounding flora wilted visibly. The ghost general, gazing upon this formidable ghost cultivator. Lu Hongyan's limbs turned to ice as she shook Xianxia. He is the ghost general. If you do not summon that expert, we will not survive. Xianxia gazed apprehensively at the terrifying ghost general, her teeth chattering as she stammered, Hongyan, please accompany me inside. I dare not venture alone. Upon hearing Xianxia's consent, Lu Hongyan's heart soared with joy. Excellent. Return the Enling pearl to me, and I shall grant you a swift demise. At that moment, the ghost general abruptly waved his hand, and a surge of dark, ghostly energy enveloped Xianxia and Lu Hongyan, lifting them into the air, rapidly draining their vitality. Cough, cough. Lu Hongyan struggled desperately, exclaiming, wait, surely the ghost general has heard of the martial arts master who recently arrived in Tiana City? The ghost general paused momentarily, his eyes lazily lifting, and what of it? Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Lu Hongyan urgently pointed at Xianxia, declaring, she is the one favored by that martial arts master. If you dare harm her, none of you in the Enling Mountain will survive. Fearing that the ghost general might not believe her, Lu Hongyan added, that martial arts master is currently in this courtyard. If you are unafraid, then strike. The ghost general hesitated, directing his gaze toward Jishur Hall, unleashing his ghostly energy to probe the truth. However, all attempts to investigate were thwarted, as the probing energy dissipated upon entry, leaving him with nothing to ascertain. A knot tightened in his heart. Yet, he could not confirm the existence of a true master, nor could he afford to gamble without retrieving the Enling pearl, plunging him into a dilemma. Consider yourself fortunate. Seeing this, Lu Hongyan immediately reveled in her newfound freedom, helping Xianxia to her feet as she strutted confidently into the courtyard. The ghost general watched her, his eyes ablaze with ghostly fire, coldly declaring, you have one incense stick's time. If that master does not emerge, I will slaughter everyone here. Chapter 87, Instant Cowardice. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyan could not suppress the tremors in her legs. She turned to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, is the master truly in the courtyard? Yes, but that's all that matters. Lu Hongyan exclaimed with delight, not waiting for Xianxia to finish before dashing into the courtyard. Upon entering, she beheld a man and a woman meditating. The woman, clad in red, was strikingly beautiful. Lu Hongyan, indifferent to the beauty, shifted her gaze to the figure in the green robe. Although turned away, she could discern it was a man. Xianxia, that green-clad figure is the master, right? Lu Hongyan inquired. Yes, Xianxia stuttered, subtly inching backward. Without a second thought, Lu Hongyan hurried forward and bowed to Li Wudao, Sr. There are evil spirits outside. Before she could finish, Li Wudao abruptly opened his eyes, turning to face her. Once he recognized her visage, he was momentarily stunned. You, Yin Qingcheng. Lu Hongyan felt a sense of familiarity in his voice. Slowly raising her head, she froze in shock upon recognizing the master's face. It's you, Daoist Shun. Lu Hongyan. You know Brother Shen? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. We are quite acquainted, and very familiar. Li Wudao rose, cracking his knuckles as he flashed a smile at Lu Hongyan. Isn't that right, Yin Qingcheng? Ahem, Daoist Shun. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lu Hongyan forced a smile, her body tense as she retreated. Had she known that the martial arts master from Tiana City was the same one she had previously wronged in Wanyao City, she would never have dared to set foot here. White girl, wait a moment. I must entertain a friend first, Li Wudao declared, unleashing his overwhelming aura. In an instant, with a swift movement, he executed an Iron Mountain strike. Boom. Lu Hongyan's portly figure was sent flying. What is happening? Outside the courtyard, the ghost general squinted, his gaze fixed on the entrance of Jishur Hall. The next moment, boom. The courtyard door shattered, and a hefty figure slid across the ground, landing at his feet. Upon closer inspection, the ghost general was taken aback. You, fat pig. Wasn't this fat pig seeking the protection of the martial arts master? How had he suddenly been so thoroughly beaten? He barely recognized him at first glance. You fat fool. I saved you out of kindness, and you dare to deceive me. Just wait until I finish you today. A thunderous roar erupted as Li Wudao, like a bolt of lightning, charged outside and directly stomped on Lu Hongyan's back. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed, and Lu Hongyan cried out in anguish. Just as Li Wudao was about to continue his assault, he suddenly noticed the area was surrounded by ghost cultivators, and there stood a ghost general mounted on a ghostly steed, exuding an aura of terror. "What brings you here?" Li Wudao calmly inquired of the ghost general, his hand discreetly tightening around a piece of jade sword. Should anything go awry, he would summon assistance. The ghost general pointed at Lu Hongyan on the ground, declaring, "She stole my belongings." What? Li Wudao's expression faltered, realization dawning upon him. The next moment, he waved at the ghost general. "She also stole from me. Shall we fight together?" With that, Li Wudao kicked Lu Hongyan into the air, sending her flying toward the ghost general. The general paused momentarily, a smile breaking across his face, and without hesitation, kicked Lu Hongyan like a ball toward Li Wudao. "Ow! Save me. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me. Shuanger, help me, help me." Lu Hongyan wailed, her cries resonating like a slaughtered pig, leaving the surrounding ears ringing. Moments later, Li Wudao ceased his assault, for Lu Hongyan had swollen to the point where her features were unrecognizable. Lying on the ground in tears. "Woo, they said that beauties have short lives. I've become this ugly, yet I'm still pursued daily." Li Wudao, without mercy, mocked her, because no one cares about the ugly. Lu Hongyan was momentarily stunned by his words. Crack! It seemed as if the sound of a heart breaking echoed in the air, and then Lu Hongyan burst into uncontrollable sobs. "Woo, I don't want to live anymore." Li Wudao took a refreshing breath, turning to face the ghost general and the throng of ghost cultivators surrounding them. "Since you have retrieved your belongings, you should depart. This is not a place for you to linger." "Humph," the ghost general retorted coldly. "This general has waited here for so long. You think you can leave just like that? If that martial arts master does not emerge, you all shall perish today." As he spoke, the ghost general's eyes blazed with ghostly flames, the surrounding temperature plummeting rapidly. An aura of terrifying murderous intent enveloped the area. Such fearsome ghost cultivators. Li Wudao's expression darkened, his palms slick with sweat. He knew he could not defeat such a being, yet to engage this fellow and summon by chi felt somewhat wasteful. Gripping his jade sword, he shot a frosty glance at the ghost general. "Humph. Being a ghost is no easy task. I do not wish to add to the cycle of killing. However, if you seek death, I can accommodate you." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Jincheng within the courtyard suddenly opened her eyes. A wave of terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloping the ghost general. The ghost general felt his ghostly energy stagnate, his body paralyzed with fear. He stared wide-eyed at Li Wudao. Panic-stricken, trembling, he tumbled from his mount, anxiously bowing before Li Wudao. "Forgive me, esteemed senior. I meant no offense. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Li Wudao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by how this imposing ghost general had suddenly lost his bravado. Yet he dared not probe further, merely coolly replying, "Begone. Should I see you again, I will slay you without mercy." "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. Thank you for your mercy." The ghost general, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away, leaving his subordinates behind, utterly devoid of the demeanor of a mountain overlord. The ghost cultivators behind him were also left dumbfounded, their minds filled with questions. How could their once mighty general suddenly be so terrified? At that moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly enveloped them. Thud! The expressions of the ghost cultivators became rigid, and they all collapsed to the ground, finally understanding why the ghost general had fled. Instantly, they began to kowtow to Li Wudao, pleading for mercy, resembling the ghost general to an uncanny degree. "Begone!" Li Wudao, somewhat bewildered, waved his hand to disperse the ghost cultivators. Phew! After their retreat, Li Wudao exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, Bai Jiner, having appeared outside the courtyard unbeknownst to him, flashed a sweet smile at Li Wudao. "Young master, may we continue with the transference?" Chapter 88, The Matters of the Loyal. In the Jishur Hall, observing Li Wudao dragging Lu Hongyan into the courtyard like a dead dog, Shuanger was rendered speechless. "Brother Shin, Lu Hongyan she is still alive." Li Wudao chuckled. "However, if you don't save her, she won't be for long." Shuanger realized that Brother Shin must have been deceived by Lu Hongyan before. Nevertheless, Lu Hongyan was her dearest friend, and she couldn't bear to watch her come to harm. Hesitantly, she spoke. "Brother Shun, could you spare Lu Hongyan this once? She isn't inherently bad, just a bit reckless." Li Wudao shook his head. "This gluttonous pig, if I spare her this time, the next time you might end up being harmed by her. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Shuanger pursed her lips, cast a glance at Lu Hongyan, gritted her teeth, and spoke again. "Brother Shun, the reason she is like this is that the entire Lu family has conducted a blood sacrifice, concentrating all their talents on her alone, solely to find the ancestral inheritance and avenge the Lu family. Li Wudao was taken aback, looking at Shuang. Even if the Lu family has great enmities, it does not justify harming others indiscriminately. I saved her like this, and she still deceives me. If it were someone else, they would have been dead long ago. The Lu family's enemies are the Wanjian sect and a certain holy land. Li Wudao's eyes narrowed, his voice deepening. Who is her ancestor? Why have they attracted such formidable foes? Seeing that Shuang was about to explain, Lu Hongyan quickly shook her head, signaling her not to speak. Yet Shuang couldn't help but say, that warrior god, Lu Tianya, from 3,000 years ago, is her ancestor. Li Wudao was stunned, his gaze fixed on Lu Hongyan. You are a descendant of Lu Tianya? And so what? As Shuang revealed her lineage, Lu Hongyan dropped the pretense, proudly raising her swollen head. You can kill or maim me as you wish. Don't think that by handing me over to the Wanjian sect and the Holy Land, they will treat you kindly. I will never divulge the warrior god's inheritance, even in death. In her eyes, the legacy of her ancestor, Lu Tianya, was immensely powerful and invaluable. Even the Holy Land and the Wanjian sect would covet it. She did not believe that this Shin Daoist would remain unmoved. Heh! Li Wudao scoffed, tossing Lu Hongyan to Shuang. Heal her. What do you intend to do? Lu Hongyan glared warily at Li Wudao. Smack! Li Wudao produced the jade pendant of the warrior god's inheritance and imprinted a portion of his essence into it. He casually tossed the jade pendant at Lu Hongyan's face. On behalf of someone's trust, I shall attend to the matters of loyalty. I promised Lu Tianya to assist his descendant, and I have left the warrior god's inheritance within this jade. Take care of it. Miss Bai, let us continue. With that, Li Wudao rose and walked towards the back courtyard. Lu Hongyan was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. The warrior god's inheritance had been lost for 3,000 years, and the entire Qingzhou, including various major sects, had been searching for it, yet none had succeeded. Even the Lu family could not find it, requiring the gathering of special materials to perform the bloodline technique to locate it. She could not believe that this Shin Daoist would know about her ancestor's legacy. In her skepticism, she picked up the jade pendant to examine it. As her spiritual sense entered the jade, she sensed a remarkably familiar essence, as if it emanated from the depths of her bloodline. Suddenly, she froze, continuing to sense that essence. The next moment, a drop of condensed blood flew from the jade into her mind, transforming into a formidable and imposing figure. Gazing at the imposing figure, Lu Hongyan's eyes widened in shock. Stuttering, ancestor. This powerful figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancestral portrait of Lu Tianya revered by the Lu family. She could never be mistaken. Just then, Lu Tianya smiled gently at her before merging completely into her sea of consciousness. Immediately, a stream of martial inheritance information flooded her mind. After absorbing this information, she snapped back to reality, staring in astonishment at Li Wudao's retreating figure. She was utterly shaken. She had never imagined that what Shin Daoist had said was true. Could it be that Shin Daoist knew her ancestor? Was he also from 3,000 years ago? Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with her ancestor? Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her injuries and reverently knelt before Li Wudao's silhouette. Young Master Shun, your great kindness shall never be forgotten. I will repay you in the future. Thud, thud, thud. Her head struck the ground repeatedly. Shuang watched in astonishment. My goodness. Could it be that everything Brother Shin said is true? Meanwhile, Bai Jiner, walking behind Li Wudao, observed the entire scene, feeling equally shocked. Who was the warrior god Lu Tianya? A martial artist who had dominated Qingzhou for 3,000 years. Although she had been dead for over 2 millennia, she had been fortunate enough to witness him once. She understood all too well the terror and value of Lu Tianya's martial inheritance. It was precisely because of its value that she felt even more astonished. Her gaze fixated on Li Wudao's figure, her heart filled with curiosity and admiration. Who exactly is this young master? How can he be so indifferent to the warrior god's inheritance, nonchalantly returning it? Most intriguingly, he seems to possess profound knowledge of many great truths. Upon reaching the back courtyard, Li Wudao sat cross-legged on the ground, while Bai Jiner obediently sat opposite him. Li Wudao, focused and undistracted, spoke. Miss Bai, shall we commence the transference? As the transference resumed, Bai Jiner felt an increasing resonance with the Dao. The next night, Li Wudao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Bai Jiner, whose complexion had grown increasingly rosy, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. He inquired, Miss Bai, the scriptures of transference seem to have no effect on you? Quite the contrary. They are exceptionally effective. Fearing that Li Wudao might harbor doubts, Bai Jiner asserted with conviction. Li Wudao, however, furrowed his brow. Effective? Why is there not a single change in you? Bai Jiner's eyes darted as she replied, Young master, Jiner is not deceiving you. it is indeed effective. The reason you cannot see the changes is perhaps because I possess a Shura ghost body, which is somewhat special. I can only undergo a small portion of transference each day, and it may require a longer duration to fully transform and cleanse myself. That cannot be right. Wudao felt increasingly uneasy. At that moment, a warm, burning sensation rose from his dantian. Upon introspection, he discovered an additional pure black flame. Could it be a result of the transference of Baijiner? Wudao scrutinized her with suspicion. She was not a living person. She was a ghost cultivator. In this light, it indeed pointed to her. Baijiner, aware of her deception, felt her cheeks flush slightly under his gaze. After observing her for a while, Wudao chose not to dwell on it. It seems there is indeed an effect, but it appears that long-term transference is needed. I wonder if it will take too long. It's no trouble, young master. Jiner is not in a hurry. We can take our time. Baijiner replied with hidden delight. Wudao did not think much of it. Thus, in the days that followed, he taught Xianxiaaudiobooks martial arts during the day and conducted Baijiner's transference in the evenings. The following year, on the 6th day of July, am I lucky or not? Am I lucky or not? Xianxiaaudiobooks was fervently practicing in the courtyard, her fists flying with utmost seriousness. Good. Keep it up. Wudao nodded with satisfaction. He believed that soon Xianxiaaudiobooks would break through to the initial stage of blood ignition, with the Xianxia sect coming to apologize and no longer disturbing Xianxiaaudiobooks. Wudao felt a sense of ease in his heart. Tomorrow marked the 7th day of the 7th month, the time when the gates of the underworld would swing wide open. After completing the rite today, he would bid farewell to Baijiner. Rising, Wudao made his way to Baijiner's room, only to discover it was empty. On the bed lay a letter, pressed down by a jade seal shaped like a skull. She has gone, left a letter? Wudao approached and unfolded the note. To see this letter is like meeting face to face. Young Master Shun, Jiner has urgent matters to attend to at home and must take her leave without saying goodbye. When Jiner returns, she shall certainly apologize to you. Enclosed is a jade seal. Should you encounter trouble in the ghost city, you may reveal this seal, and all matters shall be resolved. Jiner leaves. This fellow speaks of the ghost city as if it were her home, claiming that a mere jade seal can resolve all issues. Wudao tucked the letter away and picked up the jade seal from the bed. Feeling its icy coldness and the peculiar aura of the ghostly energy it emanated, with ghostly markings on its base. Enough of this. I should seek out Master Lin and his disciple to prepare for our entry into the ghost city. With the jade seal secured against his chest, Wudao set off for the paper shop. Chapter 89. The One-Eyed Ghost General. On the 7th day of the 7th month, the gates of the underworld opened wide. At the entrance to the ghost city, Wudao, along with Lin Du and his disciple, had already been waiting. At noon, the heavens and earth were shrouded in gloom. The space visibly distorted for a moment, and then a grand and towering city suddenly emerged from the earth. The gate bore a large sign reading Wudao. The city stretched endlessly, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Senior Shun, this ghost city will remain open for 7 days. After that, it will close, and we must exit within this time frame. Otherwise, we shall have to wait until the 7th day of next year. Lin Du explained first. Wudao nodded. Understood. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Under the guidance of Lin Du and his disciple, Wudao successfully entered the ghost city. Once inside, he discovered a realm unlike any other. It resembled the world of the living. Streets and alleys were filled with figures resembling living beings, scholars, officials, and a multitude of common folk, with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares echoing throughout. The only distinction was the ghostly energy enveloping these individuals. Noticing Wudao's astonishment, Lin Du, while directing his disciple Zhao Ergu to burn incense for guidance, eagerly explained, Senior Shun, this ghost city was once the capital of the Yu Kingdom. It was destroyed by the immortal sect due to some unknown offense, leading to the birth of this ghost city. Within, 2 great ghost kings reign, commanding countless ghost generals and specters. As living beings, we possess yang energy, and to wander safely in this ghost city, we require the protection of a specter. Otherwise, we risk being captured. Those of us treading the path of the dead need powerful ghost cultivators for protection to traverse safely. The specter we worship at our paper shop, the One-Eyed, is a venerable ghost general of this city, well versed in the ways of the world. I believe he knows where Senior Shun can find what he seeks. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble from the powerful ghost cultivators in the city, we must ask you to follow us. So there was such a history to this ghost city. Wudao mused, nodding in understanding. Very well, lead the way. Lin Du and his disciple cautiously guided Wudao to a residence where the scent of incense wafted through the air, guarded by several formidable ghost soldiers. Lin Du spoke again. Senior, we have arrived. The One-Eyed is the leader of this area, at the pinnacle of the underworld. With his protection, our journey through the ghost city will be much easier. I have already made arrangements, stating that you are a master of the martial way, and he will surely treat you with great hospitality. Proceed as you see fit, my friend, Li Wudao replied with a slight nod and a smile. Lin Du, feeling honored, pushed open the door and entered the residence. They soon arrived in a grand hall reminiscent of a royal mansion, exuding an ancient and dignified aura. Upon entering, they discovered a banquet laid out upon a table, filled with spirit wine and ethereal fruits. Flanking the table were slender female ghosts, their figures curvaceous and captivating. Dominating the banquet table was a skeletal seat occupied by a man clad in iron armor, sitting upright. His head bore a pale face devoid of nose or teeth, marked only by a single vertical pupil. The ghostly light flickered in his solitary eye, exuding a chilling and powerful aura as he indifferently gazed at the door, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Upon entering, Lin Du, filled with enthusiasm, pointed at Li Wudao and introduced him to the One-Eyed, Lord One-Eyed. This is the senior I spoke of. If you are willing to assist, he will surely leave behind writings imbued with the essence of martial truth. Li Wudao was observing the host of the residence, who stood calmly, his cultivation hidden, only a flow of vital energy circulating, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. Just as Lin Du finished his introduction, the One-Eyed focused his single eye on Li Wudao, sensing him for a moment before letting out a derisive laugh. Huh? Little Lin Du, is this the so-called master of the martial way you speak of? Are you seeking death by daring to jest with me? As his words trailed off, a terrifying wave of ghostly energy erupted from the One-Eyed, instantly enveloping the entire residence. The pressure in the surroundings intensified. A living martial artist at the initial stage of the law phase, with merely a touch of vitality, dares to proclaim himself a master of the martial way? Not even an ounce of profound resonance beyond the mortal realm. A worthless being. The One-Eyed sneered, pointing disdainfully at Li Wudao, dismissively waving his hand. Lin Du, take this so-called master and roll out of my sight. If you dare set foot in my abode again, do not blame me for extinguishing both your souls. Lin Du and his disciple turned ashen, fearing that Li Wudao, this supposed master of the martial way, would engage the One-Eyed in combat. They quickly donned smiles. Attempting to placate, Lord One-Eyed, please temper your anger. Senior Shin is rather special and not as simple as he appears. I implore you, Lord One-Eyed. Begone. Before Lin Du could finish, a wave of formidable ghostly energy hurled him out of the residence, with Li Wudao being thrown out alongside him. Then, a merciless voice echoed from within. From this day forth, I shall no longer provide protection for your paper shop. Upon hearing this, Lin Du and his disciple stood frozen outside the residence. Their expressions stiffened as they lamented. Now, not only has the matter for the senior failed, but the One-Eyed has severed ties with us. What shall we do from now on? Lin, it appears you are not held in high regard here, Li Wudao suddenly spoke. Lin Du and his disciple exchanged awkward smiles. Senior Shun, do not take offense. This ghost city is, in fact, not unlike the realm of the living. Without strength or status, one is merely a beggar by the roadside. As they spoke, Lin Du paused briefly before continuing. Senior Shun, do not be upset. It is Lord One-Eye's loss not to host you. Rest assured, my disciple and I shall promptly seek out another specter for your introduction. Despite his words, the bitterness on their faces was unmistakable. Observing their plight, Li Wudao remained unfazed by the earlier insults from the One-Eyed and calmly advised Lin Du and his disciple, let us leave this place and seek another path. With that, Li Wudao turned and walked away, his steps steady. Lin Du and his disciple hurried to follow, muttering, for the living, traversing the ghost city is fraught with difficulty. To avoid unnecessary trouble, we must leave before our incense runs out, or find specter protection. Before long, the trio arrived at a secluded corner of the ghost city, where the winds of the underworld howled ominously. Hey, do you still think you are the previous ghost general? Do you dare to show me your disdain? Attack! A cacophony of furious curses erupted from the tavern ahead. Li Wudao lifted his gaze and discovered a spectral figure huddled in the corner of the establishment. The ghost was pallid and nearly translucent, exuding an aura of despair and bitterness, as if on the brink of dissipating into nothingness, yet burdened with an immense sense of resentment. Such heavy grievances and remnants of death. Clearly, this soul had been stripped of its cultivation. One could only wonder if offering it salvation would grant him the coveted Dao Fire. The thought of potentially gaining Dao Fire from aiding by Jinsheng ignited a flicker of eagerness in Li Wudao's eyes as he regarded the forlorn spirit, unnoticed in the corner. Chapter 90. Am I not offering salvation? Once the surrounding ghost cultivators had dispersed, Li Wudao rose and approached the frail spirit, halting before it. Observing Li Wudao's audacious advance, Lin Du and his disciple were taken aback, quickly whispering, Senior Shun, do not meddle. If we are discovered, we will have to contend with the entire ghost city. The duo was acutely aware of the horrors lurking within the ghost city, where millions of ghost cultivators resided, alongside countless ghost generals and 2 immensely powerful ghost kings. While Senior Shun possessed unparalleled martial prowess and fearlessness, they were in the heart of ghost territory, where a single misstep could summon calamity. Should a ghost king appear, amplified by the undercurrents of Yin energy, Lin Du and his disciple could hardly believe that Senior Shun would withstand such formidable foes. If calamity were to strike, Senior Shun might be able to flee, but they, as weak practitioners traversing the shadowy path, would be left behind as mere fodder. Wudao disregarded Lin Du and his disciples' warnings and calmly addressed the feeble spirit before him. What is your name? What are the details of your birth? Seeing your plight, I may offer you salvation free of charge. Upon hearing these words, the weakened spirit slowly lifted its head, revealing a face marked by sharp features yet imbued with the essence of a scholar. Wrinkles etched across his visage indicating his advanced years. However, as he took in Wudao's presence, drawing nearer, he suddenly sensed an unusual vitality not characteristic of the dead. His aged eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered. You are alive. Wudao replied with a serene smile. Whether I am living or dead is of little consequence. What matters is that you are on the verge of disintegration. If you wish to avoid such a fate, please disclose your name and birth details, and I shall offer you salvation, guiding you into the cycle of reincarnation. Salvation for me? The frail scholar paused, then bitterly chuckled at his own fate. Who would have thought that I, Zhao Chong'ing, would find myself in a position to be saved by another? Haha. Zhao Chong'ing had once served as the prime minister of the state of Yu, devoted entirely to his nation. However, the practitioners of the immortal sect forged cursed artifacts, leading to the tragic demise of the sovereign, who sacrificed the entire realm to become a legion of vengeful spirits. In 300 years, the immortal sect would come to collect these souls. As a subordinate to Princess Bai Jincheng, he was meant to serve her and avenge the state of Yu. Yet, during the princess's absence, he failed to recognize the treachery of her adoptive brother, who harbored ambitions of usurpation. Rather than thwarting this treachery, he became an unwitting accomplice, leading to the deaths of numerous loyal generals. Ultimately, his own cultivation was drained. Fortunately, the princess returned just in time, averting disaster and preventing the usurper's success. Yet, Zhao Chong'ing could not bear to face the princess now, knowing that his condition would compel her to sacrifice herself to rescue him. He could not bring further burden upon her. Turning to Wudao, Zhao Chong spoke gently. I am Zhao Chong'ing, born in the year of the Enox, on the day of the Yang Dog, at the hour of the dragon. I am grateful for your kindness. But he paused, offering a gentle warning. The ghost city is no place for the living. It would be wise for you to depart soon. With that, Zhao Chong'ing quietly closed his eyes. Although he doubted the efficacy of salvation, the presence of another for his final journey was a rare comfort. Wudao merely nodded before reciting. Contemplate the way of heaven. Upon completing a passage from the Yin Fu Jing, he was taken aback to find it ineffective. Could it be that different souls required different scriptures? Pondering this, Wudao chose another. The essence of life is frail, while death is resolute. The life of all beings is delicate, while their death is withered. Thus, the strong succumb to death, and the weak are born anew. Life begets death, and death begets life. As the words fell, a flicker of Dao Fire stirred within his dantian. A strange power imbued with purification and vitality coursing through the air and into Zhao Chong'ing's being. The dissipating ghostly form trembled violently and opened its eyes wide. Life begets death, death begets life. He instinctively echoed. A hum surged within him, as profound truths began to dawn upon him. The lingering resentful energies entwined around him melted away like snow under the sun, swiftly purified. The once fragile soul not only stabilized but greedily absorbed the newfound energy, as if quenched by the long-awaited rain. Soon, the ghostly essence of the city surged uncontrollably towards Zhao Chong. His once weak aura began to ascend dramatically. The cultivation that had been stripped away was restored, and he found himself on the cusp of the divine fire realm. Zhao Chong'ing regarded his hands in disbelief, feeling the surging power and unprecedented clarity within him, his spectral form trembling with exhilaration. I've broken through. I'm alive. He lifted his gaze, incredulity etched on his face as he stared at Wudao. This young Taoist, or rather, this unparalleled master, had summoned the essence of the Tao with mere words. He had rendered him from the brink of death back to life. Such miraculous prowess was unheard of. Am I not offering salvation? How has he achieved a breakthrough? His cultivation is soaring. Wudao stood dumbfounded, witnessing the transformation of the soul on the verge of dissipating into a terrifyingly formidable ghost cultivator. Anxiety gripped him. The strength of this old ghost could easily crush him with a single hand. Wait, this was not how it had transpired when he offered salvation to Bai Jincheng. Unless Bai Jincheng had deceived him, and she had also attained enlightenment and a breakthrough at that time. As this realization struck, Li Wudao's expression froze. Simultaneously, a new black flame began to flicker to life within his dantian. Alive? Was this truly salvation? Lin Du and his disciples stood in stunned silence. Senior, your methods are beyond extraordinary. This ghost general, once on the verge of death, has been revitalized and has even achieved a breakthrough with but a single word from Senior Shun. In that instant, their awe for Li Wudao reached its zenith, solidifying their resolve to cling to his coattails. Senior benefactor, your act of resurrection shall never be forgotten by Zhao Chongqing. Zhao Chongqing suddenly turned to Li Wudao, his eyes brimming with unparalleled reverence and gratitude, kneeling and bowing deeply. Li Wudao, sensing that the old fellow had been thoroughly awed by his earlier display, inhaled deeply to relax his body, maintaining an air of detachment and calm as he waved his hand. Rise. Such a trivial endeavor is hardly worth mentioning. I have further inquiries for you. Please, Senior, I shall speak freely and exhaustively. Zhao Chongqing responded with utmost respect. Li Wudao wasted no time. Producing the jade seal left by Jinsheng from his robes, he spoke with a measured tone. I seek information regarding a ghost cultivator named Jinsheng. Are you familiar with her? Chapter 91, Captured. The Ghost King Seal, the Princess. Zhao Chongqing's pupils constricted slightly, unease creeping into his heart. That white jade seal was never far from the princess. It was a treasure capable of controlling the entire ghost city's energy. How could it possibly be in the hands of the senior? He wondered what business the senior had with the princess, hoping fervently that there were no past grievances. As the prime minister, Zhao Chongjian cautiously spoke. Might it be that you seek her out because she has offended you, esteemed senior? Observing Zhao Chongjian's careful demeanor, Li Wudao chuckled lightly. Not at all. Miss Bai is a friend of mine. This jade seal was given to me by her, stating that should I encounter any troubles in the ghost city, I could use this to find her. However, I wonder if you know her whereabouts, fellow Chongjian? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongjian inwardly exhaled in relief. As long as it was not a matter concerning Her Highness the Princess, all would be well. Esteemed senior, I indeed know her location, but given her noble status, I must first seek permission before I can take you to her, he respectfully replied with a bow. It seemed that Bai Jiner was of no ordinary lineage, commanding immense respect even from such a formidable figure as Li Wudao. Could it be that she was the daughter of the Ghost King? As Li Wudao contemplated, he nodded at Zhao Chongjian. In that case, I shall trouble you, fellow Chongjian. It is my honor to serve you, esteemed senior, Zhao Chongjian said, bowing as he accepted the jade seal that exuded a chilling aura. The moment it touched his hand, the familiar and overwhelming pressure of the Ghost King's authority made his soul tremble slightly. His reverence deepened. This seal was not merely a token, but a symbol of Princess Bai Jiner's power. The fact that she entrusted such an object to this senior spoke volumes of the senior's significance in her eyes. Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I shall inform the princess at once. Zhao Chongjian returned the jade seal, his tone increasingly respectful, laced with a hint of trepidation. He was acutely aware of the strict protocols of the Ghost King's palace, but he also understood the dire consequences of neglecting such an esteemed guest. Considering the complexities of the ghost city, he added, esteemed senior, the ghost city is rife with dangers. I cannot in good conscience leave you here alone. I shall leave a ghost seal with you, so if anyone disturbs you, I will return immediately. Very well, Li Wudao replied indifferently. Please be swift in your return. As Zhao Chongjian turned to depart, he subtly cast a secret spell, imprinting a nearly imperceptible trace of soul power. Meanwhile, in the Ancient Division, the ghost general Su Ning was in meditation when the violent whirlpool of dark energy in the city and the overwhelming pressure from Zhao Chongjian's breakthrough into the Divine Fire realm jolted him awake. The Divine Fire realm. Zhao Chongjian's aura. Has that old fool not been rendered useless? Su Ning rushed out of his residence, only to behold the awe-inspiring Zhao Chongjian, hastily making his way to the Ghost King's palace. That direction unmistakably led to His Majesty the Ghost King's abode. What on earth was happening? Su Ning's pupils constricted. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, he had a contentious relationship with Zhao Chongjian. Yet both were veterans of the Ghost City, intimately familiar with one another. The miraculous recovery and breakthrough of Zhao Chongjian sparked a sense of urgency within him. Bring him to me, Su Ning barked, his voice betraying a tremor of unrecognized greed. I want to know whom Zhao Chongjian has encountered today, where he has been, what has transpired, especially regarding his restoration. The Ghost City's Imperial Guards operated with remarkable efficiency, and soon detailed intelligence was compiled. Report. Commander. Zhao Chongjian was on the brink of death outside Mengpa Tavern. A lone-eyed, ghostly guide accompanied by a human Taoist unexpectedly appeared. The Taoist, unbeknownst to what he had done, not only restored the near-death prime minister, but also drew the city's dark energy into him. enabling him to break through to the divine fire realm. The mention of the human Taoist made Su Ning's eyes gleam with avarice. A person capable of resurrecting Zhao Chongjin and facilitating a breakthrough must possess extraordinary treasures, far from ordinary. It might even involve heavenly artifacts tied to the essence of life. He immediately thought of his own stagnation at the peak of the cave heaven realm and resolutely commanded, "Bring the lone-eyed ghost to me." Moments later, the lone-eyed ghost arrived. Su Ning regarded him sternly. "Lone-eye, the human Taoist you sheltered in the city today has enabled Zhao Chongjin to restore his cultivation. Moreover, he has broken through." "What?" The lone-eyed ghost's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. "That is impossible. The Taoist is merely a martial artist at the initial stage of the Dharma aspect, brought in by two useless underlings of mine. He could not possibly have the ability to restore Zhao Chongjin's soul, let alone facilitate a breakthrough." Su Ning pondered for a moment. "Could it be that you misperceived?" "Impossible," the lone-eyed ghost insisted. "I distinctly threw that Taoist along with the ghostly guides out of my residence. He posed no resistance whatsoever." "No resistance?" Su Ning's concerns dissipated, and he smiled. "It seems he truly is a man of extraordinary treasures. This works to my advantage." The lone-eyed ghost's gaze sharpened as he looked at Su Ning. "Commander Su, are you contemplating murder to seize the treasure? But what of the Prime Minister?" "Ha ha," Su Ning chuckled lightly. "I am not stealing anyone from the Prime Minister. I merely need to extract the treasures from that man and erase his memory. Isn't that feasible? By then, even the Prime Minister would have no means to hold me accountable." The lone-eyed ghost hesitated, but Su Ning patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Do you not wish to step into the divine fire realm? After obtaining the treasures, I can allow you to use them first." "Very well. I shall assist Commander Su." The lone-eyed ghost resolutely nodded. In a narrow alley, Li Wudao had just settled his mind, preparing to comprehend the second layer of the martial god inheritance, overbearing body. Before he could delve into his understanding, a chilling and eerie ghostly energy suddenly enveloped the entire alley. A multitude of ghostly soldiers clad in standard ghost armor, exuding a fierce aura, surged forth, led by the grim-faced Su Ning and the shrewd-eyed lone-eyed ghost. "Human Taoist, you dare trespass in the ghost city. I suspect you are a spy sent by the Wanjian sect to probe into the secrets of our ghost city. Seize him." Su Ning wasted no time with pleasantries, directly accusing him while the terrifying pressure of half-step divine fire realm descended upon Li Wudao like a mountain, accompanied by several ghostly chains darting toward him like venomous snakes. Li Wudao's heart raced. This ghost cultivator is nearly as formidable as Zhao Chongjin. This is hopeless. A head-on confrontation leads to certain death. He struggled to suppress his panic, urgently calling out, "Hold on. I am a friend of Zhao Chongjin. He asked me to wait here for him. If you dare harm me, do you not fear Zhao Chongjin's wrath?" "The Prime Minister?" Su Ning sneered, intensifying the pressure. "The esteemed Prime Minister is currently in the Ghost King's palace meeting His Majesty. How could he possibly know you? A mere human spy. Cease your excuses. Seize him." The ghostly chains surged forward with unrelenting speed. Just as they were about to ensnare him, a flash of inspiration struck Li Wudao's mind, and he abruptly raised the Ghost King seal he had been clutching tightly, exclaiming, "But do you recognize this? This is a token given to me by my friend Bai Jiner. Should you act recklessly, you shall bear the consequences." The pristine and smooth Ghost King seal emanated a gentle yet undeniable radiance in the dim alley, with intricate ghostly patterns swirling upon it, releasing an aura of purity, grandeur, and supreme authority. The Ghost King seal. The foremost ghost soldiers felt the soul-binding pressure emanating from it, their movements abruptly halting, revealing expressions of astonishment. Su Ning and the lone-eyed ghost's pupils also contracted. They never imagined that this jade seal, symbolizing the Ghost King's unparalleled authority, would be in the hands of a mere Taoist at the initial stage of the Dharma aspect. The lone-eyed ghost was so terrified that his soul felt detached. He possesses the Ghost King seal? Is it possible he is acquainted with Her Highness the Princess? Bai Jiner is the Ghost King? Li Wudao's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that the ghostly woman in red was indeed the Ghost King of the city. No wonder she could stroll under the sun without a care. Fortunately, with the jade seal in hand, the situation seemed manageable. Upon realizing Bai Jiner was the Ghost King, Li Wudao felt a temporary sense of relief. On the opposite side, Su Ning stared blankly at Li Wudao, his heart surging with tumultuous waves, as insatiable greed was instantly supplanted by overwhelming fear. The Ghost King seal in this man's possession signified that his connection with His Highness the Ghost King was anything but ordinary. Yet, upon further reflection, Su Ning realized that since the Ghost King was being hunted by the 10,000 Swords sect, it was inconceivable that he would entrust the Ghost King seal to another. The more Su Ning pondered, the more convinced he became. The Ghost King seal was linked to the undercurrents of the Ghost City. Handing it over to an outsider was tantamount to surrendering the entire city. The princess still sought vengeance. How could she possibly feel secure in giving the Ghost King seal to a martial artist at the initial stage of the Dharma manifestation? That seal must surely be a forgery. A glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Su Ning's eyes as he bellowed, "Bold thief! How dare you forge the Ghost King seal? Such a crime warrants even greater punishment. Seize him. Any resistance shall result in immediate execution." With that, he acted personally, summoning a colossal ghostly claw imbued with a terrifying chill, which swept past the hesitant ghost soldiers and lunged directly at Li Wudao. Li Wudao's expression shifted in alarm. Damn. This madman has even rejected the Ghost King seal. Faced with an onslaught of ghostly energy far surpassing his own cultivation level, there was no avenue for evasion. Crack. At that moment, Li Wudao detected a tremor beneath his feet. The ghost seal left by Zhao Chongyang had been triggered. A surge of hope welled within him. Help was surely on the way. He slightly raised his gaze, dark clouds gathering on his brow as he addressed Su Ning. "You must think this through. Capturing me may be easy, but persuading me later will not be so simple. Take him away." Su Ning waved his hand decisively, leading his men to the ghost prison. Chapter 92. Haven't eaten? Increase the intensity. In the Yin Shin division, in the ghost prison, Li Wudao found himself bound to a stone pillar. His limbs shackled by Su Ning's ghostly energy. The surroundings were chillingly grim, littered with the bones of the deceased. Li Wudao swallowed hard, mustering his courage to inquire. "Release me now, and we can negotiate amicably. If you wait for Baijiner to arrive, it will be of no use to plead with me." Su Ning let out a cold laugh. "Speak. What treasure did you use to save Zhao Chongyang? Hand it over, and I shall release you immediately." Li Wudao's pupils constricted. This ghost general had apprehended him under the mistaken belief that he possessed a valuable artifact. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he shook his head. "You are mistaken. I possess no treasures." Su Ning sneered. "Have you ever heard of ghost fire? It is a unique flame birthed from the amassed grievances of countless souls, capable of scorching the very essence of a spirit. It is said to inflict excruciating agony. Every single corpse surrounding you was far more powerful in life than you, and they all perished in the flames of ghost fire. If you are wise, you will confess, and I shall spare you this fate. Otherwise, use ghost fire to roast me." Li Wudao stood frozen in place. The second layer of the martial god legacy, domineering body, required external forces to temper the body to achieve its effects. The methods of tempering included ghost fire, spell attacks, and heavenly tribulations. Roasting with ghost fire was merely the first step. Li Wudao had been searching for ghost fire to refine his domineering body, and now it seemed Providence had delivered it to him. Moreover, he had 2 strands of black Dao Fire within him that would automatically mend him if his corporeal form faced collapse. Contemplating this, Li Wudao's initial anxiety transformed into elation. He looked at Su Ning with disdain and exclaimed, "Enough prattling. Hurry up and begin the torture. I disdain your attempts to roast me with ghost fire." Su Ning was taken aback. How could he still be so arrogant after falling into his hands? Did he truly believe he had held dominion over the ghostly realm for millennia? He relished tormenting those with such defiant tongues. "You have quite the sturdy mouth. I hope you do not beg me to stop later." He chuckled coldly, summoning the ghost fire from the prison to coalesce around Li Wudao's feet. The ghastly green flames enveloped him in an instant. A chill and frenzied burning sensation seeped into his skin, akin to being cast into molten lava, while countless phantom blades struck at him from all angles. Li Wudao's skin hissed as sparks erupted. Hiss! The searing pain caused him to draw in a sharp breath, his body trembling. Clenching his teeth, he activated the tempering method of the domineering body within him. Bang! His vital essence surged, and his bones twisted, beginning to convert the toxicity and heat of the ghost fire into energy for refining his flesh. Though the agony was intense, his body was undeniably growing stronger. However, the ghost fire, born from the grievances of millions of souls, was not so easily endured. As the flames continued to sear into his flesh, Li Wudao's sea of consciousness was quietly ignited. His spirit found itself submerged in a sea of flames, the pain multiplying exponentially. Soon, his soul began to shimmer with transparency. At that moment, the 2 strands of black Dao fire within his dantian erupted with vigor, swiftly enveloping his entire being, including the soul within his sea of consciousness. With the aid of the Dao fire, the ghost fire became docile, ceasing its assault on his spirit and instead refining the impurities from his soul, rendering it purer and more resilient. Meanwhile, Li Wudao did not forget to channel the impact of the ghost fire toward the tempering of his corporeal form. Externally, he appeared disheveled, his skin charred, blood seeping from his orifices due to the spiritual assault, yet his gaze grew increasingly radiant. Internally, his vital essence roared like thunder. and the aura of the domineering body solidified under the scorching of the ghost fire. This lad, why does his aura become more substantial as he burns? Is this some kind of ghostly apparition? Su Ning was left flabbergasted, as even the peak living martial artists of the ordinary realm would suffer a split of their 3 souls after being scorched by ghost fire, causing their realms to plummet. How could this boy not only endure but thrive? Li Wudao reveled in the exhilaration of his bodily enhancement, and upon seeing Su Ning's bewildered expression, he smirked and bellowed. This ghost fire is lacking in intensity. Have you not eaten? Can't you ramp it up? His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Su Ning's expression darkened. Seeking death, he gathered his strength, infusing the ghost fire with even greater vigor, making it blaze more fiercely. Oh, how delightful. Li Wudao closed his eyes in blissful contentment. There was no trace of torment on his visage. It was all pure enjoyment. Could it be that the ghost fire has been tampered with? Su Ning furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss with the ghost fire. He attempted to grasp it with his hand. Boom. The ghost fire ignited his hand in an instant, eliciting a distorted scream of pain from Su Ning. His face turned pale as he disregarded the agony, hastily severing the flaming hand to halt the fire's spread. Glorious. Watching Su Ning's disheveled state, Li Wudao burst into triumphant laughter. You scoundrel, how dare you deceive me? I'll burn you alive. Su Ning gritted his teeth, unleashing all his power to intensify the ghost fire. He would not believe that a mere martial artist at the initial stage of Dharma manifestation could withstand it indefinitely. In the Ghost King Palace, Zhao Chonggang rushed to the entrance of Bai Jiner's chamber, anxiously calling out, Your Highness, Princess Bai Jiner, I, Zhao Chonggang, have urgent matters to discuss. Speak plainly, National Minister, I have matters to attend to shortly, came Bai Jiner's voice from within the chamber. Inside, Bai Jiner had just finished bathing and was seated at her vanity, applying makeup. After finally returning to restore order in the ghost city and manage the traders, she had managed to carve out some leisure time for herself. She thought of beautifying herself before venturing out to find young Master Shun. Today was the 7th day of the 7th month, and calculating the time, young Master Shun should have entered the ghost city by now. She planned to send 1 or 2 ghost generals to bully him, while she would make a grand entrance as the heroine, ensuring he would harbor deep affections for her. Afterward, by showering him with meticulous love and care, he would be unable to forget her, destined to marry no one but her in this lifetime. At that moment, I will be able to openly follow him. What is his shall become mine, and what is mine shall be his. Young Master Shun is still rather feeble now. He will undoubtedly be ensnared by my domineering affection. With this thought, a blissful smile reminiscent of a lovesick maiden appeared upon Bai Jiner's face. Before her vanity, she had an ancient book titled The Overbearing Ghost King's Affection, The Reborn Emperor's True Feelings. Chapter 93, Bai Jiner's Fury. Just then, an urgent voice from outside broke through. Your Highness, a remarkable figure from the mortal realm has arrived in the city. He claims to know you and possesses your Ghost King seal. He says he has matters to discuss with you. With a sudden gasp, Bai Jiner's brow pencil slipped from her fingers, and in an instant, her figure transformed into a streak of crimson light, bursting through the door to stand before Zhao Chongjian. She gazed at him with a stern expression and inquired, Minister, is he clad in a blue robe, dressed as a Taoist, and strikingly handsome? Does his surname happen to be Shun? Upon hearing the princess's description, Zhao Chongjian hastily nodded. Indeed, the distinguished individual matches your description perfectly. Excellent. Young Master Shun has arrived. With Zhao Chongjian's affirmative reply, Bai Jiner clenched her small fists in excitement, her face radiant with joy. Minister, where is young Master Shun now? Quickly, take me to him. With that, Bai Jiner promptly arranged her attire, presenting herself as if preparing to meet a beloved. Zhao Chongjian was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. Your Highness, could it be that you have feelings for this esteemed figure? Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering a ghostly seal resonated through the air, and Zhao Chongjian's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Someone has made a move against the esteemed figure. What? Bai Jiner exclaimed, startled. You mean someone is targeting young Master Shin? Yes, Your Highness, we must hurry, Zhao Chongjian confirmed. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiner's beautiful eyes ignited with fury. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on young Master Shun, I shall make them wish for death. Over the year they had spent together, Bai Jiner had come to realize that young Master Shun was a treasure among cultivators, brimming with profound insights. She speculated that he might be the reincarnation of an unparalleled power, one who would possess emotions before fully awakening his memories, yet become detached from worldly affairs thereafter. She needed to seize this opportunity. Even if they could not become Dao companions, becoming cherished confidants would suffice. If her subordinates offended young Master Shen, her plans would be in vain. The murderous aura emanating from Bai Jiner inadvertently caused the ghost city to tremble, leaving Zhao Chongjin in a state of shock. It was the first time he had witnessed the princess display such wrath for another. In the Yin-Shin division, the one-eyed guardian stood watch at the entrance, determined to hold the fort until Su Ning extracted the treasure, preventing the minister from intruding, lest his efforts be in vain. Lin Du, having a connection through incense, had been spared by the one-eyed guardian. The one-eyed guardian coldly regarded the master and disciple duo. Why are you not hastening to leave the ghost city? Do you wish for me to escort you? Lin Du, visibly anxious, urged, My lord, do not be foolish. Shun, the esteemed figure, possesses unparalleled abilities. How can you be so reckless as to confront him with that ghost general? One word from Shun can revive a ghost cultivator on the brink of demise, propelling them to realms far beyond yours. He is not to be trifled with. Humph. The one-eyed guardian scoffed dismissively. Do not spread your baseless rumors here. If he truly had the power of resurrection, would he have been subdued by Captain Su in a single move? Lin Du's face turned grave. My lord, the esteemed figure might merely be toying with the situation. Heed my advice and return to seek forgiveness. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Otherwise, once he has had his fill of amusement, it will be too late. I have consumed more salt than you have lived. So how could I fail to discern his true nature? The one-eyed guardian waved his sleeve, sending Lin Du and his disciple tumbling back. Enough chatter. If you do not depart soon, do not blame me for lacking compassion. The duo crashed heavily onto the cold streets of the ghost city, their souls trembling. Struggling to rise, they gazed at the one-eyed guardian as if he were a specter. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire sky above the Yin-Shin division seemed to be shrouded in an icy tempest. A bone-chilling presence, imbued with fury, descended without warning, as if the very firmament of the ghost city were collapsing upon every ghostly soul. Crack, crack. The solid ghost stone doors of the Yin-Shin division instantly became adorned with spiderweb-like fissures. The ghost soldiers standing guard before the gates did not let out a single sound, as though struck by an invisible hammer, their souls disintegrating into wisps of smoke. The one-eyed guardian bore the brunt of this force, feeling an irresistible and absolute pressure descend upon him, emanating from the very essence of life and soul. PFF. He spewed forth a mouthful of pure ghostly blood, feeling as though an unseen force had shattered his knee, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. The hard black stone floor was marked by 2 deep impressions from his knee. He attempted to lift his head, but found his neck pinned down as if crushed by mountains, unable to move even a fraction. He could only press his face against the ground, his single eye filled with boundless terror and disbelief. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the gates. There, he barely discerned a pair of embroidered shoes, their delicate tips adorned with dark golden patterns. As he looked up, he beheld a figure in a crimson dress, her stunning countenance shadowed by anger. The Ghost King. Upon recognizing the woman in red, the one-eyed guardian nearly lost his soul to fright. He could hardly fathom that the Ghost King would personally visit this filthy realm. One-eyed. At that moment, Zhao Chongjin's voice rang out, cold as the winds of the netherworld, imbued with overwhelming wrath and murderous intent. Each word pierced the one-eyed guardian's soul like an icicle. Where have you taken the esteemed figure, Shun? Every syllable from Zhao Chongjin carried the weight of divine authority, striking the one-eyed guardian's heart like a hammer. Esteemed figure? The minister addressed that Taoist as an esteemed figure, and before the Ghost King, the one-eyed guardian felt as though he were hallucinating. No matter how indebted the minister was to that Taoist, he was still the minister of the ghost city, a formidable being. How could he possibly refer to a mere mortal of the initial stage of the Dharma realm as an esteemed figure, especially in the presence of the Ghost King? Just then, Bai Jiner interjected, Where is young Master Shun? Speak. If he is in any way displeased, you shall all forfeit your lives. Her voice, though soft, sent shivers through the one-eyed guardian's entire being, causing his soul to ache. But more than that, he was struck by astonishment. The exalted ruler of the ghost city, the Ghost King, actually knew that Taoist. In that instant, all of the one-eyed guardian's hopes and greed evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and chill. Your Highness, the Ghost King, Minister, the one-eyed guardian stammered, summoning all his strength, his voice fragmented and trembling. Captain Su. He is in the dungeon. Being interrogated. Interrogating that esteemed figure. Interrogating. Zhao Chongjin's voice shot up, sharp as a wailing ghost, filled with boundless terror. He abruptly turned his gaze to the figure radiating icy fury beside him. Your Highness. Quickly. Bai Jiner's eyes flared, and in an instant, the temperature within the Yin-Shin division plummeted to absolute zero, as if time and space were about to freeze. You have all done well. Very well indeed. Chapter 94. The Discussion. The one-eyed guardian felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Your Highness, please quell your anger. I did not know he was your friend. My sins are worthy of death. Right now, I shall take you to see him." As he spoke, he rose, drenched in sweat, and hurriedly rushed towards the ghost prison. His heart clenched tightly as he silently prayed, "Commander Su, please do not resort to torture on that Taoist priest, or it will all be over." Inside the ghost prison, the ghostly flames crackled violently, and Li Wudao reveled in the raging inferno, wearing a look of sheer enjoyment. Meanwhile, Su Ning was panting heavily, observing the ghostly flames nearly consuming everything within, yet the foul Taoist showed no sign of capitulation, leaving him frustrated. Damn it! Is this Taoist even human? Why is there no reaction whatsoever? This is outrageously sinister. With a fierce expression, he glared coldly at Li Wudao. "You brat. My patience is not infinite. I grant you one final opportunity to surrender the treasured item. Otherwise, I shall devour your soul whole." Just then, the door to the ghost prison was violently flung open, and a ghostly figure darted inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Wudao's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing a familiar aura approaching, and he looked at Su Ning with a pitying grin. "Next, your days of ease are over." Su Ning paused at those words and turned to the entrance of the ghost prison. He saw the one-eyed man, drenched in sweat, sprinting towards him. Su Ning immediately approached him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "One-eyed, why the rush? Were you not supposed to be keeping watch outside? This kid is a bit sinister. It will take some time." The one-eyed man looked up at Li Wudao, only to find him engulfed in ghostly flames, his body charred and unrecognizable, and his eyes widened in shock. "It's over." With a thud, the one-eyed man collapsed to the ground. "What do you mean it's over?" Su Ning frowned at the one-eyed man, who had suddenly become a quivering heap on the floor. Suddenly, the prison door erupted in a violent explosion. Two terrifying waves of ghostly energy surged in. Instantly, the ghostly flames inside the prison extinguished as a pressure froze time itself, and the red-clad figures surged like blood waves. Sensing this extraordinary and terrifying ghostly power, Su Ning whipped his gaze towards the entrance. There, a cold-faced figure in red descended upon the ghost prison. Su Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What brings the princess here? Could it be that this lad is truly a friend of the princess? The thought sent a chill down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure radiating from Baijiner shattered Su Ning's soul, causing him to kneel and cry out, "Princess, I have failed to welcome you properly. You dare to harm him." Seeking death, Baijiner saw Li Wudao charred black, her brows furrowing in anger as she pointed a jade finger, instantly obliterating half of Su Ning's soul. "Ah!" Su Ning screamed in agony, his cultivation plummeting, in terror. He stammered, "Princess, this person is an agent of the mortal realm. I, Su Ning, only wished for the safety of the ghost city." Boom. Baijiner's red lips parted slightly, and a terrifying suction force drew Su Ning into her being. He vanished before he could even scream or express his regret. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, the one-eyed man, paralyzed on the floor, scrambled to his feet, kowtowing before Baijiner like a hammer striking garlic. "I deserve death. I beseech you, your highness, grant me a chance to redeem myself." "Humph, I shall deal with you later," Baijiner scoffed, her ghostly energy causing the one-eyed man's soul to become translucent, violently crashing him into the walls of the dungeon, leaving his fate uncertain. Having completed her task, Baijiner swiftly appeared before Li Wudao. Gazing at his charred form, unrecognizable and battered, she was filled with remorse, her hands trembling as she reached out. "Young Master Shun, I am so sorry, I have arrived too late." "Your Highness." The ghostly soldiers surrounding the prison were taken aback at Baijiner's evident concern for a mortal man. Such a display had not been witnessed in over 5,000 years, during the time when the princess's elder brother was gravely injured by the celestial sect. "Miss Bai, what are you doing?" "I am perfectly fine," Li Wudao spoke, bemused by Baijiner's distressed demeanor. Crack. The charred remnants of his body began to flake away, revealing skin as radiant as glass, with vitality roaring like a dragon's song. He was completely unharmed, and in fact, had grown exponentially stronger. Baijiner's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "You refined your body using ghostly flames?" "Recently, I've made some progress in body refinement, so I thought I might as well practice a bit," Li Wudao replied with a smile, casually brushing off the soot from his body. Internally, he felt relieved, "Fortunate that you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been in peril." Meanwhile, the statesman Zhao Chang'e was left utterly awestruck, bowing deeply in admiration of Li Wudao. Such an esteemed figure, capable of refining their body with ghostly flames. Baijiner was momentarily stunned, thinking she had misheard. Ghostly flames? Even she, surrounded by ghostly energy, would be incinerated. Yet, young Master Shin managed to refine his body with ghostly flames. It was simply too extraordinary. However, after a brief moment, she came to terms with it because he was young Master Shin. She smiled gently and said, "Young Master Shun, I have heard that you were looking for me. Is that correct? Li Wudao got straight to the point. I wish to obtain the Red Lotus Karma Fire for healing. I wonder if you could assist me? The Red Lotus Karma Fire for healing? Indeed, that is the very flame you seek. After a moment of hesitation upon realizing Li Wudao's request, Baijiner continued, I know where the Red Lotus Karma Fire is located. Although I should not refuse you this flame for healing, there is a matter. What matter? Li Wudao's heart tightened. Sensing the retrieval of the Red Lotus Karma Fire might not be straightforward. Chapter 95, Breaking the Array. Upon hearing that Li Wudao sought the Red Lotus Karma Fire, Xianxia was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. Your Highness, the Red Lotus Karma Fire is not to be trifled with. Baijiner disregarded Xianxia's warning and beckoned to Li Wudao. Come with me, and you shall see. With that, she led Li Wudao away from the ghost prison, heading straight for the Ghost King's palace. Your Highness, this cannot be, Xianxia exclaimed, chasing after them, his face a mask of concern. Li Wudao furrowed his brow. Was there something particularly special about the Red Lotus Karma Fire that made Xianxia, a subordinate, so adamantly opposed Baijiner, the Ghost King? Oh no, this is dire. As Baijiner insisted on taking Li Wudao to retrieve the Red Lotus Karma Fire, Xianxia's anxiety escalated. He halted, took a deep breath, then called out across the entirety of the Ghost City, Generals, National Teacher, the princess intends to retrieve the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Come quickly. The voice resonated powerfully. And soon, over a dozen terrifying auras converged rapidly from all directions towards the Ghost King's palace. The Ghost King's palace, the capital of the Yu Kingdom, was resplendent and majestic. Under Baijiner's guidance, Li Wudao arrived at the summit of the palace. Young master, this is the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Baijiner pointed upwards. There, an ancient mirror faced the sky, and above it floated a vibrant, multicolored flame, resembling a blooming lotus. This flame burned spontaneously, devoid of a heart or ghostly energy to sustain it, yet it emitted an aura of death, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. Is this the Red Lotus Karma Fire? How remarkably unique. Li Wudao gazed in astonishment at the radiant flame. At that moment, Baijiner spoke softly. For you to seek the Red Lotus Karma Fire for healing, I cannot refuse. However, this flame concerns the lives of all ghost cultivators in my entire ghost city. Why is that? Li Wudao inquired, curious. At that moment, over a dozen formidable ghostly figures suddenly converged upon the apex of the Ghost King Palace from all directions. The malevolent aura emanating from each of them was on par with that of Zhao Chongjin. Leading the assembly were the national minister Zhao Chongjin and a sinister figure clad in black robes. Behind them stood the 10 great ghosts. As soon as the black-robed specter appeared, he bowed deeply and bellowed at Baijiner. Your Highness, the princess, think twice. The Inferno flame guards the Taiyin formation. Without the Red Lotus Inferno, the entire city shall perish. Zhao Chongjin hurriedly stepped forward to concur. Indeed, the national master speaks true. I beseech your Highness to reconsider. Our citizens in Yu country rely entirely on the protection of the Red Lotus Inferno. The throng of ghosts behind them echoed in agreement, their ominous energy palpable. Li Wudao, taken aback, gazed incredulously at Baijiner. Does this Red Lotus Inferno bind the lives of all the specters in Ghost City? Indeed, it does, Baijiner replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. Years ago, the heavenly Yuan sacred land annihilated our Yu country, leaving behind the Taiyin Great Formation, intending to drain the souls of the entire nation. Fortunately, our country was shielded by the dragon vein, and the hatred of our deceased souls gave rise to the Red Lotus Inferno. Only in places where the Red Lotus Inferno exists has the Taiyin Great Formation been unable to consume all the souls. Li Wudao furrowed his brow. This was untenable. He could not afford to be deprived of the Red Lotus Inferno while seeking to restore his strength. However, forcibly taking the flame would spell doom for all the spirits in Ghost City. This was quite the predicament. After some contemplation, Li Wudao inquired, Miss Bai, if the Taiyin Formation is dismantled, will the removal of the Red Lotus Inferno still endanger the lives of all the spirits in the city? Naturally not, Baijiner replied, though her eyes brimmed with a sense of helplessness. However, the Taiyin Formation was set by the powerful beings of the sacred land. How could it be so easily undone? Upon hearing that there might be a glimmer of hope, Li Wudao continued, Miss Bai, take me to see the Taiyin Formation. I shall see if I can dismantle it without breaking it. Baijiner looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. You wish to break the formation? Yes. Let us give it a try, Li Wudao smiled. What if I succeed? Baijiner, realizing she had not misheard, felt a spark of hope and nodded eagerly. Then I shall trouble you, young master. However, just as Baijiner assented, her subordinates began to panic. Your Highness, you must not. The Taiyin Formation is set by the heavenly Yuan sacred land. It is incredibly intricate. If we inadvertently trigger it, the Ghost City will suffer tremendous casualties. The national master, his black robes torn asunder to reveal his skeletal form, screeched, "Princess." This formation intertwines with the earth's veins and disturbs the balance of yin and yang. A millennium ago, even a true one-realm sovereign could not shift it. Should he falter, the inferno flame will backfire, turning the entire city to ash. Upon uttering those words, the 10 ghostly generals behind the national master knelt in unison, their soul flames flickering like candles. "Please, your highness, think again." Zhao Changjin also stepped forward, bowing apologetically to Li Wudao. "Senior Shun, though your martial prowess is divine, this concerns a formation. A single disturbance can affect the whole. I implore you to reconsider." Faced with such vehement opposition, Li Wudao spoke calmly. "The Tian formation has likely plagued you for many years. You cannot rely on the Red Lotus Inferno for eternity. Even if I do not take it today, it will eventually run dry. Why not allow me to try? I have some means. Should I succeed in breaking the formation, you will no longer have to worry." At this declaration, the ghosts erupted in disbelief. "Are you jesting? This is the Tian Great Formation of the heavenly Yuan sacred land. Years ago, over 100 cultivators from my country, along with a true one-realm master, could not break it. What can a mere Dharma aspect warrior accomplish?" "Enough." Bai Jiner suddenly raised her hand, and the Ghost King's seal manifested in her grasp. She commanded, "This matter rests in my hands. Let young Master Shin attempt to break the formation. Whether he succeeds or fails, I shall bear the consequences." "Your Highness, you must not." The national master and Zhao Changjin cried out in alarm. Yet, gazing at Bai Jiner, who held the Ghost King's seal, they found themselves unable to disobey her command. With a grand gesture, Bai Jiner unleashed a terrifying wave of ghostly power that engulfed the entire city. Soon after, the ghostly force receded, revealing the ghost city as a roiling blood pool, encased in a cage of chains. The chains bore formations that devoured ghostly energy, filling the air with wails, creating a veritable hell on earth. This was the true visage of Ghost City. "Young master, the next step is yours." Bai Jiner bowed solemnly to Li Wudao. Understanding the immense pressure Bai Jiner had taken upon herself to assist him, Li Wudao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Gathering his focus, he began to channel the last remaining strand of white flame from his dantian, allowing a slender wisp of white fire to flow into the heart of the Tian formation. Instantly, the entirety of the Tian Great Formation unfolded in his mind. Devoid of any blind spots, the white flame ignited rapidly, causing the formation's patterns to melt and reconfigure, severing the chains. "I found it. Right here." Li Wudao's eyes flew open, and the white flame surged forth from his fingertips, racing towards the location he had pinpointed in his mind. With a flash, the white flame made contact with the formation, transforming into countless arcane runes. Where it passed, the soul-binding chains turned from black to gold, the blood pool vaporized, and the tainted blood transformed into pure spring water. The heart of the formation shattered with a resounding crash, revealing a pitch-black bone talisman emblazoned with the words Heavenly Yuan. Boom! A myriad of golden rays shot skyward, piercing through the ominous clouds. The Tian Great Formation crumbled in response. The national master, his rotting skeletal hand now restored to flesh, widened his eyes in disbelief. My blood and flesh seal has vanished. This is the transformation from Tian to pure yang. This is a reversal of the heavenly order. The 10 ghostly generals, liberated from the suppression of the formation, collectively broke through, their power surging. They knelt in awe, exclaiming, "A miracle!" Zhao Changjin was left dumbfounded, then ecstatically prostrated before Li Wudao. The entire Yu country expresses its gratitude to Senior Shun. Is it truly broken? The formation has truly been dismantled. Bai Jiner stood rooted in place, murmuring in disbelief. Her hair flowed freely, and her delicate fingers clutched the protagonist's sleeve tightly. Tears mingled with laughter. With this formation shattered, the countless resentful souls of our Yu country shall finally attain reincarnation. Chapter 96. Restoration. Exhaling in relief as he beheld the Tian formation's demise and the safety of the ghostly lives within Ghost City, Li Wudao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. This was the fate of an entire nation. Though it pertained to spirits, the burden was still a heavy one to bear. "Young master, on behalf of the people of Yu country, I thank you." Bai Jiner approached quietly, her tears transformed into a radiant smile as she bowed deeply to Li Wudao. "There's no need for such formalities. I came for the Red Lotus Inferno," Li Wudao replied with a gentle smile, exuding warmth like a spring breeze. "Please wait a moment. The Red Lotus Inferno must be enveloped in ghostly power. Direct contact will cause karmic hindrance, detrimental to future cultivation," Bai Jiner explained, proceeding to carefully package the Red Lotus Inferno. Only after confirming its safety did she present it to Li Wudao with both hands. "What are your plans now, young master? Would you care to stay in our ghost city for a while?" Li Wudao accepted the Red Lotus Inferno, shaking his head at Bai Jiner. Not at this time. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall return when the opportunity arises. Then, may I seek you out in the future? Bai Jiner asked shyly, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Feel free to come whenever you wish, Li Wudao replied casually, then turned to seek out Lin Du and his disciple, preparing to leave Ghost City. After all, her legs were her own. Could he really hinder her? Bai Jiner paused, her heart fluttering with delight as she gazed at Li Wudao's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the ghostly generals, the national master, and Zhao Chongjin, having regained their composure, all bowed deeply in gratitude to Li Wudao's departing silhouette. Young Master Shun, your great kindness shall be remembered for all eternity. With a relaxed smile gracing his face, Li Wudao felt a surge of satisfaction within. Although he had exhausted all the black and white fire within him during this venture, he had successfully acquired the Red Lotus Flame and achieved minor success in the dominant body. His physical form now comparable to that of a half-step into the cave heaven realm. Once he restored his spiritual energy, with such a formidable physique far surpassing his current cultivation, he would be able to wreak havoc amongst peers of equal standing. Senior, are you unscathed? Suddenly, two figures, panting heavily, rushed towards him. It was Lin Du and his disciple. Concerned for Li Wudao's safety, they had hastened to the Ghost King Palace. Even at the risk of revealing their living identities, the perils of the ghost prison were too great. The spirits along the way could hardly resist the urge to devour them, and they feared being consumed if they did not locate Li Wudao promptly. It's all right now, let us return to Tianhe, Li Wudao said kindly, smiling at the evident worry reflected in Lin Du and his disciples' eyes. Yes, senior. They nodded in response. With Li Wudao beside them, the surrounding spirits no longer paid them any heed, granting them a profound sense of security. Just as they were about to rise and depart, a thunderous chorus echoed from behind them. Young Master Shun, your great kindness shall be remembered for all eternity. Lin Du and his disciple abruptly turned around, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld over 10 formidable figures, emanating ghostly energy, bowing in homage atop the Ghost King Palace. Their hearts raced in astonishment. These beings, nay, these terrifying spirits, were paying their respects to Senior Shun. Among them stood a red-clad female ghost, her aura so oppressive it rendered one breathless. She seemed to be the entity referred to as the Ghost King within the prison. What has Senior done to command such reverence from the apex powers of the entire Ghost City? The two disciples shared a knowing glance, their eyes fixated on Li Wudao, who had already begun to stride away. Tianhe City, the Hall of Healing. By the time Li Wudao returned, morning had dawned. Observing the wide-open doors of the Hall of Healing, he chuckled. It seems Shuang has risen early today. Perhaps there are a multitude of patients? In high spirits. He hummed a cheerful tune as he entered. However, upon reaching the inner courtyard, he lifted his gaze only to find Shuang perched upon the examination table, one hand gripping a patient by the throat, while the other pointed accusingly at a book that had fallen to the ground. She barked loudly, "Pick up the medical record. I command you to pick up the medical record." After the patient complied, his face filled with trepidation, he meekly protested, "Doctor, your prescription had no effect." "What? You dare claim my prescription is ineffective?" Shuang retorted, delivering a swift elbow strike that left the patient sputtering bile. Gripping his collar, she continued to elbow him while shouting, "I will ask you once more. Is it effective or not? Is it effective or not?" Yes, it is effective." The patient cried out, begging for mercy. Li Wudao watched in disbelief, his eyelids twitching. Perhaps teaching Shuang martial arts had not been the wisest decision. "Oh dear, Brother Shun, when did you return?" Shuang exclaimed, spotting Li Wudao standing at the entrance, her expression turning to one of surprise as she impulsively hurled the patient out over the high wall and rushed toward him. Ahem, Li Wudao cleared his throat, glancing around but not spotting Yang Gandang. Curiously, he inquired, "Shuang, where is that sycophantic guardian of flowers, Yang Gandang?" "He is in the room." Shuang pointed toward the back of the examination table. "Oh my," Li Wudao exclaimed as he beheld a man, wrapped in white cloth, groaning as he crawled out from behind the table, clearly having suffered a beating. Li Wudao was momentarily stunned. He realized this was all Shuang's handiwork. "By the way, Shuang, I have retrieved the Red Lotus Flame. When can you heal my wounds?" he asked with a dry smile. "Just a moment. I will begin immediately," Shuang replied, swiftly tossing the seemingly unkillable patients out of the Hall of Healing before shutting the door and hanging a sign that read closed. She then turned and clapped her hands together. "Brother Shun, it's time." Li Wudao nodded and sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Shuang, holding a golden needle, directly pierced it into Li Wudao's third eye and various vital points. "Brother Shun, whether it works or not will depend on this next part. Bear with me," she instructed. With her fingertips pinching the golden needle, she summoned the Red Lotus Flame with her spiritual energy and gently blew on it. causing the flame to transform into fireflies that entered Li Wudao's dantian. Crackle! Instantly, the 5-colored lotus patterns emitted by the red lotus flame coursed through Li Wudao's meridians, causing his skin to flush with vitality and his blood to surge like a pillar. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to rapidly flow into Li Wudao's body. As time ticked by, dusk soon approached. Boom! Just then, an explosive surge of vitality erupted above the Hall of Healing, sending a shockwave that shook down all the withered leaves from the trees. A gust of spiritual energy akin to the early stages of a Dharma form rose from the ground. With a deep breath, Li Wudao opened his eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. Miss Schwanger, your skill is remarkable. With a shy smile, Schwanger instinctively elbowed him playfully. What did Brother Shin just say? What is our relationship? Knock, knock, knock. Senior, senior. 2 urgent voices called out from beyond the door, accompanied by the sound of knocking. Lindu? Li Wudao raised his gaze slightly before standing to open the door. Lindu, accompanied by Zhao Ergu, stood outside with their arms laden with various packages. Upon seeing Li Wudao, they immediately knelt down. Senior, we, the junior disciples, implore you to provide guidance in our cultivation. As soon as the words left their lips, the sky darkened, devoid of sunlight, and a ghostly figure descended from above, landing beside Lin Du and his disciple. It too knelt before the door, fervently beseeching. I am Xiaotsong. I implore you, senior, bestow upon me the blessings of martial arts. The 3 of them bowed their heads simultaneously, their voices resonating in unison. Chapter 97. Nurturing Vitality Fist. Observing the 2 kneeling men and 1 ghost outside his door, Li Wudao fell silent. The reason for his hesitation was simple. He pursued martial arts to temper his physique, lest he overexert his spiritual abilities and risk shattering his own body. As for genuine martial arts and techniques, he had not learned a single one, and thus could not teach others. The inheritance of the martial god was not something he could simply pass along. It was a double-edged sword that could bring ruin to the unworthy. These 3 had aided him significantly. Outright rejection would seem ungracious. Yet, to accept them without the means to teach was equally problematic. They had heard some classic web literature, but none had reached epiphany, and merely speaking would not suffice. It was rather troublesome. After pondering, Li Wudao decided to delay for now, intending to first acquire a martial arts technique before imparting knowledge to them. Senior. Lin Du and the others observed Li Wudao's silence, anxiety knotting in their chests. Have we overstepped? Is the senior unwilling to teach us? Just then, as the 3 grew increasingly uneasy, Li Wudao finally spoke. You may return for now. The time is not yet ripe. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them felt a wave of despair wash over them. But when they heard the words "the time is not yet ripe," their spirits lifted. Excitement flooding their faces. The implication of "not yet" indicated that he was not refusing outright, but rather postponing with intention, a promise to teach them in due time. Instantly, the 3 rejoiced and bowed deeply. I, Xiaotsong, thank you, senior. I, Lin Du, and Zhao Ergu, express our heartfelt gratitude to you, senior. All right, you may return now. The time has come, and you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Li Wudao spoke with a calm demeanor, waving his sleeves as he levitated the 3 individuals with his spiritual energy before turning away with an air of inscrutability. The 3, having been successfully lured by his words, bowed deeply once more and then dispersed. The following morning, Brother Shun, it's time to rise and partake in some noodles. Li Wudao was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. He rose to open it, discovering Schwanger waiting outside with a bowl of noodles in hand. Why are you up so early? Li Wudao inquired with curiosity. Schwanger, her eyes sparkling with excitement, waved her fists in the air. Ever since training with Brother Shun, no one dares to cause trouble at the clinic anymore, and the sensation of striking feels utterly exhilarating. She elbowed her way in. I've worked hard. I cannot falter now. What new techniques will you teach me today, Brother Shin? Li Wudao gazed at Schwanger, who eagerly extended the bowl of noodles towards him, his eyelids twitching slightly as he hesitated to accept. A gentle and lovely young doctor. How did her martial training lead her down such peculiar paths? If this continues, will Schwanger become the MVP of medical disputes? The thought of those patients struck by her elbows filled Li Wudao with inner guilt. He cleared his throat and said, Today, let us learn something that employs softness to overcome strength. All right, Brother Shun, you eat first, Schwanger replied joyfully, watching him. As Li Wudao ate, he pondered. He could not teach her anything too aggressive. Instead, he should guide her towards something gentler. What should he teach? A required course in university, Tai Chi. His eyes lit up as he quickly finished his noodles. Wiping his mouth, he walked to an open area in the courtyard. Schwanger, I shall impart to you a legendary martial art, one that employs softness to conquer strength. The benefits you will reap from mastering it are immeasurable. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, let us learn this. Pay close attention and let us begin. First posture. Sink your shoulders and drop your elbows. Embracing the sparrow's tail, Wudao demonstrated while guiding her through the movements. Xianxia, intrigued, quickly grasped the form, yet felt light and airy afterward. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Brother Shun, can this soft technique truly strike? Indeed, this is a nurturing practice. What else do you expect? Wudao thought to himself, casting her a sidelong glance but refraining from voicing his thoughts, fearing she might lose interest. With a serious expression, he continued, this technique is called Tai Chi. It nurtures the balance of yin and yang and requires the accompanying mantra to be effective. Xianxia, believing him wholeheartedly, earnestly recited the mantra as she practiced the movements. Observing her swiftly mastering the forms, Wudao continued to inspire her. Tai Chi gives birth to the two principles. The two principles give rise to the four images. The four images give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams evolve into yin and yang. Unconsciously following along, Xianxia found herself surrounded by swirling leaves. A dry leaf floated by her left palm, while a lush green leaf hovered near her right palm, creating a mesmerizing Tai Chi diagram beneath her feet. As she moved, the essence of yin and yang gradually manifested behind her, harmoniously intertwining. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through her, and the sounds of her meridians opening resonated within her. Her cultivation visibly advancing. Boom! The spiritual energy surged, sending leaves swirling, and Xianxia experienced a breakthrough to the late stage of blood ignition. Is this truly possible? Wudao was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Xianxia, who had been effortlessly guided by his words, suddenly comprehend the essence of yin and yang. At that moment, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from his dantian. The Dao Fire has arrived? Wudao turned his inner gaze inward. A white flame quietly flickered to life within his dantian. By my mother, she breaks through to the meridian opening realm with just one practice. Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes. Her expression filled with astonishment as she gazed at her palm, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her. She excitedly turned to Wudao, Brother Shun. Can I share this martial art with my friends? Wudao nodded. This is not a secret technique. Anyone with potential may learn it. However, if someone approaches seeking knowledge, you may share it with them. Wonderful, Xianxia exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she resumed practicing Tai Chi, quickly entering a state of blissful oblivion. Watching her joyous and entranced figure, Wudao shook his head in amusement, memories of 2 familiar figures surfacing in his mind. It had been over a year since he departed from Linen. He wondered how Aunt May and little Lihua were faring. The thought of Aunt May's gentle demeanor and little Lihua's insatiable appetite warmed his heart, bringing a soft smile to his face. With his injuries healed, it was time to return and check on them. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Wudao retrieved paper and pen, composing a letter. Xianxia, our journey through the celestial river has been a fortune to have met you. Take care, and may we meet again when fate allows. He placed the letter at the entrance of the room, glancing once more at the meditative Xianxia before departing from the Jishir Hall. As night fell, Xianxia remained in her trance, lost in her martial practice. Meanwhile, Lin Du and his disciples, along with Su Shuai and an old friend, arrived to pay a visit. Senior Shun, I hope you do not mind our uninvited presence, Su Shuai said casually as he pushed the door open, intending to respectfully greet Wudao, only to find the room empty. Has the senior departed? Su Shuai was momentarily taken aback. The others, including Lin Du and the old friend Xiao Tsong, were equally bewildered. Just yesterday, Senior Shin had promised to guide them. How could he have left without a word? As they searched the courtyard, they suddenly spotted Xianxia, lost in her practice, and were all taken aback. What martial art is Dr. Xianxia practicing? It appears so soft and nurturing. No, this young lady is being personally taught by Senior Shun. It cannot be that simple. Su Shuai furrowed his brow. He sensed an unusual quality in Xianxia's movements, a harmonious blend of softness and strength, hinting at the emergence of martial intent, yet feeling elusive. Hearing Su Shuai's remark, Lin Du and the others fell silent, remembering Senior Shin's transcendent abilities. They all shifted their focus, intently watching Xianxia. As she practiced with abandon, she recited the mantra involuntarily. In that moment, with a swift motion, the balance of softness and strength manifested, and a black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared behind her. This is martial intent. Su Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. She had only been training for less than a year, and she had already grasped the essence of martial intent. Lin Du and the others were left in stunned silence. It was well known that comprehending martial intent was among the most challenging feats for cultivators. Many took centuries to attain its form, and even longer to grasp its essence. Yet here stood a healer who managed to comprehend the principles of martial arts in a mere year. This was unprecedented. A collective gasp escaped their lips. Just then, Shuang opened her eyes, noticing the unexpected presence of the group. Stunned, she turned her head. Su Senior, the paper shop's ghostly figures. Why are you all here? Scanning the surroundings and failing to catch sight of Li Wudao, she paused. Where is Brother Shun? Su Shuai raised his hand. The letter that had been hanging by the door floating to Shuang. Dr. Shuang, it seems Senior Shin has departed and left you a letter. Why did Brother Shin leave without saying a word? Shuang was taken aback, opening the envelope and confirming that Li Wudao had indeed left. Her expression fell slightly as she sighed. Why does it feel so empty inside now that Brother Shin is gone? The courtyard fell into a momentary silence, and Su Shuai was the first to break it, inquiring, Dr. Shuang, I find the martial arts you just practiced to be remarkably unique. Before he could finish his sentence, Shuang interjected, it was taught to me by Brother Shun. It's called Tai Chi, so it was passed down from a predecessor. No wonder, no wonder. Upon hearing Shuang's explanation, the group nodded in realization. Their gazes upon Shuang were filled with unabashed fervor. Yet they dared not be greedy, only able to sigh in resignation. Alas, our fate is too shallow to learn like Dr. Shuang. Shuang discerned the unspoken sentiments in their words and smiled. Do not lose heart. Brother Shin said that if you wish to learn, I can impart it to you. What? Su Shuai and the others exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily speechless, thinking they had misheard. Until Shuang reiterated, Brother Shin said that those who are fated may learn. You are not strangers to him. If you wish to learn, hurry and come forth. I shall only teach once, and if you cannot grasp it, I shall not be responsible. Excellent, excellent. Once they were convinced of Shuang's words, Su Shuai and the others blushed with excitement, laughter spilling forth. This was the method taught by a martial arts master of divine prowess. How could it be of ordinary worth? Enough of the laughter, quickly straighten yourselves. Shuang admonished with a serious expression, observing the delighted crowd. Su Shuai and the others immediately composed themselves, attentively watching Shuang's demonstration. Fearful of missing a single movement, Lin Du and his apprentice mimicked her diligently, repeatedly reciting the incantation. The 8 trigrams evolve into yin and yang. Xiaocang also practiced earnestly. Su Shuai, alongside his disciple Lu Lian, was particularly focused, occasionally furrowing his brows and then relaxing them. The crowd in the courtyard gradually became more adept, becoming increasingly engrossed in their practice. Time flew by, and soon the horizon was tinged with the first light of dawn. Suddenly, Lin Du and his apprentice felt a surge of vitality roaring through them, an aura of yin and yang martial intent emanating from their bodies. The yin energy around them diminished dramatically, while the yang energy surged, swiftly achieving a balance. Master, my body feels so warm, as if basking in the sun. Zhao Ergu was the first to open his eyes, and upon noticing the changes in his physique, he could not help but exclaim. Lin Du also opened his eyes, realizing he was enveloped in a ray of morning light, momentarily stunned. The sun? Is it dawn? Trembling, he lifted his gaze to see the sun warmly shining down upon him. There was no burning sensation, nor any loss of vitality. This signified that he and his apprentice could now live under the sun like ordinary people, no longer pitiful souls walking the shadowy path. Disciple, master. Lin Du and his apprentice exchanged excited glances, their eyes shimmering with unparalleled joy. Lin Du's tears flowed freely. Heaven has eyes. My disciple and I can finally live a life of our own. Just then, Su Shuai was also awakened by the commotion. He gazed at the blinding morning light, his expression shifting abruptly as he urgently shouted to his old friend, Brother Xiao, it's dawn. Quickly hide. A ghostly cultivator exposed to the sun before attaining full strength would suffer harm to their soul, potentially disintegrating into nothingness. However, the next moment, upon seeing his old friend Xiaocang's appearance, Su Shuai was left in stunned silence. For Xiaocang was basking in the sunlight, exuding an aura of yin and yang martial intent. Not only was he unharmed by the sunlight, but his energy also seemed even more robust. Brother Xiao? You Su Shuai stammered. Xiaocang, having quietly awakened from his enlightenment, opened his eyes to see the blinding sun, the morning light penetrating his spiritual body and casting a faint gray shadow on the ground. Xiaocang was startled to find the sunlight warm. His ghostly claws trembled as they touched the ground. Zing! Smoke wafted from his fingertips, accompanied by a mild, stinging sensation. He paused for a second, then suddenly burst into laughter, pounding the ground. It hurts. I can feel pain now. I understand. It's the martial arts taught by Senior Shun. After practicing this technique, the martial intent within me allows me to disregard the sunlight. How wonderful. From now on, I, Xiaocang, can also roam under the sun. The courtyard erupted with excitement. At that moment, Bai Jiner arrived quietly, having just pushed open the door. Upon gazing into the courtyard, She was astounded to see the ghostly cultivators of the cave heaven realm bathing in sunlight, utterly unharmed. How can this be? Wasn't it said that one must condense a Shura ghost body to ignore sunlight? Filled with confusion, she quickly grasped Xiaotsang's pulse gate. The balance of yin and yang has actually simulated the meridians of a living being. Upon realizing it was the work of Li Wudao, she was again left in shock. So it was all orchestrated by young Master Shun. In an instant, the Tai Chi techniques of Tianhe City became renowned far and wide, drawing countless cultivators from afar. Thousands practiced the martial arts, their voices shaking the heavens. In Tianhe City, a Tai Chi monument and the incantation were established. In the Ghost City, a statue of a martial god was quietly erected, resembling Li Wudao perfectly. Meanwhile, in Tianhe City, an elderly gentleman at the tea house shouted furiously while snapping his fan. The latest chapter. The martial goddess fist intent merges yin and yang, overpowering the day and night. Patrons hurled money and cheered. Master Xiao is incredible. Even in death, love endures. Chapter 99. The Golden Winged Rock. Li Wudao soared towards Linen, standing upon a blazing sun. At that moment, he felt a series of burning sensations emanating from his dantian. Upon introspection, he discovered 2 white flames and 1 pure black flame had emerged within his dantian. Could it be that Shuang imparted Tai Chi to others, leading them to enlightenment, thus causing such a surge of flames? As thoughts raced through his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Now there were a total of 3 white and 1 black flame. What a delight! He had acquired another trump card. Though his quest for the martial goddess legacy had been somewhat reckless, it turned out to be a fruitful endeavor. However, he realized he must not act so rashly in the future, as luck may not always be on his side. Reflecting on it, Li Wudao silently thanked his fortunate stars. He continued on his journey, having just crossed a mountain when he suddenly sensed a violent clash of energy ahead. Boom, boom. The ground began to tremble. It seemed as though a fierce battle was underway. Li Wudao frowned as he gazed at the valley filled with towering trees. He could feel 2 powerful demonic auras, and an insatiable urge to take a detour surged within him. Suddenly, 2 cries of alarm echoed from the valley, followed by the abrupt plummeting of the 2 demonic energies, nearly vanishing entirely. A thick, metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, emanating from 2 differing sources of life force. Had they both perished simultaneously? Driven by curiosity, Li Wudao stealthily landed, employing the ghostly shadow step as he crept closer. Before long, he arrived at a sunken basin. In front of him, 2 colossal demonic figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. One was a massive eagle, as large as a ship, its feathers gleaming with golden brilliance, entangled by a 100-foot-long yellow serpent. The golden eagle's sharp obsidian claws were firmly gripping the serpent's head. Both entities bore injuries inflicted by demonic power, blood gushing from their wounds, rapidly staining the basin red. Rascal serpent, today, I, the golden spirit, shall surely slay you, cried the golden eagle, its voice resolute as iron. The yellow serpent sneered coldly. Slay me? We are both gravely wounded and exhausted. What will you use to kill me? I'd rather perish alongside you. Swish. Sensing an unfamiliar aura approaching, the 2 demons abruptly turned their heads, darkly hissing towards Li Wudao's direction. Who goes there? Show yourself. Don't hide behind that tree. Li Wudao did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he descended slowly from behind the tree only after confirming that only these 2 severely injured great demons remained. Humans. Upon witnessing Li Wudao's appearance, the 2 demons exchanged glances of alarm. Historically, humans and demons have never coexisted peacefully. In their current state of injury, despite the seemingly ordinary nature of this human, their innate sensitivity as beasts to the vitality of flesh and blood alerted them to the fact that Li Wudao was at least a martial artist of the Dharma realm. Unless they could set aside their animosity and join forces, they stood no chance against this human. Yet, having already become mortal enemies, how could they possibly unite? At that moment, the golden eagle seemed to recall something, and with an excited expression, he shouted towards Li Wudao, Human cultivator, I am the scion of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. If you assist me in slaying this serpent demon, I can reveal to you the location of the Thunder Dragon Pearl. The Thunder Dragon Pearl? Li Wudao's expression shifted at the mention. According to the Great Wilderness Chronicles, the Thunder Dragon Pearl is a gem birthed by the Thunder Dragon, possessing extraordinary powers of lightning, with his own martial god inheritance at the 2nd level of overbearing body. Currently only partially realized, he knew that achieving full mastery was crucial for a substantial leap in his physical prowess. To attain completeness, he needed to refine his body with thunder. The Thunder Dragon Pearl was evidently an excellent auxiliary tool for this purpose. Don't listen to this bird, it's deceiving you. There is no Thunder Dragon Pearl here. The yellow-skinned serpent, perceiving Li Wudao's interest, became anxious and quickly interjected. Human cultivator, if you help me kill this bird, I can offer you my demon core. It contains a trace of dragon power, which would significantly aid your cultivation. Hearing this, Wudao glanced between the two demons, exasperatedly spreading his hands and shrugging. You both want me to kill the other. Whom should I listen to? The golden eagle and the yellow-skinned serpent exchanged glances. The golden eagle quickly urged, kill the serpent. Kill the serpent. The yellow-skinned serpent, unwilling to be outdone, shouted back at Wudao. Kill the bird. Foolish bird. Wudao soared above the two demons, causing them both to tense up. In the next moment, Wudao unleashed his martial intent, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the serpent's vulnerable spot. Boom. A plume of white steam erupted from the impact, striking the yellow-skinned serpent's critical point, sending shockwaves through its body, compressing and twisting its flesh. Almost immediately, the serpent's skin cracked outward from the punch, resembling a spider's web. With a splatter, the yellow-skinned serpent spewed forth a stream of green blood, staring incredulously at Wudao. Why do you kill me, and not it? Wudao replied, expressionless, because you called me a foolish bird. The yellow-skinned serpent was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such a trivial reason for its demise. However, it distinctly remembered proclaiming to kill the bird. Bang! Before it could ponder further, its body split apart, and the demon core soared into the air. Wudao snatched the demon core with satisfaction. Not bad. The golden eagle, now wary, eyed Wudao with trepidation, displaying an instinct to flee. Noticing its reaction, Wudao smiled slightly. Do not be alarmed. I am a man of my word. As long as you divulge the whereabouts of the Thunder Dragon Pearl, I shall let you go. Is that true? The golden eagle questioned skeptically. Wudao nodded. Of course, provided you do not deceive me. What if you go back on your word? If I do, may lightning strike me. Wudao swore earnestly. The golden eagle, seeing this, was filled with joy and hastily declared, the Thunder Dragon Pearl is located in the Green Bull Cave. If I speak falsely, I shall incur heavenly wrath. Oaths may hold little weight for mortals, but for those who tread the path of cultivation, they are binding. Failing to uphold an oath can lead to dire consequences, especially during breakthroughs when inner demons often arise. Thus, those on the path of cultivation must refrain from making oaths lightly. Thank you. Wudao nodded with a smile. Turning to leave. I am Jinling of the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan. May I have the honor of becoming your friend? The Golden Eagle, witnessing Wudao's nonchalant departure, felt a desire to forge a connection. Hearing this, Wudao paused, turning back to regard the Golden Eagle. You claim to be of the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan? Indeed. And what of it? Jinling nodded. Wudao pressed further. Then you must fly very swiftly? Certainly. Upon hearing this, Jinling proudly lifted his head. Though our clan may not be as formidable as in ancient times, no other clan in the demon realm can rival us in flight. Oh, so you are indeed that impressive, Wudao acknowledged with a nod. Jinling beamed at this compliment, cheerfully asking, with such an ethereal demeanor, might you be interested in befriending me? No. Wudao shook his head decisively. No. Jinling gazed at Wudao, initially suspecting disdain for the demon race. Yet he found no trace of contempt or hostility in Wudao's eyes. This was perplexing. The Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan is known for its loyalty. Wouldn't an alliance bring substantial benefits? Surely this human cultivator must be aware of that? Wudao simply smiled lightly. I do need a steed. Would you be interested in being my mount? I am the scion of the Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan. You want me to be your mount? Jinling was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Yes, but rest assured, I will not ask you to serve without recompense. Impossible. Do not even think about it. Your cultivation is beneath mine, and you do not appear to belong to any sect. What gives you the audacity to ask a mid-stage Great Peng to be your steed? Jinling shook his head in disdain. Moreover, our ancestors once pecked out the eyes of true dragons. Only the elders of the sacred land are worthy to groom my feathers. Why should I lower myself to be your mount? Wudao merely smiled faintly, retrieving a scroll titled Carefree Travels from his storage bag and offering it to Jinling. I find your potential commendable, which is why I considered you as a mount. This is a learning material for the little demons in my household. Take it home and study it well. If you are interested, my offer still stands. This Carefree Travels had originally been penned out of boredom while in linen, intended for a little demon named Li Hua to learn characters. However, that greedy little cat only cared for food and couldn't even remember the 3-character classic, so it was never utilized. Now, presenting it to this Great Peng seemed a worthy endeavor. After all, the Kuan and Peng should not be entirely separate. They must share a common path. It was worth a try. If it failed, there was no loss. If it succeeded, he would gain a Golden-Winged Great Peng as a mount, a tremendous bargain. Humph. A trinket my little demons deem worthless is supposed to impress me? Jinling disdainfully took the Carefree Travels, neither reading it nor discarding it, contemplating a closer look later. Consider it carefully, and if you decide, come find me. Time waits for no one. With a gentle smile, Wudao set off for the Green Bull Cave. Chapter 100. Signs of Ancestral Return. Deep within the realm of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Jinling returned, dragging his severely wounded form. Immediately, he consumed healing herbs, stabilizing his injuries before transforming into a striking young man clad in a blue robe. From his pocket, he retrieved Carefree Travels. Gazing at the three oddly unattractive characters on the cover, curiosity piqued. Carefree Travels? This learning material for my little demons is meant to convince me to serve as a steed? I must see what extraordinary insights it holds. He lifted his hand to turn to the first page. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Koan, so large it cannot be stewed in a single pot. What is this? Jinling's eyes widened in disbelief as he immediately cast the Carefree Travels to the ground in disdain. So much bravado, and yet it amounts to nothing. What a waste of my time. Frustrated, Jinling exited the room, heading straight for the demon clan's thoroughfare, the Spring Cave. Meanwhile, dark storm clouds roiled above the forbidden grounds of the Dao clan. Below, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, strikingly resembling Jinling, gazed up at the tempestuous sky with a grave expression. The true self is singular, he bellowed, as a surge of demonic energy erupted around him, forming a protective shield. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, a ferocious bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire forbidden area in a blinding radiance. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a bloodied and disheveled middle-aged man staggered out of the forbidden grounds, his hair in disarray, murmuring to himself, another failure. What more is needed to reach the true self-realm? He was Jin Biao, the current patriarch of the Xianxiaodobooks clan, a formidable demon at the pinnacle of divine fire, and the father of Jinling. This attempt at a breakthrough had exhausted his final reserves of potential, leaving him with no further opportunity to challenge the true self-realm. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with cultivation, neglecting his child, and it was time he devoted some attention to Jinling. With a heavy sigh, Jin Biao rose and made his way to Jinling's residence. Upon arriving outside Jinling's door and finding it firmly shut, he gently pushed it open. Inside, he beheld a chaotic scene of disheveled bedding and scattered artifacts, causing his brow to furrow. My son is becoming increasingly irresponsible. How can he live in such disarray without tidying up? Though he voiced his discontent, the paternal instinct compelled him to bend down and pick up the scattered items. Oh, what is this? A cultivation manual? Could it be something Jinling has recently acquired? He discovered a book beneath the table and curiously picked it up. Flipping to the first page, he read, "In the North Sea, there is a fish named Koan." What? Jin Biao gasped, astonished. It actually records the origins of my clan. Koanzu, the progenitor of the Xianxiaodobooks clan, was indeed the Koan. Yet, this secret was known only to the four great holy clans of the demon race. Who authored this Xiaoxiaaudiobooks? With a heart full of curiosity, he continued to read. The Koan is so vast that one cannot fathom its size, transforming into a bird known as Peng. The back of the Peng is immeasurable, and when it flies in anger, its wings resemble clouds hanging from the sky. Boom. Upon reading about the Koan transforming into the Peng, Jin Biao's pupils dilated into double fish patterns. His demonic energy erupted uncontrollably, and the water in the courtyard began to whirl into a black vortex, where shadows of the Koan glided through the depths. A primal instinct surged from the depths of his bloodline, igniting it in a blaze. Suddenly, an immense Koan materialized within the recesses of his soul, overshadowing the sun and sky, only to then transform into a Peng, soaring high and traversing the 9 heavens. As the great Peng took flight, Jin Biao's bloodline began to regress ancestrally. This was an ancestral vision emerging from the depths of his soul, prompting a reversal in his bloodline. Jin Biao was utterly astonished, his hands trembling with excitement. The decline of the Xianxiaodobooks clan was due to the thinning of their bloodline power, as the demon race's heritage predominantly depended on bloodline lineage. The more robust the bloodline, the greater the innate talent, and the more terrifying the ancestral legacy. At this moment, the signs of ancestral regression were monumental. This indicated that not only could he break through the true self-realm, but he could also elevate his innate talent to a higher tier. Such an opportunity was beyond precious. It was the hope for the resurgence of the Xianxiaodobooks clan. Jin Biao inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration as he continued to read. Each sentence was imbued with the essence of the Dao. Boom. Within him, the bloodline found its origin, and the regression accelerated, his essence coalescing into an unprecedented aura of majestic bloodline power. This was the bloodline of his ancestors. Splendid. As long as the regression succeeded, the ascendance of the Xianxiaodobooks clan would be imminent. Observing the transformation of his bloodline, Jin Biao clenched his fists in exhilaration and continued to peruse Xiaoyaoyu. With each line he absorbed, the ancestral regression intensified within him. He was on the verge of success, ready to condense a drop of Kunping blood. Suddenly, the content of Xiaoyaoyu came to an abrupt halt. The subsequent pages lay blank. The regression of his bloodline ceased at that very moment. What? Is this it? Jin Biao frantically flipped through Xiaoyaoyu. Desperation rising as he found no continuation, his face reddening with anxiety and his heart sinking. This feeling was akin to reaching the climax of a gripping tale, only to have the author abruptly cut off. What about the continuation? It could not possibly end here. There had to be more. Jin Biao frantically searched the room, yet found nothing. Heaven, you granted me hope. Do not leave me in suspense. He collapsed to the ground, lost and howling in despair. Wait. The clan possessed no knowledge of the Kuan or Prom, and this Xiaoyaoyu was discovered in Jinling's room. This meant that Jinling knew the source of this text. Yes, Jinling must be aware. With this thought, Jin Biao sprang to his feet, summoning his demonic power to inform the entire clan. Where has the young patriarch Jinling gone? Reporting to the clan leader. The young patriarch is in the spring cave. Bring him here at once. Immediately bring the young patriarch to the ancestral grounds. Chapter 101, Mixed Doubles. Dad, did you rush to find me for something? Why does it look so tense outside? Is something significant about to happen? Jinling arrived at the ancestral grounds. Noticing the array activated, surrounded by a concealed aura, with the clan's experts standing on high alert. Generally, the array would only activate for matters of great consequence regarding the clan's survival. Curiosity stirred within him as he turned to observe his father, Jin Biao, with a serious demeanor. Linger, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Jinling, Jin Biao hurriedly approached, grasping his son's hand with fervor. Linger, quickly tell your father. Where did you acquire this Xiaoyaoyu? Jin Biao held the book before his son, his voice laced with urgency. The contents recorded within were extraordinary, not easily obtained. He speculated that his son might have stumbled upon some ancient relic, although it was only the first volume. Knowing the location of the relic would allow the entire clan to search for the second volume, securing this unparalleled opportunity for the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan. Upon hearing his father's words, Jinling glanced at the book in his father's hand and, upon recognizing it as Xiaoyaoyu, his face twisted in disdain. Dad, this book is merely a piece of junk given to me by a human cultivator. Is it worth making such a fuss over? Junk. Jin Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. If Xiaoyaoyu were indeed junk, then there would be no esteemed works in the realm of cultivation. It seemed his son was oblivious to its value. Jin Biao, with a knowing smile, shook the Xiaoyaoyu in his hand, his expression filled with adoration. Linger, this is a supreme treasure that can establish our clan's dominance over the demon race. It is not just some trinket. TCH, Jinling scoffed in response. Dad, you've become muddled. This is merely something for young demons from the human cultivators. What? Jin Biao gasped in shock. This is indeed a supreme scripture imbued with the profound truths of the Tao. Remarkably, it was bestowed upon Linger by a human cultivator. Furthermore, it is merely a trinket intended for the young demons of that cultivator's household. What kind of unparalleled genius would possess such a tome? With a trembling voice, he spoke. Linger, did you say that this was given to you by a human cultivator, and that it is merely a toy for the young demons of their family? Father, why would I deceive you? Jinling replied, perplexed by his father's agitation, as he disdainfully reminisced. Earlier today, while I was gravely injured outside, I encountered a human warrior of the Dharma manifestation realm. That warrior actually sought to take me as a mount, using this shabby object you hold. What? Upon hearing this, Jin Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. Linger, did you agree to this? A human cultivator capable of casually presenting such a scripture could not possibly be of the Dharma manifestation realm. There was a strong likelihood that he was a hidden, extraordinary master. It was entirely normal for Linger not to perceive this. Yet that remarkable figure evidently recognized Linger's potential. Hence, he deliberately gifted Xiaoyaoyu to Linger with the intent of claiming her as a mount. To serve as the steed of such an unparalleled master signifies boundless future opportunities. Linger's destiny is limitless. Even the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan could soar to great heights. Father, how could I possibly agree? Jinling retorted, stepping forward to hurl Xiaoyaoyu to the ground and trampling it underfoot. I, a proud member of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, whose ancestors are akin to sacred and divine beasts, would never debase myself to serve as a mount for a mere Dharma manifestation human cultivator. Such an act would bring scorn upon all demonkind. That human is laughable, thinking he could use a worthless item to entice me as a steed. Humph. What? You actually refused. Observing his son disdainfully trampling the legacy of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan, Jin Biao's eyes bulged with shock. This was an unparalleled opportunity that could not be sought after even at the cost of one's life. let alone the destruction of their entire clan. How could this little rascal be so blind to reject it? How could I have such a foolish son? A wave of frustration surged within Jin Biao, filled with exasperation. I'll teach you a lesson for your lack of vision. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his demonic power and kicked Jin Ling to the ground. Father? Why are you hitting me? Jin Ling exclaimed, bewildered, clutching his abdomen. As he raised his head, he was met with a barrage of slaps from his furious father. Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, Jin Ling's face was bruised and swollen, and he cried out in grievance. Father, have you lost your mind? I will report this to our ancestor. You dare mention the ancestor? I will beat you to death, you prodigal. Jin Biao's anger intensified at this remark, and he struck even harder. Jin Ling was powerless to retaliate, and if this continued, he truly feared for his life. In desperation, he called out for help from the depths of their ancestral land. Ancestor, save me. My father has gone mad. He wants to kill me. I am the last hope of our clan. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful demonic aura awakened from the depths of the ancestral land. Sensing the terrifying presence emanating from the depths of their heritage, Jin Ling triumphantly shouted, Father, the ancestor has awakened. He favors me the most. If you do not cease, your days of good fortune are numbered. Humph. Jin Biao sneered at his son, then refrained from further violence, instead speaking meaningfully, when the ancestor arrives. Prepare to meet your end. Jin Ling was momentarily taken aback, but defiantly lifted his chin. Father, I am the one with the purest bloodline in the clan, the most likely to return to our ancestral form. The ancestor would not harm a hair on my head. Just wait and see, Jin Biao retorted, his frustration boiling over. At that moment, an elder with piercing eyes, white hair, and a prominent nose appeared beside them as if carried by the wind. Upon seeing the elder, Jin Biao hastily bowed and said, Descendant Jin Biao pays respects to Ancestor Tianpeng. What is the matter? Tianpeng's indifferent gaze swept over the battered Jin Ling, furrowing his brow at the sight of the clan's hope in such a pitiful state. Ancestor, my father has lost his mind and is trying to kill me. You must intercede on my behalf. Jin Ling immediately began to wail upon seeing the ancestor speak. Tianpeng's expression darkened, and his demonic energy surged toward Jin Biao. How do you lead the clan in this manner? Ancestor, please calm your anger. There is more to this matter. Jin Biao's shoulders sagged under the pressure, unable to stand upright, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Watching his father under pressure, Jin Ling felt a sense of triumph. Just then, Jin Biao exerted himself to pick up the trampled xiaoyu, presenting it to Tianpeng with both hands. Ancestor, please take a look. What is there to see in a shabby tome? Jin Ling scoffed at his father's actions. Tianpeng, however, received xiaoyu with skepticism, and as he flipped to the first page, he was instantly taken aback, inhaling sharply. He had uncovered the origins of the Xianxiadrama clan, namely, the ancestral Kuan. Unsure, he continued to flip through the pages, and with each turn, his astonishment grew, his pupils narrowing in shock. In the North Sea, there is a fish that soars upward. He repeatedly savored the words within xiaoyu, and to his surprise, a resonance echoed from the depths of his bloodline, followed by the emergence of the ancestral Kuan's ethereal image within his soul. His vital essence converged and intertwined, and he began to return to his ancestral form, on the verge of condensing a drop of ancestral Kuan blood, when suddenly, it halted. This pertains to the supreme truths of our clan, Tianpeng exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, the quiet changes within him illuminated the invaluable nature of this seemingly inconspicuous book. His gaze, filled with excitement, turned to Jin Biao, eager for all relevant information. Understanding, Jin Biao pointed at his son, Jin Ling, and explained, This xiaoyu was given to Linger by a human cultivator, who sought to claim her as a mount, providing only the first volume. However, this little rascal rejected it and intended to discard xiaoyu. Had I not arrived in time, he would have burned this book. Ancestor, you handle it as you see fit, Jin Biao concluded, raising his hands in resignation. What? You mean to say he rejected it? Tianpeng's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Jin Ling. This was an unparalleled opportunity that could elevate the Xianxiadrama clan. And this boy casually dismissed it? Taking a deep breath, fury surged within his eyes. Jin Ling felt a chill run down his spine as he weakly queried, Ancestor, what is wrong? What is wrong? Hiss. Tianpeng inhaled deeply, and in a sudden outburst, he struck Jin Ling, sending him soaring into the sky. Ancestor, why are you hitting me? Jin Ling gasped in shock, blood spilling from his mouth. Why am I hitting you? Today, I shall beat this foolish creature to death. Tianpeng roared in fury, delivering a flurry of punches with blinding speed. Jin Ling screamed in agony, feeling as if he were flying through the air, his soul trailing behind. Confused, he exclaimed, Ancestor, why would you strike me over a mere book? A mere book? Tianpeng paused, his anger surging anew. That is a supreme scripture capable of restoring the bloodline of the Xianxiaodopeng clan. You dare call it a mere book? What? That is impossible. It's merely a trinket from a human nobody trying to deceive me into becoming his mount. See for yourself. Tianpeng suddenly halted. Handing Xiaoyao back to Jinling examined it closely, and upon reading the latter content, he transformed into a peng, soaring upwards. Buzz. A resonance echoed from the depths of his bloodline, and his lineage began to return to its ancestral form. How is this possible? Jinling exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. He recalled the words of the human cultivator who had said, "Think carefully, and you may come find me. But you shall be too late if you tarry." The demon body abruptly froze. He was not jesting. He was merely pretending. Just then, his father, Jin Biao, and the ancestral figure, Tian Peng, launched a combined attack. Unfilial son. Die, wretched spawn. Meet your end. The two exuded an overwhelming aura, terrifying in its intensity. Jinling understood that if they landed a blow, his life would be forfeit. He hastily raised his hand and shouted, "Wait." That human cultivator mentioned that if I come to a realization, I could return to seek him out, but only if I act in time. Jin Biao and Tian Peng abruptly halted, each grasping Jinling by the collar, urgently urging, "Why aren't you leading the way? Do you wish for death, you wretched spawn?" Chapter 102, The Green Bull Cave. Wudao arrived at a peak solely adorned with bamboo. This elevated ground floated amidst a sea of clouds. Surrounding him were lush green bamboos, teeming with spiritual energy, while faint purple arcs of electricity flickered intermittently through the bamboo and air. At the heart of the cloud lay a cave entrance of dark rock. Above the rock face, the characters Green Bull were inscribed in deep red, strikingly vivid. With a powerful brushstroke, exuding a faint glow, it seemed this was indeed the Green Bull Cave. Wudao surveyed the cave before him, as well as the arcs of electricity that danced through the air, recognizing them as energy-generated arcs intertwined with a breath akin to that of a dragon. The reason he identified it as dragon breath was due to witnessing the transformation of the Xianba into a dragon in linen. The lightning present in the air bore a striking resemblance to that experience, even purer than the aura he had sensed then. The rock had mentioned that the Thunder Dragon Pearl resided within the Green Bull Cave, and since he felt no reaction from the exterior, it was likely concealed within. Contemplating this, Wudao conjured a ball of blue flame and hurled it into the Green Bull Cave, testing for danger. Boom! The flames erupted, and a chill emanated from the cave, causing the ground to freeze. That scoundrel who ambushed me. A 3-meter-tall green bull burst forth from the cave, steam rising from its nostrils, its eyes ablaze with fury, cursing vehemently. Suspended upon the bull's back was a fist-sized black pearl, within which arcs of electricity crackled, exuding a potent dragon breath. Wudao's eyes lit up, his gaze fixated on the pearl atop the green bull's back. It appeared this was indeed the Thunder Dragon Pearl. A human cultivator? The green bull's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Wudao outside the cave, its thoughts racing. This Green Bull Cave was quite concealed. Aside from the rock that had attempted to seize its Thunder Dragon Pearl and had been shocked away, no one else was aware of its presence. Could it be that this individual was also here to steal the Thunder Dragon Pearl? With this thought, the green bull's expression sharpened, as a peak demon cultivator. With the Thunder Dragon Pearl's enhancement, it could stand undefeated against mid-stage cave dwellers. It meticulously assessed the human cultivator's cultivation level and found it lacking in the cave-dwelling realm. Let us see, the green bull resolved, stomping its hooves and shattering half the bamboo forest around it, gathering its demonic power to its horns, a fierce wind ripping through the sea of clouds. Bullish arrogance. Huh. Wudao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the green bull would launch an immediate attack. He swiftly retreated a step, executing a backflip just as the bull charged beneath him. Suspended above the bull's back, Wudao concentrated, summoning a rapidly spinning ball of blue flame in the palm of his hand, and struck downward. Blue wave pill. What? The green bull's eyes bulged as it felt the descending blue energy flames from above, its fur bristling in alarm. Boom. The green bull was slammed into the ground, the blue flames exploding in a cascade, freezing the bull in place like an ice sculpture. All done. Wudao landed and dusted off his hands, preparing to retrieve the Thunder Dragon Pearl. Crack. The ice shattered, and the green bull, still alive, glared at Wudao with fury, desperately channeling the Thunder Dragon Pearl. While human, you truly intend to seize my Thunder Dragon Pearl? As the green bull activated the pearl, a terrifying surge of electrical power began to coalesce, forming a dazzling purple electric sphere between its horns. The entire bamboo forest trembled, a vortex of wind forming, with flying sand and stones erupting. Witnessing this scene, Wudao blinked, then immediately ceased his movements, quietly awaiting the accumulation of electricity. This was an excellent opportunity to temper his body. As Li Wudao halted unexpectedly, the green bull's eyes narrowed, a look of wild elation crossing its face. In the next moment, it flung the electric sphere toward Li Wudao. Die, human. To this, Li Wudao did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged directly toward the electric sphere. Is this human insane? He fears not for his life. The green bull was momentarily stunned. This was the power of the thunder dragon. Even mid-stage cave-dwelling beasts could not withstand it. A mere human cultivator of the law manifestation realm would be turned to ash upon contact. Was he seeking death? Boom. As the lightning struck, Li Wudao's robes disintegrated, revealing his dragon-patterned muscles, his hair standing on end like the thunder god. The terrible power of the lightning erupted like a mushroom cloud, illuminating the entire bamboo forest and cloud sea in a brilliant light. Body of domination. Activate. Enveloped in lightning, Li Wudao joyfully activated his body of domination, striving to absorb all the electric power unleashed upon him. Ziz. His flesh opened up under the lightning, arcs of energy dancing, his blood surging, and his skin glimmering with the ethereal sheen of purple-gold dragon scales. Meanwhile, outside the lightning's embrace, the green bull exhaled a sigh of relief. This fool has taken that strike head-on. He must surely be dead. Even that rock could not withstand it. A mere speck of a human cultivator stands no chance. Surely he was dead. However, as that thought settled, the lightning dissipated, revealing the bamboo forest in its original form. Li Wudao stood unscathed amidst the sea of clouds, arcs of electricity still crackling around him. Not only was he unharmed, but his aura had also become even more formidable. What the hell? He didn't die? The green bull was dumbfounded. That had been the power of the Thunder Dragon Pearl. It itself would not dare to take it directly. Yet this human of lesser cultivation had emerged unscathed. Monster. Without a second thought, the green bull turned to flee down the mountain. Stop right there. How could Li Wudao allow it to escape? He seized the bull's tail, dragging it back, and delivered a series of punches, leaving the green bull bruised and weeping. Old bull has never harmed anyone. You can't bully me like this. Still dare to run? I'll pummel you to death. Li Wudao's fist unfurled, the wind from his punch causing the green bull's skin to prickle with fear. The green bull, terrified, nodded its head vigorously. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'll give you the Thunder Dragon Pearl. Just don't kill me. Bull meat isn't tasty. Who said I wanted to kill you? Li Wudao shot a glance at the green bull, then sternly commanded. Continue to unleash the power of the Thunder Dragon Pearl on me as before. Don't stop until I say so, or I'll roast you whole. The green bull was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Li Wudao. Master, you want me to electrocute you? It thought it must have misheard. Li Wudao nodded. Don't dawdle. Hurry and electrocute me. If you dare to slack off, I'll beat you to death. The green bull, once again taken aback, confirmed it hadn't misheard. It was overjoyed. I'll electrocute you. I'll electrocute you until you die. The green bull, realizing Li Wudao was serious, unleashed its full demonic power, maximizing the strength of the Thunder Dragon Pearl. Yet, Li Wudao not only remained unscathed, but his aura grew even more terrifying. He was now imbued with the breath of the Thunder Dragon. Just a tad more for the body of domination to reach completion. Li Wudao reveled under the lightning, tightening his fist. Bang! The mere act of clenching his fist generated a shockwave, shattering the bamboo forest pearls. Damn it! This bull has seen the extraordinary. The Azure Bull's eyes widened in shock, its heart pounding uncontrollably. Li Wudao turned to glance at the Azure Bull, urging, continue. What are you slacking off for? Yes, yes. My lord. This little demon will continue at once. The Azure Bull stammered, hastily nodding as it desperately channeled the dragon power contained within the Thunder Dragon Pearl. In an instant, the sea of clouds trembled, and dark storm clouds suddenly converged in the sky, swirling into a black hole that swallowed light, from which a purple thunder dragon emerged. This was the Tribulation Lightning. Only the demon clans could summon such a thunder dragon tribulation. How could a mere human attract such a calamity? Gazing at the terrifyingly gathered tribulation above, the Azure Bull was rendered speechless. In that moment, it instinctively looked towards Li Wudao. Chapter 103, The Completion of the Dominant Body. The power of blood and qi within Li Wudao surged violently, quickly reaching a bottleneck as the major acupoints of his body became hidden. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being locked onto by a celestial might. Instinctively, he looked up at the magnificent purple thunder dragon in the sky, his brow furrowing. A heavenly tribulation? Now that my corporeal body has reached its peak, I suppose this tribulation is necessary to break open the acupoints within me. The power of the heavenly tribulation is far beyond what the thunder dragon can compare. Its refinement should yield even more remarkable effects. As for the dangers of the tribulation, with 3 flames as a safeguard, I should be safe. At that moment, Three colossal figures were swiftly approaching from the horizon outside the Azure Bull's cave. They were the three members of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, rushing over in haste. Upon seeing the purple thunder dragon hovering above the Azure Bull's cave, Jinling's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Father, ancestor, look over there. It's the thunder dragon tribulation. The thunder dragon tribulation." Jin Biao and Tian Peng exchanged astonished glances. Those who could summon a thunder dragon tribulation were unparalleled geniuses rarely seen among the demon clans. A being with the potential to attain sainthood in the future. Could such a prodigy exist in this remote corner of Qingzhou? Forget it. We must first locate that esteemed elder, Tian Peng said, emphasizing the utmost importance of finding the individual behind the carefree journey. Jinling hurriedly interjected, "Father, ancestor, that is the Azure Bull's cave. The esteemed elder is seeking the Thunder Dragon Pearl from the Azure Bull's cave." Jin Biao and Tian Peng were momentarily stunned, their faces lighting up with joy. "Let us go. We must check it out." The three swiftly approached, soon arriving just 100 feet away from the Azure Bull's cave. Here, they finally caught sight of the figure beneath the Thunder Dragon tribulation, and they were instantaneously taken aback. "It was a human," Jin Biao exclaimed. "Isn't the Thunder Dragon tribulation exclusive to the demon clan? How could a human possibly summon it?" Jinling pointed excitedly. "Father, look. The one undergoing the tribulation is the human who provided me with the carefree journey." "What?" Jin Biao and Tian Peng were astonished, their eyes fixated on the upright human figure beneath the tribulation. After a moment, Tian Peng spoke first. "Jinling, you mean to say this human is the one who gave you the carefree journey? Why do they only possess spiritual fluctuations below the cave realm?" "Their corporeal body is at the pinnacle of the cave realm," Jinling replied. "Ancestor, why would I deceive you? It truly is this human," she insisted, pointing at Li Wudao's figure. Jin Biao pondered aloud. "Ancestor, could it be that this human genius is concealing their true cultivation? That is a possibility. Otherwise, how could they attract the Thunder Dragon tribulation unique to the demon clan?" Tian Peng nodded in agreement. Jinling suggested, "Shall we move closer to take a look?" Tian Peng quickly admonished, "No. If we step into the range of the tribulation, the power of the tribulation will double. We would all perish." Just as he finished speaking, the purple thunder dragon in the sky suddenly descended. As the dragon's eyes opened, the space collapsed into a black hole, the lightning blindingly bright. The dragon's roar resonated, causing the entire bamboo peak to hum and tremble like a vibrating string. Boom! The pressure of the thunder descended abruptly, causing the Azure Bull to sink 3 zhang into the ground, its horns gushing blood, bubbles of mucus flying. "Heavenly Lord, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not the one undergoing the tribulation. Please don't strike me." In contrast, Li Wudao stood resolutely at the center of the tribulation, gazing defiantly at the terrifying thunder dragon descending from the heavens. Rather than retreating, he shattered the rocky platform beneath him and shot upwards, colliding directly with the thunder dragon. Boom! Lightning filled the sky. The shockwave shattered the surrounding mountains. The purple lightning surged down upon him, illuminating his body with lightning patterns as his skin tore and blood flowed. The might of the tribulation surged into him, consuming and annihilating his corporeal form. At that moment, the pure black Dao Fire from his dantian spiraled upward, transforming into chains that locked onto the thunder dragon, continuously siphoning its power. The thunder dragon roared in agony. Then, all the tribulation lightning coalesced into a golden light that entered his body, weaving through his meridians and acupoints. The next moment, a dramatic transformation occurred. Li Wudao's corporeal form became translucent, his spine crystallizing into thunderous bones, purple lightning entwining around them. Golden patterns flickered within his veins, and lightning imprints appeared and faded in his pupils. Thump, thump, thump. Soon after, the hidden acupoints within him lit up like stars. Each activation unleashed the power of the thunder dragon. His momentum surged from the initial stage of the Dharma manifestation, swiftly breaking through the barriers of realms. Early cave realm, mid-cave realm, boom. The wave of his breakthrough sent the Azure Bull flying, crashing into the crevice of the cloud sea, unable to regain its footing. Li Wudao hovered in midair, enveloped in a golden aura, his countenance radiant. He glanced at his palm, then extended it towards the cloud sea below. Boom. Without any infusion of spiritual energy, merely the resonance of the golden energy from his palm, a pressure akin to a collapsing mountain descended. Instantly, the cloud sea was dispersed, and the mountain sank deeply. Was this the overwhelming effect produced upon the completion of the dominant body? Pure power, without even exerting force. Truly formidable. Observing his ability to compress a mountain without any use of spiritual energy or strength, Li Wudao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had directly absorbed the power of the Thunder Dragon tribulation into his body. Was he still human? The three members of the Tianpeng clan stared dumbfounded at the human figure suspended in midair, directly absorbing the tribulation into himself. Wasn't the purpose of undergoing a tribulation to protect one's life at all costs? Especially when it was the unique Thunder Dragon tribulation of the demon clan. How could this human so audaciously absorb it without fear of being overwhelmed by its power? This was the first time the three had witnessed such an audacity in their long existence as demons. Yet, in the next moment, they were left astonished as they witnessed Wudao not only surviving, but also experiencing a surge in cultivation. My heavens, what manner of being is this? Is he even human? Jin Biao's pupils constricted. Are we the true demons, or is he? Jin Ling instinctively swallowed hard. The azure bowl in the crevice. Witnessing Wudao not only surviving, but growing even more formidable, was utterly flabbergasted. My heavens, is this human the favored child of the heavenly way? Even the tribulation lightning cannot harm him. Among those present, the most powerful, Tianpeng, though astonished by Wudao's ability to refine the power of the heavenly tribulation, was still furrowing his brow tightly. This person, although astonishingly talented, possesses too weak a cultivation. He does not resemble a peerless master. Could it be that the carefree journey was merely something he stumbled upon? Or is there a true master behind him? Or perhaps he is a reincarnated being? Upon hearing this, Jin Biao and Jin Ling exchanged glances, scrutinizing Wudao's figure more closely, and the more they looked, the more they felt he did not meet the standard of a true master. Jin Ling spoke first. Ancestor, his cultivation seems genuinely lacking. Should we not simply capture him and interrogate him? Chapter 104, Leveraging Power. Wudao seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned his gaze towards the mountainside. With his formidable strength, he discerned three demon forms brimming with power descending from above, closely observing him. The youngest among them was the injured golden-winged roc encountered earlier, while the other two were far more fearsome, particularly the oldest among them, who, despite the absence of any discernible demonic energy fluctuations, emanated an aura of vitality that indicated he was several tens of times stronger than the other two. A slight heaviness settled in Wudao's heart. It was undoubtedly due to the influence of Xiaoyu, which prompted the roc named Jin Ling to arrive with the elders of its clan. Considering the distinct differences between humans and demons, especially within a race that values strength above all else, Wudao felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the possibility of being forcibly captured. The black Dao Fire had been expended, yet 3 strands of white Dao Fire remained. Perhaps it was time to experiment with the second level of borrowing method to ascertain how much power this newly refined physical form could withstand. With that thought in mind, Wudao closed his eyes and summoned the white Dao Fire from his dantian, initiating the second level of borrowing method, borrowing momentum. In an instant, the 3 strands of white Dao Fire were rapidly consumed. Within his tranquil consciousness, a tempest arose, revealing scenes of mountains and rivers, a manifestation of perpetual vitality. He beheld the majestic peaks of the 5 mountains, the roaring of the heavens as they seemed to overturn the seas, and the spirits of the marshes. These visions swirled rapidly, evolving into a force that he could command. Wudao suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance surging within them, raising one hand skyward, and speaking softly. Borrowing method, second level, borrowing momentum. Mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, heed my command. Assist me. At the very instant the incantation was invoked, a tremendous rumbling ensued. The mountains and rivers beneath surged with life, as if ignited, their spiritual energies erupting. Illusions of towering peaks ascended from all directions, converging above Wudao. The torrents of rivers and lakes cascaded towards his feet from the heavens. While the physical forms of these landscapes were not visible, the overwhelming might of the mountains crowned him, and the force of the lakes and seas encircled him, vast and majestic. The entire realm of mountains and rivers was lending him its formidable power. It came. Wudao felt the weight of the boundless momentum of mountains and rivers converge upon him. A terrifying energy surged within, filling his meridians to the brink, his body swelling, and his muscles straining. Without hesitation, he summoned the essence of martial arts from the divine heritage of the martial god. In the next moment, a crimson sun began to rise from his back, hovering above him. The instant this sun ascended, the heavens and earth transformed. Scarlet light flooded the sky. A pure, domineering will of martial arts erupted magnificently. His black hair billowed, the sun above him akin to a celestial deity descending upon the mortal realm. In the palm raised skyward, black and white energies manifested abruptly, yin and yang harmonizing, swirling rapidly. A force capable of trembling the very heavens and earth began to coalesce. This power was abnormally potent. It could not be borrowed further. It would surely explode. Wudao sensed that the borrowed strength had filled every pore within him, compelling him to immediately cease the borrowing technique. Were it not for his breakthrough to the mid-stage of Dantian, coupled with the completion of his dominant body, he would have already been overwhelmed and burst apart by this overwhelming force. His gaze shifted towards the three figures in the distance, his eyes gleaming like beams of tangible light. The momentum of the world, he commanded. The heavenly rock. Witnessing Li Wudao's sudden transformation from a mere Dantian cultivator into a being of overwhelming might was momentarily rendered speechless, especially upon seeing the swirling illusions of mountains and rivers beneath his feet and the resplendent sun above him. He felt the palpable pressure of the landscapes. One mountain might not have instilled fear, but this was not merely one. It was a multitude. It was akin to wielding the very essence of mountains and rivers. Only beings of exceptional vitality, divine entities, could achieve such feats. Moreover, there was a sheer will of martial arts. Could it be he was a martial god of the human race? He had already comprehended the power of the laws. Thus, the earlier version of himself had concealed his true aura. Swallowing hard at this realization, the heavenly rock nearly stumbled, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation. Father, is this interrogation still necessary? Jinling, trembling, turned to look at the formidable figure of Li Wudao above. I interrogate your grandmother's legs. You seek to endanger your life, while I still wish to preserve mine. This is the authentic might of a martial god. Jin Biao delivered a sharp reprimand to his son, then cast a glance at the ancient rock, seeking guidance on their next course of action. The ancient rock ignored him and directly descended to kneel before Li Wudao, bowing with his forehead to the ground and proclaiming, Little Demon Rock, pays respects to the martial god. Jin Biao and Jinling followed suit, trembling as they bowed. We pay respects to the martial god. A martial god? He is a martial god. My heavens. The one who attacked me is actually a martial god. The newly emerged Qing Niu, having just crawled out from a crevice, gazed at the suddenly unfathomable human in the sky, utterly dazed, particularly when he witnessed the three golden-winged rocks descend in unison to kneel and bow. His mind buzzed as if shaken apart. With a sigh of relief, Li Wudao observed the three great rocks humbly kneeling before him. At last, he had managed to intimidate them. Had a confrontation ensued, he truly would not have been confident in overcoming the aged rock. Fortunately, the extraordinary manifestation of his borrowed power was impressive. Coupled with the enhancement of martial will, the spectacle was indeed awe-inspiring. Gently landing, he refrained from gazing at the formidable ancient rocks, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded the kneeling Jinling. Speaking with a placid tone, have you come to a realization? Are you willing to serve as my mount? Jinling hesitated, casting glances at his father and the ancient rock. As an elder, the ancient rock was undoubtedly eager for the younger generation to cultivate under the auspices of such a martial god. To serve as a mount would surely be a privilege. Even to be a spiritual pet would suffice. He fervently gestured to Jinling. Quickly agree. What are you hesitating for, you fool? Just as Jinling prepared to nod in agreement, Jin Biao suddenly surged forward, kicking Jinling away, and in the midst of his astonishment, he bowed deeply before Li Wudao. Martial god, I am Jin Biao. At the pinnacle of divine fire cultivation, I am willing to serve as your mount. What say you? Upon finishing, Jin Biao lowered his head anxiously. Li Wudao was taken aback, assessing the figure of Jin Biao before glancing at the flying Jinling. Nodding in acquiescence, very well. Jin Biao was momentarily stunned, then joy surged within him as he bowed fervently. Thank you, martial god, the ancient rock. Jinling's eyes widened. Father, I am still your son. You are robbing me of my opportunity. Jin Biao, beaming with pride, chuckled at his son. What is grasped is opportunity. Cultivation is inherently cruel. From now on, you shall be the leader of the golden-winged rock clan, while I shall cultivate under the martial god. Having suffered this setback, you ought to be more mindful in the future. With that, Jin Biao produced the clan leader's token and tossed it to Jinling. Disregarding his consent, Jinling stood there dumbfounded. To this, Li Wudao smiled faintly, interjecting, All right, since you are to be my mount, I shall not treat you poorly. This entire xiaoyao you will be bestowed upon you. He paused, reciting, In the northern abyss, there are fish. Chapter 105, Returning to Linen. If one rides the righteousness of heaven and earth and navigates the distinctions of the six energies to wander endlessly, what awaits them? Thus, it is said, the ultimate person has no self, the divine person has no merit, the sage has no name. Li Wudao's voice resonated ethereally, echoing around them. A mere handful of words struck like thunder within the souls of the three heavenly rocks. Each felt as though their ancestors were whispering in their ears, awakening the dormant memories buried deep within their bloodlines. As their recollections revived, the heavenly rock's vitality rapidly refined, and he became overwhelmingly exhilarated. As he distinctly sensed the surging aura of his ancestral lineage within him, The successful refinement of the ancestral blood caused his meridians, flesh, and comprehension to ascend rapidly, heralding a qualitative leap in his potential. Ha ha ha, I have successfully returned to my ancestral bloodline. Tianpeng could no longer contain the overwhelming excitement swelling within him, letting out an exuberant shout of joy. In that moment, the demonic aura surrounding him thickened, exuding an ancient and fierce beastly presence that compelled the birds and beasts of the forest to prostrate themselves in submission. Not only was Tianpeng affected, but even Jinling and Jinbiao, father and son, were engrossed in the refinement of their ancestral bloodline. Thank you, Senior Xiaowushan, for imparting your teachings. I, Tianpeng, shall express my gratitude on behalf of the Golden-Winged Great Peng clan. In the future, the Golden-Winged Great Peng clan will be at your service. In his jubilant state, Tianpeng did not forget to bow deeply in gratitude to Li Wudao. No need for such formality. It is but a trivial matter, Li Wudao replied with a calm demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, 3 pure black flames suddenly surged forth within him. Noticing this change, a faint smile crept upon Li Wudao's lips, to manifest 3 black flames at once. What a windfall! He gathered his thoughts, and, observing Jinbiao still in deep contemplation, instructed Tianpeng with a nonchalant tone, once he awakens, he may seek me out. I shall take my leave first. Having spoken, Li Wudao left behind a talisman imbued with his aura. He then donned a black robe from his storage pouch, activated his flight technique, step on the sun, and ascended slowly into the air, heading towards Linen. Farewell, Senior. Tianpeng respectfully bent at the waist, watching Li Wudao until he completely vanished from sight, before straightening up, gazing at the still meditating Jinbiao and Jinling. Tianpeng stroked his beard with a satisfied smile. Once this carefree journey is transmitted to our clan, our rise and dominance shall be just around the corner. Yet this Jinbiao is quite cunning, managing to seize the opportunity to cultivate beside a martial deity. Alas, I am growing old. My wits are no longer as sharp as they once were. 2 days later, outside the gates of Linen City, a figure in a black robe stood tall and elegant. Gazing at the 2 characters Linen emblazoned on the city gate, a long-lost smile gracing his face. I have finally returned. I wonder if that gluttonous little Li Hua has learned to write her name yet. I hope Aunt May hasn't arranged any matchmaking for me. Li Wudao exhaled deeply, strolling leisurely into the city. Following the familiar path towards Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley, he passed by a noodle stall. Oh, Li, young master, you have returned? A startled and elderly voice suddenly called out from the stall. Turning towards the sound, Li Wudao discovered a well-decorated noodle shop. And the one who had called his name was none other than his old acquaintance, Old Lu. Li Wudao was taken aback. Old Lu has prospered. After a year apart, the small vendor had transformed into a big boss. Business was booming. He smiled warmly at Old Lu. Indeed, Old Lu, it has been a while. You've done well for yourself. Old Lu quickly bowed deeply in response. Thanks to your support, young Master Li. Otherwise, it would have been a struggle for this old man to make ends meet. Ha ha, you are too modest, Old Lu, Li Wudao chuckled, intending to leave after a brief greeting. Young Master Li. Wait. Old Lu suddenly stepped forward, glancing around nervously before whispering, Young Master Li, you must be cautious. The tiger fighting sect is looking for you. Looking for me? Li Wudao was taken aback. He recalled not having offended a faction called the tiger fighting sect. What is going on, Old Lu? Please explain it to me in detail. He spoke in a serious tone. Old Lu, somewhat frightened, recounted, Young Master Li, during your absence from Linen, the tiger fighting sect suddenly descended, disbanding the traveling academy, claiming that the esteemed Song Wenjia had colluded with the demon clan, as well as the Su family. They even injured your subordinates, that great demon from Black Dragon Mountain, and that gluttonous little girl. Just recently, the people from the tiger fighting sect went to your residence in Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley. What? Li Wudao was stunned. Thank you, Old Lu. I have matters to attend to, he said, his heart heavy as he made his way swiftly towards Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley. Aunt May, little girl, please be safe. In Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley, within a small courtyard, Xuanba was bound by 9 demon-locking chains, suspended painfully from the Bodhi tree, his blood trickling down the iron chains, staining the branches red, drop by drop. Before him, a group of cultivators clad in white robes embroidered with tiger heads sat in a pavilion, their faces filled with mockery. The leader, a man in his 50s wearing a gray scholar's robe, sipped tea leisurely. As he drank, he wielded spiritual energy like a whip, striking Xuanba. You little dragon. Considering your arduous cultivation, if you obediently hand over that woman, I shall spare your life and grant you the honor of being my steed. How does that sound? Huh? You hypocritical wretch, you think you're worthy? Xuanba spat blood mixed with saliva towards him, but it was blocked by a barrier of spiritual energy. Humph. Elder Hong Shiji. Why waste words on this foolish beast? Just skin him alive. I don't believe she won't speak. A young man with an ominous appearance suddenly sneered. The elder referred to as Hong Shiji nodded respectfully at the young man. As the young sect master commands, I shall proceed at once. With that, he approached Xuanba, reaching out with claw-like hands to tear off his reverse scales. Oh! Xuanba's face contorted in agony, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to maintain his human form. Still not speaking? Once I extract your dragon tendons, you'll be left in tatters, Hong Shiji declared with a cruel expression, raising his hand to pierce through Xuanba's chest. Just as he was about to extract the tendons, a frail-looking woman rushed out from the backyard. Stop. Don't harm him. I will go with you. The newcomer was Yu Xueqing. Madam Su. Upon seeing Yu Xueqing suddenly appear, Xuanba's eyes filled with panic. Madam, you mustn't be foolish. These people are vile and will not spare you. If anything happens to you, how will I face Senior Li upon his return? Yet Yu Xueqing shook her head resolutely. You have been gravely injured to protect my Su family. Without you, I, my daughter, and the Su family would have long been annihilated. I, Yu Xueqing, will not stand idly by while you perish here. As for Dower, he will understand. All right. Finally willing to show yourself. The young sect master of the tiger fighting sect stood up abruptly, clapping his hands with a mischievous grin as he approached Yu Xueqing. He seized her by the neck. Now, tell me, what treasure does this so-called expert in xianxiaaudiobooks possess that has caused Song Wenjie to awaken his frenzied bloodline? Yu Xueqing struggled to breathe, her face turning purple as she spoke haltingly. I don't know. Don't know? The young man raised an eyebrow, then grinned as he pinched Yu Xueqing's chin, summoning a wine jug to pour into her mouth. I hear you are that esteemed expert's ant, right? I particularly enjoy playing with the ants of esteemed experts. I shall ensure you experience ecstasy before selling you to the pleasure sect. Yu Xueqing, terrified, turned pale, sobbing incoherently as she struggled. Stop. Madame Su is as precious as a mother to Senior Li. If your tiger fighting sect dares to touch her, Senior Li will not let you off. Gazing at the imminent humiliation of Yu Xueqing, Xuanba's eyes turned bloodshot as he desperately struggled to break free from the demon-locking chains. Oh, precious as a mother? The young man chuckled sinisterly, abruptly tearing open Yu Xueqing's robe. I particularly enjoy the taste of a mother. No, Yu Xueqing struggled, trying to bite her tongue to end her life, but was unable to move due to her acupoints being sealed. The woman's refusal was, in fact, a silent invitation. The handsome young man, with wild excitement, extended his sinister grasp towards Yu Xueqing's bosom. Chapter 106. Kill. Buzz. At that moment, a wave of energy spread through the courtyard like rippling water. Within the confines of the courtyard, time and space seemed to be suspended. What is happening? I cannot move. The young man's eyes widened in panic as his hand hovered before Yu Xueqing, unable to advance even a fraction despite his desperate efforts. He was ensnared by an invisible force. Crack. Suddenly, an enforcer appeared, crushing the young man's hand into a bloody pulp. He clutched his remaining forearm, his face pale and drenched in sweat as he screamed in agony. The disciples of the Tiger Duel sect were taken aback, glancing sideways in shock. Young master. Who are you? How dare you injure our young master? All eyes turned towards Yu Xueqing, where a grim-faced man in a black robe had materialized. None other than Wudao. His cold gaze swept across the unfamiliar cultivators in the courtyard. Speak. Who sent you here? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Xueqing trembled, her face a mask of astonishment as she looked at Wudao. Dao, you have returned. Beautiful aunt, I apologize for my tardiness. I have caused you suffering. Wudao said gently as he released the pressure points on her body, then draped a robe over her to shield her modesty. Senior, you have finally returned. Xianba exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face at the sight of Wudao. What? This man is the renowned master from Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley of Linen? So young? The Wanjian sect claimed he was a fraud, but he hardly seems like one. The disciples of the Tiger Duel sect were momentarily stunned by Xianba's words. What are you still dawdling for? Attack. Kill him. The young master of the Tiger Duel sect, having eased his pain slightly, issued his order with a ferocious expression. Yes, young master. The disciples of the Tiger Duel sect surged toward Wudao like a pack of wolves. Seeing this, Yu Xueqing anxiously grasped the hem of Wudao's garment. Dower, they're coming. If you can't fight them off, just run and don't worry about it. Rest assured, beautiful aunt, everything will be fine. Wudao gently patted her hand, then cast a cold glance around. With a slight huff, a surge of golden energy erupted from him, instantly dispersing in all directions. Crack. With a resounding snap, the encroaching disciples of the Tiger Duel sect were obliterated into a mist of blood beneath the golden might. The young master's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the protective talisman on his chest shattered with a thunderous roar, sending him flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against the wall. Young master. Hong Shizhi's pupils dilated as he swiftly moved to shield the injured young man behind him. Li Wudao, however, paid them no mind and walked directly to Xianba, gently asking, "Xianba, what exactly transpired?" Gasping for breath, Xianba took a healing elixir to stabilize his injuries before explaining, "After you left Linen, the Tiger Duel sect went mad, attempting to capture Song Wenjie from the academy. When they failed, they targeted Madame Su. If it weren't for Xiao Lihua, Madame would have been captured before I could arrive." Li Wudao furrowed his brow. "Where is Xiao Lihua? Why is she not here?" Xianba opened his mouth to respond, but beautiful Aunt tightly grasped Li Wudao's arm. Her eyes reddened with concern. "Dower, the girl diverted the Tiger Duel sect's attention to protect me and hasn't returned since. You must find her. She is so young and naive. I worry for her." "I understand, beautiful aunt. Do not fret. I will bring her home." Li Wudao comforted her with a gentle pat on the back of her hand. Then turned to Xianba. "You have endured a lot in my absence." Xianba managed a strained smile, his face pale. "It was nothing. Serving you, senior, is my duty. Leave the rest to me." As Li Wudao spoke, he turned and strode toward the two remaining individuals in the courtyard. At that moment, the young master of the Tiger Duel sect had just risen from the rubble, bloodied and in disarray. Clutching Hong Shizhi's arm, he pointed at Li Wudao with a twisted expression. "Elder Hong, kill him, kill him." Hong Shizhi, a peak-level cultivator, sensed that the man before him lacked comparable energy fluctuations. If he made a move, he could avenge his young master. However, Hong Shizhi did not act recklessly. Instead, he warned Li Wudao with a tense demeanor. "I advise you not to be impulsive. My young master Zhou Long's father is a powerful cultivator of the divine fire realm. If you know what is good for you, release that woman and leave. This matter can be forgotten." Otherwise, before he could finish, Li Wudao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Swish! Hong Shizhi's face was instantly reduced to a bloody mess, sending him crashing into the ground, leaving a crater several meters wide, his astonished voice echoing in the aftermath. "Martial artist. A peak-level martial artist. What?" Zhou Long's mind reeled at Hong Shizhi's astonishment. A martial artist of the same realm could defeat 10 magic cultivators. Only a sword cultivator could claim a one-on-one victory, but even then, the odds were 50-50. How could such a terrifying martial artist exist in a small place like Linen? "Do not move. It's all a misunderstanding. We can talk this out." Zhou Long retreated in fear, desperately seeking peace. Li Wudao's voice rumbled like thunder, shaking Zhou Long's eardrums. "Where is that little female demon in the courtyard? Speak." Buzz. The command resonated with a force that caused Zhou Long's ears to bleed. He hesitated, initially flustered, but upon hearing this, his expression shifted to one of smugness as he threatened, "To be honest, that little female demon has been captured by my Tiger Duel sect. If you're wise, you'll let me go, and perhaps the girl will still have a chance to live. If you dare harm me, that little female demon will surely perish. Even the entire city of Lin and will pay for your actions." Hearing this, Li Wudao paused, a hidden sigh of relief escaping him. So, the little girl was not in immediate danger. Zhou Long, seeing Li Wudao hesitate, believed his threat had taken effect and smugly continued, "Are you afraid now? If you know what is good for you, kneel and apologize." Otherwise, just as Hong Shizhi managed to rise, he approached with half a shattered face, urging, "Please, do not be impulsive. My sect master is extraordinarily powerful and has connections with the Wanjian sect. This mission is solely to capture that mad bloodline individual for the disciples of the Wanjian sect. We mean no harm. If you would just cooperate." Boom. Li Wudao suddenly unleashed a punch, striking Zhou Long's chest with a fierce blow. In the next moment, bang! Zhou Long didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a shower of blood. You. Hong Shizhi froze in disbelief, his mouth agape. Words caught in his throat. A chilling dread surged through him. The young master was dead? But he was the son of a powerful cultivator in the divine fire realm. How could he dare? Li Wudao's expression remained calm as he pointed to the sky, speaking indifferently. "You have half a stick of incense to flee. After that, you die?" Swish. Hong Shizhi turned and fled, trembling, a streak of blood as he sped toward the direction of the Tiger Duel sect. Terrifying. This individual acts with an iron grip and ruthless ferocity. He dares to slay even the son of a formidable fire deity. There is absolutely no time to linger. I must hasten to inform the sect master of this matter. As Li Wudao gazed at the receding figure of Hong Shizhi, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. "Aunt May, please prepare dinner at home. I shall bring the girl back for a meal." With that, Li Wudao strode forth, stepping into the sunlight. Chapter 107, The Rescue of Little Lihua. At the Tiger Duel sect, a cacophony filled the air as sect master Zhou Kong hosted a grand banquet alongside all the disciples. Esteemed disciples, Song Wenjie from the Linen Academy has succumbed to darkness. colluding with the demonic race to wreak havoc upon the realm. We, under the edicts of the 10,000 Swords sect, shall apprehend him, thus achieving a significant feat. He paused momentarily, raising his hand to indicate the expansive central arena of the sect. There, 2 stone pillars stood tall, and a small girl, scarcely a meter in height, was suspended in midair by chains meant for capturing demons. The child was marred with injuries, her face a tapestry of wounds revealing bone beneath, her complexion pale, head drooping, with her furry ears hanging limply, eyes tightly shut, and only the faintest breath escaping her lips. It was indeed little Lihua. This demon had been the accomplice of the Fallen One, masquerading as a human child to infiltrate our territories, capturing our kin, seizing their cultivation routes, and even using the living to concoct longevity elixirs. Their crimes are beyond the pale. All credit goes to Bai Mang, the esteemed disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, for unraveling the sinister plot of the demon race. Now that the Fallen One has fled, we must use this demon to draw him out. What say you we do? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with vehement cries of vengeance. Slay the demon and seize the elixir. Skin it alive. Zhou Kong's face bore a triumphant smile at their fervor. Excellent. Let us slay the demon and procure the elixir. Bring it forth. No sooner had he spoken than a cultivator from the opening veins realm stepped forward, wielding a knife in one hand and a basin of boiling water in the other, hurling it directly at little Lihua's face. Meow. The slumbering little Lihua was jolted awake in agony, her fur bristling. The wounds on her face turned from crimson to pale, blisters rising, as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Observing her struggle, a Tiger Dual Sect disciple sneered triumphantly, "Impudent demon, you shall pay for your misdeeds. Seize the elixir. Let her taste the consequences of having her roots taken." The atmosphere was charged with rage. The ruthless cultivator raised his blade, intent on plunging it into little Lihua's chest. Clang! At that moment, a flying sword shot forth from among the Tiger Dual disciples, knocking the knife away from little Lihua. Who dares? The disciples of Tiger Dual roared in fury. Emerging from the crowd was a middle-aged man with a grim countenance, moving with lightning speed towards little Lihua. Oh no! He intends to rescue the demon. The man was none other than Song Wenjie, desperately urging his bloodline to its limits. He had but one chance. Faster! I must save her. Just as he was about to reach little Lihua, the ever-composed sect master Zhou Kong struck with ferocity. A colossal hand of spiritual energy descended from above, forcefully slamming Song Wenjie to the ground. Poof! He coughed up blood, his expression one of bitter regret as he gazed towards little Lihua. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not protecting you. My failure to uphold my promise to the elders. As he spoke, blood sprayed onto little Lihua's lashes. Song madman. Little Lihua stared at him, her heart inexplicably aching, her eyes shimmering with tears. Ha! At last, we have captured him. Zhou Kong laughed heartily, filled with exhilaration. Capturing this bearer of the mad bloodline ensured the task of the esteemed disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect was accomplished. From this day forth, the Tiger Dual sect would have a stronghold in Qingzhou, and with endless resources at our disposal, our rise to power is imminent. Bring forth the little demon and slay her to procure the elixir. He waved his hand, issuing commands. In response, an elder brandishing a sword approached little Lihua. Facing the advancing foe, little Lihua, with the innocence of a child, had never before encountered such suffering, nor faced death. Her small heart could no longer withstand the pressure, and she began to wail uncontrollably. Wah, wah, wah. I don't want to die. Auntie, I don't want to die. Where are the people? Come save me. I don't want to die. Hey, demon, meet your end. The elder's expression hardened as he lunged towards little Lihua's heart. Sectmaster, Sectmaster, it's terrible. The young master has been killed. Just then, Hong Shiji burst into the arena, his face half concealed, horror etched upon it as he cried out from the platform. Boom. With Hong Shiji's arrival, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Every action ceased as all eyes turned towards him. What did you say? Zhou Kong leaped to his feet, his eyes wide in disbelief, bellowing, Who dares to slay my son? I did. Boom. A shaft of golden light descended from the heavens, landing before little Lihua. The arena shattered instantly. The elder who had intended to stab little Lihua, crushed beneath the golden brilliance, reduced to fragments. The entire Tiger Dual sect quaked violently. As the golden light dissipated, a figure with flowing black hair stood tall and resolute in its place. It was Wudao. The disciples of Tiger Dual turned to stare, fixated upon Wudao's imposing silhouette. Zhou Kang's expression darkened as he glared at Wudao. Who are you? Why have you slain my son? Wudao offered no reply, his gaze locked onto little Lihua, ensnared by the demon-catching chains. Human? It is indeed a human. Why did you take so long? I was about to die. Little Lihua gazed at the figure before her, tears of joy spilling forth. They are all bad people. They want to capture Annie, They hurt me, they scalded me with boiling water, and they wouldn't give me food. I am in so much pain, so hungry. Sho, do not cry. I am here. Everything will be all right, Li Wudao comforted. His heart pierced by the sight of little Li Hua's once porcelain-like face now marred and decayed. He severed the chains and embraced her gently, patting her back. Do not cry, dear one. I will take you home. Aunt May has prepared your favorite meal. With her hands, now marred and cracked, little Li Hua clung tightly to his neck, releasing all the grievances and fears of this time in a torrent of tears, until she eventually fainted from exhaustion. Elder, you have come. I apologize. My strength is insufficient to protect her. Song Wenjia, barely clinging to life upon the ground, spoke through blood and guilt. It matters not. Those who have harmed you shall pay tenfold. Li Wudao's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the tiger dual sect master upon the high platform. He parted his lips to speak. Mountains and rivers of the 5 peaks, come forth. Chapter 108, Annihilation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The heavens and earth were suddenly beset by a tempest, as countless terrifying energies converged upon Li Wudao's being. His aura surged at a visible rate, the energy creating a tempest that rocked the entire arena. This power coalesced in his palms into 2 streams of black and white energy, from which a sense of destructive intent, akin to that from the depths of hell, continually emanated. Li Wudao's voice, cold as ice, declared, those of the tiger dual sect, withdraw within 3 breaths, or face death. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly within the hearts of every tiger dual disciple present. The cultivators of tiger dual remained unmoved, staring blankly at Li Wudao, then erupted into derisive laughter. Is this fellow mad? This is our tiger dual sect's territory, and he dares to speak such words before the sect master. Does he not see the absurdity? What strength does he possess? Our esteemed sect leader is a great practitioner at the early stage of divine fire. Upon the high platform, Zhou Kong cast a cold gaze at Li Wudao, his tone sharp as a blade. What an impressive display of power you possess. You dare to boast in front of me after slaying my child? Do you truly believe Zhou Kong is inconsequential? As his words fell, Zhou Kang's cultivation at the early stage of divine fire erupted suddenly. Boom. The spiritual pressure surged forth like a tsunami towards Li Wudao, even the residual waves suffocating the disciples of the Tiger Fist sect. In response, Li Wudao slightly lifted his gaze, raising a hand towards Zhou Kang's direction and gently pushing. Sword, unleash. The black and white energies in his palm transformed into a sword that flew before Zhou Kang, expanding with a resonating hum. It then illuminated like the sun, half black and half white, its radiance swiftly engulfing the disciples of the Tiger Fist sect as if drawing them into an abyss. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the ground began to collapse and fracture. Boom! A visible shockwave rippled across the surface, shattering it into dust and debris. The luminous barrier formed by the black and white energies rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire Tiger Fist sect. The previously haughty disciples of the Tiger Fist sect found themselves ensnared without exception. When the light dissipated, all that remained was a massive pit hundreds of feet deep, utterly vacant. Those who had been enveloped by the barrier seemed to have never existed, with only a torrential rain of blood falling from above, dripping into the pit like silent weeping. Senior, Song Wenjia, standing beside Li Wudao, stared in disbelief at this scene, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if it could hold a goose egg. The entire Tiger Fist sect was gone. That was over 10,000 practitioners, and their leader was a great practitioner at the early stage of divine fire. Even he was gone, just like that, with a single move. Cough, cough. At that moment, the soil at the center of the pit was suddenly burst open by a bloodied skeletal hand, followed by a middle-aged man, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, struggling to crawl out. It was Zhou Kang. He no longer exuded the confidence he once had. His eyes were filled with terror at the prospect of death. Not dead. Upon seeing Zhou Kang's figure, Li Wudao's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand to hurl a blue fireball toward him. No, please do not kill me. Zhou Kang, heavily injured and still gasping for breath, saw the soul-shaking blue fireball hurtling toward him, causing him to freeze in terror as he begged for mercy. Bang! Just as the blue fireball was about to incinerate Zhou Kang, it was suddenly grasped and crushed by an aged hand. Li Wudao's nerves tensed as he focused intently on the owner of that hand. Before him stood a one-eyed old man, devoid of eyebrows and a nose, possessing only eyes and a mouth, along with a white goatee. Though his appearance was somewhat grotesque, the oppressive aura he emanated compelled Li Wudao to be on high alert. The newcomer was formidable, at least 10 times stronger than Zhou Kang. Zhou Kang, realizing he was still alive, instinctively looked up to find an old man before him. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, Zhou Kang felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and cried out desperately, Senior Shang, you have finally arrived. Senior Shang. This brat has colluded with the demon race, consorted with evil cultivators, annihilated my Tiger Fist sect, and even stolen the disciple you had tasked to capture, Bai Meng. You must seek justice for your junior. Zhou Kong pointed at Li Wudao, accusing him as he bowed his head repeatedly before the elder. Fear not, with me, Shang Biao. He shall not escape. The elder, referred to as Senior Shang, cast a cold gaze at Li Wudao, his lips parting to speak with a voice like a blade. You consort with the demon race and slay righteous cultivators. Is this not exceedingly audacious? Bang! The moment his words fell, a terrifying pressure from the mid-stage of divine fire bore down upon Li Wudao's shoulders. Li Wudao's complexion paled, centered around him. The ground within a 10-mile radius began to sink, borrowing power. Now, he felt a sharp taste of blood in his throat. Stifling a groan as he suppressed the urge to cough, secretly gathering strength in preparation for a counterattack. Observing Li Wudao's labored condition, the fear in Zhou Kang's eyes vanished, instantly replaced by boundless malice and triumph. He stood, looking down at Li Wudao, and proclaimed, Brat, you are doomed. With Senior Shang from Wanjian sect here, I, Zhou Kang, shall have you torn to shreds. I swear to torment your family and friends until death, making them accompany my Tiger Fist sect to the grave. Senior Li. Song Wenjia gazed worriedly at Li Wudao's pallid complexion, his heart racing. Junior, surrender peacefully, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Shang Biao spoke indifferently, stepping forward, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure of cultivation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a bird of prey echoed through the skies, and the entire area above the Tiger Fist sect was cast into shadow, with the immense silhouette of gigantic wings projected onto the ground. Following this, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy descended, coupled with a cold, murderous shout that resonated through the heavens. Bold old man, how dare you disrespect my master? Shang Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up, only to see a 100-foot-long golden-winged rock diving down from the clouds. The surface of the rock's head shimmered with dense demonic power, terrifyingly powerful, far exceeding his own, akin to an insurmountable mountain crashing down from the sky. Upon recognizing the creature, Shang Biao's pupils constricted, and the pride and ease on his face were replaced with sheer horror as he exclaimed, the patriarch of the golden-winged rock tribe, Jin Biao. This seemingly unremarkable young man is actually the master of Jin Biao? How is this possible? The golden-winged rock tribe is exceedingly proud. How could they willingly serve a human? Chapter 109, The Little Temptress. The massive form of Jin Biao descended like a shooting star, transforming into a middle-aged man who respectfully knelt before Li Wudao on one knee. Master, Jin Biao has arrived late. Please punish me, master. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the mountains surrounding the Tiger Fist sect. They truly recognized him as their master. Hearing Jin Biao's earnest call and witnessing his respectful kneeling before the seemingly inconspicuous young man, Shang Biao's heart trembled violently. His astonished gaze scrutinized Li Wudao more closely. This youth appeared to be no more than 30 years of age, with his essence still flourishing, his cultivation at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm. No, wait. His physical body was at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, and his aura was still surging. What kind of extraordinary lineage does this young man hail from to have the patriarch of the golden-winged rock tribe acknowledge him as master? Could he be a descendant of some ancient sacred land? However, that couldn't be right. There was no news of any sacred land having the golden-winged rock recognize a master. Could it be a family from the ancient times? This is bad. As this thought crossed Shang Biao's mind, he felt a sense of impending trouble. Indeed. The very next moment, Li Wudao let out a quiet sigh of relief, the sword jade gifted by the sword demon slipping from his sleeve. As he spoke with an air of arrogance to Jin Biao, eliminate that old man over there. Yes, master, Jin Biao replied, his eyes brightening, and without hesitation. He appeared before Shang Biao like a flash of yellow lightning. Shang Biao's pupils contracted as he hastily called out, wait, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? Then go tell Yama about it. Jin Biao wasted no time, unleashing his full demonic power. One claw lunged toward Shang Biao's heart, aiming to pierce it. Jin Biao, if you kill me, will your golden-winged rock tribe not fear the wrath of Wanjian sect? Shang Biao protested desperately, attempting to make Jin Biao aware of the consequences. However, with the pinnacle cultivation of the Golden Mark and the successful awakening of the ancestral Kuan bloodline, even though it was merely a single drop of ancestral blood, could the strength be something that Shang Biao, a mid-stage practitioner of the divine fire, could withstand? With a splatter, blood sprayed as the golden claws, gleaming with a radiant light, effortlessly tore through Shang Biao's defenses, ruthlessly piercing through his chest, grasping a searingly powerful and pulsating heart in its grip. You, the 10,000 sword sect will not let you go. Shang Biao's pupils constricted, blood gushing from his mouth. his threatening words not yet fully escaped his lips. In an instant, the golden mark withdrew its hand, opened its maw wide, and devoured Shang Biao whole. Senior Shang. Nearby, Zhou Kong witnessed the formidable expert of the 10,000 Swords sect being consumed in one bite, and he was instantly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A puddle of yellowish liquid pooling beneath him. He collapsed to his knees before Li Wudao, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Spare me. It was all the idea of Bai Meng." The esteemed disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, he ordered the capture of the mad demon bloodline, and it was he who commanded the capture of that tabby cat. I was merely following orders. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a slave or a maid, as long as you don't kill me. In desperation, he clutched at Li Wudao's shoes. With a thud, Li Wudao raised his foot and kicked him hard, sending Zhou Kong crashing into icy fragments beneath the blue flames. The golden mark glanced back, swiftly approaching and bowing. Master. With that old man of the 10,000 Swords sect dead here, they are likely to send someone to investigate soon. You are still in your recovery period. It would be prudent to rest within my demon clan for the time being. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. I will follow your arrangements. Li Wudao cast a casual glance at the golden mark and, with an indifferent expression, commanded, "Return with me to Linen." As you wish. The golden mark dared not speak further, immediately transforming into its true form, a colossal demon body that crouched on the ground to facilitate Li Wudao's ascent. Let us go. Li Wudao grasped the unconscious xianxia from the ground. The golden mark took to the skies, racing towards Linen. In Linen, at the small courtyard of Qingshui Alley, the dining table was laden with cold dishes, while Xianba sat quietly beneath the Bodhi tree, wrapped in cloth strips, meditating. Yu Xueqing anxiously paced before the gate, murmuring in trepidation, "It has been several hours. Why hasn't Dower returned yet? I hope nothing has happened. Aunt May, we're back." At that moment, a gentle voice drifted from outside the courtyard. "It's Dower." Yu Xueqing gasped in surprise and joyfully dashed towards the door. Xianba, who had been meditating with closed eyes beneath the tree, also opened his eyes and rose to walk towards the entrance. As Li Wudao entered, he barely had time to sit down when Yu Xueqing noticed that Xiao Lihua was asleep in his arms. Though her back was turned to her, she could clearly see the grievous wounds on the little girl's cheek. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "Dower, the girl, she." "It's all right, Aunt May. Just heat the dishes. I will treat her right away. It will be fine," Li Wudao reassured her. Reluctantly, Yu Xueqing wiped her tears, took the dishes, and turned towards the kitchen, glancing back 3 times. "Senior, is Xiao Lihua all right?" Xianba inquired, leaning closer. "She is fine." Li Wudao nodded and laid Xiao Lihua gently on the ground, raising his hand to channel a wisp of black flame from his dantian into her body. The moment the black flames appeared, the surroundings were enveloped in an incredibly dense aura of the Dao. "This is," Xianba exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape upon sensing the Dao's resonance emanating from the flames. These flames are entirely composed of the essence of the Dao. The ever-watchful golden mark's eyes widened at the sight of the black flames. If he could take a sip of that, he would undoubtedly enter a state of enlightenment. However, the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. As the Dao-infused flames entered Xiao Lihua's body, her wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and a pure aura of the Dao enveloped her. The injuries on her face vanished, restoring her to the innocent and adorable appearance of a porcelain doll. Her tiny body exuded a constant aura of the Dao, akin to meat marinated in its essence. "Is this it? Such a rich Dao essence?" Xianba leaned in, greedily inhaling the aroma. In the next second, a faint wisp of black flame wafted from Xiao Lihua's body and entered Xianba's nostrils. His bloodline surged with a roar, and the dragon pearl within him began to release the power of a true dragon. The moment it touched the black flames, it disintegrated and fused entirely with Xianba's flesh and blood. Boom! Xianba was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as the dragon aura emanating from him became purer. This has directly enhanced the dragon bloodline. The black flames possessed such remarkable effects. If I could absorb more, could transformation into a dragon be far off? Hiss! Xianba took a deep breath, casting aside his astonishment and greed. My heavens, that thing can actually strengthen bloodlines. Upon noticing Xianba's transformation, the golden mark trembled uncontrollably. Just moments ago, the dragon aura emanating from the serpentine dragon was minimal. Yet, after merely one sip of the flames from the little girl, it surged immensely. If I could have a few more sips, wouldn't I be able to condense true dragon bloodlines? Goodness, if I, golden mark, could have just one sip, wouldn't I be able to condense even more ancestral blood? With fervent eyes, the golden mark gazed at Xiao Lihua, his heart filled with admiration, realizing that this little girl was truly fortunate to receive the blessings of the martial god. her entire being suffused with the essence of the Dao, destined to be a walking embodiment of the Dao. Anyone who beheld her would be unable to resist the urge to consume her. Meow, how delightful. So warm. Just then, Xiao Lihua stretched lazily, her sparkling eyes fluttering open. Spotting several familiar faces, she joyously exclaimed, "Am I alive? I'm alive? Ha ha. I haven't died. I can continue to enjoy delicious food. Shoo shoo. The person is back. Come quickly." With nimble movements, she jumped onto the Bodhi tree and unexpectedly bit into a Bodhi fruit, grinning with mischievous delight. Chapter 110, The God of This World. Smack. A branch of the Bodhi tree suddenly swiped at Xiao Lihua's rear, causing her to yelp and tumble to the ground. Her head made intimate contact with the earth, and she rolled around, hugging her head with her short arms. Feeling aggrieved, stingy, I nearly perished for this family, and Shu Shu couldn't even spare me a fruit. Humph. I want to ignore you anymore. She pouted, sitting on the ground with her hands on her hips, her head tilted away from the Bodhi tree. Thud. The Bodhi tree, sensing her displeasure, dropped a fruit that landed right on Xiao Lihua's head. Huh. Giggling, she eagerly caught the fallen Bodhi fruit and scampered excitedly back to Li Wudao. You little glutton. Li Wudao chuckled, ruffling her hair, his eyes filled with affection. Here, for you. Raising the Bodhi fruit in her hand, she did not eat it herself, but, drooling with anticipation, reluctantly offered it to Li Wudao. For me? Li Wudao was taken aback, pointing to his own nose. Xiao Lihua nodded vigorously. Li Wudao gazed quietly at Xiao Lihua, warmth flooding his heart. He accepted the fruit, gently rubbed her ears, and smiled tenderly. Such a good girl. It was worth raising you. Just then, Aunt May emerged from the kitchen with steaming dishes, and upon seeing the unharmed Xiao Lihua, she quickly placed the dishes on the table and rushed to embrace the little one tightly. Good child, you scared me to death. Little Lihua joyfully nestled into her embrace, playfully nudging like a little piglet. Auntie, I want to eat lots and lots of delicious food. All right. I shall prepare everything for you. As you wish. Aunt May affectionately ruffled little Lihua's hair. After the family enjoyed a warm reunion dinner, Aunt May was escorted back to the Su family by Xianba. Simultaneously, the Su family was returned to linen from Black Dragon Mountain by the demons, all arranged by Aunt May's instructions to Xianba. In the deep of night, at the stroke of midnight, in the courtyard of Qingshui Lane, little Lihua snored loudly in her room. In the pavilion, Li Wudao calmly observed Xianba's return along with Jin Biao, who was waiting nearby. He inquired, "What do you know about the 10,000 Sword Sect?" Xianba shook his head and replied, in response to the elder, "This little demon possesses weak cultivation and dares not venture within the influence of such sects, thus knows very little." Li Wudao turned his gaze towards Jin Biao, who immediately straightened up and answered, in response to the master, "I do have some knowledge regarding the 10,000 Sword Sect. The 10,000 Sword Sect and the Qingxi sect are the twin paragons of Qingzhou. Originally, the 10,000 Sword Sect was merely a third-rate sect. 3,000 years ago, after participating in the hunt for the mortal martial god Lu Tianya, for some unknown reason, it suddenly caught the attention of a deity. Under the protection of this deity, it rapidly soared to prominence, sweeping aside obstacles and establishing itself as the foremost righteous sect of Qingzhou. Its foundation is immensely formidable." Upon hearing this, Li Wudao furrowed his brow and continued to probe. Jin Biao, do you have any understanding of that deity of the 10,000 Sword Sect? Jin Biao replied. In response to the elder, the deity of the 10,000 Sword Sect is quite mysterious. No one has ever seen it. However, there are only two deities in the realm of Qingzhou. One belongs to the demon clan, and the other resides on the Stupa Mountain. Li Wudao questioned further. Is a deity that kind of being that can change the heavens and live forever? At this, Jin Biao vehemently shook his head. How could a deity possibly be immortal? Deities must replenish their lifespan. Li Wudao expressed doubt. How do they replenish it? Jin Biao, taken aback, asked, Elder, you do not know? Li Wudao nodded. I do not. Jin Biao gazed at Li Wudao in shock. This was inconceivable. How could such a peerless being, who had reincarnated and recultivated, be unaware of matters concerning deities? He cautiously inquired, if I may be so bold, Master, what do you perceive a deity to be? Li Wudao reflected on the nights spent reading novels on Earth and replied nonchalantly, one who shares a lifespan with the heavens, transcends the three realms, and exists outside the five elements, governing the cycles of life and death. This, Jin Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. Sharing a lifespan with the heavens? Transcending the three realms? Existing outside the five elements? Governing life and death? Is this what a deity can achieve? Shouldn't a deity be the one who controls a realm's spirit? If a realm's spirit remains undying, then a deity could be reborn. The deity you speak of has transcended the realm of cultivation. Where do these gods come from? Is it possible that the deities in this world are not like that? Seeing the shock and peculiarity in Jin Biao's expression, Li Wudao could not help but curiously respond. In this world, are you not a cultivator of this realm, master? Jin Biao was momentarily stunned. His heart trembled, as if grasping a crucial keyword. He nervously began to explain, in response to the master. Deities coexist with a realm's spirit. As long as the spirit is immortal, the deity remains immortal. Their power is inexhaustible. However, if they detach from the realm's spirit, then a deity is no different from an ordinary cultivator and can be killed. Li Wudao was taken aback, then instinctively remarked, so the deities here are somewhat weak. Weak? Jin Biao's eyes bulged in disbelief. Did I hear that wrong? Li Wudao continued. What general power do deities possess? Can they cover the heavens with one hand? Revive the deceased of a region? Obliterate a heavenly path? Jin Biao's mind reeled, staring blankly at Li Wudao. Master, do you wish to reconsider what you were saying? Cover the heavens with one hand? Revive the dead? Obliterate the heavenly path? Is that achievable by a deity? Are not deities as insignificant as cultivators in the face of the heavenly path? Could it be that you are not a cultivator of this era? Are the deities of their time excessively powerful, capable of slaying even the heavenly path? The more Jin Biao pondered, the more he felt this was indeed the case. Only this explanation made sense. Does this not imply that the current deities are no different from a dog by the roadside in comparison to the deities of the Master's era? And since the Master is a reincarnation of a great being from that time, does it not suggest that, if the Master were to slay a deity in this era, would it not be as easy as pie? Jin Biao felt he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. His fists clenched in excitement as he silently vowed to firmly grasp Li Wudao's leg. It was highly probable that he would witness what true divinity entailed. Are you listening to me? Why are you lost in thought again? Li Wudao frowned upon noticing Jin Biao's distraction. Jin Biao jolted back to attention, hastily replying. In response to the Master, the deities here cannot accomplish what you have described. They can only revive themselves under the special influence of a realm's spirit. Within the domain of a realm's spirit, a deity's power is inexhaustible. I understand. Li Wudao nodded in realization. So, in this world, the deities do not truly embody divinity. Cultivators still have the possibility of counterattack. Moreover, deities cannot leave the realm of a spirit. He cast a stern gaze at Jin Biao and asked, then, does this mean that the deity of the 10,000 sword sect can come to Linen? This was his greatest concern. If they could come, his current strength would certainly be insufficient. It would be best to resort to the 36 stratagems and prioritize retreat. Chapter 111, The Plan. Jin Biao responded. In response to the Master, they can, but only during the period when the heavenly Dao's golden fruit descends once every 100 years, at other times. The realm's spirit is suppressed by the heavenly Dao's rules and cannot move freely. What is the estimated time until this heavenly Dao's golden fruit arrives? Li Wudao pressed further. Jin Biao replied, in 60 years. 60 years, Li Wudao pondered thoughtfully upon hearing this. It seemed that for the next 60 years, he would not encounter that so-called deity. The only concern was whether the 10,000 sword sect would come looking for trouble. With the assistance of the Golden-Winged Rock clan and the Sword Demon, safety was temporarily assured, at least until the so-called deity descended. This meant he still had 60 years to develop. The conventional paths of cultivation would undoubtedly be insufficient. Thus, he would have to rely on Dao Fire. Moreover, Dao Fire requires the enlightenment of both demons and humans to manifest, implying that he needed to enlighten a multitude of various human and demon cultivators. Li Wudao's gaze sharpened suddenly, a spark of inspiration lighting up his eyes. Jin Biao. Is there a place where the spiritual energy is abundant, yet not enveloped by the deity's territory? Jin Biao contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed. At Tianding Mountain. Take me to see it. Under Jin Biao's guidance, they soon arrived at the southwestern region of Qingzhou. At the border of the ancient battlefield, there stood a mountain range, towering and reaching towards the heavens, known as Tianding Mountain, seemingly a boundary set by heaven and earth, embracing the southern and northern wonders within its embrace. The mountain resembled a reclining tiger, its main peak round yet exuding majesty, with 7-colored spiritual energy swirling perpetually atop, like an invisible jade belt entwining it. The mountain was thick with ancient trees, and natural clusters of caverns were scattered throughout. Traveling north for merely 30 miles, the mountain abruptly fractured, transforming into an ancient battlefield of heaving black soil. To the south lay an endless forest teeming with demon beasts. The woods were filled with towering, sun-blocking trees, and vines twisted like serpents, with the occasional roar of giant beasts echoing from the depths of the forest. Jin Biao, find someone to establish a sect on this mountain. How long will it take? Li Wudao surveyed the environment of Tianding Mountain. Both its spiritual energy and geographical location were exceptional. making it an ideal place to establish a sect. Jin Biao responded, Master, it will take at least 10 days. Very well. Please make the necessary arrangements. Li Wudao nodded, giving his instructions. His intention to create a sect was not to take on disciples, but rather to cultivate his own power. After all, no matter how capable or resourceful a person might be, their abilities remain limited. At least until he reached the pinnacle, possessing influence made all the difference. By the time he returned to the small courtyard in Qing Shui Alley, it was already the following morning. Aunt May arrived early, bringing food. In her slumber, Xiao Lihua caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and performed a backflip off the bed, racing like a rabbit to the food. Mine, all mine. I want double portions. Don't worry, Auntie made plenty. There's more than enough. Aunt May affectionately pinched her little face. Observing Aunt May's kind demeanor, Li Wudao contemplated sharing his plans to move, but he decided against it. The time was not yet ripe. He would discuss it once the sect was established. As evening approached, Jin Biao returned, his face alight with joy. He approached Li Wudao to report, Master, everything is arranged. Do you have any further instructions? Give me a moment, Li Wudao gestured, then turned to Aunt May, who was engaging Xiao Lihua with a cat toy. Aunt May, I need to step out for a while. Please keep an eye on Xiao Lihua. Aunt May paused, her expression surprised. Dower, didn't you just return? Why must you leave again? Aunt May, the Wanjian sect is a formidable opponent. For your safety, I must take action immediately. Upon hearing Li Wudao's words, Aunt May fell silent, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. Dower, will you be safe out there by yourself? Li Wudao smiled and shook his head. I will be fine. With a sigh of relief, Yu Xueqing replied, then go ahead. If there is any danger at home, I can take the girl and hide in the mountains with Xianba. Li Wudao paused at her words, then took out a jade sword from his pocket and placed it in Aunt May's palm. Aunt May, if you encounter anyone you cannot handle, crush this jade sword. Someone will come to rescue you. Just mention my name. Understood, Aunt May nodded, accepting the jade sword. Hey, are you going to leave me and Auntie again? Xiao Lihua rushed over, hugging Li Wudao's leg, her little tiger teeth biting in frustration. Li Wudao gently tapped her head. No, I'm just going out to repair the house. Soon, we'll move into a bigger place, so you won't be bullied by any bad guys. Xiao Lihua's face lit up with joy. All right, I want to live in a big house and sleep on a soft bed. Of course. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Wudao turned and opened the door with Jin Biao. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a pale-faced middle-aged scholar standing outside. Song Daoyu, what brings you here? Li Wudao inquired, surprised. Song Wenjia bowed slightly. Senior Li, I am deeply grateful for your kindness during this time. The academy has been disbanded, and my master has returned to his hometown. I plan to venture out for a while, so I came to bid you farewell. Taken aback, Li Wudao pondered for a moment before asking, have you decided where you wish to go? Song Wenjia shook his head. 50 years have passed in haste, and I have achieved nothing with my sword and study. Wherever I may go, I will pursue slaying demons and monsters, hoping to carve out a name for myself. Otherwise, I will have too many regrets in this life and die unwilling. Li Wudao gazed quietly at Song Wenjia, sensing that this experience had led him to a broader understanding of many matters. Yet, possessing ideals without the requisite strength was a pity. It would be a loss if he were to perish out there. With this thought, Li Wudao retrieved a sword seed obtained from the sword demon's illusory realm and placed it before Song Wenjia with one hand. Though our acquaintance is brief, I can offer you little assistance. This sword seed is a gift. May it aid you in your endeavors. Without waiting for Song Wenjia to respond, he placed the sword seed into the latter's dantian. Jin Biao's eyes widened in astonishment at the moment the sword seed appeared. This is a sword seed. Such a treasure is sought after by sword cultivators with great difficulty. And you just gave it away so freely? Senior. Song Wenjia felt the sword seed hovering in his dantian, his heart racing with excitement as he looked at Li Wudao. This is an extraordinary opportunity. I am deeply honored by your generosity. Do not perish. We shall meet again. Li Wudao smiled at Song Wenjia, then patted Jin Biao's shoulder. Let us go, Jin Biao, to the place where seekers of immortality gather the most. Chapter 112. Establishing a sect. In the heart of Qingzhou, at Xianyuan Mountain, there lay the ascending immortal platform. This platform was vast, resembling a city in itself. Renowned sects of Qingzhou gathered here to recruit disciples. Wudao sect, Qingqi sect, and Wanjian sect, among others. The seekers of immortality swarmed in long queues at these sects, creating a bustling atmosphere. After a day's journey, Li Wudao successfully arrived at the ascending immortal platform. Master, what shall we do next? Jin Biao inquired with curiosity. Li Wudao replied casually, rent a sect's residence and recruit disciples. Jin Biao was taken aback. Master, you wish to take on disciples? Stop dawdling. Go rent a sect's residence. Hearing Li Wudao's command, Jin Biao quickly regained his composure and hurried to the rental site. In his view, for a reincarnated mighty figure to take on disciples was an immense opportunity. He wondered what kind of individuals would capture the attention of their master. Upon arriving at the rental site, they encountered an old man with white eyebrows, relishing a drink and a roasted chicken, completely undisturbed by anyone around him. Even the recruitment leaders from Wanjian sect and Qingqi sect were fawning over him. The reason was simple. This old man was the only elder of the sacred land of Qingzhou, the martial extreme sacred land, responsible for the registration and approval of all sects within Qingzhou. The establishment of any sect required the nod of the martial extreme sacred land. He was also the overseer of the ascending immortal platform, a figure of immense prestige. With Jin Biao's introduction, Li Wudao approached the old man and spoke in a gentle tone. Sir, I wish to recruit disciples. The sect's residence costs 10,000 spirit stones per year. With a minimum rental of 6 months, the old man replied without preamble, continuing to enjoy his meal. Li Wudao took 10,000 spirit stones from Jin Biao and placed them on the table. Let us rent it for a year. Seeing Li Wudao's promptness, the old man raised an eyebrow in surprise, then took the spirit stones, flipping open a golden book as he lazily inquired, "What is the name of your sect?" "Let me think," Li Wudao mused, stroking his chin. "Wait, you need to think?" The old man stared incredulously at Li Wudao. "You haven't even established your sect yet?" Li Wudao nodded. "I just began my cultivation yesterday, and I am the only one. Is it not possible to recruit people here first?" The old man looked at him in bewilderment for a moment before responding. "It's not impossible. But the sects recruiting at the ascending immortal platform are typically among the top 5 in Qingzhou. Seekers come here for them. If you are alone, you may struggle to attract disciples. The spirit stones will not be refunded if you fail. It matters not. I only need a sect's residence." Li Wudao waved his hand dismissively. The elderly man with white eyebrows scrutinized Li Wudao upon hearing his words. Noticing that Li's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, accompanied by a companion whose cultivation was indiscernible, he inwardly shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps he was just a wandering cultivator, struck by a whimsical idea to establish a sect and achieve fame across the world. He chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Just provide the name of your sect and its address, and I shall arrange for your sect's location." Li Wudao pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he proclaimed, "The Shaking People sect." "The Shaking People sect?" The old man with white eyebrows was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Li Wudao. Other sects bore names such as Dao sect, 10,000 Swords Gate, Pure Pool sect, and Primordial sect, names that resonated with grandeur and distinction. But what kind of name was Shaking People sect? Was it a sect that merely shook off defeat? Would it not invite ridicule? What? Is it not permissible? Li Wudao inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on the old man's face. The old man, taken aback, nodded slowly. "It is permissible, albeit somewhat unconventional." "Then it is settled. No need to dwell on other matters." Li Wudao waved his hand dismissively. The old man with white eyebrows chuckled and shook his head. "All right then, I shall register you." At that moment, he perceived Li Wudao as merely a fortunate wanderer from a remote corner of Qingzhou who had stumbled upon a rare opportunity to attain the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, lacking worldly experience, who would not desire to establish a sect. Once his Shaking People sect faced adversity, he would surely regret it. Thus, under the old man's arrangements, Li Wudao finally secured a location for his sect at the ascending immortal platform. This site was a small sect with spiritual root testing devices and various trial platforms, designed to assess the qualifications of disciples. Li Wudao instructed the old man to remove all testing devices and trial platforms, leaving only several blank stone tablets. The old man with white eyebrows gazed at Li Wudao in confusion. "Esteemed one, without any testing, how will you recruit disciples?" Li Wudao smiled. "Fear not, my good fellow." As he spoke, he crafted a notice. "The future sacred ground of cultivation, the Shaking People sect, is now open. Supreme texts, from the principles of the heavenly Dao to long-lost legacies, all await your learning. No restrictions on race, talent, or spiritual roots. Humans, spirits, and demons alike may take the challenge. Once you pass the evaluation, you shall have a solid backing. What are you waiting for? Do you not desire to be extraordinary and impressive?" After finishing, he clapped his hands and declared, "Just hang this outside." The old man with white eyebrows, having listened to Li Wudao's announcement, could not resist offering a well-meaning piece of advice. "Young brother, this approach will not attract any disciples." "Humph, short-sighted," scoffed Jin Biao, overhearing the old man's words, as he shot a disdainful glare at him. Li Wudao, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. "The elder worries too much. I have my own plans." The old man with white eyebrows shook his head in exasperation. "Very well, as long as you are happy." Li Wudao said little more and exited with his advertisement. He had not come to recruit disciples, but rather to ignite the Dao Fire. In the realm of cultivation, talent was abundant, yet the sects were often inaccessible, with high thresholds and numerous requirements, leaving countless aspirants without a chance. There would always be those who, in desperation, would come to seek their fortune here. In due time, he would inscribe the classics accumulated from his past life upon the stone tablets, allowing those who glean insights to remain as nurtured talents of the Shaking People sect. Those who could not comprehend would simply return to their homes. When the Dao Fire surged, elevating his cultivation would be a matter of course. After hanging the advertisement, Wudao instructed Jin Biao to return to Linen to guard their home. The sect's location soon attracted a throng of seekers of immortality, to which Wudao chuckled. Elder, see, people have already come. The old man with white eyebrows looked at Wudao, shaking his head in disbelief. Young brother, it is not that I wish to dampen your spirits, but your methods may work in the mundane world. Here in the realm of cultivation, they will only backfire. Not a single seeker of immortality would be foolish enough to believe your words. Those who reach the ascending immortal platform possess a certain level of insight and cultivation foundation. Even if they were not selected by other sects, they would never join your Shaking People sect, at most merely observing out of curiosity. Oh, what if someone willingly joins my Shaking People sect? Replied Wudao with a slight smile. The old man took a sip of his drink, confidently thumping his chest as he assured, if anyone were to join your Shaking People sect, I would directly eat excrement from a latrine. No sooner had he spoken than a pair of master and servant entered the Shaking People sect, shouting, Is anyone here? We seek a master. See, Elder Bai, people have indeed arrived. Wudao pointed at the duo entering the sect, grinning at the old man. The old man's face froze in embarrassment, not for any other reason, but primarily because he had overestimated the situation. Eating excrement might be a bit much. Chapter 113. Young master, do you truly believe? Observing the master and servant who had entered the Shaking People sect, the elder servant, with a head full of white hair and one eye clouded over, donned tattered hemp clothing, his wrinkled face caked with dirt. The younger one, a gentleman in white, despite his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, had well-defined features, with starry eyes and sword-like brows, exuding an air of relaxed nobility. Outside, the onlookers among the cultivators began to murmur excitedly. Look, that pair of master and servant must be fools. This Shaking People sect is clearly a newly registered, insignificant sect. The language on the notice is entirely mundane, clearly attempting to catch the attention of those discarded by the 5 top sects. That pair of master and servant are truly foolish to believe this. The clamor grew louder, quickly spreading throughout the ascending immortal platform. Many cultivators eager for excitement boasted, if that pair of master and servant truly joins the Shaking People sect, I, Gao Gongji, will eat excrement for a year. What a gamble. I, Mei Sun, will accompany them for a match and drink urine for a year. Within the Shaking People sect, as they listened to the rising chatter from outside, the elder servant, with his head of white hair and one damaged eye, immediately raised his hand to point outside. His expression filled with urgency. Young master, although we are exiled from our clan, we cannot randomly join a sect. And you can clearly hear what those people outside are saying. This Shaking People sect is nothing but an insignificant new sect. If you truly become a disciple, once the clan head finds out, not only will your legs be broken, but I will also suffer the consequences. I advise you, do not join this sect. With me around, where in Qingzhou would you not have the final say? Why lower your status? Absolutely not. The young master retorted coldly. Why, young master? The elder servant asked, puzzled. The young master, Gu Qingfeng, hailed from the ancient family of the Gu clan. It could be said that few in the realm of cultivation would dare to disregard the Gu clan. Although both had been exiled to Qingzhou, the clan's prestige could not be tarnished, and returning home was always an option. Gu Qingfeng pointed outside, grinning. Old Bai, did you not hear those people say that if I joined the Shaking People sect, they would eat excrement for a year? I relish such braggarts. Their wishes must be fulfilled. The elder servant, Old Bai, looked astonished. Young master, is it really worth lowering your status just to make a few ants eat excrement? I could easily make them all do so with a mere gesture, and you could dictate how long they would eat. No, 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 that would be far too dull. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Old Bai was left speechless. At that moment, Wudao also stepped inside. He gazed at the pair of master and servant within, and spoke softly. I am the sect master of the Shake People sect. Do the two of you wish to join my sect? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng quietly scrutinized Wudao, secretly conveying a message to Lao Bai. This individual appears remarkably young, yet his cultivation level is on par with mine. Both of us are mere waste, possessing only mid-stage cave heaven cultivation. Lao Bai, speechless, replied, Young master, since you are aware that he is a mid-stage cave heaven failure, why do you linger here? What is your purpose? Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Lao Bai, you've misconstrued the matter. As the proverb goes, one cannot judge a person by their appearance, nor measure the sea by a pint. Although he is a waste like myself, his ability to establish a sect at such a tender age far surpasses my family's shortcomings. Do you not think such a spirit of daring and perseverance is worthy of emulation? Lao Bai retorted. Young master, you are the scion of an ancient family, of noble lineage. What merits does he possess that you should learn from him? He is unworthy. If you seek a mentor, there are countless top-tier experts you could approach instead. Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Dare to wager on this? Lao Bai's face darkened. Young master, you are a gambling enthusiast, losing every time yet refusing to acknowledge it. What is there for me to wager? Gu Qingfeng confidently proposed. If this individual possesses true substance, should you win, I shall follow your lead during my exile in Qingzhou. If I lose, I shall heed your words henceforth. Lao Bai shook his head vigorously. No bets. I shall not gamble with you. Should you disregard my counsel and choose to enter this sect, do not blame me for not assisting you if the family head learns of it. Gu Qingfeng sighed in discontent, ceasing his secret transmissions. He turned to Li Wudao, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, I am Gu Qingfeng, a junior wishing to join your esteemed sect. However, I still have some doubts, and I wonder if you could enlighten me. Inquire away, Li Wudao replied with an indifferent nod. Gu Qingfeng continued. Senior, does the name of our Sheikh people sect hold any special significance? Li Wudao answered candidly. It is quite literal. When one cannot win, one simply shakes people. Cannot win, so one shakes people? Gu Qingfeng's eyes brightened, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, and he nodded repeatedly. This is splendid. I like it. After a brief pause, he pressed on with his inquiries. Senior, how many strong individuals does our Sheikh people sect possess? What is our ranking in Qingzhou? Strong individuals? Currently, there is but this master alone. The sect's strength ranks dead last in Qingzhou, Li Wudao stated confidently, raising his hand to emphasize. However, rest assured, as long as you pass the assessment, our sect shall ascend to become the foremost in Qingzhou. Humph. Lao Bai could not help but roll his eyes at Li Wudao's words. Isn't this self-evident? My young master is the heir of an ancient family. With his joining, not only will we dominate Qingzhou, we could even contend with those sacred lands outside. Moreover, how can a sect with only you, a mid-stage cave heaven failure, have the audacity to proclaim it shall be the best? This fellow, though unremarkable in appearance, certainly possesses a knack for deception. In contrast, Gu Qingfeng wore a look of sheer delight, nodding vigorously. What you say makes sense, senior. With his addition, could Qingzhou's top position truly be unattainable? Is the promotional slogan on your sect's public notice genuine? Gu Qingfeng asked respectfully, clasping his hands. Rest assured, it is genuine. I never deceive, Li Wudao replied with a confident smile. Quite the confidence. Gu Qingfeng admired him even more upon witnessing this. Although the Sheikh people sect currently consisted solely of this sect master, his unwavering self-assurance indicated that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. I shall take a gamble on this. I will follow him and soar. Gu Qingfeng's gambling spirit ignited, and he declared, I sincerely wish to join your sect. What sort of assessment must I undergo to gain entry? Li Wudao replied calmly. I will personally compose several classic texts and profound truths. Should you comprehend them, that shall suffice as your assessment. Classic texts? Profound truths? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to Li Wudao, thinking he had misheard. The ancient clan possessed but a single complete classic text. This sect master speaks of several. Are you engaging in bulk production? Yet, when he met Li Wudao's unwavering gaze, he discerned not a hint of evasion, but rather an unmistakable conviction. How remarkably confident. I shall take my chances and go all in. Resolutely. He nodded. Please bestow the teachings upon me, sect master. Lao Bai was left dumbfounded. Wait, young master, do you truly believe him? Chapter 114. Not even dogs would learn? Li Wudao did not immediately bestow the teachings, but instead turned to Lao Bai. What about you? Do you wish to learn as well? Humph. Lao Bai raised his head proudly upon hearing this, exclaiming, What need have I for classic texts and profound truths? Not even a dog would learn from them. Do you believe I would stoop to that? What could a newly established shabby sect possibly offer in terms of profound truths? Bah. Even what I could make up on a whim would surpass this. It is merely my young master indulging his gambling urge. Very well, Li Wudao nodded, unperturbed. He then turned and approached the stone tablet in the clearing, raising his hand to inscribe upon it, the Yin symbol classic. Observe the way of heaven. Seize the form of heaven. As he engraved the words, he confidently smiled at Gu Qingfeng, saying, Listen closely. This is the first piece. The Yin symbol classic. Observe the way of heaven. Seize the form of heaven. Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation, striving to construct a vision of observing the heavens in his mind. Though it was but a simple phrase, an overwhelming sensation of gazing upon the cosmos surged forth, yet the form of the heavenly principle remained elusive. A mysterious aura enveloping his heart. The heavens possess 5 thieves. Those who perceive them shall thrive. The 5 thieves reside within the heart, manifesting in the heavens. Li Wudao's voice continued. Lao Bai, who had initially appeared disdainful, was suddenly struck dumb, his brow furrowing. The operation of all things in heaven and earth. The cycle of life and death is inextricably linked to the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The interdependence and opposition of these 5 elements indeed govern the path of cultivation. These lines perfectly elucidated the principles of the universe's operation, quite intriguing. He surveyed Li Wudao with astonishment. Given this person's cultivation level, his age could not possibly grant him such insights into the cosmos. Yet, with just a few simple sentences, he succinctly articulated the fundamental workings of the universe. If the subsequent content maintains such quality, it may very well be deemed a treasured classic. In stark contrast, Gu Qingfeng was utterly astounded. Observe the way of heaven. Understand the 5 elements. Was this not the very principle governing the operation of the universe? Although he was deemed a waste by the ancient clan, he had still heard the ancestral teachings regarding the laws of the universe. To think that this sect master, who appeared to be a waste as well, could possess such knowledge of the laws of operation. Just then, Li Wudao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, as he looked at Gu Qingfeng with a gaze imbued with profound meaning, and spoke. The universe is held in the hands. Myriad transformations arise from the self. Nature is the essence of humanity, and the human heart is the mechanism. Establish the way of heaven to determine humanity. In an instant, the clearing fell into a profound silence. Lao Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Li Wudao, his mind buzzing with the ethereal resonance of the words. The universe is held in the hands. Myriad transformations arise from the self. Nature is the essence of humanity, and the human heart is the mechanism. Establish the way of heaven to determine humanity. Gu Qingfeng repeated these words, his face a mixture of shock and awe. He is teaching me to establish the way, to gather the seeds of the way. In the next moment, a tempest erupted within his dantian, rapidly revealing the mysterious evolution of the universe, which then transformed into a miniature version of himself, with paths of resonance forming beneath his feet. He followed this path, his energy rapidly depleting, until he reached its end. There, he beheld a seed ablaze with flames, suspended in the air. A seed of the way. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened, and he held his breath. In this world, there exist 3,000 paths, each capable of elevating a cultivator to the pinnacle of cultivation. The seed of the way is foundational to the path. Without it, one can never touch the threshold of the great way. Those who condense the Dao seed experience rapid advancement in their cultivation. With the blessing of the embryonic form of the great Dao, their strength surges terrifyingly. He had been exiled by his family due to his inadequate talent. But if he could successfully condense the Dao seed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Upon returning to the ancient clan, he could command his father to serve tea, and his father would have no choice but to comply. At this moment, having listened to the master's recitation, he directly condensed the Dao seed. Gu Qingfeng's heart trembled as he gazed intently at Li Wudao. The master is remarkable. He truly imparts the genuine words of the great Dao. Buzz. The Dao seed vibrated, emanating the essence of the Dao. Quickly, he must refine the Dao seed. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted as he dared not think further. He immediately focused and sat cross-legged, striving to refine the newly formed Dao seed. As he entered the refining state, a myriad of colors radiated from his body, the essence of the Dao roiling around him, with a phantom of the killing Dao subtly emerging. This is the Dao seed. Old Bai watched in astonishment as his young master suddenly birthed the Dao seed, a shadow of the great Dao manifesting around him. This is the true word of the great Dao, he murmured, while discreetly sealing the atmosphere of the entire scene to prevent any prying eyes. Simultaneously, he gazed at Li Wudao with a look of shock, attempting to use his formidable cultivation to probe into Li Wudao's background. However, as soon as his divine sense made contact with Li Wudao's body, it was engulfed by 2 boundless essences of the Dao. Heavens, the essence of the Dao, pure and omnipresent. Old Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Wudao. This person is undoubtedly a top-tier existence in enlightenment. So young, he must be a reincarnation. Hiss. Thinking of this, Old Bai took a deep breath, his reverence for Li Wudao reaching its zenith. Half an hour later, Gu Qingfeng, seated on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, the essence of the Dao swirling within them. Gazing at the reclusive killing Dao seed in his dantian, he clenched his fists in excitement. In his heart, he rejoiced. Where can a gambler lose every day? Where can a child cry every day? I, Gu Qingfeng, shall soar. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, he beamed at Li Wudao and deeply bowed. Master, does this mean I have passed the assessment? As soon as his words fell, Li Wudao sensed a pure white flame rising from Gu Qingfeng's dantian, and a slight smile crept onto his lips as he nodded lightly. Yes. From now on, you shall be the first-generation disciple of my Yaoren sect. Gu Qingfeng bowed deeply to Li Wudao, excitement coursing through him as he knelt on one knee, performing the rites of a disciple. Although he hailed from an ancient clan and held a noble status, he humbled himself before the bestowed honor from the master. If he did not kneel, being expelled from the sect by the master would only lead to his father breaking 3 of his legs upon his return. Rise, and henceforth cultivate diligently. I have great expectations for you, Li Wudao said with a smile, patting Gu Qingfeng's shoulder. The first step in employing a person is to elevate him. Entice him with valuable offerings. Is that so? Gu Qingfeng, taken aback, rose to his feet, recalling the earlier true words of the great Dao, and could not help but inquire, Master, does that Yin Fu Jing have further teachings? Indeed, Li Wudao nodded. And Gu Qingfeng instantly became ecstatic, eager to ask for more, but Li Wudao waved his hand. No rush. The comprehension of the great Dao cannot be achieved overnight. Haste makes waste. You must first thoroughly understand what you have just learned before I can transmit more to you. Of course. Li Wudao paused, leaving a tantalizing hook. If your subsequent performance is commendable, I can impart to you dozens of pieces, all unique. Dozens of unique teachings. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned by the revelation. One is already a rare treasure. The master is willing to bestow upon me dozens without repetition. Is the master a wholesale dealer? How can someone so young, younger than I, possess such profound knowledge of the true words of the great Dao? Could it be that the master is the legendary near-divine being, reincarnated and recultivated? Whatever the case, I, Gu Qingfeng, have entered the sect, standing at the level of the founding disciple, although I have yet to formally take the master as my teacher. But I have made it big. Ahem. Just then, Old Bai, slightly flushed, bowed to Li Wudao. Master, might I also learn? These are the true words of the great Dao. He wishes to listen, hoping to glean some insight, perhaps even attain enlightenment, and thereby achieve greatness. Such hopes are beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. Li Wudao smiled playfully. Did you not say that even dogs do not learn? Old Bai's face turned crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Yet, for the sake of his future and the exalted great Dao, Old Bai bit the bullet and shamelessly bowed. A dog does not learn, but I do. Master, I beseech you to grant me the teachings. Chapter 115. All under heaven are enemies. Observing Old Bai cast aside his dignity, Li Wudao chuckled. Let us see how you perform. With that, he disregarded Old Bai, turning his serious gaze toward Gu Qingfeng and stating, from this moment forth, as a disciple of my Yaoren sect, you must memorize the sect's manual. Yes, master. Gu Qingfeng straightened his back. But after a long pause without further elaboration from Li Wudao, he could not help but ask, Master, what is our sect's manual? Let me think for a moment, Li Wudao replied candidly. You are thinking of it now? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily dumbfounded, not out of doubt, but rather from excitement and shock. The master does not even shy away from the current regulations before his disciples, showing no fear of them leaving the sect. Truly, the master is a powerful reincarnated being, so carefree. Li Wudao's eyes suddenly brightened, stating, remember, the first rule of the sect manual is that the master is heaven. Everything is to be conducted according to the master's words. The second rule, when battling others, if you can gang up on your opponent, do not engage in one-on-one combat. The third rule, once a battle commences, if you can defeat your opponent in one strike, do not showcase your agility. Remember to unleash your ultimate move. If you can unleash a great attack, do not resort to ordinary strikes. The fourth rule, and the most crucial, if you cannot win, remember to call for help. If you cannot defeat the collective, notify me so we can flee together. This last part was left unsaid by Li Wudao. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression brightened even more as he nodded vigorously. Yes, disciple understands. That's enough. If there's nothing else, focus on your cultivation. Li Wudao said lightly, turning to leave. Wait, master, I still have some uncertainties. Gu Qingfeng quickly called out to Li Wudao. He had just joined the sect, and no techniques or skills had been imparted to him. If he did not act cleverly and inquire, what if the master wanted to test his cultivation results? Li Wudao turned to him, asking, what else is there? Gu Qingfeng licked his lips, with a hint of anticipation, asked, Master, where can I learn the techniques and martial skills now that I have just joined the sect? Oh, so that's it, Li Wudao assessed Gu Qingfeng. Although he could not discern the young man's cultivation level, he could sense the aura of peak Dharma phase. or even early cave heaven, indicating he had some background. However, his Yaoren sect had yet to establish a proper foundation, so where could he find techniques to teach? He could not afford to scare away this future aide. He must first placate him. With this in mind, Wudao contemplated for a moment before saying, "The techniques I possess are those that can defeat opponents in one move, but your physique is too weak for now. It is temporarily unsuitable for you. I will teach you when the time is right." What? Techniques that can defeat opponents in one move. Upon hearing Wudao's words, Gu Qingfeng instantly became excited, rubbing his hands together. This is the master. With such lethal techniques, it is truly worth the wait. Why is this lad so impatient? Observing the anxious expression on Gu Qingfeng's face, Wudao hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Given your commendable cultivation, I surmise you possess a remarkable family legacy in martial arts. You may practice your ancestral techniques first, and should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me." After speaking, Wudao scrutinized Gu Qingfeng closely. This should suffice to placate him for the time being, he thought. He could always impart the techniques to this lad once he had acquired them himself. As for the possibility of being outsmarted by Gu Qingfeng, unthinkable. In the boy's eyes, he was akin to a master who had bestowed upon him a fortune of 50 million on their very first meeting, rendering any subsequent words beyond reproach for the foreseeable future. Indeed, upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted with intrigue. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth. "Master, I would like to request your guidance on my family's inherited sword technique." At this, the elder Bai, standing nearby, gaped in disbelief, casting a wary glance at his young master. Surely he wouldn't dare to demonstrate the Gu family's secret technique, all enemies under heaven, in front of others. Such a technique is a closely guarded secret of the Gu clan. If it were to fall into the hands of outsiders, it would be a grave matter for the Gu clan. The thought filled Elder Bai with concern, yet he dared not intervene, lest he incur the master's displeasure. Wudao, however, had little time for such worries. He merely wished to deal with the situation swiftly and continue seeking new disciples to harvest the Dao Fire. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, commence your demonstration, and I shall observe before offering my insights." He felt confident in his abilities, for with the presence of the white Dao Fire, acquiring knowledge was merely a matter of moments. Gu Qingfeng nodded in response, and without further hesitation, he closed his eyes in concentration. The next instant, he opened them abruptly. A profound change enveloped him, as if he were confronting the entire world. His aura transformed, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, coalescing in the palms of his hands. He stepped back, adopting a half-crouched stance, wielding his hand like a blade. "All enemies under heaven." In that instant, his hand struck forward with a slicing motion. As he unleashed his palm strike, the words "all enemies under heaven" resonated like thunder, echoing through the void. The air before Gu Qingfeng twisted violently, and a multitude of lethal shadows and blade-like energies surged forth from his palm. In a heartbeat, they morphed into a raging army, and where they passed, visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood materialized ominously. "The overwhelming force of those who follow me shall live. Those who oppose me shall perish" was vividly evident. What was ostensibly a mere demonstration left one feeling as though the entire universe had become his adversary, and he alone stood as the singular blade, poised to cleave through chaos and conquer the world. "Dao Fire, ignite." Wudao silently summoned the white Dao Fire, his eyes capturing the entirety of the technique's execution. The white Dao Fire meticulously analyzed the move, swiftly uncovering its flaws. Under the fervent scrutiny of the Dao Fire, Wudao absorbed and refined the technique as easily as quenching one's thirst, as though he had practiced it countless times, as if it were an inherent skill. As the white Dao Fire within his dantian was completely expended, the glimmer of his sword intent dissipated, and he regarded Gu Qingfeng with a placid gaze. "This strike is formidable, yet your execution leaves much to be desired." "Too lacking?" Gu Qingfeng's head snapped up in disbelief. His heart brimmed with skepticism, for this technique had been imparted to him directly by his father, the current patriarch of the ancient Gu clan. He had been trained in it since birth. He had devoted 30 years of relentless practice to this strike, counting countless repetitions. He could accept shortcomings in other areas, but this particular move could not possibly fall short, let alone be deemed lacking. This technique was categorized into 3 stages: minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. His father had explicitly acknowledged it as a major achievement. And his father, too, was only on the cusp of perfection. There was no way he could misjudge his own proficiency. "Surely not, master. My young master has been practicing since birth." Without pause, Elder Bai interjected, lending support to Gu Qingfeng. "I shall teach you only once. How much you comprehend depends solely on you," Wudao replied, casting a sidelong glance at the pair before slowly closing his eyes again. In that instant, an intense killing intent surged from his being, not dispersing outward but rather coiling inward as if alive, growing denser and more tangible, warping the very light around him. The skies above the sect's grounds darkened abruptly, the winds ceased, and the clouds hung heavily, as if frozen, casting a suffocating weight upon those present. Within the sect's premises, Wudao stood upon the ground like an unrivaled blade, an embodiment of dominance. All enemies under heaven. He suddenly opened his eyes, his hand slicing downwards. There was no extravagant display. He merely struck forth with his palm, and the blood-colored killing intent transformed into a streak of crimson blade energy soaring forward. Elder Bai and Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, for in that moment, they found themselves utterly immobilized. It was not fear but rather the insidious grip of that blood-colored killing intent that ensnared them. They could only brace themselves for the impending strike. Facing either survival or demise, there was no escape. The space sliced by the blood-colored blade energy split open, revealing a gaping black void. In an instant, the surrounding space visibly shattered into dust, leaving only a realm of obliteration in its wake. The force was unstoppable. Just as it was about to descend upon Gu Qingfeng, Wudao retracted his hand, yet the blood-colored blade energy felt as though it were anchored in place, weighing heavily upon their hearts, lingering ominously. The black void began to self-repair, gradually restoring the space to its rightful form. Gu Qingfeng's complexion paled as he stared wide-eyed at the fractured black void. The laws had been severed. Otherwise, space would not collapse. Chapter 116. What is desired is truth. This technique is a closely guarded secret of the Gu clan. Capable of fracturing space and creating black holes, such phenomena are entirely normal. However, it requires an extraordinarily high level of cultivation, far beyond what a mid-stage cave heaven practitioner could achieve. Even his father, as the patriarch of the Gu clan, could not accomplish this at the cave heaven level. Yet the master had done so with undeniable prowess. This was the source of Gu Qingfeng's astonishment. But what shocked him most was that the master had grasped all enemies under heaven in its entirety after merely observing his demonstration. Not merely a beginner's understanding, nor a minor achievement, nor even a major one. It was at least at the level of perfection. This meant that the master had comprehended the family's secret technique in its entirety with just a single glance. How could this be? He had devoted 30 years to achieving a major level of proficiency under his father's direct guidance. Even his father, a being of immense strength, had barely approached perfection over thousands of years. The master is terrifying beyond measure. Gu Qingfeng gazed at Wudao in awe. This is the terrifying essence of a true master. Elder Bai, standing nearby, swallowed hard, equally dumbfounded. He had the highest cultivation level among them, having reached the Holy King realm. Yet he never dreamed that the master could so effortlessly master the Gu clan's secret technique, and not merely grasp it, but achieve full comprehension. Were it not for the fact that he had confirmed Wudao bore no marks of reincarnation from the Gu clan's strong ancestors, he might have believed the master was a reincarnation of an ancient ancestor. Did you see clearly? Noticing Gu Qingfeng's astonished expression, Wudao couldn't help but speak. I did. Indeed, Gu Qingfeng stammered, nodding fervently. Good, then practice diligently. All enemies under heaven embodies fearlessness and dominance. Your intent is too scattered. Concentrate all your will into a singular point, and you shall succeed, Wudao patiently advised before muttering to himself as he departed. This sword technique can unleash the power to sever space, which is indeed impressive. However, it can only overpower those of equal cultivation. It pales in comparison to my sword resolution, which allows for limitless accumulation of power, delivering a single decisive blow, albeit at the cost of physical stamina. Not as effective as the master's technique. Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai possessed formidable cultivation, and Wudao's words resonated with clarity. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. This was indeed one of the ancient clan's secret techniques. In the entire realm, few could rival such a skill. Yet, the sect leader appeared somewhat dismissive. What then, one must wonder, could the leader's abilities entail? Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but swallow hard. Upon Wudao's emergence from the sect's residence, the onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be? The master and servant had not emerged. Were they truly joining this newly established sect? How audacious. Indeed, it seemed that fools were drawn to foolish sects, destined never to cultivate a genuine path. Listening to the surrounding murmurs of skepticism and derision, Wudao rolled his eyes. This was merely a recruitment campaign. Would it succeed? He inhaled deeply and suddenly called out. Who was so adamant just moments ago, declaring that anyone who joined my sect would eat feces? Step forward, fellow cultivator. A man of his word must not go back on his promise. At these words, the crowd's expressions shifted, quickly shaking their heads in denial. Not me. I never said that. Wudao's gaze swept across the crowd with a knowing smirk. Those who had boasted stood tall, yet averted their eyes. Certainly too intimidated to continue disparaging the sect. They feared he might bring up their earlier bravado. Whitebrow, sensing Li Wudao's gaze upon him, abruptly turned and fled. The atmosphere grew quiet, devoid of malicious noise, and Li Wudao felt a surge of relief. He turned leisurely to craft promotional slogans. Preparing for the upcoming Ascension Conference in 2 days. Observing Li Wudao's silhouette, Gu Qingfeng nudged Lao Bai. Old Bai, remember who was boasting just now? Old Bai shook his head. Too many to remember. Gu Qingfeng's expression faltered. This won't do. Young master, what is there to remember? Just apprehend one as a warning to the others. Old Bai looked at Gu Qingfeng in confusion. In the next moment, Gu Qingfeng declared resolutely, tonight, they must all eat feces. Old Bai silently began to pray for the cultivators of the Ascension platform. Though young master was a gambler, he played for keeps. When it came to feces, he was indeed serious. In the dead of night, as the cultivators of the Ascension platform began to meditate, each filled with vigor, 2 figures clad in masks, shrouded in darkness, suddenly appeared among the crowd. Old Bai, how are preparations coming along? Rest assured, young master, I have gathered enough feces within 100 miles to ensure they eat their fill. Delighted, Gu Qingfeng clapped his hands. Old Bai, execute the plan. With a sweeping motion, Old Bai unleashed a spatial artifact that spewed forth a deluge of excrement, drenching the faces of the gathered cultivators. Ah, I've eaten feces. Who did this? The crowd erupted in fury, but soon the stench overwhelmed their outrage. Simultaneously, Whitebrow, noticing the commotion outside, stepped out of his room. Upon witnessing the scene, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens, is that rascal feeding people feces? Before he could finish his thought, a terrifying force suddenly immobilized him. Oh no, I can't move. Whitebrow's heart sank, anxiety flooding him as he turned to see 2 heavily cloaked figures carrying a wooden barrel of excrement. His eyelids twitched in fear. Please, don't do anything rash. I am from the martial sacred land. If you dare, Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Someone, feed this old gentleman some feces. Without hesitation, Old Bai pried open Whitebrow's mouth and poured the contents of the barrel into it. Ugh, ugh. Whitebrow was enraged, yet dared not express his fury. Forced to swallow in silence. Burp. He even let out a belch. Gu Qingfeng, witnessing this, declared triumphantly, who dares to boast now? I play for real. Though the cultivators on the Ascension platform were indignant, they could only stifle their anger in the face of Old Bai's overwhelming prowess. The following morning, the Ascension platform was thoroughly cleaned, devoid of any filth. Li Wudao awoke naturally, and upon opening the door, was greeted by the sight of numerous cultivators gagging, frantically rinsing their mouths. What is going on? Did they all eat feces? Such a strong reaction? Li Wudao murmured incredulously. Never mind, time to put up advertisements. The Ascension Conference is tomorrow. I must recruit more talents to reap the harvest. Oh no, I mean, to assist them in their enlightenment. With this thought, Li Wudao, holding the prepared sect promotional slogans, made his way to the entrance of the Ascension platform. Finding the most prominent spot, he affixed the slogans. Just then, a timid voice called out from behind. I'm lost. Could you please tell me how to get to the sect's residence? Li Wudao turned to see a girl with twisted pigtails, an oval face, skin as fair as snow, and big, innocent eyes filled with naivety, gazing at him nervously. Are you here for the Ascension Conference? Li Wudao casually inquired. Yes, the girl replied, nodding anxiously. My name is Song Jinghong. My brother sent me. But he suddenly had something to attend to and couldn't come to fetch me. I can't find my way. Could you please help me? As she spoke, she bowed respectfully to Li Wudao. Li Wudao remained silent, scrutinizing the girl closely. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. For she exuded the purity of a sword. However, he sensed no fluctuations of cultivation from her, indicating she had never engaged in training. The absence of training suggested she was not a cultivator and thus could not be a sword practitioner. Yet, no matter how he viewed her, she resembled an unblemished sword hilt. Could it be that this girl possessed a unique constitution? Realizing this, Li Wudao's heart raced. Individuals with special physiques often had exceptional comprehension abilities. Enrolling her would likely increase the odds of igniting the Dao Fire. Seeing that Li Wudao had not responded, Song Jinghong grew increasingly anxious and lifted her head. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Li Wudao snapped back to reality. Offering a warm smile, it's nothing. Just follow the path straight ahead, and you'll find your destination. By the way, he continued, pausing momentarily, I am Li Wudao, the sect leader of the Shake People sect. I see you possess commendable potential. Would you be interested in joining our sect? We offer numerous benefits, including access to top-tier cultivation methods. The entrance examination consists of the great Dao's true words. If you can achieve any insight, your future will be boundless. If not, it won't affect your ability to join another sect. Consider it an experience. Regardless of your final decision, we won't pressure you to join the Shake People sect. Would you be interested in learning more? What? Song Jinghong gasped, her heart racing with shock, though she had not yet begun her cultivation. Her elder brother was a disciple of the Hunyuan sect, and he would share tales of cultivation and wisdom whenever he returned home. She had indeed heard of the great Dao's true words. They were regarded as one of the most precious and powerful opportunities in the world. If one could grasp even a fragment, they would surely make waves in the realm of cultivation. The profound truths of the great Dao are indeed elusive, and it is quite astonishing that the Hunyuan sect, where my elder brother resides, lacks such treasures, yet the Yaoren sect possesses them. It would be impossible not to feel tempted. Cautiously, she inquired, seniorly, as you have stated, regardless of the final outcome. You will not coerce me into joining the Yaoren sect, correct? My brother mentioned that he had recently awakened his Sword Dao constitution, which presents a significant opportunity for him to be favored by a holy land. He specifically urged me to attend the Ascension Conference at this moment, intending to join the holy sect. Surely, the Holy Land is superior to the Yaoren sect. If what this esteemed elder claims is true, that there is no compulsion, then I can first observe the profound truths of the great Dao before aligning myself with the holy sect. Upon hearing this, Wudao discerned that the young lady before him was a novice in cultivation and displayed no defenses against strangers. Her intentions were quite transparent. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, regardless of your comprehension of the great Dao, I shall never force you to join my Yaoren sect. Our sect emphasizes the importance of fate." Upon hearing this, Song Jinghong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she eagerly responded, "Yes, yes, senior. I wish to accompany you and witness it." Just then, a voice laced with mild anger echoed from a distance. "Little sister, where do you think you are going? Elder brother?" Song Jinghong's expression brightened at the sound, and she immediately lifted her head to see the source of the voice. There, a young cultivator donned in a yellow robe, with a resolute face and a hint of charm, hurried towards them. As he approached, the yellow-robed cultivator grasped Song Jinghong's hand and reproached her sternly. "Little sister, didn't I tell you not to wander off? Were you not to wait for me to come down the mountain to fetch you? And now you wish to go off with someone else? You are quite the worry." "Elder brother," Song Jinghong timidly pointed at Wudao to explain. "This esteemed elder is the sect master of the Yaoren sect. I intend to observe the profound truths of the great Dao under his guidance. I am not intentionally wandering off." Upon hearing this, Song Jinghong's elder brother was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Wudao. "The profound truths of the great Dao? Allowing my little sister to observe? What kind of jest is this? Even our Hunyuan sect does not possess such treasures. How dare this unheard-of Yaoren sect claim to have the profound truths of the great Dao and allow observation? Such treasures are jealously guarded by the major sects. How could they be shown to outsiders? You must be a fraud, attempting to deceive my little sister." With this thought, his demeanor darkened as he glared at Wudao, exclaiming, "You have quite the audacity. How dare you impersonate a sect master at the Ascension platform and deceive the sister of Song Jiaowen? Do you comprehend the power of the Hunyuan sect in Qingzhou? Do you believe I will not capture you?" Perceived as a swindler, Wudao chose not to elaborate further and simply smiled calmly. "I have no interest in deceiving your sister. I merely saw her commendable aptitude and felt inclined to nurture her talent. Were it not for that, she would not even catch my eye, no matter her efforts." As he spoke, Wudao suddenly turned to Song Jinghong, stating, "Since I have spoken, I shall not go back on my word. As for whether there is a destined connection, that depends on you." With that, he made no further delay and gracefully turned to leave. After all, the Yaoren sect's mountain gate was not yet established, and it was natural for him to be regarded with skepticism. To dispel all doubts, he needed to cultivate a remarkably skilled disciple to break through the barriers and quickly develop promising talent. Such arrogance. What kind of derelict sect dares to disdain my little sister? Watching Wudao's departing figure, Song Jiaowen scoffed repeatedly. "Elder brother." Song Jinghong felt that Wudao possessed an ethereal demeanor, his gaze calm and confident, unlike that of a fraud. Fearing that her elder brother might offend the esteemed elder, she quickly tugged at his hand. Understanding his sister's thoughts, Song Jiaowen, as a disciple of the Hunyuan sect, was well aware of the sects in Qingzhou. He immediately grasped her shoulder with a serious expression and earnestly cautioned, "Little sister, you are naive and unaware of the dangers within the cultivation world. Many will impersonate righteous cultivators to deceive those with promising potential into joining their ranks, only to usurp their cultivation roots. I have been in the Hunyuan sect for 10 years and have a fair understanding of the sects in Qingzhou. I have yet to hear of this Yaoren sect. It must be a fraudulent sect." Song Jinghong retorted, "Elder brother, that esteemed elder did not give me the impression of a fraud, and this is the Ascension platform. Did you not say that the martial extremity sacred land is stationed here? Who would dare to commit fraud in such a place?" Little sister. Song Jiawen's expression darkened, his tone heavy. While that may be true, not all individuals within the righteous path are pure-hearted. Many exploit the guise of accepting disciples to usurp their students. Given your exceptional sword Dao constitution, should it be discovered, you would undoubtedly attract their attention. The reason I brought you to the Ascension Conference is to showcase your talent and join the martial extremity sacred land. Thus far, there have been no reports of harm to disciples from the martial extremity sacred land, making it a relatively trustworthy option. Other sects, even the Hunyuan sect to which I belong, cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Song Jinghong was taken aback, her eyes wide in disbelief that such sordid affairs lay hidden beneath the seemingly glorious surface of the righteous cultivation world. Realizing that his words had frightened his sister, Song Jiawen took a deep breath and said, "Little sister, you are my dear sister. As your elder brother, would I harm you? Is my word not worth more than that of a stranger?" Song Jinghong lowered her head, meekly responding, "I understand, elder brother." Seeing that his sister still held some lingering doubts, Song Jiawen continued, "Very well. I shall take you to the Ascension platform to discern for yourself whether that individual is a fraud." Chapter 118, Suspicion. Outside the sect's residence, upon Li Wudao's return, he observed that the surrounding cultivators were still rinsing their mouths, while the elder with white eyebrows from the sacred land wore an expression of indignation, rinsing his mouth with wine. "White elder, what is the matter with these individuals? They all look as though they have consumed excrement." Li Wudao inquired with curiosity, taking a seat beside the elder. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder looked up, surprised to find the sect master of the Yaorin sect approaching him, eager to converse, only to be caught off guard by Li Wudao's first words. "Cough, cough. It is quite a tale. Last night, some madman forcibly made them consume excrement. I myself was not spared from the ordeal, and it has left me seething with anger." Li Wudao blinked in curiosity. What happened to the white elder? Nothing. Just a minor issue with my cultivation, the elder stammered in response. "Then I shall not disturb you. We must share a drink together sometime," Li Wudao said with a smile, patting the elder's shoulder. Despite his origins in the sacred land, this elder was quite easy to converse with. Building a good relationship could serve well for future endeavors. "Indeed, I shall make it a point," the elder replied, forcing a smile as he continued to rinse his mouth while muttering under his breath, "Bastard, should I find you, I will repay you 100-fold. Li Wudao paid little heed to these grievances, entering the sect master's residence to rest and prepare for the upcoming Ascension Conference, where he intended to employ some strategies to attract disciples. Meanwhile, Song Jiawen, accompanied by his sister Song Jinghong, arrived just in time to witness Li Wudao engaging in friendly banter with an elderly man, appearing quite familiar. Song Jinghong's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at Li Wudao. "Elder brother, look, it is that esteemed elder from earlier." Though Song Jiawen was not weak in cultivation and immediately recognized Li Wudao, he had already formed a preconceived notion that Li Wudao was a fraud. Even if he were not, he was merely the leader of an inconsequential sect, unworthy of his attention. However, upon seeing the elderly man sharing a friendly demeanor with Li Wudao, Song Jiawen's brows furrowed. Why does that elder look so familiar? With a heart full of suspicion, he approached with his sister, only to find Bai Mei engaged in polite conversation with Li Wudao, turning around to reveal his true identity. This was none other than the esteemed elder Bai Mei of the sacred land. Song Jiawen's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly frozen in place. The swindler from earlier was evidently well acquainted with elder Bai Mei. Could it be that he held an extraordinary status? Was the Yaorin sect akin to the reclusive Dao sect? Brother? What's wrong? Does that old gentleman possess any particular significance? Song Jinghong, noticing her brother's astonishment, inquired with curiosity. Song Jiawen did not conceal the truth. He directly revealed Bai Mei's identity. "Little sister, that inebriated elder is the elder of the martial extreme sacred land. In the realm of Qingzhou, no sect dares to oppose the martial extreme sacred land." "What? That old gentleman is a powerful figure from the sacred land?" Song Jinghong gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Then, if that senior Li from the Yaorin sect is so familiar with this elder, doesn't he that make him quite remarkable as well?" For a moment, Song Jinghong found herself increasingly convinced by Li Wudao's words. At this juncture, Song Jiawen was uncertain of Li Wudao's identity and background, but given his sister's naive disposition, he felt compelled to investigate further. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Bai Mei. "I pay my respects to Elder Bai Mei. And you are?" Bai Mei deliberately scrutinized Song Jiawen, as if he did not recall ever meeting him. Song Jiawen hastily replied, "I am Song Jiawen, the true disciple of the Hunyuan sect. During our sect's grand ceremony, I poured you a drink." "Oh, so you are the true disciple from the Hunyuan sect. A pleasure to meet you," Bai Mei responded with a semblance of recognition. "Elder Bai Mei remembers me." Song Jiawen was both flattered and astonished, excitedly clasping his hands again. Elder, you recognize me? Bai Mei shook his head without hesitation. I do not. Song Jiawen stood awkwardly, internally lamenting. What do you mean you don't know me? Bai Mei was merely being polite, yet regardless of his thoughts, to Bai Mei, he remained an inconsequential individual, unworthy of his attention. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bai Mei regarded Song Jiawen with indifference. Despite his embarrassment, Song Jiawen did not forget the matter at hand. Gritting his teeth, he gestured towards the Yaoren sect and asked, Elder Bai Mei, regarding that Yaoren sect. Before he could finish, Bai Mei understood the inquiry and chuckled as he explained. It is a sect that was just established yesterday, with a name hastily chosen. What? Song Jiawen was taken aback. He had presumed the Yaoren sect was a reclusive sect, only to discover it was merely a newly formed establishment. You can't possibly think the promotional slogan hanging at the entrance of the Yaoren sect is genuine? Observing Song Jiawen's astonishment, Bai Mei could not help but chuckle. However, it's understandable. That young fellow has just reached the cave heaven realm, aspiring to establish a sect and make a name for himself. When he failed to attract disciples, he resorted to such absurd promotional tactics. Understanding dawned upon Song Jiawen. Thank you, Elder Bai Mei, for clarifying. Bai Mei nodded nonchalantly before rising to leave. At that moment, Song Jiawen turned to his sister, Song Jinghong. Little sister, did you hear that? The elder from the sacred land just stated that the leader of the Yaoren sect is a fraud, an inconsequential rogue. Naturally, Song Jinghong had heard. Yet she felt it was inappropriate to dismiss the matter so easily. How could a rogue have the audacity to be so familiar with an elder from the sacred land? She timidly ventured, brother, but didn't he seniorly just share a close camaraderie with that elder from the sacred land? Are you certain a rogue would dare to speak to an elder in such a manner? Song Jiawen found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of her observation. After all, even the leader of their Hunyuan sect sought to curry favor with Elder Bai Mei, yet none had reached the level of such familiarity. Nevertheless, Bai Mei had clearly stated it. Thus, it must be true that the individual was indeed a rogue, and there could be no doubt. Pondering this, Song Jiawen led his sister closer to the promotional slogan of the Yaoren sect. Upon reading the grand proclamations of profound truths and timeless classics, he burst into laughter. Little sister, look. This sect claims to impart profound truths and timeless classics. Do they truly believe such knowledge is as common as cabbage? Within the sacred land, those lacking core teachings are not even qualified to behold such things. He is indeed a deceiving scoundrel. Song Jinghong glanced at the slogan but remained silent, though she had begun to subtly accept her brother as perspective. After all, who would openly advertise such things? Were they not afraid of theft? Let us go, little sister. I shall find you suitable accommodations. Tomorrow at the Ascending Immortal Conference, as long as you showcase your talent. The martial extreme sacred land will surely vie for your acceptance. Song Jiawen, sensing his sister's lack of rebuttal, knew she was convinced and smiled reassuringly. Just as the siblings were about to depart, a pair of figures emerged from the Yaoren sect, Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai. Tasked with promotion, they were determined to spread the sect's name and recruit more disciples. However, upon seeing the enchanting Song Jinghong, Old Bai's eyes lit up, exclaiming, Young master, that girl possesses a natural sword body. A fine prospect. What? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, immediately fixating on Song Jinghong. Chapter 119, Hesitation. Could it be that she possessed the rare sword physique? Such talent must not be squandered. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng swiftly positioned himself in front of the Song siblings. His gaze fixed intently on Song Jinghong as he lazily declared, This girl is destined to be my junior sister in the Yaoren sect. With that, he reached out to seize Song Jinghong. What are you doing? Song Jiawen, witnessing another cultivator attempting to grab his sister, immediately stepped in with a stern expression. Only then did Gu Qingfeng notice the presence of another individual beside the girl with the sword physique. It was not surprising, as such a rare talent was indeed uncommon. Moreover, as the scion of the Gu clan, he acted according to his whims, favoring the retention of a female while urging males to be self-reliant. And you are? He glanced impatiently at Song Jiawen. Who am I? Song Jiawen was taken aback, then coldly retorted, I am the true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, and you, a mere waste from the Yaoren sect, dare to lay hands on. Slap. Before he could finish, Gu Qingfeng delivered a punch that rendered Song Jiawen unconscious, casually tossing him to Old Bai. Old Bai, take this nuisance far away. Yes, young master. Old Bai grasped Song Jiawen and prepared to depart. Seeing this, Song Jinghong panicked and threw herself in front of Old Bai. Who are you? Why did you knock out my brother? Yes, your brother? Gu Qingfeng pointed at Song Jiawen in surprise, querying Song Jinghong. Yes, Song Jinghong nodded warily. Gu Qingfeng paused, feeling somewhat awkward. Having assaulted the elder sister's older brother before even entering the sect, he feared she might hold a grudge. Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Gu Qingfeng lamented, slapping his thigh. Junior sister, I was so focused on bringing you back to the Yaoren sect that I overlooked your brother. Please do not hold it against me. Cautiously, Song Jinghong reclaimed her brother from old Bai, then fixed her gaze on Gu Qingfeng. You should give up. I will not go to the Yaoren sect. You are all frauds, spouting lies to deceive others, and you even knocked out my brother. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng momentarily faltered, his brow furrowing. The sect master had sent him to promote the sect, but if he could not win over this promising talent, it would surely tarnish their reputation. After contemplating, he altered his previously carefree demeanor and spoke earnestly. Fake? Look at this and then decide. As his words fell, Old Bai raised his arm to clear away the onlookers, ensuring that no one could discern the situation unfolding here. Gu Qingfeng seized Song Jinghong's hand and placed it firmly on his abdomen. You lecher! What are you trying to do? She exclaimed, filled with indignation as she struggled against him, believing he intended to take advantage of her in public. However, the moment her hand made contact with Gu Qingfeng's abdomen, a force both pure and formidable surged through the fabric into her palm. In an instant, Song Jinghong froze. A tumultuous energy began to churn within her. A joyous resonance of sword sounds echoed from her dantian, and her entire being felt as if ignited by some unseen catalyst. Brimming with eagerness, almost involuntarily, her body began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. This sensation was akin to the singular experience she had during her physical awakening. Her elder brother had once said that such a reaction occurs only when one's physique engages with the Dao. You possess Dao rhythm in your dantian. Song Jinghong gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the smiling Gu Qingfeng before her. No, this is not Dao rhythm. Gu Qingfeng replied with a faint smile, elucidating. This is the seed of the Dao. As a sword physique, your contact with the Dao seed will inherently stimulate the sword body to enhance your physical form. You must have heard of the Dao seed, correct? Dao seed. Song Jinghong's pupils constricted at the mention, her heart racing. Her elder brother had mentioned that in the cultivation world, without comprehending the great Dao, one could not glimpse the heavenly mandate, nor could they become a dominant force. The Dao seed is something that only emerges upon grasping the embryonic form of the great Dao, a treasure far rarer than Dao rhythm. This seemingly unremarkable man before her had actually coalesced a Dao seed. Did this not imply that, provided he does not perish, he could cultivate to the sacred king realm? A sacred king. Whether such a powerhouse existed in Qingzhou remained uncertain. It seems you have heard of it. Thus, I shall not keep you in suspense. Observing the unmasked astonishment on Song Jinghong's face, Gu Qingfeng's lips curled upward. My Dao seed embodies the embryonic form of the killing Dao. Under normal circumstances, given my aptitude, I would never have had the opportunity to manifest a Dao seed. But then I encountered the master of the Yaoren sect. It was he who imparted the true words of the great Dao to me, allowing me the fortune to coalesce the killing Dao seed. What? Song Jinghong exclaimed in sheer disbelief. If this were true, did it not mean that everything the esteemed Li had said was indeed factual? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng continued, by the way, I forgot to mention, I only joined the Yaoren sect yesterday. Prior to yesterday, I had not yet coalesced the Dao seed. Do you understand what I mean? This revelation sent another shockwave through Song Jinghong's gaze. He had joined the Yaoren sect just yesterday? Did this imply he had coalesced the Dao seed in a single day? What kind of profound true words of the Dao could be so formidable? If she were to join the Yaoren sect, could she also coalesce a Dao seed? Would she become a sacred king powerhouse in the future? A yearning glimmer appeared on her small face. Gu Qingfeng noticed her intrigue and seized the moment to stoke her desires further. Although you possess a sword physique, should you arrive at the sacred land or other sects, you would undoubtedly receive focused cultivation. However, the great Dao is elusive. Not everyone encounters a master who wields the great Dao, nor can everyone fully unlock their physique and talents. It is possible that, despite abundant resources, you may never achieve an extraordinary rise, and instead, become a mere plaything or furnace for others. In this world, what is most lacking is not talent. Even talent without value will be discarded. Yet, our Yaoren sect is different. Currently, it is just the master in me, but the master possesses unparalleled means. And as the sect is small, he is keen on nurturing disciples. In the future, individuals with physique talents like yours may find it exceedingly difficult to gain entrance to our Yaoren sect. You are here now, let it be known. The Dao seed is ready for coalescing. If you are unwilling, then so be it. The choice is yours, for our Yaoren sect never imposes its will. Tomorrow is the Ascension Assembly. After the assembly, the master will take me to cultivate, and before we leave, this is your final opportunity. With that, Gu Qingfeng, accompanied by Lao Bai, began to affix promotional banners in conspicuous places around the Ascension platform, leaving Song Jinghong standing there, bewildered and struggling with her thoughts. Hiss. That scoundrel knocked me unconscious. Not long after, Song Jiaowen awoke groggily. The moment he remembered his little sister, a jolt of panic coursed through him. Little sister! Little sister! He shouted in a frenzy, fearing she might have been taken. As he looked up, he was relieved to see Song Jinghong standing unharmed before him. Little sister, I'm so glad you're safe. By the way, you must join the sacred land. No matter which sect extends an olive branch tomorrow, do not accept. Only the sacred land is your rightful place. Understood, elder brother, Song Jinghong nodded, yet her mind was awash with Gu Qingfeng's parting words. Should she join the sacred land? Or take a gamble on joining the Yaoren sect, seeking the great Dao? Chapter 120, The Ascension Assembly. The next day, the Ascension platform was bustling with figures, as cultivators from all directions gathered here. Those who could reach this place had all undergone training through various small local sects, representing the elite talents of Qingzhou. Having passed layers of selection, the cultivators attending the Ascension Assembly were not chosen unless their talents were exceptional. Today, the elders from the top 5 sects in Qingzhou had convened, and even an elder from the sacred land had descended, making this the most grandiose Ascension Assembly yet. The seekers of immortality present all aspired to showcase their talents and gain entry into the 5 major sections. At that moment, on the high platform, the white-browed elder appeared with an air of authority at the center of the assembly. His voice resonated like a morning bell, echoing throughout the Ascension platform. I am Bai Mei, from the Wu Ji sacred land, and I shall preside over this Ascension Assembly. All of you have traveled vast distances to reach this platform, seeking to enter the esteemed sects, cultivate the great Dao, and make a name for yourselves in the world. There are no rules for this assembly, only talent matters. Please, display your talents freely, and the sects will extend invitations accordingly. The evaluation of cultivation talent is categorized as waste, excellent, superior, peerless, and rare. As long as you stand on the manifestation platform, your talent will be revealed. Therefore, if you wish to be selected, do not conceal your abilities. You have but one chance, do you understand? Upon finishing, Bai Mei waved his hand, and a transparent mystical mirror appeared on the high platform. We understand. The cultivators gathered below responded eagerly. With that, each person was granted an opportunity to ascend the platform. As Bai Mei declared the selection to commence, thousands of cultivators orderly ascended the platform to assess their talents. For hours later, half of those present had been evaluated. 1,000 individuals were deemed of superior talent, 5,000 were rated as excellent, and 10,000 were classified as waste. The cultivators achieving superior talent were immediately courted by the 5 major sects, each brimming with joy and excitement. Meanwhile, only a handful of those with excellent talent caught the eye of the sections. The remaining 4,000 individuals, all categorized as waste, were promptly dismissed from the platform. Those who failed to gain the recognition of the 5 major sects left dejectedly, heads hung low. At that moment, Wudao hurriedly patted Gu Qingfeng beside him. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and bring people over. Must you wait until all the waste has departed before you speak up? Huh. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, staring blankly at Wudao. Master, our Yaoren sect is so distinguished and elegant. Why would we recruit those with talent who have been eliminated? Shouldn't we seek out the gifted instead? Wudao shot him a disapproving look. Who told you that those who are eliminated are without merit? But they clearly possess weak talents. To me, they seem no different from those devoid of talent. Recruiting them would be a waste. Gu Qingfeng protested, bewildered. Wudao let out a sigh and retorted, so? Are those devoid of talent destined to squander their lives from the very beginning? This left Gu Qingfeng momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Wudao, with a calm demeanor, slowly continued. The cultivation realm is exceedingly ruthless, persistently eliminating those lacking in talent. What will happen when the day arrives that only the exceptionally gifted remain? Even individuals like you, whose talent is considered commendable, may once again be deemed talentless. Does that mean your life must also be deemed a waste from the moment of your birth? Buzz. Gu Qingfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if struck by thunder. Indeed, if he lacked a prestigious background, could he truly be any better than those without talent? Observing Gu Qingfeng's contemplative expression, Wudao spoke with a hint of indifference. This world should not be so. One should not dismiss another's life simply due to their achievements. Nor should one disregard the lives of others because of the resources accumulated by their predecessors. Every individual is the protagonist of their own life, though they may be weak. When all the weak unite, they form the most formidable force in the cultivation realm, stronger than any exceptionally gifted individual. Moreover, are not the so-called immortals or deities merely mortals at the outset? Mortals are not necessarily mundane, and immortals may not always be divine. I wish to offer them a chance. Upon finishing, Wudao smiled gently, his eyes radiating the essence of equality among all beings. Gu Qingfeng, meeting that gaze, felt a shiver run through him, as if his soul had been cleansed. He inhaled deeply and bowed sincerely to Li Wudao, saying, "Master, your heart encompasses the world. I am ashamed." Nearby, the servant Lao Bai was equally taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Li Wudao, admiration blooming in his heart. Is this the mindset of a reincarnated powerhouse? Truly extraordinary. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter a figure of such caliber who empathizes with the lower strata. After all, those from prestigious families or top sects, regardless of being righteous or demonic, hoard all the worldly resources for themselves. How many can genuinely achieve such magnanimity? Very well, go ahead and shout loudly. Leaving no one behind, Li Wudao nodded slightly at Gu Qingfeng. Internally, he chuckled, thinking, who would have expected that I would deceive you all? Yes, master. Gu Qingfeng, filled with excitement, commanded, raising his voice to rally the crowd. Those cultivators who have not been selected, look this way. The Yaoren sect welcomes all, regardless of talent. If you are willing to join, we shall grant you a chance. As soon as these words were uttered, those who had retreated in disappointment turned their gazes towards the Yaoren sect. One individual could not contain their excitement and inquired, "Is that true? You truly won't reject us because of our poor qualifications?" Before Gu Qifeng could respond, Song Jiawen jumped out, shouting, "Fellow cultivators, do not be deceived. That Yaoren sect was established just 2 days ago, and their mountain gate isn't even completed. They only want you because no one else is willing to join." With that, he shot a resentful glare at Gu Qingfeng, secretly relishing in his triumph. "You scoundrel, after knocking me out yesterday and trying to lay hands on my sister. Let us see how I ruin your good fortune." This statement immediately stirred up an uproar. What? A sect established just 2 days ago? Their mountain gate isn't even built? Initially believing they had encountered a stroke of fortune, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. How infuriating. It's a sect that no one wants to join? Then I shan't go either. What good can come from a sect that others avoid? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback at first, but then became furious, unleashing a torrent of invective. What nonsense are you all spouting? What kind of lineage do you hail from? I, the Yaoren sect, am extending a lifeline to you, and instead of gratitude, you dare to insult my sect? Li Wudao, observing the scene, secretly exhaled with relief. Thank goodness I managed to manipulate Gu Qingfeng. Otherwise, I would have to confront this myself, which would be unbecoming of a master. Ha ha ha, he is furious now. The territory of the Hunyuan sect, Song Jiawen, is reveling in delight. Brother, Song Jinghong was distressed, stamping her feet. Although Gu Qifeng was somewhat eccentric, she had asked her brother about him last night, and what Gu Qingfeng transmitted to her felt like the essence of the Dao. A disciple capable of condensing the Dao's essence is not someone the Hunyuan sect can afford to offend. At that moment, Bai Mei bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down." The venue fell silent. The talent assessment continues. In the next instant, a scholarly young man stepped onto the stage, and the testing device emitted a brilliant blue light. The testing mirror then spoke, "Spirit communication body." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It's him, the gifted student from the sacred land, Wang Wei. Wang Wei, clearly enjoying the adoration of those around him, beamed with confidence as he waved to the audience. "I am Wang Wei, a gifted student from the martial extreme sacred land. If you ever have the chance, feel free to visit the Wujia sacred land for a discussion." This declaration was met with dissatisfaction from the audience. What a pompous individual. He is merely a gifted student from the sacred land, yet he feels the need to show off. Exactly. Does he think the martial extreme sacred land is a place for us common folk? Humph, how pretentious. Bai Mei frowned, dissatisfied, and kicked Wang Wei off the stage. Next, it's my turn. Song Jinghong, feeling a bit anxious, clenched her small hands. As she made her way to the stage, she brushed past Wang Wei, who, noticing her exquisite appearance, instantly took an interest. He extended his hand towards her, saying smoothly, "I am Wang Wei, a gifted student from the martial extreme sacred land. With your striking beauty, why not consider becoming my Dao partner? Once I establish myself in the sacred land, I promise you a path to immortality. Thank you for your kind offer, but my qualifications are mediocre and not worthy of your attention," Song Jinghong replied dismissively. "Do not worry. I do not mind your modest talents. As an exceptional man, you should cherish this opportunity. It may not come again," Wang Wei insisted, his confidence shining through. "My apologies. But I prefer women," Song Jinghong stated with distaste, then bypassed Wang Wei to ascend the testing platform. Wang Wei stood frozen, his expression darkening. He glared at Song Jinghong's retreating figure, thinking to himself, this foolish girl, clearly a waste from the fringes, does not even recognize the value of associating with a gifted student like me. When she realizes the worth of a gifted student, she will surely regret her decision. Boom. Just then, as Song Jinghong stepped onto the platform, the testing mirror erupted with a dazzling white light, accompanied by a clear sound of a sword ringing. Soon, the gathered crowd witnessed a sword shadow manifest around Song Jinghong. The testing mirror exclaimed in delight, Azura sword body. Boom. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Everyone stared at Song Jinghong in disbelief. The elders from the 5 major sects sprang to their feet, excitement evident on their faces. That girl is an Azura sword body. This is one of the top 10 sword physiques. She is destined to become a future giant. On the high platform, Bai Mei, who had always been calm and collected, was now overwhelmed with joy upon learning of Song Jinghong's physique. The Azura sword body. Such a lethal constitution. This girl must become a part of my martial extreme sacred land. At that moment, the Dao sect, the 10,000 sword sect, and the Qingqi sect all began to extend olive branches. Little girl, come to my 10,000 sword sect. You will be the contemporary heir. Do not listen to him. The 10,000 sword sect has a dubious reputation. You will have no good fortune there. Come to my Dao sect. Join my Hunyuan sect. Your brother is here. With a sweeping gesture, the venerable Bai Mei spoke in a deep voice. Little girl, I am Bai Mei. If you are willing to come to my Wuji holy land, I assure you that the resources are of the highest caliber, and you will undoubtedly be nurtured as a saintess. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Wuji holy land has made its move. It's over. Other sects no longer stand a chance. Among the throng, Song Jiawen observed Bai Mei extend an olive branch, and her previously anxious heart finally found solace. Meanwhile, beneath the stage, Wang Wei gazed at Song Jinghong, his face paling as he realized, this insufferable girl is actually the Azura sword body. Recalling his earlier rejection, a heaviness settled in his heart. Was she just mocking me? On the Xianjing, Song Jinghong found herself in the unprecedented position of facing so many sects vying for her attention. Her nerves rendered her speech faltering. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixated, albeit subtly, on the direction of the Yaoren sect. There, Li Wudao and Gu Qingfeng observed her with composed expressions, remaining silent. Little girl, take your time to think. Rest assured, at this Ascension conference, no sect will coerce you into joining. The choice of sect is entirely yours, Bai Mei gently reassured. Recognizing that Song Jinghong, a promising talent, had yet to engage in cultivation, and her nervousness was entirely understandable. However, he was confident that she would ultimately choose the Wuji Holy Land. After all, the prestige and strength of the sect were evident. If this girl were not foolish, she would know exactly how to choose, even with her eyes closed. In the Hunyuan sect area, Song Jiawen, noticing his sister's prolonged silence, anxiously urged, little sister, choose the Holy Land. Big brother, Song Jinghong shot a sidelong glance at Song Jiawen, her eyes betraying a hint of evasion. Little girl, speak boldly. No one will trouble you, Bai Mei encouraged warmly, channeling his cultivation to help her relax. After all, this was the Azura sword body, a top-tier talent. The future pillar of the Wuji Holy Land. Little girl, come to my Yaoren sect. Be my little junior sister. At that moment, Gu Qingfeng beckoned to Song Jinghong from the Yaoren sect area. This elicited derisive snickers from the surrounding cultivators. Even the 5 major sects could not suppress their laughter. What is this Yaoren sect? It was just established 2 days ago, with no mountain gate to speak of, and they dare to recruit the Azura sword body? Others seek her as a successor. Who would be foolish enough to join a sect without a proper foundation? Do they think the Azura sword body is a fool? Upon hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Bai Mei couldn't help but smile. He assessed Li Wudao and Gu Qingfeng of the Yaoren sect, and felt that these two truly had a peculiar connection. Indeed, they were not of the same ilk and would not join the same sect. Did they really have the audacity to compete for talent with the Wuji Holy Land? Were they seeking humiliation? Did they truly believe that a few grandiose slogans could deceive the Azura sword body? The girl was not blind. She could discern quality from mediocrity. Yet at that moment, Song Jinghong spoke up, excitedly pointing towards Li Wudao. I want to join the Yaoren sect. Boom. Her voice rang clear, causing everyone present to widen their eyes in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Little sister, are you out of your mind? What kind of place is the Yaoren sect that you would dare to go there? Song Jiawen thought he misheard and quickly admonished her loudly. Bai Mei also stared blankly at Song Jinghong, repeatedly confirming, little girl, did you make a mistake? The Yaoren sect has only just been established. They have no mountain gate. Taking a deep breath, Song Jinghong's gaze was resolute as she pointed again at Li Wudao. I did not make a mistake. I truly want to join the Yaoren sect. Boom. This time, the crowd was utterly bewildered, staring at Song Jinghong in confusion. She's gone mad. She must be insane. Chapter 122, Yaoren sect. Bai Mei's expression shifted as he asked, little girl, are you certain you wish to join that Yaoren sect and not the Wuji Holy Land? You must understand that the Yaoren sect has only existed for 3 days. There are merely 2 members, both at the earthly opening realm. You should realize that the resources required for the Azura sword body are extraordinarily demanding. Not just any sect can support such a talent. If you go there, you will not only be deprived of the necessary resources, but also lack guidance for your cultivation, squandering your potential and ultimately becoming mere dust. Song Jiawen hurried over, grasping Song Jinghong's hand and nodding towards Bai Mei. Senior Bai, my sister will not join the Yaoren sect. She is going to the Wuji Holy Land. No, I want to go to the Yaoren sect, Song Jinghong declared firmly. Song Jiawen turned around in fury. Little sister, have you lost your mind? The Yaoren sect is nothing but a fraudulent sect. Where will you find death? Big brother, the Yaoren sect is not a fraud, Song Jinghong insisted. Please heed your brother's advice and do not veer onto the wrong path. Song Jiawen implored sadly. No, big brother, I want to join the Yaoren sect. Song Jiawen's face darkened in anger as he coldly threatened. If you insist on joining that Yaoren sect, then from now on, do not acknowledge me as your big brother. Song Jinghong was taken aback, biting her lip as she gazed at her brother with distress. Yet, considering her brother's predicament, as well as the family's not-so-optimistic situation, she realized that if she did not choose the Yaoren sect, she might never have the opportunity to join this sect. She was acutely aware of the sect's promise that its disciples could condense their Dao seeds in a day. Finally, with a firm resolve, Song Jinghong clenched her teeth. Big brother, please forgive your sister for being willful this one time. What? Song Jiawen stared at his sister in disbelief. He never expected her to disregard his words entirely, and his face flushed with anger. Fine. From this day forward, you are no longer my little sister, Song Jiawen. With that, he turned in a huff and left. Sigh alas. Bai Mei, witnessing Song Jinghong's stubbornness, sighed helplessly. I hope you will not regret this. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Song Jinghong nodded, then walked towards Li Wudao amid the astonished gazes of the crowd. Whoa, this girl has gone mad. She, the Azura sword body, chooses not to cultivate in the Holy Land, but instead goes to a rickety sect that has just been established for 3 days. What is she thinking? Could she have been deceived by the Yaoren sect's advertisements? Surely, no one would believe that nonsense. She is so young. She will undoubtedly regret this, the surrounding cultivators murmured, their voices reaching Song Jinghong's ears. Upon reaching Li Wudao, Song Jinghong bowed respectfully. Disciple Song Jinghong, greetings to the sect master. Li Wudao looked at her with calm eyes. You have no regrets? I have no regrets, Song Jinghong replied with unwavering conviction. Li Wudao was somewhat taken aback by the girl's boldness in wagering her life on this decision. His gaze shifted to Gu Qingfeng, as if silently inquiring. Did you say something to her yesterday? Gu Qingfeng offered a reassuring glance back, indicating that all was well. Very well, from now on. You shall be the second disciple of the Yaoren sect. Now, come with me, Li Wudao said lightly, rising to lead Song Jinghong and Gu Qingfeng away. With the acceptance of an Azura sword body, it was unlikely that anyone else would stubbornly join the Yaoren sect unless they could establish a reputable name. Wait. Bai Mei suddenly called out to Li Wudao. Li Wudao turned, looking at Bai Mei with suspicion. Is there something else, old Bai? Bai Mei wasted no time, addressing the matter directly. Friendly, although the Azura sword body has voluntarily joined your Yaoren sect, if she does not reach the opening veins realm within a year, it will prove that the Yaoren sect cannot cultivate her. At that time, the Wuji Holy Land will reclaim her for proper training to avoid wasting such talent. Oh, Li Wudao responded with a faint smile. And if she succeeds? Bai Mei remarked, if she is capable of achieving such a feat, I shall bring forth someone of equal standing to engage her in battle. Should she emerge victorious, she may remain in your Yaoren sect to continue her cultivation. If she is defeated, she will belong to my Wuji sacred land. We shall discuss this matter further at that time. Li Wudao shook his head, leading Song Jinghong and his subordinate Gu Qingfeng away from the ascension platform. It was evident that the Wuji sacred land was reluctant to relinquish the Azura sword body, but for the sake of the righteous sect's reputation, they were willing to negotiate terms, albeit with the terms dictated by the opposing party, rendering their agreement inconsequential. Why then should they acquiesce? Bai Mei sighed, hoping that his words might serve as a reminder for Li Daoyu to voluntarily abandon the Azura sword body, lest it invite calamity. Watching Li Wudao's retreating figure, he sighed once more. Meanwhile, the formerly envious Wang Wei, upon witnessing Song Jinghong's decision, wore a mocking expression. Foolish girl, possessing the Azura sword body yet lacking vision, wasting her life in a mediocre sect. Just wait, I, Wang Wei, shall storm your Yaoren sect to challenge the sword. Then you shall witness what true sect heritage entails. 5 days later, at the foot of Tianding Mountain. Sect Master, is this the territory of our Yaoren sect? Gu Qingfeng inquired, closely following Li Wudao alongside Lao Bai and Song Jinghong. Indeed, Li Wudao nodded, and soon led the three up the mountain. They quickly arrived at the summit, where a colossal iron pillar stood proudly, adorned with the patterns of the phosphorescent fire beast. A 3-foot white jade plaque, gilded with the words Yaoren Sect, loomed above, with lightning flickering and wind swirling, exuding an aura that seemed to lower the clouds. The little monsters diligently performed their tasks. Stone-armored spirits repaired the stone steps. Wood demons wove the column nets. Flower spirits mended the golden plaque. Water monkeys collected sparks of fire, and wind ears crafted wooden wedges, all bustling about in an orderly fashion. The smoke and fire adding to the imposing atmosphere of the mountain gate. This is our Yaoren sect? So many little monsters? Upon stepping foot within, Song Jinghong could not contain her astonishment. The little demons, captured from nearby woods, had been ordered to repair the sect. Upon noticing the newcomers, they all panicked and knelt, bowing their heads. We little demons are here under orders to cultivate the sect, harboring no intention of offense. Continue your work, pay us no mind. Wudao waved his hand dismissively, leading Song Jinghong and the others deeper inside. As they proceeded, the presence of monsters grew increasingly palpable. Why are there more and more monsters? Does the Yaoren sect have dealings with the demon clan? A sense of unease crept into Song Jinghong's heart. For the human and demon races had been at odds since time immemorial. How could there be demons repairing a sect for humans? Song Jinghong, at that moment, Wudao suddenly halted. Sect master, please speak, she responded, not daring to slacken her posture. Wudao calmly nodded and declared, you three may choose your own residences. From now on, you shall cultivate here. Upon hearing this, Song Jinghong hastily replied, Sect master, I have never practiced before. I beseech you to impart the methods of cultivation to me. Her words elicited eager glances from Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai, for they believed Wudao, as a reincarnated great power, must possess extraordinary cultivation techniques. How could they not be excited as disciples? What cultivation methods? Wudao pondered for a moment. It seemed he had no particular techniques to impart. However, with his disciples requesting, he could not refuse, especially since she was not like Gu Qingfeng, who had a family legacy. Here, start with the basics. Wudao produced a book titled Foundational Cultivation Method and handed it to Song Jinghong. The Foundational Cultivation Method? Holding the manual, Song Jinghong felt a wave of disappointment, for it was the most rudimentary technique in the cultivation world, easily obtainable for a mere spirit stone. Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai exchanged perplexed glances at Wudao. In their view, a sect master is formidable as he should not merely impart such elementary methods. Perceiving their thoughts, Wudao hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Next, I shall teach you three a martial arts body tempering method for your convenience. Pay attention. With the body as the path, dominate with blood. Do not cultivate external objects. Do not rely on heaven and earth. Solely temper your own body. Using your body as the furnace and blood as the fire, forging an unparalleled body of the Tao. The three stood in stunned silence, unable to respond. Gu Qingfeng quietly transmitted to Lao Bai. This method seems to be for martial artists. We each practice different weapons. Is learning this not a deviation from our path? Young master, perhaps the sect master has his reasons. We should follow his lead, Lao Bai replied. Thus, the three quickly followed the incantation to cultivate. After half an hour, their exceptional comprehension allowed them to grasp it quite well, but they lacked the powerful essence blood required to forge the dominating blood. Consequently, the benefits they reaped were minimal, leading to a sense of despondency among them. Sect master, this seems to be the cultivation method of martial artists. I am the Azura sword body. Shouldn't I be refining swords instead? At this moment, having completed her training, Song Jinghong could not help but voice her concerns. If this continued, would she not be wasting her unique physique? Wudao glanced at Song Jinghong, then at Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai, and said, do you think I am wasting your time by teaching you this? No. The vision of the sect master is beyond our mortal comprehension. You would never impart useless methods, Lao Bai fervently flattered. Indeed, the sect master's teachings must hold profound significance. Gu Qingfeng echoed in agreement. Enough of your flattery. Your eyes have betrayed your true thoughts. Wudao shot them a glance, then revealed a peculiar smile. Have you ever witnessed a technique capable of eliminating an opponent of the initial stage of divine fire with a mid-stage cave heaven practitioner? The three simultaneously froze in disbelief. Such a technique exists? Despite their differing backgrounds and perspectives, they had never heard of a technique capable of overwhelming an opponent across cultivation stages. While the difference between mid-stage cave heaven and initial stage divine fire was merely one realm, the barrier between them was not as trivial as that between law manifestation and cave heaven. The former was akin to a youthful maiden compared to a ferocious adult tiger, while the latter resembled an infant next to a young maiden, without special artifacts to aid them. An initial stage divine fire cultivator could easily crush a mid-stage cave heaven practitioner with sheer spiritual energy alone, rendering techniques and moves irrelevant. for it was a matter of overwhelming strength. Techniques were mere skills. Before absolute power, techniques held no value. They cannot even fathom how a mid-stage cave heaven practitioner could slay a divine fire practitioner, let alone do so instantaneously. Let me show you. Wudao smiled faintly and raised his hand towards the sky. Come. Activating borrowing the law, an unfathomable force of mountains and rivers converged from all directions. Terrifying energy surged into his body, inflating his meridians and flesh, invigorating his bones. The domineering will of martial arts surged forth like a tidal wave. The ethereal images of mountains and rivers circled around Wudao, as if he were truly present within them. The intensity of the energy swiftly reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of divine fire. Yet, Wudao's actual cultivation was undeniably that of mid-stage cave heaven. This is the power of commanding heaven and earth. Gu Qingfeng immediately recognized the anomaly, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't this a power only those who comprehend the laws can wield? How could the sect master summon it with a mere gesture? Beside him, Lao Bai was equally astounded. Though he was formidable at the Saint King level, he still could not command the momentum of heaven and earth. Yet the sect master could achieve it as a mid-stage cave heaven practitioner. This was utterly absurd, terrifying. Song Jinghong, lacking any cultivation, could only instinctively feel fear and suffocation. Gu Qingfeng, born into the esteemed Gu family, had never witnessed such prowess before and could not restrain his excitement as he inquired, "Master, will you teach us this technique? If you truly impart this skill, it would be a delight. Crossing borders and annihilating foes would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables." Indeed, but also not quite. Wudao first nodded, then shook his head. The three onlookers were left utterly perplexed. With a smile, Wudao remarked, "These are merely the fundamentals. Behold the true technique. Sword resolution." With a glimmer of sword light in his eyes, Wudao concentrated all his strength into his palm, manifesting the dual energies of black and white. As these energies emerged, an overwhelming aura of annihilation enveloped the surroundings in silence. Wudao led the three to the southern edge of the sect, hurling the black and white energies into the boundless forest of demonic beasts. Upon entering the forest, the energies ignited like the sun, half black, half white. A thunderous explosion resounded, and in an instant, a massive pit several hundred feet deep appeared in the forest. Everything within the purview of the black and white light was reduced to ashes, leaving only an expanse of utter silence. My goodness, such formidable power. Gu Qingfeng stared, parched and awestruck at the chasm. The master, with mere mid-level cave realm cultivation, wielded such destructive force. If he harnessed the strength of Old Bai, would he not sink the entire Qingzhou? Yin-yang energies, annihilation, sword intent. Old Bai felt the chilling aura emanating from the explosion's radius, his heart jolting once more. First, he commanded the heavens. Now, it was yin-yang energies and annihilation sword intent. How powerful must the master have been at his peak? And with this technique unleashed, who at the same realm could withstand it? Even the divine would perish. Sword intent. What terrifying sword intent! Song Jinghong, as a Shura sword body, felt an unprecedented yearning coursing through her veins as the sword resolution erupted, an insatiable desire welling within her. Observing the varied expressions of shock on the faces of the three, Wudao smiled faintly. "I impart to you the ways of martial arts, not merely for the present, but to teach you this technique in the future. After all, your physical prowess is insufficient. If you attempt to learn this forcefully, you might obliterate yourselves before the technique is even unleashed. Are you still dismissive of the martial arts methods?" The three were taken aback, joy erupting within them. Had they known he would teach this, how could they ever have dared to be dismissive? They fervently shook their heads in excitement. Not dismissive. Not dismissive. How could disciples ever find fault? "Master, are you truly willing to teach us this technique?" "Of course. If I do not teach you, when you venture into battle and falter, will the reinforcements you summon not be mere trash? Would that not bring me shame?" Wudao chuckled. "Rest assured, master. I will learn the blood dominance swiftly." Gu Qingfeng pledged first, followed closely by Song Jinghong and Old Bai. "Very well. I have imparted the methods for cultivating blood dominance to you. Cultivate diligently. Once you all reach the meridian opening realm, I shall enlighten you further." Wudao instructed before departing to his quarters. Now, they awaited Song Jinghong's ascension from mortal to cultivator, to impart wisdom and see if she might attain enlightenment. If not, he would entrust her to Bai Qi as a disciple. Surely, Bai Qi would not overlook such a promising talent. "Yes, master." The three bowed respectfully as Wudao's figure receded. Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai gazed eagerly at Song Jinghong, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Once all three achieved the meridian opening realm, and if Song Jinghong also reached that stage, the master would impart wisdom once more. Last time, The master had only shared a portion, and Gu Qingfeng had already crystallized his Dao seed. Who would not yearn for such a moment? Chapter 124. The Black Ghost arrives 3 days later. The repairs to the Yaoren sect were finally complete. At the mountain gate, Li Wudao gazed at the myriad of creatures respectfully waiting outside and conceived a plan. He believed that granting enlightenment to the demons could yield the coveted black Dao Fire. And thus he commanded, "You little demons assisted in the repairs of the Yaoren sect. I owe you a favor. Upon your return, gather nearby demonic beasts or your kin and friends, and bring them to my sect. I shall impart wisdom once. How much you comprehend will depend on your own capabilities." As these words left his lips, the surrounding creatures erupted in joy, bowing in gratitude before departing. "Jin Biao," Li Wudao called out in a firm tone. "At your service." Jin Biao, the colossal demonic form, descended gracefully before him. "Is that the golden-winged rock?" Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai were rendered speechless upon witnessing Jin Biao's arrival. The golden-winged rock clan was notoriously proud, never bowing to others. Even the ancient clans had struggled to command their allegiance. Who would have imagined it had become the master's steed? Moreover, this particular rock possessed peak divine fire cultivation. How had the master, with his mid-level cave realm, managed to earn its willing submission? Could it be the true words of the Tao? As this realization dawned on them, Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai understood at once. Li Wudao, unaware of his disciples' musings, leapt onto Jin Biao's back and instructed Gu Qingfeng, "I shall be departing for a while. You all guard the sect well." "Yes, master," replied the trio, bowing respectfully as they bid him farewell. "Let us go, Jin Biao. Summon all nearby demonic clans. I shall impart my teachings." Li Wudao patted Jin Biao's nape. Jin Biao, filled with elation, took flight, disappearing into the sky. "Junior sister, you lack a foundation in cultivation, yet possess a sword body. Allow me to attune you to my Dao seed first. When the master imparts his wisdom, your chances of crystallizing your own Dao seed will be greatly enhanced," Gu Qingfeng promptly said to Song Jinghong after Li Wudao's departure. "Then, I must thank you, senior brother Qingfeng." Song Jinghong expressed her gratitude, bowing to him. Without hesitation, Gu Qingfeng summoned his Dao seed from his dantian into the external world. Someone approaches. Old Bai suddenly furrowed his brow, casting his gaze down the mountain. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned a peculiar shadow advancing rapidly from the foot of the mountain. At the foot of Tianding Mountain, a black-robed figure, exuding a suffocating aura, hastily ascended the mountain with a basket of spiritual marrow and millennium spiritual herbs. His name was Zhang Lu, a notorious demon cultivator in Qingzhou, known by the moniker Black Ghost. As he trudged upward, he muttered in frustration, "Damn it. This martial extreme sacred land is sick. If they want a talented disciple, they should just seize one. Why must they send me, the Black Ghost, to do their dirty work? Besides, this sect has only been established for less than 10 days, and its master is but a mid-level cave realm waste. A sect so feeble could easily be handled by a mere underling. Why must I personally make the trip?" The Black Ghost was the notorious leader of the shadowy cultivators in Qingzhou, possessing mid-level divine fire cultivation, responsible for doing the dirty work for various righteous sections. Naturally, he kept the spoils of his plundering for himself. Recently, he had helped the Wanjian sect subdue some disobedient factions, and the contents of his basket were the fruits of his labor. Now, he aimed to snatch a talented disciple for the martial extreme sacred land, thus completing his task and earning some well-deserved rest. Suddenly, the Black Ghost sensed something amiss and abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the summit of Tianding Mountain. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he pondered aloud. What is this? A surge of killing intent, imbued with the essence of the Tao, akin to the rumored Dao seed. Could it be that this worthless Yaoren sect has someone capable of comprehending the Tao of killing? Wait. The killing intent infused with the Dao seed seemed rather weak, as if it were confined to the cave realm. The Black Ghost's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sprinted toward the summit. The elders of the martial extreme sacred land had mentioned that this Yaoren sect had only 4 members, with the master being at mid-level cave realm cultivation. Beneath the gate, there existed a pair of master and servant, both of whom had attained the realm of Dantian. Additionally, there was a mortal girl with a Shura sword body, who happened to be the target of this mission. It appears that the individual exuding the aura of Dao seed must be another disciple taken in by the esteemed sect master of the Yaoren sect. If that is indeed the case, then he has struck gold. The Dao seed is the very foundation for comprehending the great Dao. The martial extreme holy land seeks the Shura sword body, yet remains oblivious to the existence of this Dao seed cultivator. I could seize them, refine them, and usurp their Dao seed. In 10 years, 50 years, or even a millennium, as long as I successfully merge that Dao seed, I shall undoubtedly become a sovereign of the Saint King realm. Why would I need to grovel and perform menial tasks for these righteous sects? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to dominate my own territory? Ha ha ha. This humble Yaoren sect actually possesses such a prodigy, and I, He Gui, have stumbled upon it. I am destined for greatness. The more He Gui contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, quickening his pace to the entrance of the Yaoren sect. Upon reaching the gate, he beheld a young man clad in white, summoning a blazing seed from within his body. Once that seed emerged, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent engulfed the entire entrance. Indeed, it is the Dao seed. He Gui's pupils constricted, and then he was overtaken by ecstasy. He scrutinized the three figures at the gate once more. One was an adorable girl, whose cultivation was weak and trivial, having just begun to draw in qi. The second was a white-haired old man with one eye blind. A mere waste of potential in the blood-burning realm. Only the white-clad youth, who had summoned the Dao seed, possessed the highest cultivation, being in the mid-Dongtian realm. Ha! This is my chance. He Gui was elated, striding boldly towards the gate. Brat, hand over your Dao seed. Otherwise, today I shall show no mercy, he commanded. Puffed up with pride, directing his words at Gu Qingfeng. Aren't you here to pay your respects to the sect? Gu Qingfeng was taken aback by the response. Staring blankly at his servant, Old Bai, is he here to steal my Dao seed? Well, if you are not deaf, my young master. You should not have misheard, Old Bai replied with an indifferent nod. Song Jinghong, lacking any cultivation and under Old Bai's protection, remained utterly oblivious to He Gui's terrifying presence. Thus, the three regarded He Gui as a mere jester, completely disregarding him. Presumptuous. Hurry and comply. Do you believe I won't annihilate you? The ignored He Gui felt slighted. Unleashing the full force of his mid-divine fire cultivation, directing his oppressive aura towards the trio. In his estimation, they would surely be terrified into submission upon sensing his formidable power, promptly offering up the Dao seed. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, his oppressive aura abruptly vanished, as if it had never been unleashed at all. How could this be? He Gui was instantly shocked, rendered speechless by the peculiarity of the situation. He truly has come to seize my Dao seed. Gu Qingfeng smiled enigmatically and instructed, Old Bai, hang him up. Yes, my young master. Old Bai nodded, raising a hand to grasp He Gui. Instantly, an overwhelming and terrifying force sealed He Gui's cultivation, lifting him before Gu Qingfeng like a dog. What have you done to me? Why has my power vanished? He Gui's spirit faltered, his complexion paling as he directed his inquiry at Old Bai. His mid-divine fire cultivation had been unknowingly sealed by this seemingly blind old man. This old man was no mere blood-burning realm cultivator. He was at least a true one-realm powerhouse. Panic-stricken, He Gui's heart surged with fury. The martial extreme Holy Land. How dare they deceive me, claiming that the Yaoren sect was established just 3 days ago. If a blind servant possesses such strength, what must their sect master be like? He Gui dared not imagine the extent of their might and trembled increasingly at the prospect of meeting his demise here. Senior, please do not kill me. We can discuss this, he pleaded, his voice trembling with trepidation. Chapter 125, He Gui stupefied. Hee. Gu Qingfeng chuckled mysteriously. First, tell me, what brings you here? Of course, you may choose not to speak, he added, a sense of foreboding creeping into He Gui's heart. He had initially intended to remain tight-lipped, hoping to barter for his life with treasures or to dissuade his captors through torture. Yet now he truly dared not. Having survived numerous tortures while navigating the treacherous world of demonic cultivation, he had never encountered anything quite like this. It was no jest. It could lead to his immediate descent into hell. After a moment's hesitation, he gazed at Gu Qingfeng, who remained unhurried, leisurely drawing a knife and polishing it with his sleeve. He Gui nervously swallowed hard, then pointed at Song Jinghong and stammered, That one, sir. I came here to seize the girl. I have no other intentions. Oh, you came to abduct my junior sister? Gu Qingfeng feigned surprise, suddenly expressing displeasure. So, you intended to seize my Dao seed as a mere afterthought? He Gui awkwardly nodded. Yes, sir, I was merely drawn by the treasure. I did not come specifically to rob you. Do you look down upon me? Gu Qingfeng suddenly barked, pressing the knife inch by inch against He Gui's face. My lord, please don't be impulsive. I harbor no disdain for you. He Gui shrank back in fright, fully aware that he was now as defenseless as a mortal. Being struck could indeed lead to his demise. How will you prove that? Gu Qingfeng retorted. He Gui was at a loss, nearly on the verge of tears, unsure of how to respond. How about this? Gu Qingfeng, noticing He Gui's terrified demeanor, proposed playfully. Let us gamble. If you win, I shall let you go. If you lose, you die? He Gui nervously inquired. Sir, what shall we wager? Gu Qingfeng smiled. You take a blow from me at the same realm and survive. If you do, it counts as your victory. How does that sound? He Gui was momentarily stunned, then elatedly nodded, "All right, sir, I shall wager with you." As a mid-divine fire cultivator, he had practiced for over 2,000 years and fought countless battles. In his realm, apart from the exceptionally monstrous disciples of grand sects, no one could stand against him. Merely withstanding a single strike from a youth in the mid-Dongtian realm seemed trivial. Would it not be foolish to refuse? Old Bai, lock his cultivation at the mid-Dongtian realm, Gu Qingfeng commanded upon He Gui's agreement. Old Bai smiled slightly at He Gui. "You are truly brave to challenge my young master?" He Gui was taken aback, filled with confusion. "My young master is a gambler. He might not acknowledge his losses." Old Bai chuckled without explanation, raising his hand to press against He Gui, instantly reducing his cultivation to match Gu Qingfeng's. With his cultivation now at the mid-Dongtian realm, He Gui felt emboldened, exuding confidence as he turned to Gu Qingfeng. "Sir, you may strike." Gu Qingfeng nodded, retracting the Dao seed into his body. "Junior sister Jinghong, this strike will be swift. Watch closely and learn well, for it will greatly benefit your swordsmanship in the future." With that, Gu Qingfeng slowly closed his eyes, his mind racing to recall the demonstration performed by sect master Li Wudao a few days prior. In an instant, a fierce killing intent surged around him. Converging entirely upon the knife he grasped in his right hand, the sky above the sect darkened, the winds outside ceased, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, heavy enough to weigh upon the hearts of those present. Gu Qingfeng stood like a blade poised to strike. A phantom of the path of slaughter materialized behind him, and the very fabric of space around him began to twist. Twisting space. The Black Fiend, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, was struck with terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly correct? Wasn't it only the might of the divine fire realm that could instigate such spatial distortion? Yet here he was, in the midst of the cave heaven's midstage, witnessing the very fabric of space warp. And this was before a single strike had even been unleashed. If a blade were to be drawn, would he not be reduced to mere pulp? Perhaps it would not be as swift as that. No, this was a death sentence. He was certain he would perish. The Black Fiend's limbs turned icy with dread as he frantically donned the life-saving talismans he had hoarded, simultaneously channeling every ounce of his strength to create a colossal energy shield before him. Gone were his aspirations of crushing Gu Qingfeng. Now, all he yearned for was to survive. Every foe was now an enemy. Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly opened, radiating a fierce blade-like brilliance, his hand rising and falling with a decisive strike aimed directly at the Black Fiend. A blood-red blade of light shot forth, resembling a crescent moon. There was no evading it. What was happening? This strike was formidable. The Black Fiend initially thought its speed would allow him to dodge. Yet, as that thought crossed his mind, his body became paralyzed. It was not a matter of will, but rather being ensnared by a murderous intent. In the face of this blade, he could not move. At that instant, the blood-red blade cleaved through space itself, unveiling a gaping void. It severed the very laws of reality. The Black Fiend stared at the abyss with a dazed expression. As a midstage practitioner of the divine fire realm, he understood all too well that such a black void could only emerge from a breach in space. Yet, this was wrought by a mere midstage cave heaven cultivator. Something he, at the divine fire midstage, could not achieve. Was he to meet it head-on, slashing through the air, just as the Black Fiend was reeling from shock? The blood-red blade struck his defenses. His energy shield, composed of his gathered strength and vitality, crumbled like a house of cards, split asunder. The blade's momentum remained unrelenting, descending upon the Black Fiend's visage. No, the Black Fiend screamed in despair, instinctively raising his hands in a futile defense. Swish! Both of his bloodied arms were severed cleanly. Falling to the ground, the blade surged onward, poised to claim his life. Suddenly, a golden talisman erupted with blinding light, fiercely intercepting the blood-red blade. Bang! The talisman shattered, consuming the blade's energy in a fiery explosion. Thud! The Black Fiend collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. I am not dead. Ha. It actually held. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Just then, a deafening cry of a bird pierced through the clouds above. Following that, a colossal golden-winged great pung soared swiftly from the direction of the beast forest. Gu Qingfeng, Lao Bai, and Song Jinghong immediately rose. Bowing towards the majestic bird in the sky, we humbly welcome the sect master. The sect master of the Yaoren sect has arrived? The Black Fiend was momentarily stunned. He endured the excruciating pain to rise, peering towards the direction where Gu Qingfeng and the others were bowing. What he beheld left him in shock. A magnificent golden-winged great pung, brimming with demonic energy, was descending upon the gates of the Yaoren sect. The golden-winged great pung. The Black Fiend's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an aura far more potent than that of the divine fire midstage, indicating that the bird's power was at least at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm. And evidently, this golden-winged great Peng was not the sect master of the Yaoren sect. The Black Fiend gulped, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed upon the figure atop the great bird. There stood a tall, elegant figure clad in a blue robe, his striking features exuding an extraordinary charm, his black hair billowing in the wind. Only a fluctuation of mid-stage cave heaven cultivation. This must be the sect master of the Yaoren sect. The Black Fiend's eyes widened, his heart racing. A person who could command a divine fire pinnacle golden-winged great Peng as a steed. What kind of demon beast was the golden-winged great Peng? The most gifted of the demon clans, second only to the holy beasts. No one from the martial sacred land could ever tame one as a mount. Yet, the sect master of the Yaoren sect had achieved this. Damn it, the martial sacred land. Is this what you refer to as a mediocre sect? A worthless sect master in the midstage of cave heaven? Which sect master of the midstage cave heaven could subjugate a divine fire pinnacle golden-winged great Peng as a mount? Which disciple from the midstage cave heaven could shatter space? Which servant from the midstage cave heaven could be a true powerhouse? Damn it, I, the Black Fiend, have fallen into the trap of the sacred land. Chapter 126, The Martial Sacred Land. Who is this? As Li Wudao landed, he cast a questioning gaze at the Black Fiend. Gu Qingfeng quickly cupped his hands, reporting to the sect master. This individual came to abduct junior sister Jinghong. He is likely sent by those sects unwilling to accept junior sister's entry into our Yaoren sect. I see. Li Wudao surveyed the Black Fiend with newfound understanding. They sent such a worthless one? The Black Fiend wanted to retort, but was gripped by fear. Gu Qingfeng interjected. Sect master, should I bury this person? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. The Black Fiend's face turned pale at this sight. Furiously pointing at Gu Qingfeng, you scoundrel! Did you not say that if I could withstand your strike, you would spare my life? That was my previous promise. I have made no such promise now, Gu Qingfeng replied shamelessly, shrugging his shoulders. Is it possible to do so? The Black Fiend was momentarily stunned, then angrily pointed at Gu Qingfeng. You scoundrel! You are untrustworthy. No need. Let him go. Li Wudao shook his head. Killing him would only create trouble, providing those righteous sects an excuse to target the Yaoren sect. We are not yet fully developed. It is unwise to create too many enemies. Conversely, if we let him go and he leaves evidence behind, when those righteous sects come knocking without shame, we will have grounds to counter them. If they truly wish to act recklessly, we shall have to flee. With a golden-winged great Peng alongside the sword demon Bai Qi, this lineup would make it difficult for even the gods to intervene. The sacred land would not be able to mobilize fully to obstruct our chances. Senior, are you really letting me go? The Black Fiend gazed at Li Wudao in disbelief. Typically, in such scenarios, one would be slain to silence them. Moreover, considering the opponent's ability to tame a golden-winged great Peng, they had no reason to fear the martial sacred land. After all, such formidable beings would undoubtedly possess numerous hidden cards. If they were to summon a few old friends, the martial sacred land might suffer greatly. Li Wudao suddenly noticed the treasures the Black Fiend bore and added, You may leave, but all your belongings must remain. Ensure you leave behind a recording stone to confess. The Black Fiend was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. He hurriedly stripped himself of all his possessions, laying them down, and left a recording stone to confess. Then bowed repeatedly to Li Wudao. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. I shall take my leave now. Leave, and should you return, I will eradicate the forces behind you. Li Wudao waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes. The Black Fiend, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to pick up his severed hands and hurriedly fled down the mountain. Once the Black Fiend had departed, Li Wudao tossed the spiritual marrow and thousand-year spiritual herbs he had left to Gu Qingfeng and the others. Consume these swiftly to enhance your cultivation. Soon, I shall impart teachings. The higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits you shall reap. Thank you for the sect master's grace. The three dared not delay. Respectfully expressing their gratitude, Li Wudao made no further stay, turning to return to his residence, leaving behind a single command, Jin Biao. Gather all nearby demon clans and summon me. Not long after, atop the sacred mountain within the Qingzhou territory, the martial sacred land surveyed the land below. Surrounded by majestic mountains, the palace stands in splendid disarray, suffused with an unparalleled aura of spirituality, as cranes soar gracefully in the vibrant, shimmering skies. Within the grand hall of the martial extremity sacred land, several dozen elders have convened, their expressions grim and brimming with impatience. It has been 2 days. Yet the Azura sword body has yet to be retrieved. That is one of the 10 renowned sword bodies. If nurtured properly, our sacred land could gain another holy king. Who exactly was sent to fetch it? Outside the hall, the elder with white brows humbly knelt, trembling as he reported, "Esteemed elders, the transmission elder instructed the demon cultivator, Black Ghost, to recruit from the soul-snatching sect." Humph. One elder slammed the table and glared. "As a righteous sacred land, must we resort to such underhanded tactics to acquire a prodigious talent? If this comes to light, how will our martial extremity sacred land preserve its dignity? I advise some to refrain from recklessly jeopardizing our sect's reputation for the sake of growth. Beware of the pitfalls that may arise." Humph. Elder 6, what are you prowling about? Do you dare to point fingers? Another elder retorted, "That Black Ghost was nurtured by none other than you." A cacophony of arguments erupted within the hall, the spiritual energy surging in response. The white-browed elder, trembling in fear, prostrated himself, not daring to utter a word. "Enough. Silence." A voice, imbued with authority, resonated from the head seat of the hall. The tumultuous hall fell silent at once. The elders bowed in unison. "We implore you, sect master, quell your anger." The speaker was none other than the sect master of martial extremity's sacred land, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Dressed in a flowing white robe, with a square face and a distinctive mustache, he exuded an air of cold authority, devoid of any hint of greasiness typical of middle-aged men. His voice flowed like a gentle stream. "Since a demon cultivator was sent to capture him, where's the person?" At that moment, a shadow flitted into the hall from outside. It was the Grand Elder of the martial extremity sacred land. Upon entering, he unceremoniously tossed the bruised Black Ghost onto the floor and reported to Sect Master Xiaochunan, returning to the Sect Master. "This Black Ghost failed in his task, and even attempted to flee from Qingzhou, escaping our martial extremity sacred land's grasp." As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously tranquil elders erupted in anger, pointing at the fallen Black Ghost and berating him. "You, Black Ghost, have truly overstepped your bounds. You dare disregard the affairs of our martial extremity sacred land. Not only did you fail to bring back the Azura sword body, but you also dared to think of fleeing? Let me remind you, once you become a demon cultivator, you are forever bound to that path. Wishing to wash your hands of it, only in death, bring him. Execute him with the utmost severity. Dispatch 18 mighty demon apes for punishment." Upon hearing this decree, Black Ghost's face turned ashen, and he hastily pleaded, "Esteemed elders, spare my life. It was not my desire to escape, but the sect possessing the Azura sword body is extraordinary. Even if the entire sacred land were to mobilize, it might not be able to seize it back." "What is the meaning of this?" Xiaochunan, seated at the head, inquired with a solemn expression. "Speak." Black Ghost, having narrowly escaped death, recounted, returning to the sect master. "The soul-snatching sect is an unparalleled powerhouse. Its foundation is not inferior to that of the sacred land. Had I not been fortunate, I would have perished there. Impossible." The white-browed elder, waiting outside, resolutely countered, "The leader of the soul-snatching sect was personally registered by me. His cultivation is verifiable. At the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, he only has a pair of newly accepted master and servant disciples. How could they possibly rival our martial extremity sacred land?" Upon hearing this, the elders in the hall widened their eyes, staring at Black Ghost. "I made a mistake?" Black Ghost paused, then retorted, "Isn't the soul-snatching sect located on Tianding Mountain?" "Indeed." White-brow nodded. "Is Tianding Mountain solely occupied by the soul-snatching sect?" "Yes." Upon realizing this, Black Ghost's fury surged, and he approached White-brow, gripping his neck tightly. "You fool. Do you have any idea of the situation on Tianding Mountain? The moment I entered, I was sealed by the blind servants of the soul-snatching sect. Their disciples, with mid-stage cave heaven cultivation, can shatter space. Do you understand that even I, at the mid-stage of the divine fire realm, cannot achieve that? If not for a life-saving talisman, I would have died there." "What?" White-brow was taken aback, vigorously shaking his head. "Impossible. How could a mid-stage cave heaven cultivator shatter space? The leader of the soul-snatching sect is merely a mid-stage cave heaven loose cultivator. How could he have such disciples? A mid-stage cave heaven loose cultivator?" Black Ghost, incensed by White-brow's words and recalling his near demise due to misinformation, landed 2 heavy punches upon him. "What loose cultivator can compel a peak divine fire realm golden-winged rock to willingly serve as a mount? Have you ever seen a servant of a loose cultivator with true one-realm cultivation? Have you ever encountered a mid-stage cave heaven disciple capable of condensing a path of slaughter?" Boom. The elders in the hall were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to skepticism. If what Black Ghost said were true, then the foundation of the soul-snatching sect was indeed not inferior to that of the martial extremity sacred land. However, was it possible? Impossible. All forces within Qingzhou operate under their watchful eyes. How could they remain oblivious to any disturbances? Yet at that moment, Sect Master Xiaochunan suddenly spoke, his tone grave. "I have employed the hard observation technique on Black Ghost. He speaks the truth." Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. the elder's eyes widening in disbelief. A disciple at mid-stage cave heaven capable of shattering space. Comparable to the heirs of the most prestigious sects, even the descendants of ancient clans. A servant with true one-realm cultivation. This, the martial extremity sacred land, does not possess. Moreover, to have a golden-winged rock of peak divine fire realm as a mount. It is crucial to note that the golden-winged rock clan is known for their pride and unity. To possess one is tantamount to having a whole flock at your command. The implications of such a foundation, let alone for the martial extremity sacred land, would likely surpass even the ancient clans. Who would dare to believe such claims? The hall was filled with murmurs, the elders still reeling from the revelations. Then, the Grand Elder spoke, "Sect Master, if what Black Ghost says is true, then can we trust Whitebrow's statements?" Instantly, numerous gazes converged upon Whitebrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunin focused his gaze, his magical energy swirling, scrutinizing Whitebrow. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and declared, "Whitebrow speaks the truth as well." The elders were left dumbfounded. Now, they were at a loss as to whom to believe. Questioning the sect master? Madness. Would the sect master fabricate lies for mere amusement? After pondering for a while, Xiao Chunin continued, "The sudden emergence of the soul-snatching sect with such depth may not be a new sect, but rather the revival of practitioners from the previous era. Those from the bygone age possessed transcendent abilities, capable of concealing their existence with ease. The revival of practitioners from the previous era?" As these words echoed through the hall, the expressions of the elders transformed dramatically. Practitioners from the previous era were capable of slaying gods. Moreover, some gods themselves were practitioners from that era. If these ancient practitioners were to awaken from their slumber, it would indeed be plausible. Instantly, the elders began to voice their concerns. "Sect Master, with the emergence of practitioners from the previous era in Qingzhou, establishing a sect, could they potentially usurp our martial extremity sacred land? Most importantly, why would they choose to establish their sect in Tianding Mountain, a place untouched by even the dual gods? What is their attitude towards me, the martial extreme sacred land? Is it possible to establish a friendship?" The elders began to analyze the pros and cons. However, Xiao Chunin shook his head. Although it is a revival of practitioners from a bygone era, there is no need to panic excessively. I have decided to personally investigate the matter before making further plans. As he spoke, he paused and commanded those below, "Hey Gui, Bai Mei, prepare yourselves. We shall proceed to Tianding Mountain." "Yes, Holy Master." Hey Gui and Bai Mei hurriedly bowed their heads in agreement, each harboring their own thoughts. Hey Gui mused, "Once you go, you will understand the terror of the other party." Bai Mei retorted, "Impossible. The leader of the Shaking People sect, Dao Yuli, cannot possibly be a practitioner from the previous era. He is merely a fledgling loose cultivator. The age of his bones cannot be mistaken. He must have employed some trickery to deceive He Gui." Chapter 128, Heart Sword. Meanwhile, in the territory of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, Tian Peng awakened all his slumbering kin, brothers and sisters, awakened swiftly. As soon as his voice resonated, a violent commotion erupted from the depths of the ancestral land, and demonic energy surged into the sky. Following this, 10 beings, whose auras were at least equal to, if not stronger than, Tian Peng's, awakened. Boom. The ancestral mountain range suddenly collapsed, and the demonic energy spread like mist. Subsequently, 10 pairs of crimson eyes flickered within the fog. As the demonic wind stirred, the mist dispersed, revealing 10 figures. Their forms varied. Some were colossal men resembling small mountains, while others were enchanting women with wasp-like waists and ant-like posteriors. Yet all exuded a suffocating demonic power. These 10 were the ancestors of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. They gazed at Tian Peng and spoke in unison. "What great event has compelled you to awaken us?" Tian Peng quickly clasped his hands and replied, "Elders, I, Tian Peng, have encountered a reincarnated great being of the human race, a transcendent who has returned to cultivate anew. Hence I have awakened everyone to attend the teachings." A reincarnated transcendent of the human race? And he is imparting teachings to us demons? Little Tian, have you lost your mind? Historically, humans and demons have never coexisted. Why would a transcendent of the human race be so benevolent as to impart teachings? A composed and dignified middle-aged man questioned, prompting several other ancestors of the golden-winged Great Peng to nod in agreement. Tian Peng glanced at them and stated, "Elders, I possess a piece of Xiao Yaoyu. You may listen and understand." He paused, then earnestly recited, "In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan." Boom. As the recitation of Xiao Yaoyu concluded, the 10 ancestors changed their expressions. The essence within their bloodlines was awakened, and they began to experience a return to their ancestral lineage. That was the method of Kuan's ancestor. It actually enabled us 10 to return to our ancestral bloodlines. Each word contains the profound truths of the great Dao. Exclaimed the one referred to as elder brother, his expression filled with shock. The others expressed similar sentiments. Curiously, they inquired, where did this method originate? Tian Peng continued, this method is called Xiaoyaoyu, and it was imparted by the very transcendent of the human race whom we seek to hear from. What? Upon hearing Tian Peng's words, the 10 ancestors were taken aback. This was the method of Kuan's ancestor. And the golden-winged Great Peng clan had been in decline for over 10,000 years due to the loss of their ancestral method. To think it had fallen into the hands of a transcendent of the human race. Moreover, the fact that he was willing to return the method indicated a significant connection with the golden-winged Great Peng clan. At that moment, the 10 ancestors believed Tian Peng's words. They took a deep breath and excitedly looked at Tian Peng. Little Tian, where is this human elder imparting teachings? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the golden-winged Great Peng clan to reclaim its former glory. At Tianding Mountain, Tian Peng replied earnestly. Quick, let us hurry. We must not be late. Tian Peng nodded and then led the entire golden-winged Great Peng clan, along with the 10 ancestors, directly towards Tianding Mountain. In the Black Bear clan, Jin Ling, as the clan leader, arrived at the capable Black Bear clan of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. He conveyed the news of Li Wudao's teachings, hoping to elevate the status of the Black Bear clan. However, the clan leader, He Yan, regarded him with disdain. Clan leader Jin Ling, I never expected that the proud golden-winged Great Peng clan would one day bow to the human race. Our Black Bear clan allied with you due to your arrogance, and now, time has passed, and you have lost even your final pride. We have no interest in the teachings of the human race. In his view, no matter how profound a human's teachings might be, they were irrelevant to the demon clan. As the cultivation methods of the two races differed greatly, merely a waste of time. Jin Ling anxiously pleaded, Uncle He Yan, that human elder possesses extraordinary abilities. By listening to his teachings, one could achieve enlightenment. Returning to ancestral bloodlines would be effortless. My father has shared this good fortune with you because he remembers how the Black Bear clan has stood by us through the years. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have another chance. The surrounding demons with connections to them had already departed. Only the Black Bear clan remained. Humph. He Yan sneered, dismissively stating, my Black Bear clan will never bow to the human race. You may leave. I am going to attend the 1,000-year debate at the Demon Emperor Valley. Uncle He Yan see him off. With a stern expression, He Yan dismissed Jin Ling clan leader. The 10 ancestors have already set out. Time is of the essence. A subordinate quietly reminded. Upon hearing this, Jin Ling cast a helpless glance at the Black Bear clan. Sigh, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, Jin Ling no longer lingered and turned to lead the demons affiliated with the golden-winged Great Peng clan towards Tianding Mountain. Clan leader, they have left. After Jin Ling vanished, someone hurriedly rushed into He Yan's residence to report. Upon hearing this, He Yan's expression brightened, and he rose from his resting place. Commanding, let us hasten to the Demon Emperor Valley. That is a grand event that occurs once every 1,000 years, and we must not miss it. At the Shaking People sect, Song Jinghong sat cross-legged, eyes closed, circulating her cultivation method, while powerful spiritual herbs and essences flowed into her body like a spring. Lao Bai stood by, controlling the essences and millennium-old herbs, forcefully tempering the volatile medicinal energy to merge harmoniously with Song Jinghong. After a brief moment, Song Jinghong slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Her vitality and cultivation were no longer at the initial stage. She had made a significant leap into the early opening of the meridians. Feeling the unprecedented power within her, Song Jinghong excitedly stood and bowed to Lao Bai. Thank you, Grandpa Lao Bai, for your assistance. I am immensely grateful. Oh, Song girl, that is not appropriate. You are the official disciple of the sect master, while I am still an outsider. If the sect master learns of this, it could cause trouble for me in the future, Lao Bai said, his face filled with panic as he helped Song Jinghong up. What a joke. Song Jinghong possesses the Shura sword body, the sect master's junior sister. Although her current cultivation may not be impressive, her status is significant. In the future, even Saint King cultivators might not have the qualification to curry favor with her. He dared not be presumptuous. Junior sister, now that you have broken through to the opening of the meridians, as a sword cultivator with the Shura sword body, you have yet to practice any sword-related techniques. This is the best time to consolidate your sword intent. You should seize this opportunity to ask the sect master about swordsmanship. Perhaps a few words of guidance could help you form your sword intent. Just then, Gu Qingfeng, with a gentle tone, offered his suggestion. For no other reason than that he and Lao Bai were eager to hear what the sect master had to say. After all, the move the sect master demonstrated a few days ago was related to swordsmanship, and both of them, who only practice saber techniques. wanted to listen and prepare for future learning. Otherwise, if the sect master quietly taught Song Jinghong, the Shura sword body, they would not have the opportunity to listen. Indeed, Brother Qing Feng is right. I shall seek out the sect leader immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Jinghong nodded, then rose and made her way toward the sect leader's hall. Success, old Bai! Gu Qing Feng exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he cast a cunning smile at old Bai. With an impassive expression, old Bai replied, if the sect leader inquires, I shall attribute it to your suggestion. Gu Qing Feng retorted, old Bai, that's rather unkind of you. Chapter 129. The Path of Teaching. In the sect leader's hall, Wudao was contemplating the forthcoming developmental strategies when a hesitant, melodious female voice pierced the air from outside the hall. Sect leader, disciple Song Jinghong requests an audience. Wudao, raising an eyebrow in suspicion, replied, come in and speak your mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Jinghong, accompanied by Gu Qing Feng and old Bai, stealthily entered. Sect leader. It is thus. With the assistance of Brother Qing Feng, I have absorbed the spiritual essence bestowed by the sect leader, allowing my cultivation to break through to the meridian opening realm. Song Jinghong entered with her head lowered, speaking in a timid tone. I wish to seek guidance from the sect leader regarding the sword path. Oh, Wudao's understanding began to take shape. However, while he possessed knowledge of sword techniques and the essence of the annihilation sword, such concepts might elude comprehension when conveyed, and advising Song Jinghong might not align with her own path. After a moment of contemplation, he finally inquired, what do you perceive as the sword path? At this utterance, both Gu Qing Feng and old Bai fell into deep thought, fervently pondering their interpretations of the sword path. Song Jinghong was no different. She rummaged through her mind for every aspiration she had regarding swordsmanship and then spoke, in response to the sect leader. I believe the sword path is the sword breaking through myriad laws. And how does one achieve the sword breaking through myriad laws? Wudao countered. Stunned, Song Jinghong stammered. Disciple, does not know. I do not know either. Wudao chuckled softly, continuing, then what do you believe constitutes a formidable sword cultivator? After a moment's reflection, Song Jinghong replied, I am the sword. The sword is me. That is what it means to be a sword cultivator. Wudao regarded her with surprise. Well said. Even before mastering the sword, you possess such insight. Truly, you are a sword body of Azura. Wonderful. Marvelous. Exclaimed old Bai and Gu Qing Feng, their spirits lifting as they applauded Song Jinghong's words. Her declaration struck at the very essence of sword cultivation. Truly, she was born for the sword. And no, not really. Song Jinghong said, her face flushing with shyness at the praise. Wudao pressed on. What do you think a powerful sword cultivator requires? Song Jinghong pondered. One needs profound comprehension of the sword path, and also a divine weapon. Correct, yet incorrect. Wudao nodded, then shook his head. Confused, Song Jinghong queried. Disciple does not understand. May the sect leader enlighten me? Wudao smiled. A sword cultivator indeed requires a profound understanding of the sword path and a suitable divine weapon. Yet this alone does not lead to the pinnacle of sword cultivation. Why is that? The question came not from Song Jinghong alone, but was echoed by both her and Gu Qing Feng. Wudao explained slowly. The essence of sword cultivation lies not in the sword itself, but in the cultivation. A divine weapon is merely an external tool. A true sword cultivator can remain invincible even without a sword. How can that be? The three of them expressed disbelief. 4 sword cultivators of the same level, one wielding a divine weapon and the other empty-handed, would indeed possess a vast disparity in strength. Song Jinghong, perplexed, asked, sect leader, but if they are of the same cultivation level, how can a sword cultivator without a sword possibly defeat one with a divine weapon? Wudao countered. So you all believe that, given equal cultivation levels, the one with the divine weapon will emerge victorious, correct? Indeed, they all nodded in unison. Wudao smiled. Then let me ask you, what do you consider the most formidable weapon in the world? The trio contemplated for a moment. Song Jinghong was the first to respond. The sword of questioning heaven, the guardian sword of the cultivation realm. Gu Qing Feng shook his head. The sword of heavenly sin from ancient times is the mightiest. It cleaved through the heavenly path. Following that are the death sword and the life sword, ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. Yes, I too believe the sword of heavenly sin from ancient times is the strongest. Old Bai nodded in agreement. Each held their own opinions, extolling the extraordinary legends and marvels associated with their chosen swords. However, Wudao merely smiled knowingly, a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his lips. None of you are correct. Not correct. The three exclaimed in confusion, speaking in unison. Sect leader. Those are swords spoken of throughout the cultivation realm, recorded in countless texts. They indeed exist. Could there be weapons more powerful than those divine swords? With that, they gazed at Wudao with eager anticipation. Li Wudao smiled, remaining silent as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm as he approached them. Stopping 3 feet away before speaking meaningfully. Amongst all weapons, only the past, which wounds the deepest, the heart sword, is the mightiest blade in existence. Humans possess hearts. It is through the heart that one forges swords and cultivates. The heart is intricate, from the highest heavenly path to the deepest abyss. No powerful being has a simple past. No matter how potent the divine weapon, it may not slay everyone. Yet, the heart is omnipresent and indefensible. The heart sword can sever all. Boom. The 3 were left speechless, staring at Li Wudao, stunned by the profundity of his words. Heart sword, Song Jinghong murmured repeatedly, her body trembling suddenly. An invisible sword intent resonated within her, producing a humming sound. She slowly closed her eyes, her aura becoming profoundly mysterious as she entered a state of epiphany. This is enlightenment. Observing the remarkable transformation in Song Jinghong, Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai widened their eyes, their throats dry with astonishment. According to the sect leader's words, the heart sword truly is an elusive concept. If Song Jinghong could attain enlightenment regarding it, a sword cultivator of unparalleled ferocity would emerge in the world. Simultaneously, Li Wudao felt a pure white flame rise within his dantian, a rare smile gracing his lips as he silently rejoiced. At last, a white flame has appeared. This crop of disciples is not easy to cultivate. Sect leader, what of the blade cultivators? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng eagerly inquired, longing to learn about the heart sword as well. But as a blade cultivator, he found it elusive. Li Wudao regarded him with a gentle smile. The great path diverges, yet ultimately converges. When you comprehend this, you will have attained understanding. Having said that, he made no further delay, turning to exit the grand hall. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself at a loss for words. Old Bai, did you grasp that? Gu Qingfeng, watching Li Wudao's retreating figure, nudged Old Bai with wide eyes. I have some inkling, yet it seems elusive. Old Bai furrowed his brow, racking his brain to discern the connection between sword and blade. Yaoren sect, Bodhi Dao field. Jin Biao had long awaited their arrival. For the old ancestor Tianpeng had already sent word that all the demon cultivators had gathered. He hurriedly signaled to Li Wudao. Jin Biao. At that moment, the skies above Yaoren sect were rent asunder by a surge of demonic energy. Jin Biao looked up in astonishment, seeing a dense mass of demon cultivators hovering 10 miles away from the sect. Leading them was none other than the 10 great ancestors of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Old ancestor Tianpeng. The 10 ancestors, over here. Jin Biao quickly waved his hands toward the sky. Seeing this, Tianpeng nodded and turned to his side, addressing his elder brother. Elder brother, you must enter the sect with me. Remember, do not offend the elders. Do not display the greed and bloodlust of our kind. The elders do not favor such demon cultivators. Rest assured, little Tian, we understand, replied the elder brother of the golden-winged Great Peng, nodding in agreement while simultaneously communicating instructions to the various demon cultivators who accompanied them. Tianpeng, upon ensuring that all arrangements were meticulously organized, led the throngs of 30 to 40,000 demon clansmen to the gates of the Yaoren sect in an orderly fashion. Following the golden insignia, they dutifully took their seats in the Bodhi dojo. Their physiques varied greatly, yet the vastness of the Bodhi dojo comfortably accommodated them all. Once inside, the myriad of demons sat quietly on the ground, refraining from conversation or wandering gazes. Observing this, Tianpeng turned to Jin Biao and inquired, Jin Biao, everything is in order. When shall the esteemed elder impart the teachings? The sect master will arrive momentarily, Jin Biao replied. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wudao, accompanied by Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai, approached the Bodhi dojo from the rear. He ascended the high platform at the center of the dojo, his gaze surveying the dense assembly of demon cultivators below, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Not bad. A casual glance revealed at least 30,000 demon cultivators in attendance, and he planned to expound upon the classics of the past in one sweeping discourse. Even though the demon's comprehension might vary, he could still expect to enlighten several thousand souls. How delightful! However, as the crowd beheld Li Wudao, youthful and clad in a modest blue robe, appearing rather unremarkable with his relatively weak cultivation at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, doubt flickered in the eyes of many demons. Was this individual truly a person of profound capability among the human race? Even Tianpeng's elder brother could not suppress his curiosity and discreetly transmitted a message, Little Tian. Are you certain the elder who imparted Xiaoyu to you is indeed this one before us? At that moment, Li Wudao spoke. I am Li Wudao, here to impart teachings today. The extent of your comprehension shall depend on your own fortunes. As his words fell, 2 flames, one black and one white, began to hover above his head. In that instant, the entire dojo was enveloped in an aura of profound Dao. Chapter 130. Astonishment among the crowd. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the dojo fell into a profound silence, all beings staring in awe at Li Wudao. Dao, Dao, Dao. Everywhere, there was Dao. This man radiated an infinite essence of Dao. The flames themselves were manifestations of the Dao's resonance. Was this individual the very embodiment of the great Dao? The previously skeptical 10 ancestors of the golden-winged rock were now left aghast, their scalps tingling as they gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. In that instant, they wholeheartedly accepted that this being was indeed a venerable, powerful figure of the human race. Not only the 10 ancestors, but even Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai were left dumbfounded, trembling with awe. Young master. The sect master may not merely be a reincarnation of a past powerful being. This resembles an incarnation of the heavenly Dao. Lao Bai exclaimed, his eyes filled with reverence. Gulping, Gu Qingfeng swallowed hard, speechless, his heart brimming with shock. With the manifestation of the Dao flames, all skepticism within the dojo vanished, replaced by boundless astonishment and anticipation. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and soon the 10 ancestors of the golden-winged rock respectfully led the way in bowing to Li Wudao on the high platform. Their hands raised high, foreheads touching the ground, their voices brimming with fervent devotion. Little demons beseeched the esteemed elder to impart the teachings. As these words rang out, the multitude of demons echoed in unison. Please, esteemed elder, impart your teachings. Please, esteemed elder, impart your teachings. The chorus resonated to the heavens, while Li Wudao, his gaze calm, swept over the throngs of demons, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Simultaneously, at the foot of Tianding Mountain, a dense aura of demon energy lingered heavily in the air. Just arriving at the site, Xiao Chunan furrowed his brow. Why is there such a thick aura of demon energy here? Haigu, are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? His piercing gaze fell upon Haigu, who led the way, his demeanor imposing even without intent to anger. Haigu, visibly alarmed, quickly shook his head. My lord, how could I dare to mislead you? This is indeed Tianding Mountain. As for the dense demon energy, I am unaware. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Taoist Bai Mei. Hearing this, Xiao Chunan glanced at Bai Mei beside him. Bai Mei wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily replied, My lord, this is indeed Tianding Mountain, and the Yaoren sect is located here. As for the demon energy, I cannot say. Pondering for a moment, Xiao Chunan then stated, Since we are uncertain, let us ascend together to investigate. However, remember, the Yaoren sect may well be comprised of practitioners from the previous era. Their temper's peculiar. Once inside, do not flaunt the authority of the holy ground nor speak indiscriminately. If we can forge a friendship, that would be splendid. If not, do not offend them to avoid jeopardizing the relationship between our sections. With the dual deities awakening imminently, the major powers are on the brink of upheaval. And the Wu Jixian Holy Land is not in a favorable position. His apprehension of a sudden falling out prompted him to issue such stern reminders. Of course, a significant reason for his caution was that he, as the sect master, was merely a puppet. Had it not been for the decent treatment afforded to him, he would have long since abandoned his post. Yes, sect master. Haigu and Bai Mei bowed in response. Seeing their acquiescence, Xiao Chunan refrained from further remarks. Channeling his energy to lift Haigu and Bai Mei toward the gates of the Yaoren sect, they did not charge in recklessly, as they were here with intentions of camaraderie, but more so to probe the depths of the situation. With the visit from the Wu Jixian Holy Land and the sect master in attendance, we hope your esteemed sect will honor us with your presence. Bai Mei called out to the Yaoren sect at Xiao Chunan's behest. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, sufficient to reach the Yaoren sect without disrupting those in quiet meditation. However, after a brief incense stick's time, no one appeared to welcome them. Xiao Chunan's expression soured immediately. As the leader of a holy ground, he adhered to proper etiquette. Regardless of the sect, someone would typically come to acknowledge his presence. The Yaoren sect's failure to acknowledge him felt like a blatant insult. While the practitioners of the previous era were indeed formidable, the Wu Jixian Holy Land was no mere plaything. They were not incapable of standing their ground. Such disrespect was intolerable. Noticing Xiao Chunan's displeasure, Bai Mei awkwardly called out to the Yaoren sect once more. Yet still, no one emerged to respond. Haigu, relishing the moment, thought, I initially believed the Yaoren sect merely had a profound foundation. I never anticipated they would entirely disregard the Wu Jixian Holy Land. It's delightful to witness the sect master encounter such a setback. Serves you right for your arrogance. My lord, could it be that there is no one present? The Yaoren sect is not particularly populous, Bai Mei offered, forcing a smile. Humph. I shall see what audacity the Yaoren sect possesses to disregard both me and the Wu Jixian Holy Land. Xiao Chunan scoffed, striding purposefully toward the mountain gates. Exchanging glances, Bai Mei and Haigu followed suit. Not long after entering the Yaoren sect, The trio arrived at the entrance of the Bodhi dojo. Xiao Chunan, without uttering a word, stormed in with a grim expression. The Yaoren sect wields quite a bit of power, do they not? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place, eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the multitude of demons within the dojo. His throat constricted, swallowing hard. Did they truly disregard the Wu Jishan Holy Land and its sect master? The thought was swiftly suppressed within him. In his line of sight, thousands of demons knelt throughout the dojo, each radiating formidable auras, with the leading figures being none other than the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Closest to the high platform, 11 mighty demons exuding the essence of the Golden-Winged Rock knelt with reverent expressions, seemingly awaiting something. Each of these 11 demons emanated the aura of the true One Realm. What is this? Have they gathered the entire Golden-Winged Rock clan? Although Xiao Chunan was more powerful than them, he could easily recognize the leaders among them. His gaze continued to ascend towards the high platform, where two figures of the human race were seated in meditation. Holy Master, look! The young man closest to the platform is the one who shattered space with his mid-stage cave heaven cultivation. The black ghost exclaimed with excitement upon spotting Gu Qingfeng. Xiao Chunan scrutinized him and soon discerned a formidable aura of murderous intent emanating from Gu Qingfeng. Clearly, the black ghost had not spoken falsely. He then shifted his attention to the blind old man seated next to Gu Qingfeng. Sensing the latter's cultivation level, Xiao Chunan's expression suddenly froze, and he exclaimed, Saint King Realm. What? That old blind man is a Saint King. The black ghost was startled, nearly collapsing to the ground. No wonder that old fellow could pin him down with a mere gesture. He was indeed a mighty Saint King. They were the master and servant who had entered the Yaoren sect at the Ascension platform. The old man was actually a Saint King. How could the Yaoren sect attract such a powerful figure? Bai Mei fixed his gaze on Lao Bai's silhouette, his pupils constricting. It felt like an illusion. Just then, Xiao Chunan's eyes finally fell upon the figure at the very center of the high platform. There stood a figure in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back, calmly surveying the myriad of demons. Two flames, one black and one white, erupted above his head. The moment the flames appeared, an overwhelming resonance of the Dao instantly filled the surroundings of the Dao venue. The figure in the green robe stood there as if he were the embodiment of the great Dao itself. The Dao. The great Dao, an endless expanse of the Dao. A presence of the near Dao. My goodness, Xiao Chunan's mouth fell agape, his eyes widening in disbelief. Boom. Behind him, the black ghost and Bai Mei were similarly rendered speechless, their bodies trembling in shock. Daoistly, he actually. Bai Mei stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts while gazing at Li Wudao's figure. Just moments ago, he was merely a mid-stage cave heaven loose cultivator. How had he suddenly transformed into such an existence? Bai Mei, you wretched creature. Is this the so-called mid-stage cave heaven trash you spoke of? You really have the audacity. Even the Holy Master is fearful. Though the black ghost berated Bai Mei, his voice was laced with terror. Bai Mei swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the shock within him, and cautiously inquired of Xiao Chunan, Holy Master, should we seek to regain our dignity? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunan turned to cast him a glance, then spoke solemnly. Remember, though that individual is powerful, we are from the martial extreme sacred land, standing on equal footing with him. We have come to pay our respects and must not be seen as inferior. Do you understand? Bai Mei and the black ghost were momentarily taken aback, then straightened their postures, responding in unison, yes. Holy Master, we understand. Meanwhile, Li Wudao had also noticed the presence of Xiao Chunan and his companions. Upon recognizing Bai Mei and the black ghost, he quickly realized they were representatives from the martial extreme sacred land. Moreover, the imposing figure radiating authority was exceedingly strong. He could not ascertain the specifics of their cultivation. It seemed they had come to seize Song Jinghong, which caused Li Wudao's heart to race. He quietly initiated a borrowing technique, preparing to summon his ancestor for a test of strength. If the situation turned unfavorable, he would flee without hesitation. However, before he could act, the formidable individual from the martial extreme sacred land, exuding an aura of authority, suddenly appeared before him as if he had teleported. Li Wudao was taken aback, his nerves taut. This was utterly absurd. He had been unable to detect the approach. Who was this person? An ancestor-level figure? Was it truly necessary to seize a disciple? Li Wudao's tension caused his expression to stiffen, appearing as though he were angered by the interruption. Even Lao Bai, who had been seated 5 feet away in front of Li Wudao, suddenly rose, his power surging, causing the sky to shift ominously as if a great battle were imminent. Xiao Chunan, noticing Li Wudao's expression, felt a jolt of concern, fearing he had offended him. He quickly clasped his hands in respect. Esteemed Taoist, I am Xiao Chunan, the Holy Master of the martial extreme sacred land. I happened to pass by and was struck by your unparalleled presence, feeling compelled to approach and pay my respects. If I have committed any offense, I beg your forgiveness." As he spoke, Xiao Chunan bowed deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. Li Wudao was momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion. Was this man not here to see someone? Not only Li Wudao, but even Lao Bai and the myriad demons around them were bewildered. Li Wudao gazed steadily at Xiao Chunan, remaining silent. Was this individual genuinely so humble upon approaching? Could it be that he had been awed by my Dao Fire? Did he mistakenly perceive me as a celestial being? The more he pondered, the more it seemed plausible. At that moment, seeing that Xiao Chunan received no response from Li Wudao, he grew anxious, fearing he had incurred the elder's ire. After all, this was a figure of near Dao. In the previous era, beings of the near Dao could ascend to the heavens. They were not entities that any sacred land could offend. Such a powerful being could extinguish the martial extreme sacred land without a second thought. Xiao Chunan envisioned the dire consequences of failing to secure the elder's forgiveness, fearing a sudden manifestation of a Dao lock that could obliterate his entire cultivation. No, he must obtain the elder's pardon. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chunan opened a spatial treasure, instantly producing an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which he respectfully presented with both hands. "Esteemed elder, these are but a token of my humble intentions. I hope you will forgive my offense." As he spoke, he raised his head, revealing a sycophantic smile. His eyes gleamed with flattery. Witnessing this scene from the entrance of the Dao venue, the Black Ghost and Bai Mei were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide in disbelief. The typically imposing holy master, whose mere stomp could cause the earth to tremble, was now acting like a sycophant? How could he demean himself so? "You are the holy master of a sacred land. What of your dignity? How can you behave in such a manner?" As Li Wudao observed the heavenly materials and treasures presented by Xiao Chunan, he contemplated for a moment. Since he had been mistaken for a high-ranking elder, he might as well accept them. Why not take advantage of the situation? After all, they were offered willingly. "Rise," he said, his demeanor nonchalant as he accepted the offerings without even glancing at them, storing them in his spatial inventory. This casual act, in Xiao Chuanan's eyes, aligned perfectly with the demeanor of a near Dao individual. Those heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been painstakingly sought after, yet the esteemed elder appeared to regard them with indifference. Truly, a being of the near Dao. On the other side, upon witnessing this, Bai Mei and the Black Ghost, feeling a sudden surge of urgency, quickly emptied their own possessions and presented them with both hands. "Esteemed elder, we did not mean to offend. Please accept this small token of respect. Esteemed elder, a modest gift, I hope you will graciously accept." As Li Wudao beheld the stream of treasures being presented to him, he felt a surge of delight. Excellent. It was advantageous to be misunderstood. They were all offering gifts. In the midst of his elation, just as Li Wudao was about to reach out to accept the offerings, Xiao Chunan unexpectedly shattered the treasures with a wave of his hand, disdainfully discarding them. He then openly reproached the Black Ghost and Bai Mei. "What are you doing? You dare to present trash from the spirit fire realm to the esteemed elder? Do you take him for a beggar?" The two were taken aback, immediately bowing their heads in shame. "Holy Master speaks true. I deserve to be punished. Such disgraceful items, humph." Xiao Chunan coldly snorted, then turned to Li Wudao, instantly adopting an exceedingly amiable smile. "Esteemed elder, my subordinates are ignorant of etiquette, presenting only rubbish and treating you as a beggar. I have failed as their superior. Please bestow your pardon upon me." Li Wudao's expression froze. "My treasures. Who dares to say I do not cherish them? I am indeed a beggar." Li Wudao, feeling a surge of irritation, yet compelled to maintain the dignified demeanor befitting a venerable elder, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Enough, it's of no consequence. If the three of you have no further matters, you may depart. I am about to impart my teachings." "Impart teachings?" Xiao Chunan was momentarily taken aback. Then with a sheepish grin, he implored, "Elder, might I remain? Rest assured, I shall not disturb you." "Do as you wish," Li Wudao replied indifferently, gesturing once more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunan was overwhelmed with joy, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, elder. Ha! What fortune, to have the privilege of listening to your teachings." The anticipation of being in the presence of such a profound sage, one who grasped the essence of the Tao, was exhilarating. Behind him, Haigi and Bai Mei shared in his elation, eagerly bowing and seeking a corner to sit in anticipation. Chapter 132, Qingqiu Mountain. Observing their reactions, Li Wudao wasted no words. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the heavens, and slowly began, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder." With the enhancement of white Dao Fire, his voice resonated with the cadence of the Dao, as if the very essence of the Great Way had descended upon them, reverberating throughout the entire dojo. Just this one phrase plunged many into a state of enlightenment. This is the Dao, truly the Dao. The wild boar king comprehended at once. The monkey king too fell into enlightenment. Observing those around them who had not yet awakened, envy coursed through the onlookers, yet they dared not raise their voices. The immortal spirit does not perish. It is called the profound female. The door of the profound female is known as the root of heaven and earth, ever present yet unutilized. Boom. As these words echoed, Haigi and Baimei widened their eyes, their minds reverberating with the sound of the Dao. This is the manifestation of cultivation. Baimei murmured in ecstatic disbelief, hastily closing his eyes to focus intently on grasping the meaning of this phrase. Haigi followed suit, and soon both were engulfed in enlightenment. Wudao observed their reactions with quiet satisfaction and continued, "Heaven endures, and earth persists. The reason they can endure eternally is that they do not seek to create for themselves, hence they achieve longevity." Buzzing. As the white Dao fire waned, the essence of the Dao manifested. The higher the cultivation of the creatures present, the more their expressions transformed, for the path to immortality was vividly illuminating their minds. Immortality. The elder speaks of immortality. The golden-winged great Peng and its 10 ancestors were momentarily stunned, then their breaths quickened with excitement. Their bodies radiated with demonic energy, resonating with the Dao's essence. This was the resonance of the Dao. Should they successfully connect, they could forge the embryonic form of the Dao seed. A realm of Saint Kings beckoned. To hold and be abundant is not as good as letting go. To grasp with sharpness cannot be maintained for long. A house full of riches cannot be guarded. Wealth and arrogance invite calamity. To achieve success and withdraw is the way of heaven. As these words resonated, the atmosphere of the Bodhi dojo shifted, the breaths of myriad demons transformed, and the essence of the Dao began to flourish. Seeing this, Wudao took a deep breath and pressed on. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. The white Dao fire rapidly dwindled, and a complete chapter of the Dao De Jing flowed forth from his lips. In that instant, the heavens and earth resonated. The Dao descended from above. Boom, boom, boom. The Bodhi dojo trembled repeatedly, with demonic energy soaring into the sky. One after another, beings fell into enlightenment. The Dao that can be spoken, the name that can be named, on the high platform, Old Bai was enraptured, his aura swelling as he began to manifest the power of the laws. This was the power of the laws. Feeling the emergence of the power of the laws, Old Bai was exuberant and filled with vigor. Should he succeed in mastering it, he would be able to establish his own domain of Saint Kings. Alas, what envy Xiao Chunin felt, watching the transformations of Old Bai, nearly left him salivating. It wasn't he that he couldn't achieve enlightenment. Rather, he bore within him a flawed law, a remnant path of his own, preventing him from resonating with the complete truths spoken by Wudao, thus hindering his ability to absorb and refine them into his own Dao. To change this, he would need to dismantle his existing foundations and rebuild anew. He gazed up at Wudao, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. "Elder, you truly are a seeker of the Dao from the previous era. Your every word embodies the complete truths of the Dao. Such teachings have never been heard within the realm of cultivation." In contrast, Wudao continued reciting the classics. However, regardless of the subsequent passages, those unable to comprehend remained in their ignorance. Moreover, the white flame above him had been entirely consumed, and the enhancement of the Dao's essence had vanished. From this point onward, it would rely solely on their innate understanding. Sighing, Wudao lamented that the Dao was not something everyone could grasp and resolved to cease his teachings. Meanwhile, those who remained unenlightened grew increasingly anxious, their eyes reddening as they paced restlessly. Yet, the beings immersed in enlightenment benefited from the resonances of others, significantly enhancing their own understanding. At that moment, Wudao felt a continuous burning sensation in his dantian, which persisted for the duration of half a stick of incense before subsiding. The harvest had arrived. Noticing the change in his dantian, a smile crept upon his lips. Upon introspection, he discovered 15 pure strands of black fire, 3 strands of white fire, and the remainder composed of thousands of delicate strands of black fire, which had coalesced into a singular, pure black flame. TSK, among 30 to 40,000 demons. Only 16 strands of pure black Dao fire emerged. The harvest was below expectations, leaving Wudao somewhat disheartened. Yet, he consoled himself that something was better than nothing, and these black Dao fires should suffice to significantly elevate his cultivation. With a sigh, he prepared to rise and seek a tranquil spot to further his cultivation using the black Dao fire. Just then, Xiao Chunin suddenly appeared before him, an expression of helplessness on his face. Li Wudao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something amiss? Elder, my Dao is incomplete. Might you possess a method for its restoration?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Wudao responded, "The way of heaven compensates for deficiencies while diminishing excess. The way of man, however, does not follow this. It diminishes the insufficient to serve the excess." With that, he turned and departed without hesitation. Clearly, he could not assist someone of Xiao Chuanan's caliber. To say too much could lead to missteps. It was best to allow him to find his own way. Perhaps the white Dao Fire could aid him. But that was a precious treasure of his own, not meant for strangers. Departing was the wisest choice. The way of man diminishes the insufficient to serve the excess. Xiao Chunan gazed in the direction Li Wudao had left, this phrase echoing in his mind. He seemed to grasp something yet felt he had understood nothing at all. The following day, at the martial extreme sacred land, Xiao Chunan returned with the overjoyed Bai Mei and Haigi. However, Xiao Chuanan's brow remained furrowed, an air of discontent surrounding him. Noticing this, the elders approached him with concern. "Holy Master, what of the situation with the Yaoren sect?" Taking a breath, Xiao Chunan uttered 3 words. "Seekers of the Dao?" Gasp. The elders erupted into a chorus of disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. Subsequently, they collectively inhaled sharply. At that moment, Xiao Chunan's voice rang out once more, "Convey my decree. No one from the martial extreme sacred land is to offend the Yaoren sect. Those who violate this command shall be expelled from the sacred land. What must I do to serve the excess?" He murmured, leaving the elders in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, on another front, upon awakening from his enlightenment, Li Wudao instructed Jin Biao to return to Linen to protect Aunt Mei before departing the Yaoren sect and heading towards Qingxiu City, in search of a tranquil place to harness the black Dao Fire for the enhancement of his cultivation. Li Wudao found himself weary of the incessant inquiries from the individuals of the Yaoren sect. Their persistent questioning, while not entirely unwelcome, had grown tiresome, leading him to believe that it would be prudent to seek solitude elsewhere. Qingxiu City, under the jurisdiction of the Sword Pavilion and within the territory of Baiqi, offered a sense of security. He could summon Baiqi at any moment if the need arose. Upon arriving at a bustling temple adorned with incense offerings, Li Wudao overheard the praises sung by the devotees. "It is indeed Lady Mingyue who possesses great powers. With sincere prayers, one's wishes are bound to be fulfilled." The devotees extolled her not only for bestowing blessings, but also for dispelling calamities, rendering her a guardian against malevolent spirits. Intrigued by their murmurs, Li Wudao ventured into the temple, only to discover that the idol enshrined within was a stone depiction of a 9-tailed fox spirit, rather than a conventional deity or Buddha. Perplexed, he pondered, how curious. This is the domain of humanity, and more specifically, the Sword Pavilion's territory. How could a shrine dedicated to a fox spirit exist here? Inside the temple, the throng of worshippers seemed to find great efficacy in their prayers to Lady Mingyue. Li Wudao, cloaked in invisibility, remained undetected among these ordinary folk. He recalled the accounts from the Great Wilderness Chronicles, which described how certain beings or esteemed human cultivators could enhance their power through the accumulation of faith. However, most shunned this path, for the fates of the faithful were intertwined. Should they suffer, the one they revered would also bear the burden of karmic consequences, complicating any potential breakthroughs in their cultivation. The idea of a fox spirit being an object of faith in a human territory was astonishing. Noticing that the oil lamp before the incense altar was devoid of oil, he felt a flicker of curiosity. As he focused his mind, the white Dao fire within his dantian ignited. In an instant, he observed the incoming supplicants, their essence exuding a mysterious yellow energy that flowed into the lamp's wick. Could this be the power of faith? He mused, for this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon, having only read about it in tales of wonder. As the clock struck midnight, the temple's incense danced and swirled. The worshippers had long since departed, leaving the oil lamp to emit a radiant yellow glow that ascended towards the 9-tailed fox statue. Fascinated, Li Wudao noticed an absence of any life force, perhaps a unique aspect of the pathway of faith. Deciding to seize the quietude of the night to enhance his cultivation, he settled onto the meditation mat before the statue, producing the precious materials gifted to him by Xiao Chunnan. With determination, he activated the black Dao fire in his dantian. Suddenly, 10 streams of black flames surged forth, enveloping the precious materials. In a dazzling display, these treasures transformed into a golden light that surged into Li Wudao's being. To his astonishment, even the yellow essence from the statue was drawn forth by the black flames, forcefully infusing themselves into his body. What is happening? Li Wudao's eyes widened as visions of Qingxiu City a millennium prior flooded his mind. He beheld a vibrant young woman with purple hair, barefoot, and weaving through the crowd. Her features obscured by the yellow essence of faith, she roamed the city, taking whatever she fancied without payment, inciting outrage among merchants and townsfolk. In a fit of anger, she seized everything in sight, becoming the city as tyrant over time. When a terrifying evil descended upon the city, the cultivators were unable to fend it off and fled. In the midst of despair, the purple-haired maiden rose to confront the monstrosity, overcoming it but sustaining grave injuries in the process, falling into a deep coma. The townspeople, stricken with grief, erected a temple and statue in her honor, offering incessant prayers. As days turned into months, the accumulated faith gradually restored her to health, and she began to assist the people, vanquishing evildoers and providing salvation. It seemed clear to Li Wudao that this maiden was none other than Lady Mingyue. He longed to delve deeper into her story, but suddenly, a black thread descended from above, shifting endlessly like an abyss, devouring the yellow essence of faith. Before he could grasp the situation, the thread ensnared his soul, attempting to drag him upwards. A moment of clarity struck him. Someone was fishing. The angler appeared to be from a realm beyond. As he tried to follow the thread to see the one who cast it, the black line abruptly tightened. In an instant, Li Wudao's soul felt a violent constriction, tearing him apart as if he were being pulled in two. Awakened from this torment, he gasped for breath. Blood streaming from his orifices, the agony of his split soul resonating around him. As dawn broke, the temple filled with frightened worshippers, encircling him as they beseeched Lady Mingyue for intervention, fearing he had been possessed by malevolent spirits. Li Wudao could barely move, his visage contorted in agony, blood flowing freely. The terrified devotees recoiled in horror. The black thread constricted tighter, threatening to extract his soul from his mortal form. Yet, at that moment, a white flame within him intertwined with the purest black flame, catalyzed by the power of faith, forming an enigmatic chaos flame. This newly birthed flame surged forth, entwining the black thread and extending upward towards the heavens. Just as it seemed destined to ignite the thread, it snapped. In that instant, Li Wudao's soul was thrust back into his body, the pressure from above dissipating. Is it over? He gasped, taking deep breaths as he assessed his internal state. The chaos flame was consuming the severed black thread, seemingly refining it. Meanwhile, the black flames in his dantian were completely expended, leaving only two white flames behind. His physical form and cultivation had now ascended to the initial stage of divine fire. Yet, instead of elation, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His soul had been torn asunder, one half pure white and the other pure black, unable to reconcile. The two have circled the chaos flame, seemingly awaiting something. This did not bode well for Li Wudao. Instinctive fear of the unknown gripped him. What lay beyond the angler from above? What was the purpose of the fishing? He muttered to himself, brows furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in his ears, and he looked up to see the fox spirit's statue cracking at its forehead. The fissures spreading ominously. Immediately, a surge of vibrant yellow faith energy poured forth from the crack, flooding into Li Wudao's dantian. Moreover, the flame within the oil lamp before the statue extinguished entirely. The faith energy had vanished. Li Wudao's eyes narrowed. It was because of the rescue. Gazing at the fractured statue and the snuffed lamp, a sense of guilt welled up within him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a fragment of white Dao Fire from his dantian and reignited the lamp. A debt of gratitude that need not be spoken. I hope this aids you. The instant the white Dao Fire entered the oil lamp, the statue ceased its cracking. A layer of Dao rhythm enveloped the statues within the temple. Only then did Li Wudao rise to depart. Chapter 134, Lady Mingyue. Meanwhile, in the Yaohuang Valley, at the heart of the gorge, a fissure appeared as if forcefully cleaved by a sword, with sword intent continuously flowing from its depths. A towering tree, majestic as a mountain, grew from the crack, its branches spreading outward to obscure the entire opening. Upon this monumental tree rested a grand palace, forged from bronze, seamlessly embedded within the tree itself, crowned by a colossal statue of a nine-tailed fox. The palace was vast, reminiscent of a city, filled with human-like courtyards and furnishings, seemingly serving as a magical artifact. On both sides, it was flanked by mountains and waters, abundant in spiritual energy. At this moment, within a courtyard of the palace, two vines hung from the branches of the great tree, supporting a swing draped in wisteria blossoms. On the swing, a woman of extraordinary grace swayed barefoot. She donned a long, dark gown, her hair a cascade of purple, her beauty ethereal, resembling a neighborly maiden. A purple cinnabar mole adorned her brow, and her eyes gleamed with violet beast-like pupils. Her figure was as sinuous as a water snake, alluring yet not lascivious, imbued with a sacred charm that commanded reverence. Your Highness, that azure bird has returned. A maid, adorned in a fox-like attire with 5 bushy tails, reported respectfully at the courtyard entrance. Returned again? Very well. Let her in, the woman on the swing replied, her eyes lifting slightly, her toes lightly tapping the ground, causing the swing to sway back and forth. "Yes, Your Highness." The fox demon maid hurriedly complied, then bowed and exited. Before long, the maid returned, accompanied by a tall girl clad in a flowing azure feather dress. Her countenance strikingly cold and exquisite, marked by a single azure plume insignia on her brow. "Your Highness, I have brought her," the maid announced before retreating. As the maid withdrew, the azure bird shivered, hastily bowing before the woman on the swing. "Luo, Fengpa, Qingyao greets Lady Mingyue." "Little Qing, it has been 500 years. And yet you still act so distant?" Lady Mingyue chided with a glance. Qingyao, her large eyes darting around for anyone else present, relaxed her demeanor, tossing her hair and exhaling. "Sister Mingyue, my attempt at establishing a shrine has failed. You must assist me, or I shall take on your form and marry, causing your romantic entanglements to ensue." Upon hearing this, Lady Mingyue's expression darkened as she leaped up and delivered a kick to Qingyao's face, exclaiming, "You foolish creature. Do you dare? Do you believe I wouldn't strike you down?" Yet, rather than anger, a silly grin spread across Qingyao's face. Observing this, Lady Mingyue sighed, her expression softening as she gazed at her. "Little Qing, we have been companions for nearly a millennium. My nine-tailed bloodline as a white fox is not so different from your azure phoenix lineage. With your talent, establishing a shrine and garnering faith energy is merely a matter of time. Patience is essential. There are no shortcuts in cultivation." Qingyao immediately retorted, "Sister, who says there are none? Your niece has taken shortcuts, hasn't she?" Lady Mingyue's expression stiffened, her displeasure evident as she replied, "Qingqing is different." "In what way is she different? Does she not merely have a good father?" Qingyao approached, wrapping her arms around Lady Mingyue's long legs and nuzzling against her. "Sister, you are her aunt. Why not plead with him for me? I beseech you." Little Qing has been stuck at the pinnacle of the cave for too long. With only 2,000 years of lifespan remaining, time is of the essence. "You wretched girl," Lady Mingyue scolded, jabbing a finger at Qingyao's forehead in exasperation. "Do you think he's so easy to approach? Even for my Dao discussion conference, he refused to show face. Do you truly believe?" At that moment, Lady Mingyue suddenly sensed an abrupt interruption in the flow of faith energy within her, a premonition striking her. She swiftly looked towards the direction of Qingxiu City. "What is happening? Has someone tampered with my statue?" Lady Mingyue furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself. In the next instant, a rich Dao rhythm descended from the heavens, enveloping her being. Buzz! The chaotic demon energy surged uncontrollably, sending Qingyao crashing against the wall, her nose bruised. Yet, she bore no anger. Instead, gazing at Lady Mingyue in awe. "Sister, why has so much Dao rhythm suddenly manifested within you? Is it a boon from establishing the shrine? Quickly, share a portion with me." Lady Mingyue frowned. "Little Qing, you should stay here for a while longer. I must return to Qingxiu City and investigate this matter." With that, her figure transformed into a white rainbow, vanishing into the sky. Half a day later, in Qingxiu City, a white rainbow descended before the temple's entrance. The visitor was none other than Lady Mingyue. Her arrival instantly stirred the surrounding populace into fervent reverence. "Lady Mingyue has descended. Lady Mingyue has manifested. Lady Mingyue, someone possessed by evil has entered your temple," they reported. "I understand, my dear villagers, fear not. I shall address it," Lady Mingyue reassured, gesturing with her hand as she strode into the temple. Upon entering, her gaze fixated intently on the oil lamp upon the incense altar of the statue. The lamp's basin held not a shred of faith energy, yet it continued to burn, with only a minuscule flicker remaining. This is not the flame of faith. It is a fire wholly condensed from Dao rhythm. With each inch that the flame consumed, her own Dao would coalesce further. Due to her previous injuries, she was unable to gather Dao herself. It was only through the fortunate aid of faith energy that she could gradually consolidate her own Dao. Yet, this process was agonizingly slow. To form a complete Dao of her own, one would require at least 10,000 years of accumulated faith energy. However, the Dao rhythm flame within the lamp was directly granting her the Dao she sought to consolidate, though it had only burned halfway. It saved her 5,000 years of cultivation. If another segment were to come, she might be able to directly manifest the seed of her own Dao. But how could such an extraordinary flame have come into existence? Her gaze swept around the temple, finding no clues, only noticing that her statue had cracked, which was originally destined for destruction, now safeguarded by a layer of Dao rhythm. Furthermore, the faith energy within the statue had been siphoned away. It must be noted that faith energy could only be wielded by deities and their believers. No other entity could access it. Could it be that a god had come? With this thought, Lady Mingyue shook her head. "Impossible. This is my brother-in-law's domain. It's not the time for the mountain god of floating pagoda to arrive." "Does anyone know what transpired here?" Lady Mingyue inquired of her followers. The worshippers, filled with honor, eagerly recounted. Lady Mingyue, last night. A young man in a green robe appeared before your statue. For reasons unknown, he suddenly bled from his 7 orifices, as if possessed, causing your statue to crack. Later, that man skillfully conjured a fragment of white fire and placed it in the lamp's basin, and the statue was restored. What? The bright moon was taken aback upon hearing the words, her eyes widening in shock. With a hurried breath, she pressed on. Where did that person go? Tell me quickly. The reply came. Even we are unaware. The moment he stepped outside, he vanished. Upon hearing the townsfolk's words, the moon goddess's figure darted out, frantically searching for her target within the city. After circling 10 times, there was not a trace to be found. Alas, she was a step too late. The once divine and resplendent countenance of the moon goddess fell, and she sighed in disappointment. Within her dantian, half a seed of the Dao had already coalesced. All this was due to that white flame. Though she could not grasp its profound essence, the seed of the Dao had indeed crystallized within her. The one who had acted possessed an extraordinary mastery over the Dao, rare in this world. What a pity she could not meet him in person. Such a loss. Chapter 135, Bai Qingqing's Heist. Sword Pavilion. Bai Qi had just returned from Futu Mountain when his daughter, Bai Qingqing, ensnared him with her presence. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, Bai Qingqing donned a flowing blue dress adorned with phoenix feather patterns. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with an oval face, a refined nose, and eyes sparkling with clever mischief, complemented by her gleaming little fangs. With a sweet smile, she clung to Bai Qi's arm, swaying it, and pleading, Father, next week is my aunt's Dao conference. You simply must agree to attend, for I promised her I would bring a great master to preside over the occasion. You wouldn't want to let your daughter down, would you? I have no time. I need to spar with friends. Perhaps another time. Bai Qi waved his hand, his tone amiable yet firm. Dad, she is my mother's sister. Surely, you can show some face for me? Otherwise, how can I, Bai Qingqing, hold my own among the demon clan? Bai Qingqing said, crossing her arms in indignation. When you can keep your foxtail tucked away, I might consider it. Bai Qi shook his head, then vanished in a flash of light. You infuriating father. How could you not help me? Bai Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration. If you want to assist me, then I shall devise my own plan. With a huff, she rose to leave the sword pavilion. Suddenly, an elder from the pavilion blocked her path. Miss, where do you think you're going? That's none of your business. Bai Qingqing shot a glare at him and forcefully exited the pavilion. No one dared to provoke her at that moment, allowing her to leave unimpeded. A few hours later, Bai Qingqing found herself on a mountain path, holding a plum blossom in her hand. As she walked, she plucked its petals, muttering to herself. Last time I visited the Demon Emperor Valley, I boasted I would bring a master of the same caliber as my father. If I were to break my promise, how could I establish my credibility in the future? But that detestable father refuses to agree. No way. How could Bai Qingqing emerge from this without any face? As she finished plucking the petals, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. I merely stated I would bring a master. I never said they had to provide guidance. What is so formidable about the human race? They are all just talk, while the demon folk are like foolish pigs, too busy eating to read. How would they understand the Tao? I could simply grab any human scholar and easily deceive them. Huh, I am indeed clever. With a delighted grin, she skipped joyfully towards the human town. Not long after, she arrived outside Xianxiao City, preparing to enter when she suddenly spotted a young man in a green robe, engrossed in a book as he walked. Oh, a scholar. Bai Qingqing's eyes sparkled, and she stealthily picked up a large stick from the ground, inching closer. As she approached, the murmurs of the young man reached her ears. After the soul is divided, there is no record. How am I to restore it? The speaker was none other than Wudao, who had recently exited Xianxiao City. At that moment, his soul was halved, a most peculiar situation, and he was cautiously perusing the strange tales he had gathered, hoping to find answers. Robbery. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out behind him. Robbery? Wudao was taken aback and turned around. Before him stood a quirky young girl, brandishing a stick as thick as a water barrel, glaring fiercely at him. Despite her fierce appearance, he sensed no malice in her intent. This ability to discern others' intentions stemmed from his heightened cultivation. Moreover, the aura surrounding this girl was a blend of demonic and human energy, her cultivation not particularly high, at the initial stage of the Dharma manifestation. Do you need something? He inquired, curiosity piqued as he regarded the girl, displaying no fear of the would-be robber. Yet, the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed, as though he had encountered her before. Bai Qingqing grinned mischievously. Human, I am the great shape-shifting demon from the mountains. Tell me honestly, are you a scholar? Upon hearing this, Wudao shifted nervously, raising his arms defensively. O great demon king, please do not eat me. I am a scholar. A scholar whose reading has made me foolish. My flesh is sour and stinky, not tasty at all. Yea, a true scholar. Bai Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, mustering a fierce expression as she bared her fangs at Li Wudao. Humph. If you wish to live, you must heed me for the next week, or I shall unleash 10 beautiful fox spirits upon you, rendering you utterly helpless and leaving you in a state of ecstasy until you can bear it no longer. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, touched her face, and tried to recall what fierce threats her aunt's stories had included during similar robberies. Li Wudao stood bewildered before the half-demon girl. Are you sure this is a robbery, and not some sort of benefit? Realizing her slip, Bai Qingqing quickly resumed her fierce demeanor. Are you afraid? I'm afraid of nothing. How could such a silly demon dare to rob in human territory? Li Wudao thought to himself, but on the surface, he maintained his feigned trepidation, hands clasped atop his head, trembling. Yes, I am afraid you do not want me dead. Please, punish me as you see fit, he said, nearly breaking into laughter. Bai Qingqing frowned at his response. Do you feel you are not respecting me enough? Not at all. I hold the utmost respect for the great king, Li Wudao hastily replied. Bai Qingqing had little experience with humans, mostly interacting with demons and playing with her aunt from the Demon Emperor Valley. With Bai Qi as her protector, few dared to harbor ill intentions toward her. Thus, she had little guile. Without further thought, she threatened, Human scholar, I am the daughter of the sword demon, Bai Qingqing. From this moment on, you shall pretend to be a master like my father and accompany me to the Demon Emperor Valley for my Aunt's Dao conference. Your task is simple, feign being a great master and keep the crowd in check. If you slip up, I shall devour you. So you are Bai Qi's daughter. That explains the familiar visage, Li Wudao realized, nodding, still maintaining a facade of apprehension. Please, great demon king, I shall follow your commands. Excellent. From now on, you shall play the role of my esteemed uncle, Bai Qingqing declared with satisfaction. Do you understand? Li Wudao nodded solemnly, then earnestly requested, Then, could you call me uncle a couple of times for my ears to hear? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's brows knitted tightly, her gaze turning fierce as she glared at Li Wudao. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you believe I will devour you? Not at all. Li Wudao feigned fear, waving his hands. Your Excellency, I am merely embodying my role in advance, which is why I have asked you to call me uncle. Otherwise, if others were to witness our apparent estrangement, wouldn't it be all too obvious? Wouldn't your plans be laid bare? Bai Qingqing nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the rationale. Then might I request you to call me uncle a couple of times? Li Wudao urged gently. Bai Qingqing took a moment to cultivate her emotions and then earnestly stated, Uncle. Oh. Li Wudao responded contentedly. An inexplicable wave of comfort washed over him, the corners of his mouth lifting in an uncontrollable smile. Bai Qingqing furrowed her brow at this sight. Are you laughing? No. How could I dare to laugh at your excellency? Li Wudao protested, shaking his head, though his smile was barely containable. This little niece is rather endearing. Best keep it that way. Otherwise, I might just devour you. Bai Qingqing feigned ferocity, mimicking a voracious creature. Before retrieving a flying sword from her small satchel and taking off towards the Demon Emperor Valley with Li Wudao in tow. Chapter 136. Visitors from the 10,000 Swords Sect. Outside Linen City, over a dozen formidable cultivators approached, riding their swords. Clad in the garb of the 10,000 Swords Sect, each emanated an aura of the true One Realm. At the forefront stood a tall, gaunt elder, draped in a resplendent crimson robe, with a hawkish nose and keen, wolf-like eyes. He was Ji Feng, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Swords Sect, possessing late-stage True One cultivation. Grand Elder, the ones who conspired with the demon clan to annihilate the tiger fighting sect and slay our elder reside in the city below. What are your orders? One of the elders respectfully gestured towards Linen City. Ji Feng cast a glance below and spoke indifferently. Let us descend and confront this so-called master of linen. I wish to see what audacity drives one to slay my disciples. In a small courtyard within Xianxiaaudiobooks Alley, Xiao Lihua pouted. Where has Shushu been for half a month? Why hasn't he returned to take us to our new house? She attempted to water the Bodhi tree, but remained fixated on the Bodhi fruits hanging from its branches. To gaze is one thing, but to pilfer is another. Yu Xueqing admonished, tapping her lightly on the head from behind. You greedy little thing. Are you trying to steal a bite? Ouch. Xiao Lihua yelped in pain, cradling her head, then feigned innocence. No. I'm just playing a game with Shushu, not stealing. Observing this, the Bodhi tree discreetly dropped a fruit into Xiao Lihua's hands. Yu Xueqing, upon lifting her gaze, was taken aback to find the little girl clutching a Bodhi fruit. And what is this? Xiao Lihua blinked her eyes wide, staring at the fruit in her palm. When did I pick this? I have no recollection. Regardless, it's mine now, she declared, promptly stuffing the fruit into her mouth. Suddenly, a streak of sword light descended from the heavens, piercing through Xiao Lihua's waist and pinning her to the ground. With a gasp, Xiao Lihua's eyes widened in shock. blood spurting from her mouth as her face turned pale. "Child!" Yu Xueqing screamed in panic, trembling as she reached out to save her. But Xiao Lihua pushed her away with her tiny hands, gasping, "Auntie, hurry and run. There are bad people coming." Boom. At that moment, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth, heralding the arrival of Jin Biao. His expression shifted dramatically as he approached Yu Xueqing. "Madam, we must flee. A formidable enemy approaches." Without delay, he transformed into his true form, a wave of demonic energy enveloping both Xiao Lihua and Yu Xueqing as he lifted them onto his back. He then soared into the sky, heading towards Tianding Mountain. "Little Jean, you must save her. She cannot die," Yu Xueqing implored, clutching Xiao Lihua tightly, blood staining her garments as she gently caressed the little girl's pale, trembling face, her voice laced with anxiety. "Rest assured, madam. As long as we reach Tianding Mountain within 2 hours, the young one will be safe," Jin Biao reassured her, all the while attuned to the presence of enemies surrounding them. Just as they were about to escape Linen, a man in a crimson robe suddenly obstructed their path. "Foul demon, where do you think you're going?" Ji Feng bellowed, his powerful hand lunging towards Jin Biao. A terrifying surge of sword energy erupted, and Jin Biao, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest, his entire demonic form disintegrating upon impact, crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Boom. The earth trembled as numerous structures crumbled beneath the weight of Jin Biao's fallen form, and dozens of innocent civilians perished in the chaos. Amidst the rising dust, a cough broke the silence. A colossal silhouette emerged from the haze. Once the dust settled, Jin Biao appeared, a gaping hole in his chest and blood staining his body. Yet he shielded Yu Xueqing and Xiao Lihua with his wings, leaving them unscathed. "Colluding with the demon clan. They must be exterminated," thundered a voice from the heavens. Yu Xueqing looked up to see an elder in a grand red robe, flanked by a dozen cultivators, hovering above, their sword energy swirling ominously, poised to strike. Upon glimpsing the symbols on their chests, her heart sank, despair washing over her. "The 10,000 Swords sect, it's them again. Come forth, fellow cultivator, or I shall execute your people on the spot." Ji Feng's voice echoed ominously across Linen. Simultaneously, a sword hovered above Yu Xueqing. A torrent of terrifying sword energy and spiritual force rushing into it from Ji Feng, causing the weapon to expand relentlessly. 3 feet, 30 feet, 300 feet soon. It loomed above Linen like a mountain, the oppressive aura causing the ground to crack and crumble beneath it. This was the 10,000 Swords sect's ultimate technique. "The skyward cloud. Great rock, ascend." Jin Biao roared, igniting his blood and vitality, desperately urging the ancestral blood of the Kuan into action. As the blood manifested, an ancient, fearsome aura radiated from Jin Biao. With a powerful flap of his wings, he vanished, reappearing outside Linen in the blink of an eye. Such speed left Ji Feng and the other formidable members of the 10,000 Swords sect momentarily stunned. "Grand Elder, what should we do? We cannot catch up." Someone voiced their concern. Ji Feng's expression darkened as he reached down towards Linen City with a fierce grip. "If they dare to flee, I shall ensure the entire city pays the price." Before long, Ji Feng sensed a bloodline within the Su family that resonated with Yu Xueqing's. He reached out, pulling Su Fei into his grasp. "Mother, mother, help me." Su Fei screamed in terror at the sudden appearance of this formidable foe. "Jin Biao, halt," Yu Xueqing commanded, her voice trembling. "Madam, we cannot stop. If we do, you will all perish," Jin Biao urged in desperation. Yet, Su Fei's terrified cries echoed incessantly in his ears. Jin Biao's expression shifted as he unleashed a torrent of curses at the members of the 10,000 Swords sect. "Despicable! How dare you threaten us with innocence? Where is your righteousness?" "Humph! What righteousness can I speak of with you demons?" Ji Feng scoffed coldly, holding Su Fei's head as he glared icily at Yu Xueqing. "Surrender, and I shall spare your daughter. Otherwise, madam, do not agree to his demands. I cannot hold on much longer." Jin Biao's face was a mask of urgency as he prepared to forcefully carry her away. "They seek me. You must take the child and flee without looking back," Yu Xueqing suddenly declared, her expression resolute. "Madam, you shall perish," he declared. "What he has seized is merely your daughter. As long as the mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. If we can return to our elder, this grudge can be avenged in due time. Should you die, all is lost." Jin Biao's expression changed dramatically. He found himself caught in a dilemma, neither able to flee nor to remain. "No." Yu Xueqing shook her head resolutely. "Why, my lady?" "Because she is my daughter, and I cannot bear to watch her die before my very eyes." Yu Xueqing forced a pale smile. "Go, take the girl and leave." With those words, she leapt from Jin Biao's back. Cursed Wanjian sect, employing despicable tactics. Jin Biao gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else as he rushed to catch her. In that fleeting moment, Ji Feng suddenly appeared behind him, severing his wings with a single sword stroke. It's over. Jin Biao's countenance shifted as he desperately shielded Xiao Lihua and Yu Xueqing from the impending fall. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. Chapter 137. Dissociating Relationships. Meanwhile, near Qinghe Town, Bai Qi was leisurely soaring through the sky, heading towards Linen. It had been over a year since he last parted ways with the Li brothers, given his unique nature. He must have reached the pinnacle of his cultivation by now. Buzz. A surge of sword intent reverberated. It emanated from the paired sword, Zhu Yu. Bai Qi closed his eyes to sense the source of the sword intent, and soon opened them, the gleam of sword light surging within. This was a message conveyed by the sword jade left for Li. Could it be that he was in danger? He raised his hand and slashed at the void. Whoosh. In an instant, a black fissure appeared in space. His sword essence enveloped him as he stepped into the dark rupture. In Linen, phew, I nearly let this fellow escape. Truly worthy of the golden-winged great Pong, his speed is astonishing. Jifeng sighed in relief, discarding the unconscious Sophie like refuse. Gazing down upon Jin Biao and the others with a condescending smile. Fellow Taoists, will you not reveal yourselves? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay them? Jifeng channeled his power, his voice echoing through the heavens. Yet, no response came. In that case, let us collect their corpses. His expression hardened, and he pressed down with his mighty hand. The lethal strike hanging above Linen descended in an instant. The terrifying sword essence erupted, distorting the space. The citizens below had yet to react when many were crushed into blood mist by the oppressive force of the attack. Fei, forgive me. It is my fault for not being able to protect you. Yu Xueqing caught Sophie recklessly, her eyes filled with guilt and despair. What to do? What to do? Jin Biao, gravely injured and unable to move, was frantic, bloodshot eyes filled with urgency. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he shouted towards Yu Xueqing, my lady. We have hope. Quickly, shatter the sword jade the elder gave you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xueqing hastily retrieved a piece of sword jade from her bosom. Dower, I am counting on you, she said, her gaze filled with hope as she gripped it tightly. Crack. The sword jade shattered. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted, enveloping Yu Xueqing and the others, countering the lethal strike above. Ha! We are saved. Jin Biao exclaimed in unrestrained joy as the energy released by the broken sword jade resisted the attack. He shifted from despair to mockery, taunting the Wanjian sect above. Wanjian sect, await your doom. Your end is nigh. What is happening? The elders of the Wanjian sect were taken aback, their expressions shifting in disbelief. But upon seeing the calm demeanor of the Grand Elder, they scoffed derisively. Such arrogance. The Grand Elder is at the pinnacle of the true One Realm. With him present, no one can save you. Buzz. Just then, the space beside Yu Xueqing twisted, revealing a black hole. A terrifying sword intent began to seep from the void, growing ever more intense. Ha, it has arrived. Wanjian sect, prepare to meet your end. Jin Biao shouted excitedly at the sight of the emerging black hole. What a terrifying surge of power. It must be a sword cultivator. The 10 true One elders of the Wanjian sect felt the power emanating from the black hole, their expressions turning grave. Leading them, Jifeng frowned and spoke. Do not panic. The dual divine beings are about to descend, and the martial sacred land has an agreement with the floating pagoda, forbidding interference in Wanjian sect affairs. In the territory of Qingzhou, there are no notable sword cultivators who can match me. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must capture them. Jifeng's gaze hardened as he flashed in front of Yu Xueqing, reaching out to seize her, intending to use her as leverage against their adversaries. Yet, in that moment, a wave of white sword intent surged forth from the space, washing over Jifeng, rendering him immobile. He stood frozen in fear, his head mechanically turning. Buzz. The space rippled like water as a young man in a black robe with white hair emerged from the black hole. The instant he appeared, a chilling sword intent enveloped all of Linen. Jifeng's powerful lethal strike was instantly shattered, dissipating like smoke. The sword demon. Upon seeing the young man's visage, Jifeng's eyes widened in shock. The sword demon. How could it be him? The other elders of the Wanjian sect echoed in disbelief, astonished and bewildered. These 3 useless fools called upon the sword demon. Wasn't Linen merely the domain of a talented charlatan? They were left stunned, realizing that the sword demon had been summoned. My goodness, the master's friend is this harbinger of death. Initially uneasy at the arrival of someone other than Li Wudao, Jin Biao felt a surge of relief upon hearing the sword demon's identity revealed. As the white-haired youth emerged, his gaze fell upon Yu Xueqing, and he curiously inquired, "This young lady, are you related to Li Wudao?" "I am his aunt," Yu Xueqing replied nervously, then quickly asked, "Are you a friend of Dao?" "Indeed. I am Bai Qi, and I feel an instant rapport with Brother Li." Bai Qi nodded and bowed slightly. "You may call me Bai Qi, my lady. It's over. We are doomed." The elders of the Wanjian sect felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing their exchange. The sword demon Bai Qi was now on friendly terms with their target. Did this mean that the target was of equal caliber to the sword demon? Confronting two such formidable beings simultaneously was beyond the capacity of the Wanjian sect. Bai Gongzi, can you save us? Yu Xueqing bowed respectfully towards Bai Qi. You should leave with them if you cannot defeat these adversaries, she urged, pointing to Sophie, Xiao Lihua, and Jin Biao. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi glanced at the Wanjian sect members, then nodded and smiled at Yu Xueqing. My lady, please wait a moment. With that, he turned to face Jifeng and the others, gripping the 3-foot azure blade. Zhu Yu, as his sword intent coiled around him. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, save for the gentle rustle of the wind. Yet, this silence made Jifeng and the others break into a cold sweat, their expressions filled with terror. Wait, Jifeng, trembling with fear, stammered. The one behind her has slain the elders of my Wanjian sect, annihilating the entire righteous sect, the Wudao sect, and colluding with the demon tribe. We have come to eliminate evil. The sword demon, can you not discern right from wrong? Bai Qi scoffed. The Wudao sect has engaged in nefarious activities. Do you think I am unaware of their misdeeds? It is only right that Brother Li has eradicated them. But you, Wanjian sect, priding yourselves as the righteous sect, how could you disregard the lives of the innocent citizens below with your last strike? I have ample reason to suspect your collusion with demonic forces. With a decisive declaration, a pure white sword energy surged forth from Bai Qi's blade. Uft! In an instant, Jifeng and the others spat blood, collapsing to the ground, grievously wounded. Sword destruction. Bai Qi unsheathed his sword, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Jifeng struggled desperately, his voice rising in fervor. Sword demon, should you take our lives, the covenant of Futa Mountain will be rendered void. In that eventuality, the plight afflicting your daughter will remain unsolvable, and all mortals here shall be buried alongside us. If you are indifferent to this, then strike. Await the onslaught of all righteous forces upon the sword pavilion. At these words, Bai Qi hesitated, his sword remaining sheathed. Jifeng recognized the impact of his words and seized the moment. The myriad sword sect only targets those in collusion with the demon clan. We bear no ill will towards any mortal. You possess no justification to harm us. Oh no, madam, Jin Biao interjected, perceiving Bai Qi's dilemma. He sensed a constraint upon him that rendered him unable to act freely, his anxiety palpable. Yu Xueqing, momentarily taken aback, glanced at her terrified daughter and the ordinary citizens of Lin and prostrating themselves on the ground, her gaze ultimately resting upon the barely conscious Xiao Lihua. She turned to Bai Qi and inquired, Young Master Bai, if I were to sever ties with Dao, would you then be able to act? Bai Qi, caught off guard, turned to Yu Xueqing and nodded. If you, madam, were to dissociate from Brother Li, you would be regarded as a mortal. I, Bai Qi, would have just cause to slay anyone who dares to harm a mortal. Understood. I comprehend now. Yu Xueqing inhaled deeply, proclaiming with conviction, from this moment forth, I, Yu Xueqing, along with the Su family, shall no longer be associated with any practitioners of the Dao. Jifeng glared at her. Incredulous. You think you can just declare a severance? Enough. Bai Qi interjected, striking his sword across the air. With a sharp sound, Jifeng and the others were grievously injured, their cultivation drastically weakened, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from mere mortals. Sword demon, what are you doing? They glared at Bai Qi, seething with rage. Bai Qi cast a nonchalant glance in their direction. From this moment on, no practitioners shall remain in Linen. Any who dare to tread here shall meet their demise at my hands. As these words left his lips, a sword aura hovered ominously above Linen, surveying the surroundings with predatory intent. Seeing this, Jifeng and the others were incensed, yet they were powerless to voice their fury. Bai Qi's actions effectively safeguarded the others. Should he strike again, he would be justified in targeting the myriad sword sect directly. Bai Qi paid them no heed. He raised his hand and swiftly confiscated all of Jifeng's storage artifacts. He retrieved several spirit pills, administering them to Jin Biao and Xiao Lihua, their injuries stabilizing instantly. Thank you, young Master Bai. Yu Xueqing expressed her gratitude hastily. Bai Qi shook his head, a look of contrition upon his face. I apologize, madam. I am bound by constraints that prevent me from acting freely. However, rest assured, from this day forth, should any practitioner dare to harm you, I shall strike without hesitation. Thank you, young Master Bai. Yu Xueqing reiterated her thanks, then added earnestly, I implore you, please escort these two to Dao side. She gestured towards Jin Biao and Xiao Lihua. Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively. Fear not, madam. These individuals have been rendered powerless by me and pose no immediate danger. They may depart at their leisure. Much obliged. Not at all, madam. Bai Qi nodded calmly, stating, having resolved this matter, I must take my leave. should brotherly return. Kindly direct him to the sword pavilion. With that, Bai Qi transformed into a streak of light and vanished. As Bai Qi departed, Yu Xueqing hurriedly instructed Jin Biao, "Little Jin, swiftly take the girl to find Dao. Remember to inform him not to return to Lin and until he has grown stronger." Chapter 138, The Valley of the Demon Emperor. Half a month later, the Valley of the Demon Emperor buzzed with activity due to the upcoming Dao discussion conference. Various demon clans gathered within the Demon Beast Forest. Their spirits invigorated as they entered the Demon Emperor Palace. At this moment, within the main hall of the palace, two female figures stood. One was a neighborly maiden, and the other a woman of divine beauty, revered and untouchable. They were none other than Lady Mingyue and Qingyao. What is the matter? The Dao discussion conference is about to commence, yet Qingqing has yet to arrive? Lady Mingyue furrowed her brows in displeasure. Sister, could it be that your niece has failed to summon any esteemed personage, thus lacking the courage to attend? Qingyao suggested. Lady Mingyue's expression darkened at this. Aside from the golden-winged Great Peng and its affiliated clans, all other demon clans are present. If this conference falters, they shall turn their backs and seek favor with the demon god, diminishing my faith power. As the two conversed, a subordinate approached to report, "Your Highness, the Black Rock King of the Bear Clan has arrived." Lady Mingyue momentarily paused, recalling that Black Rock was the right-hand ally of the golden-winged Great Peng. She wondered why he had come unexpectedly. Unable to fathom the reason, she waved her hand. "Treat our esteemed guest with the utmost care. Do not allow any altercations." "Yes." The subordinate immediately withdrew. Qingyao then spoke. "Sister, may I transform into an esteemed figure to dazzle those present? If I can captivate them, they will remain here to serve you, thus ensuring your faith power continues to grow. Can you manage that? You, the big yellow girl, often crush others' tender spots. I fear your deception will be exposed the moment you speak, doing more harm than good." Lady Mingyue chided as she poked Qingyao's forehead. "Didn't I learn that from you since childhood?" Qingyao pouted, choosing to remain silent. Outside the Demon Emperor Palace, Bai Qingqing anxiously clutched Li Wudao's sleeve. Her voice tinged with concern. "Hey, are you sure you can handle this? The multitude of demons is gathered within. Don't falter the moment we step inside, or I will be utterly embarrassed." "Rest assured," Li Wudao replied, maintaining an air of composure as he waved his hand dismissively. "Feigning mastery is my forte. I assure you the demons will be entirely subdued." "Really?" Bai Qingqing blinked her large eyes in anticipation. "Scholars never deceive," Li Wudao proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. "The profound truths of the Dao are at my fingertips. By the way, you're not human, you're a demon. Now, should you falter, I'll have my aunt arrange for 10 enchanting fox spirits to ensnare you. Humph, you'll experience the might of the fox spirits," Bai Qingqing threatened, shaking her delicate fists. "Rest assured, I will handle it. Then let us proceed." Bai Qingqing nodded in satisfaction, tugging Li Wudao towards the interior. However, Li Wudao remained still. "Hey, what are you doing? Let us go." Bai Qingqing turned, puzzled by his inaction. Li Wudao lightly tapped her head. "What else with the hey? Show some courtesy. I am your uncle now. Do you want me to be exposed?" "Oh, right." Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in realization, quickly adjusting her address. "Uncle Li. Let us hurry inside. My aunt must be waiting anxiously." Thus, Bai Qingqing led Li Wudao through the Demon Emperor Palace as though it were her own home, soon arriving at the venue for the Dao discussion conference. At this moment, the arena was teeming with various extraordinary demons. Li Wudao and Bai Qingqing boldly navigated through the throng, making their way towards the center of the arena, their presence garnering immediate attention from the assembly of demons. As they approached the heart of the arena, Lady Mingyue and Qingyao appeared. Upon spotting Bai Qingqing, their faces lit up with unexpected joy, and they rushed forward to greet her. "Qingqing, how come you've only just arrived? I thought you might stand me up," Lady Mingyue exclaimed, enveloping Bai Qingqing in a warm embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. "Aunt, I, Bai Qingqing, am a being of my word, destined to dominate the demon realm. How could I possibly renege?" Bai Qingqing declared, her chin held high in pride. By the way, as she spoke, Bai Qingqing pointed to Li Wudao, introducing him. "Aunt, this is my father's closest friend, Uncle Li Wudao, an exceedingly formidable sage." With her words, Lady Mingyue and Qingyao's gazes finally turned to the figure behind Bai Qingqing, draped in a blue robe that seemed to transcend the mundane. His visage was strikingly handsome and extraordinary. His cultivation remained concealed, yet he exuded an aura reminiscent of the nascent divine fire. As I contemplated probing with my spiritual sense, an intangible force quelled my attempt the moment it brushed against his presence, an occurrence both peculiar and intriguing. The Lady of the Bright Moon regarded Li Wudao with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. Is this the unparalleled master that Qingqing has sought? One cannot discern his depths. Instantly aware of her aunt's actions, Bai Qingqing hurried to Li Wudao's side, tugging gently at his sleeve. "Uncle Li, this is my aunt, the leader of the Demon Emperor Valley and the person in charge of this assembly." As she spoke, she frantically gestured toward Li Wudao, urging him to present himself properly. Li Wudao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he met the gaze of the Lady of the Bright Moon with composure. He had not anticipated that the individual who had aided him in the temple would appear before him now. Her beauty was indeed extraordinary, befitting a fox spirit. "I am Li Wudao, a friend of Bai Qi. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, esteemed lady," he said, nodding politely in her direction. His demeanor, reminiscent of one addressing a younger acquaintance, inadvertently relegated the Lady of the Bright Moon, the negotiator of the Demon Emperor Valley, to a lesser status in his eyes. "Your brother-in-law's friend? On good terms?" The Lady of the Bright Moon's thoughts raced. Although she had never met him, anyone who could claim friendship with her brother-in-law, the Sword Demon, was surely no ordinary figure, perhaps even a master of profound cultivation. "I am Mingwei, and it is an honor to meet you, young Master Li," she replied, bowing gracefully in a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formality. I merely accompanied this spirited girl to indulge in some leisure." Li Wudao responded with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of tranquility and nobility. With a mischievous grin, Bai Qingqing interjected, "Aunt, the Dao discussion conference is about to commence, so I shall not keep you. Allow me to escort Uncle Li to a suitable seat. You may attend to your duties." "Very well," the Lady of the Bright Moon nodded, bolstered by the presence of Qingqing's uncle. She rose and addressed the assembly of awaiting demons. "The Dao discussion conference officially begins." In a corner, once seated, Bai Qingqing nudged Li Wudao playfully. "Well done, Uncle Li. You didn't falter at all. My aunt didn't even notice your prowess. Quite impressive. Of course, who do you think I am? I am your uncle." Li Wudao chuckled. "Humph, don't celebrate too prematurely. When my aunt poses her questions, you should ponder how to impress her. If you falter, you will taste the might of a fox spirit," she teased. As the conference commenced, the assembled demons eagerly posed their inquiries. The Lady of the Bright Moon adeptly answered each, winning the admiration of all. Yet, amidst the applause, a formidable demon stood forth, exuding an aura of menace. He addressed the Lady of the Bright Moon. "I am the Tiger King of Ilao Mountain, and I dare to inquire of the esteemed Demon Emperor, what path is most suitable for our demon kind to cultivate since the dawn of existence?" With a graceful gesture, the Lady of the Bright Moon invited him to continue. "Mighty Emperor, since the birth of heaven and earth, humans and demons have been rivals. What kind of great Dao should our demon race pursue?" Upon hearing this, many prominent demons nodded in eager anticipation. "Indeed, esteemed Emperor, the paths of the world are numerous. What should our demon race seek to comprehend?" The Lady of the Bright Moon pondered for a moment before responding. "Among the myriad paths, the most formidable are the Dao of life and death and the Dao of killing. While other paths may be strong, they pale in comparison to these three. The human race, by nature, is closer to the essence of the world and the great Dao, making it easier for them to awaken to the Dao of life and death. Conversely, our demon race possesses inherently robust physiques, making the Dao of killing most fitting for us. Understanding the Dao of killing would empower our kind, rendering us invincible." Her confidence resonated throughout the assembly. For the demon race's innate physical strength was several times that of humans, making the Dao of killing exceedingly appropriate and immensely powerful. As her words settled, the crowd of demons nodded in agreement. "The esteemed Emperor's insights awaken us from our slumber. We, the demon race, already possess physical advantages. Mastering the Dao of killing only enhances our superiority. No wonder so many of our peers struggle to comprehend the Dao throughout their lives. It is clear now that they have simply chosen the wrong direction." The Lady of the Bright Moon graciously accepted their admiration, her gaze turning to Li Wudao, who was enjoying fruits beside Bai Qingqing. "Young Master Li, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" At her invitation, the previously focused demons turned their attention to Li Wudao, whispers of curiosity filling the air. Who is this individual that he is deemed worthy to accompany the niece of the Demon Emperor? Moreover, he has garnered a personal invitation to engage in discourse from the Emperor herself. While the demons were not unacquainted with the existence of humans, the sight of one within the confines of the Demon Emperor's palace was astonishing, especially one who had received such an invitation. Li Wudao remained unfazed by their astonishment, his expression serene. Instead of responding to the Lady of the Bright Moon's query, he contemplated how to sway the gathered demons' enlightenment while also seizing an opportunity. "Uncle Li, my aunt is calling for you." Bai Qingqing urgently tugged at his sleeve, sensing the gravity of the moment. "Why the rush?" Li Wudao swatted her hand away gently, then turned to the Lady of the Bright Moon with an easy smile. "My cup is empty. I find myself in need of a servant to pour me some wine." The assembly gasped in disbelief. What did this human mean? Was he truly requesting the Lady of the Bright Moon to serve him wine? How audacious! Did he not recognize the stature of the demon emperor? She was a being of transcendent significance, not to mention the sister-in-law of the sword demon. This human was utterly presumptuous, believing that his acquaintance with the sword demon's daughter could afford him such liberties. They were certain that the Lady of the Bright Moon would soon demonstrate her authority, reminding him of her regal might. As the demons made their sardonic remarks, Bai Qingqing, too, was taken aback by Li Wudao's words. Under the table, she discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you command my aunt to serve you wine? Do you not realize she is a fox spirit? Well acquainted with her aunt's temperament." Bai Qingqing knew that despite her aunt's enchanting and gentle demeanor, she held a deep-seated disdain for human men. Her temperament was notoriously fierce. Many elders from the sword pavilion had felt her wrath. It was only her father, Bai Qi, who could keep her somewhat in check. Li Wudao's words were tantamount to courting disaster. Should her aunt become incensed, there would be no salvation for him. Li Wudao merely shook his head with a smile, unfazed by her concerns. Then, to the astonishment of all, the illustrious Lady of the Bright Moon, with grace and poise, approached Li Wudao, adeptly pouring wine for him herself. "Young Master Li, your wine is ready. May I serve you?" "Ah, splendid." Li Wudao raised the cup filled by the Lady of the Bright Moon and drained it in one go, then offered her a serene smile. "However, Miss Ming, I must express that your understanding of the Dao may not be entirely accurate." The Lady of the Bright Moon furrowed her brow, pondering his words as she murmured, "Is my comprehension of the Dao flawed? Pray, enlighten me," she said, bowing slightly in invitation. Having cultivated for millennia, she believed her grasp of the great Dao to be formidable. Though not the best, she felt it was far from being dismissed. Even someone as formidable as her brother-in-law, the sword demon, had insights worthy of note. She was keen to discover the views of this esteemed friend of her brother-in-law. Upon hearing Li Wudao's audacious repudiation of the demon emperor's perspective, the assembly of demons rose in indignation, many vehemently chastising him for his arrogance. "What? He dares to challenge the understanding of the Dao by our esteemed demon emperor? This human possesses an audacious tongue. I am most curious to see what insights he might offer regarding the great Dao." Amidst this uproar, Bai Qingqing, witnessing Li Wudao's audacity, trembled in trepidation. How could he be so brazen? Her aunt is a formidable late-stage demon emperor, possessing an almost transcendent comprehension of the path to cultivation. This scholar, Li Wudao, truly lacks awareness. If he fails to articulate a coherent argument, he may well incur the wrath of the masses. What should I do? Will I be humiliated alongside him? Perhaps I should discreetly withdraw. With these thoughts swirling, her feet felt unsteady as she contemplated escape. Unfazed, Li Wudao confidently strode to the center of the Taoist arena, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the gathered demons. Secretly channeling white Dao Fire, he spoke. "Water embodies the Dao, wood embodies the Dao, life embodies the Dao, death embodies the Dao, and killing embodies the Dao. Although the paths of life and death, as well as killing, may precede others, it does not signify their superiority. Remember, there are myriad paths, all leading to the same destination. The true Dao is that which resonates with oneself. While other paths may be potent, if they do not align with one's essence, they become ungraspable, merely observed, yet never consumed, ultimately failing to become the Dao. Conversely, even the most commonplace path of the five elements can shine brilliantly and wield immense power. Each path, when pursued to its utmost, becomes the strongest in the realm. Remember, there are no weak paths in the universe, only inept cultivators." His voice, imbued with the clarity of enlightenment, echoed throughout the arena, sending shivers through the assembled demons, akin to a profound awakening. Indeed, regardless of the might of the killing path, if we cannot comprehend it, we cannot wield it. Thus, it contributes nothing to our cultivation. Yet, the simplest path of the five elements is one we can easily master, significantly aiding our practice. Those who forsake this fundamental path in pursuit of the formidable killing or life and death paths often find themselves with little to show for their efforts, their cultivation stagnating until their lifespan wanes, ultimately leading to a life of obscurity and unaccomplished dreams. In contrast, many of the Xiangxiaaudiobooks clan, who steadfastly adhere to the five elements, grow ever more powerful. Thus, it appears there truly are no weak paths. In an instant, many demons within the arena fell into a state of enlightenment, their cultivation surging, evoking envy in those around them. Within Li Wudao's dantian, 100 black flames flickered into existence, albeit subtly, but even the tiniest gain is still a gain. Excellent. My half-slice of white Dao Fire has not been in vain. Observing the newly acquired energy within his dantian, he smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Mingyue, having absorbed Li Wudao's words, stood in a daze, murmuring, "The true Dao is that which suits oneself. There are no weak paths. only inept cultivators. Her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if she grasped a fleeting truth, yet still felt it eluding her. Wudao, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, quietly returned to his seat. "Well done, Uncle Li." Bai Qingqing nudged him in astonishment. "Indeed, it feels familiar," Wudao replied with a nonchalant smile, appearing quite composed. Just as he was about to speak further, he sensed a gaze fixated upon him from behind. Turning, he discovered a burly middle-aged man, with the appearance of a tiger and the build of a bear, scrutinizing him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. However, upon meeting Wudao's gaze, the man quickly averted his eyes, directing his attention elsewhere. "Do you know that the leader of the Black Bear clan?" Mingyue, emerging from her reverie, inquired, noticing Wudao's focus on the figure of Haiyan. Wudao shook his head. "I do not." "Oh," Mingyue said, realization dawning. "It seems Haiyan has recently sought to traverse the path of the divine Dao, yet struggles to find an entry point, leading him to contemplate such thoughts." "The divine Dao?" Wudao asked, intrigued by her insight. Mingyue sighed. "What you may not know, young Master Li, is that for our kind, whose innate talents are somewhat limited, once we reach the pinnacle of true one, without coalescing our own Dao, we cannot make further breakthroughs. The divine Dao represents a method of condensing one's Dao, yet each divine Dao is distinct. Not all can comprehend it. For instance, I, by chance, entered the divine Dao, yet to this day, I remain lost, wandering aimlessly." Wudao was taken aback. This esteemed Lady Mingyue had already established a temple among the human realm, drawing power from incense offerings, and yet she had not coalesced her Dao. In that moment, he discreetly employed Dao Fire to deduce why she struggled to solidify her path. If he could assist, he would gladly do so. After all, she was Bai Qingqing's beloved aunt. With the Dao Fire amplifying the heavenly secrets, Wudao soon discerned the answer within Mingyue's forehead. "Let it unfold naturally." "Let it unfold naturally?" He pondered before reassuring her. "Do not be anxious, Lady Mingyue. Your vivacious spirit and kindness are innate. You possess a profound affinity for the human realm. The attainment of the divine Dao is not a matter of chance, but rather a matter of inevitability." "Oh," Mingyue exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, her heart racing. "Does young Master Li possess a method?" "Well, I have no specific method, but since the discussion has led us here, we might as well explore the possibilities," Wudao mused, a casual smile gracing his lips. "I cannot say whether it will be effective, but if Lady Mingyue is willing to give it a try, I would not object." "Really?" Mingyue asked, her excitement palpable. "Indeed." Seeing Wudao nod, her heart raced with exhilaration. Such guidance was a precious opportunity, especially from someone connected to her sister's friend, who she believed would not lead her astray. Taking a deep breath, she respectfully bowed to Wudao, hands clasped in salute. "Mingyue is eager for your instruction." Yet, as she bowed, her ample bosom revealed itself. And Wudao, having traversed many years in this body, felt his cheeks flush at the sight, leading him to clear his throat awkwardly. Mingyue, noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, raised her head, her cheeks flushing lightly as she hastily covered her chest, mumbling shyly, "Young master, that is enough." Wudao's expression returned to its previous calm demeanor, recalling the wondrous application of the white Dao Fire. He stated, "Release your mind. Whether you can condense your Dao will depend on your own fortune." His voice, neither warm nor cold, reached Mingyue's ears, allowing her to relax completely as she opened her mind, observing the self-protective barriers and demonic aura dissipating from her. Wudao retrieved the half-slice of white Dao Fire he had previously used in the temple, slowly placing it upon her forehead. "Though you are a fox demon, inherently cunning, you possess a genuine fondness for the warmth of humanity. A millennium ago, in Xianxiao City, you delighted in aiding others, befriending ordinary mortals, witnessing their families flourish, helping them avert calamities. Your heartfelt assistance was the cause, and their sincere appreciation and offerings were the effect. The merits of incense and virtue intertwine. Thus, you unwittingly entered the divine Dao." Wudao's words flowed into Mingyue's consciousness, transforming into the vibrant tapestry of life in Xianxiao City from 1,000 years past. She found herself transported back to that time, where nourishment and companionship abounded, free from worry. Yet, as time passed, the human realm saw the comings and goings of cultivators, and as hearts shifted, her benevolence was met with disdain from some, who turned against her. Anger brewed within her. "I save lives, and yet they cannot even show gratitude. Instead, they seek to harm me. In my frustration, I desire vengeance. If I take a life, will I still walk the path of the divine Dao?" The bright moon found herself ensnared in the realm of past fury, unable to suppress a low growl of distress. Wudao, perceiving her turmoil, focused intently, his voice imbued with the intensity of divine fire. "The path of the divine is the path of the heart. if the heart is not at peace. The path cannot be forged. Confronted with those who repay kindness with malice, one must strike. Allow nature to flow. The divine path knows no obstacles. Within the illusions of her heart, the visage of the treacherous appeared once more, yet Li Wudao's voice summoned forth white flames, transforming them into a long sword that fell into her grasp. At the moment she seized the sword, a beguiling whisper echoed within her mind. They are mere mortals, lacking vision and easily swayed. The fault lies not with them. You cannot kill, otherwise, the divine path will remain unfulfilled. Hearing these words, the moon's expression fluctuated with inner turmoil. Li Wudao, observing her shifting demeanor and indecision, commanded in a deep voice, when the heart harbors grievances, they must be severed with a sword. Allow nature to flow. Strike. His words resonated like thunder, reverberating within the moon's heart. Her gaze sharpened, resolute. She raised the sword formed of divine fire and struck forth decisively. Boom. The treacherous fell, consumed by flames, as the beguiling whisper dissipated. The long sword in her hand transformed into a conflagration, cleansing all in its path. Subsequently, the half-formed essence of the divine within her was completed. Buzz. A wave of terrifying divine resonance emanated from her being, causing the entire assembly of demons to tremble. Divine resonance. Divine resonance. Someone has forged the path. They exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst their astonishment, the moon quietly opened her eyes, her countenance brightening as she respectfully bowed to Li Wudao. Thank you, young Master Li, for your assistance. I have no means to repay you, save for my own self. At that moment, she realized that the white flame she had encountered in the temple days prior belonged to this young man before her. No, Li Wudao interrupted, alarmed, halting her words. Though the moon's transformation was somewhat concealed, her close friend, Qingyao, immediately recognized the change. In disbelief, she turned to Li Wudao. Sister, did this man truly cause you to forge the path with just a few words? Xiaoqing, mind your manners. The moon quickly shot a warning glance at Qingyao, fully aware of the intentions of the mischievous girl. In a corner of the hall, Haiyan sensed the emergence of that divine resonance and fixed his gaze upon the moon. The demon empress has forged the path. Chapter 140. Haiyan's heart stirred. It matters not. Li Wudao waved dismissively, then nonchalantly poured wine and indulged in fruit, appearing like a carefree vagabond. Young Master Li, please wait. Let the moon serve, she offered eagerly. Pouring wine at his side, Li Wudao chuckled lightly, gesturing for her to continue. It's fine, you may attend to your matters. The moon's smile widened, her bright eyes gleaming as she reassessed Li Wudao. This young man was indeed a rare gem, possessing profound depth yet remarkably easygoing. Then I shall not disturb you, young master. Should you need anything, I am at your service, she said, casting a mesmerizing smile at him, before reluctantly departing at his expressionless wave. Truly a temptress. Li Wudao murmured to himself, taking a sip of wine to calm his racing heart. After all, he was still a normal man, who could remain unaffected when such alluring beauty made advances. It was all an act. Fortunately, having encountered many enchanting women in his past life, he had developed a certain immunity. Had his former acquaintances from the ancestral star, who incessantly clamored to join the Fenging Lingua sect, been present, they would have likely turned into desperate supplicants the moment the moon spoke. Returning to her domain, the moon, now successful in forging the path, beamed with newfound confidence. Her strength magnified, her ascension to the Holy King status all but assured. She was poised to share her insights with the assembly of demons. Demon Empress, who is that? Haiyan inquired, approaching curiously, gesturing toward Li Wudao's figure. His own quest for enlightenment had drawn him to seek the Demon Empress's guidance in the Valley of Demons. Yet, having witnessed the moon's path forging, he was now restless. As he spoke, Haiyan produced a treasured artifact he had safeguarded for a millennium, presenting it with both hands. Demon Empress, I beseech you for enlightenment. Duke Haiyan, it seems you have discerned the truth, the moon replied, accepting the artifact with a knowing smile. To be honest, that gentleman is a friend of my brother-in-law. As for my recent path forging, it was indeed influenced by his guidance. Haiyan's pupils dilated, his heart trembling with shock. Though he had suspected the connection between the Demon Empress's ascendance and that young man, hearing it affirmed sent ripples of astonishment through him. This was a feat that even demigods could not accomplish. Truly, a remarkable friend of the sword demon. As Haiyan considered his own unfulfilled quest for enlightenment, he fervently bowed before the moon. Demon Empress, might you introduce me to him? I will agree to any terms. Upon hearing this, the moon felt a stirring in her heart. The Black Bear clan held significant power, ranking among the top 5 of the nearby demon tribes. Gaining their allegiance would be a tremendous boon for the Valley of Demons. However, Li Wudao was a friend of her brother-in-law, brought here by Qingqing. She felt unqualified to impose upon him. Weighing the pros and cons, the moon shook her head apologetically. Duke Haiyan, I am powerless in this matter. That gentleman was invited by my niece, by Qingqing, to support me. I do not have the authority to make such introductions. By Qingqing. Haiyan was taken aback. Previously resigned to his fate, now filled with elation. He excitedly implored the moon. I have no prior acquaintance with Lady Bai. I hope, Demon Empress, that you will act as an intermediary. I would be immensely grateful. The moon smiled and nodded. That can be arranged. But your Black Bear clan must not become adversaries of the Valley of Demons. Agreed. Even if my brother, Jin Biao, were to target the Valley of Demons, I would intervene at once, Haiyan vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Satisfied, the moon turned to beckon Bai Qingqing, who was whispering with Li Wudao. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing inquired of Li Wudao, Uncle Li, what did you say to my aunt earlier? Why is she suddenly so attentive to you? Her gaze suggests she wishes to bind you to her bed. Nothing of consequence. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just understand that I am here to support you, Li Wudao replied lightly, choosing not to divulge the specifics. Humph. If you won't tell me, I'll find out myself. Bai Qingqing huffed, rising in a huff to approach her aunt, the moon. Auntie, did you call for me? Qingqing, come here. This esteemed leader of the Black Bear clan, Duke Haiyan, has a request for you, the moon said, affectionately wrapping her arms around Bai Qingqing's waist and tenderly adjusting her hair. A request for me? Bai Qingqing regarded Haiyan with a puzzled expression. No matter how one looks at it, this imposing figure before me seems rather peculiar. What could I possibly wish for? As Bai Qingqing cast her gaze over, Yin immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Miss Bai, I humbly wish to meet that esteemed senior. Yet I am at a loss for words on how to approach him. I dared to disturb you, and I hope you do not take offense. While speaking, Yin gestured towards the silhouette of Li Wudao. Isn't he right there? Can't you simply walk over and inquire yourself? Bai Qingqing asked with curiosity. I dare not. I dare not. Yin hastily shook his head. That esteemed senior possesses profound abilities. How could a mere lowly creature like me presume to be so bold? Profound abilities? What on earth is going on? Bai Qingqing finally sensed something amiss and pressed for answers. Yin seemed to perceive her confusion and glanced inquiringly at the Moonlight Demon Emperor. The Moonlight nodded in affirmation. Thus, Yin began to explain. You see, Miss Bai, that esteemed senior just now assisted the Demon Emperor in solidifying her path, hence my desire to. What? Aunt, you solidified your path? Bai Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment, turning to face the Moonlight. The Moonlight nodded with a smile. Thanks to your assistance. If it weren't for young Master Li's timely help, I would still be waiting for an opportune moment. Bai Qingqing was taken aback once more. Incredulity written across her face as she turned to look at Li Wudao in the corner. Remarkable. Scholars truly possess the gift of persuasion. They even managed to convince my aunt to solidify her path. Chapter 141. How can you be my true uncle? However, Li Wudao was merely the dashing scholar Bai Qingqing had casually robbed by the roadside. Was he truly an exalted figure, possessing such profound abilities? Surely, she was well aware. She could not possibly agree to this Black Bear King. If her identity were to be revealed, everyone would know it was she, Bai Qingqing, who had brought him. Her reputation would be utterly tarnished, jeopardizing her aspirations to dominate the demon clan. After contemplating, Bai Qingqing replied to Yin with a troubled expression, Great Black Bear. My Uncle Li is a free spirit, but everything hinges on fate. When the time is right, one will naturally be guided. If the time is not right, even if I implore him, it would be fruitless. Your calculations may prove futile. It would be best to wait patiently. The Moonlight, overhearing, felt her brow twitch in irritation. You insufferable girl, can't you speak properly? That is the Black Bear King's request, not a mere calculation. Isn't it the same? Isn't he just trying to gain favor with Uncle Li? Bai Qingqing innocently scratched her head. Ahem. Yin cleared his throat awkwardly. Then, with a crestfallen expression, respectfully clasped his hands towards Bai Qingqing. My apologies for the disturbance, Miss Bai. Thank you for clarifying. He then bowed in gratitude towards the Moonlight Demon Emperor before departing with a despondent demeanor. Since Miss Bai has stated that exalted beings adhere to such customs, one must not disregard them. Otherwise, one risks incurring the displeasure of the senior, and the hope of seeking guidance would be lost. Other means must be considered. Sighing with relief at Yan's lack of persistence, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of calm wash over her. Qingqing, I never expected you to truly summon an exalted figure to command the scene. You have truly impressed your aunt, the Moonlight said, raising a toast to Bai Qingqing. The more she observed her niece, the more she found herself fond of her. Initially, she believed the girl was merely jesting about finding an exalted being to command respect. Little did she know she had actually succeeded. Hee, aunt, do you not realize who I am? I, Bai Qingqing, am destined to become the sovereign of the demon clan. A force to be reckoned with. Hearing her aunt's praise, Bai Qingqing felt her cheeks flush with a hint of bashfulness, but more so with pride at being lauded. This was the first time her aunt had ever praised her so highly. Miss Bai, we toast to you. At that moment, the perceptive demons surrounding raised their glasses to praise her, eager to ingratiate themselves with Bai Qingqing. In the past, she relied on her father's identity as the sword demon to command respect, but now, for the first time, it was not due to her father's influence. And she felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. She clinked glasses with those who toasted her with great enthusiasm. Let us drink. When one is in high spirits, pride follows suit, and Bai Qingqing was no exception. With a rosy complexion, she cheerfully approached Li Wudao, raising her glass in gesture. Uncle Li, you performed admirably. Rest assured, I, Bai Qingqing, shall not neglect your contributions. Just then, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, landing at the center of the venue. As the light dissipated, a white-haired man clad in black robes appeared. It was none other than the sword demon. The once vibrant atmosphere of the venue fell silent, and then, in unison, the crowd excitedly bowed and greeted, "We greet the sword demon. Brother-in-law?" The moonlight exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her usually reticent brother-in-law making an unprecedented appearance. Father? Bai Qingqing was momentarily stunned at the sight of her father arriving. Isn't that old man supposed to be seeking a friend for a spar? Why is he suddenly here? Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement towards his sister-in-law, the moonlight, and then turned his gaze to his daughter, Bai Qingqing. Just as he was about to speak to her, he noticed that the person beside her was Li Wudao, causing him to freeze in unexpected delight. Brother Li is also here. What a coincidence. Father? Bai Qingqing saw her father preparing to greet her, but his gaze suddenly fell on the scholar beside her, causing her to fall silent. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Qingqing's eyelids twitched in alarm. Brotherly, it has been a while. Li Wudao greeted cheerfully, addressing the sword demon. Brother. Bai Qingqing was certain she had not misheard. Her pupils constricted in shock as she anxiously tugged at Li Wudao's sleeve, her eyes frantically warning him. No. Scholar. You were only pretending to be my father's close friend. Did you take it seriously? What is your strength? Could my father, the sword demon, possibly know you? Brotherly. It has been too long. At that moment, the sword demon unexpectedly broke into a long-lost smile and approached, raising his cup to clink with Li Wudao, the scholar. Haha. Cheers. A glass of wine to celebrate our reunion. As the liquor flowed down, Bai Qi gestured toward Bai Qingqing, saying, Brotherly, this is my daughter, Bai Qingqing. Li Wudao glanced back and forth between the two faces, noting their striking resemblance. It was evident they were father and daughter. After the introduction, Bai Qi hurriedly beckoned to his daughter. Girl, why don't you quickly pay your respects to your Uncle Li? My Uncle Li? Bai Qingqing was left utterly bewildered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, you truly know each other? She scrutinized Li Wudao with incredulity. Isn't he the scholar I casually robbed by the roadside? How could he possibly know my father? You little girl, don't you know how to greet people? Bai Qi helplessly patted Bai Qingqing's head, regaining her composure. Bai Qingqing hastily bowed to Li Wudao. Bai Qingqing greets Uncle Li. No need for such formality, dear niece, Li Wudao chuckled. As Bai Qingqing looked up, she finally realized that the scholar she had robbed by the roadside was indeed her true uncle. Yet, the abrupt shift from a false uncle to a genuine one left her somewhat bewildered. Curiously, she seized the opportunity to inquire, Uncle Li, how did you come to know my father? He is quite peculiar and does not make friends easily. Li Wudao smiled and, without concealment, replied, Oh, it was back when we broke the heart demon illusion at Swordwall Cliff. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Li Wudao. So, it was you who shattered my father's heart demon illusion. For nearly a millennium, the heart demon illusion has remained unbroken. A formidable challenge that even my father could not surmount. Yet, Uncle Li has managed to shatter it. Could it be that he truly possesses abilities that transcend the ordinary? A sense of dread washed over Bai Qingqing as she recalled their earlier confrontation, her face flushing with embarrassment. At that moment, Bai Qi spoke gravely, Brotherly. There is trouble in Linen. What kind of trouble? Li Wudao's expression shifted, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Bai Qi elucidated. After the jade sword you entrusted to me was crushed, I arrived in Linen only to find your aunt and her subordinates besieged by the Wanjian sect. What? Li Wudao's countenance darkened as he clenched his fists. Cursed Wanjian sect. How despicable, to spare not even ordinary mortals. Little Li Hua is weak in cultivation. If she has been struck by a sword, anxiety crept into Li Wudao's heart. Brother Bai, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I shall return to assess the situation and we will reconvene later. He offered a respectful nod to Bai Qi. Go, Brotherly. Do visit the sword pavilion when you have the time. Bai Qi replied with a nod. Li Wudao wasted no words, rising swiftly to depart. Chapter 142, The Regrets of He Yin. Father? Is Uncle Li all right? Bai Qingqing inquired anxiously about her father, the sword demon. Do not fret. All is well. Bai Qi reassured with a gentle shake of his head. That is a relief, Bai Qingqing sighed inwardly. After all, it was her actions that had caused Uncle Li to linger. Otherwise, with his prowess, how could the Wanjian sect have harmed his subordinates? With her father's assurance, her burgeoning guilt dissipated significantly. By the way, Qingqing, how did you come to be here with your Uncle Li? Bai Qi suddenly inquired. Bai Qingqing stammered, her discomfort palpable as she instinctively clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers awkwardly fidgeting. Speak. Bai Qi's voice became stern. Startled, Bai Qingqing blurted out, Father did not permit me to invite my aunt to the venue, so I thought to find a scholar on the roadside to impress her, but inadvertently captured Uncle Li instead. Bai Qi was taken aback, staring incredulously at his daughter. Qingqing, you mean to say you did not recognize young Master Li? Mingyue, standing nearby, was equally astonished. So, it was all a misunderstanding. Under the intense scrutiny of her elders, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of embarrassment and attempted to appease. Father, I didn't know he was Uncle Li. Besides, it turned out quite well, didn't it? Uncle Li even helped my aunt cultivate. What? Bai Qi exclaimed, glancing skeptically at his sister-in-law, Mingyue. Mingyue nodded in affirmation. Brother-in-law, what Qingqing says is true. It was indeed young Master Li who assisted me in cultivating my path. As she spoke, she unabashedly emanated her own path. Bai Qi felt a jolt at the sight of the seed of her path. He was acutely aware of Mingyue's situation, yet felt utterly powerless. He had not anticipated that Brother Li would resolve it so effortlessly. It seems Brother Li is even more formidable than I had imagined. Zhongren sect, Jin Biao, little Li Hua. As soon as Li Wudao returned, he called out urgently. Before he could finish, Jin Biao, gravely injured, emerged to greet him. Subordinate Jin Biao pays respects to the master. Seeing Jin Biao's battered form, Li Wudao's pupils contracted. Not spotting little Li Hua, his heart tightened as he inquired, where is little Li Hua? In your great hall. Li Wudao hastened towards the sect's main hall. Upon entering, he found old by channeling energy into little Li Hua, healing her while lamenting. The Wanjian sect is truly ruthless. How could they resort to such brutality against such an innocent child? If not for someone protecting her heart with sword qi, she might have perished. Little Li Hua lay pale on the ground, her eyes weakly fluttering, a gaping wound in her side, her lips devoid of color. Teetering on the brink of death, little Li Hua, witnessing her grievous state, Li Wudao felt as though a knife had pierced his heart. He rushed forward, forcing a stream of black Dao Fire into her being. As the black fire entered, little Li Hua's injuries visibly mended, her complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue. Is this the flame born of Dao's resonance? Old Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. In all his years, he had never seen someone wield Dao in such a manner. This regenerative ability far surpasses any elixir. With the black flame's infusion, the little fox demon radiated Dao resonance incessantly. It was akin to a Dao fruit. Is this the method of a Daoist? How terrifying. Old Bai inhaled deeply and hurriedly bowed to Li Wudao. I pay my respects, sect master. Li Wudao nodded in acknowledgement, focusing intently on healing little Li Hua. Master, I apologize. I was unable to protect the lady and the young one. Please, punish me, Jin Biao said, his expression rife with guilt. This is not your fault. Li Wudao shook his head lightly, then pressed for details. After Jin Biao recounted the events, Li Wudao's chest rose and fell with anger. The Wanjian sect, is it? Prepare for annihilation. His voice was not loud, yet it sent tremors through Old Bai and Jin Biao. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Little Li Hua slowly began to awaken, stirred by her pain. As her eyes opened and fell upon Li Wudao, she pouted and began to cry. Lu, I almost died. I thought I would never see you or Andy again. It's all right, it's my fault. Li Wudao held the little girl tenderly, whispering comfort, though a murderous intent surged within him. Once little Li Hua had drifted back to sleep and her injuries stabilized, requiring only rest, he entrusted her care to Old Bai. Take good care of her. Yes, sect master. Old Bai complied. Li Wudao turned to Jin Biao and commanded, Jin Biao, dispatch someone to investigate how many individuals are affiliated with the Wanjian sect. Besides the gods, who else stands with them? Understood. Jin Biao had never seen Li Wudao so serious. It was evident he was prepared to eradicate the Wanjian sect, and he quickly complied. He hastily departed for the Jinshi Rock clan. Li Wudao then made his way towards the sword pavilion. Having diligently gathered Dao Fire for so long, he found the feeling of passively enduring strikes intolerable. He preferred not to remain passive. However, the Wanjian sect was not an ordinary sect, and he could not engage them head-on with his own resources. If he were to strike, it must be with the intent to eradicate them completely. Meanwhile, in the Jinshi Rock clan, He Yin approached with a heavy heart, having gained no answers in the Demon Emperor Valley. Shortly after his return, he heard the summons from his brother Jin Biao and felt compelled to attend. My brother has willingly become a steed for the human race. resigning himself to a disgrace. I, He Yin, shall not follow suit. Today, I come to sever ties with my brother, lest the Demon Emperor Valley misinterpret my actions as collusion with the humans, thus losing my chance at that elder's fortune. Sighing, He Yin trudged heavily into the heart of the Xianxia rock clan. As he stepped through the entrance, a towering stone statue loomed before him. When will the Golden-Winged Rock clan erect a statue for the human race again? He Yin curiously scanned his surroundings and noticed a considerable number of Golden-Winged Rock clan members paying homage to his statue. Instantly intrigued, he focused intently on the head of the statue. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed involuntarily, Senior? The statue being venerated by the Golden-Winged Rock clan bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure who had transcended in the Demon Emperor Valley. He Yin initially thought he might be mistaken and quickly rubbed his eyes, only to find his doubts unfounded. A jolt of realization surged through him. The Golden-Winged Rock clan had encountered that esteemed figure. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of excitement surged within He Yin. He inhaled deeply and hastened towards the residence of Jin Biao, calling out as he walked, Elder brother, it's me, He Yin. In the clan's assembly hall, Jin Biao was instructing his son Jin Ling, who had recently ascended to the position of clan leader, saying, My child, this task is a direct order from the clan master. We must dispatch our clan's elite to gather information. To ensure success, do invite an elder to accompany you. Yes, father, Jin Ling acknowledged, preparing to rise and fulfill the directive. Just then, He Yin burst in. Jin Biao turned to his dear brother with a smile. Brother He, your arrival is quite fortuitous. However, before he could finish his sentence, He Yin stepped forward, gripping his shoulder with palpable excitement and trepidation. Elder brother, before we discuss anything else, I must ask you one thing. What is it? Speak, Jin Biao inquired, furrowing his brow. He Yin suddenly felt parched and stammered, Elder brother. What about the statue that the clan venerates? Without hesitation, Jin Biao replied candidly. Oh, you mean that statue? It represents our clan's master. Your clan's master? He Yin was momentarily taken aback, his pupils dilating and his heart racing. Indeed, the master bestowed upon our Golden-Winged Rock clan an unparalleled secret technique, and I, Jin Biao, have the immense fortune to serve as the master's mount. Jin Biao stated proudly. What? He Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, his complexion paling, his body swaying slightly. Observing his friend's startled demeanor, Jin Biao inquired, Brother He, did I not ask Jin Ling to inform you of the master's teachings? Jin Ling interjected. Somewhat irked, Father, I did go, but Uncle He simply did not believe me. A chill ran through He Yin at Jin Ling's words, and he trembled as he sought confirmation. Jin Ling, the human who imparted teachings last time, he is the very essence of the statue outside? Yes, Jin Ling nodded. As reality dawned on him, He Yin collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, an overwhelming wave of regret flooding his heart. He struck himself in despair, lamenting, Damn it, how could I have been so foolish? I should have gone. The senior would have guided me. Why did I not go? Why? Noticing He Yan's unusual behavior, Jin Biao seemed to grasp the situation and asked, Brother He, have you encountered our clan's master? Yes, He Yin managed to nod, choking back emotion as he recounted the celestial feats of Wudao from the Demon Emperor Valley. I see, Jin Biao realized. It appears Brother He has missed a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, He Yin lamented once more, Jin Ling, why didn't you persuade me more at that time? Conversely, Jin Ling rolled his eyes and retorted, I urged you repeatedly. It was your disbelief that led to this. A wave of frustration surged within He Yin. It is entirely my fault for missing such a monumental chance. Reflecting on his elder brother Jin Biao's current status as the master's mount reignited a flicker of hope within him. He scrambled to Jin Biao's side, desperately clutching his leg. Elder brother, I have been with you for thousands of years. Though I have no great merit, I have endured hardships alongside you. You must help me. Please introduce me to the master. Get off. You're a grown man, crying like a child. How embarrassing. Jin Biao kicked him away, cursing. Elder brother, I have treated you well. You must assist me. After much pleading, Jin Biao finally relented. I cannot guarantee whether the master will see you, but he seeks information about the Wand Sword sect. If you can accomplish this task, I may be able to recommend you to the master, whether you receive enlightenment, however. Depends on your own fortune. If you agree. I agree. I agree. Thank you, elder brother. He Yin exclaimed joyfully, eager to embark on the task. In Qinghe town, within a ravine, corpses lay strewn about, blood flowing freely, an aura of malevolence saturating the air. Sinister red runes sealed the ravine tightly. 3 sword cultivators found themselves trapped within, their faces ashen as they stood atop the scattered remains. 2 of the sword cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, were clad in identical white robes adorned with the golden characters Tai Bai on their chests, evidently disciples of the sword pavilion. The male and female, exhausted and coughing up blood, gazed desperately at their steadfast companion, a young swordsman standing tall, his features sharp and defined like a chiseled statue. Lin Shitty, please end our lives. Otherwise, the malevolent cultivator will absorb the ominous energy here, and we will become his puppets. You will have no chance to escape. The male and female implored. The young swordsman, known as Lin Jinxing, turned to them and replied solemnly, Brother Yang, Sister Lu, I am not one to fear death. Rest assured, even if I perish, I will not abandon you. The two behind him grew frantic, urging him, Foolish. You are the sect leader's prized disciple, a beacon of hope for our sword pavilion. You cannot fall here. End our lives. Do not be merciful. I cannot do that, Lin Jinxing declared resolutely, channeling his spiritual energy to shield his companions from the malevolent formation. Ah, such a rare bond of brotherhood. It would be a pity to kill you. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the ravine. As blood surged forth, a sinister figure emerged, its voice resonating like a haunting melody. With each step closer Lin Jinxing took, the oppressive bloodlight intensified, pressing down upon the three. Lin Jinxing held firm, protecting his comrades, even as blood spilled from his lips, his gaze sharpening with determination. You vile cultivator, you shall not harm my brothers and sisters. Huh. Within this blood goo formation, your power is suppressed beneath mine. What can you use to fight me? The malevolent figure scoffed, raising a finger. Suddenly, the pressure surged, causing Lin Jinxing's complexion to pale, blood spilling forth as his strength waned. Shitty. His companions cried out in despair, just as the malevolent figure approached Lin Jinxing, ready to extinguish his life. A massive boulder suddenly plummeted from above. With a resounding thud, the malevolent figure was caught off guard, crushed into the ground. Are you all right? A robust voice resonated from above the ravine. Moments later, a strong young man leapt down, none other than Shurtu. He rushed to Lin Jinxing's side, bending to assist the three. The colossal stone shattered, and a malevolent aura of blood forcefully struck against it, sending him hurtling against the cliff face, where he violently expelled a copious amount of blood before collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen. Heh, foolish giant, I have long since discovered your hiding place. Did you truly believe you could evade detection indefinitely? The sinister laughter of the thousand illusions evil cultivator echoed through the ravine. Chapter 144. Who is the evil cultivator? Above the ravine, Li Wudao fortuitously passed by, intending to continue his journey towards Mount Taibai, when suddenly, the black flames within his dantian began to dance wildly. Something is amiss. Li Wudao furrowed his brow and came to a halt in midair. The black Dao flames would never flicker without reason, unless confronted by a threat or a malevolent entity. Could it be that this vicinity is perilous? As this thought crossed his mind, a potent aura of bloodlust surged beneath him, accompanied by a familiar sinister presence. Is it coming from the ravine below? He glanced down, curiosity compelling him to glide downwards. Upon approaching, he discovered that the ravine was sealed by a blood formation, with the sounds of combat emanating from within. There were people. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wudao dove in. Once inside the blood formation, he was met with an overwhelming sight of blood and corpses, piled high like small hills. Further into the ravine, he beheld three sword cultivators in matching garments, their auras weak as they lay upon the ground. A figure engulfed in swirling black mist, with tormented souls wailing behind him, looked down with a smug expression at the three helpless sword cultivators while gripping a young man clad in coarse cloth. Recognizing the coarse-clothed youth, Li Wudao gasped in shock. Shurtu. The figure shrouded in black mist triumphantly hoisted Shurtu into the air, tauntingly declaring, Foolish giant, this time. No one will come to your rescue. As he spoke, his hand slowly reached towards Shitu's heart. It was the thousand illusions evil cultivator. In that instant, Li Wudao recognized the identity of the one threatening Shurtu. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of blue flames. Blue wave pill. Freeze. The azure flames struck the thousand illusions evil cultivator, instantly encasing both him and Shurtu in ice. Boom. Li Wudao descended, swiftly rescuing Shurtu from the clutches of the evil cultivator. Shurtu. As the frost on Shitu's surface shattered, he abruptly awakened, incredulous that he was still alive. I'm not dead? I can't believe I'm not dead. Shurtu. To avoid harming Shurtu, Li Wudao had only exerted a fraction of his strength. Hearing the familiar voice, Shurtu looked up in astonishment, his robust and honest face lighting up with joy. Benefactor, you saved me. It has been a while, Shurtu. Li Wudao replied with a gentle smile, exuding his usual affability. Damn it, it's you again. At that moment, the ice encasing the thousand illusions evil cultivator began to crack. Upon recognizing the interloper who had thwarted his plans, a surge of rage swelled within him. Li Wudao cast a sidelong glance at the thousand illusions evil cultivator, smirking as he remarked, a coward who hides away, I let you escape last time, but this time, you are doomed. Momentarily taken aback by Li Wudao's words, the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha! Kill me? Do you think I am still the same as before? I have now attained mid-stage Dao Heaven strength. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? He gazed at Li Wudao with supreme arrogance, the bloodlust in the ravine suddenly coiling around him, infusing his being. Boom! A formidable pressure of Dao Heaven radiated from the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator, sending tremors through the ravine and shattering the corpses scattered about. Witnessing this, Shirtu's expression darkened. Benefactor, that cursed fellow has grown stronger again. This is bad. He has absorbed all the bloodlust in the ravine and reached mid-stage Dao Heaven. Lin Jianxing's face paled. Fear etched across his features. Severely injured, he had lost the capacity to fight back. Only the recently arrived cultivator retained any ability to resist. But judging by the power he displayed, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Dharma aspect. With the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator's power now soaring, he was far beyond what a Dharma aspect cultivator could withstand. In other words, everyone was doomed to perish here. Fellow Taoist, quickly flee. Go to my sword pavilion and summon help to eliminate this evil cultivator. I will buy you time. Lin Jianxing urgently shouted to Li Wudao. Flee. He is merely a worthless evil cultivator, Li Wudao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator. Humph, you arrogant brat. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm of our strength. The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator, incensed by Li Wudao's disregard, coldly snorted. Ghostly gate. He raised his bony claw, forming a seal, as a torrent of bloodlust surged forth towards Li Wudao, coalescing into a massive door of black mist that ensnared Li Wudao within. Countless wailing souls lunged at Li Wudao, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Let us settle old scores anew. In response, Li Wudao offered no resistance, allowing the ghostly gate to descend, his expression betraying not a hint of fear, only palpable disdain. What's this? The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator, now enraged, demanded. What expression is that? Do you not realize you are about to die within the ghostly gate? Heh, the one who will die is you, Li Wudao replied nonchalantly, slowly raising his hand towards the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator. The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator sneered. You, with your mere blood-burning realm, where do you find the confidence? Blood-burning realm? Li Wudao's lips curled upward. That was a year ago. I have since ascended to the divine fire realm. Ha! The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator scoffed. Who can't boast? Do you think you're an evil cultivator? One can't leap from blood-burning to divine fire in a year. After all these years as an evil cultivator, the best record is just one major realm per year. If walking the righteous path could be so swift, who would still choose to be an evil cultivator? Send you on your way. Suddenly, a chilling snort reverberated as Li Wudao gently flicked his fingers in the direction of the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator. Buzz. A surge of golden energy erupted from his fingertips. The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator's prideful ghostly gate trembled violently before disintegrating into nothingness with a resounding crash. The Thousand Illusions evil cultivator's eyes widened in shock. His mind momentarily blank. Wait, have you truly reached the divine fire realm? By heavens, this is unbelievable. Who is the real evil cultivator here? How can your cultivation be so fearsome? Years of evasion instinctively prompted him to flee. However, the disparity in realms, combined with overwhelming might, rendered him unable to escape. Before he could take a single step, golden energy pierced through his body. Oh no, I'm finished. His pupils constricted as he stood frozen in place. In the next moment, his body shattered into pieces, his head rolling into a shadowy corner, devoid of life. Is he dead? Shirtu gazed in astonishment at the dismembered remains of the Thousand Illusions evil cultivator, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. Benefactor, you are too powerful. Gulping. Lin Jianxing and the others stood behind with mouths agape, their eyes fixed on Li Wudao. That previous strike had exhibited no fluctuations in cultivation. It was simply pure energy. To obliterate a mid-stage Dao Heaven evil cultivator with sheer force? This was extraordinarily monstrous. Lin Jianxing had only witnessed such a phenomenon from his master, the sword demon. Could it be that this individual before him was a master of martial arts or swordsmanship? Upon realizing this, Lin Jianxing hastily rose and bowed deeply to Li Wudao, saying, I am Lin Jianxing, a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed senior. Chapter 145, The Sword Pavilion. Not at all. It was merely a trifling matter, Li Wudao replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand and a smile. Benefactor, I must trouble you once more. Would you honor us with a meal at my home? My mother has been persistently mentioning you, Shirtu, despite his injuries, eagerly invited. How have you fared during this time? Li Wudao inquired with a smile. Sure to, scratching the back of his head with an innocent expression, replied, "Thanks to your blessings, I have made some progress in my cultivation. I possess immense strength now, and hunting has become much easier." He coughed suddenly, blood spilling from his lips, revealing the toll his injuries had taken. Li Wudao furrowed his brows and grasped Shitu's wrist, discovering that his internal organs were misaligned and damaged, severely affecting his foundation. "Sure to, upon your return, ensure you recuperate properly. Here, take this, it will assist in your recovery." Considering Shitu's low cultivation level, being only at the mid-stage of qi and blood, Li Wudao produced a piece of black flame, the size of his fingertip, and placed it into a jade vial before handing it to Shurtu. "Remember, your cultivation is too low, you may only use a small amount. Thank you, benefactor." Shurtu accepted the item with sincerity, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and inviting Li Wudao to visit. However, Li Wudao, pressed for time, had to decline. Immediately, Li Wudao and the four of them soared out of the mountain gorge. Just as they were leaving, a flash of red light suddenly flickered in the dim corner of the gorge, only to vanish just as quickly. "Shurtu, you should head back now. Stay safe." Li Wudao bid farewell to Shurtu outside Qingya town. Once Shurtu departed, Li Wudao was about to take his leave when Lin Jianxing suddenly spoke up. "Li, esteemed senior, might you have time to visit my sect? I would like to repay your life-saving grace." Li Wudao smiled. "What a coincidence. I have business at the Sword Pavilion, but I am unfamiliar with the way. I fear I may trouble you all to guide me." Lin Jianxing was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. "That is splendid. The three of us are severely injured. Returning directly would be perilous. With such a formidable expert like you accompanying us, we shall be safe." Lin Jianxing swiftly retrieved a flying carriage, respectfully gesturing for Li Wudao to board. "Please, esteemed senior, step aboard. This is our Sword Pavilion's flying carriage. It will save us some effort." Li Wudao nodded, and soon the four of them took flight towards Mount Taibai. During their journey, through casual conversation, Li Wudao learned that the three were core disciples of the Sword Pavilion, embarking on their first expedition down the mountain, lacking in experience. He also discovered that Lin Jianxing was the closed-door disciple of the Sword Demon, which garnered his respect. The following morning, the flying carriage arrived at Mount Taibai. Towering into the clouds, the mountain was perpetually capped with unmelting snow. The Sword Pavilion was situated at the summit, where disciples trained their bodies amidst the frigid snow. "Esteemed senior, we have arrived at the Sword Pavilion," Lin Jianxing cheerfully declared as he parked the carriage. He then escorted Li Wudao into the Sword Pavilion, arranging for him to stay in the loft designated for true disciples. "Esteemed senior, this is the guest room. It is somewhat humble, and I hope it is not to your disliking," Lin Jianxing said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The guest room was spacious, situated beside the sea of clouds. With simple furnishings, but lacking the usual spiritual incense. Li Wudao glanced around and nodded, saying, "No matter, as long as I can stay. By the way, may I inquire as to your master's whereabouts? I have matters to discuss." "Esteemed senior, my master usually does not meet guests. You may not be able to see him," Lin Jianxing replied, raising his head in surprise, not realizing Li Wudao was acquainted with his master. "That is of no concern. Please take me there. Whether I meet him or not is inconsequential," Li Wudao insisted. "Well, if you insist, esteemed senior, please follow me," Lin Jianxing acquiesced, initially hesitant to mention that his master, the Sword Demon, rarely entertained outsiders. However, recalling that Li Wudao was his savior, he decided to take the chance. They arrived at the Silent Sword Pool, a place filled with pools of various sizes, each housing a sword exuding a rich sword intent. Lin Jianxing guided Li Wudao through these pools to the entrance of a magnificent ice palace. At that moment, a man with flowing black hair, clad in a snowy robe, was dancing with his sword outside the palace. "One sword frost cold," he proclaimed. Clang, clang. The chilling sword energy danced in the air, and suddenly, large flakes of snow began to fall outside the palace. With unparalleled sharpness and speed, the sword energy cleaved through space, creating rifts. What an impressive sword technique, Li Wudao thought, his eyes lighting up. The power of this sword technique was capable of slicing through space, showcasing its formidable prowess. Moreover, this storm of snowflakes was not mere snow, but rather a manifestation of sword intent. Li Wudao raised his hand and lightly touched the snowflakes, which transformed into sword energy, slicing through flesh. Sizzle. Sparks flew, yet Li Wudao's indomitable body remained unscathed. "Allow me to glean some insights," Li Wudao thought, adhering to the principle that having more techniques is never a burden. He activated the white Dao flame to unravel the mysteries of this sword technique. In an instant, a white Dao flame began to burn, revealing a snow-white silhouette in his mind. This figure, lacking the speed and flair of the one outside the palace, merely brushed its fingers across the sword's body, and in the next moment, snow began to fall upon the world. Silent, and unassuming. The figure executed one sword frost cold, its aura seamlessly merging with the sword, delivering a strike. In an instant, the flurry of snowflakes came to a halt, and the entire world transformed into a realm of ice and snow. The sword intent left no trace. Crack! As the white Dao flame was exhausted, the icy world suddenly dissipated, and Wudao emerged from his comprehension, now possessing a new sword technique in his mind. My goodness! So this is the true one-sword frost cold, he marveled, savoring the realization. At that moment, observing the dancer outside the palace executing one-sword frost cold, he instinctively exclaimed, compared to the genuine one-sword frost cold, this is merely a display of flowery techniques. Esteemed senior, Lin Jianxing exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, his scalp tingling at Li Wudao's words. This was one of the strongest sword techniques passed down through the sword pavilion. Sword cultivators from Qingzhou, as long as they could comprehend this technique to a small extent, could walk with confidence, provided they did not provoke top-tier experts. If others from the sword pavilion heard Li Wudao's words, they would surely make him leave in disgrace. Buzz. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, the swordsman outside the palace halted abruptly, his expression darkening as he approached Li Wudao. Have you eaten celery? No, Li Wudao stammered, suddenly realizing his gaffe. Fearing the consequences. Humph. No wonder your words are so brash. The man scoffed, raising his sword and clasping his hands towards Li Wudao. I am Xie Jingguan, the current chief disciple of the sword pavilion. I humbly request your guidance. Chapter 146, Uncle. Having undoubtedly provoked someone, Li Wudao felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. That was an unintentional remark. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. I do not dare to seek your guidance. Humph. Xie Jingguan snorted dismissively. What? You have the audacity to call my sword pavilion's secret technique flowery? Now you lack the guts to seek guidance? Are you not a man? Hearing such aggressive words, Li Wudao raised an eyebrow, feeling irked. I offered an apology. Why is this fellow trying to provoke me? However, considering his initial fault, Li Wudao decided to accept the backlash of the other party's emotions. He patiently clasped his hands in apology. That was indeed an unintentional remark. I apologize, and I hope we can put this matter to rest. Upon witnessing Li Wudao's sincere overture, Lin Jianxing hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, expressing his apologies to Xie Jingguan. Master brother, please quell your anger. This esteemed elder is my benefactor. The earlier incident was merely an unintentional faux pas. I implore you to grant your junior some leniency. Xie Jingguan, not only the foremost sword cultivator of our era, but also the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder, possessed both exceptional talent and high status. Despite merely a century of cultivation, he had already attained the early stages of divine fire, and his pride was palpable. Furthermore, his swordsmanship had been personally guided by the legendary sword demon, a source of great pride for him. Lin Jianxing felt compelled to mediate. If a conflict were to arise and harm the benefactor Li, it would be disastrous. Humph. Step aside, junior brother Lin. This matter does not concern you. Xie Jingguan, brimming with arrogance, brusquely pushed Lin Jianxing aside, his piercing gaze directed at Li Wudao. Your words earlier were an affront to my sword pavilion, and I, Xie Jingguan, cannot overlook it. If you wish to gloss over this, then receive my sword. He paused, adding, Fear not, I shall not exploit my cultivation to bully you. I will suppress my power to match yours. With such words spoken, Li Wudao understood that evasion was futile. Very well, he sighed. But I have matters to discuss with your pavilion master. Once I am finished, I shall seek your counsel. Humph. Xie Jingguan scoffed, dismissing Li Wudao's words as mere excuses born from fear. I can't even meet my master uncle. What makes you think an outsider like you can? He warned. I suggest you abandon your pretense. Whether I can or cannot will soon be revealed. Li Wudao replied with an unruffled expression. Fine, I shall await you. But do not falter, Xie Jingguan retorted, his irritation evident. Unperturbed, Li Wudao turned to Lin Jianxing and clasped his hands. I would appreciate it if you could inform your master that I, Li Wudao, seek an audience, regardless of whether he is willing to meet me. Very well. Lin Jianxing nodded, hastening to enter the palace to deliver the message. What to do? Master brother's pride is formidable. He will not relent unless subdued. Although the benefactor Li possesses similar strength, Master brother is a sword cultivator, a paragon among them. I fear even 10 Li Wudaos would not stand a chance against him. As Lin Jianxing walked inside, he muttered anxiously to himself. Just then, a melodious female voice rang in his ears. Little Lin, you look quite peculiar. What is the matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianxing looked up to see a striking young woman adorned in a flowing azure dress, her features exquisitely delicate, with a heart-shaped face, a refined nose, and mischievous, sparkling eyes, her small fangs gleaming as she playfully tugged at his ear. Senior sister, Lin Jianxing exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Bai Qingqing flashed her tiny fangs and adopted a serious demeanor. Little Lin, I'm asking you a question. Lin Jinxing, who had been pondering how to resolve the conflict between the benefactor Li and master brother, found hope in encountering senior sister Qingqing. After all, she was the biological daughter of their master and the little tyrant of the sword pavilion. Anyone who dared to defy her would face her wrath. Senior sister, it's like this. During my trials, I nearly lost my life and was saved by a righteous elder passing by. This elder wishes to meet your father, my master. So I brought him along. However, that elder inadvertently quarreled with master brother, and I seek your assistance in resolving this matter. Oh, Bai Qingqing said, her understanding dawning. She immediately adopted the stance of a big sister, playfully patting the back of Lin Jinxing's head. Fear not, who am I? I am your senior sister. Such trifles are my responsibility. With a sigh of relief, Lin Jinxing quickly urged, there's no time to waste, senior sister. Let us proceed outside. Very well. Lead the way, Bai Qingqing nodded. Outside the palace, Li Wudao stood calmly in the snow, his gaze steady upon the grand doors, betraying no hint of anxiety. As if he were certain of the outcome. No need for pretense. Many seek an audience with my master uncle. But someone of your meager cultivation stands no chance of meeting him. Best to resign yourself to that fact, Xie Jingguang remarked dismissively. Just then, the palace doors swung open, and Lin Jinxing emerged, yet there was no sign of the sword demon. Xie Jingguang's smug smile broadened. I told you, my master uncle will not see you. Though elusive, the head of the Qingzhou sword Dao would greet visitors of note. However, his mirth was short-lived as his pupils dilated in fear upon spotting a tall figure clad in an azure dress approaching. Senior sister, Xie Jingguang shrank back, knowing Bai Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. Only those few venerable seniors of the sword pavilion were spared her ire. Anyone else daring to retaliate would face her wrath. Bai Qingqing, equipped with lethal techniques prepared by her master uncle, would unleash them indiscriminately. Xie Jingguang had learned this lesson the hard way. Had it not been for his protective talisman, he would have met his end. Now, seeing her approach, his heart raced with trepidation. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Jingguang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Bai Qingqing came to an abrupt halt, her eyes widening in astonishment as she fixed her gaze upon the outsider beside her. In the next heartbeat, her face broke into a radiant smile as she dashed towards him. Uncle Li, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Xie Jingguang stood dumbfounded, eyes bulging, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Uncle? Lin Jinxing, equally shocked, gaped in disbelief. Uncle? Ah, my dear niece, you are here as well? Li Wudao beamed at Bai Qingqing, his expression warm and paternal. Hee. Bai Qingqing grinned, revealing her little fangs. You truly are Bai Qingqing's uncle. Xie Jingguang, witnessing their interaction, felt as though the world had turned upside down. This was all too real. Realizing the implications of their prior conflict, he instinctively swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at Bai Qingqing. Should she learn of his previous disrespect, he would surely be doomed. At that moment, Bai Qingqing pointed at Li Wudao, inquiring, Uncle Li, I heard from little Lin that Xie Jingguang was troubling you. Is that true? Xie Jingguang's heart sank, and he quickly shook his head in denial. Senior sister, I did not trouble your uncle. He spoke ill of my frosty sword, claiming it to be mere flashy techniques. I was merely seeking an explanation. Bai Qingqing paused, her gaze shifting to Xie Jingguang, retorting, Isn't your swordplay just flashy techniques? Where did Uncle Li err? I. Xie Jingguang instinctively sought to retort, but recalling Bai Qingqing's temperament, he refrained, stifling his anger. What do you mean I? It is an honor for you that my Uncle Li graces you with his attention. Truly foolish. If you possessed even a fraction of my cleverness, perhaps Uncle Li would take a liking to you and offer you guidance that could last a lifetime. Bai Qingqing admonished, her expression one of exasperation. Xie Jingguang suppressed an outburst of indignation within his heart. Am I not intelligent? I, Xie Jingguang, have attained the realm of divine fire at such a tender age, and am regarded as a paragon among the younger generation of the sword pavilion. Is that not a testament to my intellect? If you are so clever, why have you not fully materialized after all these years? Ahem. Li Wudao, overwhelmed by Bai Qingqing's effusive praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment and coughed lightly. My dear niece, I am not as remarkable as you suggest. I cannot claim to offer guidance. It is all a misunderstanding. Humph. At least he possesses some self-awareness. Upon hearing Li Wudao's words, Xie Jingguang felt somewhat relieved. Fool. Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes at Xie Jingguang, then, in response to his ire that was held in check, playfully tugged at Li Wudao's hand. Uncle Li, pay no heed to this foolish child. I have also learned the frost-cold sword technique. Could you impart some wisdom to me? Li Wudao hesitated, his expression betraying his reluctance. My dear niece, I am merely a martial artist, with only a superficial understanding of swordsmanship. I would not wish to mislead you. Nonsense. Please. Uncle Li, just teach me a little. I implore you. Bai Qingqing insisted, her tone reminiscent of a child pleading with her father. She recalled how Uncle Li had dispelled her father's inner demons, proving that he was no mere martial artist. How could he say he was just a martial artist when he could achieve such feats? And last time at the Demon Emperor Valley, she had witnessed her aunt receiving guidance from Uncle Li in a manner so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. She could not let this opportunity slip away. If Uncle Li were to personally instruct her, her aspirations of dominating the demon race would surely advance. Fine, Li Wudao sighed, realizing he could not escape by Qingqing's earnestness. However, I must caution you that my knowledge of swordsmanship is limited. Do not hold it against me if my teaching falls short. Understood. Bai Qingqing nodded eagerly. Very well, I shall demonstrate, Li Wudao declared. Retrieving the long-forgotten Xianxian sword from his collection, he moved to a spacious area of the sword pool. Holding the sword in his right hand and forming a sword finger with his left to gently glide over the blade. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no whistling sword aura, and certainly no tremor of sword intent. It appeared utterly unremarkable. Let the lesson commence, Bai Qingqing exclaimed with anticipation. Tugging her small disciple beside her, Xiao Linzi, pay close attention and learn well. My Uncle Li's skills are profound. Once you master them, you can serve as my loyal hound. Lin Jianxing, shocked to discover that Li Wudao was indeed his senior sister's uncle, felt a surge of happiness at being included in the lesson. However, upon hearing the last remark, his expression soured. So my senior sister is only concerned about me becoming her servant? Quickly, stop dawdling, watch closely and learn well. Bai Qingqing chided, playfully pinching his ear when she noticed his distraction. Please, senior sister, refrain from such actions. I will focus on learning, Lin Jianxing replied, albeit begrudgingly, as he did not take the lesson too seriously. In his view, while Li Wudao was indeed his senior sister's uncle, he could not possibly compare to Xie Jingguan in terms of swordsmanship. He merely sought to appease his senior sister's wishes and wished for the lesson to conclude swiftly. What a charade. Xie Jingguan could not help but sneer, viewing Li Wudao as an amateur who had never even mastered the frost-cold sword, yet dared to teach others. Merely putting on a show to impress Bai Qingqing. At that moment, the sky suddenly became silent, and snowflakes began to drift down. Why do I feel an ominous sense of dread? What is happening? As he observed the unexpected snowfall, Xie Jingguan froze, for as he reached out to catch a snowflake, he felt no trace of sword intent. The frost-cold sword. Li Wudao moved, his aura seamlessly merging with the sword. With a single stroke, the sword intent surged forth, and the flurry of snowflakes came to an abrupt halt. The entire sword pool transformed into a realm of ice and snow, each flake emanating an unsettling chill of sword intent, yet upon closer inspection, it was strangely absent. Is this the legendary sword intent without a trace? Xie Jingguan's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, astonished. When the execution of swordsmanship reaches its zenith, it yields sword intent that is imperceptible. The sword intent erupts, appearing and disappearing without a trace. It kills without a form. How could he? Gazing at Li Wudao standing in the snow with his sword, Xie Jingguan swallowed hard, unable to comprehend. The frost-cold sword is a secret technique of the sword pavilion, inaccessible to non-core disciples. Yet, this individual was not even a member of the sword pavilion, and he grasped the essence of the frost-cold sword after merely observing it once. Is he even human? Sword intent without a trace. Lin Jianxing, who had initially approached the lesson with a dismissive attitude, now stood frozen in awe. He recalled the first time Li Wudao had come to the sword pavilion. Could it be that one glance grants access to sword intent without a trace? What the Grand Senior Sister said was true. Li Wudao's skills are indeed profound. In that instant, Li Wudao's image in his mind soared to the heights of his master, the sword demon. Wow, Uncle Li, you are amazing, Bai Qingqing exclaimed, unable to fully grasp the intricacies of the moment, but feeling exhilarated nonetheless. She waved her small hands in excitement. Li Wudao turned to inquire, have you learned it? Bai Qingqing's expression faltered, and she fell silent. She despised training. Otherwise, she would not still be in an incomplete form. Never mind. Li Wudao quickly discerned that Bai Qingqing possessed a similar laziness to Xiao Lihua, and promptly reached out to touch her forehead, directly transmitting his understanding into her consciousness. Uncle Li, Bai Qingqing began to speak, but before she could finish, she suddenly froze in place. In the next instant, a mysterious sword intent began to emanate from her body, and this enigmatic state triggered a tremor among the thousands of swords within the sword pool, their ringing echoing throughout the chamber. Xie Jingguan and Lin Jianxing's eyes widened in unison. Senior Sister is comprehending. Chapter 148, Dao Soldiers. The entire process lasted for the span of half a stick of incense. After this duration, the ice melted, and Bai Qingqing returned to her senses. Her gaze no longer mischievous, but filled with sword intent, an intent that left no trace. Uncle Li, It feels as though a seed has sprouted within me. What could it be? Bai Qingqing inquired, gesturing towards her dantian, where a white sword seed appeared in the palm of her hand. This seed continuously emanated a sword intent. Yet upon closer inspection, one could not perceive it. A sword seed. Xie Jingguan's eyes fixated on the seed in Bai Qingqing's hand. No way. Has she truly condensed a sword seed already? I, Xie Jingguan, have spent over 100 years cultivating, enduring the infusion of sword energy for it to coalesce in the life and death struggle. Yet Bai Qingqing, who has hardly touched a sword in centuries, achieves this in an instant? Gasp. Xie Jingguan's gaze shifted to Li Wudao, and he inhaled sharply. This individual is likely no less capable than Master Sword Demon. So this is what you all have tirelessly sought to cultivate day and night. Upon hearing Xie Jingguan's explanation, Bai Qingqing nodded in realization and promptly stored the sword seed away. With a haughty glance at Xie Jingguan, she declared, "Little brat, my uncle Li says you are merely flowery fists and embroidered legs. Do you concede?" "I concede." Xie Jingguan's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head, unable to refute her. To wield the frost-cold sword with the realm of sword intent without a trace. In comparison, his level of skill seemed utterly inconsequential. Reflecting on how he had once naively sought guidance from his senior sister's uncle, Xie Jingguan's face reddened even further. Had this esteemed elder not shown restraint, he feared he would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. It seems that the senior has been enduring in silence to avoid undermining his own resolve. Xie Jingguan, filled with guilt, bowed respectfully towards Li Wudao, his expression one of shame. "I am but a blind junior. I hope the senior will not take offense." "It is of no consequence," Li Wudao replied with a serene smile. At that moment, a transformation occurred within his dantian, birthing a strand of black flame. Simultaneously, the ominous black thread that had nearly ensnared his soul was completely refined by the chaotic flame, now quietly suspended in his dantian, seemingly connected to his very soul, as if it could be summoned at any moment. Notably, the chaotic flame had diminished to half its original size, indicating that the process of refinement had consumed a significant portion of its essence. Observing these two entities within his dantian, Li Wudao's curiosity surged. What purpose might they serve? Suddenly, the entire sword pavilion shook violently. In the next instant, a black mist erupted from above the towering palace behind the. Following this, 3 figures shot forth. "Father! Uncle Xie!" Bai Qingqing exclaimed, her expression one of alarm. Nearby, Xie Jingguan's face turned as pale as a sheet, his pupils trembling as he gazed upward at the palace. "This is bad. That entity has escaped." Li Wudao also raised his gaze in haste. He saw Bai Qi and an elderly man with white hair and beard jointly suppressing a young man in white, enveloped in black mist. Remarkably, the young man, despite facing 2 opponents, seemed unfazed, and occasionally, a blood-colored figure would manifest, emitting a chilling howl. "Who is that black mist entity?" Li Wudao inquired, astonished. As he sensed no trace of life within it, it was as if it were devoid of existence. Furthermore, it was powerful, seemingly on par with Bai Qi. At that moment, Xie Jingguan's anxious voice reached his ears. "Senior Li, the entity enveloped in black mist is a Dao soldier, Tai Bai, sealed beneath our sword pavilion." "Dao soldier?" Li Wudao was taken aback. He had encountered mentions of such beings in the chronicles of the cultivation realm. Dao soldiers could take form and cultivate like humans, nearly immortal. Moreover, they possessed the ability to sever laws. What are laws, one might wonder? They are the very foundation of the universe's operation, immensely robust. A full-force strike from a Dao soldier could obliterate a living being. Xie Jingguan continued, his gaze cautiously affixed to the sky. The Tai Bai Dao soldier was sealed in the mountains long before our sword pavilion was established. It was awakened only when my master fell into madness. The essence of Tai Bai has been parasitized by a strange entity. My master found it impossible to eradicate, and thus, it was sealed away. I never anticipated it would break free now. Xianxia. A thunderous roar suddenly resonated through the sky. A terrifying sword aura enveloping the heavens, as if to obliterate the sword pavilion. Boom. Following this, the Tai Bai Dao soldier's black mist surged, directly dispersing the sword aura. Like a shooting star, it flew towards Bai Qingqing. "Hee, let us merge as one, Qingqing." Bai Qi's expression drastically changed as he rushed forward. However, the humanoid Tai Bai Dao soldier, faster than Bai Qi, transformed into a blue ancient sword, its blade shimmering with runes and laws. In the next instant, a blood-colored figure detached from the blue sword, morphing into crimson light that directly merged with Bai Qingqing's body. Hee. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly glimmered with bloodlight. Then she emitted a chilling sound. "Damn it! Get out here!" As Bai Qi approached, he raised his sword to rest against Bai Qingqing's neck. Yet, the current Bai Qingqing responded with a mocking and piercing laugh. "I have already parasitized her soul. If you kill me, she will perish as well. Go ahead." Make your move. You. Bai Qi's expression turned icy, dark as water, hesitant to act. Witnessing Bai Qingqing's predicament, Xie Jingguan and the others gasped and retreated in shock. Seeing Bai Qi's hesitance, Bai Qingqing laughed with confidence, released the Tai Bai sword array. Otherwise, I will ensure she remains in eternal slumber like the Tai Bai Dao soldier. Damn it. Bai Qi gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his aura distorting the space around him. With his daughter now possessed by that strange entity residing in the Dao soldier, he found it impossible to extricate her. If he failed to comply, his daughter would die? She was his only child. He had been unable to protect her mother. And now, could he not safeguard her? How could he face his wife thereafter? At that moment of stalemate, Li Wudao, standing close to Bai Qingqing, noticed something peculiar. The black thread within his dantian began to stir on its own, yearning to break free from his control, darting towards Bai Qingqing. What does it intend to do? Li Wudao pondered, yet considering its unique origin, he did not intervene. In the next moment, the black thread shot from his body, piercing directly into Bai Qingqing. Li brother? You. Bai Qi's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. The malevolent entity possessing Bai Qingqing was beyond his capability to handle. Li Wudao's actions might endanger her. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Bai Qi was left dumbfounded. Swish. The black thread tightened, yanking the blood-colored figure from Bai Qingqing's body, binding it tightly. What in the world is this? The blood-colored figure exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 149, Spirit. Just then, a chaotic flame erupted from Li Wudao, coursing along the black thread to engulf the blood-colored figure. In an instant, it was ignited, its form dissipating into black smoke. What kind of fire is this? How can it harm me? Impossible. I am immortal. The blood-colored figure shouted in panic, struggling to flee but was firmly restrained by the black thread, unable to move. It wailed in despair, but soon, the chaotic flame enveloped it entirely, silencing it for good. After 10 breaths, only a pure white light remained at the spot. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to process what had transpired. Xie Jingguan stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at Bai Qingqing's uncle. The existence that even the sword demon master and grandfather Xie Taiping could not subdue had been vanquished so easily. A remarkable technique, my friend. You have managed to slay such a being directly. Truly impressive, Xie Jingguan's grandfather applauded. Bai Qi gazed at Li Wudao in astonishment, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. He had killed the blood-colored figure countless times, yet it always resurrected. This black and white flame had rendered it incapable of revival. Brotherly, your abilities are indeed commendable, he murmured, unable to restrain his curiosity. What is that flame? Li Wudao smiled lightly. I know not. It is merely something I fiddled with. Fiddled with? The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. Something merely fiddled with could possess such power. If he were to truly hone it, would other cultivators stand a chance? You are too modest, brotherly, Bai Qi remarked respectfully, then approached his daughter Bai Qingqing, checking for any injuries. Li Wudao's attention shifted towards the pure light left behind by the dissipated blood-colored figure. This light radiated the essence of nature, inherently inviting familiarity. This object appears to harbor an immense power. Sensing the energetic fluctuations within the luminous orb, Li Wudao, driven by curiosity, reached out his hand. Hold on. Spirits cannot be directly touched. Suddenly, the azure soldier trembled, emitting an urgent cry. Li Wudao halted his movement, directing his gaze toward the ancient azure sword. In the next moment, the azure sword transformed into a young man clad in white, his complexion pale and frail, yet devoid of the chilling malevolence or hostility. The crowd, who had just relaxed, now regarded the white-clad youth with a sense of trepidation. Do not be alarmed. I am the true spirit of the Dao soldier, not that previous entity, the young man in white hastily clarified. Fearing disbelief, he promptly revealed the Dao soldier's original mark, a vital emblem that, when exposed, could lead to the destruction of the Dao soldier itself. Only then did the crowd lower their guard. Li Wudao pointed toward the white orb and inquired, might I ask, esteemed one, why is it that direct contact with this entity is inadvisable? What is the underlying principle? The Dao soldier's spirit slowly elucidated. That orb is called a spirit. It represents the essence of a true spirit. Direct contact would cause one to merge with the spirit, becoming its contract holder, essentially a deity. Should one be unable to withstand that power, they would perish instantly. What? Li Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the floating white orb. He continued to probe. If this is indeed the essence of a spirit, then what of the blood-colored figure that was just slain? As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Qi and the others cast curious looks toward the Dao soldier spirit. Taking a deep breath, the spirit recounted. That blood-colored figure was an ancient monster who had cultivated for millennia. Due to the absence of the great Dao, and in a bid to escape reincarnation, He chose to devour the spirit of this land, Taibai Mountain, thereby achieving an immortal existence. Yet, if he is indeed immortal, why did he entangle himself with you? Li Wudao questioned, perplexed. The Dao soldier spirit continued, because he abandoned his physical form. Although he successfully consumed a spirit, it was precisely because of this act of consumption that he was not recognized by the heavens. He could not wield the power of a realm or reveal his form. Otherwise, he would be struck down by heavenly tribulation. Thus, he needed a means to conceal his presence, and the Dao soldier was capable of providing that. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. As a Dao soldier, cannot you slay spirits? Why then were you parasitized by him? Li Wudao pressed further. He is my sword master. The Dao soldier spirit replied with a hint of embarrassment. The assembly was taken aback, realizing that this was a master-servant relationship turned adversarial. After a moment of silence, Li Wudao broke the stillness, asking, how shall we capture this spirit? Utilize the flames you wielded earlier. Those flames can indeed vanquish spirits without issue. If you are still apprehensive, the black thread would be even more effective, the Dao soldier spirit urged anxiously. So, my chaotic flames can incinerate a spirit. And the black thread can as well. Could this mean I have an opportunity to confront a deity? Pondered Li Wudao as he attempted to wield the black thread to capture the orb, successfully drawing the orb into his dantian. And why did he not use the chaotic flames? Because they had been exhausted. Success. Li Wudao's eyes sparkled. Since this object was the essence of a spirit, it undoubtedly held great value for further research upon his return. Esteemed ones, I must enter a slumber to restore my strength. Should you require my assistance in the future, please activate the Taibai sword array to awaken me. With a bow of gratitude toward Li Wudao, the Dao soldier spirit turned and vanished into the earth's veins. The crowd was momentarily stunned, sensing that the Dao soldier spirit seemed to be evading something. However, once the Dao soldier disappeared, the atmosphere relaxed. Bai Qi turned to Li Wudao, solemnly bowing. Brother Li, you have been of tremendous assistance to me. My daughter, Bai Qingqing, has not only emerged unscathed, but has also successfully condensed her sword seed. Each of these outcomes is a profound favor to me, particularly the resolution of the Dao soldier's turmoil, which effectively eliminates the security threat to the sword pavilion. Brother Bai, you are being too modest. I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your guidance. Li Wudao replied with a smile, promptly offering support to Bai Qi. Ha ha, Brother Li, you are overly courteous. Bai Qi laughed heartily, introducing Li Wudao to those around him. Brother Li is my confidant and dear friend. Qingqing, you must treat Brother Li with the respect one would show to an elder, do you understand? The three young ones nodded eagerly, their expressions filled with excitement as they called out, Greetings, Uncle Li. This was akin to finding a powerful ally. Only a fool would not pay homage. Please rise. Please rise. We are all kin here, Li Wudao chuckled, waving his hands dismissively before turning to Bai Qi with a question. Brother Bai, I came to inquire about a particular matter. Speak freely, Brother Li. I shall leave no stone unturned, Bai Qi replied, gesturing for him to continue. Li Wudao's expression grew serious as he spoke. Brother Bai, if I were to extinguish the 10,000 sword sect, what preparations would be necessary? Boom. Upon hearing this, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Bai Qingqing and the other younger ones stared wide-eyed at Li Wudao, astonished that this uncle had come with the intent to annihilate the 10,000 sword sect. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi responded, to obliterate the 10,000 sword sect is not insurmountable. It merely requires a Saint King realm cultivator to take action. The true challenge lies in the deity behind the sect, xianxia. Li Wudao pressed on. Is there a way to slay a deity? There is. Bai Qi nodded. Please enlighten me, Brother Bai. To kill a deity, one must sever the contract between the deity and the essence of the spirit. Without that bond, the deity cannot be reborn and cannot wield the power of a realm, significantly diminishing their strength. At the pinnacle of divine fire, one could slay them. However, if the essence of the spirit resides within the deity's domain, and the deity does not leave that territory, it would be nearly impossible to locate it. At this juncture, Bai Qi paused, earnestly adding, if Brother Li can uncover the hiding place of the spirit's essence, I can assist you by holding off the people from Wudao Mountain. What is Wudao Mountain? Li Wudao inquired. Bai Qi's expression turned grave as he replied, it is a place dedicated to the cultivation of deities. Li Wudao's countenance shifted. A place dedicated to cultivating deities? Could it be that deities were produced in bulk? Bai Qi did not elaborate further, and Li Wudao refrained from pressing for more details, knowing that Bai Qi would not withhold pertinent information. After a moment of silent contemplation, Li Wudao clasped his hands in gratitude toward Bai Qi. Thank you, Brother Bai, for clarifying my doubts. I now know what steps to take. Brother Li, you are planning to, Bai Qi began, but Li Wudao interrupted with a faint smile. Slay a deity. Swish. Bai Qi froze momentarily, processing the implication, before breaking into a smile. Excellent. Do remember to summon me when the time comes. That would be most appreciated. Until we meet again, Wudao replied, clasping his fists together before turning to head towards the Yaoren sect. Now that he understood how to counter a deity, his next step was to lure the deity out on the day of their descent. As for locating the essence of the spirit, the celestial mechanism divination art, with the aid of the white Dao Fire, he was confident he could uncover it. Watching Wudao's retreating figure, Bai Qingqing could not help but ask, Father, are you truly going to accompany Uncle Li to slay a deity? Is it not perilous? Rest assured, your Uncle Li will not undertake any action without certainty, Bai Qi reassured with a calm smile. Moreover, if his flame can incinerate that entity, a deity would be no match for him. 2 days later, at the Yaoren sect, Wudao arrived promptly, inquiring, Old Bai, how is Xiao Lihua's recovery progressing? As he made his way to the small courtyard where Xiao Lihua was recuperating. Upon entering, I beheld Gu Qingfeng feeding Xiao Lihua, while Lao Bai playfully made faces to amuse her. Grandpa Lao Bai, your dance is utterly ungraceful. It's simply hideous. Xiao Lihua, donned in a petite floral dress, sat on a stool, her pallid complexion contrasting with the dried fish she nibbled, wrinkling her nose in disdain as she ate. Suddenly, hearing Wudao's voice, Xiao Lihua sprang to her feet, her eyes widening at the familiar figure by the entrance. A person. Someone has returned. In her excitement, she shoved the dried fish into Gu Qingfeng's nostrils, then jumped off the stool, her short legs propelling her towards Wudao. As she approached, she clung tightly to his leg. Little girl, Wudao said, rarely showing affection as he ruffled her bun. I want to see Aunt May. Xiao Lihua looked up, her eyes filled with concern. All right, we shall return tomorrow to fetch Aunt May, Wudao assured her, gently stroking her ear. The little girl nodded, her body relaxing and her grip on his pants loosening. Wudao, cradling Xiao Lihua, turned his gaze towards Lao Bai and Gu Qingfeng. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all, they both hastily replied with shaking heads. Although Xiao Lihua was but an inconspicuous tabby cat, she was cherished by the sect leader, her body infused with the essence of Dao. Spending time with her was immensely beneficial for cultivation, and they relished her presence rather than resenting it. Even if the girl were deemed a waste, they would still support her, for the sect leader held her dear. As Wudao surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of Song Jinghong and casually inquired, by the way, has Song Jinghong awakened? Gu Qingfeng promptly replied, reporting to the sect leader. Junior sister Jinghong awoke from her enlightenment last night, and should currently be in the Taie Hall. I see. Wudao nodded, then ordered. Go inform the demon clan that 1 year from now, I shall recruit disciples for the Yaoren sect. Regardless of their background, as long as their talent is adequate, they will be accepted. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai replied, rising to exit the room. Wudao, with Xiao Lihua in his arms, made his way to Song Jinghong's residence at the Taie Hall. To eradicate the sword sect, one must slay the gods. It was time to reap a new wave of Dao Fire. In the Taie Hall's backyard stood a 3-meter-tall peach blossom tree in full bloom. Sunlight streamed through the petals, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze sent the petals cascading to the ground. Beneath the peach tree stood a graceful figure in a flowing azure gown, observing with her sword. It was none other than Song Jinghong. Her hair, once styled in twin buns, was now elegantly arranged, secured with a sword hairpin. Her complexion remained fair, but her once naive gaze had transformed into one of sharpness and determination. As the breeze tousled her hair, revealing her youthful yet striking features, she stared intently ahead, lost in thought, oblivious to the falling petals that were effortlessly cleaved in two by her sword chi. Suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps echoed in the courtyard, prompting Song Jinghong to turn slowly. Her awareness peaked. She discovered a tall figure in a green robe, cradling a small girl with a bun. A rare smile graced her face as she respectfully rose and clasped her hands. Disciple Song Jinghong pays her respects to the sect leader. Wudao halted before her, assessing her transformation. She seemed to have tempered her sharpness, akin to a sword sheathed, potent yet restrained. He nodded in rare satisfaction. Very well. The sect leader overpraises me. All my progress is due to your guidance, Song Jinghong replied, a gentle smile gracing her cheeks. Wudao continued. Jinghong, I intend to return to the ascending immortal platform to recruit disciples once more, and I would like you to accompany me. Song Jinghong paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and clasped her hands. Sect leader, I have received a letter from home requesting assistance. I wish to return and check on them first. I humbly ask for your approval. Wudao was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand. I thought it was something significant. No problem. You may return home first. Once you have settled matters, come to the ascending immortal platform. He paused, adding, remember, if you encounter someone you cannot defeat, call for help. It would be safer if you took Gu Qingfeng or Laobai with you. Thank you, sect leader, for your understanding. The following morning, Li Wudao set off with Xiao Lihua back to Linen, intending to fetch Aunt Mei before heading to the ascending immortal platform. Meanwhile, Song Jinghong descended the mountain alone. Chapter 151. The Song family in Tianyong City. The Song family's fortress stood firmly closed, surrounded tightly. Within the ancestral hall, the head of the Song family and the direct descendants were gathered. The family head, Song Qi, occupied the seat of honor, his expression grave. Have all the descendants of the Song family returned? Below, beside Song Jiawen, stood a woman in a delicate purple palace dress, her beauty striking. With youthful features and a figure that rivaled the most enchanting. She tightly clutched one of Song Jiawen's hands, whispering in his ear, "Brother Jiawen, it seems our little sister Jinghong has not returned. Do not concern yourself with her. She is no longer my sister," Song Jiawen replied, shaking his head. The woman gently caressed his chest. "Brother Jiawen, do not be angry. Little sister is merely going through a rebellious phase. Once she realizes that the Yaoren sect is a subpar sect, she will understand that you acted in her best interest and will return to apologize. Let us not speak of her." Song Jiawen's expression darkened. "Ruo Yun, once grandfather secures fortune for you today, we shall become husband and wife." At this, Lan Ruo Yun's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, and she shyly nodded. "Yes, Ruo Yun will listen to Brother Jiawen." Song Jiawen raised his gaze to the family head and spoke. "Grandfather, Song Jinghong will not be coming. Let us begin." Upon hearing this, Song Qi frowned slightly. Glancing at the gathered descendants before nodding, all present are descendants of the Song family. "Today, we shall awaken the Xianxian, bringing glory to the Song lineage. Remain true to our original intentions." The gathered descendants echoed in unison. From his seat, Song Qi produced a red Xianxian, carefully placing it upon the ancestral tablet, and lit incense. "Descendants of the Song family, we humbly request the Xuanfa to cultivate our paths and borrow from the causes and effects." As the incense burned, the red Xianxian emitted a faint glow. The Song descendants held their breath, fearful of disturbing the presence within the Xianxian. Upon finishing his invocation, the red Xianxian responded. Shimmering with golden light, and 5 seeds of runes, rich in Dao essence, flew forth, suspended in the air. Now, Song Qi exhaled a breath of white vapor and commanded the clan members, descendants of the Song family, connect with the Xuanfa through blood. The descendants promptly sat cross-legged, biting their fingertips to draw forth their vital blood, which floated towards the hovering rune seeds. Song Jiawen hurriedly followed suit, and soon the rune seeds, having absorbed blood, began to circle around the Song descendants before ultimately merging with them. Fortune smiled upon Song Jiawen, as one of the rune seeds chose him, merging seamlessly. In that instant, his surrounding mana surged, with ancient runes flickering across his being, his aura escalating. A resonant sword cry echoed from within him, and visible sword intent manifested in the air. Is this the convergence of sword intent? As Song Jiawen opened his eyes, excitement radiated from his expression. The convergence of sword intent marked his true entry into the path of the sword. The scene was not solely occupied by him. Every descendant of the Song family, who had integrated the runic seeds, was uniquely channeling their own cultivation intent. Their aptitude for cultivation had ascended several tiers. Indeed, remarkably, 5 of my Song family's progeny have obtained the rune seeds. This bodes well for the future of the Song clan. As Song Qi observed the transformation of his kin, a rare smile of satisfaction graced his aged visage. He commanded a grand feast, and amidst the festivities, the brethren who had acquired rune seeds radiated with joy, basking in the admiration of others. At the center of attention was Song Jiawen, though his fiancée, Lan Riyun, had not received a rune seed. Watching her accomplished betrothed, her heart brimmed with curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she softly inquired, "Jiawen, what treasure is the ancestral altar's rune?" Upon hearing this, Song Jiawen hesitated, casting a furtive glance around before replying in a low, troubled tone, "Rune. The family has a rule. Only direct male descendants of the Song clan may know of the rune. As a woman, it is best you do not inquire." Upon hearing this, the curiosity in Lan Riyun's eyes intensified. She playfully shook his hand, pressing further, "Oh, Jiawen, I am already carrying our child. Soon we will be a family. Can I know?" This caused Song Jiawen to falter. "Jiawen, just think of it as telling our unborn child. A wise woman fears a man's persistence, and a good man fears a woman's charm." Hearing this, Song Jiawen felt his resolve weaken, especially since Lan Riyun had endured countless trials alongside him for a decade. Now, with his child in her womb, he thought quietly and relayed to her through a secretive message, "Rune. That rune is a fragmented artifact of a Dao weapon, acquired by our Song family a millennium ago. It enhances cultivation aptitude, and should one reach the divine fire realm, They can forge a pact with the Dao weapon. The revelation struck Lan Ruyun like a thunderbolt. She had never imagined that the unassuming Song family possessed a Dao weapon. Although it was incomplete, it was a treasure that even the Hunyuan sect lacked. No wonder Jiawen had become a true disciple of the Hunyuan sect at such a young age, and his sister awakened her sword physique. Realizing this, Lan Ruyun felt a dry swallow in her throat. Do not be anxious, Ruyun. Although you have not acquired the Dao weapon rune yet, there will be future opportunities for you to receive one. Song Jiawen reassured her with a smile, noticing her shocked expression. He paused for a moment and added gravely, by the way, Ruyun, do not divulge anything regarding the Dao weapon. It could bring catastrophic consequences to our Song family. Understood, Lan Ruyun obediently nodded. The banquet of the Song family continued, but in the next moment, the gates of the estate collapsed as a menacing horde of demonic cultivators burst in. Song Old Ghost, hand over the Dao weapon. Otherwise, we shall slaughter your entire family. The Song family members instantly rose, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is bad. It's the Tianxia sect. The family head, Song Qi, cast a dark gaze upon the leader of the invading demonic cultivators, questioning with confusion, Li Yingchun. How did you come to know of our Song family's Dao weapon, which is only known to the core direct descendants? The man called Li Yingchun, a burly middle-aged figure with hollow eyes, chuckled in response to Song Qi's inquiry. Guess, old ghost. Song Qi's countenance darkened as he scanned the faces of his direct descendants with a murderous glare. He realized there must be a traitor among them. This was a grave taboo. Damn, could it be that traitor's doing? Song Jiawen immediately suspected that someone had leaked information to the Tianxia sect, his fury boiling as he slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers from his kin. Just then, a slender hand pierced through his chest from behind. A gentle voice floated into Song Jiawen's ear. Jiawen, it's me, Ruyun. Song Jiawen turned in shock. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at his fiancée. Why? Why would you do this? Why? Lan Ruyun withdrew her hand, sighing with a smile. Because I do not wish to share your hardships. I want to cling to the leg of the Xianxia sect. Song Jiawen's face drained of color, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. I refuse to believe you are this kind of person. You are carrying my child. We have fought side by side for a decade. If you had intentions to leave, you would have done so long ago. You must be under threat, right? Jiawen, Lan Ruyun replied, her expression complex. The child is not yours. What? Song Jiawen's eyes widened in shock. Lan Ruyun continued, before I met you, I was selected by the Xianxia sect to be a furnace. I initially planned to die, but you saved me, thinking that with the Hunyuan sect as my backing, the Xianxia sect would not pursue me. Unfortunately, you have not made a name for yourself in the Hunyuan sect. I sought a new target for safety and inadvertently became entangled with the Tianxia sect's master. I originally planned for the child to take your surname, but then you mentioned the Dao weapon of the Song family. I had no choice but to take the gamble and hand over the Dao weapon to the Xianxia sect. At least I will live well. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Song Jiawen bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he struggled to accept the reality. Ah, young man, so eager to believe in love. Li Yingchun remarked with a shake of his head, rising to stand behind Lan Ruyun, wrapping an arm around her waist and giving her a light pat on the back. With a smug expression, he turned to Song Jiawen and said, Thanks, kid, for raising her so well. She is quite delightful. I thoroughly enjoy her. Stop it. Lan Ruyun blushed as she swatted away Li Yingchun's wandering hand. Song Jiawen felt a piercing pain in his heart as the double blow struck him, and he stumbled back, spitting blood. Ah! He howled, his hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot with rage. Li Yingchun casually patted Lan Ruyun's waist. Your former lover is all yours to deal with. Treat him kindly. It's not easy to love someone earnestly. With that, he strode towards Song Qi. Lan Ruyun, head bowed in resignation, walked slowly towards Song Jiawen. Jiawen, you are a good man. If this world were not so cruel, I would truly wish to grow old with you. Alas, she raised her hand, gathering spiritual energy at her fingertips, and struck towards Song Jiawen's neck. A sharp slicing sound echoed through the air. Song Jiawen's neck remained unbroken, and he did not perish. Instead, it was Lan Ruyun's hand that mysteriously disintegrated at the forearm, falling to the ground. Ah! Lan Ruyun shrieked, clutching her severed arm. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Bewildered, what just happened? Why did her hand suddenly get severed? Puzzlement filled the air. Why did I feel a surge of fierce sword intent just now? But why did it vanish so quietly? As the highest cultivator present, at the mid-stage of the cave heaven realm, Li Yingchun furrowed his brow, gazing at Lan Ruyun. Brother, are you all right? Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out from beyond the gates of the Song family estate. Everyone turned to see a graceful figure in azure, wielding a sword, effortlessly gliding past the Tianxia sect members and approaching Song Jiawen. Slowly, Song Jiawen lifted his gaze, and upon recognizing the visitor's features, he instinctively uttered, "Little sister?" Song Jinghong did not respond but instead produced a pill, administering it to Song Jiawen before turning her icy gaze towards Lan Riyun, declaring, "Wretched woman, how dare you harm my brother?" With that, Song Jinghong suddenly unsheathed her sword. Buzz! A radiant beam of sword light erupted, enveloping all present in an endless symphony of sword cries, shrouded in the mists of the Dao heart. The grand estate of the Song family vanished, replaced by an expanse of white, where countless peach blossoms danced amidst golden sword energy. All the practitioners of the demonic sect stood frozen in place, unable to move, their eyes wide in horror as they beheld the oncoming slashes of golden sword energy. Disperse. Li Yingchun, with his extraordinary prowess, immediately sensed the anomaly and unleashed his true essence with a commanding shout. The power of his mid-stage cave heaven cultivation forcefully shattered the white world and the golden sword energy before him. In an instant, everyone found themselves back in the Song family estate, their consciousness gradually returning, as if the previous events were but a fleeting illusion. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted as one witnessed the horrifying sight of Lan Riyun, her limbs inexplicably severed, collapsing to the ground in terror and agony. Simultaneously, several practitioners of the demonic sect lay lifeless, their bodies split asunder. The haunting sound of despair jolted the onlookers back to reality, only to reveal the bizarre demise of the demonic cultivators and the dismembered Lan Riyun. All present stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, drenched in sweat. They gazed in sheer terror at the striking figure standing tall not far away, a hint of blood gracing her lips, trembling with emotion. What had she just done? Li Yingchuan's eyes fixed intently on Song Jinghong, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure, his breath quickening with astonishment. Sword intent. It is indeed sword intent. An imperceptible sword intent. How did you achieve that strike? It pierced the Dao heart, the soul, and the physical form. Were it not for my cultivation being 3 major realms above yours, I fear I too would have fallen victim. At these words, a profound silence descended upon the Song family estate. Not only the disciples of the Heavenly Star demonic sect, but even the members of the Song clan stared in disbelief at Song Jinghong. They could not comprehend how such a silent yet formidable display of sword intent was possible. Little sister, when did your cultivation reach the peak of the meridian opening stage? Song Jiawen looked at his younger sister in disbelief. He recalled that she had disregarded his counsel and joined the Shaking People sect. How much time had passed? Barely 3 months? Her cultivation had soared from that of a mere mortal to the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage, even with the aid of elixirs and precious treasures. Such a leap seemed impossible. Yet, this was not what astonished Song Jiawen the most. What truly astounded him was that he had failed to perceive his sister's earlier strike. With his peak blood-burning cultivation, even if he had been gravely injured, it was inconceivable that he would have had no reaction whatsoever. Strangely, he had sensed nothing. In other words, had she aimed to slay him, he would have met his demise. Elder brother, I will explain everything later. First, I must deal with these foes. Song Jinghong said calmly, her gaze shifting towards Li Yingchun and the others. It's you. The Shura sword body, Song Jinghong, Lan Riyun, bleeding profusely on the ground, finally recognized her assailant and spoke in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Li Yingchuan's eyes lit up, his gaze fervently fixed on Song Jinghong. So you are the fabled Shura sword body. Excellent. If I capture you and present you to the young master of the Xianxia sect, our Heavenly Star sect will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Surround this place. Not a single fly shall escape. Li Yingchun bellowed, unleashing his full power while his subordinates seized the opportunity to encircle the Song family estate tightly. Upon hearing this, Song Jiawen's expression changed dramatically, struggling against his injuries. He stepped protectively in front of Song Jinghong. Little sister, you must flee. The Heavenly Star demonic sect is the black hand of the Xianxia sect. If they capture you, you will suffer unspeakable torment. Hurry, I will buy you time. With your talents, you will surely grow stronger. Do not forget to avenge us when that time comes. Jinghong, grandfather will hold them off for you. You must escape. As long as you survive, the Song family will have hope. The head of the Song family took a step forward, shielding Song Jinghong while handing her a crimson mystic mirror, urging her earnestly, Jinghong, this is a Dao weapon. Hold on to it. There is no need for that, Song Jinghong said, pulling the two behind her, revealing an unknown jade pendant that had appeared in her hand, inscribed with the characters for Shaking People. Chapter 153, Shaking People. With a firm grip, Song Jinghong shattered the jade. Help me, senior brother. In an instant, a red light soared into the sky. Not good. That wretched girl is summoning aid. Li Yingchuan's expression shifted as he noticed Song Jinghong's actions, and he hastily withdrew a signal jade to call for reinforcements. Do not fear, senior brother. The sect that this girl has joined has only 3 members in total. and the sect leader is merely at the mid-stage of cave heaven. There is no need to summon help. Otherwise, the credit will be stolen, Lan Riyun suddenly interjected, halting Li Yingchun. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Li Yingchun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Ha ha ha, wretched girl. I shall capture your so-called garbage sect in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of dealing with it later. He smirked at Song Jinghong with a sense of triumph. Oh, is that so? You intend to capture my shaking people sect in one go? A chilling laughter suddenly echoed from outside the Song family fortress. Who is it? Li Yingchun looked up sharply. He beheld two figures, one old and one young, appearing at the entrance. It was none other than Gu Qingfeng and Old Bai. Junior sister? Are you unharmed? Gu Qingfeng approached Song Jinghong, concern etched on his face, completely disregarding the others. I'm fine, Song Jinghong replied, shaking her head. She clasped her fists in respect to Gu Qingfeng. I ask for your assistance in vanquishing our foes. Little sister, your senior brother's aura is weaker than his? Can he manage? Song Jiawen expressed his concern. Before he could finish, he was left speechless. Gu Qingfeng turned around and aimed a blade directly at Li Yingchun. All the world is our enemy. In an instant, a 40-meter-long blade aura descended with overwhelming force. As it swept through the air, the space before it was visibly cleaved open, revealing a black void. What is this? It has split open the space. Song Jiawen gaped at the 40-meter-long blade aura and the gaping black void, his mouth parched in disbelief. A blade aura of such length had cleaved through space. Was this what Lan Riyun referred to as mid-stage cave heaven? In stark contrast, Li Yingchun, facing the blade aura, was instantly dumbfounded. He cursed at the fallen Lan Riyun. Damn it, Lan Riyun, you deceitful witch. This is the so-called mid-stage cave heaven rogue cultivator you spoke of? Initially, he had listened to Lan Riyun's claims of possessing a Dao weapon, thinking to seize the opportunity for glory, and thus had withheld information about the Dao weapon from his superiors. Moreover, when Gu Qingfeng appeared, he perceived only a fluctuation of mid-stage cave heaven cultivation, believing there was no threat. Who would have thought that this newcomer could cleave open space with a single strike? In any case, he had never witnessed such a feat. Heavenly demon blood shield. Li Yingchun dared not underestimate the situation, desperately burning his essence blood to conjure a shield before him. Crack. However, the 40-meter-long blade aura sliced through his defenses as if they were mere vegetables. Boom. The blade's radiance surged forward, unleashing a terrifying intent that obliterated a swath of heavenly star demonic sect disciples. The ground was carved into a chasm several dozen yards wide, clouds of dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, only two mangled bodies remained in the chasm. One was Lan Riyun, and the other was Li Yingchun. His chest torn open, revealing a shattered mirror, blood pouring from his mouth, his complexion pale, his pupils constricted in shock at having survived. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The members of the Song clan stood in stunned disbelief. One strike. With but a single stroke, the celestial star demon sect was obliterated, and the demon lord, Li Yingchun, was grievously wounded. Jiawan, did you not claim that this child, Jinghong, had joined an inconsequential sect of rogue cultivators? What is the meaning of this? The head of the family, Song Qi, regarded Song Jiawan with eyes wide in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Song Jiawan, bewildered, replied, Grandfather, I am equally perplexed about my sister's sect. He distinctly recalled that the individual who wielded the blade had only joined the Yaoren sect on the day of the Ascension Conference. How could he possess such monstrous strength? He is still alive? Do practitioners of this demonic sect favor life-preserving relics? Gu Qingfeng, astonished that anyone could survive beneath his blade, expressed his skepticism. No matter, I shall deliver another blow. With that, he raised his weapon, poised to strike Li Yingchun once more. Hold on, you cannot kill me. My master is the foremost demon cultivator of Qingzhou, Black Ghost. Should you take my life, he will not spare you. Li Yingchun, trembling in terror, hastily interjected, simultaneously shattering the jade slip in his hand. At this revelation, the Song clan members turned pale, their anxiety palpable as they exclaimed, Is it truly that merciless fiend, the one who devours infants without a second thought? Black Ghost, what shall we do? Black Ghost is a formidable figure of the divine fire realm. Once he sets his sights on you, it is all over. Black Ghost. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to recall having encountered such a person before, though the details eluded him for the moment. Old Bai discreetly transmitted a thought to him. Young master, that's the one whose hand you severed. Oh, now I remember. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted to one of realization, tinged with surprise. However, this action did not escape Li Yingchun's notice, who, with a gleeful countenance, declared, Humph, I have already sent word to my lord in secret. If you are wise, you will promptly surrender the Dao soldiers. Otherwise, at that moment, A furious voice emanated from the jade slip in Li Yingxuan's possession. Li Yingxuan, you had better have news. Otherwise, I shall flay you alive. Li Yingxuan, upon hearing this, trembled in fear and quickly responded, My lord, I have discovered the Dao soldiers at Song's stronghold. But I was intercepted by cultivators. What? I am on my way, came the ecstatic reply from the other end, followed by an abrupt silence. With a painful effort, Li Yingxuan propped himself up and boasted, Did you hear that? My lord will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid annihilation, surrender the Dao soldiers at once. His proclamation sent the Song clan members into a frenzy of anxiety. Song Qi and Song Zhuan, with grave expressions, entrusted the Dao soldiers to Song Jinghong and bowed deeply to Gu Qingfeng. We implore you, noble sir, to assist Jinghong in escaping. Our entire Song family would be eternally grateful. Do not fret, Gu Qingfeng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively, merely a buffoon. Yet, Song Jinghong expressed her concern. Brother Qingfeng, the Black Ghost is renowned. I fear you may not be his match. Should we not seek assistance? Do not worry, junior sister. If I cannot handle this minor inconvenience, how could I ever claim the title of your elder brother? Gu Qingfeng replied with a confident smile, Rest assured, when he arrives, I shall have him kneel before you, awaiting his demise. Humph, such bravado from a mere child. Li Yingxuan scoffed dismissively. Though Gu Qingfeng's talent was formidable, capable of rending space, he was still but a cultivator beneath the divine fire realm. The disparity in their realms could not be compensated for by talent alone. Moments later, a voice filled with urgency resounded from above. Li Yingxuan, where are the Dao soldiers? The speaker was none other than Black Ghost, who had been prepared to discuss the origins of life with his newly recruited beast-eared maiden when he received a distress signal from Li Yingxuan. To his astonishment, it was a message regarding the Dao soldiers, an exceedingly rare treasure. Possessing one would not only elevate his power, but also secure formidable allies. He hurried over, eager to prevent anyone else from claiming it first. Lord is here. Upon hearing Black Ghost's voice, Li Yingxuan's spirits lifted, and he pointed at Gu Qingfeng, exclaiming, Lord Black Ghost, the Dao soldiers are in the possession of these individuals. Show them your true might, especially this brat, who dares to boast that you shall kneel and await death. Black Ghost looked up, and, upon seeing Gu Qingfeng's demeanor, was met with a sweet smile from the latter. It's over. A disciple of the Yaoren sect. Black Ghost nearly lost his composure, his heart racing as he dropped to his knees before Gu Qingfeng. What? Why are you kneeling, my lord? The Dao soldiers are right there with that man. Seize him. Li Yingxuan, taken aback, stared incredulously at Black Ghost. My lord, why are you hitting me? I am one of your own. Li Yingxuan's body sank into the ground, his head remaining above, blood streaming from his mouth as he stared blankly at Black Ghost. Without explanation, Black Ghost hoisted him up and turned to kneel before Gu Qingfeng. Trembling as he pointed at Li Yingxuan, Noble sir, I do not know this fellow. Please do not misunderstand. Oh, but did he not claim to be your subordinate? Gu Qingfeng approached Black Ghost with a smile. Li Yingxuan, watching the anxious Black Ghost kneeling and bowing, was utterly dumbfounded. This was his superior, the foremost demon cultivator in Qingzhou, the dark hand of the righteous sect. To think he would cower before a mid-stage Taoist swordsman. Did this not imply the true status of that swordsman? In that moment, Li Yingxuan grasped the gravity of his situation. He had inadvertently stirred the ire of an immortal. It is over. I am doomed. Indeed, Black Ghost's expression turned murderous as he glared at Li Yingxuan, causing the latter to plead for mercy. Black Ghost, my lord, spare me, spare me. I have bled for the sect. Black Ghost regarded him with disdain, cursing inwardly. Why provoke anyone but the disciples of the Yaoren sect? They could make even the Holy Land retreat in the face of their power. If you wish to end your life, do not drag me down with you. If I do not kill you, it will be my own head on the line. With a grim resolution, Black Ghost raised his hand and struck down. Boom. The once mighty demon lord of the Celestial Star sect, Li Yingxuan, was instantly dispatched. Having completed this task, Black Ghost turned to Gu Qingfeng and bowed deeply. Noble sir, this wretched individual dared to harbor ulterior motives towards you. He deserves death. Rest assured, I have no ties to the Celestial Star Demon sect. They are but lackeys of the Qingxi sect. I, the Black Devil, am unlike any other. Once a mere lackey of the martial extreme Sacred Land, I now serve as a dog for the recruitment sect. With a single word from you, I would not hesitate to carry out even the most degrading task. My words resonate with conviction. No matter how Li Yingxuan may attempt to distance himself from me, I can sever our ties in an instant. This is an indispensable skill for one who navigates the intricate dealings within various sections. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng broke into a grin and clapped his hands, exclaiming, Old Bai, feed him some excrement. He chuckled, My young master has a particular fondness for those who boast. Old Bai, with a cheerful demeanor, waved his hand. and the contents of the Song family latrine appeared before the Black Devil. The Black Devil stood frozen in shock, staring at the heap before him, saliva pooling in his mouth. I was just joking. Why are you taking this seriously? In that moment, the Black Devil felt a wave of panic wash over him. Gu Qingfeng, unfazed, turned to Song Jinghong and asked nonchalantly, "Sister, are you satisfied with this?" Song Jinghong snapped back to reality, nodding her head. Very satisfied. The Black Devil, with an eager grin, leaned forward, addressing Song Jinghong. "Fairy Jinghong, what do you think of me?" She regarded him with a thoughtful expression before replying. "If you wish to leave, that's fine. Our sect leader is planning to recruit disciples at the Ascending Heaven platform in a few days. You can help spread the word. If no one shows up, you can find a place to bury yourself." The Black Devil was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. "Fairy Jinghong speaks wisely. Rest assured, I shall take care of this. If I fail, I will come to you with my head. Begone." Song Jinghong waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, Fairy. I shall remove myself from your sight," the Black Devil replied, his face beaming with delight as he rolled away from the Song family fortress, eager to avoid any delay that might lead to his humiliation. Witnessing this scene, the Song family members were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. That was the Black Devil, the foremost demon cultivator of Qingzhou, a formidable figure in the realm of divine fire, who among the top 5 sects would not bow their head in deference. Yet, here he was, being treated like a dog by Song Jinghong and her brother. What manner of sect was the recruitment sect? Little sister? Song Jiawen looked at Song Jinghong in disbelief. How could it be that the newly established recruitment sect held such prestige? Song Jinghong met his gaze and smiled gently. "Brother, let us first attend to her." She pointed to the gravely injured Lan Ruyun, who was on the verge of fainting. Upon seeing him approach, Lan Ruyun trembled and pleaded, "Brother Jiawen, do not kill me. I am carrying your child. I love you. I was under Li Yingxuan's control, I swear." With a swift motion, Song Jiawen unsheathed his sword, and in an instant, Lan Ruyun lay lifeless on the ground. "Ruyun, you should not have betrayed me," he lamented, cradling her lifeless body, his eyes closing in sorrow as a tear fell silently. He walked away, bearing her away from prying eyes, his demeanor somber and desolate. Sighing, Song Jinghong watched his retreating figure, her expression filled with complexity. "Jinghong, it's rare for your brother to visit. We must treat him well," the family patriarch, Song Qiren, remarked, his voice filled with shrewdness. Although he had not personally visited his granddaughter's sect, he could discern the profound potential of the recruitment sect simply from her brother's extraordinary presence. If they could form an alliance, it would undoubtedly elevate the Song family to new heights. "No, grandfather. The sect leader has urgent matters for me to attend to. I must report back immediately," Song Jinghong stated. Song Qiren paused, then waved his hand with a smile. "Since it is a matter of importance from your esteemed sect leader, you must attend to it promptly. Do remember to visit home whenever you have the chance." "Yes, take care, grandfather, and all my dear family members." Song Jinghong bid farewell. Turning to Gu Qingfeng, "Brother Qingfeng, let us proceed to the Ascending Heaven platform. We have preparations to make." Indeed, at the martial extreme sacred land, the Holy Master, Xiao Chunyan, sat in deep contemplation, troubled by the events that transpired during his last visit to the recruitment sect, where he witnessed the formidable prowess of Li Wudao. A practitioner of the path, his desire to uncover the means to mend his own incomplete path grew ever more urgent. Yet, upon returning, he had scoured the sacred texts without success. Meanwhile, some of the elders at Futu Mountain were engaging in clandestine dealings, avoiding him, which only added to his unease. Just then, the Black Devil burst in, exclaiming, "Holy Master, I bring splendid news, immense news." Xiao Chunyan's eyes lit up at the prospect. "Speak. What tidings do you bring?" With a breathless reply, the Black Devil declared, "Your Excellency, the recruitment sect plans to recruit disciples at the Ascending Heaven platform, with no restrictions on status. An esteemed elder is accepting disciples?" Xiao Chunyan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pondered the implications. "Holy Master, an elder requests your presence in the ancestral grounds." Suddenly, a familiar figure hurried into the hall. "Sixth elder, hasn't he always sought to usurp my position?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chunyan's eyes glinted with cunning. He approached the sixth elder with feigned sincerity. "Ah, my good friend, please take a seat. Your contributions to the sect over the years have not gone unnoticed. You are truly commendable. It is I who have been remiss in my duties as Holy Master." The sixth elder regarded him warily. "Is the sun rising in the west?" Xiao Chunyan, once his rival, now appeared uncharacteristically amiable. "Ah, my dear sixth elder," Xiao Chunyan continued, "I must confess, I was merely jesting. The position of Holy Master is still very much mine. How could I relinquish it so easily? After all, I fought tooth and nail to seize it from you." The sixth elder's expression darkened with embarrassment. He recognized the mockery in Xiao Chunyan's words. Do not grow too complacent, you old rascal. I will seize the opportunity to dethrone you, he thought to himself. Xiao Chunyan, observing the sixth elder's changing expressions, feigned ignorance. By the way, I heard that an esteemed elder from the recruitment sect is recruiting at the Ascending Heaven platform. Shall we not go and witness it together? The sixth elder's eyes brightened at the prospect, but recalling the elder's directives, he promptly interjected, Holy Master, the elder requests your presence in the ancestral grounds. That is of no concern. We shall first visit the Ascending Heaven platform, and I will attend to the ancestral grounds afterward. Xiao Chunyan replied with a wave of his hand. Very well, we shall heed the Holy Master's wishes. The sixth elder thought to himself, smirking coldly. Xiao, you old trickster. You believe you can disregard the elder's command simply because you are now Holy Master? Just wait. When the elder strips you of your title, you will see. Thus, the group set off for the Ascending Heaven platform. At the gate of the recruitment sect, a sign read, Come one, come all. Recruitment sect, winter enrollment. Join us for the path to enlightenment, with top-notch masters guiding your practice. No regard for background or talent. As long as you pass the qualification assessment, you may enter. Gu Qingfeng brandished a promotional banner at the entrance of the Hunyuan sect, vociferously shouting as if he were a vendor. Beside him, Song Jinghong and Lao Bai followed suit. The disciples of Hunyuan's sect came and went, quickly surrounding the trio. Hey, where do these wandering cultivators come from? How dare you recruit disciples at our Hunyuan sect? Are you here to challenge our sect? A haughty sword cultivator stepped forward from the crowd, his expression unfriendly as he strode up to Gu Qingfeng and snatched the banner from his hands. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. My good fellow, would the Hunyuan sect be interested in learning more about our Yaoren sect? I know your mother's head. The man suddenly raised his hand to strike Gu Qingfeng. With a frown, Gu Qingfeng retaliated with a swift blow. Bang! The man was instantly sent flying by Gu Qingfeng's strike, crashing against the sect's stone gate. Brother Qi, old madman, how dare you harm a true disciple of our Hunyuan sect? The disciples of Hunyuan's sect were furious, yet none dared to charge forward. The reason was simple, they valued their lives. How many resources does an ordinary disciple possess in a month? Why risk it all? Where did this arrogant brat come from? How dare he harm my disciple? At that moment, an elderly Taoist with a head full of white hair and a red nose emerged from the Hunyuan sect. His expression grave. It's Master Lu Feng. The disciples hastily bowed upon seeing the old man. Liu Bei cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious disciple sprawled at the foot of the stone gate, his expression dark as he turned to Gu Qingfeng. Young man, you have injured my disciple without cause. What do you intend to do about it? As the esteemed leader of the Sword Peak of Hunyuan sect, Liu Bei had cultivated to the true One realm and naturally sought to defend his disciple. Gu Qingfeng remained unfazed, instead calmly promoting to Liu Bei, Old man, I must say you seem quite decent. Would you be interested in joining my Yaoren sect? We offer the Taoist truth as a gift upon entry. You insolent child. What audacity! You think the Taoist truth is as common as cabbages? Liu Bei scoffed disdainfully. Bring your superior out. I, Liu Bei, do not wish to bully the weak. Gu Qingfeng shook his head with a sigh. Never mind. It appears you are also a person of no fortune. Sister, let us depart. With that, Gu Qingfeng turned on his heel, taking Song Jinghong with him. Halt. Who permitted your departure? Liu Bei, taken aback by being so blatantly disregarded by a younger generation, called out sternly. Gu Qingfeng turned around, a light-hearted smile gracing his face as he regarded Liu Bei. Old man, I merely came to inform you that my Yaoren sect is recruiting disciples. It was your man who struck first. He was simply outmatched and deserves what he got. Are you planning to bully the weak? Gu Qingfeng, growing impatient, directed Lao Bai. Old Bai, handle him. Lao Bai grinned, preparing to act. Suddenly, a frantic figure dashed out from the Hunyuan sect and positioned himself between the two parties. It was Song Jiaowen. Little sister, young Master Gu, what are you planning to do? He interjected hastily, fearing a brawl. Elder brother, Song Jinghong exclaimed upon seeing her brother step in, glancing anxiously at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Fine, for the sake of my sister, I shall let you off this time. With that, he turned with Lao Bai and began to leave. You insolent brat. Liu Bei could not allow this to stand. Preparing to strike again when Song Jiaowen quickly restrained his hand, urging, Master, calm yourself. That person is my little sister's senior brother. This matter is merely a misunderstanding. Liu Bei glanced at Song Jiaowen and Song Jinghong, recognizing their striking resemblance, and relented. Humph. For the sake of my disciple's sister, I shall let this go. But otherwise, I would have shown him the meaning of respecting one's elders. Yes, thank you, Master, for your leniency. Song Jiaowen bowed deeply in gratitude, casting a series of meaningful glances toward his sister. Elder brother, in a few days, our sect leader will be recruiting disciples at the Ascending Immortal platform. You may come and have a look, Song Jinghong kindly suggested as she hastily departed. However, the promotional banner of Yaoren's sect was left behind. Liu Bei picked it up and glanced at it, noting the bold claim. Entering the sect grants the Taoist truth. What kind of sect is this Yaoren sect? How have I never heard of it before? His gaze filled with curiosity as he turned to Song Jiawen. Song Jiawen, appearing helpless, replied, to report to you, master. The Yaoren sect is a recently established sect for wandering cultivators, with a total of only 4 members. As for other details, the disciple is also unaware. Perhaps one must visit in person to learn more. Very well. I shall see for myself what audacity this Yaoren sect possesses, producing disciples so brazen. Liu Bei scoffed, watching Gu Qingfeng and his companions retreating, while his mind plotted. After all, Song Jiawen's sister was renowned as the surest sword body. To remain in such a sect would indeed be a waste of talent. An opportunity must be seized. Chapter 156, each with their own schemes. In Linen, within a small courtyard on Qingshui Lane, laughter and cheer reverberated. Auntie, I want to eat ribs. I want to eat braised pork. All right, you shall have them all. Just eat slowly, don't choke. Little Li Hua sat in Yu Xueqing's embrace, her tiny hands clutching a piece of meat while she nibbled on a rib, her voice persistent in her demands for more food. Li Wudao gazed warmly at the lovely aunt and little Li Hua at the dining table, a sense of tranquility enveloping him. In his childhood, the lovely aunt fed him in much the same way. Unconsciously, a nostalgic smile of happiness appeared on his face. Sensing his distraction, Yu Xueqing turned her head, noticing his dazed expression, and gently called out, Dower, why aren't you eating? If you wait any longer, the little girl will finish everything herself. Eating? I'm eating now, Li Wudao replied with a silly grin, raising his chopsticks to grab some dishes. Soon, after a hearty meal, as Yu Xueqing was busy grooming little Li Hua's hair, Li Wudao quietly watched, reluctant to disrupt the warmth of the moment. Just then, a glimmer of spiritual light flew into the courtyard from the sky, and he raised his hand to catch it. Lao Bai's familiar voice echoed in his mind. Sect Master, everything is ready, we are just waiting for you. So soon? Li Wudao was taken aback, regaining his composure as he turned to Yu Xueqing and slowly spoke. Auntie, this time upon my return, I wish to take you to Tianding Mountain. It's safer there. What do you think? Little Li Hua turned around, her face alight with joy as she gestured to Yu Xueqing, saying, Yes. Auntie, come with us. There are so many big houses and plenty of little monsters. It's wonderful. If you go, Li Hua will give you the soft bedroom, and we can sleep together at night. Yet, Yu Xueqing shook her head calmly, saying, Dower, I will not go. I'm quite well here in Linen, and I'm used to living here. Why not, Auntie? Don't you want to play with me? Little Li Hua sat up, her tiny hands tugging at Yu Xueqing's belly, pouting in a pitiful manner. Li Wudao frowned, saying, Auntie, if you are willing to go, the Su family can come along too. No, I insist on not going. Yu Xueqing firmly maintained her stance. Why? Li Wudao asked, puzzled. Yu Xueqing gently lifted her hand to stroke his forehead, her tone kind. Dower, I know you have it all good, and I owe my current state to you. Even the flourishing Su family is reliant on you, but... She paused for a moment before continuing. The events of the last time made me realize that neither the Su family nor I can bear what you offer. If we were to forcefully accept it, it may not end well. One cannot possess that which does not belong to them. Although the allure of longevity in the cultivation world is tempting, it is not suitable for everyone. Dower, you must understand this. Aunt hopes that you can live happily. After saying this, she smiled gently. Li Wudao fell silent. Aunt May did not wish to involve the Su family nor carry any burdens. Aunt May, I will protect you well, Li Wudao began to say. But Aunt May interrupted him. Dower, no one can predict what tomorrow holds. I appreciate your good intentions, but this will only bring you harm. It is quite good for me to live as an ordinary person. You should focus on your own endeavors. I believe you will achieve great renown in the future. Li Wudao silently pressed his lips together, gazing into Aunt May's resolute eyes. He understood that no matter what he did, he could not change her mind. He retrieved some spiritual items and techniques from his storage space and placed them on the table. Aunt May, I know your concerns, and I won't force you. These items are for you. Whenever you wish to come, just let me know, and I will come to fetch you immediately. All right, Aunt May nodded, taking a deep breath. Li Wudao turned to Xiao Lihua and said, Girl, we should leave now. No, I want to stay with Auntie. Xiao Lihua clung to Aunt May's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Aunt May gently wiped her tears and smiled, saying, Dear, you must listen. It is not safe for you here, and it could lead to me being captured by bad people. Do you want that? I won't let bad people bully Auntie. Xiao Lihua resolutely shook her head. Aunt May smiled. Then you must train diligently with Dower. Once you become strong enough to protect me, I will go with you. How does that sound? Well, then okay. But Auntie must not go back on her word. Rest assured, we seal our promise. Whoever breaks it shall be a little dog. Aunt May playfully made a pact with Xiao Lihua. Only then did Xiao Lihua reluctantly climb onto Li Wudao's shoulder. Aunt May, take care of yourself. If there is anything, you can call me through the spirit jade, Li Wudao said, leaving behind a piece of jade that could be contacted through spiritual energy. All right, go on. Aunt May nodded with a smile. Li Wudao did not linger and stood to leave. Just then, the Bodhi tree, which had been silently rooted in the ground, suddenly uprooted itself and followed closely behind Li Wudao. You are coming with us? Li Wudao looked at the Bodhi tree in astonishment. The Bodhi tree, upon hearing this, bent its trunk as if nodding. Fine. Li Wudao nodded, but was momentarily troubled. The Bodhi tree was quite large, and with Jin Biao recuperating, he had not brought a flying mount this time. Carrying such a large tree spirit to the immortal ascension platform was somewhat problematic. Xiao Lihua suddenly said to the Bodhi tree, "Tree, you are too big. Can you shrink a little?" The Bodhi tree trembled and, at a visible speed, shrank down to the size of a palm. Oh, how marvelous! Xiao Lihua exclaimed with wide eyes, jumping to the ground to pick up the Bodhi tree, observing it in her palm. Upon seeing this, Li Wudao was momentarily stunned. Then he embraced Xiao Lihua and waved goodbye to Aunt May. Aunt May, take care of your health. Auntie, you must think of me every day, Xiao Lihua added. After exchanging farewell, Li Wudao and the others transformed into a streak of rainbow light and vanished into the horizon. Once they left, the Su family rushed in from the backyard. Su Ming approached Yu Xueqing with displeasure and questioned her. Xueqing, why didn't you agree to him? This is our Su family's chance to soar. Fei Fei, I and you. If we go there, we will exist for eternity. Other elders of the Su family expressed their dissatisfaction and scolded her. The Su family has treated you well. Why don't you fight for opportunities? I believe she is doing this on purpose. In response, Yu Xueqing shook her head helplessly. Even with Dao's help, you will still perish. The cultivation world is not something you can navigate. It is not so benevolent. Living as a mortal is the best fate. Why seek the cruel and heartless cultivation world? You, a mere woman, are short-sighted. What do you know of the cultivation world? The Su family members rebuked bitterly. Yu Xueqing closed her eyes in pain, knowing she could not persuade them. But is eternal life truly so easily attained? How many have perished untimely? 2 days later, at the Immortal Ascension platform, Xiao Chunan arrived with Old Six and Black Ghost among others. Li Wudao was stationed at the sect's base, surrounded by a multitude of various cultivators. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chunan's eyes brightened with a scheme. He turned to Old Six and said, Old Six, recently, the floating pagoda and the sect's ancestors want to probe the depths of the Yaoren sect. If you can accomplish this, you will be greatly rewarded by the ancestors. How about this? You pretend to withdraw from the Holy Land and infiltrate the Yaoren sect as an undercover agent. Why don't you go yourself? Old Six glared at him, his expression dark. This was clearly an attempt to undermine him. If he agreed, he feared that once he turned around, Xiao Chunan would replace all those he had painstakingly supported within the Holy Land. Old Six was not that foolish. Old Six, how can you say such a thing? Xiao Chunan's displeasure was evident. Old Six replied coldly. If someone is to go, it should be you, the Holy Lord, setting an example. If you cannot do it, how can I do better? If you ruin the ancestors' plans, the consequences will be dire. Sigh, Xiao Chunan sighed helplessly. In that case, I shall take the lead. You will temporarily take my position as Holy Lord. After I complete my task and return, do not attempt to seize power, understand? Old Six's expression brightened at this, and he patted his chest, assuring, Holy Lord, rest assured, within the Holy Land, who would dare defy you? Even if I wanted to be the Holy Lord, I couldn't, with your authority standing there. Indeed, Xiao Chunan nodded thoughtfully, and then handed the Holy Lord's decree to Old Six, gravely saying, Old Six, this decree is now in your hands. Although it only allows you to temporarily act as Holy Lord, you must manage the Holy Land well. Rest assured, Holy Lord, I will not fail in my duties, Old Six replied passionately. Seeing this, Xiao Chunan resolutely turned and walked towards Li Wudao, his heart filled with elation. Finally, I've shed the burden of being a puppet Holy Lord. Old Six, enjoy your time with those old monsters. Meanwhile, Old Six watched Xiao Chunan's retreating figure, also feeling a surge of joy. Haha, Xiao old thief, you fool, there is no such thing as a temporary Holy Lord. Whoever holds the Holy Lord's decree is the true Holy Lord. As for you, you will no longer belong to my Holy Land. Chapter 157, all about Old Six. The Yaoren sect has launched a new winter recruitment, offering the great Dao truths upon entry, and assessments have commenced. Gu Qingfeng shouted loudly at the entrance, as thousands of cultivators gathered to watch, most of whom came out of curiosity, while some were coerced by the demonic sect. Only a few were genuinely seeking the Dao. Make way, make way. At that moment, Xiao Chuanan's voice resounded from the outskirts of the crowd. But the overwhelming aura of the Holy Realm caused those nearby to turn pale. It's him, the Holy Lord of Wujixian. The Holy Lord has arrived. My heavens! Mother, I have seen the Holy Lord. Upon the revelation of Xiao Chuanan's identity, the news spread rapidly through the crowd, causing a stir. What does Holy Lord Xiao intend to do? I don't know. Perhaps he has come to collect protection fees? Could it be that the Holy Lord is here to join the Yaoren sect? Nonsense. Holy Lord Xiao is the ruler of the entire Qingzhou. Why would he need to join an obscure sect like Yaoren? It was inconceivable, even to the most imaginative of minds. The crowd parted, creating a path as Xiao Chunan strode towards Li Wudao, enveloped in the adoration of onlookers. Meanwhile, at Gu Qingfeng's side, Liu Bei and Song Jiawen arrived just in time to witness Xiao Chuanan's approach. Liu Bei was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "The Holy Master Xiao has come as well?" However, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left them utterly flabbergasted. The revered master of the martial extremity sacred land, typically exuding an air of authority, now approached the leader of the Shaking People sect with a sycophantic grin, humbly stating, "Senior Li, I wish to join the Shaking People sect." Li Wudao, upon recognizing Xiao Chunan, was equally bewildered and countered, "Aren't you the holy master of the martial extremity sacred land? What brings you here?" "Hee. I have renounced my position in the martial extremity sacred land and wish to seek apprenticeship under you, Senior," Xiao Chunan replied, a rare bashfulness gracing his features. The moment those words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The gathered cultivators gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before them. The Holy Master Xiao had actually forsaken the sacred land to join a relatively obscure sect? What was happening in this world? Had it turned upside down? Disciple? Quickly! Hit me! Am I dreaming? Liu Bei exclaimed, vigorously rubbing his eyes as he turned to his disciple, Song Jiawen. "Master, this seems inappropriate," Song Jiawen stammered, still recovering from the shock of his master's words, his expression wavering. "I'll do it." At that moment, Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled as he pulled Song Jiawen aside and raised his fist, striking Liu Bei. Bang! Bang! Ow! Liu Bei's eyes filled with stars from the pain, and upon realizing it was Gu Qingfeng who hit him, he was about to unleash his anger. Just then, a commotion erupted from Li Wudao's direction, compelling him to look over. Xiao Chunan, his face alight with excitement, leaned in eagerly towards Li Wudao, asking, "Senior Li." Before he could finish, Li Wudao began to speak. "There are 3 methods to mend a fractured path. 1. Sacrifice the self as a furnace, defying fate. This is the most direct, yet perilous approach. Utilizing specialized body refinement techniques or secret methods to channel the essence of heaven and earth to mend the gaps in one's foundational path. The cost is life-threatening. Failure results in utter destruction of the path, with no hope of recovery. 2. Utilize external objects as a catalyst to restore the path. This involves seeking treasures or artifacts that embody the complete principles of the Great Dao, using their primordial power to mend one's shortcomings. One might consume Dao fruits or integrate fragments of chaos, or harness the power of innate spiritual treasures. However, such opportunities are rare, and the external forces may conflict with one's own path, leaving potential dangers. 3. Usurp another's path to compensate for one's own deficiencies. 2 particular means. One can directly seize another's complete foundational path, essence, or cultivation and graft it onto oneself. The price: entanglement with karmic consequences. A high risk of losing oneself to madness and attracting relentless pursuit and divine retribution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunan's expression froze as he looked at Li Wudao in despair, for each of these methods seemed nearly impossible for him. "Very well. I shall lend you a hand. Consider it a benevolent act." Li Wudao sighed, shaking his head. He then conjured a wisp of black Dao fire at his fingertip. Xiao Chunan gasped, "The essence of the Dao. Whether it can be restored depends entirely on you," Li Wudao said, raising his hand to press the black Dao fire against Xiao Chunan's brow. He was uncertain of its effectiveness, but if it succeeded, his reputation would soar, ensuring that the Shaking People sect would never lack disciples, and practitioners would flock to him. In the next instant, Xiao Chunan's eyes widened as an overwhelming surge of Dao-infused flames surged within him. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames intertwined with the remnants of his fractured path, swiftly spreading the essence of the Dao throughout him. Miraculously, the incomplete path within him was forcefully restored by the black flames. Buzz. The essence of the Dao radiated from Xiao Chunan, and he suddenly opened his eyes, throwing his head back in laughter. "Ha! I, the Dao Lord, have succeeded." Although the Dao within him was merely a nascent form, it was nonetheless a complete path, signifying limitless potential for growth. This was the realization of his deepest aspirations. Disciple Xiao Chunin pays respects to the sect master. He reverently bowed before Li Wudao, overwhelmed with excitement. Boom. Yet, this moment echoed like thunder from the heavens, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. The leader of the Shaking People sect had actually guided the holy master Xiao in condensing the Tao. What divine technique was this? Instantaneously, those who had previously watched with indifference now rushed forward, their eyes ablaze with fervor, clamoring to join the Shaking People sect. Sect master. In life, I am a person of the Shaking People sect. In death, I shall be a soul of the Shaking People sect. Get lost. Just moments ago, you were disparaging the Shaking People sect. Face it, you wish to cut in line? The astonishment was palpable as the crowd realized the Shaking People sect's leader had actually imparted the knowledge to Holy Master Xiao to condense a complete Tao. How could this be possible? On the sidelines, Liu Bei gaped in disbelief as he witnessed the manifestation of Xiao Chunin's Tao. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had been reluctant to believe, yet the essence of the Tao was undeniably real, impossible to mistake. After all, it had been displayed when the ancestors of the Hunyuan sect condensed their Tao. In an instant, Liu Bei turned to his disciple, Jiawen. Is this truly the sect you mentioned that was recently established? Wasn't it said that the sect master was of the Cave Heaven realm? Which sect of the Cave Heaven realm could possibly guide someone like Holy Master Xiao, who has been in the sacred realm for many years, in condensing the Tao? At this moment, Song Jiawen was also awestruck by Li Wudao's sudden guidance to Xiao Chunan. He shook his head in disbelief. Master, I'm not sure either. He truly was in the Cave Heaven realm before. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei was even more astounded, recalling the legendary beings who, in pursuit of enlightenment, would reincarnate to begin anew. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Close to the Tao, his gaze trembled as it fell upon the composed figure in the azure robe amidst the crowd, his throat dry. Jiawen, I have matters to attend to. You shall take the Peak Master token back to the sect, he said, reaching into his robe to produce the Hunyuan sect's Peak Master token, handing it to Song Jiawen. Understood, Master. Song Jiawen accepted the token and hurriedly returned to the sect, planning to inquire about his younger sister at the Shaking People sect in the coming days. However, as soon as Song Jiawen departed, Liu Bei took a deep breath and, with fervor in his eyes, rushed to join the line for the Shaking People sect, declaring, Our fates with the Hunyuan sect have come to an end. Chapter 158. The infamous sixth. Meanwhile, in a corner, the sixth, who was observing Xiao Chunin's restoration of the Tao, was rendered speechless in disbelief. Heavens! The previously incomplete Tao of the old rogue Xiao has actually been restored by someone. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Li Wudao. The sixth, who had been vying for power against Xiao Chunin since joining the martial extremity sacred land, was all too aware of the latter's incomplete Tao. Now, witnessing the young leader of the Shaking People sect resolve this issue, he felt a pang of dread. Why does it feel as if the old rogue is genuinely considering this? He glanced down at the still warm Holy Master token in his hand, unable to feel any joy. Oh no, why do I feel so duped? In contrast, Li Wudao surveyed the fervent crowd eagerly seeking to join the sect, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The effect is remarkable. At that moment, his dantian warmed slightly, and a pure white flame ignited within him. Not bad. Rising to his feet, he cast a calm gaze around, and the once rowdy cultivators immediately quieted, adopting a submissive demeanor. As he slowly began to speak, his voice resonated like the celestial chorus, echoing throughout the immortal ascension platform. The way of heaven is to observe, the conduct of heaven is to grasp. This, indeed, was the profound truth of the great Tao. The heart of old Liu, still recovering from the shock, abruptly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was not merely he. Even Liu Bei was inexplicably shaken once more, murmuring incessantly, the truth of the great Tao, pure and even more enigmatic, the truth of the great Tao. The other cultivators, too, found their minds buzzing at that moment, all enveloped by the sound of the Tao, rendered speechless and dumbfounded. Heavens! It is just like the promotional slogans, truly delivering the truth of the great Tao. With the presence of 5 thieves of heaven, those who witness it shall prosper. Li Wudao completed a recitation of the Yin Fu Jing. Instantly, many cultivators present entered a state of enlightenment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within Li Wudao's dantian, countless white flames ignited. Indeed, harvesting the chives all at once is exhilarating. A barely perceptible smile crept upon Li Wudao's lips. However, among the tens of thousands present, only a mere 100 achieved enlightenment, an exceedingly small number. He paused for a moment, directly consuming a white Tao flame, and continued to recite, The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. A complete rendition of the Tao Te Ching flowed from his lips. In an instant, it evoked a resonance of the great Tao throughout the heavens and the earth, the essence of the Dao filling the entire immortal ascension platform. Under the thick veil of this Dao essence, those with slightly lesser comprehension also began to enter a state of enlightenment. Even Liu Bei found himself in that state of epiphany. In that fleeting moment, over 1,000 white flames ignited within Li Wudao's dantian. Yet another complete truth of the great Dao. This one was even more profound and mysterious, leaving old Liu once again in awe. He had initially thought it was outrageous enough for Li Wudao to articulate a complete truth of the great Dao. After all, even the great Dao truths from the martial extreme sacred land were merely half a volume. Little did he expect that Li Wudao would effortlessly recite 2 complete truths of the great Dao. What the devil? Is this not akin to wholesale? This sect master is surely no ordinary seeker of the Dao. Old Liu thought dryly as he gazed at the ethereal figure in the azure robe at the center of the gathering. He had not attained enlightenment, a situation not dissimilar to that of Xiao Chunan. Being from the martial extreme sacred land, their cultivation paths were similarly limited to the fragmented teachings passed down. He, too, yearned to complete the great Dao. In that instant, the allure of the sect leader lost its charm, and he found himself unable to suppress thoughts of betraying the sect. No, I cannot remain here any longer, or I will succumb to the temptation of defection. Taking a deep breath, old Liu turned and sprinted toward the martial extreme sacred land. Before long, he returned to the martial extreme sacred land, his cultivation level on par with Xiao Chunan. He pondered whether to inform the ancestor about what he had heard today from Xiao Chunan and the Yaoren sect. Just then, the grand elder of the sacred land, Liu Laoshi, approached, reproaching him. Old Liu, were you not supposed to notify the sect master to visit the ancestral land and meet the ancestor? The ancestor is already furious. Hearing this, old Liu's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Xiao Laozu never engages in unprofitable ventures. It seems the sect master's position was handed over rather hastily. Could there be a plot? With that thought, old Liu directly produced the sect master's token and presented it to the Grand Elder, saying, Grand Elder. The sect master Xiao Chunan left the sect master's token and resigned. What? Such a thing happened? Upon seeing the sect master's token, Liu Laoshi was taken aback. Then anxiously inquired, what shall we do next? How will we explain this to the ancestor? Let us do this, old Liu pondered, Grand Elder. You should take the sect master's token and temporarily assume the position of sect master, while I go to retrieve sect master Xiao. What say you? Liu Laoshi, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to nod in agreement. For now, that is the only course of action. In that case, Grand Elder, you should go to the ancestral land to report, old Liu said, subtly casting a spell of insight upon the sect master's token, allowing him to synchronize his perception with it. Liu Laoshi, without further thought, took the sect master's token and headed toward the ancestral land. Old Liu stealthily followed behind until Liu Laoshi's figure vanished within the ancestral land. Within the ancestral land of the martial extreme sacred land, as soon as Liu Laoshi entered, he quickly bowed respectfully before several massive bronze coffins. Disciple Liu Laoshi pays respect to the ancestor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several displeased voices emanated from the coffins. Didn't we summon Xiao Chunan? Does he no longer wish to complete the great Dao? Complete the great Dao? Liu Laoshi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of jealousy. All were elders of the sect. Why should the ancestor solely assist the sect master in completing the great Dao? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he reported earnestly. To report to the ancestor, Xiao Chunan left the sect master's token and fled, compelling the disciple to temporarily take on the position of sect master. What? When did he flee? The voice from the coffin erupted in fury. Damn that scoundrel. He even forsakes the complete great Dao, wasting my painstaking efforts. Liu Laoshi was startled. At that moment, the voice of the ancestor suddenly softened, taking on a coaxing tone. Since Xiao Chunan has fled, you are now the sect master. Henceforth the great Dao we prepared for him shall be passed on to you. Do you wish to accept it? Upon hearing this, Liu Laoshi was momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Disciple desires this greatly. Thank you for the ancestor's grace. Little did he expect that today he would encounter such fortuitous circumstances, being bestowed with such a grand opportunity. My good days have arrived, Liu Laoshi thought, unable to suppress his elation. Just as he was overwhelmed with joy, the ancestor's voice resonated once more from the coffin. Liu boy, come here, open your mind. I shall bestow the great Dao upon you. Yes, Liu Laoshi stepped forward. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged from within the coffin, raising its hand to touch Liu Laoshi's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying torrent of spiritual power began to surge into him. Liu Laoshi cried out in pain as his memories became muddled. Desperately, he inquired, Ancestor, what is happening with this transmission? My memories are in disarray? Do not worry, the spectral figure chuckled, reassuringly saying, I have imparted my lifetime of cultivation and memories to you. During the fusion and completion of the great Dao, there will be side effects that may cause you to lose some of your original memories. Lose my memories? Lu Laoshi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly raised his head, eyes wide with realization. Isn't this akin to seizing a body? Hee. Congratulations. You are correct. The spectral figure laughed heartily before abruptly vanishing and diving into Lu Laoshi's mind. In the next moment, Lu Laoshi's body jerked violently, his eyes flashing with a sinister light as he stretched languidly. It has been a while since I emerged. The fresh air is delightful. Though this body is far inferior to xianxiafan's, circumstances dictate I must make do. Outside the ancestral land, old Lu suddenly froze, sensing a strange and terrifying aura emanating from the sect master's token. What is happening? He held his breath, completely concealing his presence, lurking in the shadows, intently watching the entrance to the ancestral land. The next moment, the Grand Elder emerged, his gaze now ominous, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance, finding nothing amiss, he reverted to his usual honest demeanor. Witnessing this scene, old Lu's heart raced, his pupils constricting in terror. He was no longer the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder did not linger but departed from the ancestral land. Old Lu immediately set off sprinting towards the Yaoren sect. Damn it. That old scoundrel Xiao must have foreseen something. That's why he fled. I almost fell into the trap. That damned old six, leading people to their doom without recompense. I too shall join the Yaoren sect. Chapter 159, Yunlu. The following day, at the Yaoren sect, upon his return, Wudao commanded the transport of 3 massive stone tablets to be placed in the sect's Taiji dojo. Personally, he inscribed the complete texts of the Tao Te Ching, Yin Fu Jing, and Huangdi Neijing on the tablets, each infused with a strand of black and white Dao flames. As the Dao Fire permeated the stone tablet, the monument instantly sprang to life, each character radiating an aura of profound wisdom. Gu Qingfeng commanded that anyone who could attain enlightenment from the inscriptions on these 3 stone tablets would be permitted to remain in my Yaoren sect to cultivate. Li Wudao turned to Gu Qingfeng and instructed, indeed, rest assured, sect master, I shall not disappoint your trust. Gu Qingfeng respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement and then withdrew to organize those who had passed the assessment at the ascension platform. Li Wudao then ascended to the summit of Tianding Mountain, where the Bodhi tree quietly took root. Xiaolihua was sprawled atop its branches, snoring blissfully, drool dripping from her mouth as she murmured, meow, meow, meow. Li Wudao approached the Bodhi tree, gazing up at the little glutton, and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This girl, truly. He sat cross-legged and retrieved all the spiritual herbs from his possession. His harvest from the ascension platform was considerable, having collected 2,000 strands of white flame, sufficient to sustain him for a while. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of black Dao Fire to elevate his cultivation further. However, Jin Biao and the others had already informed all the demon cultivators in Qingzhou, and the quantity of Dao Fire to be harvested would depend on fortune. With time still on his side, he decided to examine the spirit. Li Wudao paused briefly before extracting the spirit entwined in black threads from his dantian, scrutinizing it intently. This entity harbors astonishing energy, yet cannot be absorbed directly. How should it be utilized? Suddenly, the Bodhi tree shook its branches vigorously, excitedly swaying toward Li Wudao. Do you desire this entity? Li Wudao inquired, perplexed by the tree's actions. The Bodhi tree promptly bent its crown, its branches forming the shape of a hand, bowing repeatedly. The Bodhi tree was imploring him to relinquish the spirit. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wudao reasoned that since he currently had no means to utilize the spirit, it would be prudent to allow the Bodhi tree to try it out. Perhaps it would yield remarkable results. Very well. Gauge your own capabilities, and do not overexert yourself, lest you meet an untimely end, Li Wudao cautioned. Then released the black threads binding the spirit. In the next instant, the branches of the Bodhi tree surged forth, enveloping the spirit suspended in midair. The tree's body was instantly enveloped in an aura of Dao, and an incredibly rich vitality began emanating from within the Bodhi tree. As time passed, the vitality and presence of the tree grew increasingly profound, with its branches continually expanding outward. Meanwhile, at the Taiji Daoist Hall, newly initiated human cultivators gathered around the stone tablets, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the 3 enormous stone monuments, feeling the resonating Dao aura. Each of them appeared flushed with excitement. The sect master truly concealed his depth. 3 complete verses of Dao were so freely displayed, unafraid of theft. Among the crowd, Xiao Chunan was equally exhilarated, pressing close to the tablet inscribed with the Huangdi Neijing, longing to embrace it in slumber. The significance of the Dao verses was one matter, But the richness of the aura emanating from the tablets was so profound that being immersed in it would undoubtedly benefit one's cultivation immensely. Just then, the sixth disciple, who had hurriedly fled from Wujixing Holy Land, arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the 3 stone tablets inscribed with Dao verses, he was rendered speechless. He could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, is seniorly engaging in a wholesale of Dao? Why is it so casually displayed, as if it were free? Xiao Chunan, still clutching the stone tablet, seemingly sensed something and suddenly turned around to spot the 6th disciple standing at the edge of the crowd, momentarily taken aback. He quickly approached, his expression wary as he addressed the 6th disciple. Old 6, weren't you supposed to return and serve as the Holy Master? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the 6th disciple snapped back to reality, realizing it was Xiao Chunan before him, and frustration welled within him. However, he was not there to engage in conflict. So he suppressed his ire and replied curtly, of course, like you, I am here to join the Yaoren sect. Xiao Chunan narrowed his eyes, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Could it be that old 6 has caught wind of something? Is he here to monitor me, or does he have ulterior motives? No, he must not be allowed to join the sect. With that thought, Xiao Chunan smiled and patted old 6 on the shoulder. Old 6, joining the sect requires a fundamental condition, enlightenment. Your incomplete path cannot lead to such an awakening. I advise you to return early. Old 6 disdainfully brushed his hand away and made his way towards the 3 stone tablets. Yet, no matter how he attempted to comprehend the Dao verses inscribed upon them or the aura within, he found himself incapable of achieving enlightenment. At this rate, he would never be able to join the Yaoren sect. How is it that we both walk incomplete paths, yet Xiao the old rogue enjoys better fortune than I? Old 6 clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunan gazed at him with a smug expression, as if perpetually conveying, Old 6, you are incapable. Old 6 took note of everything, his gaze sweeping around as his mind raced. Xiao the old rogue attained enlightenment through Senior Li's guidance. I can as well. He soon spotted the awe-inspiring figure clad in a blue robe at the peak of the sect. I, Old 6, shall kneel to carve my own path. With determination, he began his ascent toward the summit. However, at that moment, an unsettling aura of demonic energy surged into the Taoist hall. Both Old 6 and Xiao Chunan instinctively tensed, turning sharply to face the entrance. There, a multitude of demon kin poured in, their numbers exceeding 10,000. My goodness, how many demon kin are arriving? Is the senior planning to impart the Tao to the demons? Is he not afraid of their treachery? It was not only the 2 of them. Nearly 2,000 human cultivators present were equally awestruck, terrified that they might be devoured at any moment. The Mingwei Demon Emperor has arrived. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is here. The Black Bear clan has come. Various factions of demon kin presented themselves in succession. Yet, just as all the demon kin had introduced themselves, a 3-colored cloud deer descended from the sky. The moment this deer appeared, all the demon kin froze, their mouths agape in astonishment. A demon deity. How dare they leave their territory? Xiao Chunan and Old 6 were equally stunned, their gazes locking onto the 3-colored cloud deer. They were no strangers to this creature, for it was a demon deity, a being bound by contract to a spirit of the land. Though all were of similar cultivation realms, the demon deity possessed the unique ability to summon the power of the land, making it formidable. As long as the spirit remained alive, the demon deity could not perish. And unlike others whose powers waned with use, the demon deity grew stronger without any cost. This was the true terror of the demon deity. Upon landing, the cloud deer merely cast a brief glance at the highest-ranking cultivators, Old 6 and Xiao Chunan, before averting its gaze. The cloud deer, born of nature, had an innate contract with a spirit and possessed a divine talent. This talent was known as opportunity, granting it a chance each time it activated its abilities. However, this power could only be employed once every century. Is this the place of opportunity? Quite ordinary, the cloud deer mused, scanning its surroundings in search of its destined chance. It had recently activated its innate ability within its territory, which had led it to this location. Contemplating the boundary of the territory, she ventured forth, undeterred by the inherent risks. The aura emanating from the stone tablet over there was remarkably profound. Yun Lu's eyes suddenly sharpened, fixating on the stone tablet at the center of the Taoist altar. She hastened towards it, and as she drew nearer, the essence of the Tao grew increasingly potent. Upon standing before the tablet and reading its inscriptions, her entire demonic form froze in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The great, the true word of the Tao. A complete and unblemished true word of the Tao. Hiss. She inhaled deeply, continuing to gaze at the other 2 stone tablets nearby, reciting the characters inscribed upon them. Observing the way of heaven, heaven unleashes its murderous intent, shifting stars and altering abodes. Just uttering a few phrases, She felt a resonance stir within her being. In an instant, the Tao of heaven and earth descended, bestowing its power upon her. This was the authentic Tao of heaven and earth. She was nearly overcome with excitement. As a spirit contract demon deity of a certain domain, she was not invincible. Her strength was contingent upon her perception of the Tao of heaven and earth. In other words, the purer her understanding of the Tao, the closer she was to the heavens, and thus the more formidable the heavenly forces she could summon. If she could fully comprehend the teachings of the Yinfu Jing, she would be able to traverse any corner of the world, harnessing the power of heaven and earth at will, rather than being confined to the forces available within the territory bound by her contract. This opportunity was monumental. She was so thrilled that her words tumbled over themselves. In the next moment, she suppressed her excitement, turning to address the surrounding beings with an authoritative tone. From this day forth, this place shall be the palace of this demon deity. Anyone daring to trespass shall face annihilation of both body and soul. Those who withdraw within 3 breaths shall live. As her words fell, the power of heaven and earth surged around her. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entirety of the Yaoren sect. She intended to seize this place, to profoundly comprehend the true Tao of heaven and earth inscribed upon the stone tablet. With her aura erupting, the tens of thousands of demon clans within the altar turned pale, their faces betraying fear. Yet not a single soul departed. Xiao Chunan and Lao Lu exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at Yun Lu's audacity. This demon deity is incredibly bold, daring to encroach upon the territory of the sect master. Is she not afraid of being killed? In their eyes, it was well known that those who approached the Tao had means to slay deities, the only variable being the cost involved. Particularly when facing a top-tier Taoist like the sect master. Yun Lu furrowed her brow, her voice low and resonant. My patience has its limits. If you do not leave, do not blame me. Before her voice could fade, the peak of Tianding Mountain suddenly trembled. A torrent of vibrant life surged violently from the summit. What is happening? All beings present shifted their expressions, looking up towards the peak. Upon doing so, they were left dumbfounded. At the summit, a Bodhi tree was rapidly expanding, visibly covering the entire expanse above the Yaoren sect. Its roots delved deeply into the earth. A figure clad in green flew in midair, surrounded by swirling black and white Dao Fire, with the blazing sun beneath his feet. That was the sect master. What on earth is he doing? Xiao Chunan gazed at Wudao atop the peak and the ever-expanding Bodhi tree, his mind swirling with confusion. At the pinnacle, Wudao's expression also shifted dramatically. The Bodhi tree had been perfectly absorbing spiritual energy, yet suddenly it erupted, as if an inexhaustible stream of Tao essence and unseen power had forcibly infused into its trunk. At this rate, the Bodhi tree would be overwhelmed. The Bodhi tree, once awakened, was uniquely exceptional. Its fruit not only cleared the mind, but also facilitated enlightenment, making it a significant tool for harvesting Dao Fire. It could not be allowed to perish here. Heavenly machine deduction. Activate. Gritting his teeth, Wudao consumed white Dao Fire to deduce the Bodhi tree's vitality. Buzz. In an instant, the mist of heavenly secrets emerged, various chains inscribed with runes appearing before him. Obscured beneath an enigmatic fog, he could not discern what lay beneath the mist. Meanwhile, the white Dao Fire consumed a staggering 100 points in an instant. The sheer horror of it. No turning back now. He steeled himself, continuing to channel the white Dao Fire into the deduction. As the white Dao Fire was rapidly depleted, 100 points, 200 points, 300 points, 1,000 points. Crackling sounds erupted as the runic chains shattered, revealing the true heavenly secrets. Seal the God. The two characters flickered and vanished. Seal the God. Wudao was momentarily frozen in midair, his gaze wide with astonishment as he looked upon the sky-covering Bodhi tree. Good heavens, but how does one seal a god? In that moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Yet the Bodhi tree continued to grow larger, the Tao essence and vitality threatening to explode forth. If he did not intervene, the entire Tianding Mountain might be obliterated. Without further ado, he took a deep breath. Conjuring images of the scenes from his past life as tales of saints cultivating immortality and mythological accounts of the conferral of gods, he raised his hand, pointing at the Bodhi tree, and uttered, all things are myriad, each with its own return. You, a mere plant, have attained spirit within a mere inch. Now, I decree on behalf of heaven, I hereby confer you as Bodhi, a primal divine spirit, governing the 5 elements, spreading the Tao throughout the world. The moment his words fell, the last remnants of Dao Fire within his dantian erupted with a thunderous blast, not extinguishing silently, but transforming into a brilliant torrent of incandescent white, surging forth from his fingertips, fully entering the seemingly ordinary Bodhi tree. Buzz. A sound resonated, not of this world. yet capable of shaking the very heavens and realms. Centered around the Bodhi tree, a wave composed purely of light expanded violently, sweeping across the land, causing all things to freeze, as if time itself had been grasped by an unseen hand. Following this, boundless light erupted from every leaf and inch of the tree trunk. This was no ordinary radiance. It was divine light infused with primordial Dao essence. The entire tree instantaneously transformed into a pure white sun, illuminating Tianding Mountain with such clarity that every detail was laid bare, yet it was too brilliant to behold. Above the firmament, the winds and clouds transformed dramatically. Rays of dawn illuminated the sky, and auspicious colors converged, manifesting countless ethereal floral apparitions that gently drifted down. Furthermore, the melodies of the Tao resonated, akin to celestial beings singing, or the ancient Buddha chanting, echoing the primordial sound of creation, profound and transcendent, cleansing the soul. Beneath the earth, the energy of the earth surged forth like a pilgrimage, streams of golden spiritual energy breaking through the soil, entwining around the divine tree, reverently guarding and worshipping it. The 5 elements of spiritual energy coalesced into 5 brilliant bands of divine power, spiraling around the divine tree before merging into its body, signifying the return of the authority to govern the 5 elements. The Bodhi tree underwent an essential metamorphosis amidst the boundless divine light and celestial phenomena. Its trunk became as fine as jade and gold, flowing with an immortal divine luster, while the leaves bore natural Tao patterns interwoven throughout. It was no longer merely a plant, but had transformed into a magnificent embodiment of a deity that connected heaven and earth and governed the laws of existence. Ultimately, the myriad divine lights suddenly retracted, no longer blinding, concealed within the body of the Bodhi tree. It emanated an aura of vastness, majesty, and wisdom, as if it had stood there since the dawn of creation. The leaves rustled without wind, creating a whispering sound. Bodhi, I shall serve you. Your command is my decree. From within the Bodhi tree, a resounding voice erupted, not a mundane sound but a clear and profound declaration of the true word of the Tao, reverberating through heaven and earth, enduring through time. Boom. Below, countless beings were rendered utterly motionless. This is the conferral of a deity. The once haughty Yunlu, upon witnessing this spectacle, was instantly rendered speechless in shock. Chapter 161, Shocking the World. Is becoming a god not meant to be through a contract with the spirit of a domain? Is it still possible to attain divinity directly? Golu, with a parched throat, swallowed hard. She was convinced that her eyes did not deceive her, although the Bodhi tree at the peak was not as powerful as herself. The celestial energy emanating from it was exceedingly rich, and its Tao rhythm was pure and resonated closely with the Tao. In other words, the celestial power accessible to this entity far surpassed her own. As a demon god, her perception of such celestial power and Tao rhythm was clearer than anyone else's. This individual could actually ascend to divinity. Yunlu's heart trembled as she fixed her gaze on the ethereal figure of Li Wudao. While she had witnessed the means of divinity creation at the floating pagoda mountain, that process involved forcibly merging powerful beings with a certain spirit, carrying the risk of downfall and certain limitations. But this person was here to bestow divinity on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Who exactly was this divine being? In that moment, Li Wudao's image in Yunlu's mind became increasingly unfathomable, leaving her too fearful to even entertain the thought of probing further. For one who could grant divinity must surely possess the power to vanquish gods. Yunlu was not alone in her astonishment. Hundreds of thousands of beings around her were equally taken aback, each prostrating themselves in reverence towards Li Wudao. Golu, in the crowd, gaped at Li Wudao's figure, swallowing in disbelief. The master, he can actually grant divinity. This is a direct ascension, far surpassing those beings of floating pagoda mountain by countless degrees. At this thought, a wave of elation surged through Xiaoxuan's heart. If the master could bestow divinity, then he could harness celestial power thereafter. As a disciple of the master, if he performed well, attaining the Tao was merely a matter of time, and if he gained the master's favor, perhaps even ascending to divinity would not be beyond reach. From this day forth, I, Xiaoxuan, shall be the master's most loyal subordinate. He took a deep breath, filled with excitement as he resolved to act. Suppressing his exhilaration, he cast a discreet glance at Lao Lu and bluntly declared, Lao Lu, since you do not meet the entrance requirements of our sect, you should leave promptly and not delay our recruitment process. Lao Lu, still in shock from witnessing Li Wudao's divine ascension, paled at Xiaoxuan's words. This scoundrel Xia, secretly clutching the thigh of a powerful figure, now sought to drive him away. Is he even human? Yet, having witnessed the sect master's divine capabilities, Lao Lu knew leaving was not an option. associating with such a high being promised a brighter future. If being a mere errand disciple would not suffice, then he would become a watchdog. If all else failed, he would sell his own backside to remain. Taking a deep breath, Lao Lu disdainfully retorted, "Whether I meet the entry requirements or not is not for you, Xianxiaquan, to determine. Can you decide on behalf of the master?" Xianxiaquan was momentarily speechless, unwilling to confront the situation head-on. He merely scoffed dismissively at Lao Lu. "Lao Lu, I may not have the authority, but you lack the comprehension to grasp the Tao. I doubt you can enter our sect. Worry not about me. You are merely an ordinary disciple now. Go cool your heels." Lao Lu shot back without hesitation, then turned to ascend towards the peak. Watching Lao Lu's retreating figure, Xianxiaquan's eyes were filled with derision. "Huh, fool, do you really think the current master would personally assist you in comprehending the Tao? You ought to know your own limitations." Meanwhile, at the Taoist site, Gu Qingfeng and Lao Bai, who were initially overseeing the sect's recruitment, were also overwhelmed with excitement. "Is it true that one close to the Tao can grant divinity?" Gu Qingfeng asked, gripping Lao Bai's shoulders in a frenzy. Lao Bai, bewildered, shook his head. "Young master, I too am unaware. I have never heard of anyone capable of granting divinity." Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, speaking to himself. "Lao Bai, as the first disciple of the master, do you think if I perform well, the master would grant me divinity? When I return to the Gu clan, if anyone dares to speak against me, I will simply beat them up. If I cannot win, I can summon the master. In the future, I, Gu Qingfeng, will sweep through all the ancient clans, and I shall see who dares to speak out. Yes, when I return, I too shall be above the rest." Lao Bai chimed in, his face flushed with excitement. At the peak, Wudao gazed at the Bodhi tree, which had undergone a transformative change, astonished. "My goodness, granting divinity cost me 2,000 strands of white Dao Fire. I feel as though I am working for free." With only 5 strands of white Dao Fire remaining in his dantian, he felt the pang of loss. Clearing his throat, he maintained the serene demeanor befitting a sect master and gently waved his hand towards the Bodhi tree, saying, "Bodhi, I have faith in you. Do not disappoint my expectations." He silently hoped for a return of at least 10 or 20,000 strands of Dao Fire to justify his efforts. Bodhi responded respectfully, "I shall remember, master." Wudao remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the throng of beings gathered at the Taoist site below, musing, "Now, it is up to you lot to earn me some Dao Fire. You must strive hard." At that moment, Yunlu spoke up from the crowd. "I, the demon god Yunlu of the Yunmings, humbly greet the esteemed elder." She knelt down, her antlers touching the ground in deep respect. It was only then that Wudao noticed the formidable deer demon among the sect. So this is what a demon god looks like. Not at all the fierce and fearsome figure he had imagined. "Rise," he said, his voice calm and resonant, echoing throughout the Tai Chi Taoist site. Upon hearing this, Yunlu stood, devoid of any of the haughty demeanor typical of a demon god, only filled with trepidation. She spoke again, her voice trembling. "Esteemed elder, I, the demon Yunlu, dare to implore you to accept me, allowing me to comprehend the Tao here. I offer a humble token of my gratitude." With a resolute heart, she presented 10 drops of her own essence blood. She understood that a being capable of granting divinity would surely look down upon the power of a mere spirit. Thus, her essence blood, with its immense restorative properties, would surely pique his interest. This, she believed, was her only leverage to impress the venerable elder before her. Observing Yunlu's sudden offering of essence blood, Wudao was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing her request, he smiled and nodded. "Very well." With a wave of his hand, the 10 potent drops of essence blood flew into his grasp. He had initially intended to distribute the true words of the Tao freely. The more individuals who comprehended it, the better, as all resulting Dao Fire would be his. Why would he conceal it from outsiders? Receiving 10 drops of essence blood for free might even aid him in breaking through his cultivation. "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed elder," Yunlu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, quickly bowing in gratitude. With the elder's words, she could now comprehend the celestial Tao here. Such an opportunity was far beyond the worth of mere 10 drops of essence blood. It was invaluable. One could only say that this elder of the human race was kind-hearted. She had encountered a benevolent soul. Wudao then called out to the beings below. "Those wishing to join my sect should not hesitate." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fervor, each face flushed with excitement. "I wish to comprehend. I wish to join the Yaoren sect. I want to become the master's disciple. I want to attain divinity." In an instant, hundreds of thousands of beings began fervently absorbing the true words of the Tao inscribed on the stone tablet. With the Tao rhythm emanating from the Bodhi tree, many began to enter a state of enlightenment. Buzzing. In an instant, a breathtaking scene of enlightenment unfolded at the Taiji dojo. Li Wudao, seated beneath the Bodhi tree, observed it all with immense joy. For within his dantian, the black Dao flames surged forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. How exhilarating! Having reaped this wave of Dao fire, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his cultivation. With this thought, Li Wudao glanced up at the slumbering Xiao Lihua nestled among the branches of the Bodhi tree. Truly, she could sleep soundly, undisturbed by such commotion. He shook his head with a chuckle and then directly ingested the essence blood offered by Yunlu. Boom! As the essence blood entered his abdomen, a torrent of ferocious energy began to assault every corner of his body. Black Dao flames. Let me see how much my cultivation can be elevated this time. With a low grunt, Li Wudao commenced the consumption of the black Dao flames residing in his dantian. In an instant, he was enveloped by the black flames, entering a meditative state beneath the Bodhi tree. However, after half a stick of incense, a furtive figure stealthily approached. It was Lao Lu. He gazed at the meditating Li Wudao, his expression rigid. This is it. The sect leader has entered meditation. How on earth can I join the sect? He yearned for Li Wudao's guidance, but hesitated to disturb his deep meditation. Just then, a contented sound emanated from the Bodhi tree. Meow, meow, meow. How delightful.